When a man returned to the clothing store and was about to resign, he saw his once lovely colleague Xiaojuan, whose eyes were rolled back and her mouth was full of fangs, pinning the boss's wife to the ground and biting her. Fortunately, the man reacted very quickly and picked up a wrench to smash the zombie Xiaojuan's head. Just as the man successfully smashed the zombie's head, a cold electronic prompt sound suddenly exploded in his head. Ding dong. Kill the first zombie and bind to the lottery system for having many children and many blessings. This system is pretty wild. Want to become stronger? Save more beauties and make them willing to be your women. Every time you get a partner, you could draw a prize. The global zombie apocalypse, human civilization collapses. Outside is a roaring tide of zombies. Inside the store is the terrified, stingy boss lady Wu Xiuyan. Want to live? Lin Yao smiled coldly. Boss lady, be my woman, and you will have enough bread. Lin Yao stood there, watching Wu Xiuyan's reaction expressionlessly, but feeling vaguely helpless in his heart. Wu Xiuyan's sarcastic tone made him feel a little unhappy, especially her attitude towards him. Wu Xiuyan's voice was full of contempt, as if she didn't take him seriously at all. What? You are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Are you crazy? Don't you see your own identity and whether you are worthy of me? She didn't seem to take Lin Yao seriously at all, and didn't consider her current situation at all. Although Lin Yao is younger than her and is still handsome, a woman like Wu Xiuyan is no longer at the age where looks matter. She was not interested in young men like fresh meat, but preferred those men who were rich, powerful, and capable. In her eyes, Lin Yao was only slightly better than a street beggar. Lin Yao was not angered by Wu Xiuyan's words. He just responded calmly. Since you are not happy, then continue to starve. After that, he packed the remaining bread into his backpack. Now that the outside world is full of zombies, food has become particularly precious, and even this little bread has to be eaten sparingly. Wu Xiuyan snorted coldly and shook her head, her tone still provocative. Humph. Who cares about your bread? If it wasn't dangerous outside, I wouldn't even look at it if you threw it on the ground. She sat back at the cashier counter in a rage, ignoring Lin Yao's existence. The store fell silent again. Lin Yao no longer cared about her attitude. He casually put a few stools in a row and lay down on them. At this moment, he was not in a relaxed mood and was thinking about his past in his mind. Lin Yao originally came from a small city with an ordinary family background. His father died early and he was raised by his mother. After graduating from university, Lin Yao entered society with great hope, hoping to get rich as soon as possible through his own efforts and bring his mother to Xiaojuan City to enjoy a good life. But the reality was like a bucket of cold water poured on him. It was difficult to find a job. Finally, he embarked on the path of clothing sales and did it for 2 years. At first, he thought the proprietress Wu Xiuyan was a tolerant and generous person, but he soon discovered that she was not. She was extremely stingy with her employees and would find ways to deduct their wages if she was not satisfied. Originally, Lin Yao was supposed to receive a salary of 4,000 yuan, but in the end, he could only get 3,500 yuan. She was a typical femme fatale. Although Lin Yao once wanted to resign, fate always seemed to like to play tricks on people. Just when he was about to leave, his mother at home suddenly became seriously ill, and he had to give up his job to raise medical expenses and work to earn a living. However, the physical labor did not last long, as Lin Yao soon collapsed due to his thin dog physique. Eventually, he returned to the store again. A few months later, his mother died of illness. Lin Yao went back with a heavy heart to handle the funeral affairs and did not return until recently. However, he did not expect that he would encounter this apocalyptic outbreak as soon as he returned. Over the years, Lin Yao has seen clearly the helplessness of the lower classes of society. He is no longer the young man full of fantasies, but has become more realistic and calm. Since I can't go out now, I might as well draw a prize first. Lin Yao sighed self-deprecatingly, opened the system's lottery interface, gritted his teeth, and clicked the lottery button. He had dreamed of becoming rich overnight before and even tried to buy lottery tickets, but he usually only won a few dollars and didn't hold out much hope. As the system rotated, the pointer began to move slowly and gradually accelerated. After more than 10 seconds, the pointer finally stopped. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the night vision skill. Congratulations to the host for winning the fireball skill. When the news about the two skills popped up, Lin Yao felt that his mind was instantly filled with unfamiliar knowledge. It was as if these things entered his mind in some strange way. Lin Yao immediately checked the skill description, night vision, can see everything clearly in the pitch-dark night. Fireball Level 1 can fire a high-temperature fireball, hitting the target within 20 meters. Having acquired the skill, Lin Yao resisted the urge to try out the fireball technique immediately. He knew that this skill was not unlimited. Once it entered the cooling period, if zombies broke in, he would not be able to cope with it. Moreover, this was a clothing store. If the fireball accidentally ignited the clothes, the consequences would be disastrous. As for night vision, he decided to wait until night to try it. The system had nothing else to study for the time being, so Lin Yao walked behind the curtain again and looked out through the curtain. Huh, where's the body? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene before him was a little unbelievable to him. Xiaojuan's body was still at the door, but the human corpses that had been bitten to death by zombies were gone. A bad premonition flashed through his mind, and Lin Yao realized that the corpses of zombies never disappeared, but the corpses of humans disappeared quietly. This can only mean one possibility. Just like in the movies, zombies carry the virus, and people who are bitten to death will also turn into zombies. Lin Yao suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his heart tightened, and he quickly turned around and walked towards Wu Xian. Did Xiaojuan bite you anywhere? Lin Yao asked anxiously, feeling uneasy. If Wu Xian was bitten by Xiaojuan, once she turned into a zombie, his situation would become extremely dangerous. Wu Xian was obviously not prepared to answer him. Seeing Lin Yao's anxious look, she turned her head away, unwilling to pay attention. Humph! I won't tell you. Lin Yao no longer had any patience. He went over and grabbed her hair, dragging her towards the door. If you don't say anything, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Wu Xian was frightened by Lin Yao's rude behavior and screamed, Ah, Lin Yao, what are you doing? Let me go. Be careful, or I'll sue you for molestation. At this moment, there were knocking sounds outside the door again. The sudden knocking sound broke the brief silence, and Lin Yao and Wu Xian immediately stopped their actions, not daring to make any sound. Roar! The unique roar of zombies came from outside, making the two realize that it was the zombies knocking on the door. At this time, they dared not act rashly. A few minutes later, the knocking sound gradually disappeared. Lin Yao immediately came behind the curtain and observed the situation outside through the gap. He found that the zombies had begun to walk away, tremblingly. These zombies are very sensitive to sounds. Lin Yao analyzed. Apparently, his guess was correct. These zombies were indeed easily attracted by sounds. He turned to Wu Xian and warned softly, These zombies will come over when they hear the sound. If you don't want to die, just listen to me. Wu Xian also realized this and nodded quickly to show that she understood. Lin Yao then asked, Are you sure you weren't bitten by Xiaojuan just now? He lowered his voice and looked serious, fearing that Wu Xian would be bitten and turn into a zombie. Wouldn't he be doomed? No, I wasn't bitten. Wu Xian shook her head hastily, fearing that Lin Yao would use force again. Are you sure? Lin Yao was still worried, his eyes full of vigilance. Sure. Wu Xian nodded quickly. Lin Yao said coldly, I can tell you, if you're bitten by a zombie, you will soon become a zombie. If you are really bitten and don't tell me, I will kill you now. No, believe me. If you don't believe me, just look. Wu Xian was anxious. She took off her cheongsam and stretched out her snow-white arms and legs to show that she had no injuries. Lin Yao checked carefully and indeed did not see any wounds, but he was still worried. Besides the arms and legs, what about the body? On the body, there are none. Wu Xian hurriedly proved herself. Lin Yao was still skeptical and said cautiously, I don't believe it. Who knows if she was bitten or not even if she was just scratched, she might turn into a zombie. You, what are you going to do? Wu Xian covered her chest and took a step back, obviously a little panicked. It's already this late. If you can't prove your safety, I'm going to kill you right now. Lin Yao walked up to her angrily, picked up the wrench, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Seeing Lin Yaojin preparing to take action, Wu Xian was frightened and quickly stretched out her hand and said, Okay, don't kill me. I'll listen to you. A few minutes later, Lin Yao rubbed his nose and adjusted his mood a little. Okay, I wasn't bitten, so put it on. Although he almost acted impulsively, he still remembered the system's requirements. That is, he must let the other party actively agree to become his woman. Wu Xian hurriedly put on her cheongsam and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yao was just checking and didn't really do anything. Wu Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help wondering in her heart. Could it be that my figure is no longer attractive to him? After this awkward inspection, the two returned to their respective positions and began to rest. Throughout the afternoon, the roars of zombies and the cries for help of the living could be heard from outside the door from time to time. Lin Yao hid behind the curtain and carefully observed the behavior of the zombies. According to Lin Yao's analysis, although these zombies retained their physical fitness in life, they did not display any special abilities. They would only mechanically chase after living people, and once there were no living people, they would just wander around stupidly. Lin Yao also discovered that although the zombies' vision was not very good, they could see living people, but they could not see obstacles and would not go around them. As night fell, the lights in the commercial center were still bright. Lin Yao couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why hasn't the power gone out? It's so bright day and night. How can I get out? Wu Xian was busy browsing the outside world on her phone, but the more she looked, the heavier her heart became. The world was in complete chaos. Zombies were rampant. The military and police systems were paralyzed, and people began to be wary of each other. Under such circumstances, the global situation seems to be irreversible. Wu Xian was in a low mood. Looking at Lin Yao lying back in a chair, she realized that this man might be her only hope to survive. Lin Yao looked at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He took out a piece of bread and started to eat it. In fact, he bought the bread on the train before returning to Seoul. Now he only had 2 pieces left, and he had to eat them sparingly. Lin Yao, can you give me a piece of bread? I'm almost fainting from hunger. Wu Xian hadn't eaten for 2 meals and was so hungry that she felt dizzy. Sure, if you become my woman, you will have food to eat. Lin Yao agreed casually, and at the same time picked up a new coat from the store and covered his belly, as if he didn't care about her request at all. Wu Xian couldn't stand it and tried to awaken Lin Yao's conscience. Lin Yao, can you change your request? I am a woman, and as a man, can't you give in to me a little? She continued, I know I treated you badly in the past, but you can't be so harsh on me. Chinese women value purity the most. Can't you be a man and make a reasonable request? Fuck. Fighting. Lin Yao almost laughed out loud. He was shocked to hear this. How dare you talk about this at this time? He walked in front of Wu Xian and raised his hand to slap her. Huh. If you dare to punch me again, I will send you to hell right now, without the need for zombie bites. Lin Yao warned coldly. Looking at Wu Xian covering her face with tears in her eyes, he said coldly and turned back to his seat to rest. Wu Xian sobbed, but Lin Yao ignored her. He put his backpack under his head and closed his eyes, but his eyes were slightly open, and he remained alert. Who knows if Wu Xian will secretly attack him in the dead of night, so he had to be careful. As the night deepened, the sound of the zombies outside gradually disappeared, which meant that there were either no living people in the commercial center, or all the living people were hiding, leaving only the zombies wandering around. Wu Xian tried to imitate Lin Yao and fall asleep, but hunger and fear made it difficult for her to fall asleep. Looking at Lin Yao's backpack, she had the idea of stealing food in her mind, but she was worried that Lin Yao would find out. She had no choice but to close her eyes and force herself to fall asleep, thinking that once she fell asleep, she would no longer feel hungry. When Lin Yao saw that Wu Xian's breathing was steady, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed his mind, and rested peacefully. The next morning, Lin Yao woke up on time, stretched himself, and felt refreshed. This sleep was so comfortable. He turned his head to look at Wu Xian, and seeing that she was still sleeping, he took out another piece of bread and started eating. Lin Yao, I am willing to be your woman. Give me something to eat. Wu Xian felt that she really couldn't bear it anymore. If she didn't eat something, she was afraid that she would starve to death first instead of being bitten to death by zombies. Have you thought about it? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes deep. Wu Xian nodded and replied firmly, I have thought about it. Lin Yao sat up straight and took out another piece of bread. Okay, now you know what you should do. Chapter 4. Virus-Resistant Skills. Wu Xian's face was full of grievances, but she knew that she would starve to death if she didn't eat, so she could only nod reluctantly. Her inner helplessness almost made her collapse, but she could only grit her teeth and endure. Ding dong. The system detected that the host has obtained the first woman, and a bonus lottery is held. Ding dong. The system triggers an additional reward, and the host obtains 10 points of physical enhancement attributes. When Lin Yao saw these tips, he couldn't help but be delighted. In addition to the lottery, there are also extra rewards. The system is really great. His mood instantly became happy. Then, he picked up the bread and handed it to Wu Xian. Wu Shuyan took the bread and ate it ravenously. She hadn't eaten for a whole day, and her stomach was already rumbling with hunger, and she felt like she was going to die of starvation. "Are you full?" Lin Yao watched her quickly swallow the bread, smiled slightly, and patted the soft stool next to him. Although Wu Shuyan had a bad personality, her appearance was impeccable. Wu Shuyan is already 30 years old, but her skin is still as fair and delicate as that of an 18-year-old girl, and her figure does not have a trace of extra fat. Compared with those 18-year-old girls, she is more mature and charming. Wu Shuyan paused. She had a failed marriage, and even this store was the property she got when she divorced. But now, Wu Shuyan has nothing left in her life, and the only thing she can do is to survive. Although she is unarmed, she knows that she will not survive if she does not pay a price. In the afternoon, Lin Yao continued to hide behind the curtain and observe the situation. Now, with Wu Shuyan's help, his bread supply was obviously not enough to last for 2 days, and it would be finished tonight at the latest. Lin Yao had to consider going out to find some food, but the zombies were still wandering outside, and Lin Yao was a little anxious. Wouldn't these zombies be hungry? A day had passed, and they didn't show any signs of weakness. Lin Yao was observing the situation outside through the gap, and suddenly saw a vending machine about 20 meters away from him. The first and second floors of the shopping mall are mainly jewelry and department stores. The third floor is the food area. The fourth floor is the women's clothing area. The fifth floor is the men's clothing area. And the sixth floor is the comprehensive entertainment area. He was currently on the fifth floor, and it was obviously unrealistic for him to go to the third floor to get food, so he decided to focus on this floor first. Fortunately, there were vending machines on all floors except the third floor of the mall. He noticed that although the glass of the vending machine was broken and the snacks were scattered all over the floor, some of the snacks were not completely damaged. At this time, Lin Yao decided that tonight's target was this vending machine. However, he also had to pray that there would be a power outage in the mall tonight. Otherwise, the lights would be on and the operation would become difficult. Before continuing with his plan, Lin Yao decided to take a look at the rewards given by the system. This time, the system provided 10 points of physical enhancement. He thought about it and decided to add 5 points to defense because the zombies were too dangerous now and he needed stronger defense. The remaining 5 points were added to agility so that he could run faster and avoid zombies more easily. Feeling the change in his physique, Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction and then opened the lottery interface. The pointer began to move again and finally stopped. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Virus Resistance Level 1 skill. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 skill points. Lin Yao was very satisfied that the skill Virus Resistance Level 1 could effectively resist the virus of Level 1 zombies. Because he knew that zombies became zombies because they carried viruses, so, with this skill, he was not afraid of being bitten. Moreover, this skill might come in handy when facing stronger zombies. In addition, he also received 10 skill points, which can only be used to improve the 2 skills of Fireball and Virus Resistance. Lin Yao looked at his personal panel and found some new changes. Host, Lin Yao, Strength, Defense, 10, Agility, 9 Spirit, 5, Charm, 7 skill points, 2 skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 1, Virus Resistance Level 1, items none. Lin Yao noticed that the wife column had disappeared, and the system had added a new page of content for him. Wu Shuyan's profile picture appeared in the list on the first page. Interesting. Lin Yao smiled and clicked on Wu Shuyan's profile picture to view the details. Name, Wu Shuyan. Age, 30 height, 164 centimeters measurements, 35 C-20-31 charm rating. A loyalty, 10 offspring, none power, not awakened. The system concisely displayed Wu Shuyan's basic information, the most noticeable of which were her loyalty and abilities. Lin Yao saw that Wu Shuyan's loyalty was only 10. He understood that this was because she only established a relationship with him for survival and was not truly in love with him. As for superpowers, Lin Yao was also somewhat curious. It seemed that perhaps in this apocalypse, the survivors would also awaken superpowers, just like him. Lin Yao fell in a deep thought. The world seemed to be moving in an unpredictable direction. Although he had the system and skills, would other people also awaken their abilities? Only time could tell him the answer to all this. At noon, Wu Shuyan finally woke up. She felt pain in her body and was stunned for a while after barely holding herself up. After all, she had been married before, so she quickly accepted the current situation. Lin Yao, I'm still hungry. Wu Shuyan put on her clothes and said in a low voice, "Here, take it." Lin Yao took out another piece of bread from his backpack and handed it to her. Wu Shuyan took the bread and ate it. Although she was not full, at least she was not so hungry that she fainted. She began to feel a little grateful to Lin Yao. "Hey, loyalty has increased." Lin Yao saw the system prompt that Wu Shuyan's loyalty had increased to 20. He couldn't help but look forward to it. If the loyalty reached 100%, would he get another chance to win the lottery? The two waited until the evening, and suddenly, the lights in the mall went out, and there was a power outage. Lin Yao knew that his chance had come. Chapter 5. Save a female college student. Lin Yao found a retractable clothes rod, and then found transparent tape, and wrapped the tape around the head of the clothes rod several times. Then, he carefully removed the ventilation duct of the central air conditioner. He didn't dare to act rashly. It was too dangerous to go out rashly. Who knows if those zombies have night vision? After careful consideration, Lin Yao decided to go out through the duct of the central air conditioner. Fortunately, the vending machine was right below the pipe. If he could keep quiet, he would have a good chance of getting food. "Lin Yao, you must be careful." Wu Shuyan watched him enter the pipe with a worried look on her face. Now, the only person she could rely on was Lin Yao. Only if he could bring back food could she continue to live. Lin Yao nodded and slowly crawled in along the pipe. The central air conditioning pipe of this mall was very large, with a diameter of about half a meter, which was enough for him to pass through. "It's so dirty. How long has it been since I cleaned it?" Lin Yao muttered in a low voice. His body was covered with dust, but he continued to crawl forward. With every step he took, he was very careful, fearing that he would make any noise. The pipe was about 3 meters above the ground. Although zombies couldn't fly, he still didn't dare to be careless. Every time he passed a pipe opening, Lin Yao would carefully look out to confirm his position. The night vision skill allowed him to see clearly in the dark. It was pitch black outside, and the zombies were still wandering aimlessly. The bloody smell from their bodies passed through the pipe mouth to Lin Yao's nasal cavity, making him feel uncomfortable. He didn't dare to stay for too long and continued to climb forward quietly. After more than 10 minutes, he finally reached the top of the vending machine. He gently removed the pipe opening, took out the clothes rack, and began to reach towards the vending machine. The clothes rack was 2 meters long, and he could touch the vending machine by just stretching his hand out a little. Lin Yao held his breath and carefully touched the top of the clothes rack to a bucket of instant noodles. He carefully taped the instant noodles and gently pulled the clothes hanger back. Finally, the instant noodles were in his hands. Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies were lingering not far away, so he didn't dare to be careless. After successfully completing the mission this time, Lin Yao gained more confidence. He began to observe the zombies vigilantly while continuing to collect food. The whole process was full of thrills. Several times, zombies passed by the vending machine and almost discovered the clothes rack he placed outside. Fortunately, these zombies seemed to have no night vision, so he received all the food smoothly. Lin Yao suppressed his excitement and finally got 3 buckets of instant noodles, 4 small loaves of bread, 7 sausages, 5 packs of small braised eggs, and a small self-heating hot pot. These foods were enough for him and Wu Shuyan to survive for a few days. When he was about to go back, he suddenly found that the vending machine was slowly being pushed open. Lin Yao remembered that the groove behind the vending machine was originally used to place firefighting equipment, but now that place should be empty. Could someone be hiding in there? He quickly used his night vision to observe and saw a pair of big eyes appear in the gap. It turned out to be a girl. The girl had been hiding behind the vending machine and saw the whole process of Lin Yao taking food. She knew that this might be her only chance. As the gap got bigger, the girl held out a piece of paper with the words SOS written on it. She didn't know whether Lin Yao in the pipe could see the paper, but she decided to try anyway. She had been hiding in this groove for 2 days, but she couldn't get the food in front of her and felt like she was about to faint from hunger. When Lin Yao saw the note, he immediately took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, wrote a few words, and handed it over. Show your face. He didn't want to save people easily. If the other person was ugly, he didn't intend to waste time. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still did as she was told and stretched out her face. Lin Yao saw her face through the gap. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. Lin Yao was surprised. The girl had a small face and big eyes. She looked like a college student. Her appearance was not inferior to Wu Shuyan. She was definitely worth saving. Lin Yao began to think about how to save her. He tested the strength of the clothes rail, then wrote a few words and handed them over. Hold on to the clothes rail. I'll pull you up. The girl looked at it and felt a little worried, afraid that the clothes rail would break, and she would be exposed to the zombies if she fell down. But at this time, the zombies nearby just walked away, and Lin Yao stretched the clothes rail toward her again. The girl gritted her teeth, knowing that this was her only chance. She stretched out from the gap and held on to the clothes rail tightly. Lin Yao pulled her up with all his strength. Although the girl didn't look heavy, but Lin Yao still struggled to pull her up. I should have used more strength earlier, he complained to himself, feeling that his arms were about to collapse from exhaustion. Fortunately, he had eaten something and had some strength. Finally, he pulled the girl to the mouth of the pipe. Crack! The clothes rail made a crisp sound and suddenly broke. The girl screamed, and her body fell rapidly. Lin Yao reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist, almost pulling her up. Don't scream, or I'll throw you down. Lin Yao lowered his voice, roared, and tried to pull the girl up. The scream resounded everywhere, and the zombies on the 5th floor were immediately awakened and began to rush here. Lin Yao hurriedly pulled the girl up with all his strength, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. The zombies gathered together and looked around for their target, but fortunately, they didn't see anyone. Lin Yao quickly gestured to the girl to crawl with him, and the girl nodded nervously. The two of them crawled silently, and finally returned to the store successfully after more than 10 minutes. Lin Yao, you're back. Where's the food? Wu Shuyan was relieved to see him return safely, but then she saw a girl following behind Lin Yao, and she couldn't help feeling unhappy. Lin Yao ignored her emotions and gently put the girl on the ground. Then he noticed her appearance. She was about 1.6 meters tall, with a slim figure but also a lot of curves. She wore a white short-sleeve top and denim shorts, looking youthful and beautiful. As soon as the girl landed, she hurriedly bowed to Lin Yao and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Lin Yao nodded without much response, only asking, "What's your name? How old are you?" The girl was startled and a little confused, but she answered honestly, "My name is Yu Xian. I'm a sophomore at Seoul National University, and I'm 19 years old." Lin Yao nodded and introduced himself and Wu Shuyan. To express his welcome, he handed Wu Shuyan a sausage and sat aside to enjoy the self-heating hot pot. The aroma of the hot pot spread all around. Wu Shuyan couldn't help getting angry, so she sat aside with her sausage and sulked. Yu Xian was drooling at the aroma of the hot pot. She finally mustered up the courage to walk up to Lin Yao and whispered, "Lin Yao, can I have one bite? Just one bite." Lin Yao put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, "Sure, just be my woman." Chapter 6. Fairies Don't Need to Eat. When Wu Shuyan heard Lin Yao ask the new female college student to be his woman, she couldn't help but look up and was stunned. She was a little confused. What did this mean? Wasn't it enough for her alone? Yu Xian was also stunned, and then a look of disgust appeared on her face. "If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. How can you still have the nerve to let me be your woman? Look at what you look like." She continued with a sneer, "Do you know who I am on the campus bell of the School of Communication at Seoul National University? There are at least 100 guys chasing after me. You just saved my life. What's there to be so proud of? If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it." After saying that, she turned around and ignored him and found a corner to sit down. Lin Yao looked at her reaction, his mouth slightly raised, but he didn't care too much. Since you don't want to eat, forget it. However, he still chose to eat first. After all, he had been eating dry and hard bread for the past 2 days. Now he finally had hot food to warm up his stomach a little, so that he would have the strength to face what was next. After finishing the soup, Lin Yao wiped his mouth, lit a cigarette, and said lightly, "You are right. You are the high and mighty university beauty, the fairy, and I am just an ordinary worker. I, a toad, don't dare to dream of eating swan meat. But since you're a fairy, you should not need to eat these earthly foods, right? It seems that I am rude." As he said, he put away the food he had just collected from the vending machine and stuffed it all into his backpack. Wu Shuyan's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. Lin Yao actually had so much food in his hand. How could she continue to be angry? She immediately took the initiative to sit next to Lin Yao. "Well, seeing that you performed well, I will give you an extra braised egg tomorrow morning." Lin Yao patted her head with satisfaction. Yu Xian wanted to continue to refute, but after thinking it over, she knew that she was just rescued by others, and she dared not continue to talk back. In the end, she could only swallow her anger and lower her head. Lin Yao glanced at her sideways, raised a faint smile, and then turned his head away. So what if she's a school beauty? It's the end of the world. Can she still expect him to send flowers, treat her to dinner, and watch a movie? I'm afraid she hasn't woken up yet. Seeing that the two of them no longer paid attention to her, Uxin followed suit and slept on the floor, finally able to take a break. She had curled up in a groove for 2 days, and finally she could lie down and have a good sleep. Everyone rested quietly that night. The next morning, Lin Yao woke up on time, and soon after, Wu Shuyan also woke up. Lin Yao felt his throat was a little dry, so he took out the last bottle of mineral water in his backpack, drank a sip, and handed it to Wu Shuyan to drink. I can survive a few days without food, but without water, it will be very troublesome. He thought to himself that he must drink this bottle of water sparingly. At breakfast time, Lin Yao gave Wu Shuyan a small piece of bread as promised, and also gave her a pack of small boiled eggs. Wu Shuyan was so happy that she couldn't help but kiss Lin Yao, and her loyalty level directly increased to 50 women's minds changed so quickly. After breakfast, Wu Shuyan looked at Uxin, who was still sleeping, and asked, "What are you going to do with this female college student?" "I'm not going to do anything. I saved her life, and I've done the most. If she doesn't agree to be my woman, let her starve to death here." Lin Yao took out the cigarette box, lit the last cigarette, and said lightly. He began to wonder if he should get some cigarettes. Although he had no habit of smoking cigarettes before, he suddenly developed this habit out of grief after his mother passed away. "By the way, why do you insist on making her your woman? Isn't I enough?" Wu Shuyan couldn't help but ask the question in her heart. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. He knew in his heart that he couldn't tell her the truth. If she doesn't want to be my woman, then why should I save her? Just to let her share our food? Seeing that Lin Yao did not give a direct answer, Wu Shuyan did not ask any more questions. The two of them talked in low voices, but they still woke Uxin from her deep sleep. Uxin struggled to stand up and slowly recalled the current situation. Lin Yao ignored her and continued to chat with Wu Shuyan, or simply hid behind the curtain to observe the zombies outside. It was not until noon that Lin Yao brought Wu Shuyan a bowl of instant noodles and sausage. At this time, Uxin finally couldn't help it. She had been thinking about how to get food from Lin Yao. After some thought, she gradually realized that if she wanted to get food from this man, she might have to offer some sweetness. By eavesdropping on a conversation between Lin Yao and Wu Shuyan, she analyzed that Wu Shuyan was the proprietress of the store, while Lin Yao was a clerk, and the two of them came together because of the sudden appearance of zombies. This also made her realize that if she didn't become Lin Yao's woman, she would not be able to get food. In the end, Uxin made up her mind that survival was the most important thing. She was young and had many opportunities. "Lin Yao, I am willing to be your woman. Can you give me something to eat?" Uxin plucked up the courage, walked up to Lin Yao, and whispered. Lin Yao glanced at her, crossed his legs, and said with a smile, "Don't. You are a fairy. There must be more than 100 people chasing you, right? Go find them." Uxin sneered in her heart, but still lowered her head and said softly, "If I can find them, do I need to beg you?" There was no sincerity in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yao. Lin Yao didn't care. He pointed at the soft stool where Wu Shuyan had slept and said, "Lie down on it." Uxin's face changed slightly. She was still thinking about eating first and then doing something clever, but Lin Yao's words directly blocked her way. "What you still don't want to?" Lin Yao seemed to know what she was thinking, and his words were a little provocative. Ido. Uxin nodded hurriedly, tears welling up in her eyes, and walked to the soft stool and sat down. Ding dong. Detected that the host has got a second woman. The reward system draws a lottery. There is no extra reward this time. Lin Yao doesn't care. Just having the chance to draw a lottery is enough. Uxin held the instant noodles and sausage Lin Yao gave her, with mixed feelings and a pale face. For this bowl of instant noodles, she sold her body, which was unimaginable in the past. Even if the boys who pursued her invited her to dinner, they would go to the best restaurants in Seoul, and a meal would cost at least several $1,000s. Even so, she never sacrificed her body for these things. And now, for this bowl of instant noodles, Wu Shuyan looked at Uxin and sighed inwardly. She could understand the girl's helplessness, but she also knew that they could only rely on Lin Yao to survive. As for the things in the past, they were no longer important. Chapter 7. Killing Zombies Can Level Up. Lin Yao put on his clothes and sat aside. He had no intention of comforting Uxin at all. He seemed to not care about her emotions at all, showing the potential of a scumbag. On the system panel, Uxin's avatar appeared in the wife column, and Lin Yao curiously clicked to check it out. Name, Uxin. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 34B-20-31. Charm rating, A. Loyalty, 5%. Offspring, none. Power, not awakened. Although Yu Xian's figure and appearance were not as outstanding as the proprietress's, her looks were not bad either. Both her figure and face were at a level, and Lin Yao felt a little proud for a moment. I will never accept anyone below grade A in the future. Lin Yao began to feel that his taste had been spoiled. After all, having won 2 grade A women in a row really raised his standards a lot. He touched his chin again, thinking that A level should not be the top level. Could there be S level, SS level, or even SSS level? Seeing that these two people were only A level, Lin Yao began to look forward to meeting a beauty of a higher level one day. With nothing to do now, Lin Yao decided to draw the lottery again. The turntable began to spin, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning the item. Advanced Alloy Crossbow, unlimited quantity. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill, upgrade to level 1 by killing monsters. Lin Yao's body shook violently, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This time, the system actually gave him a prop for the first time. Advanced Alloy Crossbow, arrows? They're only arrows, but no crossbow. Lin Yao was puzzled, and then he realized the problem. If there were only crossbow arrows, but no crossbow, wouldn't it be useless? Did he have to throw it out manually? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a crappy system. Throwing crossbows is worse than throwing bricks. However, he still checked the item details, and then his expression suddenly became excited. Advanced Alloy Crossbow. Made of a variety of rare alloys, extremely hard. The host can use the mind to control the shooting. The speed is comparable to rifle bullets. The crossbow can be upgraded using the materials produced by the system. This is really amazing. Lin Yao was ecstatic. It turned out that this crossbow arrow could be fired with the mind. It didn't need a crossbow. It shot directly from the void. The speed was comparable to that of a rifle bullet. This ability was simply too strong. The zombies couldn't dodge it at all. With this prop, he doesn't need to worry about the zombies outside at all. He just needs to find a place to hide and kill them easily with long-range shooting, and it doesn't make too much noise. So beautiful. So beautiful. Lin Yao was secretly delighted. Then, he checked the new skill, which could also be upgraded. Level up by killing monsters. For every 10 level 1 zombies killed by the host, 1 skill point will be obtained, and there's a chance to obtain an additional attribute point. Lin Yao was so happy that he almost jumped up. This lucky draw was really awesome. Not only did he get powerful crossbows, but he could also upgrade by killing zombies, and there was a one-stop service. Now, he was no longer a helpless weakling. Wu Shuyan was a little surprised to see this. Lin Yao was suddenly frowning, then smiling, and even jumped up. She muttered in her heart, "Is he doing a face trick?" Lin Yao couldn't wait to try out the props he won in this lottery. So he signaled Wu Shuyan and Yu Xian to be careful, and he went into the air conditioning duct again. He crawled outside the store, quietly removed a pipe opening, and controlled the crossbow to aim at the zombies wandering nearby. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow fired with a slight sound of breaking through the air, accurately hitting the zombie's belly, and the powerful impact made the zombie step back a few steps and fall to the ground. Roar! The zombie let out an angry roar after being attacked, and then other zombies gathered around, causing chaos. Lin Yao looked at all this, feeling a little dissatisfied. Why can't the zombies be killed? He hid in the pipe and observed through the gap. He saw that the zombie he shot was bleeding profusely, but was still able to stand up. Obviously, this was not fatal. At this moment, he thought of Xiaojuan. He remembered that he had hit her head with a wrench to kill her completely. It seemed that to kill a zombie, you had to hit her head. Lin Yao decided to try again. He aimed at the zombie's head through his mind control. Whoosh! This time, the crossbow arrow hit the zombie's head accurately. The zombie let out a weak roar and then fell to the ground and died. Success! Lin Yao was delighted. As expected, aiming at the head was a fatal blow. He continued to practice, shooting crossbow arrows one after another. Although he could not hit the head every time, Lin Yao was not in a hurry. Anyway, there were so many zombies, he could practice slowly. The zombies on the 5th floor were like a group of flies running around, completely unaware of the threat above their heads. After half an hour of testing, although Lin Yao felt a little tired, he gained a lot. So far, he has killed more than 20 zombies with crossbows. Some zombies were shot into hedgehogs because they moved too agilely. Lin Yao calculated that his current hit rate was over 60%, and against those slow-moving zombies, he almost always hit the target. Not only that, Lin Yao found that he was getting more and more proficient in using the crossbow. The crossbow did not require crossbow. It could be fired directly from the void through mind control. He also tried the longest range. The longest distance was about 100 meters, and the effect was quite good. He felt his head was no longer so dizzy, so he began to slowly crawl back. Back in the store, Lin Yao saw Wu Xiaojuan and Yu Xian sitting together and chatting happily. It seemed that the boss lady was using her PUA skills to brainwash Yu Xian, and the college student who had not yet graduated was obviously a little overwhelmed. Lin Yao checked the loyalty and found out that Wu Xiaojuan's loyalty had now risen to 60%, and Yu Xian's loyalty had also reached 40%. Lin Yao returned to the store, and both women stood up. Lin Yao, you're back. Lin Yao, the zombies outside seem to have rioted just now. I secretly took a look and saw that many zombies were dead. Did you do it? Lin Yao smiled and sat down, lying on the floor, and said leisurely, Of course I did it. I have some special abilities. I just went out to try it out, and I have killed more than 20 zombies. The two girls were surprised when they heard this. Really? Of course it's true. Look how tired I am. Lin Yao said with a smile, Madam Boss, rub my temples for me. Yu Xian, rub my arms for me. The two girls looked at each other, and although they were in a complicated mood, they still obediently began to rub their heads and beat their arms. Lin Yao, since you can kill zombies, can you help me save my sister? Yu Xian said in a low voice while beating her arms, with a hint of pleading in her voice. Chapter 8. Female college students are stupid. Your sister, is she still alive? Where is she? Lin Yao closed his eyes and enjoyed his time. When he heard Yu Xian's words, he couldn't help but open his eyes and asked. Yu Xian glanced outside and said nervously, My sister and I came here together. We were singing in the mini KTV and got tired. My sister took a rest inside, and I went out to buy snacks. Who knew? I didn't buy anything, and I saw zombies biting people outside. I happened to see a groove behind the vending machine, so I hid in it. My sister was still in the mini KTV. She paused and continued. I just sent her a message, but she's still hiding there. Because of the curtain, the zombies didn't find her. Look, I'll show you the chat history. Yu Xian took out her phone and handed the chat history to Lin Yao. After reading it, Lin Yao quickly recalled the layout of that floor in his mind. The mini KTV was on the other side, 30 meters away from him. Mini KTVs are usually small rooms in shopping malls, with an area of only 1 square meter. They usually accommodate 2 people and have curtains to block the view. If you hide inside and don't go out, it is indeed not easy for zombies to find you. That's not that close, Lin Yao thought, frowning slightly. But he thought of another thing. There was a convenience store not far from the mini KTV, and the food stored in the convenience store was obviously much more than the vending machine. Considering that he didn't have much food on hand, he decided to go and replenish it. However, saving someone is not in vain. You said, she's your biological sister, right? What's her name? What does she look like? Lin Yao looked at Yu Xian with some meaningful eyes, and he had no intention of saving someone for free. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment and quickly understood what Lin Yao meant. She frowned and whispered, She is my biological sister. Lin Yao, can you please not embarrass my sister? I can do it. Lin Yao smiled slightly, revealing a sly smile. You are you, and she is her. I won't take risks for your sister just because you are my woman. I don't care what she thinks. You're still in contact now, so why not just ask her if she is willing? After saying that, he closed his eyes and prepared to continue resting. Yu Xian's hands froze, and she was silent for a moment. Then she lowered her head and said, Then, I'll go ask her. She walked aside, took out her cell phone, and sent a message. Lin Yao ignored her and was thinking about what to do tonight. Anyway, he was going to the convenience store to restock supplies tonight. As for whether to save Yu Qian, the decision depended on whether her sister was willing to cooperate. Lin Yao was still thinking in his heart that if he could clear out the zombies around him, the food in the convenience store would be a great supply for him and Wu Xiaojuan. There are already quite a lot of zombies on this floor now. Lin Yao has seen hundreds of them alone, or even more. He also has to be careful not to attract zombies from other floors. He really has a long way to go. Yu Xian and her sister talked on the phone for a long time, and Lin Yao could see the anxiety on her face. Finally, 2 hours later, Yu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Lin Yao with joy. Lin Yao, my sister agreed. Agreed? And be your woman? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. obviously a little unconvinced. Yuxan blushed slightly and said shyly. She agreed, but I didn't expect her to agree so quickly. Okay, since she agreed, then introduce your sister to me first and show me her photo. Lin Yao stretched his muscles and felt that he had regained a lot of energy. Yuxin immediately took out her phone, started looking for photos, and handed them to Lin Yao. This is my sister, Yu Qian, who is 4 years older than me and now works in an internet company. Lin Yao picked up his phone, glanced at the photo, and nodded. From the photo, it could be seen that Yu Qian and Yu Xan are indeed somewhat similar, but Yu Qian looks more mature, has lost her immaturity, and knows how to dress better. She has delicate makeup and her hair is dyed burgundy. She looks like a beautiful girl in the city. Okay, tell her that I will go to rescue her at night. Remember, you must keep quiet, otherwise if the zombies come, I won't be able to save her. Lin Yao nodded, very satisfied with Yu Qian's appearance. Okay, thank you, Lin Yao. Yuxin excitedly took the phone and sent a message immediately. Lin Yao looked at her from behind and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Sisters share the same husband and are still so happy. How can female college students be so stupid? Then he stood up and began to prepare to go out to kill the zombies. Night fell, and tonight would not be an easy night. There were still 4 hours until dark, so Lin Yao decided to make some preparations. He would definitely face a fierce battle tonight. For food and to become stronger, this adventure was necessary. He climbed into the pipe again and took another route to avoid passing by shops and mini KTVs, intending to kill zombies through other routes. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow arrows shot at the zombies mercilessly. Lin Yao had a good harvest this time, killing more than 30 zombies in just 10 minutes. After returning to the store and resting for 2 hours, he came out again and killed more than 30 zombies. In just one day, Lin Yao killed about 100 zombies. Wow, what a great harvest today. Lin Yao returned to the store and began to distribute the collected food to Wu Shuyan and Yu Xen, while eating sausages while checking the system. Killing 100 zombies gave him 10 skill points, and with the unused ones, he now had a total of 20 skill points. The system also awarded him an additional 5 attribute points, and he put them in his strength without hesitation. Host, Lin Yao, strength, 15 defense, 10 agility, 9 spirit, 5 charm, 7 skill points, 20 skills, night vision, fireball level 1, virus resistance level 1, monster upgrade level 1, item advanced alloy crossbow. Lin Yao looked at the skill points and found that he only had enough to upgrade one level 1 skill to level 2. It takes 10 skill points to upgrade all skills from level 1 to level 2, so it should take more to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, right? Lin Yao was a little confused. He worked hard all day, but he could only upgrade one skill. After careful consideration, Lin Yao decided to upgrade both monster upgrade and virus resistance to level 2. Monster upgrade level 2. Every time you kill 8 level 1 zombies, you will get 1 skill point and a chance to get extra attribute points. Virus resistance level 2 can resist the poison of level 2 zombies. It seems that level 2 zombies really exist. Lin Yao thought to himself. As night fell, the commercial center fell into darkness again. Lin Yao quietly climbed out of the pipe. This time, he couldn't use the same route as when he saved Yuxian, because the mini KTV was not connected to the pipe where he was, so he had no choice but to go down. He looked around and saw 2 zombies wandering right below him, at least 50 zombies nearby, and even zombies in the distance. Lin Yao didn't dare to confront so many zombies head-on. After all, the zombies' minds are not very flexible. He decided to use a feint to the east and attack in the west strategy against them. Chapter 9. My sister is also stupid. Lin Yao was not far from the mini KTV and the convenience store. He aimed at the glass window 100 meters away and shot the crossbow without hesitation. Swoosh! Snap! Crash! The glass shattered, and all the zombies were startled and ran towards the direction of the sound. After Lin Yao confirmed that no zombies noticed him, he quickly slid down from the pipe and ran quickly towards the convenience store. Saving lives is secondary. Getting food is the top priority. The convenience store was in chaos, with snacks and water bottles scattered all over the floor, and several shelves collapsed. Even so, the food reserves were still considerable. Lin Yao opened his backpack and desperately stuffed everything he could get into it. The zombies in the distance were still roaring. Lin Yao was very fast. After a while, his backpack was full. Done. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Yao suddenly stopped, and he quickly shrank back. After circling the broken glass location for several times and finding no living people, the zombies finally resumed their original mechanical movement state. However, several zombies began to move towards this direction. Lin Yao was not panicked at all. He quickly adjusted his position, aimed at another piece of glass, and shot the crossbow arrow again. The loud noise once again attracted the attention of the zombies. Lin Yao took the opportunity to rush out of the convenience store and ran towards the mini KTV. There were 5 small rooms in this row, and only one was covered by a curtain. Lin Yao quickly came to the outside of the mini KTV and gently knocked on the glass door with his fingers. Dong, dong, dong. He knocked 3 times, which was the code he and Yu Qian had agreed on before. The glass door opened slightly, and Yu Qian looked through the gap. Seeing that it was a young man, she showed joy on her face and was about to speak. Lin Yao quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Why is the younger sister so stupid, and the older sister is also stupid? Lin Yao cursed inwardly, then gestured for Yu Qian to follow. Yu Qian nodded and cautiously emerged from the room. Lin Yao led the way in front. He had night vision and could see the surrounding situation clearly. Data. Suddenly, Lin Yao's body froze. He turned his head and looked at Yu Qian in disbelief. Yu Qian also noticed something was wrong, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Why the hell are you still wearing high heels? Lin Yao cursed in his heart. Yu Qian only showed her head just now, and he didn't notice the shoes on her feet. This stupid woman is going to kill them. Turning around, I saw that the zombies had been attracted by the sound of high heels and were rushing towards this direction. Run barefoot, Lin Yao shouted, kicked off Yu Qian's high heels, and started running wildly with her. The store was only 30 meters away. With Lin Yao's speed, he could reach it in 5 seconds, but he brought a burden with him. Yu Qian reacted quickly, threw off her high heels, and ran after Lin Yao. However, after running a few steps, her feet suddenly slipped and she fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Lin Yao was so angry that he wanted to throw her to the zombies. But for the sake of his goal, he gritted his teeth, squatted down, picked her up, and continued to run. Open the door, Lin Yao shouted towards the store. Wu Shuyan reacted quickly and immediately raised the rolling door. No, it's too late. Lin Yao felt that his speed had slowed down significantly, and some zombies were about to catch up. If he waits any longer before entering the door, the zombies will swarm in, and the rolling door will not be able to hold them in, and everyone will die here. With a grit of his teeth, Lin Yao pushed Yu Qian hard toward Wu Shuyan and Yu Xian. Fireball. Lin Yao launched the fireball technique without hesitation. In an instant, 10 tennis ball-sized fireballs flew out from around him and quickly flew towards the near zombies. The fireball was extremely fast, and after hitting the zombie's body, it instantly burst into a scorching flame. The zombie was surrounded by flames and almost fell to the ground after running 2 steps due to inertia. Lin Yao was delighted when he saw this. The power of the fireball technique was too strong. In this case, let's have another wave. Then Lin Yao waved his hand again, and 10 fireballs flew out again. Boom, boom, boom. This wave of fireballs directly knocked down several zombies. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he suddenly felt weak, as if his strength had been drained. It seems that the fireball spell can only launch 2 waves at most. Seeing that the zombies could not catch up with him for the time being, Lin Yao quickly turned around, ran into the store with all his strength, and used the last bit of his strength to help Wu Shuyan close the shutter door. Outside the store, the zombies were banging on the rolling door frantically, making a series of deafening noises. The 4 people inside the store held their breath, praying that the door could keep the zombies out. A few minutes later, the flapping sounds of the zombies finally died down. Lin Yao looked through the gap in the curtain and saw that the zombies had slowly left. This is so fucking exciting. Lin Yao sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process just now was short, if it weren't for Yu Qian's stupid look, he would have almost died in the zombie swarm. Seeing Yu Qian, Lin Yao instantly became furious. He walked directly in front of her, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed her neck. It's all your fault, you idiot. You almost killed me, Lin Yao said coldly, exerting a little force in his hand. Lin Yao, what are you doing? Let my sister go. Yu Xian saw this scene and was so scared that she hurried forward to grab Lin Yao. Get lost. If your sister hadn't been such a fool and tricked me again and again, would I have fought so hard? Lin Yao roared, pushed Yu Xian away, and seemed to really want to strangle Yu Xian to death. Yu Xian's face gradually turned red, and she was about to suffocate. she said intermittently. I'm, I'm sorry. When her eyes began to turn white, Lin Yao snorted coldly and loosened his hand. Of course, he would not really kill her. After all, she could make him stronger, so he had to continue to use her. Yu Qian took a deep breath and regained some breath. Yu Xin hurried forward to support her. Sister, are you okay? It's okay. It's okay. Yu Qian shook her head. Although her face was still pale, she could barely speak. Lin Yao looked at her and nodded secretly. Unlike Yu Xion's student outfit, Yu Qian wore a black navel-bearing short-sleeve shirt and an orange-red short skirt. With her wine-red long hair and red lips, she looked very charming. Well, it's definitely an A level. Lin Yao secretly rated Yu Qian in his heart. When Yu Qian finally stabilized a little, Lin Yao said directly, "You have discussed it with your sister, and you know what to do, right?" Yu Qian's pale face turned even paler, and she nodded resignedly. I see. That's good. Lin Yao pointed to the soft stool next to him. Ding dong. It was detected that the host got the third woman, and the reward system drew a lottery once. Feeling a little hungry, Lin Yao opened his backpack, took out a few packs of instant noodles, and handed them to the three of them, and took out a bottle of mineral water and asked them to share it. Then he walked behind the curtain alone and looked out. After a fierce battle with zombies just now, he gained 3 skill points, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is he seemed to see a living person in the investment promotion office. Chapter 10. I have supernatural powers. There's an investment promotion office on each floor of this commercial center, responsible for attracting investors to move in. Lin Yao remembered that he had occasionally walked past there before, and the area of the office was much larger than the current men's clothing store of less than 30 square meters. When he was fighting the zombies just now, he used the fireball technique to cause a lot of noise. He glanced at the glass of the office and saw someone looking over here. The most important thing is that there is a toilet in that office. He has been stuck in this clothing store for almost 4 days. If he hadn't eaten and drunk less, he would have been unable to bear it. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Tomorrow night, at the latest, I have to take over that office. Lin Yao made up his mind and thought to himself, fairies also have to poop and pee. After eating, the Yu Qian sisters snuggled up to each other and fell asleep. Wu Shuyan saw Lin Yao lowering his head in thought and took the initiative to walk in front of him. Lin Yao, what were those fireballs just now? Wu Shuyan asked in confusion. She originally thought that they were doomed and was ready to pull down the shutter, but the sudden fireball scared her. Lin Yao stretched out on the floor and motioned her to lie down. Superpower. Superpower. Wu Shuyan was stunned. Lin Yao hugged her in his arms. Yes. Do you remember that Xiaojuan was a little different before she went crazy? Wu Shuyan frowned and thought for a while, then said doubtfully, I remember when I was preparing to have lunch, I suddenly felt something go white in front of my eyes, but it soon recovered. I thought it was hypoglycemia. Me too, Lin Yao continued. I also felt something go white in front of my eyes, and then other floors started to riot. I didn't pay much attention to it until I returned to the store and saw Xiaojuan turned into a zombie. Then I remembered that it should be the superpower I acquired at that time. Wu Shuyan understood immediately, and after a little thought, she asked, Do I have superpowers? Lin Yao smiled and said, Who knows? When you have superpowers, will you be the first to seek revenge on me? No way. I won't do that. Wu Shuyan leaned in his arms like a docile kitten. Lin Yao smiled and didn't ask any more questions. Even if Wu Shuyan really had superpowers, Lin Yao felt that she was unlikely to be his opponent. After Wu Shuyan fell asleep, Lin Yao quietly opened the system and checked Yu Qian's personal information. Name, Yu Qian. Age, 23. Height, 164 centimeters. Measurements, 36 C minus 20 minus 32. Charm rating, a loyalty, 20. Offspring, none. Power, not awakened. Sure enough, the elder sister's figure is more attractive than the younger sister, although it is only a level. After Lin Yao accepted Yu Qian, he got a chance to draw a lottery, and, of course, he would not waste it, and started the lottery immediately. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Zombie Transformation Skill Level 1. Congratulations to the host for winning the Zombie Mortician skill. Lin Yao was stunned for a moment. What is this Zombie Transformation Level 1? The host can transform into an ordinary Level 1 zombie every day with a time limit of 10 minutes. Note. Only surface changes, no zombie virus, and can be detected by zombies above Level 3 Zombie Mortician. The host has the ability to communicate with zombies. After reading the skill introduction, Lin Yao couldn't believe his eyes. These two skills, one can be upgraded, the other cannot, but both are so practical. Transform into a zombie? Doesn't this mean that he can walk around outside openly? Moreover, he can communicate with zombies and even have the opportunity to control them. It's simply amazing. That night, Lin Yao finally felt that he had the capital to survive. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Lin Yao rested and prepared to walk out openly. He had 2 reasons. First, he could transform into a zombie and had the ability to disguise himself. Second, he wanted to go to the investment promotion office to see if there were living people inside, and he had to know how to deal with them. Third, he might be able to blend into the zombie group and listen to their intelligence. He did what he said. Lin Yao got into the pipe again, found a place where no zombies noticed, transformed into a zombie, and walked out. Lin Yao looked at himself through the reflection of the glass and nodded with satisfaction. He looked almost the same as other zombies. His eyes were completely white, his flesh was a little dry, and he walked with a limp. The investment promotion office was in another corner of the 5th floor, about 70 to 80 meters away from the men's clothing store. Lin Yao mustered up his courage and walked towards the zombie group. Hungry, 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 most of the zombies around were in standby mode, making ho-ho sound from time to time. Lin Yao understood this time. This was to express hunger. Lin Yao also imitated the ho-ho sound and limped slowly towards the investment promotion office. The office was surrounded by walls on all sides, with only a small gap in the tempered glass at the door. Lin Yao pretended to be a zombie, wandering around the glass, occasionally seeing the movement inside. Yeah, it's a woman, Lin Yao muttered in his heart. From the gap, he could see that the entire office was pitch black, but Lin Yao's night vision ability could still see that there was a young woman in uniform sleeping inside, who should be a staff member here. The woman had her back to him, so he couldn't see her face clearly. Lin Yao began to think about how to get into the office. He walked around the office and found the back door, where there was a relatively hidden secret passage leading to a safe passage. How can I get the people inside to open the door? Lin Yao fell into deep thought again, and suddenly he noticed a female zombie entering the secret passage. Lin Yao secretly observed the female zombie and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. If she was not a zombie, this woman must have been very beautiful when she was alive, with phoenix eyes, a slender waist, and a lot of weapons. Even more charming than the boss lady. Oh, what a pity. Ha ha, to eat meat. The female zombie suddenly roared. Hiss, or there's meat, Lin Yao answered with his head tilted. The female zombie paused for a moment, then shouted at Lin Yao, hiss, where's it take it there? Lin Yao suddenly had an idea and said, ho ho ho, a woman, and we'll take her. Chapter 11 system, you are really not picky. The female zombie was stunned again. What kind of request was this? Everyone has turned into zombies. Do you still have that kind of desire? In order to eat, the female zombie still replied. Hiss, I. Like, ding dong. It is detected that the host has obtained the 4th woman, and the reward system draws a lottery. Mom, zombies count too. Lin Yao couldn't help but scream in his heart. This system is really not picky. How can I eat this? I hope he won't suddenly bite me in the middle of it. Even if you're immune to the zombie virus, you will still die if you are bitten and bleed profusely. Lin Yao quickly came up with a plan in his mind and said to the female zombie, his follow. After saying that, he turned around and led the way. The female zombie followed without hesitation. Lin Yao brought the female zombie into the convenience store, scanned the store, took a pork sausage, tore it open, and handed it to the female zombie, saying, "Hi, eat this." He also discovered just now that this female zombie was wearing the clothes she wore when she was alive, which were relatively clean and tidy, indicating that she had never eaten human flesh. The female zombie hesitated for a moment, but still took the pork sausage and stuffed it in her mouth. Ha ha, delicious, delicious. Hiss, roar, ha ha ha, this is my territory. Only I can bring you here. You're not allowed to come here at other times. Lin Yao tried to give orders to the female zombie. The female zombie tilted her head and replied, haha, okay. Afterwards, Lin Yao took the female zombie away and explained a lot of things to her. The female zombie just agreed woodenly, and it was not known whether she could carry out the instructions. But you have to give it a try. What if you succeed? Leaving the female zombie to play by herself, Lin Yao took the time to write a small note and stick it on the door of the investment promotion office. Then he knocked on the glass door and left. His transformation time is almost over. In the investment promotion office, Zhou Chuchu heard a knock on the door and was instantly awakened. She quickly turned around and looked outside. Didn't you discover me? Zhou Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the zombie outbreak, she has been hiding here alone with the curtains hung up. Without food, she can only rely on sleeping to reduce energy consumption. Fortunately, this place often receives guests, and a lot of water is prepared in the office, so she has barely managed to hold on until now. But Zhou Chuchu still felt extremely desperate. She had eaten up all the snacks that all her colleagues in the office had hidden away. If there was no more food, she felt that she would not survive the night. Just as I was about to go back to sleep, I saw out of the corner of my eye that there seemed to be something on the glass door. Zhou Chuchu walked gently to the glass door and saw a piece of paper stuck on the door. A look of ecstasy appeared on her face because there were words written on the note. "We're the survivors of Yuyan Men's clothing store. We want to move to your place. Don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions and we have food. If you agree, after 8 p.m., we will find a way to lure the zombies away and then open the back door to let us in." Zhou Chuchu had some impression of Yuyan Men's clothing store. The proprietress was a charming woman older than her. She didn't expect that there were living people there, and most importantly, there was food. With food, there is hope of survival. Zhou Chuchu can't care about so much now and can only hope that it will get dark as soon as possible. In the men's clothing store, Lin Yao climbed back from the pipe panting. It wasn't because he was tired, but it was really too exciting to pass through the pile of zombies. Seeing the three women surrounding him, Lin Yao said, "We will move to the investment promotion office in the southeast corner tonight. You guys get ready and try to travel light." The three girls were stunned. Lin Yao had never discussed his thoughts with them, but he decided to move directly? "Lin Yao, why do we have to move? Isn't it good here?" Wu Shuyan was a little unhappy. Lin Yao rolled his eyes and looked at her and said, "How many days have you not gone to the toilet? How many days have you not taken a shower?" Wu Shuyan was stunned for a moment before she understood what Lin Yao meant. She lowered her head and stopped worrying about it. There was an independent bathroom and water in the investment promotion office, so taking a shower would not be a problem. Uxin and Yuqian were a little worried about safety issues. "What about the zombies outside? We can't walk past so many zombies." "Of course I know. I will find a way to lure all the zombies away at night. You must get there as quickly as possible. Remember, don't cause any more trouble for me." At the end, Lin Yao looked at Yuqian with a warning look. If these foolish sisters do something stupid again, he will definitely not care about it. Yuqian's face turned red and she nodded silently. Then Lin Yao took out paper and pen, drew a simple map, and told the girls about the transfer plan. The matter was settled. Lin Yao rested for a while and looked at the system panel. Name: Su Qingyan, level 1 zombie. Age: 25. Height: 167 cm. Mesurement: 38 de 21-34. Charm rating: A+. Loyalty: 90. Offspring: none. Superpower: not yet awakened. So this is the name of the beautiful zombie. Lin Yao was a little surprised. The rating of this beautiful zombie is higher than those of the boss lady and the others, and her loyalty is so high. Is it stupid to bully zombies? A pork sausage has 90 loyalty. Lin Yao even began to consider specializing in deceiving beautiful zombies in the future. However, although zombies are good-looking, they can't do anything, which is always a shortcoming. I have nothing to do, so let's draw a prize. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning 20 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 attribute points. Damn, there's nothing new. Lin Yao cursed inwardly. In the previous draws, the rewards given by the system were very useful. He was looking forward to it this time, but who knew that he would get this? Forget it, it's better to have something than nothing. Lin Yao is very good at comforting himself. These 20 skill points can only upgrade 2 level 1 skills to level 2. Lin Yao decisively upgraded the zombie transformation to level 2 first and upgraded the other one to Fireball. Fireball is his ultimate move, the stronger the better. Fireball level 2 can fire 20 high-temperature fireballs a day. The fireballs are the size of basketballs and can hit targets within 50 meters. Compared to level 1, the fireball is larger and has a longer launch distance. Zombie transformation level 2. The host can transform into an ordinary level 1 zombie every day for 30 minutes. Note: only the surface changes, no zombie virus, and will be detected by zombies above level 3. The only difference is that the transformation time has been extended a lot, and there are no other changes. However, the time limit was changed to 30 minutes. He had already used 10 minutes today, and Lin Yao planned to use the remaining 20 minutes in the evening. The next step was to allocate 10 attribute points. Lin Yao thought for a moment and added 5 points each to agility and mental strength. Mental strength is related to how many zombies he can assassinate every day. Not to mention agility. If I run fast, the zombies can't catch up with me. After the distribution was completed, Lin Yao felt the changes in his body and then started killing zombies. Chapter 12: Zombie Crystal: Awakening of Superpowers. This time, Lin Yao did not climb into the pipe again. He stayed in the store and controlled the crossbow to fire through the glass. Call out. After his mental power was improved, the hit rate of the crossbow arrows also increased a lot. Basically, the zombies within Lin Yao's sight could not escape his sniper attack. An hour later, Lin Yao shook his swollen head, looked at his skill points, which reached 18, and nodded with satisfaction. In just 1 hour, he killed more than 100 zombies with unprecedented efficiency. But that's all. The remaining zombies are not in this area. If you want to continue killing them, you either have to lure the zombies over here or go out yourself. After the rest, Lin Yao distributed some food for lunch. After eating and drinking, he decided to go out by himself. After all, the worst that could happen is that he would turn into a zombie and run back. There are already about 200 zombie corpses nearby, and the stench is almost suffocating. After eating and drinking, Lin Yao climbed out of the pipe again and landed gently on the ground wearing a mask. Seeing that the zombies all over the ground had blocked the transfer route for the night, Lin Yao frowned, sighed, and began to move the bodies. Otherwise, with the bodies piled up along the way, who knows if those stupid women would trip or be frightened and scream, attracting the zombies. His physical strength had increased a lot now. Seeing that no zombies noticed him, he picked up a zombie in each hand and piled them in one direction. Bang! Suddenly, something fell to the ground with a noise. Without thinking, Lin Yao turned into a zombie with his head tilted. Sure enough, attracted by the sound, the other zombies started looking over. But because the sound was not loud, the zombies returned to standby mode after a while. Fuck, what is that? Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no zombies were paying attention to him anymore. He looked at the ground and saw a white, jade-like object drop to the ground. That was the sound made just now. I picked it up and held it in my hand. It was cold to the touch and about the size of a Bluetooth headset box. I had never seen this thing before. It looked like a crystal. Lin Yao looked around and saw the corpse of a zombie in his hand. The zombie's head was blown up by his arrow, leaving a hole. This thing fell out of the hole. After checking other zombies, Lin Yao discovered that it seemed like every zombie had such a thing. Now it's time to figure out what this thing is for. Lin Yao dug out a few similar crystals with the arrowhead of the crossbow and put them in his pocket. He found a safe position and continued to shoot the zombies. Another hour passed, and after nearly 12 skill points were earned, Lin Yao returned to the clothing store. Boss lady, have you seen this thing? Lin Yao took out a white crystal and handed it to Wu Shuyan. Wu Shuyan took it, looked at it over and over again, shook her head and said, I haven't seen it before. Then Lin Yao handed one to each of Yu Qian and her sister. The two sisters shook their heads to indicate that they had never seen one. Okay, then this thing is useless? Lin Yao took back the 3 crystals, put them in a cushion, and suddenly found something wrong. Why did it become smaller? Lin Yao remembered that the weight of these crystals were similar. He had another one in his pocket, so he took it out to compare them. The crystal he got back from the proprietress and her 3 daughters was obviously much smaller. And if you look closely, you will find that the crystals are not as white as before, but have begun to feel crystal clear, just like it was as if the contents had been sucked out. I'm so sleepy, Lin Yao. I'm going to take a nap. Wu Shuyan yawned, then fell asleep. Strange, I'm sleepy too. Me too. The two sisters Yu Qian also began to feel sleepy at the same time and lay down to sleep. Lin Yao was horrified. Could there be something wrong with the crystal? He stepped aside and became alert. However, the 3 girls were really just sleeping. Their breathing was steady, and their skin showed no signs of drying out. Lin Yao rolled their eyes, and they didn't turn white either. What's going on? Lin Yao scratched his head in confusion, then opened the system panel to check. Name, Wu Xuan. Age, 30. Height, 164 cm. Measurements, 35C, 24-25. Charm rating, A. Loyalty, 70. Offspring, none. Superpower, X-ray vision, level 1. Awakened superpowers. Lin Yao was stunned, and then checked Yu Qian and her sister. Yu Qian's ability item shows strength level 1, and Yu Xian's ability item shows ultrasonic level 1. Sure enough, the 3 women began to awaken at the same time. This was probably the reason why Lin Yao felt sleepy. He rubbed his hands excitedly. These three women had all come into contact with zombie crystals. It didn't make sense that they would awaken their special powers. He shouldn't have any, so he opened his personal panel. Host Lin Yao. Strength 15. Defense 10. Agility 14. Spiritual power 10. Charm value 7. Skill points 30. Skills: Night Vision, Fireball level 2, Virus Resistance level 2, Monster level 2, Zombie Transformation level 2, Zombie Death Talk. Item: Advanced Alloy Crossbow. That's it. It was still obtained through the previous system lottery. No change at all. What a crappy system. Give me back my superpowers. Lin Yao cursed, but no one could respond to him. As it turned out, only the three women awakened their superpowers, but he did not. Lin Yao suddenly felt a little uneasy. These women, if they had superpowers, the first thing they would do would be to fuck me. However, seeing that he had so many skills, Lin Yao felt relieved again. I'm super strong now, okay? I can basically walk around on the 5th floor. I am so careful because of my cautious character. Returning to the wife's interface again, Lin Yao keenly discovered that the tips had been updated. Every time you upgrade a wife's ability, the host will gain corresponding skill points. That's right. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. This is a win-win situation. I kill zombies and give crystals to the women. Then the women become stronger and give me skill points in return. I become stronger, and so on. This is the right path for sustainable development. Since the women were all sleeping, Lin Yao stopped going out to kill zombies and waited for them to wake up. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that Wu Shuyin and the others woke up one after another. Strange. Why do I feel like I've become a little different? I have too. What's going on? I won't turn into a zombie, will I? Seeing the three girls looking frightened, Lin Yao said with a smile. Don't be afraid. Congratulations. Now you have all awakened your superpowers. Superpowers? The three women exclaimed at the same time. Yes, it's superpowers. If you feel the changes in your body carefully, you should find the difference, Lin Yao helped guide. In fact, he has no superpowers at all, or rather, his superpowers are system, but when he draws out new skills, he still feels some inexplicable feelings in his body. The three girls closed their eyes at the same time and felt it. After a moment, they opened their eyes at the same time, in surprise. Chapter 13, Zombie Leader. I feel like my superpowers seem to be related to my eyes. Wu Shuyan's eyes lit up. My special ability seems to be related to my mouth. Uxin scratched his head, a little uncertain. Only Yuqian held her head back and said, I don't feel very clear. It's just that my physical condition has improved a little bit. Lin Yao laughed and said, Ha ha, you're all right. The boss lady's special ability is X-ray vision. Those who understand the specific effect will understand. Uxin's ability is called ultrasonic wave, which is an offensive ability. Yuqian, don't feel disappointed. Your ability is called strength. Even though it may seem ordinary, your physique will become stronger and stronger, and you may even become a superhuman. Yuqian smiled, and then asked in surprise, How do you know so much? Uxin and the proprietress had the same doubts. They themselves hadn't figured it out yet, but Lin Yao knew everything about it like the back of his hand. Lin Yao raised his head. That's because I was the first to awaken my superpower. My superpower is extremely powerful. So what is your special ability? The three women asked at the same time. Lin Yao snapped his fingers, and a fireball as big as a basketball appeared. This is one of my special powers. He then retracted the fireball and pointed it at the wall. A crossbow arrow appeared out of thin air and shot directly through the wall. This is my second superpower. I have other special abilities, but it is not convenient to show them directly because they are too lethal. You just need to know that you men are strong and dandy. Just follow me obediently, and your life will only get better and better in the future. After saying that, he opened his arms. Now the loyalty of these women is less than 100, so I still need some strength to intimidate them. Otherwise, if they really want to take revenge on me one day, wouldn't that break my heart? As he expected, the three women were so stunned by his special power that they saw stars in their eyes, and each of them threw herself into his arms in adoration. Lin Yao, your ability is too strong. Yeah, it's really strong. Why do you have two powers? Will we have two in the future? Lin Yao secretly glanced at the system and found that the loyalty of the three women had increased to varying degrees, which made him extremely satisfied. My abilities are somewhat special. In fact, there are more than just these two. I think there will be more in the future. As for your special abilities, I'm not sure if they will be developed, but there's a way to become stronger. The three girls looked at him at the same time and asked, "What way?" Lin Yao took out a white crystal and said, "Here, this is it. I dug it out from a zombie's head. As long as you absorb the energy in the crystal, your superpowers will become stronger. Then, let's go kill the zombies." Wu Shuiyan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she wished she could rush out right now. Lin Yao hurriedly comforted, "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't think that just because you have superpowers, you can do whatever you want in front of zombies. You have only awakened your special powers, but except for Yu Qian, your physical condition has not changed. If a zombie bites you, you will still die. And even if Yu Qian's physique becomes stronger, she is only about the same as an ordinary adult man. Aren't there many adult men who have turned into zombies out there?" After a basin of cold water was poured on them, the three women finally calmed down. Yes, they can't even use their superpowers, so they will die if they encounter zombies. Now, if they want to become stronger, they must rely on the man in front of them. Okay, eat first, then get ready, and move on time at 8 o'clock. After Lin Yao distributed the food, he let them prepare it themselves. He took a piece of bread and went behind the curtain again to observe. Now, he had killed half of the zombies on the 5th floor. The rest depended on whether Su Qingyan could help. But even if Su Qingyan was not helpful, he would not panic. The food in the backpack was shared among 4 people and is now almost gone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yao led Wu Shuiyan and the others to climb into the pipe and came out in a corner where the zombies were not paying attention. Wu Shuiyan finally came out her shop and couldn't help but breathe a breath of fresh air. However, a foul smell irritated her nasal cavity and almost made her vomit. Lin Yao glared at her sternly, then told them to hide and act according to the plan. The 3 women nodded, and each found cover to hide themselves. After Lin Yao left them, he found a corner and turned into a zombie. He walked towards the zombie group with a flashlight in his hand. "Ha ha, are you all hungry?" Lin Yao asked the zombies loudly. The zombies were stunned when they saw the flashlight. The dazzling light made it impossible for them to open their eyes, but their bodies still instinctively shouted together, "Ha, hungry! Huff, hof, hof! If you're hungry, follow me." Lin Yao took the lead and walked into the distance. The other zombies obviously couldn't figure it out and just followed him instinctively. "That zombie is Lin Yao." Wu Shuiyan was a little bit incredulous when she saw that the leading zombie was wearing Lin Yao's clothes. Yu Xian's face showed panic. He was bitten by a zombie? What should we do then? Yu Qian was a little calmer and said, "Don't panic. Lin Yao's plan is that he will be responsible for luring the zombies away, and we will move secretly. Since he is so sure, let's do it first." Although Wu Shuiyan and Yu Xian were worried about Lin Yao, they still nodded. After all, Lin Yao was so powerful in their eyes that he would definitely be fine. Seeing that the zombies were attracted away, the 3 women moved slowly towards the investment office with the faint starlight outside. They saw many corpses along the way. The 3 women suppressed their fear and finally came to a convenience store. Each of them held a bag and frantically stuffed food into it. On the other side, Lin Yao saw that most of the zombies on the 5th floor had been attracted by him, so he stood on a high platform and shouted to the zombies below, "Ha ha ha ha, I know you're all hungry. Hiss, roar, roar, hiss, but now there's no one alive on the entire 5th floor. Hee ho ho, hiss, 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 so I think you should have a leader. Ho, hiss, 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 this leader will lead you to other floors to find living people. Roar, are you willing?" The zombies below could only mechanically roar. Ho ho, yes. Lin Yao was very satisfied with the reactions of these silly zombies. "Ha ha ha, okay. Then I will help you choose a leader." Then he pointed at Su Qingyan in the zombie group and said, "Ho ho, lead everyone to other floors." Su Qingyan responded promptly, "Ho ho hishi, everyone follow me." After saying that, she took the initiative to walk towards the stairs, and the other zombies actually surrounded her and entered the corridor. Well, fortunately the zombies have simple minds, thanks to the system. Amen. Hundreds of zombies entered other floors. It was no longer Lin Yao's business whether these zombies would fight or not. After seeing all the zombies leave, Lin Yao changed back to his original form and went to the convenience store to meet up with the other women. Chapter 14. Settlement in the Investment Promotion Office. The girls were relieved to see Lin Yao return safely. "Lin Yao, what happened to that zombie just now?" "Don't ask yet. It's important to pack your things." Lin Yao couldn't guarantee that the zombies would not turn back halfway. Once they discovered them, they would be doomed if they roared loudly. In less than half a minute, Lin Yao's backpack was full, and the women each held a bag full of food in their hands. Walk! At Lin Yao's command, Several women hurriedly followed him to the investment promotion office. Inside the office, Zhou Chuchu was standing nervously at the back door. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Chuchu was startled and walked behind the door. She was not sure whether the person knocking on the door was a zombie or a human. Open the door. Lin Yao's voice came. Hearing the human voice, Zhou Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the security door. With the help of the light from her cell phone, Zhou Chuchu saw the people coming clearly, a man and 3 women. She quickly made way to let them in. Bang! Only after the door was closed did Zhou Chuchu feel completely relieved. It seemed that these people running over did not attract any zombies. Thank you very much. This bag of food is our way of saying thank you. Lin Yao turned around and was stunned for a moment after seeing Zhou Chuchu's face clearly. Then he picked up a bag full of food and handed it over. Others took the risk to take them in, and Lin Yao was not a heartless person. I didn't see Zhou Chuchu's face clearly when I came here during the day, but now I see that she is also a beauty. She was very tall, wearing a work uniform and black silk stockings on her legs. She looked slim and had a pretty face, no worse than UXIN. Zhou Chuchu took the bag with surprise and took a deep look at the handsome man. You're welcome. It's not easy for everyone to survive. We have to take care of each other in the future. After saying that, he looked at the other women. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at them, but when he did, he was stunned. In addition to the owner of the men's clothing store whom she knew, there were actually 2 extremely beautiful sisters. Lin Yao let them communicate on their own and went to the main glass door to observe alone. Sure enough, although the zombies were stupid, they were too stupid. Some of them had already returned to their original positions and wandered around. However, the overall number is much less than before. Lin Yao is confident that he can eliminate all the zombies on the 5th floor tomorrow. Zhou Chuchu was wolfing down her food while chatting with Wu Shuiyin and the others. She was shocked to learn that these 3 had become Lin Yao's women and became a little worried. She is very confident about her looks. What should she do if Lin Yao forces her to be his woman? After observing the zombies, Lin Yao returned to Zhou Chuchu. Beauty, my name is Lin Yao. What's your name? Seeing Lin Yao's polite appearance, Zhou Chuchu hurriedly responded. Hello, Mr. Lin. Sister Shuiyin has introduced you to me just now. My name is Zhou Chuchu, and I am a staff member here. After the 2 exchanged their names, Lin Yao glanced around the office. All the desks had been pushed aside by Zhou Chuchu, and a few pieces of clothing were spread out in the open space in the middle as a quilt. However, the overall area is already much larger than a clothing store. This is just a temporary base, so it's enough. Ms. Zhou, we will be staying here for a while. We apologize for disturbing you. Lin Yao extended his hand to Zhou Chuchu. Wu Shuiyin and the other 2 looked at Lin Yao in astonishment. He was so polite to a beautiful woman. Was he still the Lin Yao they knew? Was he possessed by a ghost? In fact, their situation was different from Zhou Chuchu's. Wu Shuiyin had often bullied Lin Yao in the past, while the Yu Qian sisters were rescued by Lin Yao and they owed him. But Zhou Chuchu is different. He is their savior. As their man, he should be gentlemanly and polite to the savior of their women. Zhou Chuchu was also surprised that Lin Yao was so polite and quickly stretched out his hand to hold it, saying with a smile, Mr. Lin is too polite. Just call me Chuchu. We will depend on each other here from now on. Unexpectedly, Lin Yao shook his head and said, We will only stay here for a while. After we kill all the zombies, we should leave. Kill the zombies? Leave. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. She had indeed seen many zombies lying on the ground from afar, and she thought these zombies were dead themselves. Besides, who knows how many zombies there are in this commercial center? When will it take to kill them all? What happens after the killing? Who knows how many zombies are out there? Lin Yao smiled and nodded without explaining. He told Wu Shuiyin and the others to go to the toilet if they needed to, and to take a shower if they wanted to. He took out blankets and clothes from the store and started to sleep on the floor. Zhou Chuchu wanted to ask more, but she also knew that the 4 of them were already a family, and she was an outsider, so it was really inconvenient for her to say more. As long as she got this bag of food, it would not be a problem for her to survive for a few days. Wu Shuiyin and her 2 daughters had been locked up in the clothing store for a few days. Now, they could finally take a good bath, and they all said they wanted to take a bath tonight. In the end, Wu Shuiyin was asked to wash first, followed by Yu Xian, and finally Yu Qian, which was exactly the same order in which they became Lin Yao's women. Well, from now on, no matter your age, just line up in order. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. Although there's only cold water in the bathroom, it is summer now, and the air conditioning in the mall has stopped working long ago. After taking a cold shower, I feel much more refreshed. After dawn, Lin Yao got up on time. After the three girls woke up, he distributed breakfast to them, but he did not rush out. He wanted to help several women get familiar with their special abilities, except Uxian. There is no way. Her special ability is related to sound waves. It is not appropriate for her to make any sound now. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to attract zombies. Come on, concentrate and stop thinking about random things. Don't push hard, just relax. Yeah, how does it feel? Lin Yao was guiding Wu Shuiyin from the side. It was the first time that the proprietress obtained superpowers, and her whole body was tense. It took a long time of persuasion for her to relax. Lin Yao, I seem to be able to see through walls. Wu Shuiyin said happily with her eyes wide open. Well, how many layers of walls can you see through? Lin Yao asked with some anticipation. Wu Shuiyin turned her head to try, then closed her eyes and said, Not much. I can only see through 2 walls at most. I can't see any further. Lin Yao was quite satisfied with the effect. Being able to see through 2 layers of walls at the beginning is good. Don't be discouraged. Remember this feeling and get familiar with it. You can improve further later. Wu Shuiyin nodded with a smile. Zhou Chuchu woke up and ate boiled eggs. She was a little confused when she heard their conversation. She asked Uxian, what are they doing? Chapter 15, I can transfer money via mobile phone. They are practicing superpowers. Uxian saw that Wu Shuiyin had made some progress in familiarizing herself with superpowers, and there was some longing in her eyes. Superpower? What is that? Zhou Chuchu was stunned. Is this girl confused because of fever? Uxian turned her head and looked at her and smiled. Sister Chuchu, it's a superpower. Zhou Chuchu said she didn't understand anymore. She reached out and touched Uxian's forehead, then touched her own forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Oh, Sister Chuchu, I'm not talking nonsense. You also saw that a lot of zombies died outside. It was Lin Yao who awakened his superpowers first and killed them in the past few days. Yesterday, my sister, the boss's wife, and I also awakened our superpowers. Uxian knew that Zhou Chuchu didn't believe it for the time being, so she explained with a smile. I still don't understand. Zhou Chuchu felt that she and Uxian were living in different worlds. Uxian pointed at Wu Shuiyin and said, The lady boss can see through things now. Didn't I just say that she can see through 2 walls? And my sister, she awakened the power system, and her physique became much stronger, as you can see. At this moment, Yuqian was holding a bottle of water in one hand and placing it on the water dispenser. This kind of strength is not something a weak woman should have. Lin Yao also saw Yuqian's feet and said with a smile, It seems that you don't need me to teach you. You can do it on your own. Hee, I feel incredibly strong now. Yuqian raised her little fist with a bit of pride on her face. Zhou Chuchu felt that this world was insane, and she couldn't understand it at all. She asked Xian blankly, What about you? As for me, I'm an ultrasonic user, but Lin Yao is afraid that the sound I make will attract zombies, so he won't let me practice. It's okay. We used a lot of soundproofing materials when renovating our office. No one outside can hear you shouting inside. Zhou Chuchu came back to her senses and said hurriedly. Uxian showed joy on her face. Really? Then she immediately acted coquettishly towards Lin Yao. Lin Yao, you also heard what Sister Chuchu said. I want to practice too. Lin Yao couldn't persuade her, so he could only nod and say, Okay, I'll teach you how to practice. Let Zhou Chuchu, Wu Shuiyin, and Yu Qian hide aside and cover their ears and put a glass in front of Uxian. Try it and see how powerful your ultrasound is. Uxian nodded and started screaming. Ah, bang. As soon as Uxian spoke, the glass shattered. Yeah, I succeeded in one try. Uxian was very satisfied with his masterpiece and jumped up happily. Lin Yao nodded. As expected of a female college student, she was very intelligent. Then he took other items to test one by one. Uxian was also quickly familiarizing himself with his ability. It was not until his voice became hoarse that he completely mastered his ability. Well, your ultrasonic ability is indeed powerful. Ordinary people can easily be stunned if they're caught off guard. Lin Yao patted his dizzy head and expressed his approval of Xian's ability. Uxian's ability is ultrasound, which is naturally not based purely on sound like sonar. Now that she has mastered the supernatural power, she will emit an inaudible vibration wave when she opens her mouth. Although its current power is not strong, it is foreseeable that it will become powerful in the future. Then can I go out with you to kill zombies? Although Xin felt uncomfortable in her throat, her little face was still full of joy. Don't be impatient. You will have a chance to show your abilities. Lin Yao smiled and touched her little head. Zhou Chuchu was watching with envy, because those were superpowers. Only now did she finally believe that these residents in front of her all had superpowers. Lin Yao, can I also have superpowers? Zhou Chuchu walked up to Lin Yao and asked hesitantly. Lin Yao looked at the woman and raised his eyebrows slightly. Maybe there is, maybe not. Zhou Chuchu didn't understand the deep meaning of Lin Yao's words, and hurriedly pointed at Wu Shuyan and said, But Sister Shuyan just said that you have a way to help them awaken their superpowers. So can you tell me what the method is? Lin Yao glanced at Wu Shuyan, and seeing the ambiguous look from the proprietress, he smiled and said, Okay, I can tell you. This method is very simple. After saying that, he took out a white crystal and said, This is it. As long as you can kill the zombies, dig this out of their heads, and absorb it, you can gain superpowers. Kill zombies? Zhou Chuchu's face turned pale immediately. Those are zombies. She has gotten to know the habits of zombies these days. Those zombies won't play by the rules. As long as they see a living person, they will all rush over. Besides, even if there was only one zombie outside, how could a weak woman like her dare to kill it? Lin Yao ignored her, put away the crystal, and prepared to start today's mission of killing zombies. Seeing him about to leave, Zhou Chuchu hurriedly ran up to him and said, Lin Yao, hey, Mr. Lin, I see you still have a crystal in your hand. How about selling it to me? Sell. Lin Yao looked at her with a half smile. What do you plan to buy, Miss Zhou? Of course it's money. It's too dangerous outside now. My cell phone still has battery, so I could transfer money via cell phone. Zhou Chuchu thought Lin Yao was really willing to sell it to her, so she took out her cell phone excitedly, looking like she had no shortage of money. Lin Yao rolled his eyes and said nothing. He shook off her hand and went straight to the back door. He asked the proprietress to see through the wall to confirm that there were no zombies before he went out alone. Zhou Chuchu stared blankly at Lin Yao as he left, not understanding why he rejected her. How stupid. It's already this time and you're still using money. Lin Yao cursed inwardly, then transformed into a zombie and began wandering around the 5th floor. After last night's trick, more than half of the zombies on the 5th floor were gone, with only a few scattered ones wandering aimlessly. Lin Yao didn't hesitate and shot them all to death, gaining several skill points. Now he didn't dare to dig crystals openly. After all, the transformation time was limited. If he restored his human form, the zombies on the 6th floor would be able to see him. Lin Yao was killing as he walked, and happened to find a beautiful zombie who was also wandering around. That was Su Qingyan. It seems that this woman is a little bit intelligent. After cooperating with me to lead away most of the zombies on the 5th floor, she slipped back to the 5th floor. After seeing Lin Yao, Su Qingyan slowly walked up to him and said, Hungry, hungry. Lin Yao looked around, took her to a corner, and handed her 2 pork sausages. The hungry Su Qingyan ate them with relish. You did a good job last night. I'll give you another reward. Lin Yao touched Su Qingyan's hair and suddenly had an idea. He took out a white crystal. Su Qingyan took the crystal blankly and then suddenly put it into her mouth. Lin Yao hadn't reacted yet, and when he tried to reach out to stop it, the crystal had already entered her mouth. Is it delicious? Lin Yao looked at Su Qingyan's bulging cheeks and couldn't help but ask. Su Qingyan swallowed the crystal with great effort and said happily, It's delicious. Chapter 16, Teaching Zombies to Count. Lin Yao keenly discovered that after swallowing the crystal, Su Qingyan did not start to feel sleepy like the proprietress and the others. Instead, she became more energetic and even spoke without stumbling. The most important thing is that Su Qingyan's eyes began to change a little. Before, Su Qingyan's eyes were like those of other zombies, with the entire eye socket being completely white. However, after swallowing the crystal, the center of the pupil had begun to turn a little blue. Can crystals upgrade zombies? Lin Yao guessed, and then took out another crystal. This piece was the one that the proprietress had absorbed the energy from. When Su Qingyan saw the crystal, she grabbed it and stuffed it in her mouth, swallowing it happily. After a while, the blue color in her eyes became even darker. Hey, you're really not picky. You can eat anything. Lin Yao gave all the crystals on his body to her. After swallowing 4 crystals, Su Qingyan's blue pupils have become more obvious than before. Lin Yao doesn't dare to feed her crystals anymore. What if she is upgraded directly? He is not sure that he can continue to disguise himself in front of Su Qingyan. If she finds out that he is a human, the zombie instinct will make her bite him directly. Su Qingyan didn't know what Lin Yao was thinking. After feeling the increasing power in her body, she became more attached to Lin Yao and said to him infatuatedly, "Thank you, my love." Lin Yao felt goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly stopped him. "Don't be so cheesy, just call me Lin." "Okay, Lin." Su Qingyan behaved very well. Lin Yao looked at Su Qingyan, who looked like a little woman, and asked, "Do you remember your name?" Su Qingyan was stunned, tilted her head, and said, "I don't remember." "Okay, then I'll give you a name. From now on you'll be called Su Qingyan." Lin Yao shamelessly gave her the name back. Su Qingyan was very happy. Her head straightened up. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Yao also raised his head. "As long as you listen to me, there will be more white food in the future." "Okay, I'll be obedient." Su Qingyan hurriedly expressed her sincerity. Lin Yao peeked at Su Qingyan's loyalty in the system and found that it had risen to 95. He secretly praised himself for his cleverness and then instructed Su Qingyan, "Go to the 6th floor today and count how many zombies there are on that floor." Su Qingyan tilted her head back down again. "Count? Zombies?" Lin Yao was helpless. It seemed that Su Qingyan's IQ was at most that of a 3-year-old child, or even worse. He spent a long time explaining how to count and what zombies were. In the end, Su Qingyan understood what zombies were, but as for counting, after the unremitting efforts of teacher Lin Yao, Su can now count to 10. "Forget it. Just go upstairs and see if there are many zombies. Come down to see me tomorrow." Lin Yao finally gave up and let Su Qingyan go to the 6th floor. Now that the zombies on the 5th floor have been killed, Lin Yao is between the 4th and 6th floors and chooses to clear out those on the 6th floor first. First of all, the zombies on the 6th floor are right above your head, so anything you do during the day will easily be discovered. Secondly, there must be fewer zombies on the 6th floor than on the 4th floor, because the 4th floor is the women's clothing area, and women shopping are the main consumers of this commercial center. The number of women is definitely several times more than that in the men's clothing area. Pick the softest persimmons first. After Su Qingyan left, Lin Yao was not idle either. He hid himself and began to snipe the zombies on the 4th floor from a high position. It was not until lunchtime that Lin Yao, who had killed more than 200 of them, returned to the office. It must be said that there are indeed a lot of zombies on the 4th floor. He has killed more than 200 of them, and there are still countless people crowded downstairs. His skill points now amount to 55, and he has to continue killing in the afternoon. Lin Yao plans to upgrade the zombie transformation to level 3 after accumulating 100 points. It takes 10 skill points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and 100 skill points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Lin Yao has a headache. The road to becoming powerful is not easy. The higher the skill level, the more skill points are needed. Thanks to the proprietress's ability to see through things, before Lin Yao even knocked on the door, the women inside knew he was back and hurriedly opened the door to welcome him. After distributing food to his 3 women, Lin Yao sat aside alone, thinking about his next plan. There are no zombies on the entire 5th floor. He plans to rob all the convenience stores in the afternoon, but he can't take these women out, so the workload for him alone is quite heavy. Lin Yao. Zhou Chuchu came to him again while eating biscuits. "What's the matter?" Lin Yao had no expression on his face. This morning, after being counseled by the proprietress and several other girls, Zhou Chuchu finally understood that this was the end of the world. Money was just a string of meaningless numbers, and food and strength were the only capital for survival. Zhou Chuchu looked like she was about to cry, and bowed to Lin Yao and said, "Mr. Lin, I was ignorant this morning and naively asked you to buy crystals with my money. It was my fault." Lin Yao waved his hand and said, "Miss Zhou, there's no need to be like this. This is nothing. I don't care." Zhou Chuchu's face immediately showed joy when she heard this, and she asked expectantly, "Then, can Mr. Lin give me a crystal?" Lin Yao also responded with a sunny smile. "No." Zhou Chuchu's smiling face froze immediately, and then she put on a pitiful look. "Mr. Lin, you see, I opened the door for you yesterday without hesitation, and you were so generous that you gave me a piece, and—" Lin Yao immediately reached out to stop him. "Miss Zhou opened the door for us yesterday. I'm indeed grateful to her, but didn't I give you a bag of food as a thank you gift? You are an adult now. You should know there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get something for nothing, you'd better keep quiet. Otherwise, we can just leave." Zhou Chuchu was extremely depressed by Lin Yao's criticism. In the past, relying on her looks, Men would give way to her wherever she went. Why was Lin Yao in front of her so unyielding? Then I'd better buy it. Is Mr. Lin willing to sell it? Zhou Chuchu originally wanted to turn her face away, but she didn't dare to offend a man in front of her too much. You can sell it. Miss Zhou, do you have anything else to buy besides money? Lin Yao looked her up and down without hiding his gaze. Zhou Chuchu felt a little nervous when Lin Yao looked at her. She turned around and brought over half a bag of food. That was what Lin Yao gave her last night, and only half of it was left. I wonder if I could buy one of these. Lin Yao looked at Zhou Chuchu with some admiration. This girl was quite smart. As long as he agreed to exchange this half bag of snacks for crystals, she would be able to gain superpowers. With superpowers, she would be able to go out to find food by herself. Besides, there were no living zombies on the entire 5th floor. It would be easier for Zhou Chuchu, who had superpowers, to get food. Okay, deal. Lin Yao smiled slightly. Chapter 17, Saving a Female Star. Zhou Chuchu was overjoyed. She was worried that Lin Yao would refuse, but she didn't expect that he agreed directly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Zhou Chuchu happily handed half a bag of snacks in her hand to Lin Yao, and at the same time took the white crystal in Lin Yao's hand. As soon as Zhou Chuchu held the crystal, she felt a coolness entering her body. Before she even asked how to use it, she felt a strong sense of sleepiness coming over her. She just lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Wu Shuyan asked Lin Yao in surprise, "Is it that simple? You don't want to accept her?" The truth is that the experiences of her and Sister Yu Qian are very different from those of Zhou Chuchu in front of her. Lin Yao is too tolerant towards Zhou Chuchu. Don't worry about her. She will come to me for help when the time comes. Lin Yao didn't explain too much. He put away the half bag of food, rested for a while, and went out again. There were no zombies on the entire 5th floor, so Lin Yao walked out in a swagger. The convenience store had been almost completely looted by Lin Yao and his men. Lin Yao estimated that he only needed to make 3 or 4 trips to take away all the supplies here. Lin Yao did what he said. He carried a bag on his back and 2 large bags in his hands. He quickly filled them with a lot of food and brought them back to the office. After several trips, the convenience store was emptied. Take good care of these foods. You can eat them, but don't give them to outsiders. Food was piled up in a corner of the office, and Lin Yao was giving instructions to Wu Shuyan and others. Wu Shuyan naturally knew that the outsider was referring to Zhou Chuchu, who was sleeping soundly, and everyone nodded. They all paid the price of their bodies to get the food, so naturally they wouldn't let Zhou Chuchu get it so easily. In fact, there was no need for Lin Yao to give any additional instructions, and they wouldn't give Zhou Chuchu a bite to eat. Women's jealousy is very scary. After finishing his instructions, Lin Yao saw that he still had some time left to transform into a zombie, so he slipped out again. The entire mall is huge. As Lin Yao was strolling around, he came to a large open space, of course, in the form of zombies. There is a lighted stage here. Judging from the situation, it should be a men's clothing store holding a promotion. There's also a photo of a beautiful woman on the poster. Lin Yao guessed that this store should have invited this woman to help with publicity. She looks familiar. What's her name? Lin Yao stared at the woman on the huge poster and pondered for a while. He had a vague impression of her. She seemed to be an 18th tier celebrity who had appeared on a variety show once. Come to think of it, few businesses here can afford to invite well-known celebrities. Oh, his name is Lu Yan. It's not that Lin Yao remembered it, but it's written on the poster. Crunch. Suddenly, Lin Yao heard a noise and immediately turned his head to look over, but found nothing. The sound just now was very slight, and if he had not strengthened his physique many times, he might have ignored it. Lin Yao looked carefully and finally fixed his eyes on a large box. It should be the box used to hold stage equipment. Only this box could make this kind of sound. Lin Yao continued to maintain the appearance of a zombie, approaching the big box step by step. He looked around and found that no one or zombie could pay attention to this place. He took a deep breath and opened the box. There was a woman in the box. She looked up when she saw the box above her head suddenly opened. It's a zombie. The woman was already extremely hungry and was suddenly frightened by the zombie. She didn't even have time to scream and fainted. Huh? Is this that female star? Lin Yao was worried that the woman would suddenly scream, but when he saw that she fainted so sensibly, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the woman's face. Isn't this the female star on the poster? What a coincidence. Lin Yao could meet a female celebrity while strolling around. He felt that he was really lucky. The female star is very thin. Apart from her magnificent breasts, There is not a trace of fat on other parts of her body. It seems that she has managed her figure very well. The box has a lot of space. Even after the female star curled up inside, there was still some extra space. There were some snack packaging bags scattered around. It seemed that the female star survived by relying on this. Lin Yao thought about it and did not take her back to the office directly. Instead, he carried the female star around, found an empty clothing store, and brought her in. Looking at Lu Yan's cracked lips, Lin Yao took out a bottle of water and gently poured it into her mouth. Lu Yan had been dehydrated for several days. When he felt the wetness of his lips, he opened his mouth and swallowed involuntarily. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yan swallowed too quickly and choked and started coughing. But this also woke her up. I opened my eyes dazedly. There were no scary zombies. Instead, there was a handsome young man standing in front of me, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. When Lu Yan saw the water, he grabbed the mineral water and drank it down. You're welcome. Lin Yao waved his hands and said in a nonchalant tone, This woman is really rude, but considering that you have been thirsty for several days, I won't blame you. After drinking a bottle of water, Lu Yan felt like he was alive again. He then looked at the man in front of him. He was quite handsome, but still a little bit behind those handsome hunks in the entertainment industry. Is there anything else? Lu Yan asked. What else? Lin Yao was dumbfounded. This female star has such a strong personality? Lu Yan rolled his eyes and said, Water. If you have any, give me 2 more bottles. Lin Yao was shocked. You really think you were a star? I rescued you and gave you water, and you didn't even say thank you. But you act so bossy as soon as you wake up. There should be a public toilet outside. Go drink it yourself. Lin Yao was also unhappy and was about to leave with a cold face. How can you talk like that? Do you know who I am? Lu Yan's face showed anger when he saw that the man was speaking without giving him face. Bang! Lin Yao didn't tolerate her and slapped her in the face. You dare to hit me. Lu Yan covered his face and looked at him in disbelief. I'll beat you up. I rescued you, but you're still so ungrateful. If you dare to say rude things to me again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Lin Yao said in a cold tone. Okay, you're so cruel. I'll find someone to cyberbully you. As Lu Yan spoke, he took out his cell phone and prepared to take a picture of Lin Yao. Lin Yao cooperated and stood still, making a gesture with his hand. Lu Yan paused because her phone was out of battery. Go ahead and shoot. Let your fans cyberbully me. Lin Yao urged with a cold face. Lu Yan looked around, found the socket, took out the charger, and prepared to charge his phone. However, the entire mall was out of power, so naturally there was no electricity in the store as well. Lu Yan's head was covered with cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth and said, Humph, I'll let you go today. Stop it. I'm waiting for you to cyberbully me waiting. Lin Yao left the store after he finished speaking. After a while, he came back with a shared power bank and threw it to her. Chapter 18, I'm going to cyberbully you. Lu Yan was a little confused about Lin Yao's thoughts. Why did this man look like he was begging him to cyberbully him? Forget it. Since you saved me, I'll forgive you this time. Lu Yan waved his hands, looking like a big man who doesn't care about the little man's faults. No, big star, I have never been cyberbullied. You are so powerful. Let me have a taste of it. She didn't care, but Lin Yao didn't intend to let her go so easily. Lu Yan frowned and said, What's wrong with you? I told you to let you go. Why are you still pestering me? Lin Yao's face became even colder. He walked forward and slapped him again. Bang! Are you angry now? Go ahead and cyberbully me. After that, he slapped her again, still saying cyberbully me. Lu Yan was completely stunned. Since she became a star, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. Apart from some bigwigs in the entertainment industry, who would dare to treat her like this? Even those bigwigs, even if they hated someone, would at least appear warm and friendly on the surface. What a rude man. Okay, you wait. Lu Yan glared at Lin Yao fiercely, turned on his phone impatiently after charging his power bank, took a photo of Lin Yao, opened Weibo, and started editing text. Brothers and sisters, this man suddenly rushed out and tried to molest me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been taken advantage of by him. Editing complete, send. Looking at her hundreds of thousands of fans, Lu Yan smiled coldly. She was sure that as long as her fans saw the news, those otakus who coveted her would definitely cyberbully this man through various channels. In less than 2 minutes, her Weibo would be filled with condemnations of this man. Seeing her smug look, Lin Yao found a place to sit down, lit a cigarette, and looked at her quietly. Humph. I've already posted the update, and it won't be long before you're ruined. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might be kind enough to withdraw it, and you can still escape." Lu Yin looked at Lin Yao's calm look and decided in his heart that this man was strong and calm. In today's society, no one can remain unaffected by cyberbullying, except for those powerful individuals. "Please? How about we make a bet?" Lin Yao was fooled by the woman's stupid smile and suddenly asked, "What are you betting on?" Lu Yin asked puzzledly. Lin Yao took a puff of cigarette and said with a smile, "Just bet on your fans' love for you. After I finish smoking the cigarette, if more than 10 of your fans curse me, even if I lose, I will kneel down and apologize to you. But if not, you will promise to be my woman and sleep with me. Do you dare?" Lu Yin looked at the cigarette that Lin Yao had just lit, his eyes full of confidence. "Let's bet. Who's afraid of who?" It takes at least 2 minutes to finish a cigarette. Lu Yin believes that it will not take 2 minutes or even 20 seconds. With the power of her fans, there will be no problem getting at least hundreds of people to comment. The two of them just waited quietly, both looking very confident. Lin Yao did not cheat. He smoked slowly and only stamped out the cigarette but 5 minutes later. At the same time, he looked up at Lu Yin and said, "I'm done smoking. Big Star, let me see your cyberbullying." Lu Yin smiled confidently, unlocked his phone, opened his scarf, and placed the phone directly on Lin Yao's face. "Humph, take your time to look at it. Remember not to break his defense." Lin Yao didn't touch her phone. He glanced at her and then looked away. "What do you mean by this, Big Star? Why are you showing me your handsome photos?" "What handsome photo? You won't go down." Lu Yin thought the other party didn't know how to use Weibo, so he took back his phone and wanted to show in the comments. But when he clicked on the comments, he stopped talking. Because there wasn't a single comment. There were only Lin Yao's photos and the text she edited on the phone. Impossible, it must be because of the bad network. It didn't work. Lu Yin calmed down, explained, and then tried to refresh the network. However, the network signal is full, the network is normal, and switching to other apps can be used normally. In other words, no one really paid attention to her. How is this possible? It's not midnight. It's 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yin panicked, thinking that his Weibo account had been restricted, and began to post text messages frequently. "Brothers and sisters. Good afternoon, everyone. No one cares. Wow, it's been so hard to lose weight lately. Does anyone have any tips? No one cares. Brothers and sisters. Xiaojuan recently took a set of sexy photos. If you want to see them, click 1. This time, someone finally commented. Lu Yin hurriedly clicked on the comment, and then the smile on his face froze again. 1. Lin Yao, who wants to be cyberbullied. Looking up at the grinning Lin Xiaojuan, he waved his phone. "Big Star, I commented on this for you." "This? How is this possible?" Lu Yin was completely panicked. She had no idea what was happening outside. When the zombie apocalypse first broke out, she was singing on the stage. Seeing the crowd rioting, the security guard thought that there was a conflict among customers, so he hurriedly pulled Lu Yin off the stage. Then, when she saw the zombies biting people, Lu Yin quickly hid in a box. The box where Lu Yin was hiding happened to be made of special material that could block signals. Lu Yin, who had been hiding inside, had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He could only see the zombies outside through the gaps in the box. Until she was rescued by Lin Yao today, Lu Yintian naively thought that the zombies had been pacified and she was once again the superstar who was high above everyone else. A basin of cold water was poured on him and Lu Yin felt cold all over. "No, I don't believe it." Lu Yin still didn't believe it and posted updates on multiple platforms one after another. However, Lin Yao had finished smoking several cigarettes, and still no one paid any attention to her. "It's over, it's over." Lu Yin's face was pale. She had just gone through multiple platforms, even overseas platforms, and finally discovered a horrible fact. The whole world is now full of zombies. It's the end of the world. She is no longer the star that is high above others in the eyes of ordinary people. "What do you think, Big Star? I've given you plenty of opportunities. Is anyone cyberbullying me now?" Lin Yao threw down his cigarette, and stood up. "This stupid woman should face reality." "I am sorry." Lu Yin was completely panicked when he thought of the bet. Of course Lin Yao would not let her off like this. He shook his head and said, "What are you doing, Big Star? Our bet didn't say you have to apologize." After saying that, he slowly approached Lu Yin with a smirk on his face. "No, the bet doesn't count. You lied to me." Lu Yin saw Lin Yao getting closer and closer to her and hurriedly stepped back. "Lied to you? What would I lie to you about?" Lin Yao was stunned. Lu Yin's eyes turned red, and he began to shed tears. He cried and said, "There is no one alive outside, and you still bet with me. You are just lying to me." "Yeah, I lied to you, so you cyberbully me," Lin Yao said with a sneer. Chapter 19, I don't like to force others. If cyberbullying was effective, Lu Yin wouldn't have been so scared and kept shaking his head. "No, I don't like you. I won't sleep with you, you're dreaming. Even if I die, don't even think about touching me." Lin Yao stopped and stared at Lu Yin with cold eyes, saying, "If that's the case, you asked for it." After saying that, he left without looking back. Lu Yin was stunned. She thought Lin Yao was afraid of her, and she finally felt relieved. However, the truth was more horrifying than she had imagined. A few minutes later, Lin Yao came over with a zombie. There are no zombies on the 5th floor now, but there are still a few lingering in the corridor. Lin Yao directly turned into a zombie and casually tricked one of them over. Lu Yin thought Lin Yao had left, so he just stuck his head out to observe the situation, but suddenly saw 2 zombies walking towards him. He was so scared that he quickly hid in the store. Roar! Lin Yao opened the store door with ease and brought the zombies in. When the zombie saw a living person, it roared and rushed towards Lu Yin. "Oh, help!" Lu Yin was terrified and screamed at the top of his lungs. Seeing the zombies rushing towards him, he used the shelves to block their way and fled everywhere. Lin Yao was worried that she would attract other zombies, so he turned back into a human and closed the shop door again. Only then did Lu Yin realize that the other zombie was actually Lin Yao, and he almost fainted from fright. "Don't hide, big star. Aren't you pure and innocent and high above me? You would rather die than let me touch you. So I'll get the zombies to help you. Don't be polite." Lin Yao closed the door and watched the zombies and Lu Yin chasing each other with a smile. It's said that big stars have good physical fitness as they haven't been caught up for such a long time. However, the zombie that was attracted was also a skinny dog with skinny arms and legs, as if he had not eaten. Lu Yin had a lot of pain in her heart, but couldn't say it. She had been hungry for several days, and now she was relying on her desire to survive to escape. She wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The zombie suddenly heard Lin Yao's voice, turned around, and saw another living person standing there. He gave up Lu Yin and prepared to attack Lin Yao first. "Damn it, you can't tell the difference between a big king and a small king." Lin Yao looked at the zombies rushing towards him in astonishment and cursed. But he didn't run away. When he saw a zombie approaching, he slapped the zombie in the face. Bang! The force of this slap was just right. It was both confusing and brain-wrenching. The zombie was blown 5 meters away and crashed into a pile of shelves. When the zombie finally got up, Lu Yin was so scared that he peed his pants. Because of Lin Yao's slap, the zombie's head turned 180 degrees. Now the zombie can see its own back when it lowers its head, but even so, the zombie is still not dead. The zombie shook its confused head, as if it knew that Lin Yao was not someone to be trifled with. It shook its body a few times and went after Lu Yin again. Lin Yao looked at his hand with satisfaction. It was very powerful. With his current physical condition, it was no problem for him to deal with several zombies at the same time. "I was wrong. I promised to be your woman. Please lead the zombies away." Lu Yin played hide-and-seek with the zombies for a while. He was too tired to run anymore, so he screamed to Lin Yao for mercy. Lin Yao sat on the side, crossed his legs, and said, "Stop. You would rather die than surrender." Having said that, he wouldn't be so harsh on Lu Yin. It was really that this woman was going too far. Not only did she not say a word of thanks after being rescued by him, but she also treated her like a servant, cyberbullied others as soon as she opened her mouth, and refused to admit her loss in a bet. Lin Yao really intended to turn this untrustworthy woman into a zombie. Look how well-behaved Su Qingyan is. In Lin Yao's eyes, zombies are much more obedient than humans. Lu Yin cried bitterly as he fled. "I'm sorry, I won't dare to do that again. As long as you lead the zombies away, I'll do anything." "TSK, you make it sound like I'm forcing you. I don't like forcing others." Lin Yao was unmoved. "There was no coercion. I did it voluntarily." Lu Yin hated Lin Yao in his heart, but he had to surrender. Lin Yao then stood up and said, "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. If you go back on your word again, there will be more than one zombie coming next time." After saying that, he pointed his finger and a crossbow arrow shot out from thin air, directly piercing the zombie's head. Lu Yin was hiding behind a shelf, gasping for breath. When he saw the zombie suddenly stopped moving, he suppressed his fear and stuck his head out. The zombie was killed and was made to stand there for a while before it fell heavily to the ground in Lu Yan's horrified eyes. Seeing Lin Yao slowly walking towards him, Lu Yin collapsed to the ground. She was really afraid of this man. This man is cruel and ruthless and has no mercy on women. He is so powerful, but he likes to do some stupid things and speaks in a sarcastic tone. What kind of person is he? How about it, big star? It's your turn to express your opinion. Lin Yao looked at Lu Yan's proud figure and delicate face, his eyes still a little fiery. According to his calculations, this woman should be an A+ grade. Lu Yan knew that if she went back on her word again, the guy opposite would really attract a few more zombies over. And in her current physical condition, she would not be able to escape. I am willing. I am willing to be your woman. Lu Yan lowered her head as if she accepted her fate. Kneel down and talk. Lin Yao looked at her indifferently. He just wanted to break this woman's self-esteem and let her know that in today's world, that meaningless self-esteem would only bring her more humiliation. Lu Yan looked up at Lin Yao in disbelief, his eyes red. You? What do you mean? Not happy. I don't like to force others. Lin Yao felt that he was really in such a bad mood right now. Lu Yan cried out in grievance. From childhood to adulthood, when had she ever suffered such hardship? Lin Yao lost his patience and turned around to leave. Lu Yan thought he was going to lure the zombies over again, so she knelt down heavily and shouted, I am willing to be your woman. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has obtained the 5th woman, and the reward system draws a lottery. Ding dong. The system triggers an additional reward, and the host gains 10 points of physical enhancement attribute points. Not bad. Not bad. There is another extra reward. Lin Yao cheered in his heart, then turned around and looked at Lu Yan, who was kneeling down, took out 2 small boiled eggs from his pocket, and said, Get up. Then he handed over the boiled egg. Lu Yan then struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing the food Lin Yao handed over, he was afraid to reach out. Take it and eat it. If you become my woman, I will not let you go hungry. Lin Yao saw the fear of him in Lu Yan's eyes and slowed down his tone a little. Lu Yan then took the braised egg, tore open the package, and stuffed it into his mouth. After eating 2 boiled eggs, Lu Yan felt a little more alive. With his big red eyes, he secretly looked at Lin Yao, who was smoking beside him. Don't look at it anymore. Watch it later. Lin Yao smiled and put out the cigarette, but, my relatives are here. Lu Yan was a little afraid of Lin Yao's gaze, so he lowered his head and stammered. Chapter 20, Obtaining Storage Space. What? Lin Yao widened his eyes. You really don't want to live? Why are you playing this on me? Really? I didn't lie to you. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Lu Yan explained in a panic. Lin Yao stared at Lu Yan without saying a word. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, he suddenly asked, By the way, what kind of star are you? A singer? Lu Yan nodded hurriedly. Since you're a singer, hee. Lin Yao said with a wicked smile. Half an hour later, Lin Yao let her hide in the store by herself and left with the zombie's body contentedly. When we get out, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Lu Yan covered his cheek and stared at Lin Yao's back fiercely. Lin Yao knew that she must hate him in her heart because Lu Yan set a new low in wife loyalty. Name, Lu Yan. Age, 24. Height, 172 cm. Measurements, 38E 20-33. Charm rating, A+. Loyalty, 0. Offspring, none. Superpower, not yet awakened. This is the level of loyalty of an enemy. Lin Yao tightened his belt. Lin Yao allocated attribute points while strolling around, adding 5 points each to defense and mental strength out of the 10 attribute points. Host, Lin Yao. Strength, 20. Defense, 20. Agility, 21. Spiritual power, 20. Charm value, 7. Skill points, 55. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball Level 2, Virus Resistance Level 2, Monster Level 2, Zombie Transformation Level 2, Zombie Death Talk. Item, Advanced Alloy Crossbow. It looks much more balanced. A good student is one who develops all round. After the distribution is completed, it's time to draw the lottery. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning this storage space item. Congratulations to the host for winning this Seeing Through Fire skill level 1. Oh, new things were given. Lin Yao was overjoyed. Last time, Su Qingyan only gave him skill points and attribute points. He thought that there would be no new skills and props, but he didn't expect to give them so soon. Storage space. The host has a space for storing supplies. Note, cannot store living things, can be upgraded and expanded with system-produced items. This is a good thing. If you were to say what Lin Yao wants most, this is it. It can be used to store supplies. Finally, he doesn't have to carry a bag and go out every day to collect supplies, and he doesn't have to worry about the supplies being stolen. Lin Yao tried to contact it with his mind and found a dark space of about 4 cubic meters. The space was not large, but it was enough for him at the moment. Moreover, this storage space seems to be in the same state when you take things out as you put them in, which means that if you put food in, you don't have to worry about it spoiling. After trying it a few times, Lin Yao was already able to use the storage space proficiently. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Yao was overjoyed. He remembered that there were several convenience stores on the 5th floor. He had the space, so it shouldn't be a problem to empty out 1 or 2 of them. But he was not in a hurry and started to check his newly acquired skills. Level 1. Can view the abilities of other creatures. Note, currently only level 1 can be viewed. This is another auxiliary skill, but Lin Yao is also very happy. This skill is equivalent to encountering any enemy in the future. He knows the opponent's abilities clearly, but the opponent cannot figure out his abilities. It is very practical. Now he has 55 skill points, and he can easily upgrade his ability to see through things to level 2. There is no other change after reaching level 2, except that the ability level that can be checked becomes level 1 to 2, but I think it should be enough for the time being. It was not yet dark, and Lin Yao continued to wander around in a swaggering manner. He emptied a convenience store and several vending machines, and also stopped by a knife supply store, saving some for digging crystals with the proprietress and her friends in the evening. Lin Yao also made other discoveries. The 5th floor was very large, and most of the shops had their doors open, but a few had their doors closed. Lin Yao guessed that there should be survivors there as well. But he had no intention of saving her. In this world, being a nice guy will not end well. He went back to Lu Yin and left her a few packets of instant noodles and mineral water before returning to the office. Zhou Chuchu was still sleeping. After Lin Yao distributed some food to the 3 women for dinner, he put all the food into the storage space while they were not paying attention. Now his space was full. Huh? Where are all the foods? The proprietress felt unfull and was about to get some more, but suddenly she discovered that all the food that had been piled in a corner was gone. It's here with me. Do you still want to eat it? Lin Yao signaled her not to say anything. Seeing Wu Xuyan nodded, Lin Yao flipped his wrist, and a few pieces of shikima and spicy strips appeared in his hand. Ew. Are you performing a magic trick? Wu Xuyan was stunned. It didn't seem like Lin Yao could hide anything on his body, but he actually produced food like that. This could only be done with magic in the past. Can't you eat it? If you don't eat it, I will disappear. Lin Yao really likes to see the proprietress's surprised look. Wu Xuan nodded hurriedly. Eat, eat, eat. Lin Yao handed her the food, thought for a moment, and handed over 3 bottles of drinks. Give some to the 2 sisters, too. Wu Xuan happily took the drinks and food to share with Yu Qian and her sister. After dinner, Lin Yao saw that it was already dark outside, so he called the 3 girls over to him. I'll take you to dig up zombie crystals tonight. We'll try to work overtime tonight and dig up all the crystals on the 5th floor. If I'm not mistaken, those crystals are enough to upgrade your abilities by several levels. Tonight, he will dig up all the crystals to prevent others from taking advantage of them. Doesn't that mean we have to dig out the zombies' heads? Yeah, it's too bloody. Just thinking about that scene makes me want to vomit. The 3 women expressed their reluctance at the same time. Lin Yao's face turned serious, and he said coldly, sooner or later, someone will discover that crystals can give people superpowers and level up. If we don't dig, then it will only benefit others if their abilities are stronger than ours. How long do you think we can survive? Although I am your man, do you really intend to stay here and be a vase to eat and wait for death? The 3 girls looked at each other and finally understood what Lin Yao meant. China had used bloody facts to warn future generations 100 years ago that those who fell behind would be beaten. If others discovered ways to awaken superpowers and upgrade, now that order is gone, those people would definitely bully them. Sometimes the truth is so cruel. Okay, I'll go with you. Wu Xuyan was older after all, and knew more about the cruelty of society, so she was the first to express her opinion. With the boss lady taking the lead, Yu Qian and her sister also gritted their teeth and agreed. Then, what about Sister Chu Chu? Yu Xin took the knife handed over by Lin Yao, turned his head to look at Zhou Chu Chu, who was still sleeping next to him, and asked. Chapter 21. Division of Labor and Cooperation in Crystal Mining. Lin Yao took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote as he said, She's not my woman. Why should I care about her? Just leave a note and ask her to open the door for us. After writing the note and placing it next to Zhou Chu Chu, Lin Yao took the 3 girls out. When Lin Yao was strolling around in the afternoon, he He had thoughtfully piled the corpses into several piles. When the girls looked at the zombie corpses piled up like a small mountain in front of them, they couldn't help but vomit violently. This time Lin Yao did not stop them. Instead, he considerately handed them tissues and water to rinse their mouths. It was the first time, so it was normal. They got used to it later. Too scary. Uxin, the youngest, felt like his stomach was empty and his calves were weak. He hid aside and didn't dare to dig. Lin Yao didn't force her and took the boss's wife to dig crystals first. Yes. Use force. You have to control your strength, otherwise if you stab it, it won't be a waste of time. Yeah, that's it, buckle it out. Although the words made people mistakenly think that he was driving. In fact, it was Lin Yao who was holding the light and quietly teaching the proprietress. Wu Shuyan took out the crystal with a look of resistance. It was strange to say there was no blood or flesh in the zombie's head, so the crystal was dug out cleanly. With the first experience, Wu Shuyan gradually found the way. Seeing that she was becoming more and more proficient, Lin Yao turned around and taught Yu Qian. Because Yu Qian awakened the power system, she learned faster than Wu Shuyan, and her efficiency was already surpassing that of the boss lady. Uxin hid aside, watching Lin Yao, his sister, and the proprietress busying themselves with joy and no one paying attention to her. She gritted her teeth and joined the ranks of digging for crystals. Seeing that the three women were slowly getting used to the disgusting feeling of digging zombies, Lin Yao finally felt relieved and started singing while digging. Dig and dig in the little zombie's head. Digging small crystals. Uxin Lafa. Dig and dig in the big zombie head. Digging big crystals. Yuqian Lafa. In a particularly large. Stop singing, the three girls said in unison. In fact, it was originally a very tense and exciting session, but because of his disruption, everyone was distracted. However, because of Lin Yao's funny behavior, the tension in their hearts completely dissipated. Lin Yao, the crystal is broken. Uxin suddenly took out a crossbow and shot through the crystal. That was the crossbow arrow shot by Lin Yao himself. Touch it and see if the energy inside can still be absorbed, Lin Yao asked with a frown. Uxin took off his gloves, held the crystal, closed his eyes, and sensed it for a while, then shook his head. No, the energy inside is gone. This is troublesome. Lin Yao was also a little overwhelmed. Almost all the zombies on the 5th floor were shot in the head by him. How many crystals will be damaged? I'm such a prodigal son. Lin Yao couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. Lin Yao, I found a bad one too. Me too. Soon, the proprietress and Yu Qian also dug up broken crystals. After experiments, they found that the energy of these crystals had indeed dissipated. Lin Yao pondered for a while and asked the three girls to stop their work. This way of digging is too inefficient. We need to divide the work and cooperate. Madam Boss, you're responsible for using your X-ray vision to select which zombies have intact crystals. I separated the zombies with intact crystals. Yu Qian and Uxin, you two sisters are responsible for digging. The three women nodded. This was indeed the most convenient process. Soon, under the guidance of the proprietress, Lin Yao took out the zombies one by one. This one, and that one are also good. These are the only ones in this bunch. After looking at one pile, Lin Yao took her to another pile. By the time all the zombie corpses on the 5th floor were sorted, it was already 0 o'clock. After midnight, it was the 7th day of the apocalypse. What Lin Yao and others didn't know was that all the survivors around the world suddenly fell into a deep sleep at midnight. No matter if they were hiding or being chased by zombies, they all fell to the ground and snored. But for those who are being chased by zombies, one can imagine what will happen to them if they fall asleep. It was 1 a.m. when Zhou Chu slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, it was pitch black everywhere. Where are the people? Zhou Chu used the light of the flashlight to see the environment inside the office clearly, but did not see the figures of Lin Yao and others. Zhou Chu was a little panicked. She was worried that Lin Yao and the others would abandon her. Just as I was about to get up, I saw a note beside me. We are out killing zombies. Please help open the door tomorrow morning. Zhou Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been hiding here alone for several days. Finally, Lin Yao and the others came in to keep her company. She really didn't want to experience being alone again. Feeling hungry again, Zhou Chu turned around and reached for the bag beside her, but found nothing. Yes, the food is used to buy the crystals in Lin Yao's hands. What can I do? Zhou Chu had no choice but to get up and pour a glass of water to relieve her hunger. It was only at this time that she remembered to check her special abilities. Nothing. Zhou Chuchu closed her eyes and felt for a long time, but didn't notice anything different. But she was not afraid. She would wait for Lin Yao to come back tomorrow and ask him. At least there should be after-sales service. Zhou Chuchu didn't know yet that she had actually developed some sense of dependence on Lin Yao, as if that man knew everything and could do everything. The fifth floor, Lin Yao and Wu Shuyan joined the army digging for crystals. With their participation, the speed increased a lot. While digging, Lin Yao kept an eye on the movements of the zombies on the sixth floor to make sure no zombies would jump down from above his head. It was not until 5 a.m., when it was summer and it was starting to get slightly brighter outside, that Lin Yao and the others finally finished digging out all the crystals. Let's go. Go back first. Lin Yao waved his hand and sneaked back to the back door of the office with them. Chu Chu is awake. The boss's wife looked through the wall and saw Zhou Chuchu sitting in the office. Lin Yao knocked on the door, and Zhou Chuchu hurriedly stood up and ran over to open the door. You're back. Zhou Chuchu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Yao left a note, she only felt relieved when she saw them come back. Well, here you go. Lin Yao once again considerately gave her a small bag of food. Zhou Chuchu took it with many thanks, tore open the package, and stuffed it into her mouth. Lin Yao smiled and shook his head, then sat in a corner with Wu Shuyan and the others to count their gains that evening. Originally, in his plan, Zhou Chuchu used half a bag of food to gain superpowers. If she wanted to get more food, she had to become his woman. But when he saw Zhou Chuchu's undisguised surprise and relief after she opened the door, he felt pity for her again. In the end, Lin Yao gave up the idea of using any tricks. After all, Zhou Chuchu had always been nice to them. Whether she could become his woman or not, he just let fate take its course. Chapter 22 Mind Reading. Zhou Chuchu was chewing bread on the side, while secretly watching Lin Yao and the others gathered together. When he saw white crystals pouring out of the bags in the hands of several people, he was immediately choked with shock. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Chuchu hurriedly took a sip of water. Seeing Lin Yao and the others turning their gazes towards her, she turned around shyly and stopped looking at them. Several people divided the work and counted the number of crystals in the bag. I have 73 here. I have 54 here. I'm 80 here. The three girls reported their numbers, and Lin Yao nodded. I have 93 here. If we add them up, it will be exactly 300. Alas, it's a pity that a lot was destroyed, otherwise we would have gained more. Each of you should get 100 points out of these 300 points. Absorb the energy inside. After Lin Yao finished speaking, he divided the 300 crystals into 3 parts and put them into 3 bags, letting the 3 women take them and absorb them themselves. You don't want it? Wu Shuyan was surprised. If he gave everything to them, what would Lin Yao do with himself? Don't worry, if you become stronger, it means I become stronger. Lin Yao smiled and patted the proprietress's hand, signaling her to take it with confidence. Of course, Lin Yao would not say that as long as their abilities were upgraded, he would be able to gain ability points, which would be a win-win situation. The 3 girls hesitantly carried a bag of crystals, each to absorb them. Lin Yao also reminded them not to throw away the waste crystals after absorption. After stretching, Lin Yao turned to look at Zhou Chuchu, who was looking at him eagerly but a little embarrassed, and used the skill of seeing through fire. Zhou Chuchu, female, 27 years old. Superpower, level 1 mind reading, can spy on the voices in other people's hearts. Note, currently can only spy on level 1 superpowers. Fuck, I really want this skill. Lin Yao's pupils shrank slightly. To be honest, this skill is really too awesome. If I can spy on other people's thoughts, then doesn't that mean I have no privacy in front of her? Fortunately, this ability also has limitations, otherwise it would be a bit too buggy. Zhou Chuchu saw Lin Yao staring at her and was a little confused. What's wrong, Lin Yao? Lin Yao suppressed his shock, walked up to her with a smile, and asked, How is it? Have you used your supernatural power? By the way, Lin Yao, why can't I feel my special ability? Speaking of this, Zhou Chuchu remembered that she had never felt any superpowers, so she hurried over to ask. Lin Yao's nose twitched slightly, and he smelled a faint fragrance coming from Zhou Chuchu. This woman had her own private bathroom and basically took a shower every day. In fact, your superpowers have already awakened, but you just don't know how to use them. Lin Yao motioned for her to sit down. You know my special ability? Zhou Chuchu asked in surprise. Lin Yao smiled and nodded. Then, can you teach me? Zhou Chuchu hesitated, as she was worried that Lin Yao had another condition. Okay, turn over here. Lin Yao readily agreed and asked Zhou Chuchu to face Yuqian, who was facing away from them and concentrating on absorbing the crystals. Zhou Chuchu didn't understand, but still did as she was told. Then, Lin Yao's voice came softly from behind her. Take a deep breath and stay calm. Look at Yuqian and stay focused. Don't rush. Take your time. Zhou Chuchu obediently calmed down and stared at Yuqian quietly. Suddenly, Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened, and Lin Yao asked with a smile, Did you hear something? Yes. Zhou Chuchu's bright eyes were shining and full of surprise. So what did you hear? Lin Yao asked secretly. Isn't this a bit bad? Zhou Chuchu finally understood what her special ability was. Being able to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. When she heard Lin Yao's question, the kind-hearted Zhou Chuchu felt that this was an invasion of other people's privacy and was a little afraid to say anything. What are you afraid of? If I'm not mistaken, Yuqian is scolding me in her heart. Lin Yao didn't care. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened. You can hear it too? She really scolded me? This time, it was Lin Yao's turn to be speechless. For these three women, Lin Yao can only judge their feelings towards him by their loyalty. Among them, the proprietress is basically devoted to him, with a loyalty of 80 UXN is a little girl who is secretly developing feelings for the man who took her virginity, and her loyalty has risen to 70. Only Yu Qian's loyalty has never increased since she gained superpowers, and has remained at 30. Lin Yao estimated that because of the awakened power system, this woman can most intuitively feel her own strength, so I feel like I have grown wings. What did she scold me for? Lin Yao's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining a warm smile. Yu Qian said, Stinky Lin Yao, when I become stronger, I will be the first to beat you up and let you harm my sister. Zhou Chuchu said softly, covering her mouth. If you don't punish him for 3 days, he'll tear the roof off the house. Lin Yao snorted. Zhou Chuchu stared at Lin Yao, and Lin Yao suddenly felt as if he was being watched, and his mental strength moved involuntarily. Ah! Zhou Chuchu suddenly covered her head and cried out in pain. The three women who were absorbing the crystals woke up at the same time and looked over. Lin Yao was also stunned and hurriedly helped Zhou Chuchu up. What's wrong with you? I didn't bully you. Noticing the ambiguous looks from the proprietress and the three girls, Lin Yao hurriedly explained. I'm fine. Zhou Chuchu was still frightened and looked at Lin Yao as if he was looking at a ghost. Just now, she couldn't help but want to peek into Lin Yao's thoughts. But before she could hear anything, she suddenly felt like she was punched in the head and almost fainted from the pain. You were peeping at me and got retaliated against? When Lin Yao saw Zhou Chuchu's eyes, he quickly understood why she suddenly acted like this. It must be that his mental power sensed that someone was peeping at him and took the initiative to rebound. So Zhou Chuchu suddenly acted like this. Zhou Chuchu felt that her head was no longer so painful, so she nodded slowly. Your superpowers have limitations. Don't spy on others casually in the future. Otherwise, you will be the only one who gets hurt. Lin Yao did not pursue her peeping behavior, but instead warned her. Zhou Chuchu nodded obediently again. The feeling just now made her feel scared. That's enough. Just grasp that feeling for now. By the way, their 3 abilities should be upgraded soon, so don't spy on them casually, otherwise it will be dangerous for you, Lin Yao advised again. He has already received the skill points from the 3 women's ability upgrades. Lin Yao was very surprised. The abilities of the 3 women had all been upgraded to level 2, giving him 60 skill points, 20 points per person. Now his ability points have reached more than 110, which is enough to upgrade a level 2 skill to level 3. Without thinking twice, Lin Yao upgraded his zombie transformation to level 3. This skill was the basis for him to move among the zombie hordes. Zombie transformation level 3. The host can transform into a level 2 zombie every day for 60 minutes. Note: only the surface changes, no zombie virus, and will be detected by zombies above level 4. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yao was very satisfied. Chapter 23, UX Science Feelings. Lin Yao, we have finished absorbing it. After Wu Shuyin and the other 2 absorbed all the energy in the crystal, they all felt that their strength had been significantly improved. Okay, you've been busy all night. Eat something and go to bed. Lin Yao took out some food from his backpack and distributed it to them. When the gift was passed to Yu Qian, she did not reach out to take it, but stared at him with burning eyes. Zhou Chuchu huddled in the corner and watched nervously. She knew what Yu Qian was thinking. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Lin Yao seemed to know nothing and looked confused. Yu Qian looked at the man in front of her in a tangled manner and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Lin Yao, can I arm wrestle with you? Lin Yao thought she was going to fight with him. After all this time, this was all? It seems that he wants to test his own abilities first. Okay, let's try and see how your strength has improved. Lin Yao agreed with a smile, walked to the side of the table, and stretched out his right hand. Yu Qian sat on the other side. Yu Xian was unaware of her sister's thoughts, so she took the initiative to run to the table and enthusiastically acted as a referee. The two held hands, and at Yu Xian's command of start, Yu Qian suddenly began to exert force. Come on, come on. Yu Xian stood behind Yu Qian and cheered for her sister with all her might. However, Yu Qian tried her best to make her face red, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Yao. On the contrary, Lin Yao looked calm and composed, with a faint smile on his face, staring into Yu Qian's eyes. This woman has probably been thinking about beating me up for several days. Today I have to make her figure out who has the final say in this family. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate for half a minute, but in the end, Yu Qian was the first to give up and lowered her head. I lost. Sister, don't be discouraged. That girl is a monster. Next time, we will definitely beat her. Yu Xian thought her sister had lost her strength and hurriedly comforted her. Silly girl, you don't understand. Yu Qian looked at her sister with complicated eyes. The little girl didn't understand that this seemingly simple arm wrestling actually involved the thoughts of both people. If Lin Yao lost, Yu Qian would attack without hesitation. Even if she didn't kill Lin Yao, she would at least beat him up to vent her anger and then take her sister away. But she lost, which meant that her strength was still not enough compared to Lin Yao, and she didn't have the ability to take her sister away. What don't you understand? Yu Xian asked, tilting her head. Yu Qian didn't know how to explain, so she sighed and prepared to go back to take a shower and sleep. Wait, Lin Yao said. Yu Qian turned her head and looked at him in confusion. Lin Yao leaned against the wall, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and said with a smile, I know what you're thinking. Now that you feel capable, you want to take your sister away, right? Well, I'll give you a chance to choose, either stay with me or not. Or you can take Yu Xian away. In fact, since we have had physical contact before, I will give each of you two sisters a bag of food. The door is over there. You can leave or stay. It's up to you. This also applies to the boss lady. Really, Yu Qian's face showed joy. She really didn't expect that Lin Yao would be willing to let them leave. Of course. Lin Yao continued to smile and nodded. That's great. Thank you. Yu Qian was so happy that she pulled her sister away on the spot. However, when he stretched out his hand, he pulled nothing. Sister, I don't want to leave. Yu Xian looked at Yu Qian, who was looking happy, and took a step back with a complicated expression. Yu Qian was stunned and looked at her sister in disbelief. Xiaojuan, let's go home. Our parents are waiting for us at home. Sister, don't lie to me. I called my parents on the first day of the zombies, but I couldn't get in touch with them. Yu Xian's eyes turned red, and her voice was choked. Yu Qian's face turned pale, and she came over and pulled her sister forcefully. Silly girl, even if mom and dad, we can't always be someone else's mistress. I'll take you away with me. From now on, we'll kill zombies together and become stronger. We can live well without men. However, although Yu Xian was very moved by what she heard, there was always a voice in her heart telling her not to leave Lin Yao. Sister, I still don't want to leave. Yu Xian chose to listen to the voice in her heart. Why? Yu Qian was completely dumbfounded. Yu Xian lowered her head, her hands clutching the corner of her clothes involuntarily. I don't know either. When Yu Qian saw her sister like this, her face turned even paler, and she murmured, You fell in love with him? No, I didn't. Yu Xian seemed to have her secrets exposed. She hurriedly shook her head, her face flushed. Yu Qian was completely desperate. She had thought of everything, even considered that Lin Yao would kill them, but she had never imagined that her sister would fall in love with Lin Yao. Silly girl, every time you lie to me, I can see through you. Do you know why? Yu Qian sighed and reached out to touch Yu Xian's little head. I didn't lie. Yu Xian wanted to look up and refute, but when she saw her sister's eyes, her voice became smaller and smaller. She knew that every time she lied, her hands would involuntarily clutch the corners of her clothes, as if she had done something wrong. Her parents and sister had already figured out. Yu Qian was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to persuade. But as long as we go out, there are many boys out there who are more handsome, more graceful, and more. Sister, stop talking. You also have a boyfriend. You know how it feels to fall in love with someone, Yu Xian interrupted directly with a red face. It was not until this moment that Yu Xian finally confirmed her feelings. It turned out that she had fallen in love with Lin Yao without realizing it. Even if he has no grace, even if he is not particularly handsome, once you fall in love with him, his shadow will be all you can think of in your heart. Yu Qian finally gave up. She knew her sister was unwilling to leave, so she sighed and resigned herself to her fate. Okay then, just stay. Sister, what about you? When Yu Xian heard that her sister no longer forced her to leave, she was as happy as a magpie and walked forward to hold her sister's hand. Silly girl, who will take care of you when I'm gone? Yu Qian looked at her sister with some pity. The implication was that she would not leave either. She pulled Yu Xian to Lin Yao and lowered her head. Lin Yao, we are not leaving. Have you thought it through? Lin Yao looked at the two of them with a smile. In fact, Lin Yao was not panicked at all. On the one hand, Yu Xian's loyalty had already shown that this girl liked him. On the other hand, the zombies on the 5th floor had been killed, but the zombies on the 1st to 4th floors had not been killed. As long as the two sisters left this door, they would come back sooner or later. I've thought it through. Yu Qian and Yu Xian looked at each other and answered in unison with a firm tone. Lin Yao nodded, handed the food back to Yu Qian, turned around, and asked Wu Shuyan with a smile, Madam Boss, what about you? Wu Shuyan smiled charmingly, walked over and kissed him, saying, Don't even think about getting rid of me. Chapter 24, Building a Team. Everybody was happy. After what happened just now, the relationship between them became closer. Zhou Chuchu looked a little envious. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Yao suddenly thought of the conversation between the two sisters just now and asked Qian. Yu Qian nodded generously. Yes, there's one, but I can't contact him. I don't know if he's dead. What if he's not dead? Lin Yao asked worriedly. He didn't like being cuckolded. If he's not dead, he's lucky. Lin Yao asked the women to take a shower, then came to Zhou Chuchu and asked, Miss Zhou, do you want to join our team? Your team? Do you need to be your woman? Zhou Chuchu was somewhat tempted, but was afraid that she would have to warm Lin Yao's bed. Lin Yao laughed. We are a serious team. We don't need bed warming, but if Miss Zhou has any ideas, I will welcome them. No. Forget about warming the bed. But what do you mean by team? Zhou Chuchu hurriedly shook her head and refused. But for some reason, when Zhou Chuchu heard that Lin Yao did not force her, she felt a little disappointed. Lin Yao didn't know what Zhou Chuchu was thinking, so he smiled and started to propose the team's ideas. I've been thinking these past 2 days that we can gain superpowers through crystals, and sooner or later others will discover this method. So soon, all the survivors around the world should gain superpowers. Now that everyone has superpowers, the dangers in this world are not just zombies. The survivors will also become dangerous. Everyone will fight for supplies and for their lives sooner or later. Therefore, the phenomenon of banding together for warmth will definitely occur. In that case, a woman like Ms. Zhou who possesses special abilities and is also beautiful will definitely be sought after. Fortunately, we have a pleasant cooperation with Ms. Zhou. So now, I solemnly invite Ms. Zhou to join our team. In the future, our team will gradually grow stronger. We won't actively bully others, but no one can bully us. Ms. Zhou, would you consider it? Zhou Chuchu nodded after hearing what Lin Yao said, indicating that what Lin Yao said made sense. Then if I join your team, will food and accommodation be provided? Zhou Chuchu made her request in a low voice. Lin Yao laughed again. Of course. Not only food and accommodation, but also Ms. Zhou's ability upgrade will be covered by me. I'll join. Hearing that the benefits were so good, Zhou Chuchu immediately stood up and expressed her willingness to join. Lin Yao and Zhou Chuchu shook hands to show that they had reached a cooperation agreement. Lin Yao then added, Although our team is still in its infancy, there are some things I should clarify with Miss Zhou first. First, our team prospers together and suffers together. So if you see a team member in danger, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Secondly, because of my special abilities, I will be in charge of keeping and distributing the supplies for the time being. Once we have a safe base, we can keep them in a centralized location. Third, you're not allowed to keep the crystals you get from killing zombies. I will distribute them equally to all team members. Fourth, that's all I can think of for now. I'll have more later if I think of anything else. Zhou Chuchu nodded and said, These are all as they should be. If there are no rules, the team will have problems sooner or later. Just then, the three girls came out after taking shower. Seeing Lin Yao and Zhou Chuchu chatting enthusiastically, they walked up to ask, Team. The three women looked at each other. Lin Yao patiently explained it to them again, and the three women said it was no problem since they were already tied to Lin Yao anyway. Then, how about we just have a simple founding ceremony? Xin suggested, shrinking his head. Okay, it's time to have an inauguration ceremony, but the situation is special now, so let's keep it simple. We've all been eating fast food for days. Let's have some hot food today. Lin Yao agreed, waved his hand, and took out a few self-heating hot pots and a few bottles of beer. Wow, I can finally eat cooked food. Xin happily turned around in circles. The five people put 2 tables together and put the self-heating hot pot on them. Lin Yao was fine, but the 4 women stared at the self-heating hot pot that was slowly boiling, and their mouths began to drool unconsciously. Don't be impatient. We can eat in a few minutes. Come on, let's have a drink first. Lin Yao wanted to laugh when he saw the girls, so he raised a can of beer first. Cheers! The girls each had a can and clinked glasses with Lin Yao. After drinking beer, Lin Yao's appetite was aroused. Zhou Chuchu and Wu Shuiyan's faces must have turned red because of the alcohol. After just 2 sips, their faces started to turn slightly red. The 2 women were already beautiful and now looked even more charming. Sister Yuqian was fine. The elder sister remained calm, but Xin had already started to stagger, and it was obvious that she couldn't drink much. The hot pot is ready. Let's eat. Lin Yao gave an order, and the girls quickly stretched out their chopsticks. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, with laughter being heard from time to time. After eating and drinking, Xin and Zhou Chuchu, who had the worst alcohol tolerance, had fallen asleep on the floor. Yuqian shook her head and took care of her sister. The proprietress seemed to have drunk too much. Her face was red, and she was staring at Lin Yao with her chin in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Yao stood up with a normal expression. He simply cleaned up the garbage on the table, picked up the remaining crystal shells they had absorbed, and went out. It's not that he didn't notice the boss lady's hint, but there were other important things to do now, so he should go and meet up with Su Qingyan. His physique, which had been strengthened by the system, was actually not affected by alcohol. Those women were all drunk, and Lin Yao only felt that he had to urinate frequently. After throwing away the garbage, he transformed into a zombie and continued to wander around the 5th floor. On the way, he threw some snacks to Lu Yin and finally met Su Qingyan. How is it? Are there many zombies on the 6th floor? Lin Yao asked directly. Su Qingyan tilted her head as if thinking and slowly answered, Not much. Lin Yao nodded secretly. As he expected, the 6th floor was originally a comprehensive entertainment area. The zombie outbreak happened to be dinner time, so there would not be many people staying there. But he was planning to go up and take a look today. If there are really not many zombies, then just kill them all. Here, these are all yours. Lin Yao generously took out all the zombie crystals. These were all waste. If they were given to Su Qingyan to eat, she should be able to upgrade to level 2. Su Qingyan's dull eyes lit up after she saw the crystals, and she kept eating one after another. What great teeth! Lin Yao felt a little sour in his teeth as he listened to the crunching sound of Su Qingyan's chewing. Su Qingyan kept eating as if she was chewing beans. Half an hour later, Su Qingyan had finished eating all the crystal waste. Lin Yao looked at her eyes. The blue pupils had completely taken shape. It seemed that she had been promoted to a level 2 zombie. It's delicious. Thank you. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Yao and stopped stuttering. Chapter 25 picked up a little lowly. Lin Yao was stunned for a moment. Su Qingyan actually stopped stuttering. Do you feel any changes in your body? Lin Yao carefully observed Su Qingyan's condition and found that apart from her speaking fluently, there were no other obvious changes. My strength has increased, Su Qingyan replied, and began to move her hands and feet. Lin Yao asked her to run and see, and Su Qingyan ran away. Fuck. Lin Yao couldn't help but swear. Now Su Qingyan's speed was almost catching up with him. However, since she still hasn't awakened her superpowers, Lin Yao is not in a hurry. Once Su Qingyan awakens some superpowers that are stronger than his, he is not sure that he can continue to control this beautiful zombie. Now, continue teaching her to count. Since you've become stronger, go to the 4th floor and help me see if there are any zombies there that have become as powerful as you. Let's meet here tomorrow. After teaching how to count, Lin Yao gave instructions to Su Qingyan. Now, Su can count from 1 to 50. Okay, Lin. Su Qingyan agreed and went down the stairs. Lin Yao has been observing Su Qingyan's behavior and feels that Su Qingyan now has the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old child. I have to kill zombies quickly to make myself stronger. I can't be surpassed by my zombie wife. Lin Yao muttered and ran to the sixth floor. The entire sixth floor was indeed, just as Su Qingyan had said, with not many zombies. Lin Yao made a simple estimate and found that there were only about 200 zombies at most. Hide in the corner, cancel the zombie transformation, and start killing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, when Lin Yao killed the zombies, he deliberately avoided the crystals in each zombie's head, so his efficiency became much lower. After the whole morning, Lin Yao had only killed more than 70 of them, and there were more than 130 left. After returning to the fifth floor to have lunch, Lin Yao ran to the sixth floor to continue killing. After killing all the zombies on the sixth floor today, those women would be able to move freely on the fifth floor. As long as you don't deliberately expose your body and make any noise, the zombies on the fourth floor generally won't look up. Because the zombies were scattered around, Lin Yao had to kill a few and then move. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he finally killed all the zombies on the sixth floor. I finally finished killing all the zombies. Lin Yao sat down on the ground. He didn't sleep last night and killed zombies all day today. He was really exhausted, but the harvest was not bad. Killing more than 200 zombies brought him 25 skill points. With the remaining 45 points, he now has a total of 70 points. Then he randomly obtained 13 attribute points, which were distributed evenly by him. He was in the only convenience store on the sixth floor. Lin Yao was thinking, how should he take these things away? The storage space is basically full, and he can't take much with him. He can't bear to leave it there and give it to others. Forget it. Let them come over to dig crystals in the evening and each take some back. Lin Yao made up his mind and went to the cashier counter, ready to take away all the cigarettes here. Suddenly, Lin Yao stopped and saw a lot of snack bags under the cash register. This means that someone came here to eat snacks, or someone is hiding here. The entire cash register is not big. Lin Yao looked around and found that only the cabinet under the cash register should be able to hide a person. But how could someone get in with such a small space? A large machete appeared in Lin Yao's hand. He was not sure whether the people hiding here had turned into zombies. He tiptoed to the cashier counter and took a deep breath. He pulled the cabinet door open with force. Lin Yao was on guard and suddenly stopped when he saw the figure inside. A little girl was curled up in the closet, looking at herself with tears in her big eyes in fear, and covering her mouth with her hands, probably because she was afraid of making a sound. Seeing the little girl trembling all over, Lin Yao quickly put away the knife, put on a warm smile, and asked, "Little sister, are you hiding here alone?" The little girl was still very scared, covering her mouth and nodding slightly. It seemed that she was frightened by the sight of him holding a knife. Lin Yao scratched his head, saw the lollipops on the cash register, took a few and handed them over. "Don't be afraid, little sister. Have some candy." As if she knew that the adult in front of her would not hurt her, the little girl let go of her hand and said timidly, "Mom said I can't eat candy. It will damage my teeth." "Oh, what a good child. Where are your parents?" Lin Yao felt his heart was melted by the cuteness. The little girl had a round face and looked only 7 or 8 years old. With her well-behaved and pitiful appearance, she was simply adorable. The little girl paused, tears started to flow again, and she sobbed, "Dad. Dad ate Mom." Lin Yao's face froze, and then he looked a little gloomy. He could guess that the girl's parents brought their daughter here to play. But unexpectedly, the zombie virus suddenly broke out, and the girl's father turned into a zombie and directly bit the girl's mother who was closest to him. The little girl must have had a psychological trauma after seeing this scene with her own eyes. I don't know how she managed to get through these days. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. What's your name?" Lin Yao put on a smile again, hoping to make the little girl less sad, and at the same time activated the skill of seeing through fire to check. Xiaojuan, female, 6 years old. Seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. The possessor of the ability will unconsciously avoid danger and seek safe people or places and have extremely good luck. What? This girl has also awakened her superpowers? My name is Wen, and I'm 6 years old. The little girl seemed to feel close to Lin Yao and slowly stopped crying. Wen, my name is Lin Yao. You can call me Brother Lin. Lin Yao did not show any surprise and continued to introduce himself gently. Wen nodded slowly and prepared to climb out of the closet. "By the way, Wen, have you been hiding here all the time? Is there anyone else here?" Lin Yao took the little girl out of the closet and asked calmly. "No, Wen is hiding here alone. Outside, there are all those scary things outside," Wen said as she stretched out her little head to look outside. Seeing her alert, Lin Yao touched her little head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Those scary things have all been killed. Then, were my parents? Chu Wenwen suddenly asked. Lin Yao was stunned and answered hesitantly. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Should I tell the little girl that I had killed all the people? That's too cruel. Are my parents dead? Chu Wenwen lowered her head, and the tears that had just stopped began to flow again. Lin Yao felt a little sad and slowly held her in his arms and said, Don't be afraid, Wenwen. Do you want to go with me? I will protect you in the future. When he saw Chu Wenwen, Lin Yao remembered that he once had a sister this age. Unfortunately, his sister fell ill suddenly and died at the age of 7. This has always been a pain in Lin Yao's heart. Now, when he saw Chu Wenwen, the figure of Chu Wenwen slowly overlapped with the image of his sister in his memory. Chu Wenwen kept hiding in his arms and crying. The little girl twitched and actually fell asleep crying. Well, brother, take it as your agreement. Follow me from now on. You can't protect yourself by yourself. Lin Yao held Chu Wenwen and left the convenience store. Chapter 26. The boss lady's motherly love overflows. Lin Yao did not go back to the 6th floor directly. Instead, he held the sleeping Chu Wenwen and checked the dead zombies on the 6th floor. Finally, Lin Yao locked onto 2 zombies, a man and a woman. Judging from their facial features, these 2 zombies looked somewhat similar to Chu Wenwen. The most important thing was that they were wearing parent-child outfits, the same style as Chu Wenwen's clothes, both wearing white t-shirts on the upper body and gray denim shorts on the lower body. Placing the 2 zombies separately at the window, Lin Yao lit a small fireball and burned their bodies. I'm deeply sorry that your family has suddenly encountered such a change. I will take good care of her. As long as I, Lin Yao, have something to eat, Wenwen will not starve. Rest in peace, you guys. As if in response to Lin Yao's words, tears began to flow from the corners of the eyes of the 2 zombies, which made Lin Yao even more certain that these were Wenwen's parents. The flame burned slowly, reflecting on Lin Yao's face. This was the first time he had a kind heart since the end of the world. In the past, he saved people with a purpose, but for this poor little girl, Lin Yao felt pity. Of course, another reason was that Chu Wenwen's powerful abilities attracted him. Bring good luck and avoid bad luck. It's a lucky charm to carry with you. Only after the 2 bodies were burned to ashes did Lin Yao turn around and leave, returning to the 5th floor. At this time, several women in the team had also finished their rest. When they saw Lin Yao bringing back a little girl, they all looked surprised. You beast! You won't let me go even though I'm so young. Wu Shuiyan pointed at Lin Yao and cursed. Her eyes were almost tearing out that morning. Lin Yao actually left her aside and walked out. She had been feeling resentful for a long time. I didn't expect that after going out, he would bring back an underage little lowly. Isn't this a beast? Lin Yao rolled his eyes at her and said, What are you thinking about? This girl's parents turned into zombies. They were hiding on the 6th floor by themselves. I happened to find them and rescued them. Really? Wu Shuiyan still didn't believe it. Lin Yao laughed and scolded. Am I such an impatient person in your eyes? Yes. This time, Wu Shuiyan and several other women, including Zhou Chu, answered at the same time. Lin Yao was dumbfounded. Do these women really look at me like this? Okay, I believe you won't have any dirty thoughts about a little girl, but what will you do in the future if you bring her back? Wu Shuiyan found his deflated look a little funny, so she decided to let him go. Of course we'll take care of her. Don't look at her young age. Her superpowers are very powerful. Lin Yao put Chu Wenwen on the floor and covered her belly. She also awakened her superpowers? Did you give her the crystal? Wu Shuiyan was a little surprised. If we awaken superpowers for such a young child, do we mean that she will have to go out and kill zombies and dig for crystals in the future? Wouldn't that be too cruel? Lin Yao looked at Chu Wenwen sleeping soundly and couldn't help but help her tidy up her messy hair and said, This is what really surprised me. Her ability should have awakened by herself. What? Several women exclaimed at the same time. Keep your voice down. Seeing that Chu Wenwen was disturbed by the screams of several women, Lin Yao hurriedly stopped them in a low voice. Several women hurriedly covered their mouths. Lin Yao patted Chu Wenwen, but the little girl didn't open her eyes and turned over and fell asleep again. He then explained softly, She is the only living person on the entire 6th floor. How can such a little girl have the ability to dig crystals by herself? Besides, I just killed all the zombies on the 6th floor today. She probably didn't touch the crystal at all. When I met her, her supernatural powers had already awakened. That's why I inferred that she awakened on her own. Several women and Lin Yao all frowned, unable to understand. They all awakened because of contact with the crystals, And now a little girl who awakened on her own suddenly appeared. Things were getting out of control. Then, what is her special ability? Wu Shuyan looked at Chu Wenwen's sleeping little face and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Lin Yao looked at the proprietress who inexplicably exuded a maternal glow and said with a smile, "Seek good fortune and avoid disaster." Several women were stunned again. As the name suggests, this girl will involuntarily look for safe people or places to avoid danger, and she has good luck. Strictly speaking, this kind of ability is the most powerful, so everyone should be nice to this girl. She will be the treasure of our team from now on. With her here, our team is fully secure. Lin Yao once again declared the importance of Chu Wenwen. Several women finally understood how amazing this little girl that Lin Yao picked up was. This was better than having a Guan Eerie lucky cat in the store. After all, this was a real supernatural power. Wu Shuyan saw Lin Yao staring at the little girl intently, with fondness in his eyes, and asked doubtfully, "Did you know her before? Why do I feel like she's your own sister? Those eyes, I wish I could grow on her body." Lin Yao shook her head without explaining. The main reason she brought Chu Wenwen back was because she remembered her sister and subconsciously wanted to make up for the regret of losing her sister. At 7 o'clock in the evening, it began to get dark. Lin Yao distributed food to the girls. When he was explaining the matters of digging crystals at night, Chu Wenwen woke up. As soon as the little girl woke up, she looked around with her big eyes. "Oh, you're awake. Are you hungry? Are you thirsty?" When Wu Shuyan saw the little girl wake up, she rushed over before Lin Yao and hugged Chu Wenwen to ask about her well-being. Even Lin Yao was a little stunned. Was the boss lady's maternal love overflowing? He remembered that the boss lady didn't have any children. Chu Wenwen was frightened by Wu Shuyan's enthusiasm. She looked at Lin Yao beside her for help, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Yao hurriedly took Wu Shuyan from her arms. The little girl grabbed his clothes tightly and asked timidly, "Big brother, where are we?" "Don't be afraid. This is where your brother is staying temporarily. It's very safe. Do you want to eat something?" Lin Yao touched Chu Wenwen's head, his tone gentler than ever before. Chu Wenwen then felt a little hungry and nodded slowly. Lin Yao was worried that eating snacks all the time would affect his child's growth, so he considerately put the rice he found at the convenience store on the self-heating bag of the hot pot. After the rice was heated, he took out a box of pure milk and handed it to him. When the little girl saw the food, her eyes lit up and she sat in Lin Yao's arms and ate it bite by bite. Wu Shuyan looked a little jealous. She helped Chu Wenwen wipe the rice grains from her mouth while swallowing the bread, just like an old mother watching her daughter eat. Wenwen, eat slowly. If you're not full, ask your auntie, ask your big brother for more. Wu Shuyan's eyes were filled with pity when she saw the hungry little girl. Lin Yao laughed and said, "Calling me brother and calling you aunt, isn't this a generational difference? What is it to you?" Wu Shuyan rolled her eyes at him, then looked a little lonely again. Chapter 27: The Boss Lady's 100 Loyalty. Lin Yao looked at the proprietress whose expression changed rapidly and was a little puzzled. "What's wrong?" Wu Shuyan sighed and said, "Just looking at this girl, thinking that this is my daughter, how wonderful it would be. If you want a daughter, let's give birth to one." Lin Yao blurted out, I can't." Wu Shuyan lowered her head. Her voice choked. "What do you mean?" Lin Yao was confused. Usually it's men who can't do this, so how can women also not be able to do this? Wu Shuyan's eyes turned red. She looked up at Lin Yao and said, "To tell you the truth, I'm infertile. I know you men like children. If you mind, I can leave." The reason why Wu Shuyan divorced her ex-husband was because they had been married for several years, but had no children, and her mother-in-law was urging her to have children. Her ex-husband took her for a physical examination, but the final results showed that she was infertile. So her ex-husband used this as an excuse to divorce her. Wu Shuyan didn't believe it at first and thought that her husband had health problems, but her husband came to her with his pregnant mistress. Wu Shuyan, who was heartbroken, finally accepted the fact, and the two eventually divorced. Seeing how much Lin Yao doted on Chu Wenwen today, she thought that Lin Yao also wanted to have a child. Thinking of her infertility, although she was reluctant, she felt that she should still tell Lin Yao the truth. If she's infertile, then she's infertile. "I thought it was no big deal," Lin Yao said nonchalantly. Wu Shuyan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "You don't mind?" Lin Yao smiled and took out a tissue to wipe the oil off Chu Wenwen's mouth, then raised his head and looked at Wu Shuyan seriously. "What's the big deal? When it comes to having children, just let fate take its course." Yes, no. I like Wenwen because she reminds me of my sister. Besides, our lives are in danger now. We might be eaten by zombies one day. Let's be more open-minded. If you really want to have a child, even if medical care is not available in this world, it does not mean that supernatural powers are not available. When our team expands, we can recruit people with healing abilities. Don't be discouraged. Wu Shuiyin burst into laughter after hearing these words. She felt relieved. She ignored the surprised looks of the other women and walked over to give Lin Yao a big kiss. Are you serious? If there is a supernatural power that can cure my body, I will give birth to a football team for you. Ahem, there are children here. Be careful. Lin Yao smiled and pushed Wu Shuiyin away, motioning Wenwen to watch. Chu Wenwen sipped milk and looked at the two of them, her little face smiling like a flower. Big brother, shame on you. Ha ha ha. After the meal, Chu Wenwen slowly became familiar with the women. After all, they were all beautiful older sisters and aunts, and it was easy for the naive little girl to develop a good impression of them. Several women also liked this little girl with a chubby face. They took turns hugging her and being affectionate with her, and the whole office was filled with laughter. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host's wife, Wu Shuiyin, for reaching 100 loyalty. The reward system will draw a lottery. Suddenly, a prompt sound came from the system. Lin Yao was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. I finally conquered the boss lady. Previously, the boss lady's loyalty had always been stuck at 80, probably because she was worried that I would mind the fact that she couldn't have children, so she was always a little wary. After all, my ex-husband had hurt the boss lady because of this. But after Lin Yao's persuasion, the proprietress completely let down her guard, fell in love with Lin Yao wholeheartedly, and her loyalty finally rose to 100. The benefit that comes with it is that the system directly gives a lottery, which is very nice. Lin Yao happily walked over to respond to Wu Shuiyin, kissed her, held Chu Wenwen in his arms, and started the lottery. This girl's ability represents luck, so I have to take advantage of it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a copy of the Space Stone material. Congratulations to the host for winning the All Things Retreat Skill Level 1. Wow, one item for one skill, not bad. Space Stone. One space stone can upgrade the storage space by 1 cubic meter. All Things Disperse Level 1. Release this skill, and all things within 5 meters around the host will be forcibly dispersed, once a day. So cool. So strong. Lin Yao couldn't help but stare blankly with his mouth wide open. Chu Wenwen in his arms smiled and snorted at him. Big brother, you are an adult and you are still drooling. Shame on you. Lin Yao, what's wrong? Wu Shuiyin and others also noticed that Lin Yao was acting strangely and couldn't help but step forward and ask with concern. Nothing, nothing. Lin Yao shook his head quickly without further explanation and calmed down his gaffe. The space stone is exactly what he lacks now. His storage space is only 4 cubic meters, which is now full. He is still worried about how to store the supplies in the convenience store on the 6th floor. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate and directly given the upgrade props. It's a pity that he can only upgrade 1 cubic meter, but it does leave some space. What surprised him most was the skill of All Things Retreat. Although the skill is called this, after reading the description, Lin Yao gave this skill a new name in his mind. Shinra, Heavenly Expedition. The skill effects are exactly the same, aren't they? Lin Yao couldn't help but imagine himself wearing a black cloud robe, floating in the air, muttering about how many floors he has to carry a bag of rice to. And then, oh my god, too exciting. Now he still has 70 skill points. Lin Yao spent 10 skill points without hesitation to upgrade his skill to level 2. The skill range increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, and once a day increased to 3 times a day. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Yao boasted to himself for a long time. When he saw that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, he finally realized that he still had things to do tonight. Ahem, it's almost time now. I'll make some arrangements. Lin Yao put away his boasting and spoke seriously to the women. Wenwen is still young. The boss lady and Yu Qian will stay with her tonight. You Xin and Chu Chu, follow me tonight. Let's go to the 6th floor to dig for crystals. The reason why Yu Qian was left behind was because she was a strength type. Her current level 2 strength type was much stronger than that of an average adult man, so she was considered to have a certain level of strength. It was more appropriate for her to stay behind to protect the proprietress and the little girl who had no attacking abilities. Several women nodded and began to prepare themselves. After Wu Shuyin's maternal love offensive, Chu Wenwen had begun to like this beautiful aunt and readily agreed to sleep with her. After everything was ready, Lin Yao took Zhou Chu and Yu Xian out of the door quietly and came to the 6th floor. It was Zhou Chu's first time digging up a zombie. Although Wu Shuyan helped her a lot with psychological preparation during the day, when she actually dug open the zombie's head, the woman still vomited for a long time. Chapter 28. Other survivors come to the door. Lin Yao never expected that Zhou Chu was even worse than Yu Xian. Yu Xian vomited for half an hour yesterday and then joined the crystal digging team. How come Zhou Chu has been vomiting for an hour and hasn't finished yet? Lin Yao, I'm sorry. Zhou Chu also knew that her behavior would affect the progress of crystal digging, so she apologized to Lin Yao pitifully. It's okay. Yu Xian and I have already dug out a lot. Have you finished vomiting? Lin Yao looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't bear to blame her, so he handed her a bottle of water considerately. Zhou Chu opened her mouth and felt it for a while, then nodded and said, I'm done spitting out all the juice. Okay, how about trying again? Lin Yao handed over another knife. Zhou Chu gritted her teeth and silently said to herself, I can't be so embarrassed anymore. She walked up to the zombie's body and slashed it with a knife. Don't use so much force. The crystal will be broken. Yeah, control the strength. That's it. You have a talent for digging up corpses, and you are very efficient. Lin Yao did not lie. After Zhou Chu got used to it, her efficiency in digging crystals increased sharply and was no slower than Yu Xian. Seeing that Zhou Chu had gotten into the state, Lin Yao started digging with peace of mind. Because Lin Yao deliberately avoided the location of the crystals when shooting zombies during the day, the crystal failure rate was very low that night. By 4 o'clock in the morning, when it was already dawn, they had dug up more than 180 crystals. Now that the crystals have been mined, it's time to collect supplies from the convenience store. Pick out the food and water first. Take some lollipops and save them for Wen. Lin Yao collected supplies while giving instructions, and soon his space was full again. Of course, he was not satisfied and took out a few more large bags. After they were full, he left with satisfaction. Just like that, the 3 of them, each carrying a few bags, returned to the 5th floor carrying large and small packages as if they were catching a train, without noticing that there were already several merchants on the 5th floor who saw them through the gaps. After returning to the office, Chu Wenwen and the others were still sleeping. Lin Yao and the others did not wake them up. They put down the plastic bags and went back to sleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already high outside. Yu Qian, Chu Wenwen, and Wu Shuyan, who had rested all night, woke up one after another. Seeing several bags of food and notes left aside, Wu Shuyan took charge of distributing the food and began to eat quietly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the glass door outside the office. Wu Shuyan was startled and hurriedly hugged Chu Wenwen in her arms. Didn't Lin Yao kill all the zombies on the 5th floor? The proprietress was confused and used her X-ray vision to look over there. It's a living person. Wu Shuyan saw that there was a middle-aged man standing outside the glass door. She had the impression that he was the owner of a men's clothing store, and his surname seemed to be Feng. Since it was a living person, they were not so scared. Yu Qian walked to the glass door and pulled open the curtain. Feng Sheng was stunned when he saw that the person who opened the door was a beautiful woman he had never seen before. What's the matter? It was also the first time that Yu Qian saw another living person. She was a little happy at first, but when she saw the other party's lecherous look, her face immediately turned cold. Feng Sheng quickly came back to his senses and said with a smile, Hello, beautiful lady. I am the owner of a clothing store on the 5th floor. My name is Feng Sheng. What's the matter? Yu Qian continued to ask, not caring what his name was. As the owner of a clothing store, Feng Sheng was used to seeing other people's cold faces. He smiled and said without changing his expression, It's like this, I saw that all the zombies on the 5th floor had been killed this morning, so I dared to come out to find something to eat. But I didn't expect that the convenience stores and vending machines on the 5th floor were all empty. I happened to see a few people walking here this morning, so I came to ask if there's anything to eat here. No, Yu Qian said with a cold face and was about to close the curtain. Hey, wait, I can buy it. Any price is fine. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, beautiful lady. Feng Sheng quickly stretched out his hand to stop her, but how could he stop her with the glass between them? Yu Qian pulled the curtain, turned around, and then stopped again. Because Feng Sheng continued to knock outside without giving up, worried that he would wake up Lin Yao and his sister, Yu Qian opened the curtain with a cold face and scolded, Keep your voice down. Seeing that Yu Qian had not chased the people away and asked Wenwen to eat obediently, Wu Shuyan took the initiative to walk out. Feng Sheng was about to negotiate with Yu Qian, but suddenly he saw a mature and charming woman coming out. His eyes lit up again. Isn't this Boss Wu? You're still alive. That's great. Boss Feng? You are alive too. Wu Shuyan responded with a wry smile. No wonder Yu Qian had a cold face all the time. When this guy saw him, he looked like a pig and looked extremely wretched. Feng Sheng was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the beautiful Lady Wu actually remembered him. Before he could say a few polite words, Wu Shuyan started to chase him away. Boss Feng, please go back. We really don't have any food here. Feng Sheng's smile froze, and then his eyes darkened. It seems that you are unwilling to give it. Wu Shuyan saw his expression change, frowned, and said, Boss Feng, we really have no food here. You should try your luck somewhere else. Oomph. Do you think I'm blind? You were carrying big and small bags this morning, and you just emptied a few convenience stores. You are all merchants on the 5th floor, so you should at least leave some food for others. Feng Sheng pointed at them and scolded them through the glass door. Yu Qian instantly became angry and started to curse at him through the glass door. I said no. So what are you yelling about? Besides, even if we have food, why should we give it to you? Feng Sheng's face turned pale, and he looked at Yu Qian coldly. Okay, you wait. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yu Qian wanted to curse again, but Wu Shuyan hurriedly held her back because Lin Yao and the others had been woken up. What's wrong? Lin Yao was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard Yu Qian's voice. He opened his eyes and asked in a daze. I was busy digging for crystals these 2 days and really didn't get enough sleep. I'm so mad, Lin Yao. There was a man outside who asked us for food. I refused to give him anything, and he actually scolded me. Yu Qian complained to Lin Yao angrily. Lin Yao paused while rubbing his eyes, raised his head, and asked, A man? A living person? It's a living person, Yu Qian nodded. Lin Yao shook his still confused head, and when he felt himself sober, he asked, What about him? You just said something harsh and left. What a coward. Yu Qian sat aside and started eating some bread. Okay, then let's wait. If he comes again later, remember to call me. Lin Yao didn't take it to heart. He knew that there were survivors on the 5th floor. They were all ordinary people who couldn't even break the tempered glass door of the office. There was nothing to be afraid of. After saying that, he rubbed Chu Wenwen's little head and fell asleep again. After Feng Sheng left angrily, he turned a corner with a cold smile on his face. Chapter 29. Desperate. Feng Sheng returned to a closed clothing store with a sneer. After knocking on the door, the rolling door opened gently, and Feng Sheng went in. Boss Feng, how is it? There was another man in the store, sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. When Feng Sheng saw the man, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He came to the stool in front of the man and sat down and said, Boss Li, don't guess too much. The food is all there, and there is an unexpected surprise. Oh, what's the surprise? The man asked, putting down his legs. Feng Sheng's eyes were filled with greed. Boss Li, you don't know, there are many beauties in that investment promotion office. Beauty? How beautiful. Prettier than her. Boss Li sneered and pointed at a skeleton corpse behind him. Feng Sheng glanced at the skeleton, stared at the man, and said with a smile, Boss Li, do you still remember the owner of the Yuyan men's clothing store on the east corner of the 5th floor? The man's eyes lit up. You mean Boss Wu? Where is she? Yes, it's her. Feng Sheng nodded. The man laughed out loud. I didn't expect that Miss Wu is still alive. She is the most beautiful girl on our floor. Boss Feng, I am very satisfied with this beauty. Feng Sheng nodded and said, Boss Li, you are too early to be happy. There's not only Boss Wu, but also several other beautiful women in that office, who are no less beautiful than Boss Wu. Really? The man stood up, extremely surprised. Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. Feng Sheng nodded seriously. Thinking of the beautiful woman with a cold face, his heart was burning with joy. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. The man was eager to go out. With food and beautiful women, he couldn't wait. Feng Sheng hurriedly stopped him and said, Don't worry, Boss Li. There's a man over there, and there's a tempered glass blocking it. We have to think of a way. Man, Boss Li frowned and suddenly felt unhappy. Yes, the man is easy to deal with. I believe that with Boss Li's ability, it will be no problem to deal with him. But that tempered glass. Feng Sheng hesitated. Boss Li waved his hand and said, It's no big deal. Wait for me for a moment. After saying that, he turned and went into the storage room behind the store. Feng Sheng watched Boss Li pass by the skeleton on the ground and kick it, and sighed. He was friends with Li Daquan, the owner of this clothing store. On the day of the zombie outbreak, he happened to come to Li Daquan's store, planning to go out for dinner together. At that time, There was a young couple in the store choosing clothes. However, a zombie virus suddenly breaks out, and the boy rushes out of the fitting room, ready to bite the girl to death. Li Daquan saw that the situation was not right, and relying on his strong physique, he rescued the girl. When they saw the boy's appearance, Li Daquan and Feng Sheng were frightened by his zombie appearance. It just so happened that there was chaos outside because of the sudden outbreak of zombies. Li Daquan made a prompt decision, threw the boy's zombie out, pulled down the rolling door to avoid the first wave of zombie attacks, and the girl was left in a shop. However, there were more and more zombies outside, wandering around all the time. Li Daquan and Feng Sheng finally realized that they could not get out. It was a matter of survival. The two men only managed to keep their sanity for one day before they snatched the few snacks left in the girl's bag and divided them up. The next day, the two of them started doing inappropriate things to the girl in the store. Worried that the girl would scream and attract zombies, Li Daquan was so cruel that he blocked the girl's head with clothes. By the time the two of them finished, the girl had completely died. After experiencing the initial fear and terror, the two of them completely let it go. Now, it is the end of the world. Who can control them? So the two of them stayed hungry for another 2 days. Finally, Li Daquan, who was so hungry that he lost his mind, set his sights on the corpse. Feng Sheng was so disgusted at first that he couldn't accept it at all, but he just persisted for a little longer and finally joined in. Until later, looking at the skeleton in front of them, the two had to consider the issue of what to eat again. Li Daquan had thought about killing Feng Sheng in his heart, and even gave him terrifying looks several times, making Feng Sheng tremble in fear. If Feng Sheng had not been on guard, Li Daquan might have taken action. However, things took a turn for the better yesterday. After waking up, Li Daquan found that his strength had increased a lot, and Feng Sheng also felt something unusual. After discussing it, the two finally confirmed that they had obtained superpowers. Li Daquan's ability is strength-related. His already strong body may have hidden a lot of powerful strength. Feng Sheng's ability is quite special. He can check a person's memory within the last hour every day. After obtaining the superpower, Li Daquan prepared to go out to find food, but he was scared back before he went out because he saw two zombies, a male and a female, wandering outside through the gap. The female zombie had eaten something and her speed became very fast. Li Daquan felt that he could not outrun the female zombie, so the two of them hid in the store for another day. But later, the female zombie never appeared again, and the male zombie also disappeared completely. The two extremely hungry people happened to see Lin Yao and his friends returning with large and small bags. Only then did they realize that there were other living people on this floor. For food, Li Daquan instructed Feng Sheng to gather some intelligence. After all, Feng Sheng's special ability was only suitable for this. It was by checking Yu Qian's memory of nearly an hour that Feng Sheng found out that there was not only food, but also many beautiful women. Now, as long as they break through the glass door, all the food and beauties inside will be theirs. Soon, Li Daquan took out an iron pestle from the storage room and said with a smile, "This thing should be enough. Enough. Enough." Feng Sheng was overjoyed. Although Li Daquan had amazing strength, he still couldn't break the tempered glass door with his bare hands. But with this thing, it was different. The two of them happily opened the rolling door and walked towards the investment promotion office. But after taking just 2 steps, they fled back in shame. Oh my God, how come this female zombie appears again? Li Daquan was terrified, and Feng Sheng hid behind him and trembled. Seeing that the female zombie was about to stroll over, the two men didn't have time to close the door and hurriedly hid in the storage room, not daring to make a sound. If it was an ordinary zombie, Li Daquan felt that he had nothing to be afraid of, but he had seen with his own eyes that this female zombie was incredibly fast, and he didn't have the ability to avoid a bite from zombie. Outside, Su Qingyan, who had made an appointment with Lin Yao, returned to the 5th floor from the 4th floor. Because she didn't know when Lin Yao would show up, she wandered around the 5th floor aimlessly. When passing by the door of a store, Su Qingyan smelled blood and turned her head slowly and mechanically to look into the store. Chapter 30 Zombies also need to be cleansed. Since Su Qingyan became a zombie, she has not eaten a single bite of human flesh. Lin Yao fed her pork intestines in the early stage and crystals in the later stage. Now she encountered a corpse for the first time, and her zombie instinct led her to walk in step by step. Su Qingyan lowered her head and looked at the corpse which had become a skeleton. There was a pile of rotten internal organs scattered beside it. She couldn't help but bend down and reached out to grab an internal organ. Li Dequan and Feng Sheng held their breath and watched in horror through the gap as Su Qingyan was about to feed the internal organs into her mouth. The scene of zombies eating human flesh is really too disgusting. When Su Qingyan was about to put the thing in her hand into her mouth, she suddenly paused. Shaking her little head, Su Qingyan recalled what Lin Yao had said to her. Before, Lin Yao stroked Su Qingyan's little head and told her, "Xiaojuan, be good. From now on, just eat what I give you. You can't eat other things even if you want to. Do you understand? Those things are dirty. Xiaojuan will get a stomachache if she eats them. If Xiaojuan doesn't eat well, I will ignore you from now on." It was this memory that made Su Qingyan stop. Looking at the meat in her hand, she instinctively wanted to open her mouth and eat it, but her little bit of rationality kept warning her. Can't eat. After eating, Lin will ignore her. The two men were in a stalemate. Li Dequan and Feng Sheng, who were hiding in the storage room, felt like their hearts were about to jump out. Eat if you want to, and leave quickly after eating. They didn't know about Su Qingyan's dilemma. After 2 minutes of stalemate, Su Qingyan shook her head, made a roaring sound, dropped the meat in her hand, and slowly left the store. Ho, I don't want to eat. It was not until Su Qingyan walked away that Li Dequan plucked up his courage, walked out, and gently closed the rolling door again. Li Dequan and Feng Sheng looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Both of them were a little scared. This zombie doesn't eat human flesh? Feng Sheng wiped the sweat from his head, feeling a little confused. Li Dequan also nodded. Yeah, that's really strange. Could it be that the zombies have changed their nature? The two hid in the store and saw more than once that zombies would bite living people. There was no humanity at all. In their eyes, zombies only had the most instinctive animal nature. But today, Su Qingyan broke their cognition, and both of them scratched their heads, unable to figure out. This zombie is quite pretty. Li Dequan couldn't help swallowing when he thought of the appearance of the female zombie. Since Su Qingyan advanced to a level 2 zombie, her appearance has become somewhat different from the previous level 1 zombie. Her skin has become whiter, and there is no sign of dried flesh on her body. If it weren't for her eyes, her appearance is basically no different from that of an ordinary person. No way, Boss Li. Feng Sheng looked at him in surprise. Li Dequan laughed. You're joking, Boss Feng. Although this zombie is beautiful, it is not as important as your life. Feng Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Dequan dared to play with zombies, he would definitely respectfully call him warrior. However, I think that zombie seems to be a little different from the other zombies. Has it evolved? Feng Sheng thought of Su Qingyan's blue pupils and couldn't help but guess. The other zombies all had white eyes, but this zombie was indeed a little different. Li Dequan sighed and nodded. He also observed, alas, they really don't want people to live. Even zombies can evolve. The two were dejected. No one knew whether the female zombie would suddenly come back. They didn't dare to go out. They could only wait until the afternoon to see the situation. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sleeping warrior Lin Yao suddenly woke up. He remembered that he had an appointment to meet Su Qingyan. He quickly got up, put on his clothes, said hello, and went out. After transforming into a zombie, Lin Yao saw Su Qingyan wandering around. You ate people. As soon as they met, Lin Yao noticed the blood and flesh remaining on Su Qingyan's hands and couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. Su Qingyan was like a child who had done something wrong, and she shook her head slowly. I didn't eat. Lin Yao looked at her carefully. Only Su Qingyan's hands were covered with blood and flesh. Her body was clean. He then went closer and smelled her mouth. There was no smell of blood. It seems that they really didn't eat people. Lin Yao muttered and touched Su Qingyan's head. He was not against zombies eating humans, but he thought that at least this was his woman recognized by the system. If Su Qingyan had eaten humans before, he would still feel a little uncomfortable when he thought of it when he slept with her in the future. Killing people is fine, but eating people is too hard to accept. He took Su Qingyan to a public restroom to wash her hands. Looking at her low-cut dress, he tilted his head and asked, Xiaojuan, you haven't taken a shower in a few days, right? Take a bath. Su Qingyan also tilted her head. How would she understand these things? Wait for me here for a while, Lin Yao said and ran out. After a while, he came back with a water pipe and a set of men's sportswear. Let me help you rinse. We want to be clean zombies. Lin Yao connected the water pipe to the faucet and smiled at Su Qingyan, who had a dazed look on her face. Turn on the faucet, sizzle. 20 minutes later, Su Qingyan changed into a set of men's sportswear. The loose sportswear covered a large area of her skin, but it could not hide her proud figure. You are my woman. You can't show your figure to others casually. Lin Yao pulled Su Qingyan out. Su Qingyan is like a well-behaved child. How is it? Are there many zombies as powerful as you on the fourth floor? Lin Yao finally remembered the business. Su Qingyan tilted her head and thought for a while before answering. There are three. Three. Lin Yao frowned. Just as he expected, Su Qingyan was not the only level 2 zombie. I just don't know whether these level 2 zombies were level 2 from the beginning or whether they were upgraded in some other way. There were only 3 level 2 zombies, but Lin Yao was not afraid. With his current strength, fighting 1 against 3 was not a problem. But why fight? Lin Yao took Su Qingyan and started strolling around the 5th floor and finally stopped at an open space, which was where he had found Lu Yin before. Xiaojuan, I will send you a signal tonight, the same sound I gave you last time. When you hear the signal, lead some zombies up that corridor. As soon as those zombies come up, you will quickly return to the 4th floor. Do you understand? Su Qingyan tilted her head, thought for a while, and then nodded. Now that I have the experience, there shouldn't be any problem doing it again. Lin Yao patted Su Qingyan's little head, signaling her that she could go back to the 4th floor. However, Su Qingyan did not leave obediently. She stared at Lin Yao and spoke slowly. Hungry. Chapter 31. Lin Yao, I hate you. Lin Yao slapped his forehead and forgot to feed the animals. He just took out a few crystals from his space. This time, the crystals given were those that had not been absorbed. Lin Yao was worried that Su Qingyan would reach level 3 all at once, so he didn't dare to give more. Seeing the crystals, Su Qingyan grabbed them and stuffed them into her mouth. Eat slowly. Seeing Su Qingyan's little mouth bulging, Lin Yao patted her back. After swallowing 10 crystals, Lin Yao observed that Su Qingyan's pupils had begun to show a hint of green, which means that the pupils of level 3 zombies are green. Remember what I said? Go down. Lin Yao didn't dare to feed the baby anymore and urged Su Qingyan to go downstairs. Su Qingyan seemed to know that the delicious food was finished and left obediently down the stairs. Level 1 white, level 2 cyan, level 3 green. So, level 4 is purple, level 5 is orange. Lin Yao watched Su Qingyan leave, pinching his chin as he thought. Forget it. Let's go see the big star. Lin Yao quickly put all this behind him, glanced at the poster, turned around, and walked towards the store where Lu Yin was. A lot of zombies will come here tonight, so Lin Yao plans to move the big star. Lu Yin was lying on the ground with a pale face. She was already in stomach pain due to her menstrual period. Lin Yao had been feeding her snacks and cold water these days, and now the pain was even worse. Seeing Lin Yao coming, Lu Yin couldn't help but ask for help. Lin Yao, my stomach hurts. Stomachache? Drink more hot water. Seeing that the big star still had a condescending tone, Lin Yao dropped the food and water and prepared to leave. I was thinking about asking Su Qingyan to give her some zombie virus. Zombies are much more obedient than big stars. But where is the hot water? Lu Yan's eyes were red and his voice was choked. There's zombies everywhere outside, the electricity is out, and drinking hot water has become a luxury. This guy, even though I'm his woman, he doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Lin Yao stopped and turned to look at Lu Yin, who looked very painful. He sighed and took out the self-heating hot pot and mineral water. I took out the self-heating bag, added some brown sugar to the mineral water, and started cooking. Lu Yin looked at Lin Yao as if he had seen a ghost. Where did this guy get that thing from? But is this for making brown sugar water for yourself? The two of them were silent, and the gurgling sound of mineral water echoed in the store. A few minutes later, the water boiled. Lin Yao picked it up and placed it in front of Lu Yin. Drink some brown sugar water. I'll heat you another bottle of water to warm your stomach. Thank you. Lu Yin took the brown sugar water, blew on it, and carefully put it into his mouth. After drinking the brown sugar water, Lu Yin felt the pain was relieved a lot. He looked up at Lin Yao, who was concentrating on boiling water, and was stunned for a moment. Although this man was very rude to me, he was quite handsome when he was attentive. Lin Yao, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yin asked suddenly for some unknown reason. Lin Yao was stunned, tested the water temperature with his hand, handed over the mineral water bottle, and said, yes. Aren't you? Lu Yin took the water bottle and placed it on his stomach, then rolled his eyes and said, besides me? Lin Yao glanced at her and smiled. Yes, and there are quite a few. Scumbag. Lu Yin was speechless, but he also guessed that every time Lin Yao came over, there would always be a faint fragrance on his body, which must be a woman's. Lin Yao had no sense of shame at all. He laughed. Yes, I am a scumbag. I will have more girlfriends in the future, You have to behave well, otherwise I will banish you to the cold palace. You won't even have the chance to warm my bed. TSK. Who cares? Lu Yin turned his head away proudly, and then thought of Lin Yao's skillful actions of boiling brown sugar water just now, and couldn't help asking again. I see you're quite good at making brown sugar water. The amount of sugar is just right, not bland or greasy. Do you often make it for those girlfriends? Lin Yao, who was collecting the garbage, paused when he heard this, sighed, and shook his head. He did often cook brown sugar water for his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. Lin Yao had a girlfriend during college. It was his first time in love, and he took good care of her. He did all kinds of things like bringing breakfast to class, making brown sugar water for her during her menstrual period, and giving her gifts on holidays. He has done it all. Unfortunately, his girlfriend later despised him for being poor and got together with a rich second-generation boy from the school. It is said that first love is unforgettable. Although several years have passed, when Lu Yin suddenly mentioned brown sugar water, Lin Yao couldn't help but think of the beautiful figure who liked to wear white long skirts. But he only remembered it for a moment, and the past was gone, so Lin Yao was too lazy to mention it again. Seeing him shaking his head, Lu Yin asked with a gossipy look on his face, "Never cooked?" Or, Lin Yao directly reached out and flicked her forehead, interrupting her, "Why are there so many questions? Let me ask you, do you want to move with me? Transfer? Where to?" Lu Yin was stunned. The topic changed too quickly. "Go live with my other girlfriends. It's not safe here tonight." Lin Yao glanced outside and answered softly. Lu Yin frowned, but thinking of what Lin Yao said about this place being unsafe, he hesitated for a while and nodded. "Okay." There was nothing to clean up here, so Lu Yin got up from the ground and said to Lin Yao coquettishly, "My stomach hurts. Carry me on your back." After Lu Yin decided to transfer, she had some thoughts in her mind. Although she still hated Lin Yao, she had to meet other women and show some special qualities to make Lin Yao treat her specially, which was a common method used in TV dramas to compete for favor in the harem. Huh? Lin Yao was stunned. Lu Yin actually dared to act coquettishly with him? The sun rises from the west. What? I'm your woman, and my stomach is still uncomfortable. What's wrong with you carrying me on your back? Lu Yin pouted and pretended to be pitiful. Okay, I'll carry you on my back. Lin Yao didn't have the ability to read minds. He didn't really think that she couldn't walk because of the stomachache. He squatted down and motioned for her to climb up while thinking about checking Lu Yan's loyalty. Name: Lu Yan. Age: 24. Height: 172 cm. Measurements: 38E20-33. Charm rating: A+. Loyalty: 20. Offspring: none. Superpower: partial giant formation level 1. Well, the loyalty has risen to 20, which is a big improvement. Since your loyalty has increased, I will help you awaken when I go back. Lin Yao muttered to himself when he saw Lu Yan's loyalty increased, and suddenly he saw the column for superpowers. Fuck! Lin Yao was so startled that he jumped up, and Lu Yan, who had just laid on top of him, was bounced away before he could hold on firmly. Bang! Lu Yan fell to the ground and rolled several times before he stopped. He felt that his body, which was already in discomfort, was about to fall apart, and his eyes instantly turned red. Lin Yao, I hate you. Chapter 32 Basketball becomes water tank. Lin Yao was stunned for a moment, then hurried over to help Lu Yan up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lu Yan burst into tears out of grievance. Whoa, you did it on purpose. Lin Yao knew that his behavior was a bit rash, and after comforting Lu Yan for a long time, Lu Yan finally stopped crying. When did your special ability awaken? Lin Yao asked with a frown. It's very strange. Lu Yan hadn't awakened in the past 2 days, and I haven't given her the crystal in the past 2 days. It's even more impossible for her to go out by herself. So where did this supernatural power come from? First it was Xiaojuan, now it was Lu Yan. Lin Yao felt that he could awaken his superpowers without touching the crystals. Lu Yan was stunned by the question, then pointed at Lin Yao and cried, "Don't change the subject. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Lin Yao shouted coldly, "Move your sister. Don't you know you have superpowers? What are you talking about?" Lu Yan didn't dare to act rashly after seeing Lin Yao's cold expression. Sighing helplessly, Lin Yao snapped his fingers, and a small fireball suddenly appeared. Lu Yan was so scared that he sat down on the ground again. Don't panic, this is a special ability. You can understand it as a superpower. Lin Yao snapped his fingers again, and the fireball disappeared. You mean I also have superpowers? Lu Yan finally reacted. Lin Yao had been asking her when her superpowers awakened. It seems you really don't know. Lin Yao was speechless. Should I know? Lu Yin felt a little dizzy. Superpower. If I have superpowers, does that mean I don't have to be afraid of the zombies outside? Lin Yao activated his skill of seeing through fire and confirmed it again. Lu Yin, female, 24 years old. Partial giantization level 1. You can enlarge a part of your body once a day for 5 minutes. Is this a partial multiplication technique? Lin Yao scratched the back of his head, helped Lu Yin sit on the chair, and said seriously, in the past few days, apart from eating and sleeping, have you noticed any strange phenomena? Lu Yin tilted his head and recalled for a moment, then shook his head. No, you locked me up here, the internet is down, I can't even use my phone, all I could do every day is eat and sleep. But I haven't been sleeping well these past few days because of stomachache. I slept so well the night before last. The night before last? Lin Yao frowned and recalled. That night, he was digging crystals on the 5th floor with a few women. Didn't he notice anything unusual? This woman is so careless that she hasn't felt anything even though her superpowers have been awakened for 2 days. Forget it. It seems you don't know either. Do you want me to teach you how to use my special powers? Lin Yao changed his thoughts and put on an evil smile. Great. How do I use it? Lu Yin was excited to hear that Lin Yao was willing to teach him. Lin Yao straightened her body, relaxed her mind and body, and began to teach her slowly. 2 minutes later, what the hell is this? Lu Yin screamed. Lin Yao quickly covered her mouth, signaling her to speak in a low voice, and looked at the water tank in front of him with some excitement. That's great. That's great. Lin Yao wanted to take off his shoes and go dance. Lin Yao, I've turned into a monster. Lu Yin was scared to tears by his own transformation. It's okay, it's okay. Concentrate and see if you can retract your power. Lin Yao was afraid that she would be frightened and suffer psychological trauma. If she didn't move here in the future, it would be a waste of time. So he hurriedly taught her how to retract her power. Lu Yin obediently concentrated and silently said change back in her mind. Sure enough, after her attempt, it shrank back to its original size. Just now, because of the sudden change in size, Lu Yin's clothes were torn, so he hurriedly pulled out a men's suit from the shelf and put it on. The shock wore off, and Lin Yao touched his nose, feeling a little regretful. Lin Yao, my special ability, can only change that part. Lu Yin blushed when he thought of the shocking scene just now. Not only that, your ability is to make parts of your body bigger. In addition to your chest, your hands and feet should also be able to grow bigger, Lin Yao explained, shaking his head. Lu Yin held his chin and thought for a while, then spat. That's so ugly. What's ugly about it? Wasn't it spectacular just now? The best in the world, Lin Yao said excitedly. Just now, the basketball turned into a water tank. Lin Yao wished he could give all the crystals to Lu Yin to upgrade his supernatural powers. TSK. Pervert. Lu Yin turned his head away. Okay, your superpower can only be changed once a day, and there is a time limit. I will help you upgrade your superpower later, and you can try again. Lin Yao supported her and prepared to leave. After all this trouble, it was almost noon and time to go back for lunch. In the investment promotion office, Wu Shuyan and others saw Lin Yao bringing back another beauty. Although they were speechless, they still stepped forward and took the initiative to introduce her. Lu Yin originally thought that once he arrived, Lin Yao's girlfriends would definitely feel ashamed of themselves. But who would have thought that Lin Yao had hidden beauties in his golden house? And they were all top-notch, of all types, mature and charming, tall, youthful, urban style, and even, you pervert. You don't even let such a young child go. Lu Yin pointed at Xiaojuan, who was hugging Wu Shuyan and acting coquettishly, and asked in disbelief. Lin Yao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why did everyone think that he was a lustful scumbag? Don't talk nonsense, this is my sister. Lin Yao picked up Xiaojuan and fed her a lollipop. Lu Yin gradually became familiar with several women. When he found out that Zhou Chu was not Lin Yao's woman, he was stunned for a while. This guy was sometimes rude and sometimes very gentlemanly. He really couldn't figure it out. However, none of the women knew Lu Yin, an 18th-tier celebrity, which made Lu Yin feel lost. Come on, let me tell you something. While everyone was having lunch together, Lin Yao stood up and took out a floor plan of the 5th floor of the mall. Tonight, we are going to start killing the zombies on the 4th floor. As soon as these words were spoken, several women were surprised. They had only dug up zombie crystals and had no experience in killing zombies. Lin Yao had already anticipated this. Don't be too surprised. Killing zombies also requires rules. We will all go out in the afternoon and build defense lines in all the passages around this square. We can't let the zombies get past the defense lines. This square is not small, at least as big as a basketball court. This is where we will kill the zombies. The boss lady and Chu Chu will stay here to take care of Wenwen at night, while Lu Yin, Yu Qian, and Yu Xian will be in charge of killing zombies with me. After the zombies are lured up, Yu Xian will be responsible for using the supernatural power on the 6th floor from top to bottom, and try to stun all the zombies that squeeze in. After the supernatural power ends, you stay on the 6th floor to rest. Yu Qian and Chu Chu are with me. Yu Qian has a certain fighting capacity. I'll give you a machete. Kill all the zombies that come close to me. Lu Yan's ability should be able to reach level 2 later. If a zombie approaches, use your big fist. Chapter 33, I've been hungry for days. After completing the arrangements, Lin Yao distributed the more than 100 crystals in his hand equally to several women. The sisters Wu Shuyin and Yu Qian, who already had level 2 abilities, did not improve much, but Chu Wenwen, Zhou Chu Chu, and Lu Yin all had their abilities upgraded to level 2. Among them, Lu Yin brought 10 skill points to Lin Yao because he was promoted to level 2. After lunch, Lin Yao, along with a group of female relatives, began to search the 5th and 6th floors for all supplies that could be used to stop the zombies. They dismantled whatever shelves could be dismantled and moved all the tables and chairs over. A group of people were busy in full swing. Even the little girl Chu Wenwen was helping to move things. Inside Li Dequan's clothing store, Feng Sheng, and he saw through the gap the figures of Lin Yao and others busy outside. Boss Li, it's them. Feng Sheng saw Yu Qian and Wu Shuyin and immediately recognized the origins of these people. Really? Let me see. Li Dequan squinted his eyes and looked over carefully. After a while, his saliva was about to flow out. Because they had done some heavy work, the women were sweating profusely, each of them exuding a fatal temptation. Li Dequan also saw several top beauties besides Wu Shuyin and immediately felt that what Boss Feng said was true. Li Dequan was so excited that he was ready to open the rolling door and rush out to grab all the women. Feng Sheng saw what Li Dequan was doing and hurriedly pulled him aside. Boss Li, don't be impulsive. Why are you pulling me? There's so many beautiful women outside. How can I not be impulsive? Li Dequan was puzzled. Oh, Boss Li, have you forgotten about the female zombie this morning? Who knows if she's still there? It's fine if these women outside don't know how to live or die. But if we rush out too, once the female zombie comes out, none of us will be able to escape. Feng Sheng urged. After hearing about the female zombie, Li Dequan's excitement finally calmed down. So, we're just going to watch? If we can't eat it, that would be life-threatening. Feng Sheng rolled his eyes and analyzed. Boss Li, think about it. That female zombie always appeared during the day and never appeared at night. Why not? Lin Yao carefully checked every passage in the square. Now, unless the zombies could fly, they would not be able to cross the obstacles. It's easier to kill the zombies only if we gather them together. After the battlefield was set up, Lin Yao left a gap and took a few women to the 6th floor to loot all the supplies in the convenience store. At 7 o'clock in the evening, under the afterglow of the setting sun, Lin Yao and several women returned to the investment promotion office to have dinner. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. Lin Yao turned to look at Wu Shuyin. The proprietress withdrew her gaze and said, 2 people came. One was Mr. Feng, who had been here this morning. The other one was someone I didn't know, but he had a weapon hidden behind his back. Oh, I was busy today and didn't bother you, but you guys came to my door. While eating his lunchbox, Lin Yao walked to the glass door and opened the curtain. Seeing that it was a young man who opened the door, Feng Sheng glanced at Li Dequan secretly and took the initiative to step forward and ask, I didn't expect there's a little brother here. What should I call him? Lin Yao. Lin Yao stuffed a mouthful of rice and answered while opening his seeing through fire function. Li Dequan, male, 39 years old. Strength, level 1. Greatly increased strength after strengthening the body. Feng Sheng, male, 36 years old. Memory exploration level 1. Can explore other people's memories within the past hour. Note, can only be used once a day. Feng Sheng's skills are quite interesting. It seems that something did happen the night before yesterday. After that night, they all gained superpowers. Seeing that Lin Yao seemed easy to talk to, Feng Sheng smiled and bowed, saying, So it's Brother Lin. This is what's going on. The person next to me is Boss Li. We are all survivors from the 5th floor. We have been starving for several days. The convenience stores on the 5th floor have all been cleared out. I wonder if you could give us some, little brother. I would be so grateful. They had been hungry for a whole day, and only after eating something would they have the energy to rob the woman. Oh, that's a shame. It's a pity that we are out of food. Lin Yao picked up a piece of chicken, took a look at it, and put it in his mouth. This move was no different from a slap in the face. The hot-tempered Li Dequan pointed at Lin Yao and cursed. Bullshit! What did you eat? Lin Yao glanced at him coldly, quickly emptied the rest of the lunchbox in his mouth, not even wiping the rice grains from the corners of his mouth, threw away the lunchbox, and said innocently, No, I didn't eat it. Well, come to think of it, I've been hungry for several days. Belch! After saying that, he burped. At this moment, even Feng Sheng, who seemed to have a good temper, had a cold face. He stared at Lin Yao and said, This little brother is so disrespectful. I wonder which store he is from. This is the roundabout way. Lin Yao wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. Oh, I work at Yin Men's clothing store. I used to be a clerk, but now I could be considered the boss. Wu Xian behind him gave a charming smile when she heard this. No matter who he is, Boss Feng, I can't stand it anymore, and I'm ready to take action. Li Dequan, who had a bad temper, was so angry at Lin Yao that he took out the iron pestle hidden behind his back and prepared to take action. Hey, wait. Seeing the other party taking out weapons and preparing to attack the glass door, Lin Yao hurriedly reached out to stop him. Boy, you know how to beg for mercy now? Hand over the women and food quickly, or I'll have to take action. Li Dequan thought Lin Yao was afraid of him, and there was a smug look on his face. Lin Yao pointed at them and said with a smile, That's not the case. How about you turn around and take a look? TSK, who are you trying to scare? I'm just a child. You're not going to say there's a flying saucer. Boss Feng, why are you pulling me? Li Dequan was of course not fooled. Just as he was about to continue, he was stopped by Feng Sheng. He didn't look back, but Feng Sheng looked back. As soon as he turned back, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Behind him and Li Dequan's heads, 2 crossbow arrows with cold light were hanging in the air pointing at their heads. As long as they turned around, the arrows would be on their foreheads. Li Dequan turned around in confusion and was immediately frightened. Lin Yao was no more than 1 meter away from them, and he easily controlled the crossbow to point at them. What do you think? Do you want to try which is faster, your movements or my crossbow? Lin Yao touched his chin and began to think about how to deal with these 2 people. These 2 perverts definitely cannot be accepted into the team. Just kill him directly. Chu Wenwan is watching from behind. It's not good to kill someone in front of a child. Li Dequan and Feng Sheng only then realized that this young man actually had the ability to control crossbows and arrows, and they quickly begged for mercy. Brother Lin, we're the ones who are blind. Please forgive us and let us go. Yes, I promise you, we will never appear in front of you again. Lin Yao ignored their pleas for mercy and said to Yu Qian without turning his head, Yu Qian, there's also a strength department here. Do you want to go out and compete? Yu Qian's eyes lit up. Ugh. She had wanted to go out and beat someone up a long time ago. Chapter 34, The Bait Delivered to Your Door. Yu Qian is one of the main forces in killing zombies tonight. Lin Yao wanted to let her go out and practice and see some blood first, so that she wouldn't be scared to death when she encounters zombies. Bring a knife with you, Lin Yao instructed again. Yu Qian agreed, went out of the back door with a machete, walked around the office, and came in front of Li Dequan and the other man, ready to fight. Lin Yao took back the crossbow arrow on Li Dequan's forehead, pointed at Yu Qian, and said, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat her, I can spare your life. Really? Li Dequan was overjoyed. Is this guy so stupid? How could such a delicate beauty be his opponent? This was just sending food to him. Lin Yao nodded, indicating that you can start. Li Dequan picked up the iron pestle with a grim smile. The iron pestle, weighing dozens of kilograms, was as light as a rolling pin in his hand. He taunted Yu Qian, Young lady, I will show mercy. Oof, I can't do that. Yu Qian sneered and rushed forward with a machete. Lin Yao stared at the battle intently. Yu Qian was now at level 2 in strength, which was higher than Li Dequan's level 1. However, because her physical fitness was not as good as Li Dequan's and she had no fighting experience, she was unable to defeat Li Dequan for a while. If Yu Qian was really in danger, he could also release a crossbow to rescue her. Li Dequan was originally confident of victory. How powerful could this little beauty with skinny arms and legs be? But when the fight started, Li Dequan became a little panicked. Yu Qian's machete was chopping at his forehead again and again. Li Dequan blocked a few times with an iron pestle, and now his arm was numb. Is it also a strength type? Why is it so strong? Li Dequan began to complain in his heart. Yu Qian became more and more excited as the fight went on, as if she wanted to vent all her anger at being bullied by Lin Yao on Li Dequan. Her steps became steadier, and her machete became more ruthless. Feng Sheng was also so scared watching from the side that he almost pissed himself. Have you ever seen a little girl about 1.6 meters tall chasing a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall with a machete? He felt that in this battle, Li Dequan was in great danger. So what should he do? Looking at the crossbow arrow on his forehead, Feng Sheng dared not move. Phew! Suddenly, Li Dequan was hit, unable to defend himself, and Yu Qian's machete hit Li Dequan's head hard, with a machete embedded inside. Feng Sheng was completely scared to death. In his mind, Li Dequan, who was extremely brave, was killed by a single knife. Blood splattered on her face, and Yu Qian was stunned. This was her first time killing someone. Her hands trembled, and Li Dequan's body fell straight down with the machete. Lin Yao saw that the proprietress had already covered Chu Wanwen's eyes considerately and nodded with satisfaction. The scene was indeed a bit too bloody, and the other women were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Feng Sheng knelt directly in front of Lin Yao. Brother Lin, Boss Lin, please spare my life. Boss Li ordered me to do this. I didn't want to come here. As long as you are willing to spare my life, I can be your dog. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Even if you ask me to fight zombies, I won't frown. He also realized that the women here all respected Lin Yao, so now the only way to help was to ask Lin Yao for mercy. Lin Yao looked down at him and smiled. Do whatever I tell you to do? Yes. Feng Sheng nodded heavily, thinking in his heart, as long as you give me a chance, I will run as far as I can. This person is really terrifying, weird, cruel, and ruthless, and most importantly, very powerful. He would rather face zombies than appear in front of Lin Yao again. What a coincidence. There really is something I need you to do. Lin Yao looked at him with satisfaction. Feng Sheng was stunned and had a bad feeling. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark, but the square on the 5th floor was illuminated by the night sky, so there was no need to worry about not being able to see it. Lin Yao brought Feng Sheng to the entrance of the corridor and tied a rope to the door bolt. Boss Lin, what are you doing? Feng Sheng was a little panicked. Although there were no zombies here, he was still very scared. Just do what I tell you to do without you telling me. Be obedient and stay here nicely. Lin Yao comforted without even turning his head. Calculating the time, it's time to send a signal to Su Qingyan. Snap! The sound of glass opening was heard on the 4th floor, and Su Qingyan easily tricked hundreds of zombies into the corridor. Feng Sheng was still praying that the zombies would not come up on their own, but suddenly he heard a burst of dense footsteps and was so scared that his face turned pale. That's a zombie. There were densely packed zombies huddled together in the narrow corridor. After seeing Feng Sheng, a living person, they rushed to the 5th floor as if they had taken stimulants. Lin Yao, you would die a horrible death. I swear. Feng Sheng then realized that he was pulled over by Lin Yao to be used as bait. As soon as he cursed, he was bitten in the trachea by the zombie that rushed over. Originally, Lin Yao planned to be the bait himself. With his agility, these zombies could not catch up with him. Who would have thought that Feng Sheng would come to him on his own initiative? This natural bait would be wasted if not used. Get ready. Lin Yao made a gesture, indicating that they should hide their bodies. Roar! Naturally, one Feng Sheng was not enough for so many zombies to share. Soon, other zombies began to pour into the square on the 5th floor and started to run around in the square. Lin Yao, who has night vision, hid and peeked. All the zombies that came were female zombies. He wanted to make sure that Su Qingyan was not among them. Xiaojuan was so obedient that Lin Yao couldn't bear to kill her by mistake. Soon, the square was filled with zombies. A rough estimate showed that there were more than 200 of them. These zombies were blocked by obstacles and started to hit the obstacles. Seeing that most of the people had been lured in and Su Qingyan was not among them, Lin Yao shouted towards the 6th floor. Uxin, who was hiding on the 6th floor, suppressed the fear in his heart, stretched his head out, and began to use his special power, ultrasonic wave. The silent and invisible shock wave startled the zombies, and they all began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Yao jumped out, stood on a high platform, and shouted, "Do it!" After saying that, the crossbow arrows shot out one after another, reaping the lives of the zombies. Lin also jumped out. She already had a level 2 superpower. She enlarged her entire right arm, grabbed the table and chair next to her, and smashed it hard at the zombies. Yu Qian also jumped out at the same time and ruthlessly chopped the nearest zombie's head with a machete in her hand. For a moment, the square was in chaos, and large numbers of zombies began to fall down. Although with Lin Yao's current strength, he can shoot and kill these zombies alone with UXIN's cooperation, he can also enjoy the skill points brought by these zombies alone. But he still wants these women to come out and kill him. It is not enough for him to be strong alone. His women must also be strong together. Killing zombies is a kind of experience. Chapter 35, Another Survivor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yao's eyes moved rapidly. Now, he could control the firing of 2 or 3 crossbow arrows at the same time, but from an outsider's perspective, his crossbow arrows never stopped. Controlling the crossbow to kill zombies consumes mental energy, and the attribute points occasionally granted by killing zombies are all used by him to increase his mental power. UXIN's ultrasound has a skill CD, and after about 30 seconds, UXIN has to stop and rest for a while. Without the shock and dizziness effect of the ultrasound, the living zombies regained their mobility and began to rush towards Lin Yao and the other two. Lu Yen, Yu Qian, stay close to me, don't rush out. Lin Yao instructed the 2 women not to charge too aggressively, as they wanted to fight a positional battle. Roar! The zombies shouted, "Hungry, eat people," and charged towards Lin Yao in wave after wave. Because a piece of open space had just been cleared, many zombies were shot and killed by Lin Yao's crossbows before they could get close. As for the zombies nearby, Lu Yen and Yu Qian were waiting. The 3 of them cooperated well, and the number of zombies decreased rapidly. However, the zombies had no idea what fear was and kept charging forward one after another. Lin Yao was tense and realized that his skill points had reached 100, so he quickly upgraded his monster killing skill to level 3. Level up 3 by killing monsters. For every 3 level 1 zombies or 1 level 2 zombie killed, you will gain 1 skill point and occasionally 1 attribute point. After the skill was upgraded, more skill points could be obtained by killing zombies. Lin Yao was extremely excited, and the speed of shooting crossbow arrows became faster. UXIN rested for 2 minutes and released ultrasonic waves towards the 5th floor again, and the zombies stopped moving again. Harvest! When Lin Yao saw the remaining dozens of zombies, he shouted and rushed out, with Lu Yen and Yu Qian following behind him. When UXIN's skill ended, Lin Yao had just killed the last zombie and blocked the corridor with obstacles. The fight subsided. Lu Yen and Yu Qian leaned against the wall and began to breathe heavily. UXIN upstairs also sat down on the ground. The battle just now did not last long, but it was still very dangerous. If it were not for Lin Yao's crossbow, it would take a long time to kill these 200 zombies, even if they stood there and let them chop them down. Hey, he is really a monster. The blade of the machete in Yu Qian's hand had already bent. She threw on the ground and looked at Lin Yao, who was checking whether there were any fish that had slipped through the net. Lu Yen was also exhausted and responded, "Yes. The 2 of us killed less than 10 people in total, and the rest were all killed by him." After she partially enlarged her arm, her strength also increased, and she threw out many tables and chairs. After she enlarged her arm, she felt her arm was weak. Yu Qian bit her lip and nodded. Although she had the cooperation of her sister, it was not until today that she witnessed how powerful Lin Yao was. Or maybe it was just the tip of the iceberg. She had seen Lin Yao use an even more powerful fireball. Different from a Lin Yao who usually laughed and joked with them and was sarcastic, Lin Yao tonight was calm, sharp, and decisive. Yu Qian suddenly felt that her sister had a good vision, and she even admired him a little. After Lin Yao checked the square and confirmed that no one had slipped through the net, he walked up to them and asked with concern, "You must be exhausted. You 2 can go back. Let the boss lady and Chu Chu come over to dig crystals." Yu Qian and Lu Yen were indeed exhausted. They nodded and returned to the investment promotion office. The zombies in the corridor were cleared out by Lin Yao, and now the entire 5th floor has returned to peace. While the proprietress and the others were coming over, Lin Yao took stock of what he had reaped. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 29. Defense, 32. Agility, 25. Spiritual power, 30. Charm value, 7. Skill points, 102. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 2, Virus Resistance level 2, Monster Upgrade level 3, Zombie Transformation level 3, Zombie Death Talk, Insight level 2. Items, Advanced Alloy Crossbow, Storage Space, 5 cubic meters. Now he can kill fewer zombies to gain skill points. Lin Yao now has enough skill points. After thinking about it, he upgraded his Fireball skill to level 3. This is my trump card. The level 3 Fireball was still the size of a basketball, but 50 could be fired a day, and the range was 100 meters. Lin Yao estimated that he could kill half of the zombies on the fourth floor with just this fireball. You know, there are at least 2,000 zombies on the fourth floor, so you can imagine how powerful the fireball is. However, since it is a killer weapon, try not to use it if possible. The current alloy crossbow is enough to deal with level 1 zombies. Referring to Su Qingyin's speed, Lin Yao feels that he can also kill level 2 zombies, but it will not be as easy as killing level 1 zombies. He had just checked and found that all the zombies here were level 1 zombies, and none of the 3 level 2 zombies were here. After Wu Xuyin and Zhou Chuchu arrived, Yu Xian also came down from the 6th floor, and the 4 of them began to divide the work of digging crystals. Because the zombies came too quickly, Lin Yao's crossbow destroyed a lot of crystals, and they had to be sorted out with the proprietress's X-ray vision. Several people worked together silently until 12 o'clock. When they were about to finish digging, Lin Yao suddenly looked up and looked to the side. There were 4 people sticking their heads out and looking at them. "Don't hide, come out." Lin Yao's night vision allowed him to see them clearly. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Wu Xuyin and the others were startled and quickly stood up to protect the crystal behind them. Seeing that Lin Yao had discovered them, the 4 people hiding in the dark came out guiltily. It was not until they revealed their figures that Lin Yao could see them clearly. A strong middle-aged man, 2 young men, and a mature woman. Among them, the mature woman made Lin Yao take a second look because she looked a little older than the boss lady, but her appearance was no worse than hers. She exuded a mature charm and had a cleavage on her chest, which looked bigger than Lu Yan's normal size. When a few people walked up to him, Lin Yao activated his skill of seeing through fire. Fang Yin, female, 34 years old. Soft as boneless level 1. Can soften parts of the body. Oops, is this rubber? Fang Yi, male, 21 years old. Swift as the wind level 1. Very fast movement speed, equivalent to the host's agility value of 20. Lu Deshang, male, 46 years old. Orcism level 1. You could transform your body into an orc, limited to 3 minutes per day. Lu Tian, male, 22 years old. Howling wind level 1. Can stir up a gust of wind. These are the information about the abilities of the 3 men and 1 woman in front of them. The middle-aged strong man named Lu Deshang took the lead and bowed to Lin Yao and said, "Hello, little brother. We are the survivors of the 5th floor. We are not here to watch intentionally." Then he took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Lu Deshang. This is my son Lu Tian. This is the owner of the clothing store, Ms. Fang Yin, and this is her nephew, Fang Yi." While Lu Deshang was introducing, he caught sight of several stunning beauties behind Lin Yao out of the corner of his eye and quickly lowered his head. Chapter 36, Seeking Cooperation. Lu Deshang saw with his own eyes how powerful this man who was not much older than his son was. Just now, when Lin Yao and the others were killing the zombies, they saw the second half of the battle. This man is very powerful. Even if he awakens his beastman-like abilities, he may not be able to survive that terrifying crossbow. So Lu Deshang was very in awe of Lin Yao. When he saw his son looking at the woman behind Lin Yao with a dazed look on his face, he hurriedly patted Lu Tian on the head. "Huh, Sister Fang." Before Lin Yao could reply, Wu Xuyin behind him recognized Fang Yin. Fang Yin was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Wu Xuyin clearly. She said with a look of surprise, "Sister Xuyin, you are still alive. That's great." The 2 beautiful mature women knew each other before, and now they met again after the disaster. The 2 happy women held hands and asked each other about their well-being. "Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Lin Yao." Seeing that Wu Xuyin was the first to surrender to the enemy, Lin Yao could no longer keep a stern face and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lu Deshang. Seeing that Lin Yao was no longer sullen, Lu Deshang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "I wonder what Brother Lin was digging after killing the zombies just now." The originally enthusiastic atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows, took out a crystal, and said with a smile, "This is it." Lu Deshang stared at the white crystal carefully and asked in confusion, "Is this from the zombie's head? What's its use? You can upgrade your superpowers." Lin Yao blurted out like an innocent college student. "What?" Lu Deshang and the others were shocked at the same time. Fang Yin couldn't help but look at Lin Yao twice more with her beautiful eyes. She knew Wu Xuyin quite well. Judging from their positions, just now, Wu Xuyin and the other women were led by Lin Yao in front of them. But this young man was so reckless as to reveal such a secret. Just this little thing? How can I improve my superpowers? Lu Disheng asked tremblingly, suppressing his urge to rob. Lin Yao threw a crystal to Wu Xuan. Boss lady, show me how to do it. Wu Xuan took the crystal, glanced at Lin Yao, and absorbed the energy in the crystal. She now understands Lin Yao fairly well. Whenever this guy acts innocent, it means he has some evil intentions. Lu Disheng and the others stared with wide eyes, watching the crystal in Wu Xuyan's hand slowly shrink, and it was over soon. Is that all? Lu Disheng felt that his eyes had been opened. Lin Yao took the crystal waste from Wu Xuyan and put it in his pocket. Yes, it's that simple. Lu Disheng looked at the densely packed zombie corpses behind Lin Yao and couldn't help but gasp. How many crystals were needed? I wonder if you would sell this kind of crystal, Brother Lin. Lu Disheng pondered for a moment and finally gave up the desire to rob and asked. Lin Yao looked at him with some admiration. Uncle, you are very sensible. I was planning to use you as bait tomorrow, but since you were so sensible, it will be difficult for me to do it. Not for sale. Although he admired Lu Disheng, Lin Yao still refused. Lu Disheng sighed. He had already expected that this kind of crystal could upgrade superpowers. The stronger the superpowers, the greater the hope of surviving in this doomsday. Who would be willing to sell their hope of survival? Seeing that Lu Disheng looked very regretful, Lin Yao signaled Uxin and the others to continue digging for crystals. He took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one over to him, asking, Mr. Lu, have you been staying on the 5th floor all this time? Lu Disheng took the cigarette with surprise and hurriedly put it in his mouth, lit it and took a big puff with a very happy look on his face, and then slowly said, I'm lucky to say that. My son Lu Tian and Fong Yi are classmates. My son was clamoring to buy new clothes. Coincidentally, Fong said that her aunt runs a men's clothing store, so the three of us went to Boss Fong's store to choose clothes during the weekend. Who knew that after choosing so well, zombies would suddenly appear? Luckily, none of us turned into zombies, and there was no one else in the store. We have been hiding in Boss Fong's shop until today. Lin Yao gave cigarettes to Lu Tian and Fong Yi. They both said they didn't smoke. Then he turned around and asked, What are you going to eat? Lu Disheng took another deep breath and laughed. So I'm lucky. We went to the commercial center in the morning, but my son was complaining about being hungry, so we went to the 3rd floor to eat first. These two little guys ordered a large table of dishes and bought a lot of snacks. Who knew that I couldn't finish it in the end? I thought it shouldn't be wasted, so I packed up all the dishes and food. I've been relying on packed food to get by these few days. Lin Yao nodded. This was indeed good luck. So don't waste food. It can save your life at the critical moment. Lu Disheng and Lin Yao were chatting casually. After a while, Uxin and Zhou Chuchu finished digging out the remaining crystals and came back carrying several large bags. Lin Yao, we counted and there are 207 crystals in total. Uxin handed all the bags to him. Lin Yao nodded and took the bag. Lu Disheng looked at the bag with a greedy look on his face, and even the cigarette in his hand lost its fragrance. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the cigarettes and the information. I wonder when Brother Lin plans to kill zombies next time. Lu Disheng's mind was working quickly. Lin Yao refused to sell, but he could help kill them. Anyway, Lin Yao is so powerful, it shouldn't be too dangerous to kill zombies with him. Lin Yao looked at him seriously. This Lu Disheng was indeed a quick-witted person. We kill them basically every day. As you can see, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies downstairs. We have to be more diligent. Lin Yao pointed downstairs. Then, Mr. Lin is going to kill zombies tomorrow. Can we join him? Lu Disheng asked with anticipation. Lin Yao nodded and said, Of course, but how do we divide the crystals? Ask the key questions right away. Lu Disheng thought for a while and asked cautiously, 50-50? Lin Yao turned and left. Hey, Brother Lin, don't be anxious. We can discuss it. How about a 40-60 split? 40 for us and 60 for you. Lu Disheng hurriedly grabbed Lin Yao. 28. You get 20 and I get 80. Even the job of digging the crystals afterwards will be left to you. Lin Yao stretched out his finger. Lu Disheng shook his head. This won't work. It's too low, let's... Lin Yao interrupted directly. Mr. Lu, I'm not discussing this with you. You've seen that we can completely deal with these zombies by ourselves, even by myself. I'm giving you 20 because I feel sorry for the women in my family. They're killing zombies and digging crystals. They can't even sleep well and have dark circles under their eyes. If you still can't accept it, forget it. After saying that, he turned around and called Wu Xuyan to leave. Lu Disheng had a headache. Lin Yao was stubborn and his negotiation skills died before they could be put to good use. Brother Lin, please wait a moment. Can we discuss and give you an answer? Lin Yao turned around. Okay. Chapter 37. My team only recruits women. Lu Desheng asked Fang Yin and the others to go aside to discuss the matter, while Wu Xian and the others gathered around Lin Yao. Hey, did you plan to ask them to help dig crystals from the beginning? Wu Xian asked Lin Yao. Lin Yao nodded. Yes, killing zombies is easy, but digging crystals is a pure physical job. Now that there is labor available at our doorstep, it will be a waste if we don't use it. Uxin frowned and said, Lin Yao, why do we have to cooperate with them? We can kill them ourselves and divide the spoils. Why do we need to share the crystals that can make us stronger with others? Lin Yao laughed. The female college student still didn't understand the ways of the world. He touched her head and said, Do you know this is the era of universal evolution? All survivors who survived the night before yesterday have superpowers. Once we kill all the zombies in the mall, we will have to go out and build a safe base sooner or later. By then, we will not only have to face zombies, but also other survivors with ill intentions. With just a few of us, we can't defend against those malicious people. I'm showing my goodwill now. When we go out to build a safe base in the future, these people will definitely be willing to follow us. They will be our security guards from now on. And if we want to survive in the apocalypse, it is inevitable that we must stick together. No matter how strong we are, we can't stand out from the crowd. Then, how can we guarantee that they won't betray us halfway? Wu Shuyan raised her concerns. Lin Yao pointed at Zhou Chu and said, Have you forgotten that we have Chu with her here? No thought can escape Chu's mind. Reading, remember to tell each other. Don't let anyone know about Chu's ability. When Zhou Chu heard Lin Yao mention her, she felt that she was very useful. She raised her little head and looked very proud. Wu Shuyan nodded. So, you plan to recruit them into our team? Of course not. My team only recruits women. They are just collaborators. Lin Yao shook his head. Forehead. Several women rolled their eyes at the same time. This guy's thoughts were obvious. Lin Yao looked at Fang Yin, who had a curvy figure, and asked Wu Xun, By the way, Madam Boss, are you familiar with this Boss Fang? Do you think it's necessary to bring him into our team? Wu Shuyan curled her lips. This guy doesn't even try to pretend. I met Sister Fang when I first opened my shop. Her shop is much bigger than ours. She is a very courageous woman, and she took good care of me before. I remember that Sister Fang seemed to have been divorced, but I don't know if she found someone else later. How about I ask Sister Fang for you? Lin Yao nodded. Okay, let's see the result of their discussion first. On the other side, Lu Desheng was scolding his son. Don't look at me, little bastard. This is the end of the world. There are no laws to restrict us. If we anger Lin Yao, both father and son will die. Lu Tian tilted his head and said, I know, Dad. Fang Yin also warned her nephews. They were older and more experienced, and they could tell at a glance that those women belonged to Lin Yao. Now they needed help from others. If these two hot-blooded young guys dared to mess with other people's women, they would die without knowing how they died. Seeing that the two young men were willing to obey, Lu Desheng heaved a sigh of relief and began to analyze. Lin Yao said 20 hours, 80 minutes. I calculated that if we calculate it based on 200 to 300 zombies per day, the four of us will get about 100 zombies per day. Even if we divide it equally among the four of us, that's 25 each. Adding this commercial center, it is indeed as Lin Yao said, there are no less than 10,000 zombies. As long as we keep working together, everyone will get 500 crystals in the end, which is a huge improvement. Fang Yi said with a bitter face. Uncle Lu, you said it was easy, but he still wants us to dig crystals, which will open the zombies' heads. Lu Tian also echoed, saying that they were all spoiled and had never done any hard labor since they were young. Fang Yin sighed and said to her nephew, Xiao Yi, you still don't understand the cruelty of the end of the world. I know you were secretly glancing at that young girl just now, and you even didn't understand why such a beautiful girl would be willing to become Lin Yao's woman with other women. Fang Ye's thoughts were exposed, and he said with a guilty conscience, Auntie, you saw me. I saw that girl, and she seemed to be the school beauty of our school. Huh, now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Lu Tian recalled, and it seemed that he had indeed seen Uxian at school. Fang Yin was speechless. That's not what I meant. What I mean is that Lin Yao wasn't so strong at the beginning. He must have gone through the hard work of killing zombies and digging crystals to become so powerful. Why is that school beauty willing to follow him? Isn't it because he is strong enough to protect him? In this apocalypse, there are no laws to restrict you. As long as you are strong enough, You don't need to chase beautiful girls like that. They will come to you automatically. So what does the hardship in the early stage count for? Fang Yi nodded as if he understood, then said in surprise, Aunt, why do you mean to allow me to have several girlfriends? This is different from what my parents taught me. Fang Yin rolled her eyes at him and said, What your parents taught you are the rules of survival in peacetime. What your aunt is teaching you today are the rules of survival in the end times. As long as you become stronger, you can find as many as you want. After saying that, she sighed again. She had noticed the fiery look in Lin Yao's eyes when he looked at her. If she hadn't been worried that her nephew would have no one to take care of him, and the age gap between them was too big, she would have planned to go directly to Lin Yao and ask for shelter. Lu Desheng agreed with Fang Yin's words. Boss Fang is right. This also applies to Lu Tian. As long as we become stronger, we can find any woman in the future. After saying that, he glanced at Fang Yin secretly and added again, Of course, you can't force other girls. Dad, what you mean? Then we agree. Lu Tian was also successfully brainwashed and began to look forward to a bright future. Lu Desheng and Fang Yin looked at each other and said in unison, Agree. Now that the discussion has come to a conclusion, Lu Desheng came to Lin Yao with a smile on his face and said, Brother Lin, the result of our discussion is that we accept your terms. Lin Yao seemed to have known the result long ago. In fact, as long as they were not stupid, they knew that cooperating with him was the best choice. In that case, Mr. Lu, let's have a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Brother Lin, don't call me Mr. anymore. I'm a few years older than you, so just call me brother. Okay, Brother Lu, Lu Tian whispered to Fang Yi. In this way, won't we both be a generation shorter? Chapter 38, It's hard to deal with a burden. Lin Yao turned to them and smiled. That's fine, let's talk about our own things. You call me brother, and I call you nephews. When they were about to leave after discussing the next action time, Wu Xuan suddenly stopped Fang Yin. Sister Fang, it's not easy for us to meet again in the end times. Do you want to come to my place? We two sisters haven't talked for a long time. Fang Yin seemed to see the deep meaning in Wu Xuan's eyes and nodded in agreement. Okay, I haven't had a good chat with Sister Xuan for a long time. Xiaoya, you go back with Uncle Lu to rest. I'll be back later. Fang Yi didn't think too much about it. He agreed and followed Lu Tian back. Lu Desheng seemed to have noticed something, but what could he say given his status? He could only sigh and follow them back. In the investment promotion office, Fang Yin looked at Yu Qian and Lu Yin in shock as they were waiting for Lin Yao to come back. Unexpectedly, there were not only the few people she had just seen, but there were actually two top beauties hiding here, and even a little lowly who was sleeping soundly. Noticing Fang Yin's gaze, Lin Yao touched his nose and said, This is my sister. Fang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The image of Lin Yao in her mind almost collapsed. He divided the crystals equally and kept Chu Wenwen's crystal for the little girl after she woke up. He took a bath alone, ran to the corner, and fell asleep. The other women took the crystals and began to absorb them attentively. Wu Xuan was not in a hurry to absorb them. She sat on the floor and chatted quietly with Fang Yin. Sister Fang, I think Lu Desheng seems to be interested in you, Wu Xuan said with a gossipy look on her face. Fang Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. Sister, please don't make fun of me. I have nothing to do with him. Wu Xuan naturally saw that Lu Desheng was an unrequited love, so she came over and asked in a low voice, Sister Fang, do you have a partner now? No. After divorcing my ex-husband, I focused on my business and slowly I stopped caring about him. Fang Yin also knew that Wu Xuan shared the same suffering as her, so she had no scruples about talking about such private matters. Alas, it's really hard for us women to live alone. Wu Xuan nodded in sympathy. You're not alone now. I see that your skin has become rosy and shiny recently. Could it be? Fang Yin smiled evilly. Of course not. How about you come over too? Wu Xuan also smiled evilly. Fang Yin's face instantly turned red. What are you talking about? I won't steal a man from you. Besides, I'm already that old. Oh, Sister Fang, you are not much older than me, and I've been taken in by her. What are you afraid of? Wu Xuan said nonchalantly. Oh no, he's only 2 years older than my nephew. It's too sinful. Fang Yin still didn't dare. Wu Xuan wanted to persuade her again, but Fang Yin quickly reached out to stop her. Sister, let's talk about this later. I don't have the heart to do it now. Whether she really had that intention or not, perhaps only she and Zhou Chuchu knew. Unfortunately, Zhou Chuchu was busy absorbing the crystals now. Then the two mature women started chatting about family matters. The other women took a shower and went to bed after absorbing the crystals, but they were still chatting. By the way, Sister Fong, do you want to join our team? Wu Shuyan finally remembered what Lin Yao had told her. Your team? What team? Fong Yin was stunned. Wu Shuyan pointed at the women who were already fast asleep on the floor and said, We are all part of the same team in this room. Lin Yao said that we need to build a safe base after we leave them all. Now is the era of universal awakening of superpowers. If we have a team, we can take care of each other and avoid being bullied. Fong Yin fell in a deep thought. She also realized that what Wu Shuyan said made sense. Beautiful women like them should either depend on a powerful man or join a powerful team. Otherwise, they would just be playthings in the end. Your so-called team, aren't all Lin Yao's women? Fong Yin thought of Wu Shuyan's proposal again, and her face secretly blushed. Wu Shuyan shook her head and pointed at Zhou Chu and said, This girl is not like that. But I feel that she will be one sooner or later. Fong Yin was speechless. As the boss's wife, she had sharp observation skills. Zhou Chu's eyes glanced at Lin Yao intentionally or unintentionally, and she must have fallen in love with him. Wu Shuyan covered her mouth and laughed. She naturally noticed it. Think about it, Sister Fong. At least you've seen that Lin Yao is very powerful. Even I can't figure it out. With such a man and team protecting us, what do we have to be afraid of when we go out? And I'll tell you one thing in secret. Every time we dug up a crystal, Lin Yao would not keep any of it. He would divide it all equally among us. In addition to the crystals, we also hid a lot of food. Then can I bring my nephew to join? Fong Yin was excited. Even though Lin Yao's team is large, the 80 crystals from killing zombies each time are not much to share, but the most important thing is safety. She had seen Lin Yao's bravery in killing zombies before. He was able to easily deal with more than 200 zombies with the two women, Yu Qian and Lu Yan. This sense of security was more important than anything else. If Lu Deshang led them to kill zombies, let alone 200, even 20 would be enough. However, when Fong Yin saw Wu Shuyan shaking her head, her heart sank again. Lin Yao said that our team only recruits women. Fong Yin was a little depressed. Although she really wanted to join Lin Yao and the others, she had a nephew outside who needed taking care of. That's all we can do. We haven't been able to contact Xiaoya's parents, and as his aunt, I have to take on the responsibility of taking care of him. Fong Yin sighed with her head down. Wu Shuyan was also helpless. Since Fong Yin had to bring Fong Yi with her, there was really nothing she could do. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yao woke up and saw that the other women were still sleeping. Chu Wenwen woke up and stayed on the bed playing quietly. He walked over and touched her head. Wenwen, are you hungry? Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Brother will prepare breakfast for you. Chu Wenwen nodded obediently and went into the bathroom. Lin Yao took out the bread and pure milk and put them aside. He stretched and saw Fong Yin sleeping together with Wu Shuyan. It seemed that the two women chatted too late last night and slept here directly. Fong Yin probably hadn't showered for several days. She took a shower in the office before going to bed last night. She was wearing a men's white long t-shirt, and her good figure was clearly visible. Hee, don't look at anything inappropriate. Lin Yao accidentally saw something and turned his head quickly, but then he thought there was no point in pretending and turned his head back. It's a shame not to watch it. After Chu Wenwen finished her breakfast, Lin Yao threw the crystal to her for her to absorb, and by the way, checked the progress of the superpowers of several women. Chapter 39. Convincing Fong Yin to join. After yesterday's wave of crystal absorption, the supernatural powers of the boss lady, Yu Qian and Yu Exen, the three women who followed him first, have all reached level 3, bringing Lin Yao 300 skill points, which is very nice. Zhou Chu, Lu Yan, and Chu Wenwen are still at level 2, but they should be not far from level 3. Looking at the more than 300 skill points on his personal panel, Lin Yao felt extremely satisfied while eating his breakfast. He had never been so rich before. Since he was so wealthy, he might as well upgrade the skills that needed to be upgraded. It just so happened that he only had virus resistance, fire insight, and all things retreat at level 2, so he could upgrade them all to level 3. I should be considered a level 3 psychic now. Lin Yao has a rough idea of his own strength, but in fact he himself is not sure how to calculate his own strength. He has many skills, but he thinks he should have no problem dealing with ordinary level 3 psychics. When Lin Yao saw that it would cost 1,000 skill points to upgrade a skill from level 3 to level 4, he started cursing in his heart. Every time you level up, the skill points required increase 10 times. If each skill requires so many skill points, How are we going to live? No matter how much they scolded, they still had to live their lives. Lin Yao asked Chuan when to be good and not go out. He left breakfast for the other women and went out alone. After wandering around the 5th floor for a while, he soon found Su Qingyan. Xiao Yinyan did a good job. Lin Yao touched Su Qingyan's head as soon as he went over. This female zombie was cooperating with him better and better. Although Su Qingyan couldn't laugh, she kept shaking her little head to express her joy. Gome, eat. Lin Yao handed her a bag of crystal waste. In Su Qingyan's little head, the happiest thing was that Lin praised her, and the second happiest thing was that Lin gave her delicious food every day. So, she took the crystal and began to chew it. Lin Yao has been observing Su Qingyan's pupils. After eating more than 200 crystal wastes, her pupils have obviously turned from blue to green. After calculating the number, Lin Yao estimated that with another 500 crystal wastes, Su Qingyan would be able to upgrade to a level 3 zombie. He took Su Qingyan to another open space on the 5th floor and pointed here. Xiao Yinyan, after I send you a signal this afternoon, you'll lead the zombies up this corridor. Then at night, lead another wave to the same corridor as last night. Su Qingyan's current IQ is about that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although there are many things she doesn't understand, she has no problem simply following orders. After she agreed obediently, Lin Yao let her go back to the 4th floor. Now that he has the help of Lu Desheng and the others, it is time to speed up. He wants to capture the 4th floor as soon as possible, upgrade his zombie transformation technique to level 4, and then go to the snack street on the 3rd floor to get some pots and pans to bring up. The self-heating hot pot bags are almost used up recently, and I'm tired of fast food. It's time to get some equipment to heat up some dishes and meals. As for why he didn't go down now, Lin Yao was still a little worried. The zombie outbreak happened to be at noon. There must have been a lot of people eating on the 3rd floor at that time, so there must have been the most zombies. He couldn't guarantee whether there were any advanced zombies appearing on the 3rd floor. If they saw through his transformation technique, he would be doomed. Let's stabilize it first. When they returned to the office, several women had woken up one after another. Fang Yin was deeply moved when she saw the food Lin Yao left for her, but she felt guilty and did not dare to eat it. No matter how Wu Shuyan tried to persuade them, it was useless. Lin Yao came back and saw several women eating breakfast, but Fang Yin was the only one staring at the food in a daze. He asked in confusion, "Why isn't Boss Fang eating? Is it not to your liking?" Fang Yin saw Lin Yao coming back and quickly stood up and shook her head, saying, "Brother Lin, you misunderstood. I just felt that. I'm not from your team. Your food is not easy to obtain. I don't want to accept it without any merit." Lin Yao laughed, picked up the food and stuffed it directly into her hands. "Then why don't you just ask Boss Fang to join our team?" "But I can't join." Fang Yin looked bitter and put the food back. Wu Shiyin sighed, pulled Lin Yao aside and whispered, "Sister Fang actually wants to join, but she has a nephew who needs to be taken care of, and no matter how I persuade her, it's useless." Lin Yao finally understood and sat down in front of Fang Yin and said with a smile, "Boss Fang, you don't have to worry too much. My team really doesn't want to accept other men, but if you join our team, it will be the best for your nephew." "Huh? Where did you get this from?" Fang Yin was puzzled. "Think about it. If you join our team, Lu Desheng and I will still split the crystals 20 hours, 80 minutes. Now that you're gone, won't Fang Yi get more crystals?" Lin Yao's words touched Fang Yin's heart. Although she felt a little sorry for Fang Yi in the long run, as long as Fang Yi could obtain more crystals and become stronger sooner, then she, as his aunt, would have fulfilled her responsibility. Fang Yin bit her lip and said hesitantly, "Can I go back and discuss it? After all, once I join your team, I will need Mr. Lu to help take care of him." "No problem. I'll go with you." Lin Yao stood up. He also needed to discuss some things with Lu Desheng. Fang Yin nodded at Lin Yao, went to the bathroom to change her clothes, and took Lin Yao out. Watching Fang Yin leading the way in front, Lin Yao remembered what he had secretly seen, and a smile flashed across his lips. In front of a clothing store, Fang Yin opened the door and saw Lu Desheng lying on the cash register in a daze. Two young men, Lu Tian and Fang Yi, were chatting together. "Aunt, you're back. What are you doing?" Fang Yi was a little hesitant when he saw Fang Yin coming back with Lin Yao following behind her. When Lu Desheng saw Fang Yin coming back, he stood up in surprise, but his face changed when he saw Lin Yao. He tossed and turned last night and couldn't sleep. His mind was full of Fang Yin's figure. He couldn't help but wonder, Fang Yin went to Lin Yao's residence like this. What if something happened? Now that the two of them came back together, Lu Desheng had a bad feeling. "Xiao Yi, There is something your aunt wants to discuss with you. Fang Yin glanced at her nephew, then turned to Lu Desheng and nodded. Lin Yao greeted Lu Desheng with a smile, then sat aside and watched the four of them get together. What's the matter, aunt? Fang Yi looked at his aunt, then at Lin Yao, and always felt that there was something going on between the two of them. Fang Yin hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say to Fang Yi, Xiao Yi, I plan to join Lin Yao's team. What? Fang Yi didn't react much, but Lu Desheng stood up in surprise, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Chapter 40 Uncle Lin, take good care of my aunt. Fang Yi looked at Lu Desheng in astonishment. This is my aunt, not your aunt. Why are you so excited? Then he turned to Fang Yin and asked, Aunt, what does it mean to join their team? Should I join too? Fang Yin hesitated for a moment, but finally told Fang Yi bluntly that Lin Yao's team only recruited women, so she could only join by herself. No, I don't agree. Lu Desheng is not as naive as Fang Yi. This is tantamount to letting Fang Yin walk into a tiger's mouth, so he hurriedly spoke up to stop it. Fang Yin stood up and said to Lu Desheng, Mr. Lu, I know your feelings, but I'm sorry I can't respond. Since the divorce, my heart can't accommodate any other man. Lu Desheng's face turned pale instantly, while Lu Tian and Fang Yi looked very stupid and watched. Then why did you want to join his team? Lu Desheng felt his heart was broken and asked, pointing at Lin Yao. Fang Yi didn't know how to explain for a moment. She couldn't explain the conflict in her heart in a short time. Seeing that Fang Yi didn't know how to answer, Lin Yao walked up to Lu Desheng and said with a smile, Brother Lu, shall we chat? What are you talking about? Lu Desheng was puzzled. Lin Yao handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and said, Boss Fang, joining my team will actually be good for you and your son. Let me explain. We are all adults, so let's put aside all the romantic things. Just tell me, after you and Lu Tian escape from the mall, how are you going to live? Don't tell me you're planning to go home and hide. If that's really what you're thinking, then you've lived in vain for the past few decades. In fact, if you think about it, you can guess that sooner or later someone out there will find out that zombie crystals can enhance superpowers, and then all the survivors will probably find out. At that stage, there will inevitably be classes among the superpowers, and the strong ones will have women, crystals, and food. The weak will be bullied, raped, and killed. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. Isn't the bloody lesson our ancestors taught us hundreds of years ago enough? That's why I formed a team. After we get out of the mall, I want to build a safe base. We can keep each other together and not only resist the zombies, but also those evil-minded superpowers. I advise Brother Lu to form a team as soon as possible. Xiaojuan and Xiaoye are your core members. After we get out, I can assure you that as long as you don't have other thoughts, our two teams can help each other. Let's talk about the present. Boss Fang has joined my team. We'll still split the profits 20 hours, 80 minutes. You, Xiaojuan, and Xiaoye will get more crystals, and your strength will grow faster. In this end times, what can be as important as strength? Although Lu Desheng felt a little unhappy about Lin Yao's words, he had to admit that Lin Yao was right. He had a crush on Fang Yin, but it was still a secret crush after all. There was not even a ripple in their relationship, and he had no identity or position to stop it. The reason why Fang Yin and Lin Yao explained so much to him was, firstly, to give him face, and secondly, they hoped that Lu Desheng could take good care of Fang Yi. With the bond of the aunt-niece relationship between Fang Yi and Fang Yin, Lu Desheng is able to firmly hold on to Lin Yao's thigh. If it was a verbal cooperation relationship before, Lu Desheng also knew that Lin Yao would not care if they were in danger. But Fang Yin joined Lin Yao's team. Once they were in danger, no matter how cold-blooded Lin Yao was, he would not abandon them in order to take care of Fang Yin's feelings. This was the deep meaning of Lin Yao's words, and Lu Desheng understood it in an instant. Strength. Everything is based on strength. Lu Desheng sighed and took the last puff of his cigarette. If he has the ability, he can stand up and confidently say to Fang Yin that he can protect her, instead of just watching the woman he secretly loves fall into the arms of another man. If he had the ability, he could also arrange for others to do the hard work like Lin Yao did, instead of doing the hard work for others. Lin Yao patted Lu Desheng on the shoulder, turned to look at Fang Yi, and said, Just follow your Uncle Lu, and it won't be long before you can become the general manager, the CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of your life. Isn't it a little exciting to think about it? Fang Yi nodded excitedly, then realized something was wrong, and asked with a clear stupidity on his face, Uncle Lu is going to start a company? That's what I mean. You just need to become stronger as soon as possible. After all, you are an adult and can't always count on your aunt to worry about you. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. Why are college students so stupid nowadays? Fang Yi nodded, not quite understanding. Then Lin Yao took out a map, indicated the time, and placed to kill the zombies in the afternoon, and prepared to leave with Fang Yi. Hey, Uncle Lin, take good care of my aunt, Fang Yi shouted at Lin Yao's back. Lin Yao almost fell down. During lunch, with Fang Yi joining, Lin Yao's team held a simple welcome ceremony, a self-heating hot pot dinner. Looking at the slowly becoming crowded office and the women in men's clothing, Lin Yao decided in his mind that he must take over the fourth floor as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Lin Yao's team and Lu Desheng and his team started working together to build obstacles in the second open space. They worked until 3 p.m. After a short rest, they began to lure the zombies up. This time, all members of Lin Yao's team went in a battle. The young Xiaojuan insisted on staying. When she knew that her special ability allowed her to stay wherever she was determined not to leave. Forget it, the boss lady and Fang Yin are keeping an eye on her. Lin Yao asked them to stay on the 6th floor with Uxin and then sent a signal to Su Qingyan. Before long, the roars of countless zombies could be heard in the corridor. Roar, roar. There was no bait this time. Lin Yao took the lead and stood at the entrance of the corridor, acting as bait himself, watching the zombies rush up quietly. This is a warrior. Lu Tian and Fang Ye's admiration for Lin Yao is immense, but they don't have the courage to face countless zombies head-on. Seeing the zombies approaching, Lin Yao ran away. Dense swarms of zombies began to pour into the 5th floor. With the experience from last time, Uxin seized the opportunity and used his ultrasonic ability on the zombies below without waiting for Lin Yao to send a signal. Get started. At Lin Yao's command, everyone began to attack the dizzy zombies. Lu Desheng roared, as if he wanted to turn the pain of broken love into motivation to kill zombies. His whole body swelled rapidly, his height increased a lot, black hair grew on his body, and his face became like a bear's face. The power of a bear. Lin Yao complained while shooting zombies. Fang Yi has the agility ability, so except for Lin Yao, everyone else can only see a shadow spinning around. Chapter 41 Braised Large Intestine Team. However, although Fang Yi was very fast, his physical strength was not much enhanced. After a wave of operations, he only killed a few. The zombies fell down in groups. A minute later, Uxin's superpower ended, and the zombies regained their mobility and began to charge towards them. Brother Lu, Fang Yi, step back. Lu Tian, don't let them get close. Lin Yao shouted, and Lu Desheng and Fang Yi obediently retreated behind him and began to rest. Lu Tian took a step forward and activated his special power. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared, and the zombies running in front encountered resistance, and their movements became slow. Lin Yao, Yu Qian, and Lu Yan also used their special abilities to slaughter the zombies, while Zhou Chu hid at the back and did not move. We must always be on guard against others, Chu. You should stay at the back and listen to what Lu Desheng and the others are saying to avoid stabbing them in the back. Zhou Chu remembered Lin Yao's instructions very well. Soon, Uxin's second wave of supernatural powers was activated. Lu Tian retreated, and Lu Desheng and Fang Yi rushed out again. When Uxin's second wave of superpowers ended, there were only a dozen zombies left on the field, but Lin Yao keenly discovered that there was actually a level 2 zombie mixed in. Be careful of the one in the middle. He's a level 2 zombie. Lin Yao pointed at the level 2 zombie that was dodging left and right in the zombie group. This zombie was very fast. If several of Lin Yao's crossbow arrows had not missed him, he would not have noticed him for a while. Roar! This level 2 zombie had thorns all over its body like a hedgehog, but its head was well protected, so it stood firm. It already had a little intelligence, and when it saw that it was surrounded, it roared angrily and started rushing towards Fang Yi. Xiao Yi. Fang Yin from upstairs hurriedly reminded. After all, it was Fang Ye's first time to kill a zombie. When he saw a ferocious zombie rushing towards him, he screamed and ran away. But when he ran like this, the zombies rushed out of the encirclement without any hindrance, rushing around with their whole bodies and knocking down obstacles. Don't let him get away. Lin Yao was almost pissed off to death by Fang Yi. This guy was no slower than a level 2 zombie. Why was he running? As long as he could stop him for a while, he would be able to shoot him in the head with an arrow. Seeing the zombies rushing into the floor, he asked Yu Qian to deal with the remaining zombies, and in a flash, he chased after the zombie. Roar, so scary. The level 2 zombie roared as it ran away. When Lin Yao chased after him, he only saw a level 2 zombie that happened to run to their investment promotion office and rushed in, smashing the glass. Phew. Fortunately, that girl Wenwen doesn't want to stay in there. Lin Yao knew the layout of the office clearly and rushed in directly. At the same time, he was also glad that Chu Wenwen's ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune was really useful. The level 2 zombie rampaged in the office and finally found nowhere to hide. After hesitating for a moment, it rushed towards Lin Yao. Lin Yao did not kill him with a crossbow. Instead, a large machete suddenly appeared in his hand, and he slashed at him directly. Gurgle. The zombie's head flew out and rolled far away. At the same time, the battle over their head also ended, and Yu Qian chased after them with a machete. It's okay. Have you solved it over there? Lin Yao cut open the head of a level 2 zombie with a knife and took out a green crystal. Yu Qian nodded, and at the same time looked at the crystal in Lin Yao's hand and said, "The crystal of a level 2 zombie is blue?" Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it too. In addition to the pupil, it turns out that the crystal will also change. Lin Yao looked at the level 2 crystal in his hand. The energy inside felt much richer than the white level 1 crystal. Putting the crystal in his pocket, Lin Yao returned to the battlefield, arranged for Wu Shuyin and Zhou Chuchu to supervise, and took the other women to find a new residence. The office had been messed up by the level 2 zombie, and it was too troublesome to clean it up. Besides, the glass was broken, and the women didn't want to sleep with the door open. Entire 5th floor for a long time, I couldn't find a suitable place. It was Chu Wenwen who reminded me. I remember there's a furniture store on the 6th floor. My parents took me there before. Then they went to the 6th floor and found the furniture store. The store was not small and was decorated like a home, with a living room, bathroom, dining room, and several bedrooms. Why didn't I notice such a great place before? Lin Yao looked at the decoration of the store and nodded with satisfaction. After sleeping on the floor for several days, he could finally sleep on a bed tonight. The most important thing is that everyone doesn't have to sleep in the same room. Without Chu Wenwen as a little light bulb, his plan of expanding his family can be implemented. Throughout the afternoon, several women cleaned up all the zombie bodies near the furniture store. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Desheng and his friends came to find Lin Yao carrying several bags of crystals. Brother Lin, we killed a total of 308 zombies this afternoon. Excluding those that were already damaged, we obtained a total of 254 crystals. Please count them. Lu Desheng felt that he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Originally, his ability was only level 1, and he had put in a lot of effort in the battle just now. After killing the zombies, he had to lead 2 young boys who couldn't bear hardship to dig crystals. He was really exhausted. Zhou Chuchu, who was behind Lu Desheng, nodded secretly to Lin Yao, indicating that Lu Desheng did not lie and did not embezzle the money. Oh, Brother Lu, you've worked hard. Come, take a rest and drink some water. Lin Yao was very satisfied with Lu Desheng's integrity and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Lu Desheng didn't hesitate to take the water and drank it in one gulp. By the way, Brother Lu, have you named your team? Lin Yao had a good impression of Lu Desheng. He took out 52 crystals, put them in a bag, and placed it at his feet. Thank you, Brother Lin. I won't be shy about giving them these crystals. Speaking of our team name, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Brother Lin, but my son was named Braised Large Intestines. Lu Desheng noticed from the corner of his eye that Lin Yao gave them an extra crystal, and he felt very grateful. Braised large intestine? Lin Yao was stunned, and then laughed. Isn't this the homonym of Lu Desheng's name? Yes. Although the name is not nice, I'm too lazy to change it. Who knows? Our braised large intestine team may become world famous in the future, Lu Desheng laughed. The two chatted idly. Seeing that the women from Lin Yao's team had all returned, he knew that it would not be convenient for him, an outsider, to stay any longer, so he prepared to leave. Brother Lu, wait a moment. Take these foods and eat them. We have a tough battle tonight, so let those 2 guys do more. Lin Yao picked up a pile of food and handed it to Lu Desheng and winked at him. I don't want another accident like what happened to Fang Yi to happen tonight. This was what Lin Yao conveyed. Thank you, Brother Lin. I am ashamed to say that we have indeed finished our food. Don't worry, those 2 guys will definitely not hold us back tonight. Lu Desheng nodded and looked back, indicating that he got it. Chapter 42, Do you believe me when I say I have no place to sleep? Fang Yin understood the expressions of the 2 men. After Lu Desheng left, she walked up to Lin Yao and said with her head down, Lin Yao, Xiao Yu is indeed wrong today. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please don't blame him. He is still young. How about I scold him now? Lin Yao reached out to stop her. You don't have to apologize. It's not your fault. If you were willing to scold him, you would have done it this afternoon. Why wait until now? I won't blame him for this. After all, it didn't cause any serious consequences. I just asked Lu Deshang to give him a little scolding. Lu Deshang is now the leader of his team, so he should have some prestige as a leader. Besides, Fang Yi also needs to grow up. Men know how to teach men better, so you should stay out of it. Fang Yi nodded. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her nephew just now. But now think about it. Now is different from peacetime. If Fang Yi doesn't grow up, even with Lin Yao's protection, who knows how big a mistake he will make in the future. It's better to teach him now. Hey, speaking of which, you're not much older than Xiaoya, so why do you feel much more mature than him? Fang Yin looked at Lin Yao. This man was obviously very young, but he was more mature than his peers. Lin Yao smiled and said, Yes, I am indeed ripe. If Boss Fang doesn't pick them, they will rot. You bastard. You're so unruly. Fang Yin blushed and hit his arm. As soon as this name was uttered, the two of them fell silent at the same time and looked into each other's eyes. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Lin Yao, I'm hungry. Suddenly, Lu Yan's voice came, breaking the atmosphere between the two. Fang Yin took a step back, looked at him deeply, and ran away. You only know how to eat. I think you'll become a fat man sooner or later. Lin Yao scolded with a smile, then returned to the restaurant to distribute food to the girls. Looking at the food in the storage space, Lin Yao sighed. Now his team has expanded to 7 people, and the daily food consumption is also astonishing. His inventory is about to run out, and he has to speed up the pace of upgrading. After dinner, Lin Yao divided the crystals equally among them. He was not in a hurry to share the Cyan level 2 crystal in his pocket. Wait until you get more level 2 crystals before dividing them up. If you give them to anyone now, they will easily become jealous. After absorbing, Zhou Chu, Lu Yin, and Chu Wenwen's abilities were upgraded to level 3. Fang Yin's abilities were upgraded to level 2, but the others have not yet upgraded. Lu Yan's upgrade brought her 100 skill points, plus the zombies killed in the afternoon. Her skill points have reached 400. Unfortunately, I still can't upgrade. I have to quickly recruit Chu and Boss Fang. Otherwise, when their abilities are upgraded, I won't benefit at all, Lin Yao muttered to himself. After absorbing the food and resting until 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yao brought everyone to the square again. The braised large intestine team was already waiting. Seeing Fang Ye's expression as if encouraging him to work harder to poop, it must be that Lu Deshang encouraged him after scolding him. In the same way as in the afternoon, after sending a signal to Su Qingyan, another wave of zombies came up. There were no level 2 zombies this time, and the few people had gradually gained more experience in fighting zombies. Without any surprises, more than 300 zombies had fallen to the ground. Lin Yao calculated that he had killed nearly 1,000 zombies on the 4th floor so far, and there should be about 1,000 left. If he worked hard, he would be able to kill all the zombies by the day after tomorrow. Leaving Zhou Chu and Yu Qian to supervise the work, Lin Yao took the girls back to the furniture store to rest. Lin Yao asked Chu Wenwen to take a shower and go to bed first. He finished his shower second, found an empty room, and laid down on the big bed, full of anticipation. Which concubine will sleep with you tonight? Is it Empress Wu, Imperial Concubine Yu, or Imperial Concubine Lu? Lin Yao was wearing shorts, crossing his legs, and waiting silently. It was almost 12 o'clock before Lin Yao's door was pushed open. The person who came was completely beyond Lin Yao's expectations. Do you believe me if I tell you I have no place to sleep? Fang Yin was extremely embarrassed, and her face turned red. She was the last one to take a shower. When she came out, she found that Wu Shuyin had fallen asleep with Chu Wenwen in her arms. Uxin and Lu Yin were sharing a bed. There was an empty bed, but Fang Yin thought that she came the latest, so she had to leave this bed for Yu Qian and Zhou Chu, who were still supervising. In this case, she either has to sleep on the sofa or come to Lin Yao's place. After thinking it over, Fang Yin plucked up her courage and pushed open Lin Yao's door. Lin Yao was pleasantly surprised. I believe it. I believe it. An hour later, Lin Yao was smoking contentedly, and Fang Yin had fallen asleep. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has obtained the 6th woman, and the reward system draws a lottery. Ding dong. The system triggers an additional reward, and the host gains 50 points of physical enhancement attribute points. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Lin Yao couldn't help laughing out loud. This time he actually triggered an extra reward, which was 50 attribute points, which he evenly added to other attributes except the charm value. As for charm, you can increase it when you become really strong. Right now, strengthening your strength is the top priority. He was not in a hurry to draw the lottery given by the system. He would wait until the next morning when he got up and hold Xiaojuan in his arms to draw. This girl's luck was very mysterious. Lin Yao felt that by taking advantage of her luck, he might be able to draw what he wanted. Lu Deshang and his team worked until 1 a.m. and only returned exhausted with the crystals in their hands. Zhou Chuchu pushed open Lin Yao's door without noticing anything. She was shocked to see Lin Yao and Feng Yin sleeping together. She quickly closed the door and shouted, Lin Yao, they are done. Do you want to go and take over? Oh my god, it had only been a short while, and they were already rolling together. Zhou Chuchu felt her face getting hot. Okay, I'll come out. Lin Yao agreed, put on his clothes, and went to the living room. Brother Lu, you must be tired. Take this pack of cigarettes. Lin Yao took out a pack of cigarettes and threw it to Lu Deshang. Seeing Lin Yao looking refreshed, Lu Deshang, an adult, naturally understood and said with a smile, Thank you very much, Brother Lin. We killed 332 zombies tonight and harvested 273 crystals. Please click. No need to order. I trust Brother Lu's character. Just pick out your portions and go to bed early. You'll be busy tomorrow. Lin Yao showed full trust in him. Okay. Thank you very much for your trust, Brother Lin. We will try to reach level 2 as soon as possible and will not let Brother Lin down. Lu Deshang stood up with a smile, took out the crystal belonging to his team, and said goodbye and left. After watching Lu Deshang leave, he turned around and saw that Zhou Chuchu did not go to take a shower, but was staring at him with a blushing face. Is there anything wrong? Lin Yao came up to her and asked. Chapter 43 My grandpa always said. Zhou Chuchu saw that Lin Yao was very close to her, and she took a step back with a red face, not daring to look him in the eye. In their team, except Xiaojuan, everyone else was Lin Yao's woman. Zhou Chuchu had always been worried that one day she would be tricked into bed by Lin Yao, and she had always been a little afraid of Lin Yao. But after spending these days together, she couldn't help but keep her eyes on Lin Yao. Especially when killing zombies, Lin Yao was strong and calm, which exuded a fatal attraction to Zhou Chuchu. She always tried to resist looking at Lin Yao, but the more she resisted, the more she wanted to look. Originally, there was nothing wrong with everyone getting along like this, but when Zhou Chuchu saw that Feng Yin had only joined the team for one day and was already getting together with Lin Yao, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If she didn't win over such an outstanding man, she would not know where she would be ranked. So after Lu Deshang left, Zhou Chuchu plucked up her courage and prepared to confess her feelings to Lin Yao. However, where had she confessed her love to a man? In the past, it was always others who confessed their love to her, but she never agreed. She was not sure whether Lin Yao liked her or not. What if his confession failed? How would they get along under the same roof in the future? Zhou Chuchu didn't know how to express her feelings. What's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Lin Yao had no idea what girls were thinking. Seeing Zhou Chuchu's red face, he thought she had a fever and reached out to touch her forehead. Zhou Chuchu felt the touch of Lin Yao's big hand on her forehead and shyly took another step back. I don't have a fever. What I want to say is I also. Zhou Chuchu felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat, but she couldn't say the words, I can also be your girlfriend. What's wrong with you? Lin Yao was even more confused. This girl didn't stutter before. Zhou Chuchu kept cheering herself up in her heart, gritted her teeth, and looked at Lin Yao seriously. Me too. My grandpa always told me that even if it's hot when you sleep, you should cover your stomach or you'll catch a cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. After saying this, he was stunned and ran away with red eyes. Lin Yao was also stunned. I know, my mother has already said that. This girl just told me this. With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Yao went back to his bedroom and went to sleep. Oh my god, what am I talking about? Zhou Chuchu ran into the bathroom with red eyes, hating her own cowardice. The next morning, Lin Yao got up full of energy. After returning home last night, he and Feng Yin spent an hour or so before going to bed. But now his physique is amazing. Even if he only sleeps 2 or 3 hours a day, his body can still recover to its peak. When we came to the living room, Xiaojuan was playing alone, touching here and looking there, being very well behaved. Lin Yao liked this sensible little girl very much. He hugged her in his arms and took out bread, eggs, and milk for her to eat in his arms. Start the lottery. I want the space stone. I want the space stone. I want the space stone. The pointer was moving, and Lin Yao kept repeating in his heart that what he wanted most now was the space stone, so he could quickly expand the storage space. Food was running out, and he urgently needed to kill all the zombies on the 4th floor in the next 2 days, and then go to the 3rd floor to search for food. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of exquisite space stone. Congratulations to the host for winning the spirit detection skill level 1. Nice! Lin Yao shouted wildly, and Chu Wenwen in his arms was startled. Seeing Chu Wenwen staring at him with a frightened face, Lin Yao hurriedly touched the little girl's hair. Wenwen, don't be afraid. Brother is so happy. Why are you so happy, brother? Chu Wenwen was even more confused. Because our Wenwen is the best. Lin Yao looked at the little girl and liked her more and more. From now on, if he wanted anything in the lottery, he would count on this girl. Chu Wenwen thought Lin Yao was praising her for being a good eater, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Wenwen has learned to eat by herself a long time ago. After playing with Chu Wenwen for a while, Lin Yao started to check the item descriptions and skill descriptions. Find space stone can expand the current storage space capacity by 10 times. Spiritual detection level 1. The host can consume mental power, 1 point of mental power/minute, to detect everything within a radius of 20 meters. Wonderful, wonderful. Now his storage space is only 5 cubic meters. Once it is expanded 10 times, it will be 50 cubic meters. In this way, he can store a lot more supplies, and he will be more confident to go to the 3rd floor. Lin Yao couldn't wait to try out another mental detection skill. As the skill was activated, everything within a 20-meter radius was reflected in his mind, like a 3D holographic image. Lin Yaoren was sitting in the living room and could see the sleeping positions of several women in the bedroom, the dust on the floor, every detail. That's awesome. Raise it up quickly. Lin Yao was very satisfied with this skill, which was better than the proprietress's X-ray vision. In this way, when he went to the 3rd floor, even if the supplies were hidden in corners, they would not escape his detection. Now that he has more than 700 skill points, Lin Yao directly spent 110 skill points to upgrade this skill to level 3, and the detection range became 100 meters. The consumption is not too great. With his current mental strength of 37 points, it is no problem for him to hold on for half an hour. At 9 o'clock in the morning, several women got up one after another. Among them, Zhou Chuchu had dark circles under her eyes. She looked at Lin Yao resentfully. Facing the concern of the other women, she could only shake her head to indicate that everything was fine. What can I say? I wanted to confess my feelings to your husband, but I was too shy to do so. Letting the women absorb the crystal from last night and warning them not to go out, Lin Yao went out to meet Su Qingyan. Now no one knows that not only is there a red flag flying at home, but there's also a zombie flag flying outside. He gave all the crystal shells from yesterday to Su Qingyan. After swallowing more than 600 crystals, Su Qingyan's pupils became greener and her whole appearance became much more intelligent. She could already smile at Lin Yao and even act like a spoiled child. Looking at the fierce zombie holding his arm with a loving look on his face, Lin Yao felt a little panicked, but also a little happy. This feeling was quite exciting. But faced with the last few crystals left, Su Qingyan refused to eat them no matter what. It's not delicious. It's not delicious. Su Qingyan pulled Lin Yao's arm, looked at the last few crystals, and shook her head to refuse. Lin Yao thought about it and realized that Su Qingyan had eaten thousands of crystal shells. Could it be that she was tired of it and wanted to change the taste? In that case, let's give her a new taste. I took out the only level 2 cyan crystal. Su Qingyan's green pupils lit up when she saw it, and she grabbed it and put it into her mouth. Su Qingyan, level 3. Chapter 44, The Zombie King and the Queen. Name, Su Qingyan, level 3 Corpse King. Age, 25. Height, 167 cm. Mesurement, 38 de 21-24. Charm rating, A+. Loyalty, 98. Offspring, none. Superpower, Blood Claw level 3. Su Qingyan, a level 3 zombie, also gained the title of Zombie King, and quietly awakened his superpowers, which were even level 3 as soon as he awakened. It seems that the upgrade of zombie superpowers is similar to and different from that of humans. Lin Yao lowered his head in thought, while also paying attention to Su Qingyan's condition. Fortunately, his zombie transformation technique could conceal zombies below level 4, so Su Qingyin did not realize that her husband should actually be her food. After reaching the level of Corpse King, Su Qingyin's entire temperament has quietly changed. When she looks at Lin Yao, her eyes are still full of love, but when she looks elsewhere, there is already a bit of majesty and coldness. I feel like I could train a zombie queen. Lin Yao is full of expectations for Su Qingyin's future. Think about it. You are the savior of mankind during the day, and at night you run to the zombie den and make out with the zombie queen. Isn't this world yours? Thinking about it, I'm actually a little excited. But now let's take it step by step and let Su Qingyin go back to the fourth floor to continue waiting for his signal. In the afternoon, Lin Yao's team and Lu Dachong's team worked together to kill more than 300 zombies, and Lin Yao obtained more than 100 skill points and 27 attribute points. At night, Su Qingyin attracted more than 300 zombies again. Lin Yao's skill points reached an unprecedented 800 to nearly 900, and he gained 30 attribute points. The result of this day's efforts was that there were only about 300 zombies left on the entire fourth floor. The floor suddenly seemed empty, and it became much more difficult to lure these zombies up. Seeing that the girls were all exhausted, Lin Yao asked them to take a shower and rest, and he sat on the bed alone to count his gains. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 52. Defense, 56. Agility, 52. Spiritual power, 59. Charm value, 7. Skill points, 876. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 3, Virus Resistance level 3, Monster Upgrade level 3, Zombie Transformation level 3, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 3, All Things Retreat level 3, Spirit Detection level 3. Items, Advanced Alloy Crossbow, Storage Space, 50 cubic meters. His attributes are now several times stronger than when he first acquired them. In terms of pure physical strength, he is already much stronger than Yu Qian, who is of level 3 strength. I'll go down tomorrow and start hunting the remaining zombies with Xiaojuan. Once we take down the fourth floor, all the women in the house can finally change into women's clothes. But there are still 2 level 2 zombies left. Tomorrow, follow Xiaojuan to find these 2 level 2 zombies and kill them. Don't let them get away. Lin Yao was lying on the big bed, smoking and thinking about tomorrow's actions. Suddenly, his bedroom door was pushed open again. Huh, boss lady. Lin Yao didn't expect that it was Wu Shuyan who came. What should Chuoman do? As if seeing through Lin Yao's thoughts, Wu Shuyan rolled her eyes and said, "Why? Do you despise me for being old and ugly? Should I go back to take care of the kids?" "No. How could that be? Come on. Has Queen Wu missed me particularly lately?" Lin Yao patted the bed with a wicked smile on his face. Wu Shuyan smiled charmingly. "I dream about it." After dawn, Lin Yao reunited with Su Qingyin with more than 700 crystal shells he had harvested yesterday. However, after eating the level 2 cyan crystals, Su Qingyin refused to eat these simple level 1 white crystals no matter what. "You kid are such a picky eater." Lin Yao was helpless. Su Qingyin seemed to know that Lin Yao was not as delicious as he was yesterday, so she leaned on him obediently and said, "I'm not hungry. Let's go to the fourth floor. Find those 2 level 2 zombies." Lin Yao asked Su Qingyin to lead the way and came to the fourth floor. The space on the fourth floor is wider than that on the fifth floor, and there are more shops. Because the zombies here are lured to the fifth floor and then killed, there are not many corpses on the fourth floor. Su Qingyin led Lin Yao through many twists and turns and came to a women's clothing store. A pair of young male and female zombies were wandering inside. After seeing Su Qingyin, they both came to her and yelled, "Queen, Your Excellency." "Huh?" Lin Yao was puzzled. Did Su Qingyin recruit them? Su Qingyin nodded very humanely, stepped aside, pointed at Lin Yao, and said, "This is my husband. From now on, he will be your king." The 2 young zombies looked like a couple because they were wearing couple outfits. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. In Lin Yao's opinion, this female zombie was no worse than Su Qingyin in all aspects except that her figure was not as tall and majestic as Su Qingyin. The 2 zombies were of course not happy when they saw a level 2 zombie dreaming of becoming their king. "You are not worthy," the male zombie roared at Lin Yao. Su Qingyin got angry on the spot, staring at him with cold eyes. The nails on her hands began to grow slowly. She was ready to teach the male zombie a lesson, but was stopped by Lin Yao. "Little thing, I was prepared to kill you. You asked for it. Do you still recognize him?" Lin Yao pointed at the male zombie and turned to ask the female zombie. "I don't know," the female zombie answered slowly. When a human turns into a zombie, one will lose all memories of his previous life. It's good that you don't know me. Lin Yao nodded, suddenly stretched out his big hand and grabbed the male zombie's neck. The male zombie didn't react at all and struggled hard for a while. Lin Yao pressed his shoulder with his other hand and exerted force. The male zombie's head was pulled out alive. The scene was extremely violent. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Yao infatuatedly. Her husband was indeed very powerful. The female zombie was shocked. How could this zombie of the same level be more terrifying than the queen? The headless body of the male zombie fell heavily to the ground. Lin Yao held his head with one hand and turned to look at the female zombie. Do you think I am worthy of being your king? Match. Although the female zombie's intelligence was not much developed, her nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong still existed, and she answered hurriedly. In that case, are you willing to become my woman? From now on, you will be responsible for assisting the queen. Lin Yao was very satisfied with the performance of the female zombie. Su Qingyan and the female zombie were stunned when they heard this. Xiaojuan, you're going to be the queen of all zombies in the future. One person is not enough. You need help. Lin Yao saw that Su Qingyan actually showed a jealous expression and hurriedly comforted her. Chapter 45. Occupy the fourth floor. Su Qingyan regained her smile. It turned out that her husband did all this for her. Then she turned to the female zombie and ordered, "Promise him." Lin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Qingyan had a simple mind. The female zombie dared not resist and replied timidly, "Oh, ding dong. It is detected that the host has obtained the seventh woman, and the reward system draws a lottery." Lin Yao suppressed his inner ecstasy, nodded expressionlessly, and gave all the white crystal shells that Su Qingyan refused to eat. It was the first time that the female zombie had seen a crystal. She instinctively grabbed the crystal and stuffed it into her mouth. While eating, she stammered, "Thank you, thank you." After swallowing the crystal shell, Lin Yao observed that most of the female zombie's pupils had turned from blue to green, and it seemed that she was not far from becoming a level 3 zombie king. Name: Wang Jialing, level 2 zombie. Age: 19. Height: 166 cm. Measurements: 34B, 20-21. Charm rating: A. Loyalty: 80. Offspring: none. Superpower: not yet awakened. Lin Yao checked the personal information of the female zombie and nodded secretly. The female zombie's mind was simple. As long as she agreed to become his woman, her loyalty would be very high. Unlike that arrogant superstar Lu Yan, who is still stuck at 30 with no progress. From now on, you'll be called Wang Jialing. Lin Yao once again shamelessly returned the female zombie's name. Okay, Wang Jialing quickly agreed. There were 2 level 2 zombies. One was recruited and the other was killed. Lin Yao took them to an open space and arranged for Su Qingyan to gather the other zombies. Now Su Qingyan is the queen of all the zombies on the 4th floor. With her order, all the zombies gathered here. On a high platform, Lin Yao, Su Qingyan, and Wang Jialing stood there, looking down at the densely populated level 1 zombies below. These zombies didn't understand why the 3 high-level zombie kings above were staring at them without saying a word. But the natural suppression of high-level zombies over low-level zombies made them only able to roar softly. Su Qingyan was also puzzled as to why Lin Yao didn't say anything when he called them together. "Lin, what do you need to arrange for them to do?" Su Qingyan asked softly. As for Lin Yao, he was using his mental detection skills to map the appearance and body shapes of all the zombies in his mind. "Don't worry, I'm in the audition," Lin Yao answered without turning his head while checking. "Talent show?" Su Qingyan didn't know what a talent show meant, but it was her man's business, so she obeyed and supported him. At this time, Lin Yao was indeed participating in a talent show. This one is pretty, but unfortunately, looking at the corners of her mouth, it seems she has eaten human flesh. Oh, this body is nice. The makeup is too heavy. I guess her real face is too ugly. Forget it, it's all dark. This leg shape is not good looking. This is too peaceful. This one is quite clean, but I have acne on my face, so forget it. After choosing and choosing many, Lin Yao didn't like any of them. It's not that there are no beauties on the 4th floor. It's really, he killed them all. When he led more than 1,000 zombies to the 5th floor, there were many beautiful zombies among them. Unfortunately, at that time, he was only focused on killing zombies to become stronger, so even if there were beautiful female zombies, he had no chance to take them down. But it doesn't matter. There are so many beautiful women in this world. At worst, I can just go out and find another one. Xiao Yinyan, Xiao Lingling, these zombies are trash. Come with me to kill them and leave their heads. Lin Yao was extremely disappointed and gave the order to kill Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was puzzled, but she obeyed Lin Yao's words unconditionally and jumped out first. The nails on her hands grew to 10 centimeters long, like Wolverine. With a scratch, several heads flew out. Seeing that her queen had jumped out, Wang Jialing jumped out too. She had not yet awakened her special powers, but her physical fitness was several times stronger than the zombies present. She imitated Lin Yao in a very violent way and started pulling out carrots from a zombie by grabbing its head. Looking at the violent scene between the two women, Lin Yao scratched his head and began to control the crossbow to shoot them one by one. The level 1 zombies present saw the queen trying to kill them, and they were frightened and ran around, but Su Qingyan roared, and they had to turn around and go back. Just like that, the zombies fled and ran back, and the scene was extremely funny. In a few minutes, the entire open space was littered with corpses, and all the zombies either had their bodies separated or had crossbow arrows stuck in their heads. Seeing the 2 female zombies covered in blood, Lin Yao considerately took them to the public toilet, connected the water pipes, and once again experienced the benefit of giving the zombies a bath. Xiao Yinyan, the zombies on the 4th floor are gone. Take Xiao Lingling to the 3rd floor first, and see if there are many level 2 zombies there. See if there are any of the same level as you. I'll come down to find you tomorrow. After changing Su Qingyan into women's clothes, Lin Yao threw a cyan crystal to her. He dug this out from Wang Jialing's boyfriend's head when Su Qingyan wasn't paying attention. Su Qingyan happily took the blue crystal and swallowed it in one gulp, ignoring the envious look of Wang Jialing beside her. After agreeing, she took Wang Jialing to the 3rd floor. Lin Yao was not in a hurry to enter the 3rd floor as his zombie transformation technique was almost up. With mental detection on, Lin Yao changed back into human form and wandered around the 4th floor. Half an hour later, Lin Yao sighed helplessly as there was no survivor on the entire 4th floor. Come to think of it, there were too many zombies on the 4th floor. Even if there were only a few survivors who managed to hide from the zombies, they would eventually starve to death due to food problems. There are only 2 convenience stores on the 4th floor, and Lin Yao replenished his inventory. After dealing with all the corpses on the 4th floor, Lin Yao returned to the 5th floor and arranged for the braised large intestines team to dig for crystals at the designated place. Lu Deshang enthusiastically took Lu Tian and Fang Yi to dig crystals. Although digging crystals every day was disgusting and tiring, the improvement in strength was real, and the 3 men were full of enthusiasm for it. Returning to the 6th floor, Lin Yao announced the news to them during lunchtime. The entire 4th floor has been cleared. Let's rest here at night. We'll move to the 4th floor to kill zombies during the day. I'll give you a day off today. You can go to the 4th floor and pick out the clothes you like. I'll continue killing zombies tomorrow. When the news came out, a group of women cheered. Wow, I can finally go to the women's clothing section. I don't want to wear these men's clothes anymore. I want to pick out skirts, all kinds of pretty skirts. Go, go, go. I can't wait. I have to go now. Hey, don't be in a hurry. Eat first and then leave. I'm going to pick out some underwear first. Seeing the excitement of the women, Lin Yao was also looking forward to it. Although these women were beautiful, they couldn't show their beauty at all because they wore men's clothes every day. Chapter 46 Crossbow Evolution. All the women hurried to the 4th floor to pick out clothes, and Lin Yao left Chu Wenwen behind. There's no other way. I have to rely on this girl's luck when the lottery comes. Holding the confused Chu Wenwen in his arms, Lin Yao began to draw the lottery. He silently said in his heart, I want the space stone. I want the space stone. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of exquisite space stone. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 piece of crystal forging stone. Awesome. My Wenwen is awesome. Lin Yao was so excited that he lifted Chu Wenwen up high. This girl's luck was incredible. Although Chu Wenwen was puzzled, seeing that Lin Yao liked her so much, the little girl's face was filled with a happy smile. By using the fine space stone, Lin Yao's storage space expanded 10 times again, reaching a terrifying 500 cubic meters, which is equivalent to more than 2 swimming pools. Now his supplies are only piled up in a small corner of the space. With such a large space, Lin Yao was confident that he could clear out all the food on the 3rd floor tomorrow. Lin Yao was also very happy about the other crystal forging stone because this thing was used to upgrade the crossbow. After using the crystal forged stone, his advanced alloy crossbow evolved. Crystal crossbow can be fired at any position within 2 meters of the body, with a speed comparable to sniper bullets, unlimited quantity, and a maximum range of 800 meters. Requires system output materials to upgrade. Lin Yao was playing with a crystal clear crossbow arrow in his hand. The whole shape was very simple, but it was made entirely of crystal. Its toughness was not as good as that of alloy, but its sharpness and lethality far exceeded that of alloy crossbow arrows. The crossbow is his most commonly used means of attack. Now that it has been upgraded, Lin Yao is confident that the crystal crossbow can easily kill level 3 zombies. He added all the 1,000 or so skill points that he had accumulated with great difficulty to the zombie transformation technique, and now the zombie transformation technique has reached level 4. Zombie transformation level 4. The host can transform into a level 3 zombie king every day for 2 hours. Note: only the surface changes, no zombie virus, and will be detected by zombies above level 5. After sending Xiaojuan away, Lin Yao hid in the bathroom and secretly transformed himself into a person similar to Su Qingyan's. His pupils also turned green, and his entire zombie temperament became colder. Looking at the skill points that were emptied again, Lin Yao sighed. There are not enough zombies to kill. Throughout the afternoon, several women were happily choosing and changing clothes on the 4th floor. Lin Yao stayed alone on the 5th floor to catch up on his sleep. Killing zombies and activating mental detection in the morning consumed a lot of mental energy, so he had to make up for it quickly. After Lu Desheng came up and handed over more than 200 crystals to him, it was not until the evening that several women came back chattering, each carrying several handbags. After all, this is a relatively large shopping mall in central Seoul City, and the clothes in the women's clothing section are extremely rich in variety and styles. Moreover, the joy of buying for free is something you really can't experience by spending money. Hey, I really love Chanel clothes. I wanted to buy them before, but couldn't bear it. Now I finally got my wish. Not only clothes, but also a lot of cosmetics and skincare products. It's just a pity that I can only take so much with my 2 hands. Yes, there's so many beautiful clothes. I really want to take them all away. Hey, I brought a lot. Don't let anyone see the ones you picked. In fact, Lin Yao could have stored all the women's clothing on the 4th floor into the storage space, but he was cautious by nature and wanted to keep the space for supplies and food first. If there was extra space, he would consider storing clothes. If not, the worst that could happen was that he could just find another woman to draw a lottery. Looking at the returning girls, Lin Yao's eyes lit up. It seemed that the women were competing with each other secretly. Not only did they change into clean new clothes, they even put on makeup. Beautiful, very beautiful. These women are already very beautiful, and now they are dressed up. Is this the same happiness as the ancient emperors? The next morning, Lin Yao got up full of energy and stretched comfortably. It feels great. After breakfast, Lin Yao let the girls rest in the furniture store and went to the 4th floor to meet Su Qingyan and Wang Jialing. Wang Jialing was stunned when she saw Lin Yao. This king was at the same level as her yesterday, but today he turned into a zombie king? Lin, there are a lot of zombies on the 3rd floor. There are 12 level 2 zombies and no level 3 zombies. Su Qingyan reported the situation on the 3rd floor. Now, after the instruction of teacher Lin, Su can already count from 1 to 200, but that's all. She cannot give an approximate number of how many zombies there are on the 3rd floor. Okay, let's go down and take a look together. Lin Yao nodded and motioned Su Qingyan to lead the way. As soon as he arrived on the 3rd floor, Lin Yao couldn't help but take a breath. Many. Too many. Unlike the women's clothing area on the 4th floor, there are so many zombies on the 3rd floor that you will step on your feet if you take a few steps. Various snack streets and food stores are filled with zombies. After a quick look around, I estimated that there were no less than 5,000 zombies on the entire 3rd floor. I can only say that Chinese people are really foodies. Fortunately, he did not let Su Qingyan start the massacre recklessly, because Lin Yao discovered several extremely beautiful zombies. But similarly, there was no living person on the 3rd floor. Without rushing to develop a harem of zombies, Lin Yao went to the snack street first. However, as they walked along, all the food was either trampled or rotted. After all, the zombie outbreak had been going on for more than 10 days, and the mall had lost power early, so the food stored in the refrigerator had gone bad. However, many barbecue grills, iron plate stoves, and other items were still usable, so Lin Yao took them all away. The snack street was not working, So Lin Yao went to the kitchens of several restaurants and took away several sets of tableware and kitchen utensils, and even a lot of gas tanks. However, Lin Yao began to get anxious as he had not found any food because there was no convenience store on the third floor. If there was no food on the third floor, he would have to go down to the large supermarket on the second floor. But he didn't know whether there were any advanced zombies on the second floor. Before that, he had to let Su Qingyan explore the way before he dared to come down. This human is obviously super strong, but overly cautious. Huh, what is this? Lin Yao suddenly paused and found a big iron door in a large hotel. After entering the mental detection, Lin Yao showed joy on his face. Because this is a freezer. After driving all the zombies out of the hotel and asking Su Qingyan and Wang Jialing to guard the door, Lin Yao used brute force to pry open the freezer. Meat. All meat. Lin Yao happily began to collect them. Even the ice cubes were not spared. Chapter 47: A good student with no bias towards any subject. It seemed that Lin Yao's good luck started from then on. After the cold storage in this store was emptied by Lin Yao, he collected a lot of food from several restaurants in succession. He even took away a lot of vegetables that can be stored for a long time, such as potatoes, radishes, and cabbages. Of course, the quantity of rice, flour, grain, oil, and other things will only be greater. After visiting all the restaurants, Lin Yao left with great satisfaction. Now his storage space was almost full again. According to his estimation, the food stored now was enough for their team to consume for a month or so. Lin Yao was confident that he could clear out the entire commercial center in just a few days, not a month. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Yao arranged for Su Qingyan to bring 3 female zombies. After layers of screening, he finally selected 3 female zombies with fair skin, beautiful faces, long legs, and who had never eaten humans. With the help of Su Qingyan, the 3 female zombies firmly became Lin Yao's women. With 3 chances to draw the lottery at once, Lin Yao's harem reached 10, exactly, 5 women and 5 female zombies. Lin Yao felt that he had never been biased in any subject and must be a good student. Not only did he have 3 chances to draw a lottery, the system also triggered an additional reward, giving Lin Yao 50 attribute points. Host, Lin Yao. Strength, 70. Defense, 73. Agility, 75. Spiritual power, 74. Charm value, 10. Skill points, 17. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 3, Virus Resistance level 3, Monster Upgrade level 3, Zombie Transformation level 4, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 3, All Things Retreat level 3, Spirit Detection level 3. Props, Crystal Crossbow, Storage Space, 500 cubic meters. Now Lin Yao's various attributes have exceeded 70, and he even has the leisure to add 3 points of charm to himself. My skin has gotten better. Lin Yao secretly looked in a mirror. All the acne marks on his face had disappeared, and his skin had become much whiter. From now on, you will be called Xiaojuan, your name will be Li Yin, and your name will be Hu Qiaoling. Lin Yao once again returned the names of the 3 female zombies with ease. Among them, Xiaojuan was only 23 years old. Judging from her clothes, she should have been a model when she was alive. Her body proportions were particularly perfect. She was wearing a car show model's clothes. Lin Yao remembered that on the day when the zombies broke out, there seemed to be a car show outside the mall. Li Yin and Hu Qiaoling are 31 and 29 years old respectively. They exude the unique charm of married women, and both of them are wearing black silk hip skirts, which is in line with Lin Yao's aesthetic. It's a pity that these 3 are all level 1 zombies. Lin Yao divided the crystal shells seized by Lu Desheng last night equally among the 3 female zombies, but they still haven't been upgraded to level 2. But there's no need to worry. There will be plenty of crystals in the future. Lin Yao asked Queen Su and 4 imperial concubines to stay on the 3rd floor and wait for his signal. He returned to the 6th floor and summoned Lu Desheng as well. I just went down to check and found that there are about 5,000 zombies on the 3rd floor. This is a huge project. Next, we need to redivide the work. I will set up 3 battlefields on the 4th floor and kill 3 waves of zombies every day. Brother Lu Tian from your Bray's large intestine team will follow us to kill zombies. His wind-related abilities will be very useful to us. You and Fong, ye only need to dig the crystals. I'll lend you Fong Yin and Zhou Chu to help you. Don't worry, it will be 20 to 80 in the end. You won't suffer any loss. Only then did Lu Desheng feel relieved. Then Lin Yao took out the map, and after explaining everything to everyone, everyone got busy. The most urgent task was to establish a defense line at the location designated by Lin Yao. Huh, Brother Lu, do you have anything else to do? Seeing that everyone was busy, Lu Desheng stayed behind with a conflicted look on his face, obviously having something to say to him alone. Lu Desheng took a deep breath, looked up at Lin Yao, and asked, Brother Lin, tell me the truth, Boss Fong. Fong Yin is my woman now, Lin Yao said directly. He knew what Lu Desheng thought about Fong Yin, but this was not considered as poaching, so he said it in time to stop him from thinking about it. Lu Desheng's face froze, and then he sighed, Sure enough, alas, I was just wishful thinking. Lin Yao patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, Brother Lu, the most urgent thing now is to kill all the zombies here and get out. If you want women, we can talk about everything after we get out. Strength is the most important thing. Understand. Lu Desheng nodded seriously. Now that the truth has been revealed, Lu Desheng knows that he can no longer keep thinking about Fong Yin. After all, she is Lin Yao's woman, and he is still counting on Lin Yao to lead them out of the mall. After setting up the defense line, Lin Yao sent a signal to Su Qingyan. That afternoon, Lin Yao sent out 2 signals and killed more than 800 zombies in total. Lin Yao obtained 270 skill points and 43 attribute points. That night, when Lin Yao took out a bunch of kitchen utensils and ingredients, several women cheered. Finally, I can have hot meals and hot dishes. Don't be too happy yet. Lin Yao stretched out his hand to suppress the excitement of several women. Several women fell silent at the same time. Lin Yao scratched his head and asked, Who among you can cook? He can cook some simple dishes, but they're only edible. In their team, there are either female bosses, college students, female celebrities, office workers, oh, and a little kid. Lin Yao really has no idea who can cook. Fong Yin came out with a smile on her face. I'll do it, don't worry. Okay, I'll leave it to you. The rest of you, help Boss Fong. Someone took the initiative to cook. Lin Yao was very straightforward and just let Xu Wenwen go to the sofa. After a busy day, it's time to draw the lottery. Now he is very wealthy and has 3 chances to draw a lottery. None of his ancestors were so rich. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of top-quality space stone. Congratulations to the host for winning the immobilization technique skill level 1. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning the Buddha crystal knife. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 skill points. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 skill points. 3 draws, 6 results. Lin Yao was extremely satisfied. Since the system produced fine-quality space stones, it has now produced top-quality space stones, which are even more effective and can expand the current storage space 50 times. Lin Yao used it without hesitation. Now his storage space has reached 25,000 cubic meters. How to describe it? Lin Yao, who had a limited vocabulary, checked it with his mind and could only exclaim helplessly, It's really fucking huge. With the current storage space capacity, it is no problem to load away all the supplies of this commercial center. Now we just need to capture the 2nd floor and empty the entire supermarket. Having drawn 3,000 skill points at once, Lin Yao upgraded his fireball, monster killing upgrade, and virus resistance to level 4 without hesitation. Chapter 48, You Can Only Drink Hot Water. After allocating skill points, Lin Yao checked the skill descriptions. The level 4 fireball spell can fire 100 fireballs a day, and the hit range is increased to 500 meters, the size of a water tank. It's a pity that with Lin Yao's current strength, such a powerful skill has only been used once. The level 4 monster upgrade is what surprised Lin Yao the most. Now, if he kills a level 1 zombie, he'll get 1 skill point. Killing a level 2 zombie will give him 10 skill points, and killing a level 3 zombie will give him 100 skill points. In other words, as long as Lin Yao can kill all the remaining zombies in the commercial center, his skill points should be able to exceed 10,000. But 10,000 skill points are only enough to upgrade 1 skill from level 4 to level 5. The road to becoming stronger is really not easy. Lin Yao sighed. There's nothing much to say about level 4 virus resistance. It can only resist the corpse poison of level 4 zombies. Then Lin Yao checked the new skills again. Immobilization skill level 1. After being released, it can immobilize a level 1 zombie or a level 1 mutant for 30 seconds and can immobilize 10 units each time. This skill is amazing. It can freeze a person or zombie for 30 seconds. Doesn't that mean they can only stand there and wait to die? Anyway, once this skill is upgraded, I will definitely not immobilize anyone and just focus on eating peaches, Lin Yao muttered and upgraded the immobilization skill to level 3. Finally, Lin Yao turned his attention to the weapons produced by the system. Buddha crystal knife can cut iron like mud and can cut hair like a feather. The introduction is just 8 words, but it undoubtedly reveals the power of this knife. Lin Yao walked outside and took out the Fu Tu crystal knife. It was a slender knife about 1 meter and 2 meters long, and the whole body was made of an unknown transparent crystal. Lin Yao took a few glances at it and didn't want it anymore. There's nothing else to say. The knife is too beautiful and doesn't match his elegant and powerful temperament. He still prefers to stay far away and shoot from behind. After thinking about it, he called Yu Qian out. Here, I see you've been working hard on killing zombies recently, so I'll give you a gift. Lin Yao handed over the knife. Yu Qian is now at level 3 in strength. Her efficiency in killing zombies in a single round is second only to Lin Yao. After each battle, Yu Qian can kill 1/10 of the 300 zombies. Unfortunately, she always breaks several knives every time. What's the use of such a beautiful knife? Yu Qian looked at the knife's beautiful lines. The appearance was indeed in line with her aesthetic standards, but she was also worried that it was not practical. Don't want it? Then I'll take it back, Lin Yao said, and was about to retract his hand. Yu Qian hurriedly grabbed it and said, No, I want it. This was the first time Lin Yao gave her a gift, and she liked it even though it was just a decoration. Thank you. Yu Qian held the knife in her arms, feeling her heart pounding and her face beginning to turn red. Try it. Don't be fooled by the beautiful appearance of this knife. It's very sharp. Lin Yao was very straightforward and didn't notice Yu Qian's shyness. He urged her to try it quickly. Yu Qian secretly rolled her eyes and cursed. All men are pigs. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to give it a try. There was a thick steel pipe not far away. Yu Qian walked over and chopped it with a knife. Squeak! The expected metal collision sound did not come, but instead there was a slight hissing sound. Yu Qian was surprised to find that the knife did not feel any resistance at all, and it cut through the steel pipe easily like cutting tofu. This knife is so powerful. Lin Yao chuckled, right? The quality of the things I gave you can't be too bad. You can use this to kill zombies in the future. Yu Qian's snow-white hands gently stroked the blade, and after a moment, she nodded seriously to Lin Yao. I will. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host's wife, Yu Qian, for reaching 100 loyalty. The reward system will draw a lottery once. Lin Yao was stunned. This reminder was too sudden. Before, because Yu Qian didn't want to harm Yuxin, her loyalty was always low, only slightly stronger than the arrogant star Lu Yan. I didn't expect that after giving him a knife this time, his loyalty would soar to 100. This is really a pleasant surprise. Looking at Yu Qian, who was carefully stroking the blade, Lin Yao touched her head and said gently, Okay, find a scabbard for this knife tomorrow morning, so you don't cut your hands. Also, don't tell them that I gave them this knife, or they will keep pestering me for gifts. Yu Qian was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly, thinking secretly in her heart. It turns out that he only prepared a gift for me. For a moment, she wished she could give birth to a baby for Lin Yao right there. Letting Yu Qian go back first, Lin Yao leaned on the railing in the corridor, smoking a cigarette and thinking about the follow-up plan. Suddenly, there was another system notification sound, which made Lin Yao freeze in place. He did not throw away the cigarette until the cigarette, but in his hand, burned his fingers. Folk! 1 hour later, under Fang Yin's hosting, several delicious meals were served on the table. When Lin Yao sat back at the dining table, he still looked dazed. What's wrong, Lin Yao? Don't you have an appetite? Seeing that he didn't show any special expectation, Fang Yin thought that he didn't like the food she cooked. No. Oh, this dish looks very appetizing. Everyone please sit down. Lin Yao quickly came back to his senses, put on a smile on his face, and started to praise. Wu Shuyan sat opposite Lin Yao and said, That's right, our sister Fang is really beautiful and skillful. These dishes make me want to drink. Yes, do you have any wine? I finally have a big meal today. I want to drink. Lu Yin raised his hand to show his agreement. Wu Shuyan's proposal was agreed by everyone present except Xiaojuan. After living in fear for so many days, they were finally about to get through it, and it was time to celebrate. Lin Yao nodded and took out various ice beers and foreign liquors from the storage space, and asked the girls to take whatever they wanted to drink. I want beer. Let me drink some white wine, so I don't get too full. Then I'll drink some red wine. The women were not polite at all and each chose what they wanted to drink. Lin Yao helped Chu Wenwen get a few bottles of children's drinks. When he saw Wu Shuyin reaching for a bottle of beer, he hurriedly reached out and snatched it away. Oh, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this wine? Wu Shuyin was stunned. Why could others take it, but she couldn't? Lin Yao scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment, and took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. You are not suitable for drinking for the time being. Drink this. What are you doing? It's not like I can't drink. Just give me a bottle. Wu Shuyin was confused by Lin Yao's reaction. Anyway, you can't drink it, so just drink mineral water. No, you have to drink hot water. Lin Yao hurriedly ran to get hot water. Wu Shuyin felt more and more that something was wrong with Lin Yao, and her heart began to sink slowly. She asked in a deep voice, Lin Yao, am I having a physical problem? She thought that Lin Yao had used some powerful means to find out that she had an incurable disease. Lin Yao was scratching his head anxiously. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His emotions were too complicated, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Go ahead, Lin Yao, I can hold on. Wu Shuyan's tone was firm, but her trembling body revealed that she was not calm inside. Lin Yao sighed. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Wu Shuyan would just think nonsense. You're pregnant. Chapter 49, The Boss Lady is Pregnant. What? All the women at the table exclaimed. Even Wu Shuyan was startled, then shook her head and smiled. Don't lie to me, Lin Yao. Just tell me what disease I have. Lin Yao said anxiously. Why would I lie to you? You are really pregnant. But I checked it. Wu Shuyan still didn't believe it. So, actually it's not your problem. It's your ex-husband's, but he's putting the blame on you, Lin Yao vowed. But Wu Shuyan was also completely confused. She quickly activated her X-ray vision to look at her stomach, then raised her head and said, No, I didn't see anything. Nonsense. You just got pregnant, and it's still just a cell. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. Doesn't this woman have any common sense? Wu Shuyan's eyes turned red instantly. Now she had begun to trust Lin Yao. Wu Shuyan had always believed that the failure of her previous marriage was due to her infertility. Even when she knew that her husband had an affair, she thought her ex-husband really wanted a child. It turned out that all of this was forged by my ex-husband, but since it was the ex-husband who was not capable, then how did his mistress get pregnant? From this perspective, while your ex-husband was cheating on you, he was also being cuckolded himself. Lin Yao signaled her not to get too excited. But it doesn't make sense. If he knew that he was not capable, he should have known that he was cuckolded when his lover became pregnant. Wu Shuyan discovered the blind spot. Lin Yao spread his hands. Who knows? Anyway, it's all over. Let's look forward. Wu Shuyan nodded deeply, touched her abdomen carefully, and then asked Lin Yao hesitantly, Lin Yao, this child, do you want to keep it? After all, it is the end of the world now. Wu Shuyan is worried that Lin Yao will be afraid of trouble. Having a child, not to mention that the medical system has been paralyzed, it is unknown whether they themselves can survive in the end of the world. Stay. Why not stay? Lin Yao said in surprise. The system encourages him to have more children. He must keep them. Lin Yao is very proactive in responding to system policies. Unlike the government's previous encouragement of 3 children for all citizens, which did not bring any benefits at all, the benefits provided by the system are real. Wu Shuyan finally felt relieved and looked at Lin Yao infatuatedly. Because of the news of Wu Shuyan's sudden pregnancy, the atmosphere at the dinner table became even more lively, and congratulations never stopped. Well, Boss Fang's cooking skills are pretty good. Lin Yao picked up a piece of meat and swallowed it, then immediately gave a thumbs up. With the help of several women, Fang Yin prepared a large table of dishes. Everyone in the room hadn't had a proper meal for many days, and there was endless praise. With everyone's encouragement, Fang Yin patted her chest proudly, indicating that cooking would be left to her from now on. On the 5th floor, Lu Dasheng listened to the laughter coming from upstairs from time to time and ate the food that Fang Yin had brought over in advance, feeling extremely envious. With 2 chances to draw the lottery, Lin Yao did not hesitate to take advantage of Chu Wenwen's good luck to start the lottery. He kept secretly saying just skill points, but the system was really generous and only gave 4,000 skill points. It just so happened that the level 3 skills, such as seeing through fire, all things retreat, spiritual detection, and immobilization, had been upgraded to level 4. Now that he has enough skills, the best thing to do is to raise his skill levels first. At night, Wu Shuyan carefully protected her belly and took Xiaojuan to bed. Lin Yao pinched his chin and thought for a while. Tonight, concubine Lu's relatives had already left, and concubine Fong was also in urgent need of favor, so he decided to turn over the cards of these two people. After all, concubine Fong's special ability is that she is as soft as a boneless being, and she can perform some difficult moves with ease. Lin Yao said that he learned a lot of postures from concubine Fong. In the next few days, Lin Yao spared no effort and led the two teams to kill the zombies on the third floor at high frequency. With the support of the huge crystal, except for Fong Yin and Lu Yin, who still remained at level 3, the other women were upgraded to level 4. On the other hand, Su Qingyin was about to enter level 4, and Wang Jialing had already been steadily promoted to level 3 Zombie King and automatically awakened the bloodthirsty and violent ability. After activating the ability, the entire zombies' eyes instantly turned blood red, and their bodies became thick and well-proportioned. They looked even more terrifying when they were mad with killing madness than Su Qingyin. The 3 newly recruited female zombies have also been promoted to level 2 zombies, and the whole thing looks prosperous. After clearing out all the zombies on the 3rd floor, Lin Yao sent Su Qingyin and the others to wander around the 1st and 2nd floors. Having been stuck in this mall for more than half a month, Lin Yao couldn't wait to get out. According to Su Qingyin's report, there are more than 20 level 2 zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors, 1 level 3 zombie, and other level 1 zombies. Student Su said that she hasn't learned that much in mathematics. To be on the safe side, Lin Yao asked Su Qingyin to lead the level 3 zombie to the 3rd floor. The male zombie had finally evolved to level 3, but was beaten to death by the queen and the newly promoted level 3 zombie king, Wang Jialing. Without the threat of level 3 zombies, Lin Yao swaggered into the supermarket on the 2nd floor. Beautiful, very beautiful. Lin Yao looked at the huge supermarket filled with all kinds of daily necessities and supplies and couldn't help laughing wildly. Now Lin Yao is the zombie king of the entire commercial center. Surrounded by 5 female zombies, Lin Yao walks with a turtle step and takes away whatever he sees. There must be thousands of kilograms of rice here. Take them away. And these grains and oils weigh several tons in total. Take them away. While these potatoes, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, and so on are still well preserved, take them away. As for so many snacks, drinks, alcohol, and so on, we must not let them go. Take them away. There must be more than just food in the supermarket. There's also a full range of daily necessities. Lin Yao naturally would not let them go and took them all away. After collecting all the items from the supermarket, Lin Yao went to the 1st floor again. There were a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and skincare cosmetics. Thinking of preparing them for his own woman, Lin Yao naturally took them all away. After half a day, half of Lin Yao's storage space was filled with various supplies. Fortunately, he did not need to pick things out of the storage space himself. As long as he thought about it, what he wanted would come out by itself. He could have as much as he wanted. It was convenient and easy to use. The 1st and 2nd floors were already empty. Seeing that there was still enough storage space, Lin Yao returned to the 4th floor and took away all the women's clothing. There will be more and more women in our family in the future, and this entire floor of clothes should be enough, right? After collecting the clothes, Lin Yao returned to the 6th floor and took away some entertainment facilities and maternal and child supplies. After all, Chu Wanwen still has a child, and there will be more children born in the future, so these things need to be prepared in advance. Finally, all the usable and edible things in the entire commercial center were packed up by Lin Yao. We're ready to get out of here. Chapter 50, Choosing a Safe Base. As soon as Lin Yao said this, all the women in the family showed joy. Really? We can finally go out and see the sun? Great. I don't want to stay here anymore, woo-woo. But we haven't killed all the zombies down there yet. How are we going to leave? Yeah, I think there are at least several thousand zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors combined. Lin Yao reached out to stop the women from talking and said, the zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors are nothing to be afraid of. We'll kill almost all of them tonight. What? Several women were extremely surprised. The number of zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors combined is greater than that on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Based on their previous efficiency, it would take at least several days. Why is Lin Yao so confident that they can kill them all in one day? Don't be surprised, just believe me. Tomorrow, except for the boss lady and Wenwan, everyone should remember to help dig crystals. Lin Yao smiled confidently. He had killed them wave after wave before, Firstly, because he was not strong enough, and secondly, because the people in his team needed experience in killing zombies. Third, the supplies in the mall have not been collected yet. If you release the ultimate move rashly and destroy the supplies, it will not be worth it. But now, he no longer has these concerns. After these days of training, the team's strength has greatly improved. In addition, all the supplies have been collected and there are no survivors. Lin Yao plans to test his ultimate move. But there is something else we need to discuss. After we get out, where should we set up our safe base? Lin Yao has been thinking about this matter for some time. We all listen to you. What do you think? Wu Xuyin took the initiative to speak when she saw that the women were silent. Lin Yao took out a map of Central Seoul City, took a pen and drew circles at several locations, and said, "To build a safe base, the first thing to consider is definitely safety. I studied the map and found that these places in Central Seoul are either relatively high in terrain and easy to defend but difficult to attack. Either it's backed by a lake, sparsely populated, and the probability of high-level zombies appearing is relatively low. Of course, we can't build the house ourselves, so we have to choose some high-end communities and expand on the original basis." Several women gathered around the table to look at the map. Zhou Chuchu looked at the circle drawn by Lin Yao and suddenly pointed at one of them and said, "I think this place should be okay. This community is one of the most upscale communities in Central Seoul. It is full of villas and has relatively complete living facilities. It also covers a large area, and the walls are very high and solid. It is backed by Qingshui Lake, and the scenery is pretty good too." Lin Yao carefully observed the place pointed out by Zhou Chuchu. The community was called Binhe Garden. He had the impression that it was indeed a high-end villa area, as Zhou Chuchu said. After observing the surroundings, he nodded and said, "This place is indeed nice. How do you know so much about it?" Zhou Chuchu was stunned for a moment, then said in a nonchalant tone, "Because my home is in this community." Forehead. After these words were spoken, several women, including Lin Yao, were a little stunned. "As I remember, any villa in this community costs tens of millions, which is considered the ceiling in Central Seoul," Fang Yin said with some disbelief in her tone. Who would have thought that Zhou Chuchu, a clerk in the investment promotion office on the 5th floor, whose normal salary was only 5 or 6,000 yuan, was actually the owner of Binhe Garden? "That, my parents bought it for me." Zhou Chuchu's face was already a little red. Lin Yao looked at her and smiled. "So you, a rich second generation, come here to work as a clerk?" Zhou Chuchu curled her lips. "My parents always wanted me to join their company. It was so boring for a girl like me to deal with steel all day long. So I ran away and found a small company to work for." Fang Yin and Wu Xuyin were both stunned. "What's the name of your company?" "Zhou Heavy Industry," Zhou Chuchu said indifferently. "Yes." The two female bosses gasped at the same time. "Is it the Zhou Iron and Steel Heavy Industry Group, the leading steel manufacturing company in Central Seoul?" "Probably right. Anyway, my parents are really rich," Zhou Chuchu said uncertainly. This time, it wasn't just the two proprietresses. Several other women, including Lin Yao, also gasped at the same time. Zhou Heavy Industry has a resounding reputation in Central Seoul and even the whole country. Its business covers various fields across the country. Its annual net profit starts at more than 100 billion yuan. It is a veritable business tycoon. No wonder. It turns out he is really a rich second generation. Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder when Zhou Chuchu asked me to awaken my superpowers, my first reaction was to spend money to buy it. They have money. We're used to it. Lin Yao then glanced at Lu Yin again. Look at her, a top rich second generation, without any heirs at all. If they hadn't suddenly talked about it this time, Lin Yao would even have thought that Zhou Chuchu was just an ordinary girl next door. Then look at Lu Yin, an 18th tier celebrity, whose annual announcement fee might not even be enough to buy her a bathroom. Yet she is so arrogant. Lu Yin was confused by Lin Yao's look. So what if I'm a rich second generation? It's the end of the world now, and the most important thing is to be alive. Zhou Chuchu sighed, not feeling proud at all about her identity as a rich second generation. Lin Yao nodded. This was indeed well said. In that case, let's settle in Binhe Garden first. Chuchu can then introduce the situation of this community to us, such as how many villas there are and what kind of infrastructure it has, etc. Lin Yao said to Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu recalled and began to introduce the situation of Binhe Garden. After listening to Zhou Chuchu's introduction, the women were very satisfied with the place. Both the living facilities and the security were top-notch. They all unanimously decided to go to Binha Garden. Now that the safe base has been decided, let's get ready. I will go kill the zombies alone tonight, and we will dig crystals overnight. We will try to set off tomorrow morning and arrive at Binhu Garden at noon. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Lin Yao made the final decision. After dinner, Lin Yao came to the square outside the first floor of the shopping mall. Lin Yao had already instructed Su Qingyan to lead all the zombies to this square. The square was very large, and there was still a lot of open space even if there were no less than 5,000 zombies standing inside. Lin Yao paced among the zombies, followed by Su Qingyan and several female zombies. All the zombies made way for him when they saw him, like a king inspecting his territory. In fact, all the zombies here think that the domineering zombie king in front of them is their king. However, the truth is that Lin Yao continues to choose a concubine. This time the population base is large, and there are also many female zombies that meet Lin Yao's aesthetic standards. After half an hour of inspection, audition, Lin Yao finally designated 10 female zombies to be his women. What a wave of fat! Lin Yao couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Chapter 51, Just Because You're So Beautiful. The 10 female zombies selected by Lin Yao are basically all beautiful zombies who have never eaten humans, have fair skin, beautiful faces, long legs, and have not eaten many people in their lifetime. On the 6th floor of the mall, the women and girls from Lin Yao's team and the braised large intestines team were all lying on the windows, looking through the glass at the dense swarm of zombies below. That's Lin Yao, right? Fang Yin asked, pointing at the arrogant male zombie. It's him. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. When Lin Yao rescued her, he turned into a zombie and frightened her to death. Later, he turned into a zombie and led a small dog zombie to scare her. Wu Shuyin looked worried. There are too many zombies down there. Is Lin Yao really okay? Uxin said confidently. I believe him. There will be no problem. Yu Qian also comforted her. Don't you know this guy? He must be confident enough to do this, so just watch it with peace of mind. Zhou Chuchu also nodded in agreement. After spending so many days together, in their hearts, there was nothing that Lin Yao couldn't do. Below, Lin Yao led 15 beautiful zombies to a high platform. This platform was originally used as a host platform for events, but now it has become his performance stage. Lin Yao looked at the densely packed zombie heads, cleared his throat, and began to speak. My people, I am your king. The zombies below seemed to be energized and shouted king loudly. The scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Yao stretched out his hand, and at the same time, Su Qingyan behind him released the aura of the zombie king, and the zombies below calmed down. My people, I come from the distant heaven. In heaven, there is flesh, blood, and the food we need. Living there, I will never be hungry. I will only be happy and satisfied. As the Lord of heaven, I am here to lead you to heaven together. My people, are you willing to accept the king's guidance and go to heaven together? The zombies below shouted again, Ho ho, willing. I have the potential to be a charlatan. Lin Yao smiled. Well, my people, stay where you are and don't move. I will go buy you some. I will open the door of guidance for you. This process may be painful, but don't be afraid. The king will not harm you. Seeing the zombies below instinctively showing signs of movement, Lin Yao opened his hands and began to chant a spell with his shoulders shaking. He spoke in Chinese, so the zombies couldn't understand him. Just because you are so beautiful, baby. 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 Come out. Bika. Big fireball. After Lin Yao finished chanting, hundreds of huge fireballs suddenly appeared in the air behind him. Each fireball was about the size of a washing machine, and the flames illuminated the area significantly. The zombies below sensed the heat from the fireball and became a little agitated, and were instinctively a little scared. Don't be afraid, my people. Just wait patiently for the baptism of the gate of guidance. Lin Yao comforted the zombies below and pressed his palm downwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The huge fireballs in the sky fell on the group of zombies below. Boom! The fireball exploded in the zombie crowd, emitting a huge flame. In just a moment, the entire square became a sea of fire, and all the zombies were running around in the sea of fire. Roar! Roar! It hurts! All the zombies were screaming in pain. Some of them rolled on the ground due to the burns and soon became motionless. Miracle! Miracle! Lu Deshang's eyes almost popped out. It was the first time he saw Lin Yao release a fireball. With such terrifying power, there was no chance of survival for him, even though he was already a level 3 psychic. So how strong is Lin Yao? No one knew this. Anyway, all those who were peeking through the windows were shocked. Even though they were on the sixth floor, they could still feel the heat from the sea of fire below. No wonder Lin Yao said that he could deal with those zombies by himself. This trick, so scary. Not only the commercial center, but all the zombies nearby instinctively rushed over here after discovering the fire and the sound. But the consequence was that more zombies died in the sea of fire. Some survivors near the commercial center saw the sea of fire from afar through the windows. What's going on? Is there a fire? That's weird. Isn't that outdoors? How did the fire start? As several people were discussing, the sturdy man in the lead stood up, his eyes shining. No matter how the fire started, this is a good opportunity. What opportunity? The others turned their heads to look over. The leading burly man slapped one of them on the back of the head and cursed. Are you guys stupid? You've burned so many zombies to death. Once the fire's out, we'll go over and dig for crystals. The others then realized, yeah, with so many crystals, if we share them, won't our abilities be able to level up several levels? The man who was slapped on the back of the head slowly raised his hand and asked, what if someone else started the fire? Wouldn't we have to fight with them? The sturdy man in the lead had a cold light in his eyes and said, Humph, the area within a 5-kilometer radius is the sphere of influence of our Iron Dog base. If they dare to come to our territory to steal zombies, then they will never return. Why do I feel that someone who has the ability to burn so many zombies to death must be very strong? The person who was patted on the back of the head muttered softly. However, the others did not hear it at all. They were all looking at the square excitedly, waiting for the fire to be extinguished. In the square, Lin Yao took Su Qingyan and the others and ran away as soon as the fireball fell. The fire spread so quickly that if they didn't run away early, they would easily get burned. Lin, I also want to go to heaven. Su Qingyan looked at Lin Yao infatuatedly. Lin Yao smiled and patted her head. Don't worry. When we become stronger, I will let you fly to the sky. Humph. When my strength reaches the level of being able to defeat the heavens and the earth, none of these beautiful zombies will be able to escape. I have never slept with a zombie before. Su Qingyan finally felt relieved and leaned her whole body on Lin Yao. Lin Yao comforted her for a long time before saying to her, Xiaojuan, we have to separate temporarily. Separate? No, I'll go wherever you go. Su Qingyan refused, of course. She hugged Lin Yao's arm and acted coquettishly, even in a very human way. Tears began to appear in her eyes. Lin Yao felt a headache. If he wasn't afraid that the zombie transformation technique would not last long enough, he would have killed Su Qingyan right there. Don't be afraid, Xiaojuan. We are just separated temporarily, and we will see each other soon. Lin Yao touched her head and thought about how to explain to Su Qingyan. Chapter 52 Iron Dog comes to the door. After Lin Yao decided to set Binhu Garden as the base, he also selected a residential area nearby to accommodate Su Qingyan and others. But the problem is that they definitely cannot go together. He can't guarantee that Su Qingyan will not go crazy after seeing Wu Shuiyan and other living people. So he has to let Su Qingyan go first. However, a new question arises. Do these female zombies know the way? But Lin Yao still underestimated Su Qingyan, who was about to enter level 4. He took out a map and pointed to a residential area, then took out a pen and paper to mark out the route and explain it over and over again. Finally, Su Qingyan said that she remembered everything. Did you really remember it? Lin Yao asked uncertainly. Remember, Su Qingyan vowed. Lin Yao then felt relieved and let her set off with these dozen beautiful zombie girls. Seeing Su Qingyan and the others disappear into the night, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Now the sea of fire in the square had begun to die down, and it was time to dig for crystals. In the square, Lin Yao looked at the charred corpses of zombies on the ground. He felt no guilt at all for his killing spree. He waved towards the window, signaling them that they could come down. After a while, everyone came down. Brother Lin, you are really scary. Lu Desheng kicked the zombie corpse under his feet. After being burned by the fire, the zombie corpse had basically become like charcoal. Lin Yao smiled and didn't explain, keeping a sense of mystery. Lu Desheng didn't dare to have any other thoughts. The ground is now full of zombies. A rough estimate is that there are more than 6,000 zombie corpses. There are more than 5,000 zombies on the first and second floors of the mall. There are hundreds of zombies who were attracted by the sea of fire and sought death. With so many zombies, digging out the crystals was a very time-consuming task. But Lin Yao controlled the timing, and the zombies' bodies were easily pried open, saving a lot of effort. This wave brought Lin Yao more than 6,000 skill points and more than 400 attribute points, a real wave of fat. Seeing that everyone had joined the ranks of digging for crystals, Lin Yao found a clean place to sit down, smoked a cigarette, and started to add some to his drink. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 212. Defense, 220. Agility, 209. Spiritual power, 214. Charm value, 10. Skill points, 6,570. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 4, Virus Resistance level 4. Monster Upgrade level 4. Zombie Transformation level 4. Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 4. All Things Retreat level 4. Mental Detection level 4. Immobilization level 4. Props. Crystal Crossbow, Storage Space, 25,000 cubic meters. Until now, Lin Yao has truly possessed the capital to survive in the apocalypse. All of his attribute points have broken through to over 200. When he first got the system, none of his attribute points exceeded 10. From the time he got the system to now, his physique alone has become more than 20 times stronger than at the beginning. Physical fitness is one aspect. All skills have been upgraded to level 4. According to Lin Yao's estimation, once this wave of crystals is absorbed by several women, his skill points will be able to break through the 10,000 mark. At that time, he can prioritize upgrading his skills and killing monsters. After smoking, Lin Yao also joined the work of digging crystals. After working for more than an hour, Lin Yao suddenly became alert and looked in one direction. A dozen people suddenly appeared within the range of his spiritual detection. These were the people who had planned to take advantage of the fire to dig for crystals. The sturdy man in the lead dropped his previous name and was now called Tai Go. Tai Go and his men ran over excitedly and found that someone was already digging for crystals. He immediately became furious. How can this be possible? This is my territory. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that this is the territory of our Iron Dog gang? Who allowed you to dig crystals here? Tai Go yelled at Lin Yao and the others. Wu Shuyan and the others raised their heads and saw a dozen strong men coming. It's okay. You keep digging. Lin Yao waved his hand, then walked in front of the Iron Dog and activated the skill of seeing through fire at the same time. Iron Dog. Male, 36 years old. Violent Iron Dog level 2. The entire body can be transformed into a violent Iron Dog. Looking at the others, he felt a little disappointed. Only Tai Go was a level 2 psychic, and the others were all level 1, which was far worse than the weakest one in their team. Tai Go saw a handsome young man approaching him in the dark night. He snorted coldly and said, "Which faction are you from? Who allowed you to come here to kill zombies and dig crystals?" Lin Yao looked at him indifferently. Why? These zombies still have an owner. Tai Lang sneered. Nonsense. All the zombies within the territory of my Tiego gang are the zombies raised by me. Since you kept it in captivity, why didn't you kill it before? You showed up after we had killed all of it. Lin Yao sneered and lit a cigarette. Tiego was stunned. Why didn't he kill him before? It's just because we can't beat them. I'm keeping it to kill it slowly, shit. Tiego said guiltily. Okay, I have things to do and don't want to waste my time talking to you. Tell me, what do you want to do? Lin Yao knew what these people were thinking and lost his patience. It's nothing more than trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Tai Go raised his head and said, "Since you guys have helped me kill zombies, I won't bother with you. Get out of here as soon as possible." Lin Yao was so angry that he laughed. "For what you said, we will kill him and leave the crystals for you to dig? You're lucky you're sensible. Otherwise, you brothers of mine won't show any mercy to women." Tiego sneered. His eyes saw the group of busy beauties behind Lin Yao, and he felt a little hot in his heart. "Alas, since you are looking for death, I won't waste my breath on you." Lin Yao sighed and threw away the cigarette, but in his hand. At the same time, dozens of crossbow arrows appeared out of thin air and shot out as quickly as bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the strong men of the Iron Dog gang didn't even have time to use their special powers before they were shot through the body and fell to the ground, with blood all over the ground. The Iron Dog had the fastest reaction. When it sensed danger, it immediately activated its special powers and turned its body into an iron dog as tall as a man. However, Lin Yao's crossbow had been upgraded, and his iron defense was no match for it. His skin was pierced instantly, and he was turned into a hedgehog. Ah! Tiego cried out in pain. Lin Yao deliberately spared his life, and the crossbow arrow avoided his vital points. He had just come out of the mall and was still unclear about the changes in the outside world, so he needed to keep him alive for the time being to inquire about the situation. Taigo yelled, "Boy, if you dare to kill me, my boss will not let you go." "Your boss?" Lin Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 53, The Official Organization of People with Special Abilities. Taigo thought Lin Yao was scared, and although he grimaced in pain, he still said smugly, "My boss is the base leader of this area, Bronze Wolf." "Boy, are you scared? Let me tell you, my boss, Tong Lang, is a ruthless character with a high rank. If you know what's best for you, let me go. Maybe I can say a few nice words to the boss, and he'll let you go." Lin Yao was speechless. Iron Dog and Bronze Wolf. Did you run away from the zoo? But he just mentioned ranking. What does that mean? Of course, Lin Yao wouldn't ask slowly himself, so he called Zhou Chuchu over directly. Tiago was confused when he saw a tall young girl suddenly coming. "Come on, let's continue talking about how powerful your boss, Bronze Wolf, is." Lin Yao asked questions while signaling Zhou Chuchu with his eyes to eavesdrop on his thoughts. "What do you mean? Haven't you heard of my boss's reputation?" Tiago was stunned. "Should I have heard of it?" Lin Yao asked back. Now Taigo was a little panicked. This man had never heard of his boss's reputation. Wouldn't he be scared by Bronze Wolf's reputation and let him go? "My boss, Tong Lang, is a local expert in Xiaojuan City, ranked within 10,000. If you dare to kill me, my boss will definitely find out about you." Then Tiago hurriedly declared his boss's tyranny. "Hunking? What is that?" Lin Yao asked. This time Tiago was even more confused. Could this guy be some country bumpkin? However, before he could answer, Zhou Chuchu beside him suddenly said, "Okay." Lin Yao nodded and shot Taigo to death with a crossbow arrow. Taigo stared with wide eyes, watching the crossbow arrow piercing his head. Before he died, he was still wondering where this guy came from. Zhou Chuchu's supernatural power of mind reading has now reached level 3. Not only can she eavesdrop on the thoughts of the person in front of her, but she can also read part of their memory. Zhou Chuchu sorted out her thoughts and said, "He does have a boss named Bronze Wolf, who is also a level 2 psychic. His psychic ability is similar to his, and he could transform into a Bronze Wolf. Bronze Wolf governs a part of Lake Mountain area. Judging from his situation, there's a higher level boss above Bronze Wolf. Now, there's an official organization of superpowers outside, responsible for recording the information of all superpowers in Central Seoul. In Tiego's memory, this official organization is very powerful. Every registered mutant will be given a weapon. Tiego's weapon is a pair of iron claws that can be combined with his hands when he transforms. This organization has ranked all registered psychics in Xiaojuan City. Those ranked within 10,000 will be included in the list, and those ranked outside 10,000 will not be included in the list. That Bronze Wolf seems to be a superpower ranked over 8,000th. Lin Yao frowned when he heard this. He had been trapped in the business center for more than half a month. Has the outside world developed to this point? Is this official organization led by the Chinese government? Lin Yao asked. Zhou Chuchu shook her head. It is an organization that suddenly appeared, and it is not led by the Chinese government. Lin Yao pinched his chin and thought for a while before suddenly asking, "What benefits did this organization gain from these superpowers?" "No." Zhou Chuchu also frowned, which was very strange. In Tiego's memory, this official organization is very powerful. As long as you register, you will be given a weapon that matches your superpowers. Then they will leave it alone. They usually make a ranking and set up a huge electronic screen in the city center to display the ranking. And every time you get promoted in the rankings, you can take your old weapons there and upgrade them for free. It's definitely a charity organization. Now, in the hearts of the supernatural people in Xiaojuan City, the status of this official organization is no less than that of the Chinese government before the end of the world. What should we do after we get out? Do we have to register with the official organization? Zhou Chuchu was a little envious of the weapons. She really wanted to know what kind of weapons were suitable for her special abilities. Lin Yao shook his head no. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. Why? You have to know that free things are the most expensive. Lin Yao looked at the moon hanging in the sky and sighed. This organization is clearly not led by the Chinese government, but it claims to be an official organization. Its intentions are not pure. If this organization seeks benefits from a crystal, from a superpower, I will look up to them. However, a non-governmental organization is doing charity in such a high-profile manner. Others can go if they want to, but we should just wait and see. Besides, you want a weapon? I'll give you one if I get a chance. Zhou Chuchu nodded, not quite understanding. The offenders have been dealt with, and Lin Yao turned around and went back to digging crystals. But before leaving, he glanced at a few shadowy areas. There were still a few people hiding there, but Lin Yao was too lazy to cause trouble for them. These people probably saw the fire and wanted to pick peaches, but after seeing how easily he killed Tai Go, anyone who was not a fool would be able to see that they were not easy to mess with. As for what would happen if the news got out and was known by the bronze wolf, the dog was already dead, and if the wolf wanted to die, he wouldn't mind wasting a few more crossbow arrows. Sure enough, after this shock, the people in the dark left one after another. They needed to pass this news back to the bosses of each territory. It was not until the sky was slightly bright that the 6,000 zombie crystals were completely dug out. Looking at the several large bags full of crystals, everyone couldn't stop smiling. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Liu. What are your plans next? Lin Yao looked at Liu Deshang, who was tired and sweating, and handed him a cigarette. Liu Deshang wiped his hands on his body, took the cigarette, and said with a smile, Brother Lin, are you planning to leave here? Lin Yao nodded. Fang Yin's nephew was in the braised large intestine team, so this news naturally could not be concealed, and he had no intention of hiding it. Brother Lin, we agreed in advance that after our two teams come out, we must help each other. Wherever Brother Lin goes, our braised large intestine team will follow, said Liu Deshang with a smile. Lin Yao directly took out a map, pointed at the lakeside garden on the map, and said, This will be our team's base in the future. I can vacate a villa for the braised large intestines team. What do you think, Brother Liu? Liu Deshang took a look and said in surprise, This is a famous wealthy area in Xiaojuan City. Since Brother Lin is willing to reserve a building for our team, I will obey your order. The two of them had a brief discussion, and Wu Xiuyan, Fang Yin, and Zhou Chuchu each drove over. Lin Yao called everyone to him and said, 3 cars, 1 for the braised large intestines team. 2 cars are enough for our team. Liu Deshang took Liu Tian and Fang Yi into Fang Yin's car, and the others got into Wu Xiuyan and Zhou Chuchu's cars. Seeing that Lin Yao hadn't gotten the car yet, Wu Xiuyan stuck her head out of the cab and asked, Lin Yao, why don't you get in the car? Lin Yao smiled slightly. I want to sit on the roof. Chapter 54, call the police if you can. The 3 cars were in a straight line, with Wu Xiuyan as the lead car and Fang Yin's car at the end. Lin Yao just sat on the roof of Wu Xiuyan's car, so carefree. Because of the zombie outbreak, the roads on the street are filled with abandoned cars. But fortunately, one road has been left. Why is Brother Lin sitting on the roof of the car? Chu Wenwen asked puzzledly. Wu Xiuyan smiled slightly. He is worried that zombies will run out to block the road. With him on guard, there won't be any panic. This was indeed the case. Lin Yao was too lazy to use his mental detection function throughout the entire process. He had a good view sitting on the roof and could react quickly to any situation with the 3 cars. The car was moving slowly forward. Occasionally, a few zombies would suddenly rush out from the corner. However, before they could run 2 steps, they were shot dead by Lin Yao and could not get close to the vehicle at all. Binhu Garden is about 10 kilometers away from their commercial center. If there was no traffic jam before the end of the world, it would only take about 10 minutes to drive there. But now it took 2 hours to get there, and the sun had already risen. Everyone got out of the car and looked at the gate of the high-end residential complex in front of them. The gate had been thickened and widened a lot. The entrance to the underground garage had been completely blocked, and even the wall of the residential complex had been raised with all kinds of messy materials. The top of the wall was full of spikes, probably to prevent zombies from crawling in. Very good. Someone helped us reinforce the wall, which saved us a lot of trouble. Lin Yao smiled slightly. He detected, through mental detection, that someone was approaching here. As expected, 2 middle-aged men poked their heads out from the gap in the door, saw Lin Yao and his group, and when they noticed that most of the people in the group were stunning beauties, they all showed joy. At the same time, Lin Yao was also looking at them, and then shook his head. One was called Li Eru, and the other was called Wang San. They were 2 level 1 psychics, and were nothing to be afraid of. What do you do? Li Eru asked. Lin Yao stepped forward and said with a smile, Go home. We are the owners here. Owner? Humph. It's already this time, and the owner is useless. This is now the territory of our Red Fox base. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Li Eru sneered. What? Can't we just go back to our own home? Lin Yao sneered. Li Eru also sneered. You said this is your home. It is your home? If you have the guts, call the police. Wang San had been staring at the women behind Lin Yao with fascination and pulled Li Eru to scold him. Why are you still wasting time talking to them? Kill the men and snatch the women away. With so many beauties, if the boss is happy, he might be able to reward us with some more crystals. Liera nodded. Yes. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yao's eyes were full of murderous intent. These two bastards dared to covet my woman. After saying that, he shot 2 crossbow arrows. Li Eru and Wang Sanlian didn't even have time to use their special powers, or they didn't even have time to react before they were shot through the head by the crossbow arrows. Let's go. Let's go in and see how domineering this so-called Red Fox base is. Lin Yao kicked, opened the door reinforced with various metals, and led the way in. The group of people walked around the community in such a swaggering manner, and soon, the people from the Red Fox base discovered them. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. What's going on? Zombies broke in. No, it's a human. Maybe someone from another base. Fuck. Everyone in the entire Hushan district knows that Binhu Garden is the territory of our Red Fox boss. These bastards are so bold. Brothers, follow me. Kill these bastards. Xiao Sun, go report the situation here to the boss. The people here seem to be well trained. After a brief panic, they quickly mobilized a lot of people to come out and surround Lin Yao and the others. When many of them saw this group of top beauties, they showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. You know, under the current conditions of the end times, a beautiful woman can only depend on a powerful man and become a plaything unless she possesses extremely powerful supernatural powers. But these women in front of him actually faced the encirclement of him and others with calm faces, as if they were shopping, which showed that the newcomers were very powerful. However, only a few people have such awareness. Many men become impatient when they see a beautiful woman coming to their doorstep and rush up to her with a roar. With more than 30 level 1 psychics, is the strength of this base so weak? Lin Yao also checked the situation of everyone present and shook his head secretly. Although some of these people have rather strange abilities, if they take the initiative to attack him, there will only be one result. Be the bait. Under the aiming of mental detection, Lin Yao didn't even need to use his eyes to see. More than 30 crossbow arrows were shot out at the same time. Except for Lin Yao and his companions, all the combat-capable people in the Red Fox base were shot through the legs at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh, what kind of power is this? Damn it, I'm not ready yet. You have no moral principles. Looking at the people from the Red Fox base lying on the ground screaming in pain, Lin Yao sneered, ignored them, and continued to move forward. Why don't you kill them, Brother Lin? Lu Deshang caught up and asked in confusion. Lin Yao didn't even turn his head back and said with a smile, "It would be a waste if they just died like this. Don't worry, I will let them use up everything before they die." At the same time, in the center of the lakeside garden, in the most luxuriously decorated villa, 2 women were engaging in an extremely erotic scene. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the villa. One of the women with short black hair suddenly looked angry and shouted at the door. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb us now? Are you looking for death? Boss Red Fox, they're enemies. The enemies are breaking in." Xiao Sun said breathlessly with his shoulders hunched outside the door. He knew his boss's hobbies very well. He must be doing that kind of thing with the door closed in broad daylight. If he came to disturb him now, the boss would definitely be angry. Sure enough, the short-haired woman angrily said, "If there are enemies, just fight them off. You absorb so many crystals. Are you just doing nothing?" However, when Xiao Sun was about to explain something, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Squeak! A crystal-clear crossbow arrow pierced through his body and directly penetrated the gate of the villa. "Who is it?" The short-haired black woman roared, and hurriedly pulled up a black long skirt and put it on, and then hurriedly covered the long-haired pink woman under her with a piece of clothing. At the same time, a dagger appeared in her hand, and she stared at the door vigilantly. Cover one's eyes. The scene that's about to happen is not suitable for children. Lin Yao's mental detection also saw the situation inside the door. These 2 women turn out to be lesbians, and he thought Red Fox was a man. Chapter 55 Security guards don't let the owner go home. Wu Shuyan naturally used her X-ray vision to see the situation inside the house. The 2 women were in disheveled clothes, which was definitely not suitable for children. Seeing Chu Wenwen being pulled away by the proprietress, Lin Yao kicked Xiao Sun's body away at the door and reached out to push the door open. "Call out." As soon as the door was opened, the woman with short black hair in the room threw out a dagger, which flew towards Lin Yao's forehead at a high speed. Snap! The speed of the dagger was indeed very fast. However, with Lin Yao's current physical condition, the flying speed of the dagger was comparable to slow motion. When the dagger was close to his forehead, he slowly extended his fingers and clamped the dagger. The woman with short black hair saw that her attack missed, and her eyes widened for a moment, and suddenly several daggers flew towards her. This time, Lin Yao didn't need to take action. Yu Qin next to him had already gotten angry. She directly pulled out the Fu Tu crystal knife, stepped forward, and knocked all the daggers to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. The short-haired black woman's eyes flashed. It turned out that not only the young man was very strong, but the stunning beauty next to him was also very strong. Since there were two people with special abilities who were not weaker than herself, she knew that she had lost the chance to escape. So, she calmed down instead. "Who are you? It seems that our red fox base has never provoked you," said the woman with short black hair calmly. Lin Yao looked at the two women without concealing his eyes. The woman with short black hair was wearing a black long skirt. She looked heroic, and her facial features were beautiful. There was a hint of muscle in her exposed arms and calves. As for the woman with long pink hair, lying on the sofa with a flushed face, she was even more beautiful and looked so delicate that I felt pity for her. Yes, these two women belong to me. Lin Yao made up his mind. Seeing Lin Yao looking at the woman on the sofa nakedly, the short-haired black beauty took a step to the side, blocking the bright view of the long-haired pink woman. "What? You came in with such fanfare just to see us two women?" Seeing that Lin Yao did not answer, the girl with short black hair asked again. Lin Yao smiled, touched his nose, and said, "Hey, actually, this is all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? The woman with short black hair was stunned. "Yes, we're the owners of this community. We were trapped outside for many days. We finally returned home today. Someone outside said that this is the territory of the Red Fox base, and we, the owners, are not allowed to go home. Tell me, how can the newly recruited security guard not let the owners in?" And he made up such an excuse. Lin Yao looked very angry. The short black-haired woman sneered. "It is indeed true. This is indeed the territory of our Red Fox base. The people outside are not security guards." "Is that so? Then who are they?" Lin Yao asked confusedly. "Of course they are my men," said the woman with short black hair proudly. Lin Yao nodded seriously. "So, you are using her as a shield? Boss Red Fox." Lin Yao said the last sentence to the pale-faced woman with long pink hair sitting on the sofa. "What?" The short black-haired woman widened her eyes. Soon, the short-haired woman reacted and said coldly, "What are you talking about? I'm a boss here." Lin Yao sat on another sofa and ignored the short-haired woman. He stared at the long-haired woman and said, "You, as the boss of the base, actually like to be a bottom. I don't agree with this." "Ew, what are you talking about? I don't understand." The woman with long pink hair timidly retracted her head. "Okay, stop pretending. Your charm doesn't work on me, or on any of us." Lin Yao crossed his legs, lit his cigarette, and laid his cards on the table. As soon as he entered the room, he used the skill of seeing through fire on the two women. Li Xiaoxing, female, 23 years old. Short knife, flying blade level 2. Can release the short knife as a hidden weapon. This is the woman with short black hair. Red Fox, female, 21 years old. Charm level 2. Can control level 1 to 2 psychics through mental power. This is the pink-haired woman. So with this skill, their little tricks were like child's play, and Lin Yao saw through them at a glance. Hearing Lin Yao's confident words, Red Fox's pale face turned even paler. Just now, she had secretly tried to use charm to control Lin Yao. However, Lin Yao's mental power was so strong that he sensed the attacker and automatically rebounded, injuring the Red Fox. "Xiaoxing, step back," Red Fox sighed and ordered Li Xiaoxing. Li Xiaoxing still wanted to persist, but after seeing the pitiful look in the Red Fox's eyes, he resigned himself to his fate and stood behind the Red Fox. At the same time, Lin Yao signaled to Lu Deshang and the others with his eyes, asking them to go out and deal with the remaining psychics. "What? Miss Red Fox, are you planning to chat with me like this?" Lin Yao smiled and smoked a cigarette. Red Fox smiled charmingly. "Since Your Excellency already knows us very well and is so powerful, I think we two sisters have nowhere to escape. We might as well be frank." "Well, Miss Red Fox is so generous. I like chatting with people as frank as you." Lin Yao applauded. "I have reminded you before. It was you who said that one should be frank. Don't blame me for not looking away. Before you kill us, please let us be sensible. I wonder which force you belong to." The Red Fox stared at Lin Yao seriously. Ever since Lin Yao showed up, she had been wondering which enemy of hers had come to visit her, but after comparing them, she found that none of them had a person with supernatural powers like Lin Yao. Miss Red Fox, you are too polite. My name is Lin Yao. We only have this many people in our force right now, and I haven't thought of a name yet, Lin Yao replied after thinking for a while. Other people's braised large intestine team has a name, but my team has always been called Lin Yao Team, which sounds so uncool. Red Fox thought seriously for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, you don't know if the people from our Red Fox base have offended you before? No, Lin Yao answered directly. What? Red Fox was stunned. Neither I nor the people in my base have ever offended you. So you killed everyone in my base? Lin Yao laughed. I didn't offend you before, but I offended you just now. Didn't I tell you? We are the owners of this place. Not only did your men not let the owners go home, but you also tried to steal my woman. Tell me, did I do anything wrong? The Red Fox was stunned for a moment, then nodded resignedly. Mr. Lin did a good job. She really didn't expect that these people actually went home, but her subordinates coveted their women and were killed by them. Chapter 56: Eat less snacks and sleep more. Now that the words have been spoken, Red Fox has accepted her fate. At this point, all the harsh words are in vain. Moreover, from her point of view, Lin Yao in front of her and the few people behind him seem to be stronger than anyone she has ever seen, so it is useless to have a backer. My subordinates did something wrong. It's my fault as the boss for not disciplining them strictly. I only asked Mr. Lin to agree to one of my requests. Red Fox looked at Li Xiaoxing infatuatedly and said to Lin Yao seriously, what request? Lin Yao was stunned. I only asked Mr. Lin to leave us an intact body when he kills us, the Red Fox said seriously. Lin Yao laughed and said, What did I say? I was going to kill you? The Red Fox was stunned and asked in surprise, Mr. Lin won't kill us? Are you willing to let us go? Who would want to die when they can live? Lin Yao threw away the cigarette, and stomped it out. It's impossible to let you go, but I can give you a choice. Either join my team and be my woman, or feed the zombies. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing choked at the same time. How could this man say such cruel words with a smile? Feed them to the zombies. It's more horrible than dismembering them. Don't even think about it. Li Xiaoxing was immediately unhappy. Two daggers appeared in his hands at the same time, and he was ready to fight Lin Yao to the death. Lin Yao stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Don't be so hasty. Follow me. Maybe you can improve your ability level as soon as possible. Hearing Lin Yao's words, Red Fox hurriedly grabbed Li Xiaoxing and asked in disbelief, What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Do you have a way to obtain a large number of crystals? Even though they have now reached level 2, it took them a lot of effort to get there. Moreover, level 2 psychics are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They can kill some lone zombies without any problem, but if they encounter groups of zombies, they still have to run for their lives. Lin Yao flipped his wrist and dropped a large bag of crystals at his feet. Looking at the crystals that were randomly packed like stones, Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing took a deep breath at the same time. It was roughly estimated that there were more than 1,000 crystals in the bag under Lin Yao's feet. These are all the results of our work last night. Now, the lowest among our team members has already reached level 3 supernatural powers. After absorbing all, they will be at least level 4. What do you think? Are you interested in my conditions? Lin Yao was very satisfied with the shock of these bumpkins and took the crystals away with a smile. Red Fox resisted the urge to rob, and seeing Lin Yao making the crystals disappear with ease, he asked hesitantly, Then may I ask, Mr. Lin, now that I have joined your team, how will these crystals be divided? I don't want it. Divide it equally among the team. Lin Yao answered without any concealment. What is Mr. Lin's current ability level? Red Fox frowned. This way of distribution is really a joke. You have to know that in their base, every time she kills a zombie and gets the crystals, she, as the leader, takes 50 for herself, and the remaining 50 is divided equally among her subordinates. Lin Yao tilted his head and thought for a while. I don't know either. It should be considered a level 4 ability now. He takes a different route from others. Now all his skills are at level 4, so let's count himself as level 4 for now. As for his true strength, Lin Yao is not sure since he has too many skills. In addition to his skills, his current physique is also incredibly strong. Anyway, if Yu Qian, who is a level 4 strength type, wants to arm wrestle with him, she can only beg for mercy, whether in bed or under the bed. The Red Fox's breath was caught in the throat. Level 4 superpowers were already at the top 100 level in Xiaojuan City. In the entire Xiaojuan City, there hadn't been a level 5 superpower user yet. If Mr. Lin doesn't need crystals, what will he rely on to upgrade? Red Fox asked the key question. Lin Yao chuckled. Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks, and sleep more. Then it will naturally upgrade. Of course, he would not reveal his secrets. Even Wu Xiuyin and the others did not know the existence of the system. The Red Fox rolled her eyes beautifully. She knew that Lin Yao was unwilling to tell the truth. Red Fox pondered for a moment and said to Lin Yao, It is not impossible for us sisters to join Mr. Lin's team, but I still have some objections to the way the crystals are distributed. You have objections, that's such a pity. Lin Yao sighed and stood up. 2 crossbow arrows appeared in front of him. Hey, wait. What is Mr. Lin doing? Red Fox was startled. Why did this man turn hostile over such a simple thing? Lin Yao sneered. Miss Red Fox may have made a mistake. I asked you to join my team and be my woman, not to be the leader. As my woman, you have to listen to men, understand? I am the decision maker for this team. If you can't accept my way of distribution, and I don't like to force others to accept it, so since we have different ideas, I can only let you two go to hell. This woman is so ungrateful. Is it easy for me to manage so many concubines? If the crystals are not evenly distributed, I'm afraid it would be a drama like the legend of Xiaojuan. Only then did Red Fox realize how strong the man in front of him was. His superficial smile was just an illusion. His proposal to change the distribution method had already touched Lin Yao's reverse scale. Okay, it's my fault. I'll listen to Mr. Lin. The Red Fox lowered his head. So, you are willing to be my women? Lin Yao sat back. Red Fox nodded. In order to become stronger, what's wrong with being his woman? Just think of it as being pricked by a needle. Seeing that Red Fox agreed, Li Xiaoxing nodded reluctantly. Lin Yao laughed. Very good. Congratulations to both of you for making the right choice. Now, go upstairs and take a shower. Now. The Red Fox blushed. So what? You guys were having fun just now. Let's continue. Lin Yao smiled evilly. Red Fox sighed, knowing that he would have to get through this stage sooner or later, and silently pulled Li Xiaoxing upstairs. Outside, the braised large intestine team also returned after inspecting the entire community. Brother Lin, all the male psychics in the Red Fox base have been tied up together, and there are also more than a dozen female psychics. What do you think we should do? Lin Yao thought about it and asked Lu Deshang to bring all the female psychics here. Does Brother Lu's team need to recruit more people? Lin Yao asked Lu Deshang while looking at these women of mediocre looks. Lu Deshang laughed. What a coincidence. I was thinking of this. Every day, the 3 of us are digging crystals. The efficiency is too low. It's time to recruit more people. Since Brother Lin has this idea, should I take all these people with me? Well, Brother Lu, you have worked hard. This community is ours now. I would like to ask Brother Lu to choose a building near the gate as your team's base, and then tie up those male psychics first. I have other uses for them. Lin Yao patted Lu Deshang on the shoulder. Lu Deshang nodded. Lin Yao meant for them to also take charge of the guard duty, but Lu Deshang knew it very well as he should. Chapter 57 The Red Fox's Past. Seeing Lu Deshang happily leaving with a dozen women, Lin Yao asked Zhou Chuchu, Chuchu, which building is your home? Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes at him and said, This is the one. What a coincidence. Lin Yao was stunned. This villa was the most luxurious one in the entire community. He had just used mental detection to check it out. Not only were all kinds of living facilities complete, but most importantly, there were also many rooms. Can you live in such a big house by yourself? Lin Yao asked with a smile. This villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, and has more than a dozen rooms. What's it to you if I change rooms every day? Zhou Chuchu turned her head away angrily. Lin Yao has taken in 2 more women. When will it be her turn? Lin Yao was a little confused about Zhou Chuchu's reaction, and asked tentatively, Then I'll return this villa to you, and we'll just pick another one. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chuchu's eyes instantly turned red when she heard his words. Do you dislike my family? I don't mind. This is returning the property to its original owner. Lin Yao was even more confused. Does Zhou Chuchu want me to live with her? You guys just live here? Anyway, I'm already a member of the team. With you guys around, I won't be alone. Zhou Chuchu also knew that she was being unreasonable. Lin Yao chuckled. Then we won't be polite. I want the largest room on the 3rd floor. You can divide the others among yourselves. He had already detected that there was a room on the 3rd floor that should be reserved for Zhou Chuchu's parents to stay occasionally. It had a large space, and most importantly, the bed was also very large. Several women cheered and went to choose their own rooms. Lin Yao walked up the stairs step by step. In the largest room, Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing were chatting. Miss, I'll try to do it to him later when he's relaxed. Li Xiaoxing made a gesture of touching his neck. The Red Fox quickly grabbed her hand and warned her, no. Why? Li Xiaoxing was puzzled. She always thought that the reason why Red Fox agreed to be Lin Yao's woman was that she planned to stab him in the back when Lin Yao was not paying attention. Red Fox sighed and said, Xiaoxing, how many years have you been with me? Li Xiaoxing blurted out without thinking. Miss, it's been 5 years. Yes, it's been 5 years. In the past, I was forced to wander around for 5 years to avoid being hunted by my second uncle. You also protected me for 5 years. Later, after the zombie outbreak, we both gained superpowers and worked together to build this Red Fox base. Red Fox's tone was somewhat leisurely. We originally thought that as long as I had superpowers and a base, I would have the means to avenge my second uncle. But who knew that Lin Yao would destroy our efforts so easily? The strength we have accumulated for so long is simply useless in front of him. Xiaoxing, I accept my fate. It was not until today that I realized that if I could not rely on a strong man, revenge would never be possible. So, I want to take a gamble. I bet that Lin Yao will help me get revenge. Li Xiaoxing also sighed and said, what if he doesn't help us get revenge? What else can we do if we don't help? Do we have any more choices in the current situation? The Red Fox smiled bitterly. At this moment, Lin Yao pushed the door open and came in. He heard the conversation between the two. What? Do you have any deep hatred? Lin Yao looked at the two women who had finished washing up, and instead of being in a hurry, he sat aside. Red Fox shook his head and didn't say anything, but Li Xiaoxing suddenly stood up and walked in front of Lin Yao. As long as you help the young lady to get revenge, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Xiaoxing, the Red Fox called out hurriedly. Lin Yao stretched out his hand and said, you have already agreed to be my woman. You should do whatever I ask you to do. There is no chance for bargaining. Li Xiaoxing and Honghu were both a little depressed. It was indeed unrealistic to expect this man to help them get revenge. But as long as you are truly my woman, as a man, it is my duty to help my woman relieve her worries. Lin Yao suddenly changed the subject. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing looked up at the same time in surprise. Are you willing to help us get revenge? Lin Yao smoked a cigarette and listened carefully to the story of Red Fox. It turns out that Honghu's original surname was Chun, and he was a child of the Chun family, a powerful family in Kyoto. 5 years ago, Red Fox's father took over the Chun family as the head of the family. The whole family was thriving, and Red Fox was growing up happily under his father's care. However, Red Fox's second uncle was dissatisfied with his brother. When Red Fox's father took Red Fox out to play, he secretly forced Red Fox's mother and recorded the video. With the threat of the video, Red Fox's mother was forced to drug Red Fox's father. It was a kind of medicine that could control people's minds. Red Fox's father took the medicine without knowing it and was controlled by his own brother. He passed the position of head of the family to his brother in public. If it were just that, it would be fine, but Red Fox's bodyguard, Li Xiaoxing, accidentally discovered the secret affair between Red Fox's mother and Red Fox's second uncle and immediately told Red Fox about it. Red Fox then realized that his father's recent abnormal behavior was related to his second uncle. The young and energetic Red Fox confronted her second uncle in public, and her second uncle also showed his fangs, intending to kill his own niece. Fortunately, Li Xiaoxing was an excellent fighter and led Red Fox out of the encirclement. So in the next few years, Li Xiaoxing took Red Fox with him to hide from the Chun family's pursuit. It was not until the zombie outbreak that communications were completely cut off. Only then did Red Fox have the confidence to establish the Red Fox security base with Li Xiaoxing. Are you sure that this vengeance can still be taken? Is it possible that your second uncle has turned into a zombie or been eaten by zombies? Lin Yao asked doubtfully. No, he is still alive. A cruel look appeared on the Red Fox's face. Why? Do you have any news about him? Lin Yao was even more confused. Li Xiaoxing replied, because of the sudden appearance of the official organization of superpowers. The young lady's second uncle, Chun Hanlin, has appeared at the top of the supernatural ranking list in Kyoto. When the name Chun Hanlin was mentioned, Li Xiaoxing and Red Fox both looked ruthless. Lin Yao touched his chin and nodded. If such a powerful figure survived, he would have countless resources in his hands, and with his extraordinary means, it would not be impossible for him to quickly improve his strength. So what level of psychic is he now? Lin Yao asked. The Red Fox looked complicated and said, Level 5 Psychic. Chapter 58, this is Level 5. Only level 5, that's not bad. Lin Yao murmured, touching his chin. Up to now, he has 12 system draws that have not been used. Even if all of them are used to draw skill points, it will be 24,000 skill points, which is enough to upgrade 2 skills to level 5. Besides, we don't have to fight right now. Even if we do, Lin Yao is confident that our wave after wave of skills can kill a level 5 psychic. Only level 5? That's easy for you to say. We built the base, and it took us a lot of effort to upgrade it to level 2. Li Xiaoxing rolled his eyes. Lin Yao didn't care. Just because you guys are bad doesn't mean I am bad too. He tapped Red Fox's stuttering forehead and said, "Don't worry, follow me, and you can take revenge on your own in the future." After the activity, Lin Yao took them downstairs to prepare breakfast. They had been busy all night and had not eaten yet. In the kitchen, Fang Yin was already preparing breakfast. The other women had been busy all night and were now washing up and preparing to have breakfast and go to sleep. It is said to be a villa area for the rich. Zhou Chuchu's villa actually has a huge freezer on the second floor below ground. Unfortunately, it has been almost eaten up by the people from the Red Fox base. The underground first floor is a home theater and has a large home generator, but the fuel has run out. It seems that in addition to food, I have to go out and stock up on some fuel. Lin Yao thought for a moment and went outside again. The braised large intestine team has thoughtfully cleaned up the bodies and bloodstains. The entire community has a high green coverage rate and is lush and green. There are also various children's entertainment facilities and gymnasiums in the community, and there is also an indoor swimming pool. Lin Yao expressed his satisfaction. From now on, this will be my base camp. When they arrived at the gate of the community, the building on the left side of the gate was where the braised large intestine team was located. Lin Yao went to bring them some food, and Fang Yi came out to receive it. After breakfast, when Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing were jealous, Lin Yao distributed the crystals obtained last night. These were his team's harvest last night. Red Fox wanted to get a share of the crystals, so he had to wait until next time he killed zombies. It was not until noon that everyone had absorbed the crystals. This is already level 5, the Red Fox couldn't help but exclaim. These women in Lin Yao's team all look inconspicuous, but unexpectedly, they are all level 3 and 4 big shots. After absorbing the crystals, Wu Xuyan, Yu Qian, Yu Xian, and Zhou Chuchu have all been upgraded to level 5. Lu Yin, Chu Wenwen, and Fang Yin, who arrived later, have also been promoted to level 4. According to Red Fox's calculations, if the people in Lin Yao's team went to the official organization for testing for people with special abilities, these people with offensive special abilities would definitely take the top places in Central Seoul. Even his woman is so strong. How strong is he? Red Fox couldn't help but guess Lin Yao's strength in his heart, and his heart was suddenly filled with confidence. At this time, Lin Yao was trying to take advantage of Chu Wenwen's luck in the lottery. He had given a knife to Yu Qian before, but he couldn't hide it from the other women in the end. They all acted coquettishly and asked for weapons. There was nothing Lin Yao could do, so he could only silently recite weapons suitable for Triple X's superpowers in his mind and start the lottery. Chu Wenwen, who already has level 4 supernatural powers, has even more amazing luck, and Lin Yao has reaped a lot of benefits. Perspective laser glasses. People with perspective or laser eye abilities can control the emission of terrifying lasers when wearing them. Well, this is the boss ladies. After Wu Xuyan put it on, her perspective ability was transformed through the glasses and she could shoot lasers. Sound wave control bow can control the frequency of sound wave ability. Well, this is UX science. Rubber gloves. The material is tough and can change with the size of the mutant. It is not easy to be damaged and can block the bites of zombies below level 4. Well, this is Lu Yan's. Yoga clothes. Fits the wearer's body closely, changes with the wearer's body shape. Invulnerable to weapons. Well, this is Fang Yin's. Mind-reading headset. When worn by a person with the ability to read minds, it can monitor the thoughts of multiple people at the same time. Well, this is Zhou Chuchu's. Lucky doll. After a person with extremely good luck touches this item, the range of his luck will be enhanced. Well, this is Chu Wenwen's. Wolverine claws. Fits the wearer's hand and can transform into powerful alloy steel claws according to the wearer's supernatural powers. Well, this is Su Qingyan's. Fingertip thorns. Strengthen the attack power of fingertips, which can be retracted and released at will. Well, this one belongs to Wang Jialing. Charming earrings. Can enhance the charm ability of the charmer, increase by 1 level. Well, this one is from a Red Fox. Precision colored contact lenses. Wearing them can enhance the psychic's aiming ability. Well, this one belongs to Li Xiaoxing. 10 kinds of weapon props were produced at one time, and each weapon had a corresponding adapter. Lin Yao was extremely satisfied. As for the weapons of the other female zombies, Lin Yao was not in a hurry to produce them. Their superpowers had not awakened yet. He would wait until they awakened. Lin Yao used the remaining 14 rewards to draw skill points. 14,000 skill points were credited to his account at one time, and his total number of skill points reached 20,000. There was no need to hesitate, so I upgraded the zombie transformation and monster killing skills to level 5. The level 5 zombie transformation technique can transform into a level 4 zombie, and the daily transformation time limit reaches 5 hours. For level 5 monster upgrades, you'll get more skill points for each zombie killed. After everyone had absorbed the crystals, Lin Yao collected all the crystal shells and distributed their weapons to them. Several women happily took the weapons. The weapons Lin Yao gave them were very suitable for their special abilities. With these weapons, everyone's combat power was greatly improved. Among them, Yu Xian and Fong Yin's loyalty increased to 100 on the spot, giving Lin Yao 2 system lottery chances. I have one too. Zhou Chuchu's face turned slightly red as she looked at the headset that Lin Yao handed over. Of course, you're my team member. Lin Yao didn't understand and stuffed the headset into her hand. Zhou Chuchu's blush faded, and she lowered her head and muttered to herself. Just a team member? However, Lin Yao didn't hear what she said. He gave the earrings and contact lenses to the newly joined Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing and explained their uses. We have them too. Red Fox was very surprised. It was only the first day they joined and Lin Yao was able to take out the corresponding weapons and give them to them. Lin Yao smiled and nodded. As long as you're my team members, you will have it, not to mention that you are also my women. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing's faces turned red at the same time. Didn't you go to the official organization of people with special abilities to get weapons before? Lin Yao suddenly remembered that the organization would issue weapons to people with special abilities. Red Fox sighed. Xiaoxing and I were originally planning to go, but we saw the ranking of superpowers at the entrance of the organization. We were worried that Xiaoxing's strength would be on the list and would be seen by my second uncle. Chapter 59, I am very well behaved. Please don't bully me. Oh, Lin Yao nodded, and then told the two of them to be responsible for protecting the safety of these women during the day, and he was going to go out. After digging crystals for a whole night, the other women went back to their rooms to sleep after absorbing the crystals, and Lin Yao left the community alone. It's time to meet up with Su Qinyan. Previously, he designated another community 1 kilometer away from Binhu Garden for Su Qinyan. It was considered a high-end community slightly lower than Binhu Garden to accommodate Su Qinyan and others. The distance of 1 kilometer was not too far, so if anything happened, they could respond in time. Lin Yao walked slowly on the road. Some shops along the way had been looted, which made his plan of stealing something go awry. However, Lin Yao also saw the gas station. Through mental detection, he found that there was still more than half a tank of fuel in the underground oil tank. Now, with his strong physique, he can crush the ground with a heavy kick and pull out oil tanks weighing several tons with his bare hands. With the fuel, the villa's electricity problem was guaranteed, and I happily put the entire oil tank into the storage space. He also took away several other oil tanks in the same way. Fuck, the oil tank has been dug up. Not long after Lin Yao left, a group of people arrived at the gas station. They came in a car with a full range of equipment, and it was obvious that the car was used specifically to steal oil. A middle-aged man in the lead got out of the car and looked at the mess on the ground and couldn't help cursing. Who the hell drives an excavator to steal oil? Do you have any martial ethics? The person next to him asked, Boss, what should we do? What should we do? Isn't there a gas station ahead? Let's go check it out. The middle-aged man in the lead cursed and called his men to get in the car quickly. 2 minutes later, when Lin Yao collected the oil tanks from the second gas station and was about to leave, he heard the sound of a car behind him. Lin Yao turned his head and took a look and ignored them. As long as these people were not here to cause trouble for him, it was fine. However, the people in the car naturally saw that the surface of the gas station was damaged and the oil tanks were dug up. Seeing a young man wandering around, they hurriedly called for the convoy to surround him. Creak! All 4 cars stopped in front of Lin Yao. Lin Yao turned on his mental detection and felt more confident. These people were driving an oil collection truck with all the necessary equipment. They must have come here to steal oil, but I got there first. The middle-aged man in the lead got out of the car angrily, spat at Lin Yao, and asked, Hey kid, come here. Lin Yao looked around blankly. and when he saw that the middle-aged man was pointing at him, he hurried over and checked the abilities of everyone present. Very rubbish. All are level 1 abilities. The middle-aged man in the lead was called Wang Han. Seeing Lin Yao being so well-behaved, he asked arrogantly, "Boy, let me ask you, what's going on with the gas station here?" Lin Yao shook his head. "I don't know, I just passed by here and it was already like this." "Really?" Wang Han looked at Lin Yao suspiciously. Now that Lin Yao had increased his charm, he looked very young, like a naive college student. Yes, yes, Lin Yao nodded hurriedly, looking like he was saying, "I'm very well-behaved. Please don't bully me." Wang Han thought about it, and it made sense. Judging from the appearance of the gas station, it must have been dug by a boss with extremely powerful superpowers, or it must have been dug with an excavator. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to cause such destructive power. And the boy in front of him did not look like a boss at all. He must have been passing by. Wang Han was a little anxious. He hadn't received a drop of oil this morning. He would definitely be punished by the boss when he returned. He was angry and planned to vent his anger on Lin Yao. He pointed at Lin Yao's nose and cursed. "Why are you running around for no reason? I've run out of 2 gas stations. Tell me how you're going to compensate me." Lin Yao scratched his head and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? I didn't build this gas station. I was just passing by." "Passing by? Even passing by is not allowed." Wang Han started to make trouble unreasonably. "Then what do you say we should do? I'm telling you, you can't bully me. I'm very powerful." Lin Yao took a step back and prepared to fight. Wang Han was so angry at Lin Yao's behavior that he laughed. "Really? Tell me, how powerful are you?" After saying that, he took a step forward. Lin Yao was scared and took a step back. Wang Han became more convinced that this was a cowardly guy. Lin Yao rolled up his sleeves to show off his muscles and said, I'm not afraid of you. I'm a level 1 power user. I'm very powerful." "Oh, it's a strength type. No wonder you are so confident. But he is just level 1. Xiaojuan and Xiaowu, you two are also strength types. Practice with this kid." Wang Han looked down on Lin Yao. Among all the psychics now, the strength type accounts for the largest proportion. Although the melee strength type is indeed very strong, it will be helpless once it encounters a long-range attack psychic of the same level. 2 men in the convoy stood up and walked towards Lin Yao with grim smiles on their faces. Seeing that 2 people were about to beat him up, Lin Yao hurriedly took a step back again and clasped his hands together. "I was wrong. Forgive me." Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. "Ha! This kid pretends to be so powerful, but turns out to be a coward." Wang Han laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Xiao Yang and Xiao Wu were also in a difficult position because of Lin Yao's move. However, Wang Han did not intend to let him go and shouted at them, "Why are you all standing there? Beat him up." Lin Yao's face changed, and he ran away before Xiao Yang and Xiao Wu could react. Still want to run? Chase him. This little bastard, I'm going to torture him." Wang Han sneered, and everyone abandoned their cars and chased after Lin Yao. Lin Yao stopped to catch his breath while running. There was no other way. These people were too slow. He had to stop and wait for a while. There were a total of 16 people in Wang Han's convoy. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This kid can run too fast. Fortunately, he had to take a break after running for a while, otherwise these people would really lose him. On the empty street, a drama of chasing each other was played out. After a while, they arrived at Juntian Mansion, where Su Qingyan and the others were. Lin Yao seemed to be in a panic and rushed into the Juntian Fu residential area, shouting as he ran, "Ho ho ho! Xiao Yinyan, I'm coming." Wang Han yelled angrily from behind. "What are you yelling about?" He was afraid that Lin Yao would attract the zombies. "However, what you fear will come to you." Su Qingyan, who was wandering in the community, heard Lin Yao's voice and hurriedly led a dozen female zombies towards Lin Yao. "Oh shit, the zombies are really here, run." Wang Han was surprised to see more than a dozen figures rushing towards this side, especially the 2 in the lead, who were agile and looked like zombie kings. They roared and turned around and ran away. However, just as he was about to take a step, he found that he couldn't move. Not only Wang Han, everyone was unable to move. Chapter 60 Teacher Lin starts class. Lin Yao discovered Su Qingyan earlier than Wang Han and the others, and directly transformed into a level 4 zombie. At the same time, he used the immobilization technique to freeze Wang Han and the others in place. As soon as Su Qingyan saw Lin Yao, she rushed into his arms excitedly, which scared Wang Han. The female corpse king actually jumped into the arms of the young man. Lin Yao smiled and touched Su Qingyan's head. Then he turned around. His purple pupils emitted a long light. Everyone was so frightened that they peed their pants. This guy is actually also a corpse king. Of the dozen or so female zombies that came over, except Su Qingyin and Wang Jialing, the other zombies were drooling at Wang Han and the others. If Su Qingyin hadn't suppressed them with the aura of the zombie king, they would have rushed up and started biting them. Don't bite anyone, or I will be rude. Lin Yao ordered the zombie wives and walked in front of Wang Han. Who are you? Wang Han's voice trembled a little. All of them were level 1 psychics, and facing the level 4 corpse king in front of them, they had no room for resistance at all. Lin Yao's zombie face smiled slightly. Me. I'm a zombie king. Hearing that the level 4 corpse king in front of him could actually speak Chinese, Wang Han became even more frightened. Please spare us, Lord Corpse King. We didn't mean to intrude into your territory. As long as you are willing to let us go, I can attract more living people for you to eat. Really? Tell me, how are you going to lure him here? Lin Yao asked. Wang Han quickly replied. That's right, Lord Corpse King. We are from the Fire Leopard base. There are more than 100 people in the base, and our leader, Fire Leopard, is a level 2 supernatural master. His blood must be the most delicious. A little trash like me will only dirty your mouth. Are you running a zoo? Why are there dogs, wolves, and leopards? Lin Yao couldn't help but complain. There's also a fox at home. Wang Han's lips couldn't help but tremble. This Corpse King seemed to have some understanding of their human power, and hurriedly replied, Master Corpse King, the boss of this lake and mountain area is called Golden Lion, and the several bases under Master Golden Lion are called wolves and leopards. Okay, so this is the boss's personality. Tell me, how many bases are there in this lake and mountain area? What are their bosses' names? And what level of psychics are they? Lin Yao asked. Wang Han suppressed his fear and answered. My Lord Corpse King, in Lake Mountain District, apart from Boss Jinshi, who is a level 3 psychic, I don't know his abilities for the time being. There is my boss, Fire Leopard, a level 2 psychic whose ability is to summon fireballs out of thin air. There's also a boss called Tonglang, a level 2 mutant who can transform into a wolf. Then there's a boss called Yu Xiang, a level 2 psychic who can control rain. Oh, there's also a female boss named Red Fox, who is also a level 2 psychic and can throw flying knives out of thin air. It seems that the Red Fox is hiding very well. Outsiders think that Li Xiaoxing is the Red Fox. However, there's actually a boss above the Red Fox. Why didn't she tell her? Oh, I didn't ask. Forget it. I'll ask when I get back. Lin Yao nodded in satisfaction. Then he pulled out a map from thin air and released Wang Han's immobilization spell. Circle the locations of these bases. Wang Han was about to curse. This Corpse King was too anthropomorphic. How could he know everything, and even red maps? Facing Lin Yao's cold and gloomy gaze, Wang Han didn't dare to even think of resisting. He took the pen and drew a few circles on the map. After taking the map and looking at it, Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction, put the map away, and cast an immobilization spell on Wang Han. My lord, Corpse King, aren't you going to let me go? Wang Han was almost scared to tears. Did I say that? Lin Yao asked back. He never said that. After sealing Wang Han's mouth, Lin Yao turned around and asked the dozen or so new female zombies to come over. Today, I will teach you how to control your desire to eat humans. Lin Yao asked a dozen female zombies to stand in front of a person and then started to give orders. Teacher Lin's class has started. Come on, stop drooling and stretch out your claws. Claw, didn't I tell you to stretch your feet? Is this what the claw saw? Yes, after extending your claws, aim for their necks. It's the neck, not the brain. The neck is here. Who is that? Oh, Lily, what are you doing? Shut up and don't bite. Aim for the neck. Come on, use your claws and poke it in. I told you to stab him, not to strangle him to death. That's right, this is the way to go. Remember to stick your claws in. If you see blood, just pull the claws out. Wang Han couldn't understand Lin Yao's zombie language, but the scene in front of him was enough to scare him to death. How could these guys be zombies? This is simply the devil. Who has ever seen a zombie king teach zombies to stab people? Those female zombies are like elementary school students. Judging from the tone, if they don't do it right, they will be scolded by the zombie king. Each of these female zombies had sharp nails on their claws, which easily pierced the throats of his men. Soon, his men fell to the ground twitching. Seeing that Wang Han was the only one still alive, Lin Yao asked the female zombies to retreat and observe quietly. Sure enough, after a while, Wang Han's men began to twitch violently. Their eyes began to turn white, and their mouths began to roar. Roar! roar. Soon, these dozen people all turned into zombies. They struggled to stand up, and when they saw that Wang Han was still alive, they instinctively opened their bloody mouths. Don't come over here! Wang Han was screaming in his heart, but unfortunately no one could hear him. His men rushed to him one after another and bit him. His flesh was torn into pieces and blood flowed all over the ground. Not long after, Wang Han also turned into a zombie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Wang Han turned into a zombie, Lin Yao shot all his crossbow arrows, and the group of people who came out of the fire leopard base to steal oil eventually became Lin Yao's crystal. Look at you. Why are you bullying me for no reason? Lin Yao sighed, still digging out the crystal in Wang Han's head with his hands. After getting a dozen crystals, Lin Yao fed them all to Su Qingyan. After Su Qingyan was promoted to a level 3 zombie, she refused to eat the crystal shell. Lin Yao guessed that it was because there was too little energy in it, so she didn't want to eat it. Now that the crystal is full of energy, Su Qingyan is still willing to eat it. Afterwards, Su Qingyan was given a dozen level 2 crystals, and her body began to change slowly. Her entire body became closer to the human appearance she had in life. Her skin had begun to turn white and rosy, and even the touch became softer. Of course, it was just soft to the touch. Lin Yao could feel that Su Qingyan could now block bullets with just the defense of her skin. Su Qingyan was promoted to level 4 Corpse King, and her pupils emitted the same long purple light as Lin Yao's. However, the look she gave Lin Yao was more humanized and full of love. Chapter 61, The Miserable Life at the Red Fox Base. After Su Qingyan reached level 4, Lin Yao spent the entire afternoon with her. Kicking open the door of a villa, Teacher Lin carefully taught Su how to use human living facilities. The most important thing is to teach you how to take a bath. Even if you're a zombie, you have to smell good every day. Su Qingyan, who has reached the level of Corpse King 4, has the same intelligence as an ordinary 10-year-old child. She learns things very quickly, and basically, she can learn anything Lin Yao teaches her once. Should we wait until Xiao Yanyan reaches level 5 and get some 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations? Lin Yao stroked his chin and thought. In addition to teaching Su Qingyan some life skills, Lin Yao also told her about the follow-up plans. The plan was simple. Su Qingyan was responsible for gathering all the lone zombies nearby and leading them to the large square between the two communities. Then they would just kill them. It was simple and clear. It was not until the sun was about to set that a dozen female zombies finished eating the more than 6,000 crystal shells that Lin Yao brought. With such a huge number as a base, these female zombies have been promoted to the level of level 3 zombie king. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. No one in the entire Xiaojuan city would have thought that he had secretly cultivated such a powerful female zombie army. The strongest golden lion in Hushan district was only level 3, and his little Yin Yin, after possessing the weapons given by the system, was much stronger than the golden lion. Lin Yao left after asking Su Qingyan to teach other female zombies life skills. When we returned to Binhe Garden, the sun had just set. Fang Yi from the agility department was in charge of guarding the gate today. When he saw Lin Yao coming back, he quickly opened the gate and said happily, "Uncle, you're back." "What did you call me?" Lin Yao was stunned. Fang Yi chuckled. "Okay, Uncle, stop pretending. My aunt told me everything." Well, Lin Yao is only 3 or 4 years older than Fang Yi, and he couldn't accept this title for a while. Lin Yao asked as he walked, "Is there anything unusual this afternoon?" Fang Yi immediately said seriously, "Uncle, it really is true." Lin Yao paused and turned to look at him. "What's going on?" Fang Yi whispered. "It's like this. A group of people came around 3 p.m. and specifically asked for Red Fox. After I went to report it, the sister with short black hair came out. The leader of that team asked the short-haired black sister for crystals, saying something about the daily quota. Then the short-haired black sister refused to give it to them, and they started arguing. But in the end, there was no fight. The team left cursing and swearing. I think the sister was also very angry." Lin Yao nodded, indicating that he understood. He gave Fang Yi a few level 2 crystals and asked him to go back to guard the gate by himself, then turned around and went back to the villa. Inside the villa, several women had woken up after a day's sleep and were helping Fang Yi prepare dinner. Lin Yao first added fuel to the generator and powered up the entire villa before he found Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing. The Red Fox sighed and said, "I forgot to tell you before, when I built this Red Fox base, the Golden Lion came to me. They're very powerful, and are forcing us to respect them as our boss. If we don't agree, they will destroy our Red Fox base. Xiaoxing and I only have level 2 abilities. To save our lives, we had no choice but to agree. What the Golden Lion said sounds good. As long as we respect him as the boss, his forces will take care of our base. And the price is that you have to hand over 200 crystals every day. Otherwise the Golden Lion, will come to your door. Now that our Red Fox base has been taken over by you, we naturally rejected them. Xiaoxing almost had a fight with them today. Lin Yao stroked his chin and asked, so domineering, is it only directed at your base? Or is it the same for all other bases? All bases need to hand over the crystals. Red Fox said fiercely, apart from your bases, there are no other bases? Lin Yao was a little surprised. In the entire Hushan district, apart from Golden Lion, there are only these 4 bases? Red Fox shook his head. Of course not. There are about 20 bases in the entire Hushan district, but the number of people varies. The Fire Leopard, Rain Elephant, and Bronze Wolf bases are considered the strongest among these bases. That's more like it. Lin Yao nodded. Otherwise, the number of survivors would be too small. Red Fox continued to sigh. The population of Lake Mountain area is relatively sparse, so the number of zombies is naturally less. With so many bases to divide up, the zombies are almost all killed. It is difficult for us to maintain the previous status quo. We simply don't have the energy to kill more zombies. Lin Yao laughed. You said you didn't have the energy, but when I came here this morning, weren't you and Xiaoxing having a great time? Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing's pretty faces turned red at the same time. Tell me more about the situation of the Golden Lion base, Lin Yao said to them. It's time to eat. Half an hour later, Fang Yin's screams were heard. At the big dining table, Red Fox looked at the table full of dishes in amazement and couldn't help but exclaimed, are we going to live a life of luxury from now on? Eating so extravagantly. I think they used to eat food frugally and never dared to waste a single bit. Lin Yao waved his hand, and a variety of beers and drinks appeared. He smiled and said, follow me, Lin Yao. I will never let you go hungry again. Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies, so eat as much as you can. Except for Red Fox and the other woman. The other women had long been accustomed to the days of feasting on meat and fish and ate and drank without any scruples. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing looked at each other, and then they couldn't help but start eating. So delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. Red Fox couldn't help but exclaimed with red eyes as soon as he took the first bite. Li Xiaoxing next to him also nodded silently. I like it. I'll make more next time. Fang Yin also likes people praising her cooking skills. After all, her special ability is of little use except to help Lin Yao learn new skills. Now she is very satisfied to be recognized for her 3 meals a day. Halfway through the meal, Lin Yao stood up and declared, now we have settled in this community, and this will be our safe base from now on. Tomorrow morning, except for the boss lady and 1-1, all of you will take turns patrolling. After all, our enemies are not just zombies. I'm sure everyone has heard that after we occupied this place, the boss of the Hushan district came over to ask for crystals, and we definitely couldn't give them to him. So it won't be long before trouble comes knocking on your door. But everyone don't panic. With our strength, we can easily walk around the entire Central Seoul City. As long as others don't bully us, we will just stay here and live our lives honestly. But someone is looking for trouble with us. Wenwen, what do you think we should do? Chu Wenwen was called out, holding up the waha in her hand and speaking in a baby voice. Beat them. Chapter 62, Bombing the Sky Base. Chu Wenwen's cute appearance made all the women laugh. In fact, except for Honghu and Li Xiaoxing, they were not worried about anyone causing trouble. With Lin Yao around, any trouble would not be a trouble. After spending these days together, they have already gained full confidence in Lin Yao. Lin Yao smiled and patted Chu Wenwen's head. Wenwen is right. If they dare to cause trouble, we will beat them back. Red Fox was also infected by the atmosphere, and the worries in his heart disappeared immediately. He smiled and asked Lin Yao, should we rename our base? Well, it's time to give a name. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. This base is mainly composed of his team. In the future, in addition to the braised large intestine team, more teams should be absorbed into it. This base is the name of their team alliance. What should I call you? How about calling it Yin Base? I feel that calling it the Invincible Base is the most domineering. Isn't that too straightforward? How about being more low-key and calling it Spark Base? A single spark can start a prairie fire. That's a good name. I think it's better to call it Jime Base. Lin Yao is a guy who specializes in collecting beauties. That makes sense. The girls were discussing at once, but Lin Yao didn't listen to any of them. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then slapped the table. I've thought about it. From now on, our base will be called the Sky Blasting Base. When Lin Yao said this, everyone at the table fell silent, and then said in unison, I disagree. This name is too ugly. That's right. When one is still here, Lin Yao, please don't teach the child bad things. This is so dirty. I am embarrassed to mention the name of my base when I go out. However, Lin Yao waved his hand and said, objection is invalid. It's settled. A few women wanted to persuade them further, but they saw Lin Yao excitedly pulling Yuqian out. When they arrived at the gate, there was a huge marble with the 4 characters Binhu Garden engraved on it. Lin Yao pointed at the marble and said, cut off a piece of this marble, remove the characters, and then use a knife to carve the 3 characters diazation on it. Yuqian was still a little confused. Do we really want to give it this name? Lin Yao waved his hand. Go. It's settled. Knowing that she couldn't defeat Lin Yao, Yuqian had no choice but to pull out the Fu Tu crystal knife, jump high, and chopped it down with the knife. The section with the words Binhu Garden engraved on it fell off, revealing the smooth, white marble surface. Coincidentally, Lin Yao also ordered Lu Desheng and others to bring a ladder. Yuqian reluctantly stood on the ladder and carved the 3 words Dao Jia Tian on the marble surface. Huh, this is the name of our base. Good name. Lu Desheng gave a thumbs up and praised. The 2 young men, Lu Tian and Fang Yi, also had their eyes shining. What a name. So domineering. Lin Yao laughed and pulled the reluctant Yuqian back. That night, the survivors of Central Seoul had no idea that a truly amazing base had just been born. In a residential area about 7 or 8 kilometers away from Binhu Garden, there's a sign that says Fire Leopard Base at the entrance. The Fire Leopard Base is inside the residential area. In the spacious property office, a strong middle-aged man with red hair was leaning on the big chair at the first seat, listening to the reports from the people below. Our team visited 3 gas stations today and obtained about 7 tons of fuel. Boss, our team robbed 4 gas stations today, with about 10 tons of fuel. Boss, we were a little slow today. We only robbed 2 gas stations, but we still had a lot of fuel, about 5 tons. After listening to the report, Huobao nodded, then glanced around the office and asked, where's Wang Han? Their team hasn't returned yet. The people below shook their heads to indicate that they had never seen Wang Han's team. Huobao's face turned cold and he cursed. Where did this bastard go? Did he get eaten by zombies? That being said, Huobao actually didn't believe that Wang Han's team was eaten by zombies. After all, their team had the largest number of people and they were all driving a car. Even if they really encountered zombies, at least one of them would come back if they fled separately. Huobao believed that Wang Han was delayed because of something. Afterwards, he didn't take the matter to heart and waved his hand to let the people below go to rest. In a villa in the Golden Lion Base, a high-end residential area 5 kilometers away, a square-faced sturdy man listened to his subordinate's report and smashed the marble dining table in front of him with a slap. Did that bitch Red Fox really say that? The younger brother below was trembling and half kneeling on the ground. Everything I said is true. The Red Fox really said it himself. From now on, he will leave the jurisdiction of our Golden Lion Base and will no longer hand over the crystals. He also asked us, let's do what? Golden Lion's eyes were filled with anger. The younger brother stammered, let us get as far away as possible. If we dare to come over and ask for crystals again, we will be in trouble. The Golden Lion's chest rose and fell with anger. He broke the reporting brother's neck with one hand and sneered, Red Fox, oh, Red Fox, I really give you face. You dare to resist my orders? Come on. Then 2 younger brothers came in from outside the door. Looking at the tragic death on the ground, they all trembled and half knelt on the ground. Pass on my order. Tomorrow morning, you 2 will send messages to Yuxiang and Huobao respectively, asking them to go to the Red Fox base together to see what confidence that bitch Red Fox has to defy my orders. If Red Fox continues to be ungrateful, bring her to me. Jinshi gave the order in a cold voice, and the 2 younger brothers hurriedly took the order and prepared to go out. Wait, Golden Lion suddenly spoke. The 2 younger brothers paused and began to tremble all over. Golden Lion pointed at the corpse on the ground and said, throw him out and feed him to the zombies. Don't dirty my carpet. Yes, the 2 younger brothers, as if they had been pardoned, hurriedly dragged the body out. Oomph. If I didn't have a meeting with the bosses of several other districts tomorrow, I would personally wipe out the Red Fox base. Golden Lion snorted coldly and clapped his hands. Several beautiful women came down from the room. He needs to vent his anger. The full moon was high in the sky. After a busy day, Bronze Wolf returned to the base and learned the news of the death of his subordinate Iron Dog. He was immediately furious and smashed a lot of things. This is outrageous. You're just reporting this to me now. Are you guys just sitting there doing nothing? Check them all. I want to see which blind bastard dared to kill my men. That night, the Lake Mountain area of Xiaojuan City was immediately undercurrent because of Lin Yao's appearance. Chapter 63, Two Big Guys Invite You for Tea. The next morning, Lin Yao got up full of energy. He went downstairs and saw Xiaojuan sitting obediently on the sofa waiting for breakfast. He smiled and went forward to hug the little girl. Yesterday, Fang Yin and Yu Xion's loyalty reached 100, and they were given 2 chances to draw the lottery. This time, Lin Yao didn't deliberately want anything. Just let everything go with the flow. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a piece of top-quality space stone. Congratulations to the host for winning the Flying Skill Level 1. Congratulations to the host for winning the Mechanical Magic Stone. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 skill points. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yao used the top-grade space stone immediately. After all, who would complain that their storage space was too big? In the next few days, he would have to go out and continue to stockpile supplies. 250,000 cubic meters could hold a lot of things. Flying Skill Level 1. The host can fly for 10 minutes every day with no altitude limit. Mechanical Magic Stone. It can strengthen the host's crossbow arrows into mechanical magic arrows, which are faster and have enchanted effects that can erode the target's abilities. Flying skills, being able to fly in the sky. It feels so good to show off. Lin Yao spent all the remaining skill points without hesitation and upgraded his flying skill to level 4. After reaching level 4, the flight time limit becomes 2 hours, which is enough for now. Lin Yao also used up the other mechanical magic stone without hesitation. Now his crossbow arrows were no longer as crystal clear as crystal, but were completely black, emitting a strange aura. After breakfast, when Lin Yao was about to go out to look for supplies, Fang Yi ran over in a hurry. Uncle, there are a lot of people at the door, saying they are looking for the Red Fox. I see that they look quite fierce. Oh, you're here just now? I see. Lin Yao was speechless. He thought Jin Shi would come early in the morning, but he had to wait until 10 o'clock. Xiaoxing, Chu, both of you come with me to meet him. Lin Yao called out and followed Fang Yi out. At this moment, at the entrance of Binhu Garden, Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant were staring at the marble at the entrance in a daze. Brother Xiang, we are not in the wrong place, are we? I remember this is called Binhu Garden. When did it become Diazation? Fire Leopard scratched his head and looked around. The name of Yu Xiang sounds very majestic, but he is actually a thin man. After hearing what Hua Bao said, he nodded solemnly. Yes, we are in the right place. This is the Red Fox base. It seems that Red Fox has found a big boss. Oh, why do you think so? Fire Leopard turned his head and asked. Yu Xiang pointed at the marble and said, Look, this piece of marble was cut by someone with a knife. Based on our understanding of the Red Fox base, they don't have anyone who is so good at using a knife. Fire Leopard walked to the marble, touched it, and nodded. Indeed, this cut is extremely smooth. To be able to have such a level, it must be the work of a level 2 psychic at least. That's why I say that the Red Fox is clinging to someone powerful, Yu Xiang sighed. However, Fire Leopard didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, Brother Xiang, don't let your imagination run wild. Even if Red Fox gets close to him, he's just a level 2 supernatural being who can use a knife. What kind of trouble can he cause in front of us two brothers? That's true. Yu Xiang's brows relaxed. Coincidentally, he met a young man with 2 stunning beauties. One of them was the Red Fox in their knowledge. As soon as Lin Yao came out, he bowed to them and said with a smile, Oh, you big brothers have come to visit us. I am sorry for not coming to greet you in person. At the same time, the skill of seeing through fire was activated. The Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant in front of him were level 2 psychics, and the other dozen or so brothers were all level 1 psychics. You dare to cause trouble to me with such a weak lineup? Fire Leopard ignored Lin Yao, stared at Li Xiaoxing and asked, Red Fox, is this the new boss you are following? Li Xiaoxing smiled coldly. Yes, this is my boss Lin Yao, and he is also my man. At the same time, he felt a little puzzled. With Lin Yao's strength, why should he be polite to these people? He could just kill them directly. As soon as Li Xiaoxing finished speaking, Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant frowned at the same time. Their boss, Golden Lion, had previously specifically said that Red Fox would be his woman sooner or later. Now a young man suddenly appeared. Isn't this trying to steal their boss's woman? Yixiang had been sizing up Lin Yao. He felt that he was just a freshman college student and didn't pose any threat. However, he still politely asked, "This is Boss Lin, right? Did you know that Red Fox was a subordinate of our boss Golden Lion? Aren't you afraid that Boss Golden Lion will come and cause trouble for you if you interfere?" Lin Yao clapped his hands upon hearing this and said helplessly, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. What kind of boss am I? I'm just a young man who just came to the big city from small place. I don't know what the two bosses are called yet. Shall we go in and have a chat?" The Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant looked at each other. Fire Leopard, Rain Elephant. After saying that, he signaled Lin Yao to lead the way. With their current strength, except for the Golden Lion base, they could basically walk around the Lake Mountain area without any fear. Come on, Boss Fire Leopard, Boss Rain Elephant, please come this way." Lin Yao hurriedly bowed and led the way. Seeing Lin Yao nodding and bowing, Li Xiaoxing felt numb. He whispered to Xiaojuan from behind, "What does he mean by this? Don't worry about him. He did it on purpose. He must be trying to trick people," Xiaojuan said with her hand covering her mouth and laughing softly. She had been in contact with Lin Yao for some time and knew that every time this guy pretended to be harmless, it was just a prelude to cheating someone. Lin Yao led Fire Leopard and his group to an empty villa and enthusiastically arranged for two people to sit down. "Juju, serve tea." After a while, Xiaojuan brought a few cups of tea obediently. Among them, when Huabao saw such a stunning beauty like Xiaojuan bringing tea to him, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. When he saw Xiaojuan's slender hand, he reached out and touched it. Xiaojuan is now a level 5 mutant. Although her physical fitness is not as great as that of the strength system, her physique has become much stronger and her reaction is also not bad. When she saw the dirty hands stretched out by the Fire Leopard, she quickly put down her tea and dodged. "Boss Hua, please enjoy your meal." Xiaojuan pretended not to see Huabao's hand, said that, and retreated behind Lin Yao. "Gulme, please have some tea, big guys." Lin Yao picked up the teacup and said to them enthusiastically, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, "Anyone who dares to tease our team is seeking death." Huabao didn't care that his dirty hands missed. He picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Yixiang was cautious and didn't touch the teacup. He asked Lin Yao solemnly, "Boss Lin, you can drink tea anytime, but we two brothers came here this time with a mission. We two brothers are here to ask you something under the order of Boss Jinshi. Are you sure that your Red Fox base is planning to break away from the jurisdiction of Boss Golden Lion?" Chapter 64. Conspiracy to Revolt. Lin Yao put down his teacup and sighed. "We naturally admire Boss Golden Lion. Everyone in the entire Hushan district knows that Boss Golden Lion is the strongest. But I did some calculations yesterday, and I felt something was wrong." "What's wrong?" Fire Leopard asked, crossing his legs. Lin Yao leaned closer to Huabao and the other man, and asked in a low voice, "May I ask you too, how does the Golden Lion boss rank in the entire Central Seoul City?" "More than 3,000. What's wrong?" Huabao answered without thinking, and expressed his confusion about Lin Yao's question. Lin Yao brought a piece of paper and a pen and asked, "The number of crystals that the two bosses need to hand over to the Golden Lion boss every day is fixed, right?" "Yes. There are 200 of them all." Huabao didn't understand and answered honestly. Lin Yao nodded and began to write and draw on the paper, explaining to them as he wrote. "Two big guys, please look. I've analyzed it. There are more than 20 small bases in our entire Hushan district. Each base has to hand in 200 crystals every day. That means more than 4,000 crystals a day. And the zombie outbreak has been going on for more than 20 days. If we count from when the base was first built, it's been about 15 days, which means the two bosses have already handed over 15 days worth of crystals. So, Boss Golden Lion has harvested more than 60,000 crystals in the past 15 days. This number should not be too far off. According to the default distribution method of our base, the base boss takes half for himself, and the remaining half is distributed to the people below. That is to say, Boss Golden Lion has absorbed more than 30,000 crystals in the past few days. With such a large number, even if we feed them to pigs, we can probably get a level 5 mutant pig. But the Golden Lion boss is still at level 3, even ranked over 3,000. Among the 11 districts in Central Seoul, The boss of one of them is not even ranked in the top 10, but ranked over 3,000. This is a bit unbelievable. So I'm wondering, where did all the crystals we handed in go? After Lin Yao said this, Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant fell into deep thought at the same time. They had never calculated this account before, but now that Lin Yao reminded them of this, they actually felt terrified when they thought about it. You mean our Golden Lion boss is a waste? Yu Xiang asked with cold eyes. Lin Yao shook his head. Of course I don't dare to speculate on the boss's thoughts casually, but this is unreasonable. Something is wrong. Fire Leopard scratched his head and even forgot the purpose of his coming here. Seeing that the two people had begun to waver, Lin Yao continued to add fuel to the fire. Do you two remember how many crystals you absorbed to reach level 2? Not many, just over 100 crystals, replied Yu Xiang, and Hua Bao nodded in agreement. Lin Yao clapped his hands. Yes. Everyone has upgraded to level 2 with more than 100 crystals. If my guess is correct, with a maximum of 1,000 crystals, we can upgrade to level 3. If it is 30,000 crystals, it should be at least level 4. Fire Leopard stood up and said in astonishment, Yes. So, if the crystals we handed over were absorbed by ourselves, we would have been upgraded to level 3 in these days. Do you two bosses think that we still need to rely on the Golden Lion boss? Lin Yao made the final decision. Yu Xiang hesitated and said, Maybe. Boss Jinshi has other difficulties. He has his reasons, so we don't have our reasons. Fire Leopard pounded the table in anger and said, Brother Xiang, I won't pretend with you anymore. We were developing well in our respective bases without interfering with each other, and suddenly a golden lion appeared and forced us to hand in crystals every day. I'm so worried that my hair has turned white. Thanks to Brother Lin's reminder, we now understand everything. This is not a solution. He, the golden lion, eats up all the crystals in the entire Lake Mountain area, but in the end he is still a piece of trash numbering over 3,000. I won't accept this. We have such a person suppressing us. I've decided, from now on, I won't give you any crystals you need to hand them over every day. 200 crystals, I would have already reached level 3 by absorbing them myself. Why would I be afraid of him? Brother Xiang, do you want to oppose it? Yu Xiang was still a little hesitant and asked Hua Bao, Fight back? That's easier said than done. If the Golden Lion comes knocking on our door tomorrow, with our current strength, we won't be his match, even if we join forces. Well damn, what should I do? Fire Leopard was stunned and felt a little troubled. Lin Yao calmly drank a sip of tea and said with a smile, With the strength of the two brothers, it may be a little difficult to resist the Golden Lion base. But what if we add the Bronze Wolf and us? Yes. How could I forget about the little wolf cub? Fire Leopard clapped his hands, thinking that this was really feasible. Yu Xiang stared at Lin Yao solemnly and asked, Speaking of which, I still don't know how Brother Lin's strength has improved since he took charge of this Red Fox base. Lin Yao smiled and said, To be honest, I'm also a level 2 psychic. Coincidentally, my sister is a level 2 power psychic. Together with my wife Red Fox, there are 3 level 2 psychics. What do you think of this strength, Boss Yu Xiang? Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant gasped at the same time. This time, the strength of the Red Fox base was no worse than any of theirs. Okay, then it's settled. From today on, our bases will form an alliance. I will contact Bronze Wolf right away. The 4 of us will join forces. Even if we can't defeat Golden Lion, we can at least deal with him for a few days. Once our ability level is raised, we won't have to be afraid of him anymore, Fire Leopard said with great ambition. Yu Xiang was still a little conflicted, but when he thought about not having a hand over the crystals in the future, he finally nodded and agreed to rebel. By the way, please turn around and leave. Don't act angry. And don't make our conversation known to anyone, Lin Yao reminded. Why? Fire Leopard was puzzled. Lin Yao smiled shyly and scratched his head. I am afraid too. It is still unknown whether Boss Bronze Wolf is willing or not. Our plan is only at the verbal stage. Once Boss Golden Lion finds out about our alliance plan, I will be the first to suffer. So I have to trouble the 2 bosses to put on a show and delay this as long as possible. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant nodded in agreement. Lin Yao was still an important part of their alliance, and they couldn't let him be defeated early. In that case, let's use tea instead of wine and wish both brothers all their wishes come true. Lin Yao picked up the teacup and toasted to the 2 of them. Ha ha! It's a great blessing for both of us brothers to meet Brother Lin today. Cheers! Hua Bao laughed and drank the tea in one gulp. Even the usually calm Yu Xiang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 65. How lonely it is to be invincible. After finishing their tea, Huobao and Yu Xiang knew it was time to leave and prepare to say goodbye to Lin Yao. By the way, Brother Lin, this beauty is... Fire Leopard stared at Zhou Chuchu again. Lin Yao suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, pulled Huobao, and said with a smile, "Oh, sorry to make you laugh, Brother Huobao. This is my other wife. My wife is not good-looking. How can she compare to the beauties in Brother Huobao's base?" Knowing that she was Lin Yao's woman, Huobao looked at Zhou Chuchu reluctantly. He almost blurted out asking Lin Yao to give this woman to him. "We are still in the alliance now, so it is really not appropriate for us to make trouble because of this matter. In that case, we'll take our leave." Yu Xiang stood up and bowed to Lin Yao in a very chivalrous manner. "Goodbye, two brothers." Lin Yao smiled back. As soon as they walked out of the door, Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant's expressions immediately turned into cursing, and they left with their confused subordinates. Li Xiaoxing watched the two people leave the community and asked in confusion, "Is that all? They agreed to rebel so easily? It's too easy." Lin Yao glanced at Zhou Chuchu imperceptibly and smiled slightly. "Of course, I used to be a salesperson, so I still have some good talking skills. In this base, except for the two sisters Wu Shuyan and Yu Qian, no one else knows what Zhou Chuchu's special ability is." Previously, Zhou Chuchu's ability was mind reading. Later, when it was upgraded to level 4, she already had the ability to read memories. Now that it has been upgraded to level 5, she has a new ability, mental influence. Under the influence of Zhou Chuchu's mind, Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant were easily fooled by Lin Yao. Otherwise, as the boss of a base, even if Lin Yao was good at talking, it would still be difficult to expect them to rebel. Li Xiaoxing believed it and asked again, "Then why did you go through so much trouble? With the current strength of our base, let alone the Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant, we don't have to be afraid even if the Golden Lion and the Bronze Wolf come to kill us together." Lin Yao sat back on the sofa and said, "Because I'm bored." "Is it that simple?" Li Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. What kind of reason was this? Lin Yao nodded without further explanation. In fact, he also wanted to know where all the crystals that Golden Lion had made were used. Was it possible that it had something to do with the official organization of the psychics? That was why he did not just push it out directly. And he didn't lie. After leaving the mall, he realized that the psychics in the outside world were too weak and did not pose any challenge to him. He had to find something to do. How lonely it is to be invincible. Li Xiaoxing asked again, "What should we do next? Should we really form an alliance with them to fight against the Golden Lion? What are you thinking? Let them fight each other. I don't want to get involved," Lin Yao sneered. Li Xiaoxing felt that her brain was not enough. She couldn't understand Lin Yao's operation at all. Lin Yao laughed and scolded. "What? Go. Call everyone. We should go out to work." Li Xiaoxing went out with a puzzled look on his face. "Let's go. Choo-choo, it's time for us to get busy," Lin Yao shouted without turning his head and prepared to go out. However, Zhou Chuchu did not move and kept staring at Lin Yao from behind. "What's wrong?" Lin Yao turned around in confusion. Why was this girl staring at him and not leaving? Zhou Chuchu came to Lin Yao with a sweet smile and asked, "How did you introduce me just now?" Lin Yao thought about it and realized that he seemed to have said that Zhou Chuchu was his woman just now. Was this girl unhappy? Chuchu, I didn't mean it. I just said that to get rid of Fire Leopard." Lin Yao raised his hands in surrender. "Oomph. You said I'm ugly, and I got angry." Zhou Chuchu pouted. Lin Yao scratched the back of his head. "Then, how do you want me to compensate you?" Zhou Chuchu's eyes rolled, and her face blushed as she said, Unless you admit that what you just said was true." "What really? What did you mean?" Lin Yao reacted at this moment and stared at Zhou Chuchu with wide eyes. "It turns out this girl also wants to be my wife." Zhou Chuchu blushed and nodded. Lin Yao was so excited that he pulled her with his big hand. Amid Zhou Chuchu's exclamation, he pulled her over and kissed her hard. "You girl, why didn't you just tell me earlier if you liked me?" Zhou Chuchu felt her heart pounding. "Humph! Who told you, a blockhead, to be blind all this time?" "Ha ha! It's my fault. Let me make it up to you tonight." Lin Yao smiled evilly. "But now we have to quickly build a defense line to kill zombies in the square next door." After returning to the Fire Leopard base, Fire Leopard asked Wang Han again and found that Wang Han had not returned yet. He could not help but curse fiercely. This damn bastard will not really be eaten by zombies. Fire Leopard was pacing around in the room anxiously. Now that Wang Han was gone, His base had lost a large number of capable assistants. The amount of zombies he could kill every day became even less, so the number of crystals he could harvest was also less. Fortunately, he has already planned to rebel. Otherwise, 200 crystals a day would be a huge burden for him. But now, he had to hurry up and go find Bronze Wolf. So he ordered his men not to disturb him while he was resting in the room. Fire Leopard found a chance and sneaked out of the room. Fire Leopard sneaked out of the base, found an abandoned vehicle on the road, and drove to the Bronze Wolf base. At this time in the Bronze Wolf base, all of his men were sent out by Bronze Wolf to investigate the cause of Taigo's death, leaving only Bronze Wolf himself and a group of logistics personnel. Fire Leopard nimbly climbed over the wall and entered the Bronze Wolf base. Seeing that the defense of the Bronze Wolf base was so weak, he was confused for a moment, but he still secretly found the Bronze Wolf who was using the toilet. "Oh my God, Fire Leopard, how did you get here?" Bronze Wolf was speechless. He had never seen anyone break into someone else's toilet. "Didn't you see that I was peeing?" Fire Leopard jumped into the toilet lightly, glanced at Bronze Wolf, and gestured for silence. "I came here secretly. I have something to discuss with you." Tongling pulled up his pants and asked in confusion, "What's going on so mysteriously?" Fire Leopard pointed at Bronze Wolf's pants and said, "You didn't close the door." Tongling hurriedly zipped up his pants. It felt really fucked up to be blocked in the bathroom by a man who told him that his zipper was not zipped up. Fire Leopard listened around vigilantly, and after finding that no one was nearby, he told Bronze Wolf about his rebellion plan. 10 minutes later, "Then it's settled." Fire Leopard happily shook hands with Bronze Wolf and went out of the toilet again. As soon as the Fire Leopard disappeared, the Bronze Wolf's smiling face immediately turned into a playful one. "I really doubt how you can be the boss of the base. Also, the Red Fox base has a new boss. I need to discuss this with the Golden Lion boss." Chapter 66 Brother is just a legend. In the afternoon, Lin Yao asked Wu Shuyan, Zhou Chuchu, and Yu Qian to stay at the base to look after the house, and stayed in the square with the other women and the braised large intestine team. The entire square is very large, and it took them several hours to set up a defense line. According to Lin Yao's estimation, it would be no problem for this square to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. "Lin Yao, why did you put them there?" Red Fox hid in the bunker, looking at his former subordinates, 2 of whom were tied up in the middle of the square. "Just as bait," Lin Yao said nonchalantly, quietly watching the time. According to calculations, Su Qingyan should have lured the zombies here soon. The Red Fox was stunned and instantly understood the meaning of the bait. He couldn't help but plead with Lin Yao. "After all, they were all my subordinates." Lin Yao. But Lin Yao directly reached out to stop her. "Don't beg for mercy. None of your subordinates are good people. They coveted your sisters yesterday. Why do you still keep such subordinates if someone covets your beauty one day? Will you be willing to let them go?" Red Fox was speechless. In order to make the base stronger, she did not carefully select her subordinates. After gaining power, these people became lawless. If it were not for her and Xiaojuan who suppressed them with hard power, these people would have attacked them sooner or later. Lin Yao patted the Red Fox's head, signaling her to concentrate because the zombies were coming. Boom! At the entrance of the square, countless densely packed zombies began to pour into the square. After seeing living people, these zombies sprinted quickly as if they had taken stimulants. This is too many." Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing began to tremble at the same time. There were so many zombies that they couldn't even see the end of them. They couldn't help but start to worry about their own safety. Lin Yao signaled them to be quiet and watched as countless zombies overwhelmed the 2 baits, waiting patiently. A few minutes later, the zombies finally filled the entire square. At Lin Yao's command, Yu Xian jumped onto the platform and used his supernatural powers on the countless zombies below. With the help of the bow, Yu Xian was able to control her ultrasonic abilities more easily and with less effort. Seeing that all the zombies were shocked and stood still, Lin Yao waved his hand, and everyone except Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing revealed their figures and began to kill the zombies with their own magical powers. "Zombies, can you kill them like this?" The Red Fox opened its mouth wide, looking at the zombies falling down in large numbers, feeling somewhat unbelievable. Before, when they killed zombies, they would sneak out secretly and kill any lone zombies they saw. If there were zombies gathered in groups, they would carefully separate the zombies and defeat them one by one. Look now, thousands of zombies are standing there in a daze like lambs to be slaughtered, waiting to be harvested by Lin Yao and others. This gap is too big. For Yu Xian, who already has level 5 supernatural powers, it is no problem for the ultrasonic wave to continue for half an hour. And half an hour is enough for Lin Yao and his men to kill all the zombies present several times. Li Xiaoxing shook her dazed head and jumped out hurriedly, throwing the flying knives in her hand one after another. When she finished killing dozens of zombies in front of her and wanted to help continue killing, she saw that all the zombies had been killed. Too fast. It lasted less than 3 minutes in total. Lin Yao leisurely shot crossbow arrows, and more than 2,000 zombies had been killed. Red Fox rushed out and looked at the densely packed zombie corpses, all of which were pierced with crossbow arrows, indicating that most of them were killed by Lin Yao. He couldn't help but stare at his back in a daze. Too powerful. Is he really a level 4 mutant? I have never seen such a strong level 4 psychic. Red Fox even suspects that if Lin Yao goes to the official organization of psychics to participate in the assessment, he will be able to take the top spot without any suspense and become the strongest person in Zhonghan City. Brother Liu, the rest is up to you. After Lin Yao confirmed that there were no living zombies, he turned to Lu Desheng and gave instructions. Lu Desheng nodded and waved his hand, and Feng Yi and Lu Tian, together with a group of female subordinates, began to dig crystals. As for Lin Yao, he sat calmly on the platform and smoked. Lin Yao, you are so awesome. Are you really just a level 4 psychic? The Red Fox ran over with a flushed face. Li Xiaoxing next to him also had green eyes. Lin Yao's strength was far beyond her imagination. If they knew that Lin Yao once killed more than 6,000 zombies with one move, they would probably be even more excited. Lin Yao exhaled a puff of cigarette and looked at the two women. He finally straightened them out. Before, these two women were both lesbians. How could they understand the joy of complementarity between men and women? Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Lin Yao smiled slightly. It was not until sunset that the braised large intestine team came over with several bags of crystals. Brother Lin, we have obtained a total of 2,413 crystals today, including 34 level 2 crystals, and the rest are all level 1 crystals. Lu Desheng placed the crystals in front of Lin Yao. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing felt a little dizzy as they looked at the randomly placed crystals. Today's harvest was equivalent to the work of their entire base in more than 10 days. The gap was shameful. Well, Brother Liu, you have worked hard. This is yours. Lin Yao nodded and gave 20 of the crystals to Lu Desheng. Lu Desheng took it happily, and Lin Yao generously gave him 20 of the level 2 crystals so that they didn't suffer any loss. Brother Liu, you can consider hiring some people. The efficiency of digging crystals is still a bit low. Lin Yao stood up, patted his butt, and said to Lu Desheng. Lu Desheng looked embarrassed and complained to Lin Yao. I know that too, but Brother Lin didn't leave much food for our team, and I'm worried. Lin Yao patted Lu Desheng on the shoulder and pointed at the amazing space base in the distance and said, Brother Liu, look, our base is backed by mountains on one side and lakes on the other. There's a large area behind it that can be used to grow food, fruits, and vegetables. Isn't there a woman in your base who has the ability to make plants grow? Why not use her? In the early stages, I can continue to supply you with supplies and fruit and vegetable seeds until the food and crops are mature, and then you can be self-sufficient. When the fresh vegetables are harvested, we'll split them 50 to 50. Lu Desheng's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? By the way, Brother Lin, how come you know more about our team's abilities than I do? Lin Yao rolled his eyes and said, You wouldn't take those women in just to satisfy your physical needs, would you? Brother Liu, you're not young anymore. Take care of yourself. Isn't it that my ability is a bit special? My body can hold on. Besides, I learned this from Brother Lin. Haha. Lu Desheng's thoughts were exposed, but he didn't feel shy at all. Lin Yao said that what you said makes a lot of sense, and I was speechless. Chapter 67 Double Agent. After digging up the crystals, Lin Yao took the opportunity to check his harvest. More than 1,900 zombies died from his crossbow arrows today, including the 34 level 2 zombies. He gained 4,480 skill points, and now his skill points have reached more than 5,000. Of course, he was also given a lot of attribute points, more than 400 attribute points directly, which he added to the 4 basic attributes respectively, and he even had the leisure to add 10 points of charm. Now that all the basic attributes have exceeded 300, Lin Yao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power, and nodded with satisfaction. Now, he is already a strong and elegant man just by relying on his physical strength. Back at the villa, Feng Ying came back early and prepared dinner. At the dinner table, Lin Yao distributed all the crystals for the day. Among them, Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing looked at the bag of crystals in front of them and were afraid to reach out. What? You two don't want it. Lin Yao looked at the two country bumpkins' eyes and wanted to laugh. Yes, yes, yes. The two girls hurriedly hugged the crystal in their arms, fearing that Lin Yao would not give it to them. After dinner, Lin Yao took a shower and lay on the bed happily watching a movie. Fortunately, Zhou Chuchu usually had a hobby of watching movies, and the USB flash drive at home was full of various movies. Not long after, Zhou Chuchu opened his door with a blushing face. You're here to watch the movie too. Come and sit down. Lin Yao smiled and patted the seat next to him. In the evening, after a busy day, Golden Lion returned to the Golden Lion base with a gloomy face. During the day, he was invited by the official organization of the Supernatural to participate in the meeting of the district bosses in Central Seoul. Because of his weak strength, he was ridiculed by the bosses of all parties at the meeting. Even the servants of the bosses of other districts looked at him with contempt. Oof. If I didn't have to support a group of zombies, would I have to look at your faces? Jean Sure cursed inwardly and returned to the villa. Only a few of his direct descendants knew that he was raising zombies, so now was not the time to publicize it. Inside the villa, Bronze Wolf had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Golden Lion coming back, he hurried forward and said, "Boss, you are finally back." Huh? Why are you here? What's the matter? Jean Sure was a little confused. The Bronze Wolf sat next to the Golden Lion and looked around. The Golden Lion understood what he meant and drove all the servants out. Boss, this is what's going on. Today, Huobao suddenly came to me and said that he and Yuxiang were plotting a rebellion, said Tong Lang in a low voice. Rebellion? Just the two of them. Jean Sure was a little surprised. Are these two guys so bold? Can't you figure out your own strengths? Tong Lang continued. Not only that, didn't you send them to the Red Fox base today? Judging from the situation, they discussed this with the new boss of the Red Fox base. Oh, what do you mean, the Red Fox base has a new boss? Asked Jean Sure. Tong Lang nodded and said, I asked someone to check this afternoon. Now the Red Fox base has been renamed the Jiaozhatian base. The new boss is a young man who suddenly appeared. His name is Lin Yao. Lin Yao. Jean Sure thought about it, but had no impression of him at all. Judging from the situation, he should not be the strong man on the list. Then the Golden Lion glanced at the Bronze Wolf and said with a smile, The Fire Leopard is looking for you today just to recruit you to join the rebellion. Bronze Wolf also laughed. Yeah, this idiot. He dared to try to get me to join his gang without knowing anything about our relationship. He really doesn't even know how he died. The Golden Lion and the Bronze Wolf laughed at the same time. Cousin, how are they planning to rebel? Golden Lion rubbed his hands ready to fight. Since these two guys were preparing to rebel, there was no need to be polite. He could kill them and take over their people and supplies. The Golden Lion base would become even stronger. They're planning to cut off the supply of crystals and try to delay for a few days to upgrade themselves to level 3 supernatural powers. By then, they will have the strength to compete with my cousin, Bronze Wolf said in a low voice. That's it, the Golden Lion sneered. He thought Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant had some brilliant ideas, but it turned out to be just this. Bronze Wolf nodded. That's it, cousin, what should we do next? Jean Sure leaned back on the sofa and thought for a while. Send these two guys over tomorrow and tell them I have plans. Catch the leader first. Once we get rid of them, I will lead my men to take over their base. I just heard that Fire Leopard has recently stockpiled a lot of fuel, and Rain Elephant has also emptied a farmer's market. These are necessary supplies for the end of the world. I have to thank them in advance. Thank you for taking the trouble to make another trip for this matter, cousin. You should pretend that you really have plans, so that they won't see through you. Bronze Wolf asked again, What about the Red Fox base? How should we deal with it? The Golden Lion sneered disdainfully. The Red Fox before and the current Lin Yao are trash that can't even make it to the rankings. They're not to be feared. I will go find them after I deal with the Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant first. Tong Lang stood up and clasped his hands together. In that case, cousin, I will go. The Golden Lion nodded and waved to let him leave, but he didn't notice that after the Bronze Wolf turned around, a sneer flashed across his lips. An hour later, the Bronze Wolf arrived at the Fire Leopard base. Bao reluctantly climbed up from the tall woman and came to the reception room. When he saw that it was Tong Lang who came, he quickly waved away the servants. It's bad, Fire Leopard. It seems that the Golden Lion knows about our rebellion. Anxiety appeared on the Bronze Wolf's face. Bao was stunned and asked in surprise, How did he know? How did you know? Tong Lang said anxiously. How do I know how he knew this? Is it possible that one of your men leaked the news? He suddenly called me over tonight and asked me to inform you that there are plans for tomorrow. But from the way he looked, this is obviously a Hongmin banquet. Fire Leopard was getting a little anxious now. They had just fooled the people who came from Golden Lion Base to receive the crystals today, and Golden Lion knew about it now. It was too fast. Then what should we do? Huobao was a little at a loss for a moment. Don't be anxious, Brother Fire Leopard. We need to discuss this matter carefully. Call Brother Yuxiang over as well. He is always the calmest. Bronze Wolf looked down on Fire Leopard's mentality, as he got flustered so easily. Huobao nodded hurriedly. You are right. I will send someone to invite Boss Yuxiang over now. After saying that, he hurried out to call for help. The next day, Lin Yao got up full of energy, covered Zhou Chuchu with a quilt, and went out. Zhou Chuchu's feelings for him were beyond Lin Yao's imagination. Last night, Zhou Chuchu's loyalty directly rose to 100, which was the fastest one. Now he had 2 more system lottery draws on hand. After going downstairs, he gained 4,000 skill points thanks to Chu Wenwen's luck, and his skill points reached 9,000. Chapter 68, Saving the Beautiful Teacher. After breakfast, Lin Yao took the crystal shell to find Su Qinyan. After arranging the killing of zombies in the afternoon, he started wandering around as it was still early. There's still a lot of zombies in this area, but they are concentrated in various residential areas, leaving the streets empty. Occasionally 1 or 2 zombies rush out, but they no longer pose much of a threat to those with special abilities. After walking for half an hour, Lin Yao was speechless. The convenience store had been completely ransacked, and even the gas station was out of fuel. He guessed that all the fuel had been taken away by the people from the Fire Leopard base. There's a school here. In front of Lin Yao was a high school. From afar, he could see many zombies wandering in the playground. Lin Yao was too lazy to kill them. It would be too troublesome to dig crystals after killing them. So he just transformed into a zombie and walked in, turning on mental detection. The entire teaching building, cafeteria, and student dormitory building were deserted, and even the supplies had all rotted. When Lin Yao was about to leave in disappointment, he suddenly stopped. There are living people in the teacher's dormitory building. According to Lin Yao's spiritual detection, this is still a top-notch beauty teacher, and the evaluation is at least an A+. And the beautiful teacher is in trouble now. On the top floor of the teacher's dormitory, several strong male students were blocking a door and shouting to the inside. Teacher Shun, we have some questions to ask you about study. Why don't you open the door? After saying this, several male students burst into lewd laughter. A female voice came from the door and said coldly, Zhou Feng, do you still have any shame? My husband and I took you in out of kindness, but you actually... After saying this, the sound of crying was heard. The student named Zhou Feng showed no guilt at all. He tilted his head back and smiled. You were talking about Teacher Wang. I am also very sorry about what happened to Teacher Wang. We just said we wanted to get closer to Teacher Shun, but he wanted to beat us. Teacher Shun, how can a teacher corporally punish students? Look, we accidentally killed Teacher Wang. You are all bastards, the female voice inside cursed. Zhou Feng continued shamelessly. Yes, we are all bastards, but as a teacher, Mr. Shun, you have the responsibility to teach students to walk the right path, don't you think? The other boys laughed and answered, yes. Zhou Feng turned around and continued to shout at the door. Look, Teacher Shun, we all know our mistakes and have repented. Just open the door. I promise you, as long as you are willing to open the door, we brothers will listen to your teachings and be good students who love our teacher. Several other boys also made jokes. Yes, Mr. Shun, we will definitely take good care of you. You fat guy. How are you going to protect the teacher? How can I protect it? Of course he. Hey, fatty, you're so dirty. Stop pretending. Do you have other ideas? Hey, me too. Several boys were making obscene jokes, so unscrupulously that Shun Tong in the room turned blue with anger. She and her fiancé are colleagues. They met at school. One is a famous teacher in the whole high school, responsible for teaching physics, and the other is Teacher Wang, who has the potential to become the youngest dean of studies. They spend every day together, fall in love with each other, and soon decide to get married. On the day when the zombie virus broke out, these students were chased by zombies and fled everywhere. They happened to escape to this teacher's dormitory building. Shun Tong and Teacher Wang, who happened to be taking a break, took responsibility for taking care of the students' food and daily life. Several students were originally grateful to the 2 teachers until that day when they awakened their special powers. After possessing superpowers, the mentality of several students changed instantly. After working together to kill the zombies in the dormitory building, they began to set their sights on Tong, the flower of teachers. At the beginning, they were still somewhat restrained, but as time went by, they began to look at Tong with lustful eyes without any concealment. If the two teachers had not also awakened their special powers, making them a little worried about being killed in return, they would have used force long ago, until they took the opportunity to kill Teacher Wang. Now only the beautiful Tong is left. To them, isn't she a lamb to be slaughtered? Several people have been standing outside the door without any hurry. They have enough patience. Miss Shun has finished her food. Today is already the 5th day. Sooner or later, they will not be able to stop her. Lin Yao monitored their entire conversation. After cursing heartless and treacherous, he emerged from the corridor. Huh, who are you? Where did you come from? Zhou Feng was joking with others when he suddenly saw a living person rushing out of the corridor. He couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. There are obviously still a lot of zombies downstairs. Hasn't the entire dormitory building been occupied by them? Lin Yao directly used the immobilization spell to freeze them. They were just a bunch of little trash with level 1 abilities. Lin Yao didn't even bother to look at them. He walked straight to the door and pushed it open. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared from the room and struck him directly in the face. Lin Yao was stunned for a moment and dodged by tilting his head. Tong in the room felt hopeless. She was too hungry to send out a second bolt of lightning. She sat down on the ground with a kitchen knife against her neck. Tong was also stunned when he saw that the person who came in was a strange young man. Tong, female, 25 years old. Lightning level 1. Can launch a bolt of lightning. This ability is very powerful. This is one of the strongest abilities in the offensive system. No wonder those students didn't dare to force their way in. Who are you? Tong asked nervously, and at the same time she saw the students standing motionless outside the door. Lin Yao touched his nose, looked at the beautiful female teacher with a proud figure and a beautiful face, and said with a smile, As for me, I'm the one who came to save you on the colorful cloud. Tong was stunned. How can you still have the mind to joke at such a tense moment? What happened to them? Tong moved the kitchen knife slightly away from his neck and looked at the students outside. Oh, they're immobilized by me. Don't be afraid. If I have any ill intentions towards you, you can't move now, Lin Yao said casually after looking around the dormitory environment. Seeing that Lin Yao really seemed to have no ill will towards him, Tong heaved a sigh of relief, put down the kitchen knife, and looked at Lin Yao, who was looking around carefully. You are not from our school. How did you get here? Lin Yao smiled and said, Come over here. Chapter 69, Don't be afraid, classmates. I'm here. Tong was stunned for a moment. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. You walked over here? Have the zombies outside retreated? Oh, not really. There are quite a lot. Lin Yao said with a smile. Tong's face froze. Then how did you get here? Lin Yao laughed. Because I'm strong. Tong felt that his brain circuit could no longer keep up with this person. Lin Yao stood up and said, Okay, see if there's anything else you want to pick up here. If not, then follow me. This woman must be adopted. Besides being beautiful, she can also tutor Xiaojuan and her future children. Even in the end times, children still need to study hard. Tong frowned and asked, Go with you? Where to? Go to my base and be my woman. Lin Yao did not hide his intentions at all. Tong immediately put the kitchen knife against his neck and said coldly, Don't even think about it. I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you are just like those bad students. Lin Yao smiled and said, It's different, teacher. You blame me wrongly. First, I won't be as crazy as them and prepare so many people to play with you. From now on, I will be your only man. Second, your ability is great. I can help you upgrade it so that you can control your own destiny without being threatened by anyone. Third, I have food, electricity, and air conditioning. I can assure you that life safety is not an issue every day. Beautiful teacher, would you please think about it? I will come over and ask you later. After saying that, he let Tong calm down by himself, then turned around and walked out the door, releasing the control of those students. Several students felt that their bodies and mouths could move, and they all gathered together and trembled. This man's superpowers were too terrifying, and they didn't even have the thought of resisting. You guys follow me. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Yao sneered and walked towards the corridor first. Several people looked at each other and could only follow Lin Yao. After leaving the dormitory building, the wandering zombies began to rush towards them. Several boys were frightened and tried to hide in the dormitory building. Don't be afraid. Classmates, I'm here. Lin Yao stopped them from running away like a gentle teacher, and countless crossbow arrows began to shoot the zombies that were running towards them. He is too strong. Zhou Feng felt his legs shaking, but seeing Lin Yao standing alone like a god of war, all the zombies rushing up were shot dead by him before they got within 5 meters. This is a god of war. Several boys quickly forgot about Lin Yao's terrifying power and watched him slaughter everyone with admiration in their eyes. There were more than 3,000 zombies in the entire school. Lin Yao killed his way to the playground, and his crossbow arrows mercilessly harvested the lives of the zombies. In the dormitory, Shentong was struggling with his thoughts. Hearing the noise outside, he hurried to the corridor. When he saw Lin Yao killing people, he was stunned for a moment. This man was calm and powerful. He led his students leisurely among the zombies. He was clean and tidy. In Shentong's eyes, Lin Yao looked like he was dancing an elegant dance. Unconsciously, Shentong's face turned a little red. Being his woman seems not bad. On the playground, as the last zombie fell, Lin Yao stopped firing his crossbow. Go, dig out the crystals in the zombies' heads. Lin Yao threw out a few knives and gloves and ordered the boys. This is too bloody. I won't do it. The fat man shook his head and refused. Lin Yao's face turned cold. You guys don't really think that I was protecting you and taking you out for a trip just now, right? Call out. Lin Yao showed no mercy and shot the fat man to death with a crossbow arrow. He said coldly to the remaining people, "What about you? Can you do it?" The others finally remembered Lin Yao's fear, shook their heads hurriedly, put on gloves in a hurry, and tried to dig crystals while suppressing their nausea. These students still don't know that there are crystals in the zombies' heads, let alone the function of the crystals. They're only concerned with following Lin Yao's orders. This wave of campus zombies allowed him to gain more than 6,000 skill points and more than 400 attribute points. Lin Yao was very satisfied. Now he had free labor to help dig crystals. He was so comfortable. While Lin Yao was directing them to dig for crystals, Fire Leopard, Bronze Wolf, and Rain Elephant, along with their own direct subordinates, came to the Golden Lion base. The three of them looked at each other, nodded imperceptibly, and came to the villa where Golden Lion was. Boss! As soon as the Bronze Wolf came in, he winked at the Golden Lion, called him boss, and sat aside carelessly. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant felt a little guilty, but they still called out boss and sat aside. Jinshi nodded, as if nothing had happened, served each of the three people a cup of tea, and sat down at the main seat with a smile. Call a few brothers over. It's nothing big. It's just me, brother. I went to a meeting yesterday. A meeting led by the official organization of superpowers, with all the district bosses in Central Seoul participating. Tong Lang asked at the right time. Then, boss, you asked us to come here because of this meeting? Jinshi took a sip of tea and said with a smile, yes. The content of this meeting is mainly to determine the future distribution of power in Central Seoul and the allocation of zombies. At this meeting, several other district bosses expressed their intention to adjust their power structure. I thought about it and found that what they said made sense, so I also plan to adjust the distribution of power in our Hushan district. Then there's the issue of zombie distribution. The result of the meeting is that each area can only kill zombies in the area it is responsible for and must not cross the boundary. Otherwise, other areas can directly kill those who cross the boundary. Our Hushan district has the weakest overall strength. In addition, this area is vast and sparsely populated, so the number of zombies is the least. The days ahead will only get harder and harder. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant frowned at the same time. Boss, I feel like this is targeting our Hushan district. Jinshi sighed and said with a look of disappointment on his face, yeah, who made me? Your boss, the weakest among the bosses of several districts. The people below all lowered their heads. It was okay to say this behind someone's back, but it would be better not to express any opinion in person. A cold light flashed in Jinshi's eyes, and then he smiled and said, let's not worry about the distribution of zombies. Even if there are fewer zombies in Hushan district, it is enough for us to continue killing for a long time. Now I mainly announce our force structure adjustment plan. The three fire leopards then raised their heads and looked at the Golden Lion with confusion. Chapter 70 Golden Lion's Plan. The Golden Lion cleared his throat, stood up, and said, I plan to gather the core forces of all your bases together. Our forces are too dispersed at the moment. Our people are a mixed bag, and we are perfunctory in handing over the crystals every day. If this continues, our Hushan district will never be able to make a breakthrough in the entire Zhonghan city. So you all bring your base personnel to the Golden Lion base, including the other 20 or so small bases below. We will unite them into a whole, and I will make unified orders and arrangements, dividing them into the Material Department, Combat Department, and Labor Department. Of course, you three brothers are still my right-hand men, and you three will be the heads of my three departments. As soon as these words were spoken, the three fire leopards showed expressions of horror at the same time. Golden Lion was planning to directly swallow up their base forces. Although they were subordinates of the Golden Lion base before, they only had a hand over the crystals, and the three of them could still be their own kings of the mountain. Now, it is equivalent to directly emptying their assets and using them all to strengthen the Golden Lion. The title of minister is a high-ranking and powerful position, but for the three of them, it is just a nominal position. They have no power at all. The entire base is based on Golden Lion's orders. How can they have any say? No. Boss, after this adjustment, our strength is gathered together, but cannot cover the entire Lake Mountain area. Fire Leopard quickly jumped out to refute. Yu Xiong also nodded in agreement. Boss, this is indeed not conducive to the development of our entire Hushan district. If we gather everyone here and go out every day to find supplies and kill zombies, the time spent on the road alone will be too much. Golden Lion poured himself a cup of tea, raised his head, and stared at Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant seriously, and said with a smile, I understand your concerns. Actually, your concerns are only in the early stages. Think about it. Once our forces are gathered, there will be more fighters who can kill zombies every day, and naturally the number of zombies we can kill will also increase. In this way, we will clear the streets around the Golden Lion base. I believe it will only take a while, and our travel will no longer be a problem, and there will naturally be no problem of wasting time. The Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant lowered their heads at the same time, with cold light flashing in their eyes. The Golden Lion is determined to swallow them up. Brother Bronze Wolf, what do you think? Golden Lion ignored the expressions of Fire Leopard and the other man and turned to ask Bronze Wolf. Copper Wolf tilted his head and pondered for a while, then said seriously, I think what Boss Golden Lion said makes sense. The Golden Lion base is located in the center of Lake Mountain area. If we can gather our strength, even if we face other areas in the future, we won't be defeated one by one. Ha ha ha. It's still Brother Tong Lang who understand what I mean. Come on, let's use tea instead of wine and have a drink first. Golden Lion laughed and raised his teacup and clinked it with Tong Lang. Yu Xiong let out a long breath and asked, May I ask, Boss Jean Sure, after we have taken over all our bases, what should we do with our men? A smile flashed across the corner of Jean Sure's mouth. Of course, they are assigned to different departments according to their abilities, so that everyone can do their job and everything can be put to good use. This means that their direct lineage will also be dispersed. It seems that you are forcing us to rebel. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant thought at the same time in their hearts. The whole villa was silent. The Golden Lion was drinking tea by himself, as if it was some kind of delicacy. The Bronze Wolf drank with the Golden Lion from time to time, and they smiled at each other. The Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant would occasionally look at each other, as if they were communicating something. A depressing atmosphere was brewing. Jean Sure finished a pot of tea, put the cup heavily on the table, and asked Hua Bao and Yu Xiong, What do you think, brothers? Do you have any questions? Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant looked at each other, stood up and bowed, saying, Since Boss Golden Lion has ordered us to do so, then we will not be polite. In a flash, the Fire Leopard took action. A huge flame suddenly emerged from his hand and was thrown straight towards the Golden Lion's face. Yu Xiong was also rude. A short dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the Golden Lion's waist from another direction. Although they attacked suddenly, the Golden Lion was prepared. When he saw the fireball and dagger coming towards him, a sneer flashed across his lips, and his entire huge body fell backwards, narrowly avoiding the first wave of attacks from the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant. What a fast speed! The Fire Leopard and the Rain Elephant were startled at the same time and shouted to the Bronze Wolf who had been hiding on the side, Let's do it together! However, the Bronze Wolf did not move and drank his tea by himself, saying, What are you doing? Are you sparring with the Golden Lion boss? I won't participate. Damn it. Did you betray me? Hua Bao couldn't help cursing. They had agreed before that the three of them would act together, but this guy actually changed his mind at the last minute. Now their situation became a little difficult. but the arrow has been put on the string and has to be shot. There is no turning back now that the action has been taken. The fire leopard and the rain elephant looked at each other and rushed towards the golden lion again. Treason? Where do you come from? I didn't do anything. Bronze Wolf had a playful smile on his face. The fire leopard and rain elephant now had no time to care about him. They gritted their teeth and besieged the golden lion together. As long as they killed the golden lion, everything would be fine. The golden lion dodged the two men's attacks like he was strolling in the garden, laughing as he fought. How dare you two come and kill me? Who gave you the courage? After saying that, the fist in his hands suddenly turned golden and hit the fire leopard and rain elephant in the stomach at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Puff! The two men spat out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time and were knocked back by the punch. The golden lion's special ability is that parts of its body can turn into gold, and its physical attack power is amazing. We can't delay any longer. Xiaojuan had already heard the footsteps coming from outside. If they were surrounded by the people from the golden lion base, then it would be difficult to even touch the golden lion, let alone capture it. With a determined heart, Xiaojuan took out a water bag from his back, threw it on the ground, and smashed it, and the water flowed all over the floor. The rain elephant's special ability is to control water. When a special ability is activated, the water on the ground floats in the air and turns into small water droplets. Go! Xiaojuan pointed his finger, and dense swarms of small water droplets rushed towards the golden lion. Looking at the small water droplets that were like bullets, the golden lion was not panicked at all. His whole body turned golden, and the water droplets hit his skin with tinkling sounds. After all the water droplets were launched, the golden lion was unharmed. He smashed the fireball thrown by the fire leopard with a punch, and then turned back to normal skin. Is this all you have? Jean sure sneered. He was ready to kill. However, Xiaojuan also sneered at the same time. Yeah. Chapter 71. Reversal and Reversal. As Xiaojuan finished speaking, Jean Shure's expression suddenly changed. He felt an itch on his body, which was very wrong. He looked down and saw that his skin was beginning to rot. His eyes widened immediately. Is the water poisonous? That's right. Xiaojuan laughed. It was unknown what kind of poison this was, but the skin and flesh on the golden lion's body had begun to fall off piece by piece. It felt extremely itchy, and the golden lion couldn't help but scratch himself. But the more he scratched, the more it itchy became. Jean sure couldn't help but ask anxiously, what kind of poison is this? Why is it so strong? Xiaojuan and Hua Bao supported each other and said with a smile, there is a chemistry talent in our base. His awakened ability is to make poisons. I have never told you about this because I was thinking that it would be useful someday. I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Jean sure was a little frightened. It turned out that these two people had been on guard against him so early. Now, all he could do was to get rid of these two people as soon as possible and then go to the Xiaojuan base to detoxify. Oof. This poison is powerful, but wanting to kill me is a bit unrealistic. The golden lion snorted coldly, and his skin turned golden. Sure enough, as the superpower was activated, the decay rate of the toxin slowed down a lot. The golden lion rushed towards the wide-eyed fire leopard and rain elephant with a grim smile on his face and directly formed his palms into knives and knocked them both unconscious. The situation turned around quickly, and the men outside only arrived late after Golden Lion dealt with them. Tie up these two men and throw them in a building 29. Jean Sure took a deep breath and ordered his men. The men hurriedly found ropes, tied up the fire leopard and the rain elephant, and took them away. Bang, bang, bang. The applause of Tong Lang came from behind. As expected of my cousin, you easily solved the two level 2 mutants by yourself. I really don't need to intervene. Jean Sure rolled his eyes and said, why didn't you help me just now? How could I be poisoned if the two of us brothers attacked together? Tong Lang surrendered. Cousin, you have wronged me. I wanted to see your peerless demeanor, but I didn't expect these two people to be so unethical and actually poisoned you. All right. Let's hurry to the rain elephant base and find the psychic who made the poison to detoxify it first. This poison is quite scary. Golden Lion waved his hands. He was indeed too confident. With his strength, he shouldn't have been able to deal with fire leopard and rain elephant in such a tragic way. After the Golden Lion finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. The bronze wolf followed behind him. Looking at the golden bronze skin on the Golden Lion's back, he asked, Cousin, your ability is really amazing, but you're only poisoned in the front. There is no need to protect the back. This way, you can save some energy to protect the front. That's right. I had totally forgotten about this. The golden lion didn't even turn his head, and the skin on his back turned back to its normal flesh color. Cousin, after we have removed the poison, we will divide the work. I will take over the rain elephant base, and you will take over... Phew! Before Jean Sure finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He couldn't help but be a little surprised and looked down. A crystal-clear crossbow arrow pierced his heart and went straight through his body and out his chest. Cousin, leave the taking over of the base to me. You just rest assured. Bronze Wolf's voice came from behind, with some ecstasy in his tone. The golden lion turned his head in disbelief and stared at the bronze wolf, who was holding the crossbow in his hand. He asked in confusion, Cousin, I... Tong Lang changed his usual image. His eyes were gloomy, and his tone was cold. Why so many whys? If you want to blame someone, just blame your useless cousin. The golden lion's fist turned golden, and he punched the bronze wolf with all his strength. But the bronze wolf was prepared and dodged the punch in a flash. You bastard! I have always treated you well. How dare you kill me? Jinsher's tone was somewhat resentful, and at the same time, he activated his supernatural power to turn his internal organs into gold to alleviate the damage. The bronze wolf smiled playfully, and its palms turned into wolf claws. It rushed towards the golden lion and said, You son of a bitch! You take my crystals every day, and you still have the nerve to say that you treat me well? You also want to take over my power. How can you have the nerve to say that you treat me well? Golden Lion, you are such a loser. You only have level 3 abilities after collecting so many crystals. Leave it to me. Don't worry, our Hushan district will definitely be the strongest in Central Seoul in the future. The Golden Lion had suffered 2 fatal injuries in a row and was unable to withstand the attack of the Bronze Wolf. Several cuts covered its golden skin. Now the Golden Lion was completely panicked. He had to resist the attack of the Bronze Wolf. However, after resisting, the crossbow arrow on his heart was still there, which could easily affect the wound. If I continue like this, I will surely die. You want to pick peaches? You're dreaming. The Golden Lion thought to himself, and with the help of the force of the Bronze Wolf's kick, his whole body broke through the door and rolled out. Someone come. The Bronze Wolf has rebelled. Kill him. As soon as the Golden Lion went out, it rolled on the ground and ran out quickly, shouting as it ran. When the people at the Golden Lion base heard the shouting, they all ran out. When they saw the miserable appearance of the Golden Lion, they couldn't help but stop. I will kill anyone who dares to come forward. The Bronze Wolf shouted coldly and chased after the Golden Lion. As expected, no one came forward after Bronze Wolf shouted. They're all level 1 psychics, with a few level 2 ones occasionally, but they dare not stop Bronze Wolf. After all, Bronze Wolf is a famous strong man on the list. When Jinsher saw that everyone in his base was so afraid of death, he became furious. He gritted his teeth and ran to Building 29. The Bronze Wolf followed quickly from behind, and when it saw the direction the Golden Lion was running, it was a little confused. It thought the Golden Lion was panicking and had no choice but to slow down its pursuit, enjoying the thrill of the cat playing with the mouse. Looking at the bloodstains all over the ground, Bronze Wolf felt extremely happy. He even started thinking that after he took over the Golden Lion base, he would immediately lead his men to take over the Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant bases. With the support of these bases, he would be able to break through to level 3 immediately, and even soon be promoted to level 4. By that time, the entire Hushan district will have no choice but to respect itself. Thinking of this, Bronze Wolf felt his steps become lighter. Ha ha! Cousin Golden Lion, run slower, your brother can't catch up with you. Seeing Golden Lion's staggering steps, Bronze Wolf couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Golden Lion glared at the Bronze Wolf with red eyes. He could already feel the wound on his heart getting bigger and bigger. Since you are unwilling to let me go, then you won't have an easy time either. Let's perish together. Building 29 was right in front of him. Golden Lion used up his last bit of strength and came to the door of Building 29. He activated his last bit of supernatural power and slammed his golden fist heavily on the door lock. Snap! The door lock shattered. Bronze Wolf, brother is waiting for you in hell. Golden Lion shouted the last words, then fell to his side and died completely. Tongling was confused. Did this guy hide something in Building 29? Roar! Suddenly, waves of zombie roars came from inside the building. Chapter 72, Conquering the Beautiful Teacher. Building 29 is located in a remote area within the entire base and has been designated as a restricted area by Golden Lion. Few people in the entire base know that there are many zombies living there. Bronze Wolf was a little frightened. If there were a dozen level 1 zombies rushing out, he would not have to be afraid of anything with his strength. But those long-lasting cyan blue lights all showed that there were dozens of level 2 zombies here. Even the fire leopard and rain elephant that were knocked unconscious just now had turned into zombies. The bronze wolf started to run, but after only a few steps, it could no longer run, because a zombie with green pupils had quickly rushed in front of him. It was a level 3 zombie. Bronze Wolf turned his head in despair. There were not just one, but more than a dozen level 3 zombies surrounding him. So this is the truth. The Bronze Wolf had no time to resist before he was overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies. He only had time to let out a last cry of surprise. It turns out that Golden Lion had confiscated so many crystals during this period and used them to raise zombies. However, no one could respond to him anymore, because after these zombies bit the Bronze Wolf to death, there was no one in the entire base who could restrain them. While the zombies were killing people in the Golden Lion base, Lin Yao had also finished his supervision. Those students had finally dug up all the crystals in the school. They were so tired that their faces were red, and they placed several bags of crystals in front of Lin Yao. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction, holding a bag in his hand and putting all the others into the storage space. Zhou Feng asked breathlessly, "Then, can you let us go?" Lin Yao walked up to him with a smile, patted his shoulder, and said, "Of course not. You have to let the beautiful teacher forgive you." After saying that, he took them back to the dormitory building. At this time, Shintong had already arrived outside the dormitory building. "Beautiful teacher, what do you think?" Lin Yao asked Shintong. Shintong had already been impressed by Lin Yao's strength. He took a deep breath and replied, "I am willing to go with you." Lin Yao nodded. This was all within his expectations. When he was displaying his prowess downstairs, he had already seen Shintong's excited expression through his mental power. Then he pointed at the students behind him and said, "What are you going to do with them?" Shintong stared at several students fiercely. Zhou Feng and the others lowered their heads as they dared not look directly at Shintong's gaze. After a while, Shintong let out a sigh. "Forget it. These are all 17 or 18-year-old kids. I just can't bring myself to do it. All of you, get out of here as far as you can. Don't let me see you again." Lin Yao was speechless. "Your fiancé has been killed, and you are still such a saint? I prepared a bag of crystals for you in advance, hoping that you would take revenge yourself." Sure enough, this beautiful teacher is kind-hearted. Zhou Feng and the others nodded hurriedly. "Thank you, Mr. Shun. We'll leave now. Teacher Shun is kind and beautiful. She will definitely live a happy life in the future. Thank you, Mr. Shun, for not bearing grudges." After they finished speaking, they prepared to leave with a look of relief on their faces, but Lin Yao did not intend to let them go. "Wait." Several students paused. They had long been afraid of Lin Yao. Zhou Feng asked fearfully, What else do you want?" "Teacher Shun has already let us go." Lin Yao smiled gently. "Don't panic, I won't kill you. I just want to trouble you a little bit." "What's the matter?" Zhou Feng let out a long sigh. "As long as this man doesn't kill them, it'll be fine." Lin Yao pointed to the teaching building not far away and said, "I have a younger sister who is about to go to high school. It is definitely not suitable for her to go to school now. Please help me find some books on the second floor of the teaching building. I need them for various subjects. Oh, don't forget to prepare some 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations." Zhou Feng and others hurriedly agreed and turned around and ran towards the teaching building. "I was so scared. I thought what was going on." "Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you." "Umph. We've already run far away. Once I find a book, I'll go out and seek revenge on him." "How dare you threaten me? Once we get out, we will get Teacher Shin back sooner or later." Several people were talking in low voices while running. "If you need books, I have them here. Teachers of various subjects live in this dormitory building, so it's easy to find them. Why do we have to ask them to go to the teaching building?" Shintong asked puzzledly. Lin Yao laughed and said, "You were going to let them go, but I didn't say that." Shintong was stunned. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill them?" Lin Yao nodded yes. "I really won't kill them, but..." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Feng and his friends shouted from the teaching building. "Damn, there are zombies run. Damn it, that guy must have done it on purpose, leaving a few zombies behind. Fuck you, Zhou Feng, you dare to use me as a shield? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Help Teacher Shun." Lin Yao's mental power had long discovered that there were several zombies trapped in a classroom and unable to get out, So he deliberately kept them when he killed the zombies just now. If Shintong was reluctant to kill them, then these zombies were prepared for these students. As expected, several students thought that all the zombies had been killed, so they carelessly opened the classroom door and were directly pounced on by the zombies. Soon, none of the students who had caused trouble escaped. These people only relied on their special powers to bully those who took care of them. When they really faced the zombies, they didn't even dare to fight back. Their final end was to become food for the zombies. You are so cruel. Shintong was a little frightened. This guy just killed those students with a smile on his face. Lin Yao killed the zombie that rushed over, turned around, and said coldly, "It's because you weren't cruel enough that your fiancé was killed by them. There are no police officers to help you get justice now. If you don't want to be bullied in the future, you must become stronger quickly. In today's world, kind people can only be bullied, raped, and killed. Don't be so saintly anymore. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Otherwise, I will take back what I said before. You are not worthy of following me. Just continue to fend for yourself." Shintong's eyes were slightly red from being scolded by Lin Yao, but she also knew that what Lin Yao said made sense. It was because she and her fiancé were too kind-hearted that they ended up being killed by their students. "Understand. I'll listen to you from now on." Shintong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. A knife suddenly appeared in Lin Yao's hand, and he pointed at the bodies of the students. "In that case, then go and dig out the crystals." Shintong was stunned. She had seen these students digging crystals before, and now she had to dig them herself. She felt a little resistant for a moment. But seeing Lin Yao's scrutinizing gaze, he encouraged himself in his heart. Be ruthless. Be ruthless. He came to Zhou Feng's body, aimed at his head, and slashed with the knife. Chapter 73 Homework is still needed in the end times. Shintong suppressed the feeling of nausea and dug out a few crystals and handed them to Lin Yao. Lin Yao didn't take it, but gestured for her to take off her gloves and hold it in her hands. Shintong didn't understand what was going on, but as soon as her slender little hand touched the crystal, her eyes suddenly lit up. Did you feel it? The crystals in these zombies' heads can help people improve their superpowers. Lin Yao explained. But what is the principle behind this? Why can it be automatically absorbed into my body? What kind of energy is this? Shintong asked 3 questions in a row. Of course, Lin Yao couldn't answer. The crystals had no effect on him, and he had no idea what the process of absorbing energy was like. I don't know either. Let's go first. You can study it slowly later. Lin Yao waved his hand and prepared to leave. I don't even know your name yet. Shintong suddenly realized that he was about to leave with someone and didn't even know his name. Lin Yao. Oh, my name is Shintong. After the two exchanged names, Shintong followed Lin Yao out. Shintong has various questions. Your ability is to shoot crossbow arrows, right? How did those crossbow arrows appear? I see you didn't use a crossbow. Also, if I go with you, where are we going? Is it far? Do we need to drive? By the way, didn't you say that your sister is going to high school soon? Do you really not need to prepare books? I'm telling you, even though this is the end of the world, you can't fall behind in your studies. Even if you don't have to go to school, it's always good to learn more knowledge. Lin Yao was asked questions without getting tired of it. Who would have thought that the beautiful teacher was actually a chatterbox? She raised her hand to stop Shintong from asking questions. Don't ask me yet. I have a question for you. Shintong nodded. Ask. Your special ability is to emit a bolt of lightning. So the question is it alternating current or direct current that you are emitting? Lin Yao asked. Shintong was stunned. Yes. Is it alternating current or direct current? Physics teacher Shintong really started thinking about it. Lin Yao smiled slightly and patted her head. Come on, follow me home first. An hour later, Lin Yao brought Shintong back to the diazation base. Adding the 2 lottery opportunities provided by Zhou Chu, Lin Yao now has 3 more lottery opportunities saved up, and he directly found Chu Wenwen to start the lottery. This time I got 5,000 skill points and a new skill. Toxin immunity. The host is immune to all toxins except the zombie virus. This is a skill that does not need to be upgraded. Lin Yao is very satisfied that he no longer needs to spend the 20,000 skill points that he has accumulated with great difficulty. Doesn't that mean that I don't have to be afraid of any poison now? Lin Yao muttered to himself, touching his chin. He already had the skill to resist the zombie virus, and now he has gained immunity to toxins, covering all types of toxins and becoming directly immune to toxins. Beautiful, very beautiful. Lin Yao boasted for a while and used up all 20,000 skill points, upgrading his fireball skill and virus resistance to level 5. Among them, the improvement of fireball skill was the most terrifying. He could launch 1,000 house-sized fireballs a day, and he would hit the target within 1,000 meters. Lin Yao estimated the power of fireball skill. If all of it was released, at least half of the entire Lake Mountain area could be covered by it. My current strength is comparable to that of the great devil Piccolo. Lin Yao was very satisfied with the power of the fireball. This kind of killer move must be as strong as possible. When Fang Yin finished preparing lunch, Lin Yao brought Shun Tong into the house. As soon as Shun Tong came down, he saw a group of women in the house and immediately understood that these must be Lin Yao's women. Huh? Teacher Shun? Isn't this Teacher Shun? Uxian recognized Shun Tong and asked with joy. Shun Tong was stunned. He looked at Uxian's face and felt that she looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he asked in surprise, Are you Xian? It's me. Teacher Shun, you have also been rescued by Lin Yao. Uxian hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Shun Tong. Lin Yao poked his head out and asked Uxian, Aren't you a college student? How come you know a high school teacher like her? Uxian rolled her eyes and said, You talk as if college students have never attended high school. Teacher Shun used to teach me at number 2 middle school. Seeing an acquaintance now, Shun Tong was also happy to say, Yes. After Uxian's class graduated, I was transferred to this high school. I didn't expect to run into you again. It's great. Uxian excitedly took Shun Tong to introduce the women in the room. When she introduced Xiaojuan, Shun Tong turned and stared at Lin Yao. Is this your sister who is about to go to high school? Liar. Xiaojuan had a silly look on her face, not understanding what she had done. When introducing his sister Yuqian, Shun Tong was stunned. She has taught so many classes of students, and the reason why she could remember Uxian so quickly was because Uxian was the school belle in number 2 middle school and had good grades. Many people pursued her. Naturally, Shun Tong was impressed. Unexpectedly, Uxian's sister was also so beautiful. What is even more unexpected is that such beautiful sisters are actually Lin Yao's women. What kind of magic does this guy have? If Shun Tong knew that the two sisters were forced by Lin Yao to become his women, he would probably be even more shocked. With the addition of new members, the atmosphere at the dinner table became more lively. Shun Tong was very happy to see that these beautiful women were willing to accept him. Lin Yao touched Chu Wenwen's little head and said, Wenwen, can you let her be your teacher in the future? These words immediately made Chu Wenwen pout. It was the end of the world now, and her brother actually wanted her to study. What a stinky brother. Shun Tong immediately patted her chest and said confidently, Wenwen, don't be afraid. Although I teach in high school, it won't be a problem for me to teach you elementary school knowledge. But there are no books. Chu Wenwen protested in a low voice. Lin Yao smiled and waved his hand, and a pile of books immediately appeared on the desk. We visited a bookstore before we came back. They have books on all subjects from elementary school to high school. In addition to books, I also have exercise books and test papers for all grades. I have even prepared for the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year mock exams. Wenwen, how long has it been since you did your homework? Chu Wenwen, with red eyes, threw herself into Wu Shuyan's arms and cried, Wu, I hate my brother. The little girl's cute look made all the women burst into laughter. Chapter 74. Changes in Hushan District. There was peace and harmony at the Diazation base, filled with laughter and joy, but the entire central Seoul city was in an uproar. Because in the morning, the official organization of the superpowers reported that the Golden Lion base in Hushan District was breached by zombies. The base leader Golden Lion, including Golden Lion subordinates Bronze Wolf, Fire Leopard, Rain Elephant, and others, were all bitten to death by zombies and turned into zombies. Specialists from other areas should not act without authorization. Our spies have discovered that a level 4 Corpse King has appeared in the Lake Mountain area. It is extremely dangerous. There are no living people in the Golden Lion base. There are dozens of level 3 zombies. All psychics, please avoid this place. Existing bases in Hushan District, please elect a new leader as soon as possible. Otherwise, the zombies in this area will be included in the collection of other areas. The above is the news released by the official organization of the superpowers. The most concerning thing is the appearance of a level 4 zombie king. You know, the top few psychics in Zhonghan City are only at the middle stage of level 4 psychics. None of these people dares to say that they can deal with a level 4 Corpse King alone. Because the level 3 Corpse King has also begun to awaken his superpowers. The superpowers of the level 4 Corpse King are probably even more powerful. Although level 4 crystals are attractive, no base is sure to deal with a level 4 zombie king. If you rashly enter the lake and mountain area, you will only end up being fed. In addition, the official organization released a message, allowing Hushan District to choose a new king. Other regions were shocked by the organization's powerful strength and issued orders one by one, forbidding their subordinates to enter Hushan District without permission. The entire afternoon, there were undercurrents in Zhonghan City, but Lin Yao was unaware of it. After upgrading Shun Tong's ability to level 3, he dragged her into the daily zombie-killing operation. Shun Tong's ability was indeed very strong. After the lightning was shot out, the zombies' bodies could not block it at all, and it exploded into pieces. The crystals fell directly to the ground, which saved trouble. But even so, no one can compare with Lin Yao's efficiency. Today, he killed 90 of the more than 3,000 zombies attracted by Su Qingyan by himself. After the zombies were killed and Lu Desheng and others were digging crystals, Lin Yao sneaked out and found Su Qingyan. "Come here, Xiaojuan, these are all yours." Lin Yao gave all the more than 3,000 crystals he harvested at school in the morning to Su Qingyan. "They're my wives. I can't always let them eat shells. I have to add some extra food occasionally." As soon as Su Qingyan saw the crystal full of energy, she stuffed it into her mouth immediately and chewed it with a sweet crunch. Lin Yao discovered that after Su Qingyan ate these crystals, parts of her purple pupils had begun to turn orange, indicating that the pupils of a level 5 corpse king are orange. "Thank you, Lin." After Su Qingyan finished eating, she hung on Lin Yao like a loving wife. Lin Yao touched her head, left some crystal shells for her to distribute to other female zombies, then gave her some instructions and left. Back at the square, Lu Desheng and his team had just finished digging out all the crystals. After a simple distribution by Lin Yao, they returned to the base together. "Huh? Where's Xiao Yi?" Lin Yao then noticed that Fang Yi did not move with them. Lu Desheng smiled and said, "I asked him to go out and get information. We are few in number and know nothing about the outside world. It just so happens that this guy is very fast now. I think he will be back by dinner time." Lin Yao nodded. What Lu Desheng said was right. They were alone in the base and had no idea about the news from the outside world. Besides, Fang Yi was already a level 4 psychic. In the entire Zhonghan city, apart from Lin Yao, there were probably few people who could catch up with him, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Sure enough, Fang Yi came back panting while they were having dinner. "Uncle, big news, our Hushan district has changed." Lin Yao supported him, handed him a bottle of water, and patted his back. "Don't worry. Talk slowly." Fang Yi took a sip of water and said, "Uncle, I went out to gather information this afternoon, and the first place I went to was the Golden Lion base. Guess what? The Golden Lion base is full of zombies, and there are even quite a few level 2 and level 3 zombies. I hid and took a peek, and the fire leopard and rain elephant that came to our base yesterday have also turned into zombies." Lin Yao touched his chin. This was beyond his expectation. The red fox immediately stood up and asked, "What about the Golden Lion? Is he dead?" Fang Yi scratched his head. "I don't know, Gene, sure. What does he look like?" The red fox immediately described the appearance of the Golden Lion. Fang Yi thought about it and nodded. "It's dead and has become a level 3 zombie." "Yes." Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing took a deep breath at the same time and couldn't help but look at Lin Yao, feeling a chill on their backs. This guy is not only strong, but he also fooled the fire leopard and the rain elephant yesterday. Today, the strongest base in Hushan district was destroyed. "Don't look at me. I'm confused too." Lin Yao noticed their gazes and hurriedly explained. He was still waiting for fire leopard and rain elephant to come to him for help. Then he planned to continue his show and follow them to the Golden Lion base to wipe them out directly. He didn't expect these guys to start fighting so quickly. "By the way, I saw my uncle's crossbow arrow stuck in the Golden Lion's body. Was it my uncle who did it?" Fang Yi asked Lin Yao. Lin Yao was stunned. He had never seen the Golden Lion, so how could he have done it? "It seems that someone is holding my crossbow and wants to frame me." Lin Yao couldn't help but guess. After killing the zombies, he would just throw away his crossbow arrows and never retrieve them. It was indeed not difficult for others to get his crossbow arrows. Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Lin Yao slapped his thigh and said, "Forget it. No matter who puts the blame on us, we are strong enough and don't have to be afraid of anything." "That's true. As long as you have the strength, all conspiracies and tricks are futile. By the way, when you said that the situation in Hushan district has changed, do you mean that the Golden Lion base has been destroyed?" Lin Yao asked. Fang Yi shook his head. "No. The official organization of the superpowers issued a statement that a level 4 Corpse King appeared in Hushan District, asking other districts not to set foot in Hushan District, and urging all surviving bases in Hushan District to choose a new boss as soon as possible. What? Level for Corpse King? At the dinner table, several women exclaimed at the same time. This news was indeed beyond their expectations. A level 4 Corpse King can basically walk around Zhonghan City at will. Now that he appears in Hushan District, they're all a little worried. Lin Yao's eyebrows jumped, and he asked Fang Yi, which organization has information about a level 4 Corpse King? What does he look like? What is he wearing? Fang Yi replied, the official organization didn't give a specific description. They just said it was a female zombie, very beautiful, wearing a white dress. Forehead. Lin Yao was speechless. Could it be that they were talking about Su Qingyan? Chapter 75, Looting the Fire Leopard Base. Wu Shuiyan saw Lin Yao's expression and asked, What's wrong, Lin Yao? Lin Yao shook his head. Nothing. These women don't know yet that they have raised a nest of female zombies. It seems that they have to help Xiao Yinyan reach level 5 as soon as possible. Someone has already discovered her existence, and he is worried that someone will form a team to kill Xiao Yinyan. Then Lin Yao asked again, What does it mean that the official organization requires Hushan District to elect a leader? Why is there a need for a leader? Fang Yi scratched his head. I don't know either, but I heard that each area has a boss who is in charge of the zombies in the corresponding area, and the organization has issued a statement that each area can only kill zombies in its own area and cannot cross the border. What on earth is this doing? Lin Yao didn't understand what this official organization of superpowers was up to. No one could answer his question. Everyone lowered their heads in thought. Even Chu Wenwen was holding up her little head. Forget it. Let's not worry about it. Whoever wants to be the boss can be it. We should stick to the original pace and just become stable and stronger. There is no need for us to get involved in these things. Lin Yao didn't think about it if he couldn't figure it out. Anyway, he never planned to deal with this organization. The girls nodded one after another. Their strength was improving rapidly at the moment, so there was no need to get involved in all this mess. After Fang Yi went back, Red Fox couldn't help but ask Lin Yao, Are we really not going to do anything? Lin Yao smiled and said, That's not true. I went out to collect supplies recently and found that they were all empty. Now that the Rain Elephant and Fire Leopard bases have lost their bosses, I will not be polite about the supplies and people inside. What are you going to do? Asked the Red Fox. It's simple. Tomorrow you, Xiaoxing, Chu Chu and I, and call Lu to Shang, and we will go and empty these 2 bases. Lin Yao waved his hand. He knew from Zhou Chu Chu that the Rain Elephant base had previously emptied out an entire farmer's market, and the amount of supplies there was simply unimaginable. Not to mention the Fire Leopard base. The fuel base must not be let go. After dinner, after Lin Yao distributed the crystals, he took Yu Qian and Yu Xin to eat a sister rice bowl. Early the next morning, after a simple breakfast, Zhou Chu Chu drove them to the nearest Fire Leopard base. With Li Xiaoxing's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Fire Leopard base. The Fire Leopard base today has long been in ruins. After hearing that their boss had died in the Golden Lion base, the people in the base rioted. Everyone wanted to be the boss, so naturally no one would submit to anyone else. As a result, the entire base was beaten to pieces and corpses were everywhere. What a waste! Lin Yao was the first to enter the base. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, he sighed. What waste? Asked the Red Fox. Lin Yao pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, These people died just like that. If they become zombies, won't they be able to provide us with crystals? The Red Fox said that what you said makes a lot of sense, and I was speechless. Lin Yao walked inside with the mental detection function turned on. More than 100 people in the entire base had turned into corpses, and there was not a single living person. Found it. Lin Yao came here to search for fuel, and soon he found dozens of tons of fuel in a large reservoir. The entire water reservoir has been modified by the people at the Fire Leopard base, so there's no need to worry about the fuel going bad. How do we take this away? Red Fox asked with a frown. With so much fuel, a lot of fuel tankers would be needed. Lin Yao snapped his fingers. Easy. All right. He just put all the fuel into the storage space. The fuel automatically shrank into a ball in the space and would not come into contact with other supplies. It was simple and worry-free. Red Fox was a little bit unbelievable. This guy's methods were always so unexpected. Well, someone is coming. Xiaoxing, I leave it to you. Lin Yao's mental detection was on, and he noticed that someone was driving a fuel tanker towards this direction. Li Xiaoxing didn't see anyone, but nodded anyway, and two small knives appeared in his hands. Leave this to Xiaoxing. Let's continue collecting supplies. Lin Yao led his men away without looking back. He had just discovered that there is still a lot of food and drinks in the base. All I can say is that as long as we have fuel, we could do whatever we want. The electricity in the Fire Leopard base has never been cut off, and there are all kinds of frozen foods and ice-cold beer. Needless to say, they're all mine. The advantage of storage space is that you can take things out in the same state as you put them in without having to worry about temperature changes and corrosion. After collecting all the supplies, Lin Yao brought his men to meet up with Li Xiaoxing. Seeing several new corpses on the ground, Red Fox stepped forward and pulled Li Xiaoxing and asked, "Xiaoxing, are you okay?" Li Xiaoxing shook his head. "It's okay. This is someone from another small base." He noticed that someone had died in the Fire Leopard base, so he wanted to come over to steal the oil. He spoke rudely to me, so I killed him. Okay, there's nothing to do in the Fire Leopard base. Let's go to the Rain Elephant base. Lin Yao was very satisfied with Li Xiaoxing's decisiveness in killing. He was the most decisive one in the team, except for him. After leaving the Fire Leopard base, Lin Yao discovered a few people hiding in the dark and staring at them. But as long as these people didn't provoke him, he was too lazy to take action. An hour later, at the entrance of Rain Elephant base, unlike the miserable scene at the Fire Leopard base, the Rain Elephant base was as usual, with people patrolling the gate and everything seemed in good order. "What are you doing?" Soon, a guard noticed them, poked his head out, and asked. Lu Deshang received Lin Yao's look and took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "We are from the Diazation base. We are here to see Boss Yuxiang. Please inform him." The guard stared at him and said, "Boss Yuxiang is dead. Then, may I ask who is the person in charge of the base now?" Lu Deshang asked with a surprised look. "Boss Yundai is in charge of the base now," the guard replied. Lu Deshang immediately bowed and smiled. "Then please inform Boss Yundai." The guard looked at him hesitantly. Lu Deshang had been very polite and didn't look like he was looking for trouble. He nodded and went in. Lu Deshang returned to Lin Yao and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, with our strength, we can just go in directly. Why bother with so much trouble?" Lin Yao glanced at him and said, "Aren't you recruiting people for the braised large intestines team? There are already some ready-made ones. If you kill them all, where will you find people?" "Oh, so that's it. Look at my brain. I think what Brother Lin said makes sense." Lu Deshang slapped his head and suddenly realized. Lin Yao had been using his mental detection and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He said to Lu Deshang and Zhou Chuchu, "I will go in alone later, so don't come in." "What's wrong? Is there danger inside?" Zhou Chuchu asked worriedly. "It's okay. Just in case." Lin Yao patted her shoulder, signaling her to relax. Chapter 76: The Poisoner Prepares the Antidote. Soon, the gate of the base was opened, and the guard standing at the door said, "Our boss invites you in." Lin Yao took the initiative to step forward and said, "I will go in alone. Please lead the way." The guard was puzzled, but seeing that Lin Yao looked harmless, he nodded and led the way. This is also a residential area. There are no villas, only small houses. The scenery inside is very nice, and it looks like a high-end residential area. Lin Yao had been following the guard and suddenly stared at a warehouse with a smile on his face. There are a lot of supplies. Lin Yao was very happy. He used his mental power to investigate and found out that all the supplies for the entire farmer's market were in the warehouse. Various vegetables, rice, flour, grain, oil, seasonings, etc. filled the entire warehouse. With these supplies, his base would be able to be used for decades without any problem. From time to time, people would stick their heads out to observe Lin Yao on the road. According to his estimation, there were about 200 people in this base. There are too many of them, and Lu Deshang can't eat them all. He has to select them first. The guard took Lin Yao to the property office, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Boss, bring the person in." "Komein." A pleasant female voice came from the office. The guard made a gesture to invite him in. Lin Yao nodded and pushed the door open to enter. The entire property office was large, but all office facilities had been cleared out and replaced with a variety of equipment. A woman in a white coat and a mask was concentrating on mixing two colorful liquids together, paying no attention to Lin Yao at all. Lin Yao was not in a hurry. He found an empty table and sat down, looking at her with a smile. Yundai, female, 26 years old. Poison level 2. The body can release various toxins. This is why Zhou Chuchu and the others were not allowed to come in. The new boss in front of them is a master of poison, and poison is the most difficult to guard against. Although Yundi's ability level is not high, It is still better to be on the safe side. Although the woman in front of him was wearing a mask, Lin Yao's mental detection could see nothing. She was an extremely beautiful woman with a slim figure, a standard oval face, and three-dimensional facial features. In Lin Yao's eyes, she was at least an A-plus level beauty. The whole office was silent, and Lin Yao looked at Yun Dai unscrupulously. There's too much red liquid. Suddenly, Lin Yao spoke up to remind him. Yun Dai was so scared that her hands trembled. She glared at him angrily, motioning him not to speak, and then began to concentrate on preparing the medicine again. After she carefully poured the red liquid and carefully observed the liquid in the bottle, she sighed, then looked up and stared at Lin Yao. Just as the man said, there was too much red liquid, and now the whole bottle of medicine is useless. How do you know there is more red liquid? Yin Dai poured out the waste liquid in her hand and asked Lin Yao. Keep it secret. Lin Yao smiled slightly. He had been using mental detection to carefully analyze the liquid in Yundi's hand. Although he didn't understand pharmacology, after mental analysis, he found that if there was too much red liquid, what Yun Dai wanted to make would fail. Yun Dai sighed, cleaned the glass bottle, and prepared to mix the beverage again. Lin Yao asked curiously, "What are you researching?" "Poison." Yun Dai glanced at him with a little disappointment in her eyes and stopped what she was doing. "On the contrary, it's the antidote." "Oh, why?" "As far as I know, your superpower is poison." Lin Yao was puzzled. "You are a superpower who uses poison, and you are here to prepare the antidote. What's the matter? Are you afraid of poisoning people to death?" "It's poison, so we have to prepare an antidote, because my special ability has killed many innocent people." There was a hint of sadness in Yundi's tone. Lin Yao looked at the various experimental equipment in the office and nodded. It turned out that this woman was too kind. She was worried that her poison would hurt others, so she locked herself in this laboratory to study the antidote that could remove the toxin. Yun Dai thought of the past and was no longer in the mood to continue her research. She looked carefully at the man in front of her. He had a slender figure, neat hair, and looked handsome. Yenny's face unconsciously turned red under the mask. "What do you want from me?" Yun Dai asked, changing her mind. Lin Yao smiled slightly. "I'm here to take over your base." Yun Dai was stunned and said in disbelief, "Receive? What do you mean?" Lin Yao jumped down from the table, walked slowly to her, and said seriously, "You are so beautiful. Why do you cover yourself up so tightly all day long?" The topic changed too quickly. Yun Dai was stunned for a moment, her face getting even redder. "You? What are you talking about?" "I'm ugly." Lin Yao smiled and reached out to untie Yendi's mask. Yun Dai quickly dodged back. "Don't touch me, I'm poisonous." "Don't worry." Lin Yao was stunned. This woman was really kind. He reached forward and gently took off Yendi's mask. For a moment, the entire laboratory was filled with light, and Yun Dai's perfect and beautiful face even stunned Lin Yao. The lotus emerges from clear water, naturally without any embellishment. Yun Dai doesn't wear makeup because she often does experiments, but without makeup, she exudes a simple and elegant aura, like a delicate white lotus. I said I'm ugly." Yun Dai saw Lin Yao's dazed look and shyly put on her mask again. Then she thought of something and hurriedly pulled Lin Yao's hand to check on him. "Don't panic. I've already told you, I'm not afraid of poison," Lin Yao said with a smile, feeling the coolness from Yun Dai's slender hands. After a careful inspection, Yun Dai found that Lin Yao's hand did not show any signs of poisoning, so she felt relieved. "It's okay. It's okay. How did you do it?" Lin Yao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You want to know? Become my woman and I'll tell you." "Rascal." Yun Dai cursed with a smile and turned her head away from him. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became a little ambiguous. Yun Dai remembered something and asked Lin Yao, "What do you mean by taking over our base?" "That's exactly what it means. From now on, the supplies in your base will be under my management, and the people in your base will be incorporated into my base," Lin Yao said seriously. Yun Dai then realized that this man had come to take over their base in order to compete for the position of the new king of Hushan district. For a moment, Lin Yao's image in her heart plummeted, and she said coldly, "Why?" Lin Yao still kept smiling. "Just because I'm the boss of the Diazation base. Just because I am Lin Yao." "Are you the guy who deceived Yuxiang?" Yun Dai thought for a moment and remembered Lin Yao's name, which Yuxiang mentioned after he came back yesterday. Lin Yao touched his nose and smiled. "It's me. It seems that I should stop fooling people in the future. Don't you see that beautiful women already have a bad impression of me?" Chapter 77. rebellion at the Rain Elephant Base. Yundai took a step back, a look of vigilance on her face. So your goal is this base, great? What good trick? Lin Yao stepped forward and said, You are wrong. My target is you. This base can be regarded as your dowry. Oomph. You little scoundrel with a big mouth is looking for death. Yundai was so angry that she raised her hand and a green poisonous mist rushed directly towards Lin Yao's face. Lin Yao smiled slightly, without dodging or evading, allowing the poisonous fog to attack him. Why don't you hide? Yundai was scared. He thought this guy was very strong and could easily avoid her poisonous fog. What should I do? I killed someone again? Yundai was extremely anxious and rushed forward to check on Lin Yao's condition. However, after the poisonous fog dissipated, there was still no change in Lin Yao. Your poison tastes good. It even has your body fragrance. Lin Yao smacked his lips and tasted it. Are you okay? Yundai widened her eyes and looked at Lin Yao in disbelief. Is this guy even human? Lin Yao stretched his body and said with a smile, Look, he's jumping around. Yundai then breathed a sigh of relief and then stared at Lin Yao vigilantly. This guy was not afraid of her poison. So what should she do? Don't be so nervous. I don't like to force others. Think about it seriously. Maybe I can help you control your poison. Lin Yao offered temptation. Seeing that Lin Yao did not take any action, Yundai asked hesitantly, How to control it? I have no choice now, but if you agree to be my woman, there will be a way, Lin Yao smiled. I really have no choice now, but there is a system. As long as Yundai agrees to be his woman, and I have the system's lottery times, I can ask Wen for a chance to draw an item that can control toxins. It won't be difficult. Yundi hesitated. Her special ability was poison, which made her whole body full of poison. She could release poison, but currently she couldn't control and retract the poison. So she was like a plague god in the base, and no one dared to approach her. But fortunately, Yuxiang saw her potential and provided her with crystals and equipment to research the antidote. In Yundi's heart, she has longed to be able to interact with humans for a long, long time. If she could control her poison, she could interact with people. Can you really help me control it? Yundai was still a little uncertain. Lin Yao looked outside and said, You can only trust me, and you don't have much time left. What do you mean? Yundai was even more confused. Suddenly, the door of the office was pushed open, and more than a dozen men wearing gas masks and protective clothing, holding various weapons in their hands, rushed in. Lin, what are you doing? Yundai asked with a frown. The long-haired, burly man in the lead sneered at Yundai and said, What are you doing? Of course, we are driving you, the plague god, out. Yundai was so angry at being called the plague god that she trembled. She pointed at Lin and shouted, What do you mean? I'm the boss of this base. TSK. Boss. Our real boss, Yuxiang, is dead. If he hadn't told you before he left, do you think you could be the boss of this base? Lin sneered. It turned out that before Yuxiang left, he was worried that he and Jinshi would both suffer losses, so he told Yundai that if anything happened to him, Yundai would take him to become the boss of this base. But now, it was clear that the people in the base were not convinced. Yundi's eyes were red. She was very grateful for Yuxiang's appreciation of her. After Yuxiang's death, Yundai was determined to manage the Yuxiang base well, but she didn't expect that the people in the base had already wanted to drive her out. While Yundai and Lin were confronting each other, the back door of the office was suddenly opened, and another dozen people rushed in, also holding various weapons in their hands. Lin, Boss Yundai, was appointed by Boss Yuxiang before he left. How dare you disobey Boss Yuxiang's order? A short-haired, burly man holding a sickle stared at Lin. Haha, Fu Changyong, you are really Yuxiang's loyal lackey. Now that Yuxiang is dead, who would care about his orders? If you don't know what's good for you, be careful that we will drive you out too. Lin was not afraid at all. Fu Changyong snorted coldly, walked quickly to Yundai, protected her, and whispered, Boss Yundai, hurry up. Lin has already instigated more than half of the capable people to rebel. We can't hold them back for long. Yundai was deeply moved. It turned out that not everyone disliked her. Want to leave? There's no door. Surround them all. Lin gave an order, and dozens of people gathered outside the office and surrounded the office in an instant. Lin Yao sensed it and found that the score was now 17-95. Yundai's chances of winning were basically zero. Yundai took the initiative to step forward, looking ready to fight bravely. Lin, even if you have the advantage in numbers, so what? Even if you want to drive us away, you have to pay the price. Having said that, Yundai felt a little headache when she saw that every one of them was wearing a gas mask. What a poison master fears least is group battles. But when faced with people who have taken such protective measures, Yundai is helpless with her current abilities. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, in the tense atmosphere, there was a burst of applause. Well said. I'm so touched. Lin Yao applauded and praised Yundai. In this tense atmosphere, Lin Yao suddenly spoke, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Boy, where did you come from? Chen Lin just noticed him and asked coldly. Before Lin Yao could answer, Yundai hurriedly stood in front of him and said, Chen Lin, he is my guest. Your rebellion has nothing to do with him. Let him go. You're so good to me. It would be a shame if you didn't become my woman. Lin Yao expressed his appreciation to Yundai with a smile on his face. It's already this time, and you're still in the mood to act like a hooligan here? Chen Lin is a level 2 psychic, and his strength is only second to Xiaojuan. I'm not sure I can stop him. Find a chance to leave later. This matter has nothing to do with you. Yundai was numbed by Lin Yao's calmness. Can't this man see the current situation clearly? Chen Lin waved his hand, and some people came out to surround Lin Yao. Humph. Boy, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. After saying that, his men started to act at the same time. Yundai took the lead, and various colorful poisonous mists began to emit from her body as she rushed into the crowd. Although they were protected, Chen Lin still shouted hurriedly, Spread out, don't fight her in close combat. After saying that, he commanded a group of people with long-range attack abilities, and they always kept a certain distance from Yundai while attacking. What to do? Yundai was extremely anxious. Her strength depended entirely on her poison. If these people didn't get close to her, the poison would have no chance to be released. Moreover, her skills were not that good. After she dodged a few attacks, she saw an ice needle shooting toward her heart. She no longer had a chance to dodge. Snap! Suddenly, the ice needle was pinched by a big hand and crushed with a slight force. Chapter 78, I'll take 100 million points. This is the woman I have chosen. You can't let her be killed. Lin Yao threw away the ice in his hand and activated the immobilization spell at the same time. For a moment, all the rebels were unable to move, whether inside or outside the office. Fu Changyong and others were fighting desperately, but suddenly they saw that the other side was motionless, so they hurriedly slashed at Chen Lin and others. Seeing this, Lin Yao hurriedly stopped him. Hey, don't be so hasty. These are all top-quality crystal materials. Where'd I get those top-quality crystals if you kill them all? Fu Changyong then waved his hand to stop his men's actions. You did all this? Yundai got up from the ground and looked at Chen Lin and others with horror, but her body maintained the previous movements and her mouth could not speak. For a moment, she was a little incredulous. Among the more than 90 people who rebelled, about 10 were level 2 psychics and the rest were level 1 psychics. With such a force, it is entirely possible to establish a sufficiently powerful base. But now, such a strong force was made motionless by Lin Yao just by staring at him. How powerful is this ability? Lin Yao nodded, walked up to Chen Lin with a smile, and untied the band on his mouth. Please spare my life, boss. I was fooled by the people below. I love Boss Yundai very much. I was just bewitched for a moment and pushed by them to rebel. Chen Lin realized that he could speak again and hurriedly began to beg for mercy. He was really afraid of Lin Yao's methods. Let me ask you, besides the 90-odd people in front of us, how many other people in this base also want to drive Yundai out? Lin Yao asked. Chen Lin's eyes rolled, and he said hurriedly, These are the ones. Lin Yao slapped him. Don't lie to me. You lied. There are more than 200 people in this base. It is impossible that less than half of them dare to rebel. Boss, I remember it wrongly. Now I remember there are more than 50 people lying in ambush outside. Chen Lin's face was swollen from being slapped, and he hurriedly told the truth. Well, that's more like it. Lin Yao nodded. He had already used mental detection to see the people lying in ambush in the dark outside. These were the second line of defense in case Yundai and the others really escaped. After all, once Yundai escapes, no one dares to say that they can avoid the Poison Master's attack. Lin Yao turned to look at Yundai. What are you going to do? At least half of the people in this base want to drive you away. Do you still want to stay? After this incident, Yundai completely gave up. The people here could no longer tolerate her. Staying here any longer would only cause more trouble. It would be better for her to just follow Lin Yao. Moreover, this man is so powerful and has a way to help me control the toxins in my body, so I can live as a normal person in the future. Forget it, let's leave. Yundai said dejectedly. Then, come with me? Lin Yao asked. Yundai blushed, and after struggling for a while, she finally nodded. I'll go with you. As long as I can live as a normal person, what does it matter if I am his woman? Then Lin Yao came to Fu Changyong and asked, Your boss is willing to go with me. What about you? Do you want to join our base? Fu Changyong immediately half-knelt on the ground. We are willing to follow boss Yundai until death. Well, okay, then you go out and call those who are willing to go with Yundai, Lin Yao commanded. Fu Changyong and others received the order and went out. Lin Yao stretched out his hand and smiled at Yundai. Let's go. Yundai smiled shyly, reached out, and held Lin Yao's big hand. Feeling the warmth from the big hand, Yundai felt that her heart seemed to warm up a lot as well. After leaving the property office, Lin Yao lifted the immobilization spell on Chun Lin and others. After they resumed movement, Chun Lin hurriedly ordered not to stop Yundai and others from leaving. Boss, are we just going to let them go like this? Someone asked Chun Lin in a low voice. Chun Lin stared coldly at the backs of Lin Yao and Yundai, with some fear and anger in his eyes. Let them go first. When I become the boss of Hushan District, none of these people will be able to escape. If he becomes the boss of Hushan District, he can make all the bases in Hushan District hand over the Crystal Stem. Once his strength grows, the first thing he will do is to seek revenge on this young man. Lin Yao did not take Yundai out directly, but instead came to the warehouse. Chun Lin was startled, because the warehouse was full of food and supplies. He hurriedly ran to Lin Yao and bowed, saying, Boss, the gate is over there. Let me lead you out. Oh, I know where the gate is, but I want to go in and take a look now. Do you have any objection? Lin Yao pointed to the warehouse. No, I dare not. Chun Lin's face turned pale, but he still made way. What he thought was, you can't take much by yourself anyway. I will transfer the supplies after you leave. Lin Yao asked Yundai to wait for him there for a while. Then he entered the warehouse alone and closed the door. Beautiful, very beautiful. Lin Yao was overjoyed when he saw the warehouse full of all kinds of rice, flour, grain, and oil. He waved his hand without any hesitation and put them all in his pocket. Half a minute later, Lin Yao came out carrying a bag of rice and a bucket of oil, which made Chun Lin secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll take 100 million. Let's go. Lin Yao smiled at Yundai and walked towards the gate with Yundai, who looked puzzled. Why don't you take more? I can help, Yundai whispered to Lin Yao. Lin Yao responded in a low voice. Don't worry, these things are enough for us to eat for more than 10 years. Yundai looked at the bag of rice and oil in Lin Yao's hand and fell into deep thought. This little bit of food, if combined with Fu Changyong and others, would only be enough for 1 or 2 meals. What nonsense was he talking about? But seeing Lin Yao's satisfied look, Yundai didn't dare to ask any more. After all, he was so powerful. What supplies could he not get? At the gate, Fu Changyong and more than 40 people were already waiting. Seeing that they were carrying large and small bags, as if they were rushing to catch a train, Lin Yao nodded, said nothing more, and led them out of the base gate. Lin Yao is out. Zhou Chuchu saw Lin Yao, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Then she saw Lin Yao holding the hand of a slim woman wearing a mask, and she paused. Fortunately, I became his woman, otherwise this guy would have been unfaithful too quickly outside. He was only in there for more than half an hour, and he brought back another woman. Lu Desheng also secretly gave Lin Yao a thumbs up. Look at the charm of our brother Lin. In his opinion, she must be a top beauty. Inside the base, Chun Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lin Yao and others leave the base. He hurriedly called a few people and asked them to transfer the supplies. Chapter 79 Yuxiang team joins. Back to the boss, warehouse. As soon as his men entered the warehouse, they were dumbfounded and hurried back to report to Chun Lin. What happened to the warehouse? Chun Lin was puzzled. Looking at the frightened faces of his subordinates, a bad premonition flashed through his mind, and he rushed to the warehouse. Seeing this, Chun Lin was also confused. Where are the supplies? Chun Lin couldn't help but yell. Everyone was silent, and no one knew what was going on here. Chun Lin couldn't help but want to cry. These were hundreds of tons of supplies. Even if they ate as much as they could at the base, they would be enough to last for many years. Now, there were only a few rotten vegetable leaves left on the ground. Even a thief wouldn't be so cruel. It must be that guy. Chun Lin suddenly thought that only Lin Yao had entered the warehouse, so it must be him. But what can we do? He couldn't win the fight, so he could only swallow the anger. Now that Lin Yao and the others hadn't gone far, he didn't even dare to curse. Outside the rain elephant base, Lin Yao used mental detection to see Chen Lin's furious look. A smile flashed across his lips, and then he turned his gaze to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu happened to look at him and whispered in his ear, "There are 5 people, namely." After listening to Zhou Chu's report, Lin Yao nodded, then turned to look at the people behind Fu Changyong and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to choose our diazation base. Let me introduce myself. I am the boss of the base, Lin Yao. The purpose of our base is only one thing, and that is to help each other. I don't care what you did before or what responsibilities you held in your original base. I only have one request. If anyone has ill intentions towards members of the base, don't blame me for being ruthless. Secondly, the personnel structure of our base is somewhat different. At present, our diazation base is mainly composed of Lin Yao's team headed by me and the braised large intestine team next to me. In the base, our 2 teams are in a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. The crystals harvested are divided according to a certain ratio. You now have 3 choices. First, join the braised large intestine team, and I, your elder brother Lu Desheng, will lead you. Second, you will form your own teams and choose a team leader. Third, those who cannot accept the personnel composition of our base can leave now. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, I'll count the number of people. As soon as the voice fell, the people underground immediately talked about it. Yin Dai couldn't help but whispered in Lin Yao's ear, "Why do you have to divide it like this? Isn't it enough for everyone to be a team?" Lin Yao glanced at her and smiled. "We have to give them some freedom. If any team wants to leave our base in the future, they just need to tell me and leave with their own team. We can all part ways in peace. If they're all put into one team, I will have to worry about their food and drink every day. How tiring." Yindai said that what you said makes sense, and I was speechless. The more than 40 people behind Fu Changyong had their own ideas. Soon some of them left on their own, saying that they could not accept such a personnel composition, but most of them still stayed. After 3 minutes, Lin Yao counted and found that there were 35 people left. Lin Yao looked over and saw that the 5 people Zhou Chu mentioned had not left yet. A sneer flashed across his lips. "Have you discussed it all? What are you going to choose?" The 35 people below looked at each other and finally nominated Fu Changyong to come out. "Boss Lin Yao, we have chosen to form a separate team and join the diazation base." Fu Changyong bowed. Lin Yao nodded. "Okay. In that case, what is the name of your team?" "Let's just call him Yuxiang. Boss Yuxiang has been very kind to us in the past." Fu Changyong replied. "Okay, it's settled. Fu Changyong, right? Come, let's talk. Brother Lu, come too." Lin Yao walked aside with Fu Changyong, who looked puzzled. Lin Yao looked at him seriously and said, "There are some things I need to explain to you clearly." Fu Changyong bowed hurriedly and said, "Boss Lin, please speak." Lin Yao held his arm and said, "Don't be so polite. I've said before that your Yuxiang team and my team are in a cooperative relationship. We are all equal. At least as the boss of the base, I won't put any pressure on you. I asked you to come here mainly for 2 reasons. First, the purity of the team. Your team currently has 5 people, and they are undercover agents sent by Chen Lin." "What?" Fu Changyong was stunned. Chen Lin's efficiency was too fast. Lin Yao signaled him not to make it public. "These 5 people are... How to deal with them depends on you, Brother Fu." "Yes. Don't worry, Boss Lin." Fu Changyong bowed hurriedly. Lin Yao looked at Lu Desheng, then at Fu Changyong and said, "The second thing is the distribution of crystals. My idea is this. In the past, our team was responsible for killing zombies, and the braised large intestines team was responsible for digging crystals. The harvested crystals were divided into 20 and 80-inch. Now that the Yuxiang team has joined us, we will continue to split the crystals in 20 hours, 80-minute split. Brother Lu, don't worry." Lin Yao suppressed Lu Desheng's anxious look and continued. "We only have one battlefield now, and we can kill about 3,000 zombies every day. I think this is too inefficient. It just so happens that the Rain Elephant team has a lot of people now, so I plan to open up 2 more battlefields. This way we can kill tens of thousands of zombies every day. The braised large intestines team will continue to be responsible for our previous work of digging crystals on the battlefield. Brother Lin, you need to pick another trustworthy person from the team. Your team will be divided into 2, each responsible for digging crystals in the other 2 battlefields. The number of crystals you obtain will be the number of crystals on that battlefield that day. What do you think?" Lu Desheng breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Yao's distribution, at least the interests of their team would not be harmed. He nodded hurriedly. Fu Changyong on the other side asked in confusion, 10,000 zombies a day, isn't Boss Lin a little too arrogant? In this Hushan district, no base has such strength. Lu Desheng laughed and patted Fu Changyong on the shoulder. You don't know this, right? The strength of our base is far beyond your imagination. Let alone 10,000 zombies a day. Even if there are another 100,000, Brother Lin can handle it. What we lack now is people to dig crystals. Fu Changyong still found it a little unconvincing. After all, this was an exaggeration. In the past, when Yu Xiong led them to kill zombies, they only killed a few hundred at a time. But this time he asked for tens of thousands. It was really a bit of a bullshit. Brother Lu, what level of superpowers do you have now? Seeing that Fu Changyong didn't believe it, Lin Yao asked Lu Desheng. Thanks to Brother Talin, I'm already level 5. There was a proud look on Lu Desheng's face. Chapter 80, Helping Yundai Control the Toxin. Holy shit, is this true? Fu Changyong's eyes almost popped out. There wasn't a single level 5 psychic in the entire Zhonghan city, but the middle-aged man in front of him who looked ordinary was actually a level 5 psychic. Don't disbelieve it. It's because Brother Lin doesn't trust that organization of superpowers. Otherwise, with my strength, it will be no problem for me to be in the top 20 of Zhonghan City, Lu Desheng said with a smile. Fu Changyong keenly discovered the blind spot. Top 20? If you were a level 5 mutant, the first place would definitely be yours. Lu Desheng glanced at Lin Yao, who was smiling, and said to Fu Changyong, that's because there are many people in Brother Lin's team who are better than me. This. Fu Changyong was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Okay, we still have to go out to kill zombies in the afternoon. Brother Fu, just come with us and you will know. Everything we say now is just empty talk. Lin Yao waved his hand and left. Fu Changyong felt a little dizzy. He looked at Lin Yao's back and asked Lu Desheng in a low voice, what level of supernatural power does our boss Lin have? Lu Desheng looked at Lin Yao in awe and replied in a low voice, I don't know. Anyway, I feel that even if there are 10 of me, there's still not enough to beat Brother Lin. Fu Changyong was completely stunned. During their discussion, Li Xiaoxing organized them to find a few cars. As soon as Lin Yao and the others came back, a long convoy began to move towards the diazation base. Why can't I see Mr. Lu? Zhou Chuchu suddenly asked in confusion. Lin Yao glanced at the rearview mirror and said softly, oh, Brother Lu went to help me. Chen Lin lay at the gate of the base and saw Lin Yao's convoy go away. He breathed a sigh of relief and then cursed. What the hell? Not only did they kidnap me, they also stole my supplies. Fuck you, Lin Yao, right? I'm not going to play with you. After breaking a lot of things, Chen Lin's anger subsided a little. Suddenly, Chen Lin heard various screams coming from the base. What the hell are they yelling about? Chen Lin didn't understand. He was already unhappy, and now these men were yelling. The anger that had just dissipated a little surged up again. Roar! Chen Lin had just taken a few steps towards the base when he heard a familiar roar and stopped. Zombie, zombie! Chen Lin broke out in a cold sweat. When he turned around, he saw that one of his men had already turned into a zombie and was biting him. The name of this base is very unique. Yunai got off the car and saw the marble at the entrance of the diazation base. She couldn't help but frown. Lin Yao chuckled. How about it? I came up with it. Yundai couldn't help but give a thumbs up, not knowing what to say. After returning to the base, Lin Yao arranged for Fu Changyong and his companions to occupy 2 villas. He also left some food for them and let them make their own arrangements. Looking at the dazzling array of living facilities and all kinds of laughter in the community, Yundai fell in love with this place at once. Hey, you said you have a way to control my poison. How do you do it? Yundai was a little impatient. Lin Yao smiled and said, you haven't agreed to be my woman yet. Yundai blushed and lowered her head and said, I do. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Lin Yao smiled slightly and pulled her into the villa. Before he even got home, Fang Yi came running over in a hurry again. Uncle, someone from the base came this morning and said they wanted to take over our base, Fang Yi said. Lin Yao was stunned. Which base is this? How dare you? Fang Yi chuckled. It seems to be called Maple Tree Base, which is also in our Hushan district. I guess they are here to compete for the boss of Hushan district. But the people who came were very weak, so I drove them away directly. Well done. If such blind guys come to our door again in the future, you don't have to report to me. Just beat them out. If the person has a bad attitude, kill him. Lin Yao patted Fang Yi's shoulder and said, Nephew, you are very good. Fang Yi agreed and left. You are his uncle? He looks the same age as you. Yin Dai was a little surprised, watching Fang Yi disappear in a flash. Lin Yao nodded. There is no rule that uncles must be middle-aged. Don't worry about it. Come back with me first. As soon as he arrived at the villa, Lin Yao heard teacher Shun teaching Chu Wenwen. Wenwen, look at the blackboard. Don't be distracted. Come on, repeat after the teacher. Brother Wen, get out. You can form words like rolling, tumbling, snowballing, etc. Chu Wenwen asked crisply. Is this the same word for get out? Lin Yao pushed the door open, and when Chu Wenwen saw her brother coming back, she dropped her books and threw herself into Lin Yao's arms, looking pitiful. Brother, Wenwen doesn't want to study. Lin Yao touched her head with a smile. No. Shun Tong and Lin Yao nodded, and when they saw the graceful Yun Dai standing beside them, they also nodded. He asked teacher Shun to call the other women over, arranged for Yun Dai to sit aside, and started the lottery while holding Chu Wenwen, who had a dejected face. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a poison pill. Congratulations to the host for winning the lightning baguette. Lin Yao hurriedly checked the instructions of the two props. Poison pill. People with poison abilities can compress all toxins in their bodies into their dantian after swallowing this pill, and use them at will. Lightning baton. Helps people with lightning abilities to control the release of lightning, and has an amplifying effect. Yes, these two things, one is suitable for Yun Dai, and the other is suitable for Teacher Shin. With a flip of his wrist, a small green pill appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Yun Dai. Here. This is the way to control your toxins. Although Yun Dai was confused, she still chose to believe Lin Yao and took the poison pill and swallowed it. After closing her eyes for a while, Yun Dai suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. Lin Yao, I feel like all the poison has gathered in my body. Lin Yao smiled and nodded. What the system produced must be good stuff. He patted Chu Wenwen and said with a smile, Go, help your sister take off the mask. Chu Wenwen looked puzzled, but still jumped in front of Yun Dai obediently and reached out to take off her mask. Yun Dai dodged back reflexively. Don't. It's dangerous. It's okay. Trust me. Lin Yao's gentle voice came. Chu Wenwen reached out again and successfully took off the mask on Yundi's face. She was immediately surprised and said, Oh, what a beautiful big sister. Yun Dai looked at Chu Wenwen nervously, fearing that her poison would affect the cute little girl in front of her. She observed her for a few minutes before she breathed a sigh of relief, and then a feeling of ecstasy surged in her heart. I can interact with people now, Yun Dai cried with joy. No one knew how guilty this woman had felt since she awakened her poisonous power, because she had accidentally poisoned someone to death. Now that she saw that her poison was under control, she excitedly threw herself into Lin Yao's arms and started crying. Chapter 81, Little Lolita Boss. Lin Yao patted Yun Dai's back gently. This woman must have been looked down upon a lot because of her special abilities, but now that she has become his woman, she will no longer have such concerns in the future. Hey big sister, be shy. Chu Wenwen's joking voice came from the side. The two were so frightened that they separated quickly. At the same time, Shentong also called Wu Xiuyin and others over. Lin Yao briefly introduced Yun Dai to everyone, and Yun Dai felt a little dizzy looking at the beauties in the room. These are all Lin Yao's women? Afterwards, Lin Yao explained the subsequent matters of opening up a new battlefield. Wu Xiuyin, Yu Qian, and Chu Wenwen were in charge of the base. Fang Yin and Lu Yan were responsible for supervising the first battlefield. Yu Xian, Zhou Chu Chu, and Shin Tong were in charge of supervising the second battlefield. And Hong Hu, Li Xiaoxing, and Yun Dai were in charge of supervising the third battlefield. Having more women is convenient. Lin Yao couldn't help but exclaim. However, since the second and third battlefields have not yet been opened up, and Su Qingyan has not been informed yet, there is no need to rush for the time being. Before lunch, Lu Desheng came back quietly, holding a bag of crystals, and found Lin Yao. Brother Lin, it's done. The rest of the people in the Rain Elephant Base are here. After saying this, he shook the crystal in his hand. Lin Yao nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work, Brother Lu. You can keep these crystals for yourself. After all, you have been busy throughout the whole process. Then I won't be polite. Lu Desheng smiled and went back with the crystal. At lunchtime, Lin Yao held a simple welcome ceremony for Yun Dai, a seafood feast, and then handed a lightning baguette that looked like a teaching stick to Teacher Shun, causing Chu Wenwen to tremble. At the Maple Leaf Base, a group of people returned and hurriedly found the boss of the base. The young man in the lead was Wu Li, who went to take over the Red Fox base in the morning, but was driven out by Fang Yi. At this moment, Wu Li was half kneeling on the ground with a look of grief and anger on his face. Boss, I don't know when a Red Fox base was renamed the Xiaojuan base. We went to recruit them, but a young man suddenly showed up and told us to get out without saying anything. Who are we? We are the Maple Leaf base. Now that the Golden Lion base has been completely destroyed, the Bronze Wolf, Rain Elephant, and Fire Leopard bases must have fallen apart. We, the Maple Leaf base, are the new king of Lake Mountain District. I didn't expect this awesome base to be so disrespectful. Boss, I beg you to order us to gather our forces and destroy this ignorant base. The boss of Maple Leaf Base had his back to Wu Li. After listening to Wu Li's report, he turned around. This is a very cute girl with 2 ponytails on her head and a Lolita skirt on her body. She looks about 18 or 19 years old and is eating grapes. Bah, what did you say the name of the base is? How awesome. The girl spat out the grape seeds and asked in disbelief. Wu Li nodded. The girl suddenly noticed the slap marks on Wu Li's face again and asked in surprise. What happened to your face? Who slapped you? At this point, Wu Li looked bitter. Boss, we were beaten by someone from the Diazation base. That person seemed to have agility abilities and was very fast. After he had an argument with us, he slapped each of us. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. You've hit a wall this time. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately held her stomach and laughed. Boss, he yeffing. Why are you laughing here if you won't help me get revenge? Wu Li was speechless. When other people's bosses see their subordinates being beaten, their first reaction is to go and seek revenge. But when my boss sees his subordinates being beaten, his first reaction is to laugh at them. Who can I go to for justice? He yeffing curled his lips and said, I've already said that I'm not interested in the new king of Hushan District. If you guys hadn't begged me to fight for it, I wouldn't have bothered to fight for it. Now that I've met a strong man, I'll just admit defeat if I get beaten up. Wu Li said sternly, Boss, this is wrong. In this era, okay, stop PUAing me. You're always doing the same thing all day long. Aren't you fed up with it? He effing interrupted Wu Li impatiently. Then he sighed and said, We have taken over 3 bases in the past few days. We should be strong enough now. Let's not mess with this awesome base anymore. Wu Li shook his head. How can this be possible? The 3 bases we have incorporated only have a little over 100 people in total, and most of them are only level 1. This kind of strength can't play a big role at all. In my opinion, the strength of that Diazation base is very good. At least the young man guarding the gate is not inferior to me. Yes, others can slap you, and you can't fight back, so you can only ask me for help. They must be stronger than you, he yeffing said mercilessly. My boss is so heartbroken. Wu Li's face fell again. He yeffing stared at him and asked, Have you ever considered that if someone who is as strong as you is guarding the gate, how strong will the overall strength of this base be? Wu Li said confidently, Don't worry, boss. I have inquired about it. Fire Leopard and Rain Elephant have been to this amazing base before. Their base boss was very respectful to them, which means that their strength is definitely weaker than theirs. With the current strength of our base, we don't need to be afraid of them. He yeffing nodded. There were a total of 300 people in their base now, of which there were more than 20 level 2 psychics. She herself had just recently been upgraded to level 3. At least their apparent strength was no worse than that of the previous Golden Lion base. Boss, even if you don't seek justice for me, at least for the survival of the base, it is urgent to incorporate the Diazation base. Wu Li added fuel to the fire again. Okay, then you go out and organize the people, take 10 level 2 psychics with you, and let's go. He effing was annoyed by Wu Li's harassment and finally agreed. Wu Li showed a look of joy and hurriedly went out to call for help. Alas, I just want to be a quiet, beautiful girl. He effing supported his chin. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yao led his men to the square to kill the zombies. Before leaving, he said to Fang Yi, You drove those people away this morning. They might come again this afternoon. You continue to guard the gate. If there are people you can't handle, call your sister Yuqian. After saying that, he gave Fang Yi a walkie-talkie. Fang Yi took the intercom obediently, patted his chest, and said confidently, Don't worry, uncle, those people are no match for me. It's better to be careful. Lin Yao gave instructions again and left with his men. Those who dare to come, I will give each of them a big reward and let them see how powerful I am. Fang Yi watched Lin Yao and the others leave and clenched his fists confidently. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yao finished killing the zombies and left without caring about Fu Changyong's jaw dropping. He had to find 2 open spaces to open up the second and third battlefields. At the same time, 3 cars drove slowly over and stopped at the entrance of the diazation base. Chapter 82. I punch your chest with my little fist. When Fong Yi saw the convoy coming, he walked out of the base gate carelessly, staring at them with his hands folded. When he saw Wu Li, whom he had slapped in the morning, coming down to meet a little lowly, he was suddenly stunned. What was going on? It was you who beat up my men this morning? He Yeffing naturally noticed Fong Yi, who was in a daze. He asked loudly with his hands on his waist while looking at Fong Yi. This brother is quite handsome. Fong Yi came back to his senses and raised his head, imitating the posture of putting his hands on his hips. It's me. Who told your men to be so arrogant and dare to recruit our Xiaojuan base? Don't you even consider your own background? He Yeffing was furious. How can you be so rude? Even if your base is strong, you can't just hit and scold people casually. So what? Bite me if you dare. Seeing that the little girl had her nostrils turned upside down, Fong Yi raised his own nostrils even higher. Bah, who wants to bite you? TSK, you're talking as if I want you to bite me. What did you say? Never say nice things a second time. Say it again if you can. I won't tell you. Bite me if you dare. Wu Li and a group of people from the Maple Leaf base looked at each other. They knew that their boss was a little crazy, but they didn't expect to meet someone equally crazy here. The two of them started arguing with each other at the door, and the content was just like a quarrel between elementary school students. He Yeffing was furious, pointing at Fong Ye's nose and said, Humph, I won't bother with you. Quickly call out the boss of your base. I have something to tell him. Fong Yi looked He Yeffing up and down and said disdainfully, Just you? Are you worthy of meeting my uncle? Among my uncle's sisters and aunts, which one is not prettier than you? Your uncle? Why am I not worthy of him? He Yeffing was stunned, and then he got angry. You are so ugly. Fong Yi said bluntly. You said, what? Did you? He Yeffing's eyes instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth. This is the first time since I was a child that someone has called me ugly. You are, too, ugly. Fong Yi responded in the same tone as hers. At this moment, He Yeffing was so angry that he was stunned. Tears couldn't stop flowing. He squatted down and covered his face and cried. Hey, why are you crying? I didn't say anything wrong. Fong Yi was confused. I didn't hit her. Why is she crying? He Yeffing became angrier and angrier as he listened and shouted at Wu Li and the others. What are you waiting for? The boss has been scolded and cried, and you still can't pay him back? Wu Li and the others looked at each other, then immediately rushed towards Fong Yi. And then, bang, 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 bang. Several loud slaps were heard, and Fong Yi returned to his original position. He had controlled the strength just now. Otherwise, Wu Li and the others would not be able to withstand his full-strength slap. Wu Li and the others covered their faces and rolled back to He Yeffing, saying pitifully, Boss, we can't beat him. He Yeffing was speechless. His subordinates were not helpful, and he was scolded to tears. Was he here to seek revenge or to be scolded? He felt even more wronged and cried even louder. Fong Yi scratched his head. Did I act too harshly? No one responded to him. Led by He Yeffing, Wu Li and others all covered their faces and started crying. How do we solve this problem? Fong Yi was completely at a loss. It would be awful if the woman just cried, but it would be too embarrassing if the man cried too. After thinking about it, Fong Yi vaguely remembered that Fong Yin had told him to be gentler to girls, and if he made a girl cry, he should comfort her in time. I'm sorry, please don't cry. Fong Yi walked in front of He Yeffing and said carefully. He Yeffing ignored him. What do you want to do to stop crying? He Yeffing ignored him. I'm right, you're not good looking. He Yeffing cried even louder. Oh no, you're still pretty, at least prettier than the women in our team. He Yeffing's crying became a little quieter. Hey, stop crying. What do you want me to do to make you stop crying? He Yeffing raised his head and looked at him with tears in his eyes. Then let me beat you up, and I won't cry anymore. That won't work. Fong Yi shook his head quickly. My aunt and uncle have never beaten me. So why do you do that? He Yeffing started crying again. Fong Yi was so anxious that he was spinning around, scratching his hair and complaining, My uncle didn't tell me before he left. What should I do if the people who came here cry? Hearing He Yeffing crying louder and louder, he sighed and said, Okay, then you can hit me. I tell you not to hit me too hard, otherwise I will fight back. Really? He Yeffing looked up, a cunning look flashing in his eyes. Fong Yi nodded honestly, puffed out his chest, and said, You fight me. Seeing Fong Yi was so straightforward, He Yeffing felt reluctant to use force. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and hit Fong Yi. It turns out it doesn't hurt. We're even now. Fong Yi rubbed his chest and said with a smile. He effing stared at Fong Yi, thinking that this boy was silly and cute. He wiped the tears from his face and asked, "Can I meet your uncle now?" Fong Yi shook his head. No. You. He effing was furious. This guy, the atmosphere was obviously harmonious just now. Why are you still so stubborn? Fong Yi patted He effing's shoulder with an air of superiority and said, I know that you are looking for my uncle to recruit us. I advise you to give up. My uncle's temper is not as good as mine. Are you in a good mood? He effing couldn't help but complain in his heart. Fong Yi continued, You are the boss of base, right? I'm telling you the truth, your base is too weak. Anyone from our base is no weaker than you. You should go back and take a rest. Don't waste your energy. He effing said in disbelief. Where do you get your confidence from? Even if your base is very strong, you can't just pick someone stronger than me. Don't believe it? Fong Yi said with a smile. Of course I don't believe it. He effing refused to give in. Fong Yi nodded and said, Okay, everyone in our base is out now. Let me fight you. If you can't even beat a gatekeeper like me, don't even think about meeting my uncle. He effing said confidently. Okay, who is afraid of who? According to her calculations, her strength ranked at least between 400 and 500 in Central Seoul City. The guy in front of her had no strong attack power except for his fast speed, and her special ability just happened to restrain the agility type. The two men stood at a certain distance from each other. He effing took the lead and pushed his palm forward. An invisible barrier suddenly appeared, covering the unaware Fong Yi. Fong Yi felt as if he was locked up by something. He reached out and touched it, and roughly realized that he was covered by a cover. A hint of pride flashed across his face. Just for this thing, you want to lock me up? Before he effing started the second attack, Fong Ye's figure flashed, the invisible barrier was shattered, and at the same time, a crisp slap was heard. Bang! Chapter 83, My Straight Nephew. Wah! He effing squatted down, covered his face, and started crying again. Fong Yi looked at his red palm and apologized hastily. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just hit your men, and it was easy for me. I didn't mean to slap you. Wu Li and others said, How presumptuous of you. However, this time, no matter how Fong Yi apologized, he effing just squatted there crying and refused to forgive Fong Yi. At this moment, Lin Yao, who had already selected the battlefield and reunited with the others, also returned. What's going on? Lin Yao looked at Fong Yi, who was running around in a panic. There were also a few men covering their faces and a little girl on the ground, covering her face and crying. For a moment, he didn't understand what was going on. When Fong Yi saw Lin Yao coming back, he felt like he had seen a savior. He hurriedly ran to Lin Yao and explained the situation. When Fong Yi finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. Fong Yin, who was standing beside him, held her forehead with her hand and said, My nephew, how do you want me to say anything about you? Aunt, I didn't mean to slap her. Fong Yi stood awkwardly in front of Fong Yin like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry and patted Fong Yi on the shoulder. It's okay, you did a good job, but next time, don't hit people in the face. It hurts your self-esteem. Fong Yi nodded hurriedly. When Lin Yao was about to walk over, Zhou Chuchu beside him suddenly grabbed him and whispered something in his ear. Is this actually possible? Lin Yao was a little surprised. Zhou Chuchu spread her hands to show that she also found it unbelievable. Lin Yao felt that he could not understand the young people nowadays. He walked towards He Yefeng and observed their special abilities at the same time. He Yefeng, female, 18 years old. Blockade barrier level 3. Can create an invisible barrier. The actions of creatures in the barrier will be blocked. Note, can only block creatures with abilities below level 4. Lin Yao also noticed the abilities of the others. He came up to He Yefeng and smiled gently. Boss He, right? I'm the boss of the Diazation base. I heard that you plan to take over our base. He Yefeng raised his head and looked at Lin Yao with tears in his eyes. He was suddenly stunned. You are his uncle? So young. Yeah, I just look young. Boss He, are you going to squat and talk to me all the time? Lin Yao put on an elder's look. He Yefeng stood up hurriedly, wiped his tears, and then said to Lin Yao, Hello, uncle. No, hello, Boss Lin. I originally wanted to incorporate your base, but now it seems that anyone is better than me. I still... As he spoke, he started crying again. Lin Yao held his forehead with his hand, still maintaining a gentle smile. Don't cry yet. Why don't you go sit down in the base and talk? What to talk about? He Yefeng asked while crying. Let's talk about recruiting, Lin Yao said with a smile. He Yefeng nodded. and followed Wu Li and others into the base with Lin Yao. When he saw Fang Yi, he glared at him fiercely, but when he saw Fang Yi being grabbed by the ear by a middle-aged, beautiful woman and begging for mercy, he couldn't help laughing. Inside the base, he effing followed Lin Yao into a villa and was immediately stunned by its luxury. The living conditions here were much better than those in her base. "Bossy, please take a seat." Lin Yao asked the girls to go about their respective business, leaving Fang Yin and Fang Yi to keep him company. He effing waved his hands hurriedly. "Boss Lin, you are too polite. I am a junior. You can just call me Xiaofeng." Looking at such a well-behaved girl, Lin Yao nodded and smiled. "Okay, I'll call you Xiaofeng, and you can call me Uncle Lin." Fang Yin brought tea and handed it to He Yefeng with a kind face. She had just heard that this girl had developed some feelings for her silly nephew. Being slapped in the face actually brought out feelings. No wonder Lin Yao and Zhou Chu both expressed disbelief. "Thank you." He Yefeng thanked quietly, took the tea, and suddenly felt his face getting hot in front of Fang Ye's aunt. "Aunt, I'm thirsty too," Fang Yi suddenly said. Fang Yin glanced at him and said, "Why don't you go pour it yourself? Do you still expect your aunt to serve you?" Fang Yi looked helpless, not understanding why his aunt no longer loved him. Lin Yao coughed and asked He Yefeng, "Xiaofeng, how strong is your maple leaf base now?" He Yefeng took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Uncle Lin, in our maple leaf base, besides me who has level 3 abilities, there are more than 20 level 2 abilities, and the remaining 150 people are all level 1 abilities. Such a force is already considered very strong in the Hushan district today. TSK, such a badass," Fang Yi said disdainfully. Fang Yin hurriedly slapped him on the head. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Lin Yao nodded. "There are quite a few people. Uncle asks you, can you guarantee the purity of your base?" "Of course, Uncle Lin, don't worry. The people in our maple leaf base have all been screened by me, and their absolute loyalty can be guaranteed. There won't be any people with bad intentions." He Yefeng hurriedly patted his chest to make the assurance. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Okay, then your maple leaf base will be merged into our base." "Okay. He Yefeng just smiled, but suddenly he was stunned. "Didn't I take over your base? How come it suddenly became you taking over ours?" Lin Yao took a sip of the tea and then said, "Xiaofeng, you heard it right. We are the ones who recruited you. How can this be?" "I don't agree." He Yefeng stood up and said loudly. Fang Yi also stood up and accused, "How dare you talk to my uncle?" Fang Yin hurriedly slapped him on the head again. "Can you please stop talking nonsense? I was so anxious that I even spoke in dialect." Lin Yao waved his hand, signaling her not to panic and to sit down and listen. "Don't worry, let your uncle tell you. From what I see, Xiaofeng, you don't actually want to compete for the position of the new king of Hushan district. You're being forced by the people below to take over some small bases. Your idea is actually quite right. Although we don't know why this official organization insists on having a leader in each region, it is definitely not a good thing. Since you don't want to be a leader, and I don't want to be a leader of Hushan district, it means that our ideals are the same. Otherwise, with our current strength, we are the strongest in not only Hushan district, but also in the entire Central Seoul City. In this chaotic world, I agree with your philosophy of keeping to yourself, Xiaofeng. However, due to your own lack of strength, you have no choice but to go along with the crowd. I understand your dilemma. That's why I said, if I take over your base, at least I can guarantee the safety of everyone in your Maple Leaf base. Of course, this safety is not free, it requires their hard work. As for you, you can become stronger in peace and stability. You don't have to worry about the so-called corpse king outside, and you don't have to worry about someone peeing you all day long. All the troubles outside will be handled by me, your uncle. Let's take a step back. If you're here, can't you bully Fang Yi every day? With me and his aunt here, he won't dare to fight back. So you'll think about it. Chapter 84, Aunt's Illegitimate Daughter. Before He Yefeng could say anything, Fang Yi was unhappy and cried out to Lin Yao, "Uncle, you can't do this." Before he could finish his words, Fang Yin covered his mouth. "No rush, Xiaofeng. Please stay for dinner and give me an answer after dinner." Lin Yao remained patient with her. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I'll think about it." He Yefeng was really considering it seriously. The Maple Leaf base was built with the help of Wu Li and others. This was not something she could decide on her own. She also had to consider their ideas. Lin Yao was not in a hurry at all. He winked at Fang Yin and left Fang Yi here to accompany He Yefeng while the two of them slipped out. This boy, why didn't I realize he was so silly before? Fang Yin couldn't help laughing when she thought of her eldest nephew's silly look. I guess Fang Yi has been single since birth, so he knows nothing about love matters. Lin Yao couldn't help but laugh. Fang Yi nodded. My brother and sister-in-law used to be very strict with him. Alas, they even made the child stupid. After a while, the sounds of Fang Yi and He Yefeng quarreling were heard in the villa again. They looked at each other, and they shook their heads. The children are grown up, let them be. While there was still time in the afternoon, Lin Yao slipped out to find Su Qingyan again. Now 3 new battlefields have been opened up, and once the Maple Leaf base joins in, there will be more people who can dig crystals. Lin Yao plans to upgrade Xiaojuan to level 5 first, and then upgrade Xiaojuan and the other 3 to level 4 Corpse Kings. There are 5 battlefields a day, with 5 zombie kings responsible for helping to lure the zombies. Lin Yao feels that he will kill until his hands are tired. Su Qingyan became very excited when she saw him. She stuck to him and refused to get off. The other female zombies could only stare at her with envy. Xiaojuan, has anyone discovered you recently? Lin Yao recalled the information about the organization. Su Qingyan tilted her head and thought for a while, then replied, Yes, a few days ago, there were a few living people peeking at me, but you didn't let me eat people randomly, so I ignored them. Lin Yao slapped his head. This was indeed his explanation. He took out a few level 2 crystals and 2 level 3 crystals and asked Su Qingyan to eat them. After a while, Su Qingyan's pupils completely turned orange, and she officially advanced to a level 5 Corpse King. An incomparable violent aura emanated from Su Qingyan, shocking the villa and causing it to shake. Everyone present, except Lin Yao, was blown away by the strong aura. It took Lin Yao a lot of effort to help her control it. In this way, Xiaojuan should be the strongest zombie in Zhonghan City. Even if someone wants to hunt her, they will only die. Lin Yao felt relieved and then continued to explain. Xiaojuan, from now on, if the living don't take the initiative to cause trouble to you, just ignore them. But if someone wants to hurt you, don't be polite, kill them. Su Qingyan nodded obediently. Now she has the intelligence of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, and she is becoming more and more smart. Then Lin Yao took out some crystals and asked them to distribute them to the female zombies. He also arranged for them to take precautions in attracting the zombies before leaving. After returning to the base, Fang Yin had just prepared dinner, and He Yefeng was still bickering with Fang Yi. Who wants you to join our base? My uncle is kind-hearted. Otherwise, with your weak skills, he wouldn't even look down on you. TSK, you're talking like I'm interested in joining in. Then don't agree to it. Why should I listen to you? I have to agree. You're laughing. You're just jealous that our base is stronger than yours. You sound like you're very strong. You're just a little faster. It's just that I'm fast, and I can slap you. Do you have the guts to bite me? All the women in Lin Yao's family couldn't help but cover their heads. Even the young Xiaojuan couldn't stand it. Brother Fang Yi and this sister are like my parents. What do you mean? Wu Shuyan asked curiously. Xiaojuan covered her mouth and laughed. My parents used to quarrel like this, but they would make up in the evening. Xiaojuan's childish words made everyone laugh. And just then, Lin Yao came back. At the dinner table, Lin Yao did not ask He Yefeng any more questions. He raised his glass and said, Come on, Xiaofeng is the first time to visit our house. Let's toast. Cheers. He Yefeng took a sip of the drink and couldn't help but smile. Uncle Lin's place is still the best. There is electric and iced Coke, and the dishes made by Aunt Fong are simply delicious. Fang Yin also had a gentle smile on her face. If you like Annie's food, then come and tell Annie what you want to eat, and Annie will cook it for you. Okay. He Yefeng agreed immediately. Aunt, I don't even get this treatment, Fang Yi complained. Fang Yin rolled her eyes. Haven't I cooked enough for you before? Fang Yi discovered that ever since He Yefeng appeared, her aunt no longer loved her at all. Could it be that this was her aunt's illegitimate daughter? Does uncle know? He Yefeng was obviously a social expert. She quickly became friends with other women. Everyone liked this lively and cheerful girl. The most important thing was that everyone knew that this girl actually fell in love with Fang Yi, a wooden man, and they all had a good impression of her. Both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. After the meal, everyone went about their own business, leaving Fang Yi and Lin Yao to accompany He Yefeng. After asking Fang Yi to bring her some tea, Lin Yao then asked, What do you think, Xiaofeng? He Yefeng then put away his smile and said seriously, Uncle Lin, I have considered it and discussed it with my subordinates. We are willing to join this base. I also inquired about it this afternoon. As long as we can help dig crystals, we can get 20 of the crystals. Is that right? Lin Yao nodded. Of course, after you join, I will improve the efficiency and let you be responsible for digging crystals in 2 battlefields, and the share will still be 20. Okay, then I'm relieved. He effing felt relieved. She also heard in the afternoon that Lin Yao could kill more than 3,000 zombies in 1 battlefield, and 2 of them would be 6,000 to 7,000. They would get 20, and they would earn 1,200 to 1,400 crystals every day. This is much more crystals than what their base had obtained every day through hard work, and there is no risk. All the work of killing zombies is done by Lin Yao's team. They only need to dig, and the safety factor is full. Afterwards, he effing discussed some planting matters with Lin Yao. There were several people in the maple leaf base who had the ability to ripen fruits and vegetables. Lin Yao simply waved his hand and let them work on the mountain behind the community. No one can resist eating fresh fruits and vegetables. The two of them discussed until 10 o'clock in the evening before they finally finalized many matters. It must be said that although he effing is not very old, she is very decisive and experienced in doing things and does not look like an 18-year-old girl at all. Chapter 85, Humanoid Zombie Harvester. In that case, we will move here tomorrow. Uncle Lin, I'll take my leave now. He effing stood up and bowed to Lin Yao. Lin Yao stood up and nodded, then said to Fang Yi, Xiao Yi, send Xiao Feng back to the base. Make sure she is safe. Fang Yi looked bitter. Doesn't she have subordinates? Why does she need me to deliver her? Just send it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yao kicked him. This kid is completely hopeless. In the end, Fang Yi reluctantly sent he effing away. Master Lin, who had been busy all day, found the new member Yundai. The next day, Lin Yao took his men to 2 other new battlefields to establish a security line of defense. He was busy until noon. When he returned to the base, all the people from a maple leaf base had driven over. In the afternoon, he effing witnessed with his own eyes how efficient Lin Yao's team was in killing zombies, and he couldn't help but marvel at it. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Lin Yao. If he had had a bad attitude from the beginning, Lin Yao alone would have been able to massacre the entire maple leaf base several times without the help of others. After a busy day, Lin Yao killed nearly 10,000 zombies in total. His skill points reached 30,000, and he was also given more than 800 attribute points. Lin Yao upgraded his skills of seeing through fire, all things retreat, and spiritual detection to level 5. So far, except for the immobilization technique and flying skill, all other skills have been upgraded to level 5. We have a speed up. The next day, Lin Yao brought a lot of crystals and helped Wang Jialing to advance to level 5 Corpse King, and Zhao Yulan, Li Yin, and Hu Qiaoling also advanced to level 4 Corpse King. Together with Su Qingyan, the 5 female zombie kings each lead 3 level 3 zombie kings, responsible for leading the zombies from various places to 5 different battlefields. On this day, the number of zombies killed by the Diazation base reached its peak. A total of more than 16,000 zombies were killed in the 5 battlefields, of which 15,000 were killed by Lin Yao alone. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 1032. Defense, 1030. Agility, 1020. Spiritual power, 1030. Charm value, 20. Skill points, 20,040. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 5, Virus Resistance level 5, Monster Upgrade level 5, Zombie Transformation level 5, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 5, All Things Retreat level 5, Mental Detection level 5, Immobilization level 5, Flying level 5, Toxin Immunity. Items, Mechanical Magic Arrow, Storage Space, 250,000 cubic meters. Lin Yao is very satisfied with his current attributes. When he first obtained the system, his various attribute points were only 5 to 10 points. Now he is many times stronger than he was a month ago. Except for Lin Yao's women, no one else knew how strong Lin Yao's body was. Anyway, Lin Yao himself estimated that Yu Qian, a level 5 power-type mutant, was not even 1/3 as strong as himself. The entire Diazation base, having witnessed Lin Yao's powerful strength, has become convinced of the boss of the base. Now Lin Yao has been given a nickname in the base, Human-Shaped Zombie Harvester. Wherever you go, there will be a large number of zombies dying. Their strength is so terrifying that it doesn't seem like that of a human. In addition to the huge profits from crystal harvesting, the planting industry at the Diazation base is also thriving. The Braised Large Intestines team, the Rain Elephant team, and the Maple Leaf team have all produced several talented people with the ability to grow fruits and vegetables. The entire back mountain and open space have been taken over by them, and several tons of fresh fruits and vegetables can be harvested every day. When no one was paying attention to the Diazation base, the official organization of the superpowers also issued a statement. After the competition, the new king of Hushan district came out on top from the Howling base. As soon as the statement came out, bases in other areas rushed to the official organization to inquire about the news. This new boss, Kuang Xiao, is a level 3 psychic, currently ranked 4,214th in strength. After a few days of expansion, the entire Howling base has reached more than 400 people. According to my investigation, this base is divided into 4 halls, Tianyi Xianhuang, each with more than 100 people. In addition to the boss Kuang Xiao, who is a level 3 psychic, there are 42 other level 2 psychics in the Kuang Xiao base, and the rest are all level 1 psychics. After listening to Fang Ye's report, Lin Yao nodded and didn't take it too seriously. As long as this so-called new boss didn't bother him, he wouldn't bother with it. He was busy all day long and had no time to play house games with them. Lin Yao had a hunch that after his ability was upgraded to level 6, there would be a qualitative change. The only thing is that too many skill points are required. Each skill requires 100,000 skill points to be upgraded to level 6. There are 9 upgradable skills, which requires 900,000 skill points. How many zombies do you have to kill before you can upgrade them? Inside the Howling base, a sturdy man with a square face sat in the first seat, his hair standing on end, and he greeted the congratulations of his subordinates with a proud look on his face. Kuang Xiao was satisfied with the licking from the person below, so he stretched out his hand to signal for silence. Everyone, I, Kuang Xiao, can sit in this position today, thanks to your support. Please believe me, I will definitely raise the status of our Hushan district. I won't be like that loser Jin Shi, who will always be at the bottom of the central Seoul city. So next, the first thing we need to do is to continue to incorporate the scattered small bases in Hushan district. There is no need to merge them into our base. Just like before, each base will just need a hand in the crystals every day. If anyone dares to resist, the Earth Hall will lead people to suppress them. The head of the Earth Hall immediately bowed and agreed. Another head of the Yellow Hall asked, then should we collect 200 crystals from each base every day like the Golden Lion did before? Kuang Xiao shook his head. Of course not. 200 a day is too few. There are at least 800,000 to 900,000 zombies in the entire Hushan area. If these small bases don't work harder, when will they be killed? So I decided that each base must hand over 500 crystals. As soon as these words were spoken, the people below were in an uproar. In the past, they also had a hand over crystals to the Golden Lion base, and 200 per day was already a very difficult number. They didn't expect that Kuang Xiao would ask for 500 right away. With this number, the leaders of those small bases will definitely resist. I'm afraid that we at Ditong alone won't be able to suppress them, said the Ditong leader worriedly. I know that these small bases just want to live in peace and wait for death all day long, and they're never willing to work hard to kill zombies. How can this be acceptable? If our Lake Mountain area can soar into the sky in the future, they must work harder. Otherwise, when will they be able to hold their heads up when facing people from other areas? It has been decided, if the underworld cannot suppress it, then heaven will also help. When necessary, you are allowed to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, Kuang Xiao said in a grim tone. Chapter 86 Zombies begin to evolve. It is said that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office. On the first day that Kuang Xiao was awarded as the new king of Hushan district, he swung his butcher knife at the remaining 20 or so small bases. After the meeting, Kuang Xiao waved away everyone with a smug look on his face and sang and danced alone in the room, having a great time. We ordinary people are so happy. I am so happy and happy. I am so happy and happy. Suddenly, a puff of black smoke came out from the floor behind him, and in less than a moment, the black shadow condensed into a human figure. Boss Kuang Xiao is so elegant. The black figure suddenly spoke, and the voice sounded like he was wearing a voice changer, making it impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Kuang Xiao was in the mood of showing off when he was suddenly startled by the voice of the black shadow. He was about to lose his temper, but when he turned around and saw the black figure, he knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I didn't know it was the deacon who came in person. Kuang Xiao is rude. The black shadow's entire face was covered, and on his chest was the icon of the official organization of the superpowers. He was one of the 11 deacons of this organization in Zonghanqing, Deacon Shadow. Deacon Shadow looked around and seemed to be disgusted with the environment here. Seeing this, Kuang Xiao was very tactful and cleaned up a single sofa, cleared the garbage on it, and then put a clean cushion on it. Deacon Shadow then nodded in satisfaction and walked to the sofa and sat down. I wonder if Deaconing has any instructions for you? Kuang Xiao asked while still half kneeling. Deacon Shadow stretched out a snow-white hand from his wide black robe, propped up his head, and stared at Kuang Xiao. Kuang Xiao, you are now in charge of the entire Hushan district. You should be clear about your mission, right? Kuang Xiao kowtowed hurriedly. I know that I can become the boss of Hushan district all because of the organization's cultivation and appreciation. Please rest assured, Deaconing, I will gather all the survivors' bases in Hushan district as soon as possible and improve my superpowers as quickly as possible. Shadow, Deacon whispered. Don't learn from that idiot Gene Sure. He harvested so many crystals, but secretly raised zombies. In the end, he suffered the consequences. You can't blame others. Kuang Xiao was stunned. It was well known that the Golden Lion base was occupied by zombies before, but no one expected that the Golden Lion actually raised zombies and was finally eaten by the zombies it raised. This guy is really crazy. I will definitely keep Deacon Shadow's teachings in mind. Please rest assured, Deacon, I have the confidence that I can upgrade my supernatural power to level 4 within a month. Kuang Xiao knocked his head to the ground again. Well, I hope you take care of yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold your head up in front of other people at the next district leaders meeting. Don't feel embarrassed, the Shadow Protector warned. Yes. Kuang Xiao kowtowed quickly to express his gratitude. When I raised my head, the black shadow in front of me had already disappeared. Oh, I'm so scared. Kuang Xiao wiped the sweat from his head and sat down on the ground. The reason why he became the new king of Hushan district was not because of his own strength, but because of the secret cultivation of the government. When the news of the Golden Lion base being massacred by zombies first came out, the authorities secretly found Kuang Xiao and provided him with crystals to help him reach level 3. They also secretly made great efforts during the elections among various bases. Otherwise, with the capabilities of Kuang Xiao base itself, it would not have been able to compete for this position. The only requirement that the official organization of superpowers has for Kuang Xiao is that Kuang Xiao himself must improve his superpower level as quickly as possible. I have to hurry up and collect the crystals. If I fail to meet the official requirements, I will be dead without a burial place when the earth is destroyed, Kuang Xiao muttered and sat down on the sofa. After this ordeal, Kuang Xiao no longer had the heart to show off. The next day, Lin Yao opened up 2 new battlefields. He had to travel to 5 battlefields a day to kill zombies. Fortunately, he now had the ability to fly. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted just running around like this. As the last zombie fell, Lin Yao touched the non-existent sweat on her head. Actually, she was not tired, but she had to act as if she was working hard. So, Teacher Shun came over with a handkerchief to help her wipe the sweat off her face. Strange, there are more level 2 zombies. Lin Yao sat down on the platform, looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, and fell in a deep thought. In the past, his probability of encountering level 2 zombies was less than 1, which means that among 3,000 zombies, it would be good to have 30 level 2 zombies. But in the past few days, the probability of level 2 zombies appearing has been increasing. Even today, a total of 15,000 zombies were killed, of which 5,000 were level 2 zombies, nearly 1/3. This is very strange. In the past, only a level 2 mutant would become a level 2 zombie after being bitten by a zombie, or when the zombie virus broke out at the beginning, there was a very small chance that he would directly become a level 2 zombie. But it is obvious that there have never been so many level 2 zombies before. Therefore, Lin Yao made a bold inference. Zombies will evolve on their own. Calculating the time, it has been exactly 1 month since the zombie virus outbreak. Could this be some kind of turning point? Lin Yao guessed. The last time was on the 7th day, when all the survivors awakened their special powers. This time it was on the 30th day, when the zombies began to evolve. This is very scary. Now the level 2 mutants in Hushan district can already become base leaders, but with the appearance of such a large number of level 2 zombies, life in these bases will probably become even more difficult. However, the evolution of these zombies is still beneficial to him. As long as there is no zombie king above level 6, Lin Yao is confident that he can deal with it. A total of more than 15,000 zombies were killed today. Lin Yao's skill points increased dramatically, gaining 120,000 skill points and more than 800 attribute points, and he could be upgraded directly. In addition, Lin Yao also discovered a difference. The changes of these autonomously evolving zombies were somewhat different from those of Su Qingyan and the others. Su Qingyan and the others were fed by themselves with crystals. As their levels got higher, their appearance became more and more human-like. For example, if Su Qingyan, the current level 5 corpse king, wore sunglasses and walked on the street, anyone would think she was an ordinary urban beauty. However, the zombie characteristics of these autonomously evolved zombies are more obvious. Their flesh and blood have dried up and become skin and bones. Fangs have begun to grow in their mouths, and their nails have become sharper. They are getting further and further away from being human. Lin Yao couldn't help but start to doubt whether this was the normal evolutionary route of zombies. Did he accidentally find himself on a new route by feeding Su Qingyan and the others? If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Lin Yao chooses to go with the flow. It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's time to go back and rest. Let Shun Tong and the others continue to supervise, and Lin Yao disappeared immediately. When he returned to the gate of the base, he found a group of people arguing with Feng Yi. I'm telling you, Boss Guangxiao, we at Diazation Base refused to accept his jurisdiction, and you still want us to hand over the crystals. You're really bold. Feng Yi shouted angrily. Chapter 87 Gifts are coming. There were about 30 people who came, led by a middle-aged strong man. When he heard Feng Ye's words, he immediately started cursing in anger. Little bastard, I've already told you, we are from the Howling Base. Now the entire Lake Mountain area has to respect our Howling Base. You blind dog, I ask you to inform the boss of your base and hand over 500 crystals every day. What are you doing here nagging me? I see that your hair hasn't even grown out yet, so I won't bother with you. If you keep nagging me, I'll skin you alive. Feng Yi was furious. This guy opened his mouth and told me to shut up. He was obviously looking down on him. However, before he could take any action, he effing got the news and ran out of the base gate. Hey. Do you guys at the Howling Base really think you are the emperors? You said you want crystals and you want crystals, but you don't even see where this place is. How can you act so recklessly? He effing stood beside Feng Yi with his hands on his hips and supported him in a menacing manner. But Feng Yi didn't appreciate it. Why did you come out? I can handle these noobs by myself. He effing rolled his eyes. Why do you need to be scolded like this if you can handle it? You should have beaten them up when they opened their mouths to ask for the crystal. Why haven't you learned Uncle Lin's majesty and domineering attitude at all? You are whining to them like a woman. Feng Ye's nose was crooked with anger. Who are you calling a bitch? You are the bitch. He effing raised his little head. I am a woman. You. Feng Yi was so angry that he wanted to fight, with he effing on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Yao, who was about to go out, hugged his shoulders and hid aside to watch the two extreme guys bickering. Everyone in the Howling Base was dumbfounded. Why did the people in this base start quarreling first? Hey, can you guys stop arguing and call out the boss of your base first? The burly man in the lead said speechlessly. Shut up. Feng Yi and he effing turned around and yelled back at the same time. The leading burly man was stunned for a moment. Then he became furious. They had confiscated crystals from several bases today. Although some people were reluctant, after knowing that they were from the Howling Base, they all presented their crystals respectfully. How come they came here but didn't see any crystals and were even scolded by 2 little kids? Brothers, come on, break the men's hands and feet and capture the women. We brothers in Huangtang will enjoy them together tonight. The leading burly man waved his hand with an evil smile on his face. Feng Yi turned his head and stared at him. This is my aunt's daughter, so she is my sister. My quarrel with her is our family affair. If you dare to say such nonsense, you will die without knowing how you did it. Then take action. Bang, 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 bang. He effing only felt a gust of wind blowing beside her. When she could see clearly, all the people from the Howling Base had fallen to the ground groaning, holding their crotches. Feng Ye's broad back was blocking her way. For a moment, she even forgot the verbal offense of those people from the Howling Base and stared at Feng Yi infatuatedly. Although this guy is childish, he feels so safe. The leading sturdy man was sweating from the pain, holding his crotch and cursing. Boy, you are so cruel. You have offended our Howling Base. You are going to die. Feng Yi kick him again. Just wait and see who dies. Brothers, retreat. The sturdy man in the lead struggled to get up from the ground, called his men, and prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Yao came out from the corner after watching the show. Uncle. Hello, Uncle Lin. Feng Yi and he effing saw him and ran up to greet him. Lin Yao nodded to indicate that he already knew. The leading strong man was supported by someone, turned around and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Yao smiled harmlessly. "I'm the boss of this base. I heard you were looking for me." The leading sturdy man pushed away the men who were supporting him, stood up straight despite the pain, cleared his throat, and said, "Are you the boss of the base? Let me tell you, we are. I know you are from the Howling Base. Come here to collect the crystals. My eldest nephew has just said that the crystals cannot be given to you." Lin Yao interrupted directly. "Ew. Then just wait for our Howling Base's revenge." The leading burly man felt that he had been fooled and was so angry that his liver ached. After saying that, he turned around to leave, but found that he couldn't move. Not only him, but everyone in the Howling Base found themselves unable to move. What the hell is going on? Everyone couldn't help but scream in fear in their hearts. Lin Yao slowly walked up to him, still smiling. "Since you're here, you should give a gift. Do you understand the Chinese way of dealing with people? Xiaojuan, Xiaofeng, go and take out all the crystals from them, and also from those cars. They are here to visit us and bring so many gifts. We can't just refuse them." Fang Yi and He Yefeng immediately went to search for their crystals excitedly. "Look, the old ones are still the best. Why didn't I think of snatching their crystals?" Fang Yi said as he touched the crystals. "That's because you are stupid. Learn more from Uncle Lin." He Yefeng ran to the car and took out several bags of crystals. After a while, the two came back with several bags full of crystals. "Uncle, I roughly counted, and there are more than 2,000 level 1 crystals in total," Fang Yi reported. Lin Yao nodded. "Okay, this is all thanks to both of you. You two should share it equally. Uncle is generous. Uncle Lin is the best." The two men cheered and started dividing the spoils on the spot. Anyway, one is his eldest nephew and the other is his future niece-in-law. Neither of them is an outsider, so Lin Yao has no reluctance at all. Then the immobilization spell was released, and after the people in the Howling Base regained their mobility, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. The burly man in the lead even looked at Lin Yao with some fear in his eyes. This guy must also be a level 3 mutant. "Go back. You're welcome to visit us again next time. The gifts this time are good. Remember to bring more next time." Lin Yao waved his hand and asked them to leave. The leading sturdy man suppressed his fear and said, "Very good. The sky blasting base is right. You wait." Lin Yao gave him a cold look, and he immediately shut up in fear. He has already lost more than 2,000 crystals just now because of his boasting. If he continues to boast, he might really lose his life. "Withdraw." The burly man in the lead felt extremely aggrieved. He waved his hand and left with the people from the Howling Base. After the convoy went far away, Fang Yi came over and asked, "Uncle, I thought you would just kill them." Lin Yao rolled his eyes at him. "Am I so cold and heartless in your eyes?" Fang Yi hurriedly shook his head. No, my uncle has always been a kind and benevolent person in my heart. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Yao cursed with a smile and prepared to return to the base. Seeing that He Yefeng returned to the base first, Fang Yi hurriedly ran to Lin Yao again and whispered, "Uncle, do you know that Xiaofeng is my aunt's daughter?" Chapter 88. My dad has an illegitimate child? Lin Yao stumbled and stared at Fang Yi in disbelief. Ah. Fang Yi thought Lin Yao didn't know about this, so he leaned over and whispered, "Uncle, it seems you don't know. Don't worry, I'm on your side. If you ask me, my aunt's behavior was really unkind. She didn't even tell you about such a big thing as having an illegitimate daughter. But don't worry, the girl is grown up now. I, as her cousin, will take care of her if anything happens in the future. Just live a good life with my aunt." After saying that, he patted his chest as if he was in charge of everything. Lin Yao scratched his hair. "What the hell is going on? Who told you that Xiaofeng is your aunt's daughter?" Fang Yi glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he said quietly, "I can see that. Haven't you noticed? Ever since this girl appeared, my aunt has been especially nice to her. Every time there's something delicious, my aunt is the first to bring it to me. Even my own nephew doesn't get this treatment. Also, I secretly saw that my aunt always liked to chat with that girl in private and often asked her about her family affairs. I guess she felt a little guilty because she hadn't been around for so many years and hadn't taken care of her. The worst thing is that every time I have an argument with that girl, my aunt always stands on her side and doesn't help me. Tell me, what else could this be but an illegitimate daughter?" Lin Yao felt like his jaw was about to drop. "As your uncle, I know that you are honest, but I didn't expect you to be so honest. The entire base knows that He Yefeng likes you. Are you the only one who doesn't know? Tell me, is there a possibility that your aunt likes her and pampers her because she treats her as her niece-in-law?" Lin Yao patted Fang Yi's shoulder and hinted in a low voice. Fang Yi waved his hand and said, "Impossible. I know the relationship in my family very well. I am the only nephew of my aunt. How can a niece-in-law come from? No. Does my father have an illegitimate child outside? Is this girl the girlfriend of that illegitimate child?" After saying that, he started thinking seriously. Lin Yao covered his face and said, "Nephew, you win. But that's impossible. My dad doesn't have the money he saved to support his mistress. Besides, my mom is so fierce. Unless she wants to die. Where are you going, uncle?" While Fang Yu was still analyzing the situation carefully, Lin Yao had already shaken his head, muttered, "It's hopeless," and left silently. Ding dong. It is detected that the host's wife, Fang Yin, is pregnant, and the reward system will draw a lottery. Yes, this time there really is an illegitimate daughter. Bah, what kind of illegitimate daughter is this? The system suddenly received news that Fang Yin was pregnant. Lin Yao complained and thought about asking Boss Fang not to cook for so many people tonight, and he would find a way to hire 2 more chefs. Well, it has to be a female chef. Back at the villa, Wu Xuan, who was taking care of her pregnancy, was tutoring Xiaojuan in her homework. After Lin Yao came back, he picked up the little girl and started upgrading her skills. Now, Lin Yao likes to take advantage of Xiaojuan's luck in everything related to the system. With so many skill points at hand, Lin Yao thought about it and upgraded his monster killing skill to level 6 first. Upgrade to level 6 by killing monsters. 5 skill points for each level 1 zombie killed. 50 skill points for each level 2 zombie killed. 500 skill points for each level 3 zombie killed. 50,000 skill points for each level 4 zombie killed. 100,000 skill points for each level 5 zombie killed, with a probability of rewarding attribute points. Note, this skill has been bound to the wife, and after any wife kills a zombie, the host will gain the corresponding skill points. Nice! Lin Yao couldn't help but be ecstatic and lifted the little girl up high again. Slow down. Don't scare the child. Wu Xuan hurriedly stopped him. Oh, I'm just so happy. Lin Yao hurriedly put down Xiaojuan, who had a speechless face. What are you so happy about? Wu Xuan asked curiously. Lin Yao thought about it and told her what Fang Yi had just done, which made the proprietress and Xiaojuan cover their mouths and laugh wildly. Even Xiaojuan knew that he yeffing liked Fang Yi, but the parties involved were still kept in the dark. Then, taking advantage of Xiaojuan's good luck, Lin Yao started the lottery. This time it was still skill points, but the number had doubled. A total of 40,000 skill points were credited. Now his skill points have reached 60,000. After laughing for a while, Lin Yao put Xiaojuan down and let her continue with her homework, then went back to his room to show off. Sure enough, after the skill is upgraded to level 6, it will cause a qualitative change. In addition to giving more skill points for each zombie killed, the most important qualitative change is that this skill can be bound to each of his wives. In this way, he no longer has to be trapped in the base to kill zombies, but can go out and wander around. According to Lin Yao's current estimation, once today's crystals are absorbed, Wu Xuan, Yu Qian, Yu Xian, Zhou Chu, Lu Yin, and Fang Yin will be able to upgrade to level 6 superpowers. Hong Hu, Li Xiaoxing, and Yun Dai, who joined later, have already been upgraded to level 4 after stacking a large number of crystals in the past few days. Teacher Xin Tong, who started at a lower point, will have no problem upgrading to level 3 tonight. Judging from the performance of the lineup alone, if the combination is right, they will be fully capable of completing the daily task of killing zombies. But now Wu Xuan and Fang Yin are both pregnant. Lin Yao can only put them aside and stay in the base to take care of the babies. However, after Lin Yao counted, he found that there were not enough people. It seems that I have to bring a few more women home as soon as possible, Lin Yao sighed. In the evening, all the supervisors and crystal diggers came back. Fang Yin looked angry when she came back. Lin Yao was puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? It's that kid Xiao Yi. When I came back, that kid actually ran to me and asked me secretly whether his father had an illegitimate child outside. Tell me, how dare this kid be so rebellious that he even dared to talk nonsense about his own father? Fang Yin sat down on the sofa and complained about her nephew harshly. So that's how it is. There's a reason for this. Let me tell you. After listening to Lin Yao's story, Fang Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This nephew is truly hopeless. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about him. You must be hungry. I'll go cook. Fang Yin said and prepared to stand up and go to the kitchen. Lin Yao hurriedly held her shoulders and said, You are pregnant now. I will ask them to cook. You just sit here and rest. What? Fang Yin was stunned. I said you were pregnant. Now, Xiaoya may really have a younger sister. Of course, it may also be a younger brother. Lin Yao scratched her nose with a gentle tone. Wu Xian next to her was also surprised. Sister Fong, it turns out that you are also... That's great. We can keep each other company. Chapter 89 Women can also stand on their own. Fong Yin asked in disbelief. I'm really pregnant. It's absolutely true. Lin Yao said seriously. That's great. That's great. Fong Yin cried with joy, gently stroking her belly with both hands and muttering. I thought I couldn't get pregnant at my age. I was worried for a long time. Thank God. Lin Yao pointed at Xiaojuan who was standing beside him and said with a smile, God may not help you. If you want to thank someone, thank this girl. Xiaojuan was confused. What does this have to do with me? Lin Yao knew that ever since Fong Yin found out that Wu Xiuyan was pregnant, she had been worrying about whether she could get pregnant herself. She had been secretly hoping to get pregnant all day long. Coincidentally, there was a girl named Xiaojuan in their base whose supernatural power level reached level 5. This girl's good luck would be contagious. Fong Yin's wish came true, and she was immersed in joy. Lin Yao asked Yu Qian and the others to prepare dinner. Although these women didn't know how to cook before, they often helped Fong Yin and had learned a little bit. Besides, since Fong Yin didn't cook, they could still give verbal instructions, so the food wouldn't taste too bad. After dinner, Lin Yao invited Lu Desheng and Lu Tian from the Braised Large Intestine team, Fu Changyong from the Rain Elephant team, and He Yefeng from the Maple Leaf team. Now, I have an announcement. Once today's crystals are absorbed, everyone's abilities will have made considerable progress. As for me, I can't do everything myself forever, so I decided to leave the killing of zombies to you guys. Currently, we have 5 battlefields for killing zombies every day, so the arrangement is as follows. Qian will be in charge of the first battlefield, and Xin will be in charge of the second battlefield. You two sisters should be able to reach level 6 tonight. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with thousands of level 2 zombies. Sisters Yu Qian and Yu Xin looked at each other and said at the same time, no problem. Lin Yao nodded and continued. The third battlefield will be led by Lu Yin, Zhou Chuchu, and Shun Tong. Chuchu does not have an attacking ability, and Shun Tong's ability level is not high at the moment. Lu Yin will be the main attacker, and the two of you can assist. Lu Yin, Zhou Chuchu, and Shun Tong all agreed at the same time. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing will be in charge of the fourth battlefield. The two of you work well together, so there shouldn't be any problems. Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing looked at each other and said in unison, no problem. The fifth battlefield is quite special. Brother Lu, I want to borrow Lu Tian from you. His wind ability, combined with Yundi's poison ability, will have terrifying lethality. I won't lend him out for nothing. I will pay him an extra 20 of the crystals harvested from the fifth battlefield. Do you have any objections? Lu Desheng smiled and shook his head. I don't have any opinions. I will listen to Brother Lin. Xiaojuan, express your opinion quickly. Lu Tian quickly stood up and patted his chest and said, don't worry, Uncle Lin. I'm tired of digging crystals all day long. There will be no problem. Lin Yao nodded with relief. Now Lu Tian's ability is almost reaching level 6. With him around, at least Yundai's safety is guaranteed. Fu Changyong, Xiaofeng, please take care of them at all times. They are the most important people to me. No one is better than the other. Lin Yao said this very seriously. Fu Changyong and He Yefeng quickly stood up and said, don't worry, Uncle Lin. I will definitely give the order and not let them get hurt. Likewise, these words also moved his women, who stared at this tall man infatuatedly. He was always at the forefront to protect them from all risks. After so long, they also had to be able to stand on their own and share the burden with their men. At this moment, the loyalty of Lu Yin, Honghu, Li Xiaoxing, Shun Tong, and Yundai all rose to 100 at the same time, directly giving Lin Yao 5 system lottery draws, which even surprised Lin Yao himself. There is such an unexpected surprise. After the meeting, Lin Yao used up all his lottery draws and obtained 100,000 skill points. I can upgrade another skill. How wonderful! Lin Yao was very happy. After thinking about it, I upgraded the zombie transformation technique to level 6, which also caused a certain qualitative change. Zombie transformation level 6. The host can transform into a level 5 zombie king every day, with a time limit of 10 hours. New zombie domain skill. Zombie king domain, note. Only surface changes, no zombie virus, but cannot be detected by any high-level zombies. Zombie king territory. Forms a zombie king territory with a radius of 200 meters. Within the territory, the zombie king can control the life and death of zombies below level 5. This skill is really cool. The level 5 zombie king he transformed into, except for not having the zombie virus, is already a zombie that no one could see any flaws in. In this way, he can safely help Su Qingyan upgrade. He used to worry that Xiaojuan would upgrade too quickly and see through his human identity, but now he no longer has such concerns. Beautiful. Very beautiful. Moreover, his level 5 Corpse King also gave him an extra domain skill. Obviously, Su Qingyan, who is also a level 5 Corpse King, does not have such an extra skill. Maybe this is the benefit of having a system plug-in. Lin Yao was so happy that he started eating the sister ice bowl made by Honghu and Li Xiaoxing. While everything was peaceful at the Diazation base, the Guangxiao base was experiencing its moment of temper tantrum. Very good. Half of the small bases are so ungrateful that they refuse to hand over the crystals. Heaven and Earth, tomorrow you will each lead a team to suppress these bases one by one. This is really outrageous. Guangxiao smashed the teacup in his hand with a murderous look on his face. Before the heads of the Heaven and Earth Halls stood up to agree, the strong man from the Yellow Hall who had visited the Diazation base today stood up hurriedly and said, "Boss Guangxiao, I still have something to report." Guangxiao saw him and asked, "What's the matter? By the way, you confiscated crystals from several bases today. Why haven't you handed them in yet?" The sturdy man's name was Ma Hongfei. When he heard Guangxiao's question, cold sweat immediately broke out on his head. Report to the boss. Our Huangtang has confiscated crystals from 4 bases today, a total of 2,000 crystals. Guangxiao nodded, and the depression in his heart dissipated a little. That's not bad. Why don't you hand it in? Ma Yunfei felt his knees were shaking, and he could not stand steadily. Tell me, why are you shaking? Have you encountered a base that doesn't know what's good for you? Tell me, what's the name of that base? Let Ditong go there to suppress it tomorrow, Guangxiao asked doubtfully. Ma Yunfei could no longer hold on and knelt on the ground. Boss, all the crystals we confiscated were taken away by the Diazation base. What? Guangxiao had just sat down and took a sip of tea, but when he heard Ma Yunfei's words, he immediately spat it out and asked in disbelief. Chapter 90 Comprehensive Upgrade. Not only did he roar in disbelief, but everyone in the conference room was shocked. They went to collect the crystals. At most, there were a few small bases that were bold enough to refuse to give them the crystals, but no one dared to completely offend their roaring base. Who could have thought that when Ma Hongfei led people out to collect the crystals, they were actually robbed in the end? Where did these bumpkins come from? Don't they know that Hushan District is now the boss of the roaring base? Say it again. What happened to the crystals you confiscated? Unlike his previous outburst, Guangxiao's face was now terribly gloomy. Ma Hongfei kowtowed hurriedly. It was snatched away by that Diazation base. Guangxiao said in a cold tone, "Good, very good. It would be fine if you all disobeyed my discipline, but now you dare to snatch the crystal from me. Ma Hongfei, tell me, how did you get robbed?" Ma Hongfei hurriedly recounted the entire incident, crying and emphasizing it. No wonder there is a level 3 mutant. I never thought that this small Hushan area actually has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ma Hongfei, do you think I'm stupid? With a wild roar, invisible sound waves spread out, and all the base cadres in the conference room were deafened. Ma Hongfei, who was the first to be hit, was shocked to the point of bleeding at the corner of his mouth. Ahem, boss, I dare not lie. The boss of that base is really a level 3 psychic, or maybe even higher. Ma Hongfei coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground trembling. Guangxiao was so angry that he laughed. Ha! You mean, besides me, there is another level 3 or even level 4 mutant hiding in Hushan District. He came to attack me right after I became the boss of Hushan District? Ma Hongfei, tell me, why didn't he come out to compete for the position of boss before? Between the lines, it shows that he doesn't believe what he says. Ma Yan Hongfei cried, "Boss, I really don't dare to lie to you. How about, I'll take you there tomorrow and you'll know. I have to go and take a look, but who knows if you're in collusion with that Diazation base and want to deliberately frame me. Come here, take Ma Hongfei away, and I will deal with him after I come back tomorrow." Guangxiao snorted coldly and ordered his men to take Ma Hongfei away. "Boss, Ma Hongfei has always been loyal, and he should not be lying. Please spare his life." The head of the Huang Hall stood up and pleaded. Guangxiao stretched out his hand, blocking his desire to beg for mercy, and said coldly, "Whether he is loyal or not, we will find out when he comes back tomorrow." The head of the Huang Hall could only sigh and sit back in his seat. Tomorrow, the 4 halls of Tianyi Xianhuang bring all the level 2 psychics, and I will lead the team personally. Let's take a good look at this awesome base. Huang Xiao pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke. The heads of the heaven and earth halls were startled. Boss, what about suppressing other small bases? A cold smile flashed across Huang Xiao's lips. Tomorrow we will go all out and destroy the Diazation base with lightning speed. When other small bases see our power, they will naturally not dare to resist. The 4 hall masters shouted together. Boss is wise. The next day, Lin Yao woke up refreshed. After Wu Xian and the other 6 women broke through to level 6 psychics last night, the system gave Lin Yao another 60,000 skill points. Now his skill points have reached 120,000 again, which makes him extremely happy. After tiptoeing downstairs, I found that Feng Yin had already prepared breakfast. Didn't I tell you not to cook? Stay home and rest for the baby. Lin Yao scolded in a low voice. Since Feng Yin knew she was pregnant, she changed into a light and loose home clothes. She exuded a gentle temperament. She helped Lin Yao bring breakfast and said with a smile, I'm used to it. Besides, 1-1 is energetic and wakes up early in the morning. We can't let the child go hungry all the time. Hey, those women all like to stay in bed. Lin Yao complained helplessly. After breakfast, he rubbed Chu Wanwen's head while she was doing homework and upgraded her fireball skill to level 6. Fireball level 6 can fire 5,000 high-temperature fireballs a day. The fireballs are as big as a small mountain and can hit targets within 5,000 meters. The flames evolve into endless hellfire and cannot be extinguished except under the control of the host's thoughts. Similarly, after the fireball spell was upgraded to level 6, it also underwent a qualitative change. In addition to the fireballs becoming larger, more numerous, and longer, the most important thing was that the flames also evolved, which was somewhat like the Samadhi true fire in mythology. From then on, when his fireball spell was released, no one could extinguish it. Lin Yao estimated that if he used his fireball technique to its full potential, a small half of Zhonghan City would be covered. Combined with the fact that the endless fire could not be extinguished, burning down the entire Zhonghan City would not be a problem. My destructive power is strong now, but I don't have the chance to test it. Lin Yao sighed. The stronger the trump card, the higher the chance of using it. In addition to the changes in his skills, Lin Yao also observed the changes in Wu Shuyin and others' abilities in the wife interface of the system. The main thing was that each of them had developed a new ability, and the new ability was level 6 when it was born. Wu Shuyin, X-ray vision level 6, Cyclops level 6, the boss lady is going further and further on the Marvel Road. UXIN, ultrasonic wave level 6, soul shock level 6. UXIN actually used invisible attacks with 2 superpowers, one for the body and one for the soul. Yuqian, strength level 6, absolute defense level 6. Yuqian is going further and further on the path of a tank warrior. Fan Yin, soft as boneless level 6, body transforming into water level 6. Okay. Boss Fong is getting softer and softer. Lu Yin, local gigantism level 6, local skin hardening level 6. This is going further and further on a road of dead trees falling. Zhou Chu Chu, mind reading level 6, mind control level 6. This is also going further and further on the Marvel path. Then Lin Yao checked the changes in Chu Wanwen's supernatural powers, but he couldn't see it. Because his skill of seeing through things can only detect the situations of psychics of levels 1 to 5, and now that the little girl has reached level 6, he still can't see. Forget it. I'll wait and see after my skills are improved. Anyway, the little girl is still confused, and she won't be able to explain it herself. Now it's time to go out and save the little beauty with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Of course, before going out to rescue, Lin Yao first came to where Su Qingyan was. Xiaojuan, I brought you some food. Lin Yao took out a big bag of level 2 crystals. Thank you, Lin. Su Qingyan's my sweet Li. After taking the crystal, she divided it equally. Then she leaned on Lin Yao's shoulder and ate the crystal in small bites. Lin Yao's eyes rolled. His zombie transformation skills had been upgraded to level 6. It was time to try some things. Xiaojuan, do you want to go to heaven? Lin Yao smiled evilly. Chapter 91 Uncle is really good at judging people. Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, Okay. She always remembered the charlatan line Lin Yao said when he destroyed 6,000 zombies with one move. I come from heaven. Okay, come with me. Lin Yao pulled Su Qingyan and ran into an empty room. 2 hours later, Lin Yao left the community contentedly with a smug smile on his face. Overall, there are advantages and disadvantages. Lin Yao summed up as he walked. Su Qingyin has an amazing physique, at least the strongest physique among the women Lin Yao has ever seen, but her knowledge reserves are worrying. It seems that he needs to prepare some study materials. He remembered that when he went out to collect supplies before, he seemed to have got a lot of USB flash drives full of youthful hormones. Decision made. Start video tutorial first. After trying the new food, Lin Yao was about to continue wandering around when he saw from afar a convoy heading towards the dialization base. It looks like they are from the Howling base. Never mind, let's go back and take a look. After saying that, Lin Yao moved and flew back to the base. Is this the dialization base? Wasn't it called the Red Fox base before? Kuang Xiao got out of the car, looked at the 3 words dialization on the marble at the door, complained, and threw away the cigarette, but in his hand. Yes, this place used to be called the Red Fox base. I remember the boss here was a very beautiful woman with short hair. She was favored by the former Golden Lion boss. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion boss died before he could make a move, someone nearby said. Then why did you change the name? Kuang Xiao asked puzzledly. At this moment, Lin Yao came out and responded. That's because the current base boss has changed. When everyone at the Howling base saw that it was a young man coming out, they all sneered, "What a great show. Boy, call out the boss of your base." What a coincidence. I am the boss of the base. Lin Yao stood still, put his hands in his pockets, and activated the skill of seeing through fire at the same time. In his eyes, these people are crystals delivered to his doorstep. Kuang Xiao then stared at Lin Yao and asked, "Are you the boss of this base? Do you know who I am?" Lin Yao said disdainfully, "I know. Isn't he just a clown supported by the official organization of superpowers?" As soon as these words were spoken, before Kuang Xiao himself could react, his men started jumping up and down. "Kid, watch your words. Be careful what you say." That's right. A little kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair, yet dares to speak so arrogantly in front of our boss, Kuang Xiao. Young people nowadays really don't know how to live or die. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for mercy from our boss. Maybe our boss will be kind and spare your life. Lin Yao scratched his ears. The level of these people's swearing? Is this it? Xiao Yi, come here. Lin Yao turned and shouted towards the gate of the base. Fang Yi ran out happily. Uncle, what do you want from me? Lin Yao pointed at the group of people in the Howling base and said, "Let them see how good our base is at cursing." Fang Yi scratched his head. Uncle, you are joking. I'm such a good child. I don't know how to curse. Reward, 500 crystals. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. Hee hee, Uncle is really good at judging people. Fang Yi smiled, stood next to Lin Yao, and started to attack. Hey, you're all from the Howling base, right? To tell you the truth, the more than 2,000 crystals you got yesterday were all snatched away by me. Do you know why I got it so easily? Because QQ Farm called me yesterday and said your vegetables are dead. With so many of you coming here today, it seems like you have a lot of power, but in my opinion, it's still Chow Pai's wife who enters the vegetable garden. Zhen Ji is pulling out vegetables. And you're the one with the howl, right? Look at your big and strong appearance. Did you hide when humans evolved? And you, look at your pointed face and monkey cheeks. The person living next door to you is not Lao Wang, but a rat. Why are you grinning? What? Is there a tumor between your ears? Why are you glaring at me? Are you trying to make your eyes look bigger? I just happened to step on a few toads yesterday. Isn't it a coincidence that their eyes look a lot like yours? What? You're already red and warm? I'm not satisfied yet. Enough. With a roar, an invisible sound wave spread out, and the gate of the entire dialization base was shaking. Even a marble that was as tall as the house shook twice. However, Lin Yao and Fang Yi were both safe and sound. Fang Yi even scratched his ears. Why are you yelling? It makes you look loud. Wow, you still have bad breath. Did you not brush your teeth this morning, or did you eat shit? Why does it stink so bad? Kuang Zhao's nose was crooked with anger, but he didn't dare to move. He just roared with all his strength. If an ordinary level 2 psychic was hit head-on, he would be seriously injured if not killed. However, the 2 young men in front of him were completely unharmed. That means these 2 may be level 3 psychics, or even higher. Ma Hongfei didn't lie. You are level 3 psychics? Kuang Xiao hated himself so much for not believing what Ma Hongfei said, and his tone already showed some signs of retreat. Lin Yao smiled and said no. Kuang Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he was not a level 3 mutant. We are level 6. Lin Yao will not stop until his words are shocking. Kuang Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then cold sweat broke out on his body instantly. But the people at the howling base behind him expressed their disbelief. TSK, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is just because you have a little strength. You're level 6. There is not even a level 5 in the whole Xiaojuan city. That's right. Young people nowadays are too impetuous. Shut up. Kuang Xiao roared again, this time at his men. The group of subordinates were stunned by the shouting and didn't understand what happened to their boss. Kuang Xiao ignored them and turned around tremblingly, bowed, and ran to Lin Yao. Please forgive me. My subordinates are ignorant. If they have offended me, I will punish them now. Kuang Xiao had to believe that he could resist his superpowers so easily in front of him. Lin Yao smiled gently. Well, then punish him. Kuang Xiao was a little embarrassed. He was just being polite just now. So why did this guy take it seriously? What? Boss Kuang Xiao won't do it. Lin Yao's tone began to turn cold. Chapter 92. We young people have never seen the world. Kuang Xiao felt like his body was shaking. The people he brought with him were all the elites of the Kuang Xiao base. If he really killed these men, even if he could survive, the strength of the entire Kuang Xiao base would definitely plummet. Do you think this is okay? I will go back and punish them severely when I get back. Lin Yao stared at Kuang Xiao with a sneer. So, Boss Kuang Xiao, are you planning to give me a blank check? I dare not. I dare not. Kuang Xiao sensed the aura emanating from Lin Yao and felt more and more regretful. You are a level 6 boss. Why are you hiding here? With your strength, you can walk around the entire Central Seoul City. I will make it difficult for you. Yesterday, your men came over and brought 2,000 level 1 crystals as a gift. Today, as the boss, you're visiting in person. Shouldn't you give more as a gift? Besides, my nephew just had a friendly exchange with you for a long time and his mouth is dry. You have to give the kid some benefits and let him go back to buy some water. Lin Yao looked like I was thinking about you. Fang Yi next to him coughed twice tactfully. Oh, my mouth is so dry. I want to drink a beverage. Kuang Xiao showed a bitter look on his face. Then, what's the number? Lin Yao waved his hand. What you said is true. You're the boss of Hushan District. We live in Hushan District and have to rely on the care of Boss Kuang Xiao. How can we be so ignorant? Boss Kuang Xiao, just give us some. We are all young people who have never seen the world. Kuang Xiao turned his head and glared at his men. Just now, there was a guy who kept talking about young people. Kuang Xiao asked tentatively, then, 3,000 level 1 crystals. Lin Yao looked at the sky. 4,000 level 1 crystals. Lin Yao continued to look at the sky. 5,000. 5,000 level 1 crystals. Boss, this is the maximum we can give you. Lin Yao still looked at the sky. Then, just tell me a number. Lin Yao continued to look at the sky. Kuang Xiao gritted his teeth and said cruelly, 10,000. Boss, if you still don't agree, then just kill me. Lin Yao then shook his neck. Oh, I got a stiff neck from sleeping last night. My neck can't be straightened for a while. Xiaoya, can you help me massage it? Then he smiled at Kuang Xiao and said, what did you say just now, Boss Kuang Xiao? 10,000. That's embarrassing. This is really too much. How about you reduce it a bit? 100 will be enough. I don't trust you. Kuang Xiao cursed in his heart, but he still kept a flattering smile on his face. No need to reduce it, just 10,000. When we are out in the world, we should always keep our word. He believed that if he really dared to reduce 1 crystal, the guy in front of him would kill him directly. Then I will respectfully obey your command, Lin Yao said with a warm smile and a bow. Well, boss, 10,000 crystals are not a small number for us. How about you give us 5 days, and I will deliver them to your door in 5 days. Kuang Xiao said cautiously. Lin Yao's smile changed, and a cold, murderous aura enveloped Kuang Xiao. Kuang Xiao shuddered and quickly changed his words. 3 days. 3 days is enough. Seeing the murderous aura still hanging over him, Kuang Xiao almost cried. 1 day. I will deliver it to you tomorrow, boss. Lin Yao then retracted his murderous intent and continued to say with a smile, then I will be here tomorrow to wait for the arrival of Boss Kuang Xiao. Kuang Xiao felt his calves cramping and bowed to Lin Yao, saying, in that case, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he waved his hand and left with his men in a mighty manner, as if this place was some kind of hell and they didn't dare to stay even for a minute longer. Uncle, will they not give it to you? Fang Yi asked while massaging Lin Yao's shoulders. Lin Yao waved his hand to tell him not to hit, stared at the convoy and whispered, they don't dare. If they don't give it to me, I can go to their house and collect it myself. Fang Yi nodded. Unless everyone in the Howling Base had the ability to escape overnight, the crystal would have to be delivered up. Fang Yi then asked, will they go and steal the crystals from those small bases? Lin Yao looked at Fang Yi in surprise and said, nephew, you are not stupid. They will definitely go and rob them, but this has nothing to do with us. Zombies are now able to evolve on their own. If these small bases don't make progress all day, they will sooner or later become food for the zombies. I forced Kuang Xiao to rob them, which can also arouse their anger. With anger and hatred, they will have the motivation to become stronger. Although many people will die, at least those who survived, only then can we truly gain a foothold in this apocalypse. Lin Yao explained softly. Although this action will eventually cause the people in those small bases to hate him, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm strong enough, other people's opinions are not important. Lin Yao waved his hand, signaling Fang Yi to go back to stand guard. Watch carefully. If there are any blind people, you can deal with them yourself. By the way, your aunt is pregnant. Don't make her angry if there is nothing to do. After saying that, he left in a casual manner, leaving Fang Yi with a confused look on his face. Fuck, my aunt is awesome. Bah, my aunt is pregnant, so I will have a brother or sister again. In the Kuang Xiao convoy, Kuang Xiao was cursing Lin Yao in a rage. He only dared to walk away and curse behind his back. The car was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Boss, is the boss of that Diazation base really a level 6 psychic? One person asked cautiously when he saw that Kuang Xiao had stopped cursing. I don't know, but he can remain safe and sound under my howling sound waves, so he must have at least a level 3 ability. And he just released murderous aura and easily locked onto me so that I dare not move. He must have at least a level 4 ability. We can't deal with him. Howling couldn't help feeling a little scared when he thought of Lin Yao's gentle smile. The subordinate asked bitterly, then, 10,000 crystals. How are we going to get them? Now it would be good if we can collect 1,000 crystals from all over the base. Kuang Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. Go to the next base and snatch these 10,000 crystals from all the small bases in Hushan District. The entire Hushan District was thrown into chaos because of Lin Yao's words, but the person involved began to wander around the streets. All the usable supplies in some shops far away from the base were looted by Lin Yao, and some blind zombies rushed out and were shot to death by crossbows. There are still living people in this restaurant. Lin Yao's mental detection detected a restaurant. In fact, it is more appropriate to describe it as a restaurant. This is a Western restaurant. Lin Yao vaguely remembers that this restaurant was one of the top must-eat restaurants in Central Seoul before the end of the world. However, he is not interested in the so-called internet celebrity restaurants, and Western restaurants represent high consumption, so he has never been here. Chapter 93, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me. At this moment, a bloody and overbearing CEO drama was being played out in the Western restaurant. Yuran, are you still unwilling to accept me? For you, I gave up the invitation to the banquet of French Princess Camille. For you, I gave up the opportunity to become the heir of the family. For you, I came all the way to this remote city. Why are you still unwilling to accept me today? A young man in an elegant suit was half kneeling on the ground. He had a handsome face, his hair was neatly combed, and his body was spotless. Unfortunately, his face was beginning to look bloated, his suit was no longer fitting, and his belly was beginning to get a little bloated. Standing opposite the man was a young girl dressed in white Western chef's attire. She was graceful and elegant. Even Lin Yao, who was hiding outside the restaurant and observing her with mental detection, couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." The girl had fair skin, was about 175 centimeters tall, had a pair of long, straight legs, soft facial features, and most importantly, her eyes. Her big eyes were like the stars at night, deep and charming. No wonder she can make the overbearing president so crazy. She really has the charm, Lin Yao muttered to himself. According to Lin Yao's calculations, this girl named Yuran should be able to be rated S level. This must be collected. Qian Yuran concentrated on arranging a piece of bread into a nice shape and placed a beautiful artificial flower on it, then turned to the man and said, "Gu Bei Xian, go now. I have said more than once that I like ordinary people who can see the brilliance of the world with me, and you are the heir of the high and mighty Gu family. We are destined not to be on the same path." I get goosebumps just hearing that. Lin Yao couldn't help but touch his arm. The two did not notice Lin Yao, and Gu Beixian still said affectionately, "No, for you. I can give up my identity as the heir of the Goof family. I am willing to be an ordinary person who struggles in this secular world for you. But deep down, you still think of yourself as the superior young master of the Goof family. We have been trapped here for so many days, and you can't even cook the simplest noodles or wash clothes. If it weren't for me, you would have starved to death or died of dirt. And you don't even want to learn these days. Do you think of me as a woman or a servant? Xiaojuan shook her head, sounding a little disappointed. Gu Beishuan's face froze. Then he pretended to smile and said, "It's because the food you cooked is so delicious, Yuran. You see I've gained weight." As he said this, he patted his round belly. "As for learning housework like washing clothes, don't worry. As long as you are willing to come back to Gu's house with me, these things will naturally be done by the servants. From now on, your hands will only need to make delicious food for me." Qian Yuren's expression slowly turned cold. "So in the final analysis, you still don't want to be an ordinary person, and you still treat me as a servant." Gu Beixian then realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. However, Qian Yuran remained unmoved. When the two of them were in a stalemate and Lin Yao was about to be embarrassed to get out of the 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, Gu Beixian finally exploded. "Qian Yuran, I spent a month with you. You have to agree today whether you agree or not. No one has ever been able to refuse me. Gu Beixian." "What? You finally stopped pretending?" "Gu Beixian, I have never liked you. Please go away," Qian Yuran said coldly, pointing at the restaurant door. Gu Beixian smiled coldly. "Humph, you let me go, so I'll go. Anyway, there's no one here now. I want you to become my woman today." After saying that, he stood up from the ground and walked towards Qian Yuran with a grim smile on his face. Qian Yuran stood up and pointed at Gu Beixian and cursed. "What are you doing? Get out of here." Gu Beixian grabbed her arm and said, "What should I do?" "Of course, I will do the people and things I have always wanted to do." Then he pushed Qian Yuran to the ground and began to unbutton his suit. The domineering president suddenly turned into a beast. Qian Yuran was so scared that her eyes suddenly lit up involuntarily, and Gu Beixian stopped moving. Is this supernatural power an illusion? Lin Yao touched his chin and studied it. 2 minutes later, Qian Yuran's body began to tremble, and she was obviously exhausted. Gu Beixian also shook his head and woke up at this time. "Humph, your ability is powerful, but you can't control me for long." After saying that, she continued to take off her clothes, and Qian Yuran began to struggle with a look of despair, with sweat on her face. Snap! Suddenly, Lin Yao kicked open the door of the restaurant and shouted, "Stop!" Use the vision skill on both of them at the same time. Qian Yuran, female, 24 years old. Starry Illusion Level 1. The eyes can create a starry illusion, and creatures trapped in the illusion cannot distinguish reality. Note, can only control Level 1 supernatural powers, time limit 3 minutes. It really is an illusionary power. Gu Beixian, male, 31 years old. Drilling Level 1. After strengthening your fingers, you can quickly drill holes in the ground. Is your identity as a domineering president so incompatible with your superpowers? When Qian Yuran saw a young man appear, she quickly pushed Gu Beixian away with all her strength and stepped back a few steps. "Help! This guy is crazy." After being pushed away, Gu Beixian stood up and stared at Lin Yao coldly. "Boy, who are you?" But what I was thinking in my heart was that this boy was actually more handsome than me. How could I tolerate this? Gu Beixian, will not allow any man more handsome than me to exist in the world. I'm just a person who stands up for justice. You've misled my way of speaking. Just think of me as someone who is attracted by beauty and wants to be a hero to save her." Lin Yao glanced at Gu Beixian and then looked at Qian Yuran with an undisguised look. "Pretty. It's so beautiful. They're no less beautiful than the stars on TV." Seeing that Lin Yao had been staring at Qian Yuran, Gu Beishuan's eyes became even colder. "Boy, if you dare to look at me again, I will let everyone be buried with you." Lin Yao looked at him provocatively and said, "I'm so scared. You're just a brat who only knows how to talk. Come here." Throw him into the river to feed the fish. Gu Beixian was furious and waved his hand. Lin Yao was also stunned. He didn't realize there was someone else here. Could it be that the other party was very powerful and could escape his mental detection? He quickly became alert. Half a minute later, Gu Beixian withdrew his hand awkwardly. "Damn it, I was almost scared by you." Lin Yao was on guard for a long time and found that there was nothing. Then he realized that this guy was used to pretending. There's no one around me right now, but my Gu family is not to be trifled with. To tell you the truth, I am from the Gu family. What are you doing? Commoner, take your dirty hands away, don't. Before Gu Beixian could even take out the family cup, Lin Yao threw it out with one hand. Chapter 94, Cooking Competition. Go! Lin Yao threw Gu Beixian out and clapped his hands. Your suit is about to burst and you don't even know how to lose weight. Gu Beixian rolled outside the restaurant for more than 10 times before he stopped. He was seeing stars and fainted in the garbage dump. Do you know who he is? Qin Yuran asked worriedly as she looked at Gu Beixian who had fainted in the garbage dump. Who is it? He's just a fat and domineering CEO. Lin Yao didn't care. Qin Yuran sighed. He is the direct descendant of the Gu family. Do you know what kind of status and power the Gu family has in the world? Lin Yao smiled slightly. I don't know, I'm not interested. You, the Gu family. Qin Yuran wanted to learn more about Gu Beixian's family, but was interrupted by Lin Yao. I'm not interested in this family. I'm only interested in you. Qin Yuran was stunned. She felt like she had just escaped from the jaws of a tiger and fell into a pack of wolves. She couldn't help but take a step back. What? What are you going to do? Lin Yao slowly came to the dining table, grabbed a bite of the bread that Qin Yuran had just placed, ate it, chewed it twice, and shook his head. Come home with me. Be my woman. This bread is dry and tastes terrible. Fortunately, Qin Yuran still has the mood to make a pattern. Qin Yuran said coldly, Impossible. Don't even think about it. Lin Yao was not in a hurry at all. He sat on the expensive Western-style chair with his legs crossed and said, What are your plans for the future? Wait for that guy outside to wake up and continue to push you down? Or do you plan to run out alone? Let me tell you, there's zombies outside. They won't see you as a beauty, like me who is so gentlemanly. You don't act like a gentleman at all. Qin Yuran complained in her heart, but still thought seriously about what Lin Yao said. It was indeed as he said. Once Gu Beixian woke up and saw that he was still in the restaurant, he would definitely come over and do something indecent to him. But it was not easy for him to get out. Moreover, she had to be cautious about the power of the Gu family. After making Gu Beixian look so ugly today, she would be found by the Gu family no matter where she hid. By then, she would not be as lucky as today to have someone save her. What to do? Qin Yuran was in a dilemma for a moment. As if seeing through her thoughts, Lin Yao smiled and said, I don't know how powerful this Gu family you mentioned is, but now is the end of the world. At least now I'm not afraid of any force. If you follow me, you don't have to worry about revenge. You can cook every day, kill zombies, and play with other sisters. What a happy life it is. If the Gu family dares to cause trouble, I can stop them. Qin Yuran looked at him in surprise. Where did this guy get so much confidence? The clothes he's wearing obviously don't add up to more than 1,000 yuan. How can he possibly compete with the Gu family? What's your name? Qin Yuran asked. Lin Yao. Qin Yuran lowered his head and thought. There was indeed a Lin family in China that was not inferior to the Gu family, but he had never heard of this name. Are you the direct descendant of the Lin family? Qin Yuran asked. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. I don't have any family, but I do have an awesome base. Has this woman been brought into the upper class by Gu Beixian and has been hanging around for too long? Anyone can associate her with some big family? Then what ability do you have to compete with the Gu family? Qin Yuran asked speechlessly. Lin Yao smiled slightly. Just based on this. Suddenly, a zombie rushed in from outside the restaurant. Lin Yao didn't even turn his head back. He snapped his fingers and a crossbow arrow shot out from thin air, piercing the zombie's head directly. The zombie flew far away and happened to lie next to Gu Beixian. So powerful, Qin Yuran couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It's not like she had never encountered zombies before. It took her and Gu Beixian's cooperation to kill a random zombie. But the man in front of her killed one so easily. This is just the beginning. I have another gun. It's even more powerful. Lin Yao smiled evilly. Qin Yuran didn't understand the meaning of driving in his words at all. After hesitating for a moment, she still refused and said, I can't agree to you. My lifelong pursuit is to be able to cook the best dishes. The equipment and ingredients here are very complete, and it is quiet enough. Only by staying here can I achieve my goal. Are you the female version of Cooking Master Boy? It's the end of the world, and you still have the energy to study cooking? Lin Yao said, That's easy. My team just needs a cook. I could take your ingredients and equipment away. If you want a quiet time, my kitchen is big enough. No one will disturb you. But you know nothing about Western food. My man, even if he is an ordinary person, should at least know a little about Western food in my profession. Qin Yuran said. So that's why. Lin Yao lit a cigarette. It's just a Western meal. It's nothing more than a big plate, few dishes, some sauce, and some grass. You really don't understand Western food. Qin Yuran was furious. I think what I said makes sense. I don't understand Western food, but I know how to eat. How about let's compete? Lin Yao said with a smile. Comparing what? Qin Yuran turned her head and asked. Lin Yao stamped out his cigarette and said with a smile, let's compete in cooking. Let's each cook a dish and then taste each other's. If my cooking is better than yours, you will come with me. If my cooking is worse than yours, then I will not force you and I will leave immediately. How about that? Let's compete. Qin Yuran said arrogantly. Cooking is her foremost area. When she was abroad before, Michelin 3-star chefs praised her cooking skills. If she hadn't been avoiding Gu Beixian, she would have been a 3-star chef long ago. The two of them went to 2 separate kitchens and could not see each other's cooking process. Qin Yuran thought about it, took out a tomahawk steak from the freezer, thawed it, and professionally used kitchen paper to absorb the moisture. She then added olive oil, sea salt, black pepper, rosemary, and other seasonings to cook it. The competition only lasted half an hour, so her time was very tight, but this would better demonstrate her cooking skills. As for Lin Yao, he came to the kitchen, took out a clean plate, thought for a moment, and took out the ingredients. He skillfully used the kitchen knife in his hand to cut the vegetables into shreds. Actually, his knife skills were not very good before, but there was no way. Now his 4-dimensional attributes were too strong, and he could do anything with ease. After cutting the vegetables, she cooked a bowl of noodles just as she remembered, and finally took out a can of her treasured chili meat sauce. He found this when he went back to handle his mother's funeral and sorted out her belongings. His mother must have realized that she didn't have much time left, so she secretly prepared her favorite chili sauce for her son in advance. It's a pity that maybe his health was really failing, and only one can was left, which was taken back to Zhonghan City by Lin Yao. Mom, let one of your future daughters-in-law see your noodles with soybean paste. Chapter 95. Unwilling to sacrifice moral integrity and unable to catch the pervert. After the simple noodles were done, there was still a little time left, so Lin Yao took the time to use mental detection to keep an eye on Qin Yuran. Serious women are also the most beautiful. Qin Yuran was frying steak with great concentration, with some sweat on the tip of her nose, and she was not distracted at all. When the time came, Qin Yuran came out with the steak with a confident look on her face. Seeing that Lin Yao had been waiting for her for a long time, she suddenly felt a little nervous. It's done. Come, try the noodles with soybean paste that I made. Lin Yao smiled and brought out his masterpiece. Qin Yuran carefully observed the noodles in Lin Yao's hand. Regardless of the taste, at least the red chili meat sauce looked very tempting, and the knife skills for cutting the shredded carrots and cucumbers seemed to be fine. Putting down the steak in her hand, Qin Yuran took out the chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece of steak, and put it into her mouth. Her eyes widened instantly. The noodles and chili meat sauce are thoroughly mixed, so that each noodle is coated with the rich sauce. The meat sauce is spicy and delicious. The chewy noodles and the meat sauce blend perfectly, bringing an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Before Lin Yao could taste her steak, Qin Yuran immediately took her own steak, cut a piece, and ate it. After chewing for a while, he put down his knife and fork with a dejected look. I lost. Because of time constraints, she didn't thaw her steak enough and was busy cooking it, which resulted in the steak becoming a bit tough. The taste was not worth tasting at all. Lose already? Lin Yao was stunned. He was very confident in the fried noodles cooked by his mother, but he had not tasted the other party's steak yet. He grabbed the whole steak and took a bite. Hey, why is there still blood? Qin Yuran was defeated in the field he was best at. With red eyes, he lowered his head and said, I wanted it medium rare, but I didn't get the heat right. Lin Yao devoured the steak in one gulp. It tasted really good. He had never eaten Western food before, but he couldn't help but shout, beef steak. But since the other party admitted defeat, Lin Yao did not intend to make trouble, wiped his hands and said, Okay, see if there is anything else to clean up. If not, then follow me. Qin Yuran shook her head dejectedly and couldn't help asking Lin Yao, which chef did you learn your cooking skills from? How could you prepare the fish to this level in such a short time? Lin Yao smiled mysteriously. Mom, can you cook Chinese food? Qin Yuran nodded. After all, she was Chinese, so Chinese food was no problem for her. Okay, wait for me for a while, Lin Yao said, and then he went into the kitchen where Qin Yuran was just now, took away all the kitchen utensils and ingredients in the freezer, then returned to the restaurant and held out his hand. Let's go. Follow me back to the base. Qian Yuran slowly stretched out her hand and held Lin Yao's big hand, feeling confused and a little nervous. Lin Yao was very happy to bring back a little cook. After returning to the base, he waved his hand and left the cooking task to Qian Yuran from now on. When the women saw Lin Yao bringing back such a beautiful girl who was more beautiful than anyone else, they instantly formed an alliance. This woman is so beautiful. I feel a sense of crisis. Yes, if this continues, Lin Yao will only favor her in the future. We must form a united front. How should we do this? We can't kick her out. It would be bad if Lin Yao gets mad. Humph. This woman is obviously a virgin. She is definitely not as good as us in that aspect. We just need to win in tricks. How do we play? Lin Yao is already very good at that. We can't beat him anymore. It's not a big deal. Lin Yao brought back a lot of clothes for us. I saw some underwear in there. They're very sexy. This is too shameful. What are you afraid of? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your moral integrity, and you can't catch a pervert without sacrificing your moral integrity. Anyway, I have prepared several sets. After greeting everyone, Qian Yuran felt a cool breeze blowing behind her and went into the kitchen to cook with a puzzled look on her face. Ah, you brought all these for me. Qian Yuran looked surprised. These were the kitchen utensils she often used. Lin Yao smiled slightly. Not only that, I brought you all the ingredients and seasonings that can be used in the restaurant. With such a big kitchen, you can use whatever you want. Qian Yuran is very satisfied with the current environment. The villa has electricity and fuel, so she doesn't have to worry about being limited by equipment for many of her cooking ideas. It's almost lunchtime, and Qian Yuran is ready to show off her skills. At the dinner table, except for the pregnant Wu Xun and Fang Yin, the women looked at each other and nodded secretly. They had united their front. Qian Yuran enthusiastically brought the last dish. Here, the last bowl of soup is served. Because I don't know what everyone likes, I made some of the various dishes and also prepared some Western food. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Wu Shuyin smiled gently and said, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Please sit down. Lin Yao didn't know that his woman had already formed an alliance against Qian Yuran. He picked up the chopsticks and said, Eat. Let's all try Qian Yuran's cooking. Let me make it clear. I cooked such a large table of dishes by myself. You have to finish them all. Sure enough, Lin Yao favors her a little bit. Uxin glanced at her sister. Oomph. I'll just have a couple of bites for fun. I'll go back and eat some snacks. Zhou Chuchu thought to herself. You're actually thinner than this star. This is unbearable. I'll just drink some soup and stop eating. Lu Yin touched the little fat on his belly. Lin Yao didn't know what the women were thinking. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up after tasting the dish. Delicious, delicious. What a supporting role. I'd like to find fault with it. Yu Qian curled her lips, took a bite, and then the alliance collapsed in an instant. It's delicious. Not only Qian, but everyone couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise after tasting the dishes. Each of these dishes stimulated their taste buds, and they instantly forgot their previous plans and ate to their heart's content. Delicious, delicious. It reminds me of my mom's taste. Don't talk nonsense. My mother doesn't have such skills. This meat is too tender. How has this soup made it so delicious? I want another bowl. Ahem, I'm not that hungry. You're not hungry, then keep using your chopsticks. No, I feel hungry again now. Qian Yuran felt extremely satisfied as she watched everyone almost fight over the food. There is no end to cooking. You just need to fully put your emotions into every dish, and then every dish will be the pinnacle, Lin Yao said at the right time. Doesn't the jar of chili con carne that his mother left for him before she died contain all her love for him? Yeah, I understand. Qian Yuran nodded seriously. This is the worldly life I want. So what if it's Chinese food or Western food? The most important thing is that everyone enjoys their meal. Chapter 96, Everything is in my plan. After dinner, Lin Yao received a prompt from the system indicating that Qian Yuran had become his woman. Looking at the scene where everyone was rushing to help Qian Yuran wash the dishes and clean up, Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. The harem is still very harmonious. Name, Qian Yuran. Age, 24. Height, 175 cm. Mesurement, 36 de 23-24. Charm rating, S. Loyalty, 30. Offspring, none. Superpower, Star Illusion Level 1. As he expected, Qian Yuran's rating reached the astonishing S level. In addition to her perfect face, Qian Yuran's figure was also superb, which made Lin Yao very excited. But now Qian Yuran was busy cleaning up, and Lin Yao started the lottery. This time he did not take advantage of Chu Wonwin's good luck and just let the prize draw go according to fate. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning the Domination of Domain Skill Level 1. Congratulations to the host for winning 10,000 skill points. Lin Yao was speechless. He actually gave a new skill. He now has more than enough skills, except that the income from skill points cannot keep up. Now, he has one more skill, and Lin Yao is a little amused and helpless for a moment. Domination Domain Level 1. After releasing this skill, the host domain will be within a 50-meter radius around the host. Within the domain, the host can control anything it will. This is another skill with maximum safety. Lin Yao simply tested it. After releasing this skill, all creatures and things within the range are under his control. He has the power to control everything like God. It all depends on his own thoughts. Lin Yao was very satisfied with this skill. He lifted her skirt and wiped off Chu Wonwin's homework. Now that he had some skill points left, Lin Yao upgraded his skill to level 5 and then dragged Xiaojuan, who had just finished packing, upstairs. Look at you. You can't always wear chef clothes. I'll take you to change into other clothes. This change takes an hour. In the afternoon, Lin Yao asked Xiaojuan to stay in bed and rest. Today was the first time for her women to kill zombies independently, so they had to go and take a look just in case. On the first battlefield, Yu Qian was wearing casual sportswear, with her long burgundy hair tied into a ponytail. Looking at the countless zombies rushing towards her, she drew the crystal knife in her hand, and with one slash, hundreds of zombie heads fell to the ground. In the second battlefield, Yu Xian imitated her sister's dress and opened her cherry lips to thousands of zombies. Invisible ultrasonic waves spread out, and all the zombies' bodies vibrated violently. After a while, their heads exploded on their own. In the third battlefield, Lu Yin took the lead. His two hardened hands, with a diameter of about 20 meters, knocked down a group of zombies like ruthless hammers. Zhou Chuchu in the back protected Shentong. The lightning stick in Shentong's hand shot out violent lightning, and the zombies' bodies disintegrated one after another. In the fourth battlefield, Red Fox and Li Xiaoxing cooperated very well. Red Fox was responsible for charming and controlling the zombies in front of him, while Li Xiaoxing played the game of scattering flowers, and each dagger accurately hit the zombie's head. In the fifth battlefield, Yundai and Lu Tian stood on a high platform. A breeze blew, and all the zombies were poisoned and fell to the ground twitching. After a while, they lost the ability to move. Lu Desheng, Fu Changyong, and He Yefeng couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement. Lin Yao's efficiency in killing zombies had already amazed them, but they didn't expect that these women of Lin Yao had unknowingly possessed such terrifying strength. In the past, the level of superpowers was just a number. It was not until today that they realized that if the level of superpowers was raised to level 5 or above, there would be basically no threat in this doomsday. Lu Desheng was even more grateful that he had agreed to cooperate with Lin Yao early on and established a good relationship with him. Now, the strength of their base was probably the strongest, not to mention in Central Seoul, but also in the entire country and even the world. As they become stronger, their efficiency in killing zombies will only increase. Those who are still dawdling at levels 1, 2, and 3 will sooner or later be left behind and disappear without a trace. Lin Yao, who was standing high in the air and secretly observing, finally breathed a sigh of relief. These women of his truly had the ability to stand on their own. They were able to handle 2,000 or 3,000 zombies with ease and did not seem to be struggling at all. The 5 battlefields brought Lin Yao a total of 300,000 skill points and 1,200 attribute points. Lin Yao said he had never been so rich. He easily upgraded virus resistance, fire vision, and all things dispersed to level 6. The remaining skills will all be upgraded to level 6 in less than 2 days. Among them, the virus resistance skill level 6 is the maximum level, which can resist any level of zombie virus and is very safe. The skill of seeing through fire becomes very powerful when it is upgraded to level 6. In addition to being able to detect the superpowers of creatures of levels 1 to 6, it can also directly block the opponent's superpowers and create a silencing effect. In addition to expanding the range of the All Things Retreat skill, it also simultaneously increases the ability of one-way control, and the one-way distance is 4 times the distance of the full range, reaching 4,000 meters. The 1,200 attribute points were evenly divided into the 4-dimensional basic attributes. Now each of his attributes has exceeded 1,500. With pure physical strength, It should not be a problem for him to smash a mountain with one punch. Too strong. Who can let me use my full strength now? Lin Yao stood high in the air and clenched his fists. He suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. In the afternoon, Lin Yao did not go out to save the beautiful girl again, but flew to the Golden Lion base alone. Previously, the Jinshiji was invaded by zombies, and none of the survivors here escaped. They all turned into zombies. This is also the place with the strongest zombies in Hushan district except for Su Qingyan and the others, so no one dared to come here to take advantage of the situation. Lin Yao didn't even transform into a zombie, and he walked into the Golden Lion base so carefreely. When all the zombies saw Lin Yao and were about to roar, they were killed by the field skills, and the crystals automatically flew in front of Lin Yao. This skill is a must-have for lazy people. Lin Yao put all the crystals into the storage space, leaving only the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion in front of him was already a level 4 Corpse King. He was pinned to the spot by him. The crystal crossbow arrow on his chest was indeed his. Lin Yao touched his chin and thought. He had indeed never seen this person before, which meant that someone used his crossbow arrow to sneak attack the Golden Lion. As the mental detection covered the entire base, Lin Yao slowly restored the truth. When he just left them all, he seemed to have killed a man named Tiego. Tiego was Tonglong's subordinate, so Tonglang obtained the crystal arrow from Tiego's body, and Tonglang used the crystal arrow to sneak attack Golden Lion. Golden Lion must have raised a group of zombies, and before he died, he released these zombies in order to fight to the death with bronze wolf fish, which resulted in no one in the entire base escaping. Yes, everything is as I planned, Lin Yao said guiltily. Chapter 97. Borrowing crystals from someone. While Lin Yao was plundering the remaining supplies at the Golden Lion base, other small bases in the Hushan district were facing strong suppression from the Roaring base. With Kuang Shao personally leading his men to the scene, the remaining 20-odd small bases in Hushan district were forced to hand over the crystals. However, some of the small bases were more stubborn and chose to confront Kuang Shao head-on. Of course, the final result was that the boss was killed and the rest of his men were taken over by Kuang Shao. Inside the Howling base, Kuang Shao was listening to his subordinates' reports with a frown on his face. Boss, we have collected more than 7,000 crystals today. Some bases really can't even take out 500. Adding the stock at our base, there are only more than 8,000 crystals in total, which is still a long way from 10,000. What do you think? What should we do? Asked the Lord Paradise. Kuang Shao rubbed his hair in annoyance. While it's still light now, everyone go out and kill zombies. Kill as many as you can. The head of the Heaven Hall stood up hurriedly. Boss, almost all the zombies near our base have been killed. If you want to kill more, you can only run away. This way, it's very dangerous. Of course I know, but what can we do? If we can't give 10,000 crystals tomorrow, I guarantee that the guy will directly massacre our base. It's dangerous. It's better to be in danger than to be wiped out. Kuang Shao sighed helplessly. Several hall masters were also somewhat helpless. The opponent was too strong, so they had no intention of resisting at all. Go, get as many crystals as you can. I'll go find someone to help. Kuang Shao waved his hand and asked everyone below to leave. After everyone left, Kuang Shao took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. The communication base station was now paralyzed, but his cell phone had been modified, so he could still make a call to one person. Beep, beep, beep. When the call was connected, Kuang Shao couldn't help but stand up and said respectfully, Deaconing, are you free now? I have something to talk to you about. Speak. An indifferent voice came from the other end of the phone. Kuang Shao gritted his teeth and said, It's like this. When I was collecting crystals today, I found that there was a very powerful diazation base, which was far beyond my ability. We failed to collect the crystals, but were blackmailed by the other party for 10,000 crystals. We are still short of 1,000 crystals. If I can't collect those crystals tomorrow morning, the boss of the diazation base will definitely kill our base. If we die then, it will be a small matter, but it will be a major loss if we can't help the deacon complete his great cause. So, I want to borrow 1,000 level 1 crystals from you. Do you think it's okay? Kuang Shao finished speaking in one breath. It was extremely quiet over there the entire time. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Finally, the voice of Shadow Deacon came. You mean you want to borrow the crystal from me? With a tone of joking and disbelief, Kuang Shao hurriedly explained, Don't worry, Deaconing. After this matter is over, I will definitely repay you in full. Oh no, I will repay you double. Ha! Kuang Shao, Kuang Shao, Do you still remember what we asked you to do when we chose you to be the boss of Hushan District? Asked Shadow Deacon. Kuang Shao wiped the sweat off his head and said, Yes. It is to become stronger and improve the level of supernatural power as soon as possible. The Shadow Deacon shouted, You know that this is to help you improve your ability level. The organization has already helped you to level 3, but you are still not satisfied. You even have a nerve to ask me to borrow crystals. But, Kuang Shao was almost scared to tears. No buts. You have to handle this matter by yourself. If you are destroyed by that Diaojiatian base, I will go find them to become the boss of Hushan District. Deacon Shadow said coldly and was about to hang up the phone. Kuang Shao asked hurriedly, Then may I ask, Deacon Shadow, he is a level 6 superpower, how should I deal with him? Shadow Guardian said coldly, Kuang Shao, I think you're drunk. There is no level 6 superpower in the entire Xiaojuan city. There's not even a level 5. You should use your brain when you lie. Then he hung up the phone. It can't be level 6? A hint of hesitation flashed in Kuang Zhao's eyes. The official organization of people with special abilities was located in the largest government building in central Seoul. There was a huge electronic screen at the door, and the words on the screen were flashing. Some people's rankings rose, while others fell. No one knew how the organization could know the changes in these people's strengths so specifically. After Shadow Deacon hung up the phone, he lit a cigarette and took a puff before he started coughing. Human organs simply can't handle this stuff. I don't understand why those humans still like it. Next to Butler Ing, there were 10 people who were also covered in black robes. One of them sneered and said, What's wrong, Ing? Are you actually learning the habits of lowly humans? After putting out the cigarette, Shadow Deacon sighed and said, Isn't it because I was pissed off by the new king of Lake Mountain District, Kuang Shao? How can there be such a stupid human? I just helped him reach level 3 not long ago, but he actually called me to borrow crystals and even made up a lie about a level 6 psychic. It's ridiculous. After these words were spoken, the other 10 shadows also laughed. Okay, stop laughing. Suddenly, a voice appeared, and the Shadow Guardians, including the other 10 shadows, stood up and saluted. Your Excellency, the Bishop! A figure in a white robe suddenly appeared on the main seat and gestured for them to sit down. The Lord said to Deacon Ing, urge the leaders of Lake Mountain area to improve their abilities as soon as possible. Our great plan is still stuck in the second step. The Cardinal has been urging us. Yes, Shadow Deacon replied hurriedly. Then, the Lord asked the others, report on the progress of zombie evolution and the progress of the superpowers of the leaders of each district. In Hushan District, level 2 zombies account for 40 of the total, and level 3 zombies account for 5. The current leader is in the middle stage of level 3 supernatural power. Guangin District, 35 level 2 zombies, 6 level 3 zombies. The leader is a late level 4 supernatural being. Hushan New District, 41 of level 2 zombies. After listening to everyone's reports, the bishop nodded and said, Very good. Our plan is progressing smoothly. At the current rate of deployment, we will be able to return home soon. When they heard about going home, everyone's face showed a look of longing. The starry sky was high in the sky, and Gu Baixian woke up in a daze from the garbage dump. Where is this? Oh shit. Gu Baixian opened his eyes and felt a pain in his back and waist. He saw a zombie lying next to him and was immediately frightened. Seeing that the zombie was motionless, he plucked up the courage to observe it. He found that the zombie was dead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shaking his dizzy head, Gu Baixian finally remembered that he was thrown out by a young man. Leisurely, after shouting, Gu Baixian hurried back to the restaurant, but there was no sign of Qian Yuran in the restaurant. Gu Baixian was anxiously running around, and when he saw that there was no trace of anything in Qian Yuran's bedroom in the staff dormitory, he felt very disappointed. That guy kidnapped Yuran. Chapter 98, Brother and Sister Arm Wrestling. Gu Baixian gritted his teeth. That was the woman he had fallen in love with, and now she had been kidnapped. The outcome was self-evident. If you dare to touch my woman, Gu Baixian, I will bury your entire family with her. Gu Baixian cursed and turned on the watch on his wrist. There's no point in shouting harsh words now. He doesn't even know the other party's name. Now he is alone in Xiaojuan City and is weak and powerless. He must first return to his family and use the family's power to investigate. Hello, I'm Gu Baixian. I'm in Xiaojuan City. Come pick me up. Gu Baixian hung up the phone. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At dinner, Xiaojuan was in so much pain that she couldn't get out of bed, so Lin Yao considerately instructed a few women to make a meal for themselves. After dinner, I suddenly realized that Yu Qian, Yu Exen, Lu Yin, Zhou Chu Chu, Hong, Huli Xiaoxing, Shun Tong, and Yindai were all gathered in my room. Are you guys pretending to be the 8 fairies? Lin Yao was puzzled. You guys are all dressed like rainbows. Are you planning to challenge my limits? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Humph. We have unanimously agreed that the main reason you like to mess around with other girls is that you don't hand in enough homework. So you should prepare to surrender. Surrender? Just you. Lin Yao smiled evilly. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you will think I'm Hello Kitty. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Feng Yin gently opened the door. Lin Yao, someone is coming from the Howling Base. Xiao Yi asked you to go out and take a look. Feng Yin gently woke Lin Yao up. Lin Yao opened his eyes, stretched, and said with a smile, Okay, I'll wash up first. Arriving at the restaurant, Xiaojuan, who had rested for a day, had already prepared breakfast. Chu Wenwen was eating with big mouthfuls. When she saw Lin Yao coming down, she hurriedly asked, Brother, did you win the arm wrestling match with the sisters yesterday? Lin Yao was stunned for a moment. Then he felt Wu Xian's gaze, and then he smiled slightly. Of course, I am your brother and the strongest. Even if they come together, they can't beat me. Chu Wenwen immediately became happy. Hee, brother is the best. When Wenwen grows up, she will also arm wrestle with brother. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yao, who had just swallowed a mouthful of freshly squeezed soy milk, spit it out. Ahem, Wenwen, we can talk about this when you grow up. Yeah, Wenwen is still young now. When she grows up and becomes stronger, she will arm wrestle with her brother. Chu Wenwen showed off her thin little arms. Lin Yao didn't know how to explain it, so Wu Shuyan smiled and touched Chu Wenwen's head. Then Wenwen should eat more and grow up quickly. Chu Wenwen nodded seriously and started eating. Lin Yao finished his breakfast restlessly, then ran to the gate of the base, as if escaping. Feng Yu was already waiting for him. Uncle, something is wrong. Feng Yu whispered to Lin Yao. Okay, I understand. You stay here, I'll go out and take a look. Lin Yao nodded and walked out of the base gate. Now outside the base, there was only Kuang Xiao. He no longer looked uneasy, but calm and confident, as if he was not worried at all that Lin Yao would do anything bad to him. Moreover, Lin Yao's mental detection had already discovered that there were many people from the Howling Base hiding outside the base, and there were even many level 1 psychics holding guns, obviously intending to ambush him. Oh, we meet again, brother Kuang Xiao. Lin Yao quickly walked up to Kuang Xiao, bowed and smiled, and at the same time activated the skill of seeing through fire to investigate. It turns out that this guy's ability has been upgraded to level 4. No wonder he is so confident. But didn't I tell him that I am a level 6 ability user? Where does he get the confidence from? Kuang Xiao responded with a fake smile. Yes. Long time no see. This time I came to give Brother Lin a crystal. After saying that, he picked up a few bags and placed them in front of Lin Yao. Lin Yao did not answer, but kept smiling. Brother Kuang Xiao, what do you mean by this? These are not 10,000 crystals, but 10,000 crystal shells, which even the lowest level of his zombie wise are unwilling to eat. Kuang Xiao dropped the bag and clapped his hands. Isn't this the 10,000 that I promised Brother Lin yesterday? Brother Lin, you don't know that we lost a lot of people in order to get these 10,000. So, what's your meaning in giving me the crystal shell? Lin Yao's smile slowly turned into a sneer. Kuang Xiao spread his hands and said, Don't be angry, Brother Lin. Crystal shells are also crystals. They're all the same. Young man, don't aim too high. Lin Yao nodded. Brother Kuang Xiao is right. In that case, I will accept these crystal shells, and by the way, I will also accept your lives. As soon as Lin Yao finished speaking, Kuang Xiao's face changed, and he opened his mouth first. Roar! However, just after he roared, the smugness on Kuang Xiao's face turned into fear. He had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack just now, and Lin Yao would definitely not be able to react in time. At such a close distance, with the power of his current level 4 supernatural power, Lin Yao, who is also level 4, would be seriously injured if not killed. But who could have thought that after he roared, the sound waves containing deadly power disappeared, and just now, there was only a dry roar. The additional silencing effect of seeing through fire when it was upgraded to level 6 made it impossible for Kuang Xiao to react at all. Lin Yao scratched his ears and said, Why are you yelling so loudly? You have been lying in ambush for so long, and it must be hard work. Come over together. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Chapter 99, I'll blow you up. It just so happened that all the ambushing people in Howling Base were within his area of influence. With a thought, these people became unable to move, and their bodies involuntarily began to fly towards the gate of the Diazation base. Kuang Xiao wanted to use his supernatural power again, but was surprised to find that he couldn't move again. This guy is really a level 6 psychic. Shadow Deacon is cheating me. Kuang Xiao cursed Shadow Protector in his heart for being unreliable. It was clearly said that a level 6 psychic would not appear, yet this guy in front of him was still able to easily subdue himself, who was already level 4. How much more could he be if not level 6? The people from the Roaring Base, including several Hall Masters, were all brought over by Lin Yao with a snap of his fingers. They knelt down in front of the entrance of the Diazation base, which made Feng Yi very excited. Uncle is awesome. Lin Yao took a look at these people. Most of them were level 2. With such strength, they dared to ambush me. It seemed that if I didn't show some strength, there would always be some ignorant people coming to cause trouble. Kuang Xiao, I gave you a chance. You and your men all died because of you. Go to hell and repent. Lin Yao muttered something, and then his body slowly rose into the air, like a god walking in the air. He howled with regret and was about to vomit out his intestines. He wanted to beg for mercy, but unfortunately, Lin Yao did not give him the chance to speak. Kuang Xiao and the 100 or so people in his base were all involuntarily lifted into the air and were taken away by Lin Yao. Half a minute later, Lin Yao led them to the ground slowly. This was the neighborhood where Su Qingyan and the others were. After transforming into a zombie, he clapped his hands and said, "We'll leave them to you. Remember not to eat humans." Suddenly, more than a dozen agile female zombies jumped out of the buildings in the community and started slaughtering people. Help! Help! Kuang Xiao was scared to death, but unfortunately, he was the only one who could hear his inner voice. As a beautiful zombie's claws scratched past him, Kuang Xiao's throat began to bleed. Without Lin Yao's control, his body began to twitch violently, and soon he could not move. Roar! Soon, the more than 100 people in Howling Base all turned into zombies, and Howling even directly transformed into a level 4 zombie king. However, such a force was still not enough in front of Lin Yao. With a thought, the heads of the zombies in the Howling Base automatically broke open, and crystals flew automatically in front of Lin Yao. Why bother? You always like to do these weird things. Maybe you will kill yourself. Lin Yao complained and distributed all the level 2 crystals to other female zombies. He handed the level 4 crystals obtained from Kuang Xiao and Jinshi to Su Qingyan. Xiao Yanyan, eat this. Su Qingyan took the 2 purple crystals with a smile and swallowed them. As a huge amount of energy entered her body, her pupils began to slowly turn red. After Su Qingyan finished eating, Lin Yao took out a computer with a smile. Come, Xiao Yanyan, I will teach you knowledge. An hour later, Lin Yao left with great satisfaction. He could only say that he was worthy of being a level 5 corpse king. He could study the materials on the computer very quickly and had slowly found some ways. Lin Yao left the computer to Su Qingyan and asked her to study it on her own. After all, it was several terabytes of study materials. Not only Su Qingyan herself had to learn, the task of teaching other female zombies also fell on her. Lin Yao urged them to study hard and come over to check their results next time. Carrying more than 100 corpses from the Howling Base, Lin Yao flew directly above the Howling Base. Now the entire base was left without even a gatekeeper because the backbone and top forces had been killed by him. Lin Yao threw all the corpses directly from the air in front of the gate of the Howling Base. With a hook of his finger, a concrete pillar flew in front of him. Lin Yao moved his mind and carved a few big words on the pillar. Then he threw the pillar directly in front of the gate of the base, smashing the sign of the Howling Base. Boom! The pillar hit the ground with a loud noise. The survivors of the Howling Base were startled and rushed to the door to check. Oh my god, what is this? Why are there so many zombie corpses? No, look, this is Boss Kuang Xiao and the 4 Hall Masters. They were all bitten by zombies. But the crystals in their heads have been dug out. Look, there's a pillar here. Oh my god, where did it come from? There are words on the pillar. If you offend me, I will blow you up. Awesome. Isn't that the base that Boss Kuang Xiao went to take revenge on today? Everyone was talking at once, and for a moment they felt like the sky was falling. It had only been 3 days since their Howling Base became the new king of Lake Mountain area, and yet Howling had been turned into a zombie and his crystal had been dug out. This was a tragic scene that would make anyone gasp in shock. The news that Kuang Shao was turned into zombies by the Diazation base, and his crystals were dug out spread like wildfire, and the entire Hushan area was in an uproar. Not only was the Howling base in a panic, but all the other small bases that were dependent on the Howling base were also in a panic. In order to cling to Howling's thighs, they contributed all of their treasured crystals. They did not expect that Howling would die so soon, and all their crystals were wasted. And those bases that were dissatisfied with Kuang Shao were jumping for joy. Great! It turns out that there is such a powerful base hidden in our Hushan district. Come on, prepare the car. I want to go and see this tough guy. What? Kuang Shao is dead? God help me. I will be the new king of Hushan district from now on. What? You mean the Diazation base? I'd better go visit them and test the waters first. Go find out what this amazing base is all about. Remember, be polite and don't provoke them. For a moment, all the bases in the Hushan district were in an uproar because of Lin Yao's heroic act. Of course, other districts reacted rather indifferently after hearing the news. This lake and mountain area is really interesting. A golden lion just died, and now another howler has died. It's really a garbage area. A level 3 midterm mutant was fed zombies and had his crystals dug up. What's the big deal? Just do what you need to do. This time, the official organizations can't sit still. Let's see how they deal with it. There was a golden lion in front and a howling beast behind, but they were all eaten by zombies. Could it be that their luck was so bad that they ran into that level for Zombie King? In the official organization of the superpowers, Shadow Deacon was stunned for a moment after receiving the news, but then he regained his composure. Interesting. To be able to kill Kuang Shao, it seems that you are at least a level 4 psychic. From now on, you will be the new king of Hushan district. But this howl is really useless. Someone even dug out its crystal. What a waste. Looks like I have to go to this awesome base this afternoon. After saying this, his body turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. Chapter 100. Unfortunately, I have no morals. When Lin Yao was having lunch in the villa, Fang Yi ran over in a hurry. Uncle, there's so many people outside. They seem to be the bosses of various bases, all wanting to see you. Ask for a meeting? Then let them wait for me, and we'll see each other after dinner. Lin Yao took a mouthful of rice and said slowly. Seeing Fang Yi running out, Yin Dai asked softly, Lin Yao, why did these people come to see you? Lin Yao smiled and said, I killed Kuang Shao this morning. These people mistakenly thought that I would be the new king of Hushan district. They came here early to make friends with me, so that I wouldn't take their crystals. Yin Dai nodded. Then do you want to be the boss? Lin Yao shook his head. If you don't take the position, there's no benefit. It's just an empty title. Whoever wants to take the position can take it. Red Fox hesitated and said, as long as you become the boss of Lake Mountain District, according to the previous practice of Golden Lion and Howl, those bases will have to hand over crystals to you. There are more than 20 small bases, which is a considerable number. Lin Yao drank a mouthful of soup, put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Then he said softly, so they're all dead. I don't like to force others. Once I take their crystals, I have the responsibility to protect them. These people are a mixed bag, and there are many sinister ones. I'm not interested in checking them one by one, so I simply don't. But if you want to cooperate with me in a business, I can't consider it. As for being their boss, I really have no interest in it. Quality is more important than quantity. Our base is running smoothly now. There is no need to force expansion. After saying this, Lin Yao stood up and left, slowly walking towards the gate. Outside the gate, hundreds of people huddled together, looking at Fang Yi pointing and talking at the gate of the base. Many people have already realized that this young man guarding the gate is no weaker than them. From this, one can imagine how strong the overall strength of the Diazation base is. As soon as Lin Yao showed up, everyone fell silent. They had already guessed that this man was the boss of the Diazation base. Lin Yao put his hands behind his back and looked at the numerous heads below and said calmly, everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm the boss of this base, Lin Yao. You have come from afar. As the host, I should welcome you into the base and serve you tea. It's a pity that our Diazation base is small and can't accommodate so many people, so you can only wait at the door. Please forgive me. As soon as these words came out, the leaders of the various bases below expressed their opinions. Boss Lin, you are too polite. We're all rough people. If we rashly enter the base, it will disturb your meditation. The environment here is quite good. Ha ha ha. Boss Lin is also a straightforward person. Boss Lin is so handsome. I have a younger sister who just came of age this year. She's so pretty. I wonder if Boss Lin has a family. Come on, your sister is so muscular, and you still have the nerve to say she is pretty. Boss Lin, don't listen to him. I have a niece, and she is the campus beauty. Ahem, you are such a beast. You even push your own niece away. How good can you get by pushing your sister? That's my cousin. What a coincidence. She's also my cousin. Lin Yao listened to the numerous compliments from the crowd without changing his expression. He stretched out his hand and pressed down slightly, and everyone involuntarily fell silent. I know your purpose. I, Lin Yao, can guarantee you, we at the Diazation base have no interest in this so-called Hushan district boss. You can fight for it as much as you want, just don't mess with us. So, don't worry, everyone. He was about to leave when a rough male voice suddenly asked, Boss Lin, don't you want to protect us? Lin Yao paused, turned around and asked, What do you mean? The middle-aged strong man walked out of the crowd, bowed to Lin Yao, and said, Boss Lin, I'm the leader of the Xiaojuan base. My name is Wang Su. It's like this. After we heard that you killed Boss Guangxiao, we have always admired you very much. We Chinese people, whether before or after the apocalypse, always value unity and mutual assistance. Only in this way can we go further. Now we are all survivors of Hushan district, so we should unite. And Boss Lin, your base has the most powerful strength in Hushan district. Can you bear to watch us being eaten away by zombies bit by bit and being suppressed by other districts forever without a chance to make a breakthrough? Boss Lin, the reason why you don't want to be the new king of Hushan district is that you are kind and don't want to oppress and confiscate the crystals of our small bases. But it is also the brilliance in your humanity that is our guiding light in this dark world. So I beg you again, Boss Lin, to think carefully about this. As long as you are willing to become the new king of our Hushan district, with your protection, every one of us who survived will become the seeds of the future. You are doing a great deed to continue the future of mankind. As soon as Wang Su finished speaking, the survivors of the small base below were all excited. They were directly moved by his words, and even spontaneously formed a uniform shout amid the noise. Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Boss Lin! Lin Yao rubbed the goosebumps on his body, raised his hand to signal silence again, and then asked Wang Su, Were you involved in pyramid selling before? Wang Su rubbed his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, Boss Lin, you are joking. I used to run a skincare products company. In our company, many mothers have a career on the left and a family on the right. After joining us for a month, many people have one luxury car through their own efforts. Oh, you are a micro businessman. No wonder you are so good at fooling people. This is the same as pyramid scheme. Lin Yao nodded. Wang Su hurriedly said, Boss Lin, I'm not fooling you, I am. Shut up first. Lin Yao used the immobilization technique on him directly and then stared at the people below. Although Wang Su was talking about moral kidnapping just now. Unfortunately, I have no morals, so he can't kidnap me. I still say the same thing. I have no interest in being the new king of Hushan district, nor do I want to be one. Whoever wants to be the new king can be the new king. But Wang Su did say one thing that was right just now. I do bear the heavy responsibility of continuing the future of mankind. In this case, I will send you a blind date announcement. Any beautiful girls in your base, aged between 18 and 30, who are unmarried and childless, can be introduced to me. Of course, forget about those who can kill hundreds or thousands of people. Virgins are preferred. For any girl who can meet my requirements, I can promise that the introduction fee is 1,000 crystals or 100 kilograms of rice. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below was in an uproar. Chapter 101. The countryside woman is ordinary in appearance. Lin Yao's words were no different from the ancient emperors selecting concubines, with a clear price tag directly set. Some people were eager to make a move, while others were indignant. Boss Lin, your behavior is tantamount to objectifying women. It's too disrespectful to women. A female leader stood up to express her dissatisfaction. However, before Lin Yao could refute, other base leaders spoke up for him. What is objectifying women? Boss Lin, this is a great act of kindness. What do you know? That's right. I think it's just that she is ugly and feels that she can't meet Boss Lin's requirements. So she got angry and frustrated. 1,000 crystals. As long as one girl is favored by Boss Lin, she can at least be upgraded to level 3. What time is it now? Improving strength is the most important thing. Don't you understand? Lin Yao smiled slightly and said to the female leader, I respect women very much. You may not know that the women I've taken back home can absorb up to 1,000 crystals every day. In addition, my villa has electricity and fuel, single rooms, abundant daily necessities, and even a Michelin three-star chef who is responsible for 3 meals a day. Ask yourself, how have I treated them unfairly? The female leader choked. Although Lin Yao was suspected of changing the concept, such living conditions were comparable to heaven in such a doomsday. Not only the female leader, but other leaders also showed surprised expressions. Oh my God, 1,000 a day. How many crystals does Boss Lin have? Oh my God, doesn't that mean I can just become Boss Lin's woman and reach level 3 in one day? Mom, why am I not a woman? I cried with greed. Seeing that everyone was interested, Lin Yao said coldly. Of course, there's one thing I need to make a special statement about. That is, these women cannot be forced to come here. They must volunteer. Don't even think about trafficking women. I will thoroughly investigate every girl I accept. If I find any base that dares to abduct girls or force them, don't blame me for destroying their base. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent again. Just now, quite a few people had indeed been thinking about forcing and trafficking, but they did not expect that Lin Yao would actually kill their thoughts at the source. This made things a little difficult. One of the leaders said loudly, "Don't worry, Boss Lin, we will never force you. There's just one thing we need to ask so that we can at least have a clear idea in our mind." "You ask," Lin Yao replied. The leader stood up and smiled. "Even if the girl is good-looking, we don't have a specific idea of how beautiful a girl should be to meet Boss Lin's standards. If we use our own aesthetic standards as the standard and the girl we select doesn't meet Boss Lin's standards, then it would be a waste of time." Lin Yao nodded. This made sense. If some people sent something like Biluo, it would pollute the eyes. "Xiao Yi, go call out your aunt and my sisters at home," Lin Yao said to Feng Yi beside him. Feng Yi nodded and disappeared in a flash. After a while, a group of women led by Wu Shuyan slowly walked out of the base gate and stood behind Lin Yao. "This." The people in the small bases below all gasped. This scene could only be described in 3 words: 100 flowers blooming. There are mature and charming types, gentle and elegant types, urban style types, youthful and sunny types, long-legged queen types, and even underage types. There are so many types, too many to count. Oh my God, I saw a fairy. This. Did Boss Lin collect all the fairies in Zhonghan City? How are we supposed to find them? Boss Lin, are you still hiring men at your base? I don't have any other intentions. I just want to make friends with you. If you're looking for death, don't take us with you. Pay attention, or you might lose your life. Boss Lin actually has this hobby. That kid must not be an adult. What should? That means you are underage." Lin Yao turned his head and saw Chu Wenwen looking around curiously. He couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Feng Yi beside him. "Why did you bring this girl here?" After saying that, he hugged the little girl in his arms. "This will cause misunderstanding." Feng Yi spread his hands. "She insisted on joining in the fun. There's nothing I can do." "Ahem. Everyone, this is my sister. She just happened to come out to join the fun," Lin Yao explained, pinching Chu Wenwen's little face. Someone below was obviously relieved. If Boss Lin didn't even let go of such a young child, it would be a bit too beastly. Then Lin Yao said loudly, "Everyone, you've seen that my wives are plain-looking, all-country girls who are not presentable. From now on, the beauties you introduce to me should be based on the standards of my wives. There is no upper limit. Remember, I repeat, do not force me." After saying that, he hugged Chu Wenwen and turned around with a group of women and went back to the base, while the people in the base below began to whisper to each other and left in groups. This top-notch girl actually has the nerve to say that a country woman is average-looking. Isn't this embarrassing for us? Is this what young people often call Versailles? Ahem. Didn't you just say that your cousin is pretty? How does she compare to Boss Lin's wives? My cousin is strong and muscular, not presentable. But your niece? Stop it. My cousin's daughter is not yet an adult. Boss Lin just said that she has to be between 18 and 30 years old. She doesn't meet the requirements. Alas, those who are unmarried and childless have priority. It's not easy to get these 1,000 crystals. Why do you think Boss Lin is so strict about gender? I have a handsome boy in my base, with delicate skin and tender flesh. Lin Yao was on his way back to the villa when he sensed a sinister aura behind him. He turned around, only to find that all the women were looking at him with ill intentions. What's going on?" Lin Yao scratched his head in confusion. Lu Yin snorted coldly. "We are not very good looking, right? Uxin curled her lips. I'm a countrywoman, right? The red fox raised his little head. We are not presentable, right? Shintong put his hands on his waist and said, we are the lowest standard, right? Yundai folded her hands. There's no upper limit, right? Qian Yuran thought about it and clenched his fists. Really? Lin Yao laughed and apologized quickly. Hey, there were outsiders here just now. I said that on purpose to appear low-key. Think about it. I'm handsome, strong, and have a lot of resources, and now I have a group of beautiful wives like you. Isn't this a sure way to attract hatred? So don't pay attention to these details, ha. Chapter 102 Shadow Butler is an alien. No matter how Lin Yao apologized, the women refused to let him off easily. Oomph. You can't get into our bed tonight. After Lu Yin said this, except for Wu Shuyin and Fang Yin, the other women nodded in agreement. Lin Yao's smile froze, feeling a little awkward, and he quickly winked at the proprietress. Wu Shuyin covered her mouth and laughed for a while, then whispered to them. Then you better think about it. I estimate that those bases will send a lot of girls here tonight. If you don't let him get into bed, he will take them all. By then, you may not even be able to get in line. Lin Yao couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. You are worthy of being the boss lady, with this familiar PUA flavor. So pretty. As expected, several women immediately came to their senses. Yes, with Lin Yao's trouble today, how many girls would he take in every day? If they refused to let him go to bed in a fit of rage, wouldn't they be banishing themselves to the cold palace? How can this be possible? Ahem, Lin Yao, I was just joking. How do you want us to sleep with you tonight? Yes, we were just joking. It was Sister Lu Yan's idea. Girl, you were the one who nodded the fastest just now, and you turned around and sold me out? Hey, Sister Lu Yan, you read it wrong. I was just shaking my head. Lin Yao, do you want to continue experiencing the Seven Fairies plot tonight? Or the 8 Immortals crossing the sea plot? Lin Yao was stunned. Is there a new plot? Everyone walked towards the villa with laughter. When Li Xiaoxing was about to open the door, he was suddenly stopped by Lin Yao. You go around the community first and come back later, Lin Yao said, staring at the gate intently. Everyone was stunned and alert. Wu Shuyin retracted her gaze. What's wrong? I didn't see anything. Her X-ray vision showed that there was no one in the room and everything was normal. Lin Yao shook his head without explaining. His mental detection did not reveal any human figure, but he clearly sensed a soul fluctuation in the room. The women hadn't seen Lin Yao so cautious for a long time. They looked at each other and pulled Chu Wenwen away from the villa. With Lin Yao here, you can just leave it to the man with confidence. Fortunately, Chu Wenwen came out to watch the fun. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to stay at home alone. But this is also thanks to her special ability, which enabled her to avoid danger unconsciously. Seeing that all the women had gone away, Lin Yao opened the door with a stern look in his eyes, slowly walked to the living room, poured 2 glasses of water, and said loudly, You are a guest from afar? Why do you have to be so sneaky? How about sitting down and having a cup of tea and chatting? After saying that, he stared at a corner of the ceiling, where a cloud of invisible black smoke was swirling. When the black smoke saw that it had been discovered, it began to hide in the wall, slowly drilled into the ground along the wall, and then emerged from the floor. Opposite Lin Yao, it condensed into a human figure. The whole body was covered in a black robe, and the face could not be seen clearly. Film, genderless, 165 years old. Shadow level 5. The body could be transformed into a black shadow, silent and invisible. Brainwashing level 5. Can brainwash people through words, affecting the judgment ability of creatures. Note, only limited to creatures with abilities below level 6. Lin Yao was slightly surprised. The person who appeared this time, or the creature that appeared this time, was beyond his understanding. What does genderlessness mean? Even animals have male and female sexes. And at this age, he is simply an old monster. After the shadow deacon condensed into a human form, he was also looking at Lin Yao in his black robe. For some reason, the young man in front of him gave him a vague sense of danger. You are worthy of being the new king of Hushan district. With such strength, no wonder even Kuang Shao fell into your hands. Ing spoke first. Lin Yao remained calm. He couldn't tell the gender of the other person's voice. His mental detection couldn't even penetrate the guy's black robe. It seemed that it was made of some special material. He took a sip of tea and smiled. You just barged into someone else's house so carelessly. Don't you want to introduce yourself first? Show your face so that we can be honest with each other and talk about things. Deacon Shadow paused. Then he remembered that Lin Yao in front of him had never been to their organization. so he didn't know them at all. He took off the black robe on his head, revealing the face of an ordinary man. He smiled at Lin Yao and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ing, and I'm from the official organization of superpowers." What's wrong, Mr. Lin? Lin Yao stared at him with eyes wide open, his heart filled with shock. Because this man's face looks ordinary on the surface. But what was shocking was that his mental detection was no longer blocked by the black robe, and he saw the true appearance of the shadow deacon through his skin. Green skin, no hair on the head, strange lines and wrinkles on the face, and the structure of the eyeballs is different from that of normal humans. Fuck you. Are you the Hulk or a Skrull? Lin Yao screamed in his heart. The shadow in front of him was actually an alien. What is the situation with this official organization? Has it been infiltrated by aliens? Or is the entire organization composed of aliens? In an instant, Lin Yao's mind raced, and he quickly put on a proper expression and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'm just a little surprised. I didn't expect your organization to come to me on their own initiative. Oh my God, if I didn't have so many skills, I wouldn't have realized that this was an alien." The shadow deacon smiled slightly and said, "It took us so long to find a talent like Mr. Lin. It is our organization's fault. Here, I would like to express my apologies to you on behalf of the organization." He was quite polite, but Lin Yao was on high alert. He understood that those who are not of the same race must have different hearts. Lin Yao waved his hand. "No need to apologize. I just don't know what you want to see me for." "Of course, to help you become the new king of Hushan District," said Shadow Deacon. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? Shadow Protector was stunned. In the past, as long as he made his identity clear and said he would help you become the leader of a district, the other party's first reaction would definitely be overjoyed. Why was Lin Yao in front of him so calm? "Mr. Lin, don't you want to be a leader respected by everyone? Just raise your arm, and countless people will obey your will. Your words are like oracles to them. Your rules are laws. You can dominate the life and death of anyone at will." That feeling of standing on the top of a mountain. Wait, this is all empty talk. Is there no real benefit? Lin Yao raised his hand to interrupt. Is this the kind of rhetoric you use to fool officials? Which cadre can't stand such deception? Shadow Deacon was stunned, staring at Lin Yao in some doubt. He had just used brainwashing techniques, and any psychic below level 6 would not have enough mental strength to resist his brainwashing. But Lin Yao was not affected at all. This was the first time he had seen such a situation, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Really, there is no other benefit? If not, you can go back now. Goodbye. Lin Yao started to see the guests off directly. Chapter 103. The Earth is about to explode? After a slight panic, Shadow Deacon regained his composure, keeping a professional smile on his face. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. There are substantial benefits, of course." Lin Yao stretched out his hand to indicate that you should continue. "First, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to become the new king of Hushan District, in addition to having rights that ordinary people can hardly imagine, he will also have complete survival guarantees. We, the official organization of superpowers, will provide Mr. Lin with a living environment that is no less than that before the apocalypse, such as food, shelter, and protection. If Mr. Lin encounters any danger and asks our organization for help, we will do our best to help him. Secondly, Mr. Lin must have heard that for every psychic registered with our organization, we will make a most suitable weapon based on their psychic characteristics. And when a psychic power is upgraded, your weapon can be upgraded for free. Third, human connection resources. What kind of society is our Chinese nation? A society based on human relationships. Connections are the most important resource, no matter before or after the end of the world. Once Mr. Lin agrees, we will hold regular exchanges for the leaders of superpowers in various areas of Central Seoul. By then, Mr. Lin can get to know the top superpowers on the list. Fourth, it is what Mr. Lin cares about most: women. Mr. Lin has a hobby of collecting beauties, and our organization has collected information on more than 90 of the supernatural people in Zhonghan City, including many female supernatural people who meet Mr. Lin's aesthetic standards. If Mr. Lin is willing, our organization can arrange a matchmaking meeting so that these female supernatural people will have the opportunity to see Mr. Lin's style. Fifth, all the superpowers registered in our organization can receive a certain amount of crystals every month according to their superpower level. Your base is very strong, so I think the amount you can receive every month will be a considerable sum. I don't know if these benefits can impress Mr. Lin. Lin Yao yawned. These benefits were indeed very tempting to a weak psychic. Apart from other things, the fact that they could provide weapons and allow one to get to know powerful psychics was something that anyone with a little bit of brains would find irresistible. Can you resist the opportunity to meet the richest man in the world? He also looked down upon the monthly crystal allowance, the only real welfare benefit. Mr. Ng, what you said is still not a real benefit to me, Lin Yao said, counting on his fingers. First, regarding the survival guarantee you mentioned, look at the villa I live in now. It is a villa in the famous wealthy area of Xiaojuan City. I think there are not many villas in the whole Xiaojuan City that have better hardware conditions than mine. As for the danger you mentioned, I really don't feel it. The strongest zombie in Central Seoul right now should be the level 4 zombie king reported by your organization before. Such a danger is actually not a big deal to me. Nonsense. That corpse king is my wife. How could there be any danger? Second, you mentioned custom-made weapons. I have no shortage of them. My own special ability is to forge weapons. The system is mine. Third, the point about connections and resources is nonsense. In today's situation where strength is respected, if my strength is ranked low, those high-ranking bosses probably won't even look at me. Even if your organization mediates, you can't change the contempt in human nature. Fourth, women. Don't bother yourself with this, Mr. Ng. I have already reached a cooperation with those small bases. As long as they send me beautiful women, I will give them crystals. I think there will be many beautiful women with fair skin and long legs coming here in the next 2 days. I am not short of women for the time being. Fifth, as far as I know, the monthly crystal subsidy of your organization is 20 per month for level 1, 50 for level 2, 100 for level 3, and 300 for level 4. It has not been announced how much level 5 and 6 can get, but at most it is less than 1,000. The number is too small. So, Mr. Ng, would you like some more substantial benefits? Shadow Deacon was so angry that his scalp numbed. Even this was not enough. Why was Lin Yao so difficult to deal with? Lin Yao asked tentatively, look, what is the most important thing in the end times? Strength. How to improve strength? Of course, you need crystals. If your organization can provide a large number of crystals, I will seriously consider it. That won't work. Our organization has a limited number of crystals, and they must be distributed according to the rules. Shadow Deacon refused without even a second thought. Don't be so pedantic. Why don't you go back and talk to other people to open a back door for me? We won't let Mr. Ng down, Lin Yao said with a smile. Shadow Deacon said loudly. But if after giving Mr. Lin a large number of crystals, the number of crystals that other survivors can receive will become less, Mr. Lin is not afraid of becoming the target of public criticism. Lin Yao sneered, I'm not afraid. With the crystal, I will become stronger. If I become stronger, why should I care about the opinions of ordinary people? I really feel like a capitalist now. Deacon Shadow wanted to explain, but Lin Yao interrupted him. I know that Shadow Deacon is in a difficult situation. After all, your organization claims to be official and is responsible for helping all the supernatural people in Central Seoul. I admire your actions too, but I have been selfish since I was young and I don't have any lofty ambitions. I only care about myself, my family, and my friends. As for the rest, I can't care so much. If there's no benefit, I am actually very lazy, and I am happy to live in a corner. I earn more than 10,000 crystals a day. Why should I rely on you guys? Then, what kind of benefits does Mr. Lin want to be willing to be the boss of this Hushan district? Shadow Protector asked after pondering. Why do you insist on me being the boss? Lin Yao asked back. The Shadow Deacon closed his eyes with a look of pain, then opened his eyes and said, because this planet doesn't have much time left. What do you mean? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. Mr. Lin may not know yet, but our organization is not limited to Zhonghan City. Our organization can be found throughout China and even the entire planet, Shadow Deacon said solemnly. Before the apocalypse, our organization already existed, but at that time, there were very few people with superpowers. Among millions of people, there might not be one person with superpowers. It was not until the apocalypse broke out and the survivors around the world developed superpowers that we had to step forward to guide and manage them. But recently, our newly developed crust detection equipment discovered that due to the emergence of a large number of superpowers on Earth, the superpowers around the world are slowly eroding the Earth's core. We estimate that within 3 years at the latest, the Earth will collapse due to the collapse of its core. Chapter 104, it turns out to be a level 6 boss. You mean, the Earth will explode in less than 3 years? Lin Yao stretched his neck and asked in disbelief. You are more deceiving than the people on Earth. The shadow deacon said with a sad face. I won't lie to you. This is absolutely true. Lin Yao stared at Shadow Deacon with a squint and said, if the earth is really going to explode, it must be you who did it. Then the earth is going to explode. What does that have to do with me being the boss of Hushan District? Shadow Deacon said, it's like this. Ever since our organization realized that the earth might not be saved, we have discussed and come up with a plan internally. We must leave a portion of humanity behind and take this portion of humanity to the cosmic home we have monitored. However, because the journey is too long, although we have a spacecraft that can exceed the speed of light, the risks along the way are very high. We must have some humans reach level 10 superpowers as soon as possible to ensure safety on the road. And Mr. Lin, after you become the boss of Hushan District with the support of our organization, I think you'll be able to reach level 10 supernatural powers within 3 years. Lin Yao scratched his hair. Is this true? A proud look appeared on the face of Shadow Deacon. Of course it's true. Our organization has recruited top scientific talents from various countries before the end of the world. We have already developed a spaceship that can exceed the speed of light. Recently, we have also developed a number of zombie upgrade devices. After being activated, they can upgrade the zombies in a certain area. Didn't Mr. Lin notice that the frequency of level 2 zombies appearing in Central Seoul has increased recently? As the zombies level increases, the quality of crystals available to the psychic will increase, and the speed at which their psychic powers improve will also increase. Although this will be unfriendly to some low-level psychics, it can also help some people improve their psychic abilities as quickly as possible. I believe that with the efforts of our officials, a level 10 superpower will soon appear. Our spaceship has limited capacity. Only those with abilities that have reached level 10 have genes that are good enough to be taken to our new home and continue the mission of human reproduction. Lin Yao stroked his chin as if thinking, but his heart was filled with turmoil. It turns out that the recent zombie upgrade was caused by this organization, so the previous awakening of superpowers among the entire population must have been caused by them as well. Even a zombie virus outbreak could have been caused by them. However, the words of the Shadow Deacon in front of him were definitely half true and half false. Lin Yao had a headache. If he had known earlier, he should have brought Choo Choo with him and used mind reading and memory reading to steal the information of their organization. Judging from the current intelligence analysis, the Earth may really be about to explode. This official organization of psychics is helping to upgrade zombies. Although those ordinary level 1 psychics will suffer, in the long run, it can indeed accelerate the progress of psychics around the world. The reason why they were so persistent in recruiting me was actually to recruit bodyguards who could help them escape from the exploding Earth. It's so hard to choose. Lin Yao had a headache. The incomplete information made him a little confused. He also shoulders the heavy responsibility of reviving mankind. If the Earth really explodes, Lin Yao can only be sure that he can protect the women in his family. But the children born are all my own, so how can I talk about reviving humanity? Close relative marriage? Stop kidding. Give me some more substantial benefits, such as 10,000 crystals a day. If the day comes when you escape on a spaceship, I can protect your safety. Lin Yao finally chose to give up. The information is unclear now, so we can't just board this pirate ship. Deacon Shadow stood up coldly and said, Mr. Lin, I came here with sincerity. If Mr. Lin really doesn't want to cooperate with us, then we can only give up. I want to say that if the Earth is facing the day of disintegration, I hope Mr. Lin will still have the leisure to bargain with us. Goodbye. Lin Yao waved his hand. Snort. Shadow Deacon put on a hood, hiding his entire head. Just as he was about to disappear in a cloud of black smoke, he suddenly found that he could not move. What's going on? Shadow Deacon was very panicked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, his body transformation was not affected by any physical or magical attacks. Why couldn't he transform this time? He couldn't even move his fingers? Lin Yao stared at him with cold eyes. I forgot to mention that if Mr. Ng wants to see me in the future, it's better to go through the main door. If you do this kind of behavior of sneaking into other people's homes quietly again, maybe I won't be polite. After saying that, he released the immobilization spell. Shadow Deacon realized that his body could move, so he sat down on the sofa and looked at Lin Yao with horror in his eyes. Level 6 Psychic. Only a level 6 Psychic could easily control himself who had reached level 5 Psychic powers. Until this time, Shadow Protector finally remembered that the level 6 Psychic that Kwang Xiao talked about when he called him last night turned out to be Lin Yao. Shadow Protector finally understood why his brainwashing had never worked on Lin Yao. He had previously thought that Lin Yao had some special equipment on him that could block the brainwashing. It turned out that he was a level 6 boss. Fortunately, Lin Yao had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to leave. Lin Yao did not give a direct answer, but said coldly, "Are you still not leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner?" Shadow Deacon quickly turned into a puff of black smoke and rushed out of the door at lightning speed, leaving as if escaping. "You run pretty fast." Lin Yao curled his lips. It is unknown what material the black robe on this alien is made of, but it can block his mental detection. Zhou Chuchu's mind reading may not be useful. In the future, when facing aliens who can disguise themselves as human beings, she must be extra careful. Lin Yao, what rushed out just now? Seeing the villa door open again, several women rushed in with worried looks on their faces and asked. Only after seeing that Lin Yao was safe and sound, with his head down in thought, did they all breathe a sigh of relief. If the person who came was too powerful and even Lin Yao couldn't deal with him, then their world would really fall apart. Go, call the main responsible persons of the braised large intestines, rain elephants, and maple leaf teams to come for a meeting. Lin Yao looked up and said. 5 minutes later, the reception room of the villa was full of people. Except for Lin Yao's family, the main members of the 3 teams had all arrived. They all looked puzzled. It was the first time that Lin Yao had summoned them so solemnly. Something big must have happened. Lin Yao walked to the main seat and said loudly, "Everyone, I asked you all to come here because I have something to tell you so that you can have some peace of mind. First, someone from the official organization of superpowers came to me just now and hoped that I would become the boss of Hushan District. I refused. Second, there are aliens in the official organization of superpowers. When you go down, urge the people below to have as little contact with this organization as possible. Third, the Earth is going to explode. Chapter 105, I will still talk nonsense when I am old." What? Everyone felt like their brains had stopped working for a moment. Really, the news was a bit too explosive, and the way Lin Yao announced it was too simple and crude, leaving people unprepared. "You said you don't want to be the boss of Hushan District, and we all know that. Then you said that there are aliens in the official organization of the superpowers. Have you ever considered whether our brain capacity can handle it? Finally, you said the Earth is going to explode. Well, you really haven't thought about it." The whole audience was silent for half a minute. Lin Yao scratched his head awkwardly. "You don't have any opinions? Then let's adjourn the meeting." The backbones of the base hurriedly stopped them. "Hey, no. Brother Lin, please give us some time. Boss Lin, this is no joke. Uncle Lin, you're going to scare me so much that my menstruation will become irregular. Lin Yao, please let us digest this. I am really confused. Oh my God, aliens. Oh my God, the Earth is going to disappear. Then, what about the baby in our belly? What should we do?" After a while, the people underground were in chaos. If they were told that there were aliens, everyone could still accept it. After all, they had watched too many science fiction movies, so it was not difficult to accept it if it were reflected in reality. But no one can currently bear the news that the Earth is going to explode. Lu Desheng, Fu Changyong, and Lin Yao's women all expressed concern about the impending explosion of the Earth. Wu Shuyan and Fang Yin were worried about the future growth of their babies. He Yefeng, Lu Tian, Fang Yi, and other young people, on the contrary, expressed great interest in aliens and began to discuss what they looked like. Lin Yao patted the table and said, "I know everyone is anxious, but don't worry, this is what happened." He then repeated the conversation between him and Shadow Butler. After listening to Lin Yao's story, everyone lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. Red Fox asked softly, "Lin Yao, do you believe what they said?" "Of course I don't believe it. In my opinion, what he said is half true and half false. Things like the Earth exploding and the zombies upgrading should be true, but everything else is false," said Lin Yao. "Yes, the Earth still has to explode." Seeing the worried faces of the people below, Lin Yao smiled with a relaxed look. "Everyone, I'm not informing you of this matter to make you start to worry so early. First of all, we can confirm that these aliens have a spaceship that can escape from the Earth. At worst, we can just snatch it away. So, the problem of survival is actually not that big of a problem. Secondly, he reminded me of one thing. Reaching level 10 is a hurdle. For people in other bases, level may 10th be an unattainable height. But for us, it's not difficult to reach level 10 within 3 years. We don't know what level 10 superpowers are yet. If we have the power to reach the sky and the Earth, Maybe we can reverse the impending explosion of the Earth. I am informing you of this news to warn you that in the future, when facing this official organization, you should be as vigilant as possible, and it would be wisest to avoid any contact with it. Who can guarantee what the purpose of this group of hidden aliens is? It's better to be careful. We must take our own destiny into our own hands. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as they can raise their abilities to a high enough level within 3 years, perhaps the Earth explosion will no longer be a fatal threat. For them, every day of improvement in the diazation base is huge. As long as they can steadily improve under Lin Yao's leadership, it is not impossible to have a level 10 ability. Fang Yi raised his hand and asked, "Uncle, do you think it's possible that what the alien said is true? What if they really want to help us?" Before Lin Yao could answer, he yeffing slapped him on the head and said, "You are stupid. First of all, they disguised themselves as human beings and obviously had bad intentions. If aliens came to the Earth, they would not occupy the Earth and destroy it. Are they here for a picnic? You idiot. I just asked that. Why did you hit me?" Fang Yi rubbed his head and muttered, "Remember this. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." Lin Yao said solemnly, "This is the lesson passed down by our ancestors for thousands of years. If you don't listen to the old people, you may really suffer." Fang Yi muttered quietly, "When I get old, I will also talk nonsense." Fang Yin and he yeffing grabbed his ears from the left and right. "If you make another sound, I'll skin you alive." After all this commotion, the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed and cheerful, and the depressing atmosphere just now slowly disappeared. Yu Qian touched the crystal knife in her hand and asked, "Why didn't you just kill the alien?" Lin Yao spread his hands. "Killing him is easy, but after killing him, we will completely break off with them. It will be very difficult to extract some information from him in the future. At least the relationship is not so strained now. It is more valuable to keep him alive than to kill him." Shen Tong asked doubtfully, "Should we spread this news? Let all the survivors unite against the common enemy." "That's not necessary," Lin Yao explained, "not to mention that the news is too shocking and can easily cause panic. It's already the end of the world. If you add fuel to the fire, the survivors around the world will go crazy. Besides, this organization is spread all over the world and has a very high prestige. We have no substantial evidence to prove that they are aliens. After all, their disguise skills are too good. Once we tell others, we will only get ourselves into trouble and become the target of public criticism. For now, our main goal is to develop ourselves as a team and not create unnecessary trouble. We'll talk about other things when we have the strength to compete with this organization." After this was said, everyone nodded secretly. It was indeed not appropriate to publicize it at this point in time. Lin Yao sighed deeply. Originally, his mission was to carry on the family line, but why did he suddenly feel like he had the heavy responsibility of saving the Earth upon him? What went wrong? I shook my head and put all these thoughts behind me. Right now, my priority should be to find a wife and become stronger. I will save her when I'm strong enough and have the ability to do so. Remember, you only need to know these things by yourselves. Don't let other people in the base know. Let's adjourn the meeting. Lin Yao gave his final instructions and left. The official organization of the superpowers, Shadow Deacon, fled back without stopping. Seeing this, the other deacons asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you so embarrassed?" Deacon Shadow was terrified and shouted hurriedly, "Is the bishop here? I have something urgent to ask him." "What's up?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bishop in a white robe appeared. Deacon Shadow hurriedly came up to him and bowed, saying, "My lord bishop, a level 6 psychic has appeared in Xiaojuan city." "What?" The other deacons were all extremely surprised. Chapter 106, The Feeling of Being a Gigolo. All the superpowers in the entire Xiaojuan city are under their control. No matter whose strength changes, they will know it at the first time. How did Shadow Deacon know it? The bishop in the white robe had no expression on his face. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you sure?" The Shadow Deacon nodded hurriedly. "Confirmed." "Call all the deacons," said the white-robed bishop, and then he disappeared, leaving behind a group of deacons looking at each other in bewilderment. An hour later, all the deacons who were outside were called back. In a large conference room, the white-robed bishop sat in the main seat without saying a word, while the other 11 deacons sat down one after another. After everyone was seated, the white-robed deacon slowly spoke. Tell me the details. Then Deacon Shadow hurriedly repeated the meeting with Lin Yao. To be able to trap you so easily, it seems that he is at least a level 6 psychic. Interesting. Deacon Yi said. Has he discovered your true identity? Deacon Tu asked. Shadow Deacon shook his head. Probably not. If he really found out, given the xenophobia of Earthlings, he would definitely kill me. It's good that you didn't find out. Otherwise, if it affects our plan, the bishop will never forgive you. Deacon Guang said coldly. Shadow Deacon felt extremely aggrieved. A level 6 psychic suddenly appeared in the area he was in charge of, and he couldn't defeat him. Who could he go to for justice? My Lord Bishop, how should we deal with this level 6 mutant? Someone asked. The white-robed bishop slowly said, Nothing will be done. Why? Shadow Deacon asked in disbelief. Lin Yao had threatened him before, so it would be better to kill this uncontrollable human being as soon as possible. The white-robed bishop spoke in a gentle but majestic tone. We only have less than 3 years. Judging from the current state of supernatural powers of humans around the world, Lin Yao should be one of the best. In other countries, there have been several level 6 psychics. Only China has not yet produced a level 6 psychic. Even in Xiaojuan City, which we're responsible for, there is not a single level 5 psychic. His Excellency the Cardinal is very dissatisfied with our efficiency. Now that a level 6 mutant has finally appeared here, we must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, we will not be able to bear the punishment from the Cardinal. So we can no longer impose any restrictions on Lin Yao. And we must even try our best to befriend him. Kage Butler, you've ruined the impression we made on our first meeting. You need to do more to remedy this. If you make a mistake again, I will personally punish you. As for his unwillingness to cooperate with us, let him be. As long as we build a good relationship with him, we can still use him for our own benefit. When the time is right, I will contact him personally and take control of this human being in our hands. Just remember not to let him become our enemy. As soon as these words were spoken, all the deacons felt the white-robed bishop's high regard for Lin Yao, and they all accepted the order and agreed. After all the deacons left, the white-robed bishop took off his hood and revealed his head, revealing a delicate and beautiful woman. Lin Yao, I hope you won't let us down. Whether I can go home depends on you. But if you are beyond my control, I don't mind finishing you off myself. A cold light flashed in the corner of the white-robed bishop's eyes, and the temperature outside the entire organization's building dropped by several degrees. In the afternoon, Lin Yao moved a lounge chair to the gate of the diazation base, where he basked in the sun comfortably, drank a cold drink, and checked his harvest at the same time. As if stimulated, Yu Qian and her friends worked extra hard to kill zombies in the afternoon, and their efficiency was amazing. This afternoon alone, her women killed more than 3,000 level 2 zombies, more than 12,000 level 1 zombies, including more than 200 level 3 zombies, allowing him to gain a total of nearly 220,000 skill points. My luck also helped me a lot in terms of attribute points. I gained more than 1,600 attribute points in one afternoon. After equally adding the attribute points to the 4 basic attributes, his attributes all approached the 2,000 mark. He even had extra attribute points, which he added to his charm very luxuriously. After a while, some of the subtle blackheads and pimples on his already handsome face disappeared, leaving him as white and clean as a little boy. In addition to the changes on his face, Lin Yao's temperament is also changing invisibly. If someone pays attention at this time, they will find that Lin Yao now exudes a sunny breath, making people feel like spring breeze. More than 200,000 skill points were allocated to mental detection and immobilization, both of which were upgraded to level 6. After the mental detection is upgraded to level 6, the detection range becomes a very wide radius of 5 kilometers, which can cover part of the lake and mountain area. There is not much change in the level 6 immobilization technique. It just can immobilize the psychics of the same level for up to 10 minutes, and the number of people that can be immobilized is also reduced to 100. As for those below level 6, you can immobilize them for as long as you want. Enough to eat the peaches and then come back to eat people. It feels so good to be a gigolo. Lin Yao stretched lazily, feeling extremely satisfied. As the sun was about to set, a convoy began to slowly drive towards the diazation base. Lin Yao sat up with some anticipation on his face. These were female survivors introduced by other small bases. He did not have his mental detection turn on all the time. Some things are more interesting if they are kept a little mysterious. The car stopped, and more than 30 people got out. More than 20 of them were women. A base leader saw Lin Yao and hurriedly ran forward and saluted, saying, "Boss Lin, these are the female survivors who are willing to go on a blind date with you. I have carefully selected them. Do you have a look?" Lin Yao nodded, stood up, and swaggered to the group of female survivors. These women are of all types, but without exception, they're all very beautiful women. But unfortunately, you, and you, the three of you, Lin Yao pointed at three of the women. In his opinion, these three women are at least A-level. As for the others, although some of them are good-looking, but they look like experienced people at first glance. He is very picky now. The leader of the base hurriedly came to Lin Yao and whispered, "Boss Lin, are you only picking these three? Are you not going to look at the others?" It took a lot of effort to pick these 20 or so, and he thought he could harvest 20,000 crystals at once, but now it has become 3,000. Lin Yao glanced at him and said, "Have you forgotten my request?" The leader of the base touched the sweat on his head guiltily after hearing this. He didn't expect that Lin Yao could see through the details of these girls with just his naked eyes. Ahem. Then listen to Boss Lin. 3 is 3. Chapter 107. Lady, please respect yourself. Do you want crystals or rice? Lin Yao asked. The leader laughed hastily. Crystal? Crystal? Lin Yao nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 bags of white crystals appeared in his hand, and he threw them to him. 3,000. Count them. The leader nodded and took the crystals. No need to count. I could definitely trust Boss Lin's character. Not a single one will be missing. Okay, you take the others back. Lin Yao waved his hand to signal him to leave. After the convoy left, Lin Yao said to the 3 delighted women in front of him with a gentle smile, "My name is Lin Yao. I believe you have heard of me. I'm currently the boss of this diazation base. Can you introduce yourselves?" The girl with long brown hair on the far left introduced herself first. "Hello, Boss Lin. My name is Chen Shui. I am 21 years old, and my supernatural power is to promote plant growth." The girl with long black hair in the middle. "Boss Lin, my name is Wei Liqing. I'm 23 years old, and my special ability is I can jump high." The girl with twin ponytails on the right. "Hello, Boss Lin, I'm Su Xiao. I'm 19 years old, and my supernatural power is to control water." Lin Yao nodded. The 3 girls were all relatively young, and all exuded a certain amount of purity. The last one, Su Xiao, although the youngest, had the most impressive figure, with her breasts being as big as Lu Yan's in normal condition. Afterwards, Lin Yao chatted with them about some basic situations and called Zhou Chu to eavesdrop for a while. After confirming that they all came voluntarily, he let her take the 3 new sisters back. 3 more women joined today. Lin Yao was very satisfied. When he was about to turn around and go back to the base, he found another convoy coming. As soon as the car stopped, someone from the first car ran down. Lin Yao took a look and saw that it was Wang Su, whom he had confronted in the morning. "Haha, it's such a small matter that I have to trouble you, Boss Lin, to come here in person. It really makes me anxious." Wang Su seemed to have forgotten Lin Yao's attitude towards him in the morning and bowed with a smile. Lin Yao was speechless. "How scared are you?" Wang Su froze and said awkwardly, "I'm very, very scared." Lin Yao waved his hand and stopped embarrassing him. "Okay, let's talk business." Wang Shiru felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly asked all the women in the car to get off. Looking at the dozen or so beauties in front of him, Lin Yao started his mental detection. He had to say that the women brought by Wang Su seemed to be of much better quality than the previous ones. It seemed that those who did micro-business had some tricks. "I don't want any of them. Take them all away." Lin Yao shook his head after seeing them. These women all had heavy makeup on their faces. If he could see their bare faces through the heavy makeup, it would be hard to look at. It did not conform to his aesthetic standards. "What's wrong? Boss Lin doesn't like any of them." Wang Su wiped the sweat off his forehead. Is it too hurtful to say this? It's not that they are ugly, it's that I am not worthy of them," Lin Yao said. "What the hell? There are women in the entire Hushan district that you are not worthy of. If you despise them, just say so." Wang Su cursed in his heart, but finally insisted. "Boss Lin, what are you talking about? You are a handsome man, much more handsome than the stars on TV. How could there be a woman who is not worthy of you?" "There wasn't any before, but there is now," Lin Yao continued to refuse. Wang Su became a little anxious and winked at one of the tall women wearing a sexy long hollow dress. Sun Xiaojuan understood and hurried out to hold Lin Yao's arm. "Oh, this must be Boss Lin. Look at this appearance and skin. Once I take a look at her, other men will never look down on me again. Boss Lin, please accept me, otherwise Do you have the heart to let a woman silently worry about you for the rest of her life? Feeling a soft touch on his arm, Lin Yao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This thing was obviously stuffed. Lin Yao gently pulled his arm out and refused. Madam, please respect yourself. I am a married man. Please don't argue with me. Sun Xiaojuan was stunned. The whole Hushan district knew that you had more than a dozen women in your family. Why are you pretending to be a good man? But she still put on a smile and continued to stick to him. Boss Lin is really good at joking. I really admire you, and Before he could finish his words, Sun Xiaojuan suddenly covered her head and screamed, looking very painful. What's wrong? What happened? Wang Su asked nervously. Lin Yao touched his nose and smiled. It's nothing. It's just a backlash of my superpowers. Don't you know that if you use your superpowers on people with higher levels than you, there will be a risk of backlash? Sun Xiaojuan's ability is charm, just like the Red Fox before, but she is only a level 2 ability user. When she used charm on him just now, Lin Yao's mental power automatically bounced back to protect his master. So this scene happened. Is there such a thing? Wang Su was stunned. It was the first time he saw Sun Xiaojuan's supernatural power being backfired. In the past, it would at most have no effect or little effect. Take her back. As for her, she just needs to rest for a while. Lin Yao pointed at Sun Xiaojuan, who was twitching on the ground, then turned around and went back to the base. Wang Su looked at Lin Yao's back and wanted to say something, but finally he sighed and had someone carry Sun Xiaojuan, who had fainted and foamed at the mouth, away. This woman is sick. Did Wang Su do it on purpose, or is he just confused? Lin Yao looked at the taillights of the convoy, muttered something, and went back. In the car, Wang Su was sitting in the back seat with a livid face. Looking at Sun Xiaojuan, who was still unconscious beside him, he was so angry that he slapped her. Sun Xiaojuan was awakened by a slap in the face. She opened her eyes dazedly and saw herself in the car. Then she realized that Lin Yao still hadn't accepted her, and she felt pain on her face. She covered her face and stared at Wang Su. You hit me? Wang Su snot gonli, usaus. If you can't even handle a man, what use are you? Sun Xiaojuan smiled coldly. Yes, I'm a waste, but what about you? You even want to give your wife to someone else. Then what are you? Worse than waste. Hearing this, Wang Su slapped him again. If you weren't so unruly and had sex with another man while I was not at home, and even got sick, would I have to treat you like this? Sun Xiaojuan covered her face and sobbed. If you hadn't kept a mistress outside, I wouldn't have to humiliate myself like this. Enough. Why are you still talking about what happened before the end of the world? Wang Su glared at his subordinate who was driving, waved his hand, and lit a cigarette in frustration. After Sun Xiaojuan's crying subsided for a while, Wang Su said softly, Okay, stop crying. I'm also worried about the future of our base, so I had no choice but to do this. Our base is at the bottom of the list in Hushan District. Zombies are getting harder and harder to kill now. If we don't have crystals to improve our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. That Lin Yao was very generous. He originally wanted to send a few women in. He could at least help our Xiaojuan base. I didn't expect you guys to be such losers. You can't even get one in. Chapter 108 The Cruel Wang Su. Sun Xiaojuan covered her face and said coldly, You are incompetent and can't even maintain a base, but you still throw the responsibility onto others. Wang Su, where's your responsibility as a man? Wang Su was furious. When he raised his hand to slap her again, he saw Sun Xiaojuan take her hand away and put her face in front of him. Go ahead and hit me. If you have the guts, beat me to death and see if my brother will let you go. When Wang Su heard Sun Xiaojuan mention her brother, he gritted his teeth and finally retracted the slap he was about to give. Oomph. If it weren't for your brother, I would have beaten you to death long ago. Wang Su snorted coldly. TSK. If my brother hadn't secretly given me a lot of crystals before, do you think you could have reached level 3? You can only become the leader of a base with the help of your mother's family. Wang Su, you are the real waste. Sun Xiaojuan retorted coldly. Wang Su gritted his teeth in anger, but when he thought of Sun Xiaojuan's brother Sun Jun, he still felt a little insecure. By the way, when will your brother give you crystals next time? Wang Su suddenly asked. Sun Xiaojuan stared at Wang Su with disdain. You're dreaming. My brother will come tonight, but he won't give me crystals anymore. Why? Wang Su was a little panicked. If his brother-in-law didn't help him, with his ability, he might not be able to hold on for more than a few days, and the base would rebel. What do you think? My brother is not stupid. He gave me the crystal, but your ability level went up. You can tell with your toes that the crystal was absorbed by you. He never thought highly of you. So naturally he wouldn't give me the crystal again, Sun Xiaowan sneered. Wang Su scratched his hair and said, "What can I do? Can you ask your brother to give you a little more? You are already one of the top 300 masters in Zhonghan City. Why are you so stingy?" Sun Xiaowan refused. "My brother used to be the third in command at the Tianwang base in Hushan New District. He lived a good life. If it weren't for helping me, he would have been in the top 200 long ago. I can't let him spend money anymore. But he is your brother. He is reluctant to give some crystals even to your own sister." Wang Su is anxious. Of course he's willing to give up his own sister, but he can't bear to give up a useless brother-in-law, Sun Xiaowan said in a very blunt tone. Wang Su was helpless, as his brother-in-law would be here tonight. If he saw the slap mark on his sister's face, he would not be able to get the crystal and might even get a beating. Suddenly, Wang Su had an idea. He looked out the window and shouted, "Stop the car! What are you going to do?" Sun Xiaowan was a little confused. Wang Su said without turning his head and winked at the driver. After getting away from the car, Wang Su said to the driver who followed him, "Xiao Li, call Xiao Zhou, Xiao Feng, and the others over." The driver, Xiao Li, didn't understand but nodded and called the other two drivers over. These were his close confidants. After Wang Su whispered instructions to them, he returned to the car with a calm expression. "I really don't understand why you men gather together to pee," Sun Xiaowan complained, and continued to stare out the window, looking forward to seeing her brother. She didn't notice the cold light that flashed in the corner of Wang Su's eyes. Phew! Suddenly, Sun Xiaowan felt a pain in her chest. This! Sun Xiaowan stared blankly at the tip of a knife sticking out her chest. Slowly turning his head, he saw the dagger in Wang Su's hand and asked in disbelief, Why? After she married Wang Su, even though the man cheated on her, and even though she also cheated on him in revenge, in her heart, she always loved this man deeply. If it weren't for love, she would have left with her brother long ago. If it wasn't for love, she wouldn't have given all the crystals her brother gave her to Wang Su. If it wasn't love, she wouldn't have seduced Lin Yao just because of Wang Su's pity. She hated this man so much, but also loved this man so much. But who could have thought that such a man would actually kill her with his own hands? Wang Su's face was full of cruelty. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Yao for not accepting you, and blame your brother for not giving me the crystal. I can't do anything about it, Xiaowan. Don't hate me. After saying that, he pulled out the dagger. Sun Xiaowan was at a loss and tried to cover her wound, but the bleeding would not stop. Feeling that breathing was becoming increasingly difficult, Sun Xiaowan's body began to twitch, with a sad smile on her face. I will be waiting for you. In hell will not die well. With the last word die, she completely lost her breath and collapsed weakly on the chair. The blood stained the chair, and Wang Su's hands red. Having killed his own wife with his own hands, Wang Su stared at her body in a daze, unable to come to his senses for a while. It wasn't until Xiao Li, Xiao Feng, and others knocked on the car door outside the window that he reacted. Boss, everything has been handled. Xiao Li wiped the blood off his hands. Wang Su walked out and took a look. Blood had already started seeping out of the doors of the cars behind him. He turned around and said to the three of them, "You three should handle the scene well. Don't let anyone find any traces. Then go out and hide for a few days." Xiao Li and the other two nodded and began to deal with the marks on the car, while Wang Su himself sat in the driver's seat, thought about it, cut a few cuts on his body, and made his clothes tattered. Then he drove the car, shakily, back to the Xiaojuan base. Outside the Xiaojuan base, a muscular man was waiting at the door with his arms folded, his hair standing on end. His eyes, which occasionally opened, flashed a cold light that made people dare not look directly at him. Sun Jun came to visit his sister, but was told by the gatekeeper of Xiaojuan base that Sun Xiaowan and Wang Su took a dozen women to go on a blind date with the boss of another base. Sun Jun felt angry when he thought of his brother-in-law's cowardly and incompetent appearance. He actually sent women to other bases to become stronger, and he was determined to take his sister away today. Seeing a car wobbling towards the base in the distance, Sun Jun's eyes froze. Wang Su, who was driving, saw Sun Jun standing at the gate of his base. After a flash of panic, he quickly put on an expression, parked the car and got out in a hurry, looking as miserable as if his wife had died. "Brother-in-law, you are finally here. Please save Xiaowan." Sun Jun asked hurriedly, "What happened to Xiaowan?" Wang Su stumbled to open the back door. Xiaowan. Sun Jun came to the side of the car, and when he saw the scene in the back seat clearly, his eyes widened instantly and his whole body began to tremble. There was a big hole in Sun Xiaojuan's chest, blood was all over the floor, and she looked so miserable as she died with her eyes open. Xiaojuan! Sun Jun shouted loudly, and an invisible force spread out. Wang Su, who was crying heartbreakingly, was blown away by the force, and even the building next to him shook. Chapter 109 I'm Angry. Sun Jun carried his dead sister out with trembling hands. Feeling her cold body, he couldn't help but see bloodshot eyes. Seeing Wang Su crawling towards him, he shouted angrily, "Come here!" Wang Su hurriedly rolled and crawled in front of Sun Jun. Although Sun Jun's momentum was terrifying now, he still felt a little proud in his heart. "What I want is the look of you being furious. Tell me, what's going on?" Sun Jun asked murderously. Wang Su covered the knife wound on his arm and cried, "Brother-in-law, you have to make the decision for us. It's all that Lin Yao's fault. Xiaojuan was killed by him." Whoa, Sun Yun knew. He had never heard of the name Lin Yao, and there was no such person on the list. He coldly asked Wang Su, "Explain clearly." "Yes, it's like this." Wang Su looked sad. "Yesterday, the boss of our Hushan district's Howling base was killed by Lin Yao, the boss of the Diazation base in Hushan district. All the small bases in our Hushan district are thinking that since Lin Yao can kill Kuang Shao, he must have the strength to be a leader. So, this morning, I took a few of my men to the Diazation base, hoping to build a good relationship with the new leader so that he would take fewer crystals from us in the future. But who knew that Lin Yao was a lecher? He said he didn't want to be the boss of Hushan district, but he wanted all the young and beautiful women in our small bases to be sent to him, and he even called it a blind date. We were forced to come back due to the situation. I discussed it with Xiaojuan and asked her to help me select a dozen young women and send them to him. But that Lin Yao is so cruel that he is still not satisfied after taking in those dozen women and has set his sights on Xiaojuan. Xiaojuan is my wife. How can I tolerate him stealing my wife? So I started arguing with him. Then we started fighting. I couldn't beat him, and Xiaojuan was almost molested by him. Xiaojuan was loyal to me, and when she saw that she was about to be taken advantage of by that bastard Lin Yao, she actually tried to sneak attack him. But Xiaojuan's ability didn't work on him. He slapped her several times, and she became extremely angry. Killed Xiaojuan. I tried my best and escaped from him with Xiaojuan. I really regret it. I shouldn't have brought Xiaojuan with me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened. At the end, Wang Su slapped himself hard. Lin Yao. Sun Jun muttered the name with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Wang Su caught a glimpse of Sun Jun's appearance out of the corner of his eye and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his brother-in-law killed Lin Yao in a rage, all the crystals and beauties in the Diazation base would be his. "Tell me, where's that base?" Sun Jun put his sister's body on the ground and wanted to close her eyes. But he couldn't close his eyes no matter what he did. He kept them wide open, and the look of his eyes, open in death, seemed to be telling of a huge hatred. Wang Su quickly stood up and said, "I know, brother-in-law, I'll take you there. The two of us will definitely kill that dog Lin Yao." Sun Jun asked coldly, "Where is the base?" This means that she can't rely on him and plans to take revenge on her own. Although it was somewhat different from his own plan, Wang Su did not dare to disobey his brother-in-law and told him the address of the Diazation base. Sun Jun kicked Wang Su away and said, "My sister married a loser like you, and you can't protect her. When I kill Lin Yao, you won't have an easy life." After saying this, the figure flashed and disappeared. Wang Su was kicked almost to death. He crawled out of the ruins with blood spitting out of his mouth. He was extremely panicked. It seemed that his brother-in-law was not going to let him go. What should he do? After much thought, Wang Su could only pray that Sun Jun and Lin Yao would both be defeated or, even better, die together. Sun Jun rushed towards the Diazation base like a cannonball, and any buildings blocking his way were smashed by him. 10 minutes later, he saw the marble at the entrance of the Diazation base. He became so angry that he punched the marble. Boom! Sun Jun smashed the boulder with one punch. The loud noise was heard even by Lin Yao, who was enjoying the sparring. "What's going on?" Lin Yao turned on his mental detection and instantly saw the situation at the door. "Damn it! Where did this idiot come from? He broke my marble." Lin Yao also got furious instantly, put on his clothes, and disappeared in a flash. The braised large intestine team near the base gate was the first to react. Fang Yi appeared at the gate in a flash. After seeing the situation at the gate, he shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you running over to throw rocks at us?" Sun Jun pulled out a long knife from his waist and said coldly, Let Lin Yao come out and die. Otherwise, I will massacre this base. What a big tone. I want to see how you kill people. Before Fong Yi could reply, Lin Yao's voice rang out, and he immediately shrank back. My uncle is here, so let him have a chance to show off. Sun Jun looked up in the direction of the sound. His eyes suddenly froze. Because now Lin Yao was walking towards him slowly from the air, just like stepping on the void in movies and TV shows. Sun Jun even felt that every step taken by this young man who suddenly appeared was like stepping on his heart. Lin Yao was also looking at him and activated his skill of seeing through things. Sun Jun, male, 39 years old. Strength level 4. Physical attributes are enhanced to 50 times the normal value. This level 4 mutant who came out of nowhere should not be from Hushan district. Are you Lin Yao? Sun Jun clenched his sword. Although Lin Yao gave him a strong sense of oppression, he was not afraid of the enemy who killed his own sister. Yes. What do you do? Lin Yao asked back. Sun Jun nodded without answering directly. It's good that you're Lin Yao, which proves that I didn't kill the wrong person. After saying that, he jumped high and slashed towards Lin Yao with a long sword with extremely fierce force. Lin Yao remained unmoved. After the long sword came over, he slowly stretched out 2 fingers and clamped Sun Jun's long sword. Who are you to kill someone if you don't agree with me? Sun Jun was a little frightened. He was a famous strong man ranked in the top 300 in Zhonghan City. Even the boss of their Tianwang base, the top 10 boss, did not dare to say that he could catch his full-strength sword with just 2 fingers. What level of psychic is this guy? Although he was terrified in his heart, he still said unforgivingly, Who do you care who I am? Today, even if I risk my life, I will make you, an old dog, be buried with my sister. Using his body to spin the sword, Lin Yao loosened his fingers and kicked Sun Jun away. Damn it, you dare to scold me, I'm angry. Chapter 1, the man was killed, but the anger has not subsided. Sun Jun was kicked hundreds of meters away and crashed into several buildings. Boom, boom, boom. My uncle is so strong. Fong Yi rubbed his hands excitedly. The other people in the Diazation base also ran out and saw this scene, all with shocked expressions. Brother Lin is simply superhuman. This isn't a Superman, this is a god. Uncle Lin is so powerful. Beat this blind guy to death. He actually dared to smash our sign. He must not be let off easily. Lin Yao seems to be angry. It's rare to see this. Before this, Lin Yao seldom revealed his other abilities. People at the base subconsciously thought that Lin Yao's ability was only to shoot crossbow arrows. Only a very few people like Wu Shuyan knew that Lin Yao also had the ability to cast fireballs. Now, in addition to being able to fly, even his physical strength was terrifying. This guy's ability is indeed different from others. Lin Yao's kick directly injured Sun Jun severely. He fell into ruins and couldn't get up for a long time. He slowly flew above the ruins and hooked his finger. Sun Jun's body, which was covered with bruises, floated in the air involuntarily. Within this domain, Lin Yao is the master. You, what level of psychic are you? Sun Jun felt that all the bones in his body were broken and even his internal organs were displaced. He asked weakly with blood spitting out of his mouth. This strength is so fucking terrifying. Lin Yao did not answer. With a thought, Sun Jun's arms and thighs began to rotate automatically. The severe pain made Sun Jun scream in pain. Smash the gate of my base. Ah! Come and chop me up. Ah! And call me a dog. Ah! Who gave you the courage? Lin Yao said in a cold tone, twisting Sun Jun into a knot. But Sun Jun was also a ruthless man. Even though his head was twisted 180 degrees, he was still alive. He cursed intermittently. What courage do I need to kill you? You killed my sister. Even if I die here today, I will still call you a dog. Who is your sister? Lin Yao asked again. You fucking dead dog. My sister is Sun Xiaojuan, and you killed her today. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Sun Jun spat out the internal organs and continued to curse. Lin Yao frowned. Sun Xiaojuan? She died already. It was clearly just the backlash of his superpowers that caused him to faint. How could he die? Is my mental rebound so strong? Bah! Executioner! You dare not admit it. If you have the guts, just kill me. Sun Jun already knew that he would not survive, and in the end, he could only vent his anger with his mouth. Boom! Lin Yao was indeed angry after being scolded, and he clenched his fist, causing Sun Jun's body to turn into a bloody rain. It was the first time that the people in Diazation Base saw Lin Yao lose his temper. They all gasped. It was too cruel to turn a person into ashes so easily. Lin Yao did not deliberately avoid Sun Jun's bloody rain. His face was covered with blood spots, and he exuded an icy aura. Everyone couldn't help but wrap their clothes tightly. It was clearly the hottest day of the year, but they were shivering with cold. Looking at Lin Yao, who looked like a demon god in the air, no one dared to speak at this time. The person was killed, but the anger has not subsided yet. Lin Yao muttered something, and with a flash of his figure, he flew high into the sky. When the sonic boom was heard, everyone couldn't help but cover their ears and stared blankly at Lin Yao, disappearing. Brother Lin, what level of psychic are you? Lu Deshang rubbed his ears with lingering fear and asked the question that everyone was thinking. But no one could answer his question. Even Wu Shuyan, who had always been the closest to him, didn't know what kind of strength Lin Yao had displayed tonight, or how much strength he had hidden. Lin Yao flew at the highest speed and arrived directly above the Xiaojuan base. Sun Xiaojuan's breathing was steady when she passed away, and she even woke up within the range of his mental detection, which meant that Sun Xiaojuan's death had nothing to do with him. As for why Lin Yao figured this out, but still killed Sun Jun, there was no other reason but because he was scolded by Hongwen. After mental detection, Lin Yao quickly found Sun Xiaojuan's body. She died with her eyes open and a big hole in her chest. The result was self-evident. It was definitely not him who did it. Inside the Xiaojuan base, Wang Su was pacing back and forth beside Sun Xiaojuan's body, looking worried and not at all showing any sadness over the death of his wife. How did she die? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Wang Su, and he was so scared that he wanted to turn around quickly, but his body could not move. This familiar feeling of control made Wang Su feel scared. The person who came was Lin Yao. What about Sun Jun? Lin Yao hooked his finger, and Wang Su's body automatically turned around. Looking at the blood spots on Lin Yao's body, Wang Su trembled and said, Lin, Boss Lin, why are you here? Let me ask you, how did she die? Lin Yao's tone was calm, but with irresistible majesty. Wang Su couldn't help sweating and said, Yes, when we came back, people from other bases attacked us. Then why did Sun Jun come to me? Lin Yao asked back. Looking for you? Where is he? Did he take the wrong road? Wang Su asked tentatively. He had to get rid of this blame. I killed her. Lin Yao replied calmly, his eyes fixed on Sun Xiaojuan's body. Wang Su felt so regretful. What kind of strength was Lin Yao? How could he kill Sun Jun, who was ranked in the top 300? Having heard that Lin Yao had killed Quang Shao, Wang Su guessed that Lin Yao was probably only slightly stronger than Quang Shao. Otherwise, he would not have been so unknown in Zhonghan City. That was why he had a sudden idea in the car and killed Sun Xiaojuan and put the blame on Lin Yao. His plan was very successful, but unfortunately, he miscalculated Lin Yao's strength. Lin Yao retracted his gaze and stared at Wang Su coldly. Do you think I will believe it? How could Sun Jun, who wanted to kill him by name, have taken the wrong path? Boss Lin, what I said is absolutely true. I can swear to heaven that if I tell a lie, I will be cut into pieces and die a miserable death. Wang Su hurriedly proved himself. Lin Yao sneered. How about I try to deduce it? I don't know why you hate me, or if you're dissatisfied with me just because I said a few words to you this morning. In the afternoon, a woman with a sexually transmitted disease was deliberately found to get close to me. She became furious when I rejected her. You wanted to kill me, but you didn't have the strength. You happen to know that Sun Xiaojuan's brother Sun Jun would come looking for you. You know Sun Jun is a level 4 psychic. He should be a famous expert on that ranking list. So you killed Sun Xiaojuan and put the blame on me. That Sun Jun is a hot-tempered man. After being fooled by you, he rushed over to kill me. It's a pity that he couldn't beat me, and I killed him instead. Boss Wang, tell me, am I right? Chapter 111, I am really a minotaur. Wang Su felt his back was wet with sweat. Lin Yao's guess was almost the truth. Boss Lin, you must be joking. This is the first time we meet. How could I have any hatred towards you? Lin Yao nodded, yeah. I'm also confused. I don't know you at all. You just failed to blackmail me this morning. I didn't do anything to you. Why do you hate me so much? If you really hold a grudge against me because I said something to you this morning, then you can tell me clearly. I apologize to you. I am a very easygoing person. What a damn easygoing person. If Wang Su saw Lin Yao killing Sun Jun, he would probably curse at him on the spot. Boss Lin, we really don't have any grudges against each other. This matter is a misunderstanding. Sun Xiaojuan is my wife. How could I kill my own wife? How dare Wang Su say that? I just covet the crystals in your base. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows and smiled. She is your wife, so why are you pushing her to me? Are you a minotaur? This. Wang Su didn't know whether he was a minotaur or not, but if he didn't fool Lin Yao, he would become a dead man. Okay, you're in the pyramid scheme business, and you are good at deceiving people with your mouth. I'd better use torture on you. Lin Yao took out a knife and slowly approached Wang Su. Didn't you just say that if you lied, you would be cut into pieces? I'll oblige you. Don't. Boss Lin, I'm a minotaur. I really am a minotaur. Ah. Wang Su shouting alarmed the Xiaojuan base, and soon many people gathered around. Go back and sleep well, otherwise. Lin Yao, without even turning his head, carefully scraped off a piece of flesh from Wang Su's face. Wang Su cried out in pain, but none of his men dared to step forward. They all recognized that this was the boss of the Diazation base, a fierce man who could kill Quang Xiao, and they couldn't afford to offend him. After a while, the men went back to sleep with cold sweat on their backs. That scene was too creepy. Lin Yao used a knife to scrape the flesh on Wang Su's face piece by piece. After scraping his face, he scraped his body. With his current control, he did not cut the aorta. Only some capillaries ruptured and bleeding. Wang Su's cries for mercy echoed throughout the night. Boss Lin, I really am a minotaur. I did not instruct Sun Jun to kill you. Boss Lin, please spare my life. I beg you, it really wasn't me who did it. Someone else. Boss Lin, I confess. I ordered Sun Jun to kill you. I have no hatred towards you, but it's just that our Xiaojuan base is too weak and it's too difficult to obtain crystals. Without crystals in the base, we can't sustain it any longer. You didn't give me the crystal, and Sun Jun refused to give it to me, so I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. Boss Lin, I'm sorry. You are so magnanimous and treat me like a dog. No, I'm just a fart. Please lift your butt and let me go. Boss Lin, I feel so sad. My wife cheated on me and got sick. If she didn't have a very powerful brother, I would have killed her long ago. I am just a useless waste. Lin Yao seemed to be unable to hear Wang Su's words and scraped the flesh very seriously. Under his control, Wang Su couldn't die even if he wanted to. Seeing that the sky outside was beginning to brighten slightly, Wang Su completely collapsed. Lin Yao, if you're a man, just give me a quick death. Stop torturing me. There was not a single piece of his body intact. Even his thing was cut into several pieces by Lin Yao and stuffed into his mouth. Wang Su felt that the legendary 10 cruel tortures of the Qing dynasty were not so perverted. Don't be impatient. You said you would be cut into pieces, but this is only 9,997 cuts, and there's still 3 more cuts to go, Lin Yao said without even raising his head. Then he blocked Wang Su's right to speak and started counting. The 9,998th cut, well, this is the one I am most satisfied with. Do you think your knife skills are comparable to those of Top Chef? The 9,999th cut, sorry, my hand was shaking. This cut is a bit low. The $10,000, perfect. I'm so tired. Let me put my hands on my hips for a while. After shaving the last piece, Lin Yao stretched and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He didn't know when Wang Su had fainted. Did I let you sleep? Lin Yao poured a basin of water on his face, and Wang Su was forced to wake up. Why am I not dead yet? Wang Su was scared. He clearly felt that the god of death was waving at him just now. Lin Yao held the knife in his hand and played with it. If I don't let you die, you won't die. I finally feel relieved now. Let me die. Let me die. Wang Su has gone crazy and now only wants to die. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. I have one last question for you. Which force does that Sun Jun belong to? Lin Yao asked. Ushan New District Tianwang Base. Sun Jun is the 3rd in command of the base. Wang Su replied hurriedly, then stared at Lin Yao with eager eyes. Lin Yao slashed Wang Su's neck with a knife. Wang Su's body twitched violently, but there was a look of relief on his face. Finally, I can't die. Wang Su uttered his last words before he died with his head tilted. Sun Xiaojuan's words finally came true. Wang Su deserved to die in such a way. Tianwang Base. It seems to be the leader's base of Hushan New District. Lin Yao touched his chin and thought for a while, then left. After Lin Yao left, the men who had been tortured by Wang Su's screams all night finally mustered up the courage to go to Wang Su's house. Everyone who saw the situation in the room couldn't help but vomit. It was truly too miserable and terrifying. For a moment, everyone in the Xiaojuan base reached their peak of awe for Lin Yao. Lin Yao returned to the base and fell into deep thought as he looked at the broken marble at the entrance of the base. My awesome stone just exploded like this. Although my anger was vented, the stone can't recover. Such a big stone is not hard to find. There are some workshops in the suburbs of Zhonghan City that are specialized in making it. It is not difficult to find it there, but no, we have to find someone to compensate us. Lin Yao clapped his hands and made up his mind. Chapter 112. The king's base is shocked. In Hushan New District, adjacent to Hushan District, there is a crowd of people in an upscale residential area. Tianwang Base is the leader base of Hushan New District and is responsible for managing dozens of small bases under it. Although it looks to be at the same level as the previous Golden Lion Base and Roaring Base, the difference in strength is huge. The entire King Base is home to more than 1,000 survivors, and each of its subordinate small bases has more than 500 people. Any one of them is at the level of the previous leader of the Lake Mountain area. In a large villa, a middle-aged strong man with a square face sat in the first seat, playing with 2 walnuts in his hands. He was the boss of the Tianwang base, Lei Tian. Nickname, Thunder King. Lei Tian saw that most people had arrived and asked in confusion, "Where is Guardian's son?" One of Sun Jun's direct subordinates bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Protector's son has gone back to Hushan District to visit his relatives and has not returned yet. He's looking for his sister again. He's so bold. There's clearly a level 4 zombie king roaming around in Hushan District. Does he really think he can fight against it?" Lei Tian Kursidangridi. There are 4 guardians in the Tianwang base, and Sun Jun's strength ranks second among them. He is considered a powerful figure. If he suddenly goes back to visit his relatives, and something unexpected happens, they cannot afford the loss. Liang, the 3rd strongest guardian, said with a smile, "Don't worry, Heavenly King. Although Guardian's son has a hot temper, his strength is there after all. If he really encounters a level 4 corpse king, he will have no problem running away." Lei Tian waved his hand. "Forget it. If he didn't come back, then he didn't come back. Let's talk about business first." Everyone below straightened up. Have you all seen the news released by the official organization of superpowers this morning? After the death of Kuang Xiao in Hushan District, it stands to reason that the government will support another boss to come out. But today they said that no new king will be appointed in Hushan District, and other districts are not allowed to send people in a Hushan District to hunt zombies at will. I understand why you don't allow me to send anyone. After all, a level 4 corpse king can only be dealt with by at least 3 people with level 4 superpowers. But what does it mean to not appoint a new king? Do you have any inside information? Everyone started whispering. The official news, suddenly released, did not explain the reason. They were all confused. Moreover, it was the end of the world. If they wanted to know other information, they had to go out and ask by themselves. In addition, there's a level 4 zombie king lurking in the Hushan area, and no forced heirs to send people there to inquire about the news, so the situation there is very isolated. Maybe it's because the Hushan district is too weak? There's the Golden Lion in front and the Howling Wilderness behind. They're weak and useless, and they were eaten by zombies early on. I guess the authorities are planning to abandon this area and let them fend for themselves, Liang Protector guessed. The Mu Guardian on the opposite side shook his head and disagreed. This doesn't seem like the official style. In the past, the official policy support for each base and the assistance to the psychics were done wholeheartedly and responsibly. They shouldn't give up on so many people. Guardian Jiang hesitated and asked, "Is it possible that a force with the strength of a leader base has appeared in Hushan District, but because of the previous experience of Golden Lion and Wild Roar, the authorities plan to hide it for a while and announce it after they have developed?" Lei Tian said, "That's possible. The previous Golden Lion was ridiculed every time the bosses of each area held a meeting. So he took a different approach and wanted to train a high-level zombie king to help him ascend to heaven. If he hadn't been attacked by the zombies, maybe the Golden Lion would have really made a big splash. The official's move is probably to secretly protect the new king of Hushan District." Everyone discussed it over and over, but could not come to a conclusion. Now they knew too little and could only rely on inference. In addition to the news released by the official organization of superpowers, everyone discussed some other daily matters. It was not until noon that Lei Tiankai became confused and uncertain. In the past, even if Sun Jun went back to visit his relatives, he would always be back before noon. How come he hasn't come back yet at 12 o'clock? Lei Tian had a bad feeling in his heart and said to Liang Hufa, "Sun Jun hasn't come back yet. Let Xiaohu check what's going on." Liang Hufa asked doubtfully, "Are we going to check now? Maybe he will have lunch at his sister's place before coming back." "Check." Although Sun Jun has a bad temper, He is not the kind of person who doesn't know the important things. They're about to go out to kill zombies, but he hasn't come back to lead the team yet. I'm worried that something unexpected has happened. Lei Tian said firmly. Okay, then I'll go get Xiaohu. Then Protector Liang ran out and brought back a young man after a while. Xiaohu, check whether Sun Jun is dead, Lei Tian commanded. Okay, King. Xiaohu bowed, took out a tube of blood from his pocket, opened the tube, and poured the blood into the palm of his hand, then closed his eyes. Everyone was staring at Xiaohu nervously. His special ability was to detect whether the master was still alive based on the master's blood. Lei Tian attached great importance to his special ability. Even though he had no combat ability, he spent a lot of money to train him to level 4. The purpose was to know the status of the key personnel in the base at the first time. Half a minute later, Xiaohu spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes with a pale face. How is it? Lei Tian asked. Xiaohu said with trembling lips. Guardian's son? Guardian's son is dead. What? Everyone in the villa was shocked when they heard this. Lei Tian's face also became serious. Dead? How could he die? Unfortunately, Xiaohu's ability can only detect whether a person is dead, but he doesn't know how he died. Sun Jun's strength ranked 3rd in the entire Tianwang base. With such strength, he actually died in Hushan district. People began to speculate whether he was unlucky and encountered a level 4 zombie king. Otherwise, who in the entire Hushan district has the ability to kill Sun Jun? For a moment, the backbone personnel of the entire Tianwang base were a little panicked. With Sun Jun's death, the strength of their base would be greatly reduced. Originally, the strength of the Tianwang base was not among the top in the entire Central Seoul City. After such a blow, they were afraid that the days to come would be a bit painful. Investigate. Send the intelligence team, all of them, into Hushan district. If Sun Jun was killed by the Corpse King, then let the Corpse King be buried with him. If he was killed by someone else. A cold light flashed in Lei Tian's eyes. If Sun Jun was killed by someone, Lei Tian would let the entire base be buried with him. Yes, the core members of the base received the order and all left the villa, with anger and excitement in their eyes. They were all praying that Sun Jun was really killed by the Corpse King. In that case, there would be 2 level 4 Corpse Kings in Hushan district, with the Heavenly King leading them to hunt down these 2 Corpse Kings. The overall strength of their Heavenly King base would definitely increase instead of decrease. Even Thunder King will become the first level 5 psychic in Zhonghan City. Chapter 113. Fortunately, the hat is not green. Of course, if Sun Jun was killed by someone, Lei Tian would use his means to plunder the base where the crime was committed, drain the labor force, and finally feed it all to zombies to extract crystals. This can be regarded as a way to stop the loss. When Tianwang base secretly sent people to infiltrate Hushan district, Lin Yao was holding Chu Wenwen and drawing lots. After coming back in the morning, she continued to favor the 3 new sisters who had joined yesterday, and then accepted 2 blind date candidates, named Yang Qing and Wang Yinghan. It is the end of the world now. Unless a beautiful woman is extremely powerful, she can only become a plaything of some powerful person. Lin Yao doesn't like those who have been played with in various positions by others. These new members were able to survive because they either had special abilities or were relatives of a certain base boss. Among them, Yang Qing's special ability is to emit a wave of light, which is one of the special abilities that Lin Yao is very envious of. Kamehameha belongs to that. Wang Yinghan's special ability is the sound transmission center. As the name suggests, with her as the center, everyone within a certain range can communicate through sound transmission with the help of her special ability. Once the level of her special ability is raised in the future, people within a radius of dozens of kilometers can communicate without obstacles. Online voice chat better than walkie-talkies. Lin Yao had been busy selecting concubines the whole morning. He was busy with blind dates and had completely forgotten about finding someone to compensate for the big stone. This is the legendary happiness that makes people forget about home. Under the powerful luck of Lin Yao and Chu Wenwen, Lin Yao got corresponding weapons or props for the several women who joined later. For example, Qin Yuren's supernatural power is the illusion emitted by his eyes, so the system gave him a pair of glasses that can increase the release time of the illusion. Chen Shui's ability is to promote the growth of plants, so the system gave her a kettle. The crops watered by this kettle, combined with the use of this kettle, can grow faster. Wei Liqing jumped high, and the system gave her a pair of sneakers. Su Xiaoxiao has water-related abilities, and the system thoughtfully gave her a water-related wizard scepter. Yangqing's equipment is a ring, which according to the system can help her control light waves. Wang Yinghan's is quite interesting. It's a very cute antenna hat that can maintain the stability of releasing supernatural powers. Fortunately, the hat is not green. Lin Yao secretly complained when he got the hat. In addition to weapons and props, the system also gave him a top-grade space stone, and his storage space was expanded 50 times again. Not pretending to be satisfied. I can't even pretend. He had already taken out a large part of the supplies in his space and placed them in the villa for the women in the family to use. Now that the space has expanded so much, it seems he has to go out and get some supplies. Then the system gave him a prop to strengthen his crossbow arrows. Now his crossbow arrows have evolved into divine magic arrows. It's just a pity that there has never been a target for him to test the power of the crossbow. Finally, the system gave 200,000 skill points, which was just enough to upgrade the flying skill and field skill to level 6. Among them, the flying skill has undergone a qualitative change, and instant movement can be performed within a range of 1,000 meters. The domain skills have also changed a lot. In addition to the domain range reaching 500 meters, the life and death of all creatures in the domain are controlled by Lin Yao's thoughts. For example, yesterday, if Lin Yao's domain reached level 6, he could beat Sun Jun to death, and then revive him and beat him again. All skills were upgraded to level 6, and Lin Yao felt a little annoyed when he saw the skill points that had been cleared. If you want to upgrade your skills to level 7, each skill will cost 1 million skill points, which is really terrifying. In the afternoon, all the non-pregnant women in the family went out to kill zombies. Lin Yao strolled out alone to collect supplies. He was lucky because there were so many zombies in some freight transit warehouses that no one dared to go in to collect the supplies, so all the supplies were collected by Lin Yao. Of course, in addition to supplies, fuel cannot be missed either. In the entire Hushan district, all gas stations with stock have been visited by him. It can be said that in the current Hushan district, except for those small bases that have not been visited, all the supplies needed for the end of the world have been taken away by Lin Yao. According to rough estimates, these daily necessities alone would be enough for their family to use for 100 years. Strange, why are there so many level 2 psychics wandering around outside? On the way home, Lin Yao's mental detection detected that many level 2 psychics were secretly investigating something. With the current strength of Hushan district, except for his diazation base, no other base can have so many level 2 psychics, and even a level 3 psychic occasionally appears. Of course, Lin Yao didn't take it to heart in the end. No matter what these people wanted to do, they posed no threat to him. Well, remember to find someone to compensate for the big rock tomorrow. Lin Yao looked at the bare space in front of the base entrance. The marble broken by Sun Jun had been cleaned up. He finally remembered that he had to go to the Tianwang base tomorrow. At night, at the Tianwang base, Lei Tian finally got the exact news about Sun Jun. Your Majesty, after entering Hushan district, Protector Sun went straight to Xiaojuan base. His brother-in-law, Wang Su, is the boss of Xiaojuan base. After Guardian Sun arrived, he found that his sister had been murdered. Wang Su told Guardian Sun that his sister was killed by the boss of the diazation base in Hushan district. Protector Sun was furious and went to seek revenge on the powerful boss Lin Yao. But in the end, Guardian Sun failed to return, and that Lin Yao rushed to the Xiaojuan base covered in blood. Lin Yao tortured Wang Su inhumanely and then left. According to Wang Su's statement before his death, he actually killed Guardian Sun's sister and put the blame on Lin Yao. The purpose is to make Sun Jun and Lin Yao lose both, so that he can smoothly receive the crystals in Lin Yao's base. Lei Tian's brows twitched slightly. Where is the body of Guardian Sun? Your subordinates were unable to find it. In the entire villa, the backbone members of Tianwang base were all silent, and no one dared to speak. Unexpectedly, one of the top 300 masters in Seoul entered Hushan district to visit his relatives, but ended up with no trace left. Guardian Liang looked at Lei Tian's gloomy face, turned to the intelligence team, and asked, so Sun Jun was actually deceived by Wang Su, and that Lin Yao was also a victim. He killed Sun Jun and helped Sun Jun get revenge. Yes, the people at the Tianwang base looked at each other in confusion. There was really no way to reason with this matter. Lei Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, Lin Yao, there are a lot of crystals in the base. The intelligence officer lowered his head and said, yes, according to our investigation, Lin Yao has been selecting beauties in Hushan district. He will give away 1,000 crystals to any beauty he likes. He has already given away several thousand. Have you checked the official website? What's Lin Yao's ranking? Lei Tian asked. Chapter 114, it seems that I have a great reputation. Your Majesty, I have checked with the official authorities and did not find this person's name on the list. However, according to the survivors of the Xiaojuan base, this Lin Yao is the strongest person in Hushan district. Huang Xiao died at the hands of Lin Yao. What? When these words came out, all the Backbone members were extremely surprised. They only knew that Huang Xiao died at the hands of zombies and knew nothing else. If they hadn't checked, they wouldn't have known that there was such a fierce man hiding in Hushan district. Lei Tian raised his hand to signal in Jing. If they can kill Sun Jun, then Huang Xiao is no problem either. However, the official organization of superpowers should have known about Lin Yao's existence before us. Why didn't they recruit him to become the new king of Hushan district? Instead, they announced that Hushan district would no longer appoint a new king. I feel that the officials' unusual behavior should have a lot to do with this Lin Yao. It must be said that in order to become the boss of a region, Lei Tian not only has strong strength, but also has a good brain. Guardian Liang hesitated and said, "Then, what should we do?" Lei Tian slammed the table and said, "Of course, if you kill someone, you must pay for your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back. This Lin Yao killed my guardian. No matter what, I must come to his house to ask for an explanation. No matter whether they are in the wrong or not. As long as their fists are strong enough, they can become right even if they are wrong." "What about the official side?" asked Protector Mu. "The person has been dead for a day, and there has been no movement from the authorities, which means that the authorities have tacitly allowed us to handle the matter privately." Lei Tian stood up and said, "Tomorrow morning, Guardians Liang, Mu, and Jiang will each lead a team of 10 people, all of whom must be level 3 or above. Follow me, let's go visit this awesome base." "Yes." The 3 guardians and a group of key members responded one after another. After everyone dispersed, Lei Tian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. "Kill my guardian, Lin Yao. Are you ready to pay the price?" The next morning, a convoy of vehicles slowly drove out from the Tianwang base, and their target was the Diazation base. Inside the official building of the superpower organization, after receiving the news, Deacon 2 hurriedly found Deacon Ying. "Ying," Lei Tian ran to Hushan district. Shadow Deacon was stunned. Why did he run over there? To seek revenge on Lin Yao. "I guess it should be," Deacon 2 said helplessly. "Then isn't this just seeking death?" Shadow Deacon laughed. Deacon 2 said that it was very difficult to deal with. "You are a level 4 psychic, and you are looking for trouble with a level 6 psychic. This is nothing but suicide." If he had known this, he would have contacted Lei Tian in advance and asked him to let the matter go. Hee, Brother Ying, how about running a trip for your brother? Lei Tian is quite capable, and it's not easy to train him. With you out, saving his life should not be a problem, Deacon 2 said to Ying with a shameless face. The shadow steward turned his head away. "No, Lin Yao almost wanted to kill me last time. If I go there, I will be asking for trouble." Deacon 2 smiled and said, "But the bishop asked you to get along well with Lin Yao. How can you get along well with him if you hide here all day?" But Deacon Shadow wanted to refuse, but the white-robed bishop suddenly appeared and said, "You two, go together." "Your Excellency, the bishop." Ying and 2 saluted hurriedly. The white-robed bishop continued, "When you go there, try to calm the dispute between the 2 parties and don't expose Lin Yao's ability level. Also, take this with you, just in case." As he said this, he gave each of them a necklace to wear. Although they were puzzled, the 2 deacons still obediently left. After they left, the white-robed bishop murmured, "Lin Yao, our organization is so protective of you. Please don't let me down." In the morning, Lin Yao was eating breakfast when his mental power suddenly detected that a convoy was heading this way. "If you're not from Hushan district, what are you doing here?" Lin Yao muttered, finished the bun in his hand, and walked out swaggeringly. The convoy stopped at the gate of the Diazation base. After Lei Tian and his men got out of the car, they stared at the ruins of a building not far away. According to the people below, Sun Jun died here. After looking for a while, they turned their heads to look towards the Diazation base. A handsome young man was looking at them. Lei Tian, male, 41 years old. Sky, Thunder level 4. Can trigger Sky, Thunder to attack. This name matches the superpower quite well, Lin Yao complained. It doesn't seem like the name of a certain overbearing CEO. It doesn't match at all. Lei Tian also felt a vague sense of threat from Lin Yao, which meant that this person was very powerful. If someone had the ability to hurt him, it must be Lin Yao. With his hands behind his back, he slowly came to Lin Yao and asked, "Are you Lin Yao?" Lin Yao nodded. "It's me, Thunder King from the Heavenly King base. Are you here to pay compensation?" Lei Tian's eyes flashed. This Lin Yao had never seen him before, but he recognized him at a glance. "It seems that I have a great reputation," Lei Tian guessed in his heart. After taking a closer look at Lin Yao, I found that this young man was undoubtedly very handsome and exuded a sunny aura. If it weren't for the occasional flash of vicissitudes in his eyes, he could easily be mistaken for a naive college student. "I'm here to talk about compensation. Boss Lin killed my protector Sunday. There must be an explanation for this," Lei Tian said solemnly. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. "I haven't bothered you yet, but you're bothering me first." Then he asked with a sunny smile, "What does Thunder King want to be explained?" Liang, the guardian beside him, stepped forward and said, "It's simple. Boss Lin should know that killing someone means paying for one's life, and owing a debt means paying back one's money. However, our Thunder King is the leader of Hushan New District after all, so he is magnanimous. There's no need to kill anyone. We could just take a little loss and give us 10 level 4 crystals, and we'll let it go." Lin Yao turned his head and stared at him. "I'm talking to my master. Why are you barking like a dog?" "You." Protector Liang glared at him and was ready to attack. Protector Liang's meaning is exactly what I mean. Lei Tian came to the rescue. Lin Yao nodded. What Thunder King said makes sense. Using 10 level 4 crystals to replace the life of a level 4 psychic is indeed a bit of a loss. Lei Tian looked at him in slight surprise. Is Lin Yao so cowardly? It's totally inconsistent with the bloodthirsty and cruel image in the intelligence. It just so happens that you have 10 level 4 psychics, which should be enough to resist the crystals. Lin Yao smiled slightly, his face bright and sunny. After saying that, he was about to take action, but suddenly his eyebrows raised because 2 black shadows flew towards him at a high speed. Lei Tian stared at Lin Yao with eyes wide open in surprise and doubt. How'd he know that we had 10 level 4 psychics? Apart from him and the 3 guardians, there are 6 level 4 psychics among the remaining people, exactly 10 in total. Could it be that there's a traitor in the base? Lei Tian couldn't help but guess, but the 3 guardians next to him understood what Lin Yao meant. They thought that Lin Yao was planning to kill them as well, so they each began to prepare to activate their special powers. "Stop!" Deacon 2 and Deacon Ing shouted at the same time. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Once the fighting started, none of the people in the Tianwang base would survive. Chapter 115, the one you can't afraid of. The 3 guardians paused what they were doing, and everyone looked in the direction of shouting. "Call out!" With a flash of their figures, the 2 deacons arrived at the gate of the Diazation base. Lei Tian's eyelids jumped, and he hurried to Deacon 2 and bowed. "Deacon 2, why are you here?" At the same time, he began to guess that this Lin Yao did have some connection with the authorities. Deacon 2 secretly breathed a sigh of relief and patted Lei Tian on the shoulder. "Don't do it. We could discuss it if there is anything." Then he winked at the shadow deacon beside him, and the shadow guardian reluctantly came to Lin Yao and bowed, saying, "Mr. Lin, long time no see." Everyone at the Tianwang base showed shock. What did they see? An official deacon actually greeted an unknown base boss first? This is the official organization of people with special abilities. In the minds of ordinary people with special abilities today, its status is no less than that of the Chinese government before the apocalypse. Ever since the survivors discovered that they had awakened their superpowers, this organization was the first to step forward and guide them on how to use their superpowers correctly. And as long as they are registered, everyone can get a weapon, regardless of whether they have combat abilities or not, which has won them countless favors. The most important thing is that this organization also subsidizes a certain amount of crystals every month to each level of psychics. Although the amount is small, it has solved the urgent needs of many people. After all, the zombies in the city are basically gathered together. No matter how strong the base is, they can only find ways to lure away some of the zombies, kill some of the zombies, and then continue to lure away. Even the top 10 strongest men in Seoul today cannot guarantee that they will not get hurt when facing a large number of zombies. Once injured, it means you will become a zombie. Therefore, the efficiency of harvesting crystals at each base is not very high. It is precisely because of this that, in the minds of most people with special abilities, this organization is a charity organization that does good deeds and has a very high status. The deacons in the organization are also powerful people. Otherwise, they would have been snatched away long ago. But such an official deacon with a very high status actually treated an illegal household, like Lin Yao, with courtesy, which made them feel surprised and suspicious. Lei Tian was also feeling a little uneasy and asked Deacon 2 in a low voice, "Sir Deacon, who exactly is this Lin Yao?" Deacon 2 replied softly, "Someone you can't afford to offend." What? Lei Tian's heart was suddenly filled with shock. On the other side, Lin Yao glanced at Shadow Deacon and asked, "Who are you?" Shadow Deacon was stunned and immediately took off the black robe on his head and said, Hey, it's me. We just met a few days ago." "Oh, deaconing. Aren't you hot wearing all black and wrapping yourself up in such hot weather?" Lin Yao naturally knew that it was deaconing who came, and he just wanted to discuss him on purpose. "It's not hot. It's not hot." Shadow Deacon smiled flatteringly. Lin Yao pointed at Deacon 2, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Who are you?" Deacon 2 also took off the black robe on his head, revealing an ordinary middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Deacon 2, and I'm also from the official organization of the superpowers." "Oh," Lin Yao nodded. The people at the Tianwang base, including Lei Tian, were almost numb and kept wondering in their hearts, what the hell is going on? Yesterday, the guardian of their base died, and the authorities said nothing. Today, they came to take revenge, and 2 deacons showed up at once. "Come if you want. Why are you being so polite in front of Lin Yao?" And, judging from the looks of it, the 2 deacons seemed to be trying to please Lin Yao. After all, this world has been turned upside down, and I can't understand it. 2. Genderless, 201 years old. Slaughter knife technique level 5. Can summon a sharp butcher knife. Brainwashing level 5. Can brainwash people through words, affecting the judgment ability of creatures. Note: only limited to creatures with abilities below level 6. Oh, another alien. How come these aliens all have a brainwashing technique and natural skill? Lin Yao rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you officials here?" Shadow Guardian said with a smile, "I heard that there are some misunderstandings between the Tianwang base and Mr. Lin. Our officials have the responsibility to mediate conflicts between all parties, so I'm not your official, and I'm not under your official jurisdiction. You guys are really meddling in everything," Lin Yao sneered. Sensing the disgust in Lin Yao's tone, the 2 deacons shuddered. Deacon 2 bowed hurriedly and said, "Mr. Lin, you are wrong. We are all human survivors. It is not easy to survive in this apocalypse. If we turn swords against each other because of some trivial matters, it would be a pity. So, Mr. Lin, please give us an official face and let's sit down and have a good chat. TSK, it is because of the end of the world and the darkness of human nature that countless shameful things have happened, and you have never intervened. Okay, I'll give you a favor. Let's go in and talk." Lin Yao didn't want to fall out with the officials yet, so he walked into the base first. Deacon 2 and Deaconing looked at each other and sighed. "Let's go. Remember not to act rashly once you go in, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Deacon 2 instructed Lei Tian and hurriedly followed Lin Yao's pace. Lei Tian felt numb. His people were killed, so why did it seem like I was the one causing trouble? Although he did come here to cause trouble. He really wanted to leave, but after all, he was under official jurisdiction and had to listen to the deacon's words. He also wanted to find out who this Lin Yao was and why the officials were so polite to him. Could it be a level 5 psychic? Lei Tian thought about it and came to the conclusion that this was the only possibility. After all, if there really was a level 5 mutant in the entire Xiaojuan city, he would be unique to Scorpion Baba and worthy of official attention. When Lei Tian thought that Lin Yao might really be a level 5 mutant, his calves felt weak. Fortunately, the official people arrived in time. Otherwise, if he really took action, none of the people from their Tianwang base would survive. After finding an empty villa, Lin Yao sat carelessly on the sofa in the main seat. At the same time, with the help of Wang Inghan's voice transmission center ability, he called Zhou Chu Chu. In the spacious living room, Lin Yao sat in the main seat, with Zhou Chu Chu standing behind him, Deacon 2 and Deaconing sitting on his right, and Lei Tian sitting on his left. As for the other people he brought, except for the 3 guardians, they did not even have the qualifications to enter the villa. Lin Yao used his eyes to signal Zhou Chu Chu that she should eavesdrop on the 2 men in black robes, and then he began to say to Lei Tian, "Thunder King, The night before yesterday, the Sun Army from your base indiscriminately ran to the gate of my base and smashed the big rocks in my base. How do you want to deal with this? The first thing you do is to take the initiative. Lei Tian's scalp tingled as he replied, I wonder what Boss Lin is planning. It was obviously I who came to cause trouble for you, but when the officials came, it became you who caused trouble for me. Lei Tian felt bitter. Chapter 116, The Hanging Heart, finally died. Lin Yao leaned back on the sofa and said with a smile, Thunder King is so polite. Didn't you come to me for an explanation just now? Isn't this the official deacon here? I believe the deacon will help me get justice, Lei Tian said with a flattering smile. Lin Yao turned his gaze to Deacon Ing and Deacon Tu and asked, How are you two going to help him get justice? The two deacons cursed Lei Tian in their hearts, but they came here to protect Lei Tian. Deacon Ing said with a stiff upper lip, Our official later sent people to investigate this matter. Mr. Lin did not know Sun Jun before, but he had some grudges with Sun Jun's brother-in-law. It happened that when Sun Jun came to Hushan district to visit relatives, he found that his sister had died, and Sun Jun's brother-in-law, Wang Su, directed the blame to Mr. Lin. So Mr. Lin was caught in an unprovoked disaster. Sun Jun came to his house to seek revenge, but failed and was killed instead. No one can say anything. Thunder King, this matter is indeed your king base's fault. You actually dared to come to Mr. Lin's house today to cause trouble. It is really wrong. In my opinion, King Lei, you should take your people back as soon as possible. Lei Tian felt bitter. Of course he knew the truth, but he was used to being arrogant and wanted to use this as an excuse to get some crystals to strengthen the base and make up for the losses of the base. Since there are official investigation results, I naturally believe in them. It seems that today is indeed a misunderstanding. Boss Lin, I'm sorry for the offense. I will definitely come to apologize in the future. Let's go. Lei Tian was very good at taking advantage of the situation. He waved his hand and prepared to take his men away. Wait, Lin Yao stopped them. Did I tell you to leave? Lei Tian paused and asked. Then I wonder what Boss Lin wants to do? This is indeed a misunderstanding. Our Tianwang base will not pursue this matter any further. Lin Yao was stunned and said, You still have a nerve to pursue it? I haven't pursued it yet. Sit down first. You. Lei Tian felt that his body was completely out of control, as if an irresistible force pushed him back into his seat. He was shocked for a moment. At this moment, Lei Tian was finally convinced that Lin Yao was really a level 5 mutant. What do you mean? Lin Yao said arrogantly. Sun Jun smashed my big rock. You must pay compensation, otherwise, none of you people from the Tianwang base will be able to leave. Lei Tian's heart was hanging. I wonder what Boss Lin is going to ask for. In fact, I was mentally prepared to bleed heavily. Lin Yao took out his phone and pulled out a photo, which was the photo of the big rock at the entrance of the base. He said here, This is the big rock in my base. You have to compensate me with an identical one. No, it has to be bigger and more imposing than this one. Lei Tian looked at the photo carefully and asked, May I ask, Boss Lin, what is this stone made of? It's marble. It should be valuable. Before the end of the world, a stone like this would be worth at least several million. Lin Yao put away his phone. Lei Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't made of any special material, it would be fine. It could be marble. With the current capabilities of their base, it would be easy to get a bigger piece. Okay then, just as Boss Lin said, we will transport the marble here tomorrow at the latest. Lei Tian said in a cheerful tone, You're smart. Remember to carve the 3 words Diaojia Tian on the marble. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction. No problem. Lei Tian nodded quickly. It's no big deal. Lei Tian felt that Lin Yao was deliberately giving him a way out. So he asked with a smile, So, Boss Lin, this is all you need as compensation? You don't have any other requests, right? Of course. Lin Yao replied. I'm so talkative. Lei Tian wanted to slap himself, but he still asked with all his strength. Boss Lin, please speak. Lin Yao counted on his fingers and said, As for the stone, as long as Thunder King delivers it, we'll be even. But Sun Jun broke the stones of our base, which made our base lose face. You don't know that many people from the base passed by the gate of our base and laughed at me. Also, when Sun Jun broke the stone, the noise was very loud. We were all asleep, especially since there was a child in our base. The child was scared and started crying, which affected the child's sleep and further development. And, most importantly, Sun Jun scolded me at that time, calling me a dog. Think about it, King Lei. If someone called you a dog, would you be happy? So this mental compensation must also be calculated. Also, Sun Jun wronged me, and I felt very wronged. I stayed up all night to find out the truth, which made me not get a good rest. This should be counted. Besides, Lei Tian's face looked worse and worse. Lin Yao counted on his fingers more than a dozen reasons for him. In addition to the fact that the child was frightened and cried, he also brought up reasons such as the pregnant woman was frightened and he was angry and had no appetite. It was obvious that he wanted to make him bleed heavily. Boss Lin, just tell me the number directly. Lei Tian hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Lin Yao withdrew his finger with an unsatisfied look and said, I haven't finished counting yet, but Thunder King has spoken, so I will tell you a number. I'm not short of supplies now, I just lack crystals. Just give me this number. As he said this, he stretched out a hand. Lei Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. I will send someone to deliver 500 crystals, including marble tomorrow. Lin Yao shook his head. Thunder King is joking. It's 50,000 level 1 crystals. What? Lei Tian was shocked and quickly refused. Impossible. This number is too much. Do you think it's 50,000 yuan? 50,000 crystals are enough to upgrade 5 level 1 psychics to level 4. That would require 50,000 zombies standing still for you to kill, and you would have to be careful not to destroy the crystal in order to get it. Even with the current strength of the Uranus base, it would still take a lot of time. Oh, King Lei is unhappy. Lin Yao's face slowly turned cold. Lei Tian looked at Deacon 2 beside him for help and said, Sir Deacon, you know the situation of our base. These 50,000 crystals are not a small number. We can't get them even if we try our best. Deacon 2 nodded, pondered for a moment, and said to Lin Yao, Mr. Lin, you see what Thunder King said makes sense. This 50,000 is really a bit too much. How about reducing it a bit? Lin Yao glanced at him and said, Since you like to take the lead so much, then you can help out. This? Deacon 2 was dumbfounded. How could he get himself involved by helping out? Deacon Shadow hurried to help out. Mr. Lin, I told you last time that our organization has a limited number of crystals, and we have to take care of the survivors with low levels of superpowers. We really can't take them out. Do you think this is okay? One price, 20,000, is that okay? Chapter 1:17 Nothing. Lin Yao still shook his head. No, not a single cent can be lost. The scene became quiet for a moment. Lei Tian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Deacon 2 and Deaconing also looked helpless. This Lin Yao, his temper is just like the stinky stone in the cesspool, smelly and hard. Lin Yao glanced at Zhou Chu to ask, but saw that Zhou Chu frowned and shook her head slightly at him. What do you mean? Can't you hear their voices? Lin Yao guessed in his mind, signaled her to give up for the time being, turned around, and continued to say to Lei Tian, I know that King Lei is in trouble. Let me give you an idea. 50,000 level 1 crystals can be replaced by 5,000 level 2 crystals. Similarly, you can also take 500 level 3 crystals, 50 level 4 crystals, or 5 level 5 crystals. I'm young. I don't mind taking a little loss. After saying this, he looked like he was saying, hurry up and agree to it, or I'll let you take advantage of me. What the hell are you talking about? Lei Tian cursed in his heart. Could he not know that for every higher level of crystal, the energy is 10 times that of the previous level? However, level 1 and level 2 crystals are easy to obtain, but level 3 crystals are very difficult to obtain because the strength of a level 3 zombie is higher than that of a normal level 3 mutant. Not to mention the level 4 crystals. In the entire Xiaojuan city, there's only been one level 4 Corpse King officially revealed before. It is in the Hushan area, and no one has dared to come and hunt it until now. That is the Su Qingyan before. Level 5 crystals, forget it. Lei Tian and his friends have never even heard of a level 5 Corpse King. If you really encounter a level 5 Corpse King, don't think too much, just run. The atmosphere was quiet for a while. Lin Yao was not in a hurry at all. He lit a cigarette and waited silently for Lei Tian's answer. Lei Tian's mind raced, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay, but I need some time. 3 days at the fastest, 5 days at the most. I will personally deliver the crystal to your door. Deaconing and Deacon 2 looked at Lei Tian in surprise. This guy is really courageous. To obtain 50,000 crystals, the Uranus base would have to go without food or water for several days. This time, Lei Tian didn't feel like he was bleeding heavily, but rather that his blood was drained. Okay, then I will wait here for King Lei Tian to arrive. Lin Yao slapped the table and gave Lei Tian a thumbs up. Lei Tian's face turned pale. He bowed to the two deacons and prepared to leave. Oh, King Lei is leaving soon. How about staying for lunch? Forget it, we are a small family. I'm afraid we can't entertain you well. I'd better see you off. Lin Yao stood up and said with a smile. Lei Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you, Boss Lin." After saying this, he left the villa with the three guardians who also had sullen faces and walked out of the base with his men. When Lei Tian happened to pass by the children's entertainment area, he saw a beautiful middle-aged woman playing with a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. The middle-aged woman stroked her belly from time to time and asked Lin Yao, "Boss Lin, is this the frightened pregnant woman and child you mentioned?" Lin Yao looked at Wu Shuyan and Chu Wenwen tenderly and said, "Yes, my woman and my sister, Thunder King. You see, they haven't slept well these days and even have dark circles under their eyes." Lei Tian was speechless. They must have not slept well. The two, one big and one small, looked energetic and had rosy complexions. They couldn't have slept any better. Seeing the look from the little girl, Lei Tian glared at her angrily and walked away, not noticing the murderous intent in Lin Yao's eyes behind him. "You dare to glare at my sister? You're courting death." "Oomph. Bad guy." Chu Wenwen was not afraid at all. She pouted and retorted, then continued to play with Wu Shuyan. At the gate of the base, Lei Tian bowed to Lin Yao and said, "Boss Lin, I'll take you here. Goodbye." After saying that, he ignored Lin Yao's reaction and got into the car with his men and left in shame. "This guy is so rude," Lin Yao complained, staring at Deacon Ing and Deacon Tu. "You two are not leaving yet? Are you planning to stay for dinner?" The two of them hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads. No, no. Since King Lei is willing to compensate, it means that the matter has been settled. The two of us should return to the base. "Mr. Lin, goodbye." After saying that, the two of them slipped away impatiently. "They're running really fast." Lin Yao looked at the backs of the two deacons and asked Zhou Chuchu, "What's going on? Can't we monitor their thoughts?" Zhou Chuchu frowned and said, "Yes, according to what you said, they both have level 5 abilities. As a level 6 ability user like me, it should be easy for me to perform mind reading, but I tried many times just now and couldn't monitor anything at all." Lin Yao patted her shoulder and said, "If my predictions are correct, they should be on guard against me." "What do you mean?" Zhou Chuchu asked. "There must be something wrong with the necklaces on these two people's necks," Lin Yao recalled. "The last time he came to see me, he didn't have necklaces, but this time, he and that butcher both wore necklaces. It must be this necklace that blocks your mind reading ability. That's why I said that these two people, or the top leaders of this organization, have become wary of us, worried that our ability level will exceed theirs and that we will know their true intentions." Zhou Chuchu asked in confusion, "I am wary of you, but why am I so polite to you?" Lin Yao sighed. "I don't know. Logically speaking, I scared him last time, so they didn't cause me any trouble. But they're so polite to me. I am increasingly unable to see through their intentions." Zhou Chuchu also sighed. In the past, her special abilities had helped Lin Yao a lot in secret, but this time she couldn't help at all, which made her feel a little disappointed. "Okay, it's not your fault. After all, they are aliens. The level of technology is higher than that of the Earth, so it is understandable that they have some magical props. Tell me, how does Lei Tian plan to get the crystal?" Lin Yao took her hand and comforted her for a while, and the two began to walk towards the base. Zhou Chuchu smiled sweetly, then said seriously, "He plans to find a level 4 corpse king in Hushan district." "Oh," Lin Yao was stunned. "Who was he looking for? Little Yin Yin?" Zhou Chuchu continued, "Yes, Lei Tian has always believed that you are a level 5 superpower. He has been thinking a lot just now, and finally decided to find a level 4 corpse king and kill him to obtain the crystal, and then he will upgrade himself to level 5, so he won't have to be afraid of you anymore." "Is that so? Then you are so naive." Lin Yao couldn't help laughing. "Yeah, so what even if he reaches level 5? Zhou Chuchu also wanted to laugh. If Lei Tian thought that he would not be afraid of Lin Yao just because he reached level 5, then he was truly naive. Lin Yao thought for a moment. Since Lei Tian wanted to find Xiao Yin so much, why not? Let him help. Back in the children's entertainment area, Lin Yao found Chu Wen. "Wenwen, what do you think of that uncle just now?" Chapter 118, Bad Luck Curse. Chu Wenwen pouted and replied, "Brother, that uncle is so mean." Lin Yao laughed, touched Chu Wenwen's little head and said, "Then curse him to be bitten by zombies when he goes out." This is not good." Chu Wenwen shrank her head. She was kind-hearted and was not willing to say such cruel words. Lin Yao hugged the little girl in his arms and said, "What's the big deal? Our Wen is so cute, but he is still mean to her, which means he is a very bad uncle. He might even bully other children all the time. It's a good thing for him to be bitten by zombies." Chu Wen nodded her head and said, "Yes, such a bad uncle deserves to be bitten by zombies." After saying that, he opened his little mouth and let out an woo. He looked so cute that Lin Yao laughed out loud. When Lei Tian glared at Chu Wen inexplicably just now, Lin Yao wanted to kill him. He was prepared to wait until Lei Tian got the crystal before killing him. However, the crystal could not be obtained from the Tianwang base, and Lei Tian took the initiative to cause trouble for Su Qingyin, so he didn't mind helping out. In order to allow Su Qingyin and Lei Tian to have a formal meeting, in addition to calling Su Qingyin out himself, he can also make use of Chu Wenwen's second awakened superpower, the Bad Luck Curse. Bad Luck Curse Level 6. The possessor of this ability can curse creatures below level 6 to gain bad luck. This girl has two superpowers, one for good luck for herself and one for bad luck for outsiders. It's so cool. In the car, Lei Tian had a gloomy face and a murderous look in his eyes. Liang, the guardian at the side, said angrily, "This Lin Yao is going too far. He asked for 50,000 crystals right away. Isn't this asking too much?" Protector Jiang also responded, "That's right. Heavenly King, why should we be afraid of him? We can't suffer such a big loss just because of official intervention. 50,000 yuan, we can't get it in 5 days." Mu Hufa carefully glanced at Lei Tian's face and said to them, "Don't be angry. The King of Heaven must have his reasons for agreeing to this. Let's just do it. Heavenly King, why did you agree to him just now?" Protector Liang, who had the most straightforward temper, asked Lei Tian. Snort. Lei Tian was already furious, and when Protector Liang asked this, the violent aura on his body fluctuated, dark clouds flashed in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck directly down. Boom! Lightning struck the car body, causing it to explode. Lei Tian jumped out with hatred on his face, but the other three guardians were not so lucky. Although they were not killed, they were also blown to pieces. "I did it. Do I need to explain it to you?" Lei Tian said coldly. Cough, cough. "No, no need. Please spare my life, my king. I was wrong." Protector Liang struggled to get up from the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was the first time they saw Lei Tian so angry at his own people, and they were a little scared for a moment. The convoy stopped, and the men in the cars behind ran out one after another, thinking that their king had suddenly activated his special powers because he had encountered some enemy attack and immediately surrounded them. Dharma protectors Mu and Jiang supported each other and walked to Lei Tian to plead, "Heavenly King, please calm down." Dharma protector Liang was also thinking about the base. His words were a bit offensive, but he is not guilty of death. Lei Tian looked at his guardians who looked pitiful and sighed, I feel so aggrieved." Guardians Mu and Jiang looked at each other in bewilderment. What on earth happened? The car exploded, and there was no extra space in their convoy. Lei Tian waved his hand and asked his men to disperse and find a usable car. He sat on the side of the road depressed and asked 3 guards to sit with him and said, "That Lin Yao is a level 5 superpower." "What?" the 3 guardians exclaimed in surprise. This news was indeed a bit shocking. Previously, their intelligence team did not find Lin Yao's name on the list. They simply thought that Lin Yao was not registered. Judging from his strength, he could not be compared with Lei Tianwang, who was ranked in the top 10. But it was too unbelievable to hear these words coming from Thunder King. It turned out that Lin Yao had surpassed all the supernatural people in Zhonghan City. How did the king know this? Asked Protector Jiang in surprise and doubt. Lei Tian lit a cigarette and looked at the gate of the community in front of him leisurely. Juntian Mansion, a pretty cool name, and then said solemnly, "Didn't you notice?" As soon as the 2 official deacons came over, they were very polite to Lin Yao. Guardian Wood nodded. But does this mean that Lin Yao is a level 5 psychic? Of course, not only that. Lei Tian took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled smoke rings, and said, "At first I was just guessing that there must be something special about someone who could make the official organization of superpowers treat him with such courtesy, so I just had a preliminary suspicion. But I didn't confirm it until I entered the base. That Lin Yao was able to control me with just a glance. I wanted to leave, but I felt an invisible force pushing me back. In the face of that power, I have no ability to resist at all, and I can't even activate my supernatural powers. and the one who can make me powerless to resist may only be a level 5 psychic. After Lei Tian finished speaking, the three guardians lowered their heads. As a level 5 psychic, this truth made them feel a little breathless. As the leader base of a region, they naturally know how difficult it is to upgrade level 4 superpowers to level 5 and how huge a number of crystals are needed. Such a huge quantity can only be achieved if the crystals of the entire Tianwang base are only supplied to Lei Tian for use every day. But it is obviously impossible. If the base needs to operate, crystals must be used to pay subordinates as wages. Otherwise, no matter how strong Lei Tian is, there will be people who rebel and escape. The four of them were silent for a while. They finally understood Lei Tian's frustration. If you go looking for trouble with others, and then you have to pay a large amount of crystals when they come back, anyone would feel frustrated to death. Liang Hufa asked cautiously, "Heavenly King, how can we get so many crystals in such a short time? The current crystal stock in our base is estimated to be less than 10,000. Lei Tian threw away his cigarette, and stood up. "I definitely can't get it. I'm going to take a gamble. How do you bet?" Lei Tian looked at the sky and said solemnly, "After returning, send all intelligence teams into the Lake Mountain area to search for the whereabouts of the level 4 Corpse King. After we find a Corpse King, the four of us will come over and work together to surround and kill the Corpse King. With the level 4 crystal, plus the crystal from the base, I can reach level 5. By then, you won't have to be afraid of Lin Yao anymore." Was much more reliable than getting 50,000 crystals within 5 days. At this moment, a man came to report, "Your Majesty, there are vehicles that could be used in the Juntianfu community across the street. Moreover, our subordinates saw traces of living people from afar." Chapter 119 Su Qingyan continues to be in a daze. Lei Tian asked in confusion, "There are others? This place is so close to the Diazation base. Why didn't they join their base?" "I don't know." The three guardians also stood up and said, "Heavenly King, let's go in and take a look. If there are any special talents like Xiao Hu, we can recruit them into the base." "Well, that makes sense. Let's call everyone and go into the community to take a look." Lei Tian nodded slightly and led his men into the community. At this time in Juntian Mansion, the 20 female zombie wives trained by Lin Yao were all wearing sunglasses. Lin Yao said that unless you are attracting zombies, it is better to wear sunglasses at other times to avoid scaring passing survivors. At this time, Su Qingyan was staring at the computer screen in the villa. The screen was playing the most primitive sparring skills of mankind. Those were the learning materials brought by Lin Yao. Suddenly, Wang Jialing walked in and said to her, "My queen, those living people are coming in again. Zombie language." Su Qingyan looked up. "What are they going to do?" "Zombie language." Wang Jialing tilted his head slightly. "Not sure. Coming towards us. Zombie language." "I'll go out and take a look." Zombie language. Su Qingyan slowly stood up, closed the laptop, and walked out the door. It just so happened that Lei Tian and everyone in the Tianwang base saw a beautiful woman wearing a white long dress, with a curvy figure and fair skin walking out, and their eyes lit up. Su Qingyan shook her head slightly, said nothing, and simply stared at them. Lei Tian took the initiative to walk up to Su Qingyan with a gentleman's smile on his face and bowed and said, "Miss, we happened to pass by here. Because our car broke down, we wanted to come in and find a car." Su Qingyan didn't understand and was in a daze. Lei Tian was stunned for a moment, then continued to bow and smiled. "This girl doesn't know that we are the Tianwang base in Hushan New District, and I'm a Lei Tianwang who ranks among the top 10 in Zhonghan City." In the past, whenever Lei Tian announced his name, the girls who knew what was going on would show expressions of shock and admiration. This trick always worked, but Su Qingyan continued to be in a daze. Seeing that Su Qingyan was unmoved, Liang Hufa behind her became unhappy. "Hey, that woman is talking to you. Are you deaf?" Su Qingyan continued to be in a daze. Lei Tian at the side raised his hand to stop him. "How can you be rude in front of such a beauty? Liang Hufa, please step back first." Protector Liang retreated reluctantly. Lei Tian continued to bow and said, "My subordinates were ignorant just now. Young lady, please don't mind it. I haven't asked for your name yet." Su Qingyan continued to be in a daze. Girl, can you hear me?" Su Qingyan continued to be in a daze. "So you're a deaf person. Hello, can you see me?" Lei Tian waved his hand in front of Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan continued to be in a daze. "This is awkward. The beauty in front of him looks pretty, with beautiful facial features, but she is wearing sunglasses and his eyes cannot be seen clearly. However, from Lei Tian's perspective, she must be a top beauty. But this beautiful woman was deaf and blind, and her brain didn't seem to be working well, so Lei Tian lost interest. I'll take this disabled person back and let you play with him. Lei Tian turned around and waved at his subordinates who were salivating over the matter, as if he was disposing of a piece of trash. Then he walked towards a car with 3 bodyguards. The other 30 men surrounded Su Qingyan with evil smiles on their faces. Ha ha! The king is so mighty, we won't be polite. This woman is so beautiful, look at her face and skin. If she wasn't disabled, if it weren't for the fact that he's disabled, would it still be our turn? Stop talking nonsense. The king is in a hurry to return to the base. Let's take her back and play with her slowly. As he said this, he was about to reach out and grab Su Qingyan. It was not until then that Su Qingyan finally confirmed that these people wanted to harm her. Lin said that if you meet someone who dares to hurt you, don't be polite. He clamped the man's outstretched arm, and the nails in his hand began to grow slowly. Ow! The man's arm was pierced by the sharp nails, and he cried out in pain. The others were stunned when they saw this. It turned out that this woman was not disabled, as she pretended to be. Hey, let him go! Someone shouted at Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan didn't understand what they were saying. She pulled the man's arm with a little force, and her nails cut his arm off. She held the broken arm in her hand, took a look at it, and threw it on the ground. Although it looks tempting, it is not as delicious as crystal. Everyone's eyes widened. He was a level 3 psychic, but his arm was broken like that, and the method was so cruel. What kind of woman was this? What are you still looking at? Come on together. The man whose arm was cut fell to the ground in pain, covering the broken arm, and shouted to the others who were in a daze. Then, everyone rushed forward, and Su Qingyan's figure began to flash. These people only have level 4 superpowers at most, which is no match for a level 5 Corpse King. Lei Tian, who had just gotten in the car, hadn't reacted yet when he saw his men having their throats slashed one by the woman's sharp claws. What a courage! Lei Tian shouted angrily and hurriedly asked Liang Hufa and others to go up and help. He also jumped up. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky, and lightning began to flash. Before the 3 Liang Guardians got close, Su Qingyan had already quickly killed all 30 people from the Heavenly King base. Seeing the 3 people rushing over, she shouted loudly, "Roar!" At the same time, a violent aura belonging to the Corpse King spread out. The 3 protectors Liang, who had just approached him, were blown away by this aura before they even had time to use their special powers. They crashed into the walls of other villas and could not be pulled out. Lei Tian paused in casting the spell and looked at Su Qingyan with some fear. The woman just released such a powerful aura that the sunglasses on her face were shattered, finally revealing Su Qingyan's eyes. What a pair of eyes they were, cold and intimidating, and most importantly, the pupils were orange and were even beginning to turn red. Level 5 Corpse King. Lei Tian was almost scared to death, and only then did he finally remember the official announcement. Level 4 Zombie King appears in Hushan District. Features: female zombie, wearing a white dress. I hope all survivors will travel with caution. Damn, Level 4 Corpse King has advanced. And by chance, I was just sitting on the side of the road, right in front of the Corpse King's house. It would be fine if it happened at the doorstep, but I had to bring people in with me. Not only did he come in, he was actually attracted by her beauty and came to flirt with the Level 5 Corpse King. Lei Tian wanted to slap himself hard in the face. Why'd he blow up the car here when he was fine? Now all the people brought here were wiped out, and whether he could escape was also a question. Why am I so unlucky? Lei Tian cursed fiercely, but when he saw Su Qingyan staring at him and walking slowly towards him, he made up his mind. Let's do it. Chapter 120, I'm so unlucky. Su Qingyan slowly approached Lei Tian, with her head slightly tilted, seemingly not noticing the rolling dark clouds above her head. Corpse King, D. Lei Tian finished accumulating power, roared at Su Qingyan, and guided the thunder and lightning in the sky to hit Su Qingyan heavily. The bowl-sized pillar of lightning was like a giant silver dragon, descending in the blink of an eye. Boom, crack! The lightning column caused a huge explosion, and the ground of the entire Juntian community shook. A large hole was blown out on the ground, and the trees around the hole were burning. Many buildings began to collapse, and dust was flying, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Lei Tian was breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on the place where the lightning column struck. This was his strongest attack, which consumed all the supernatural powers in his body. If he couldn't kill the Corpse King, then he could only wait to die. Who is he dead? Lei Tian was extremely nervous. Phew! Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. Lei Tian lowered his head blankly, looking at his chest. A slender, snow-white hand pierced his chest, and there was something in the hand. That was Lei Tian's own heart. Bang! The little hand ruthlessly crushed the heart in its hand and pulled it out from the chest. Su Qingyan looked at the blood and broken flesh in her hand and shook it off with some disgust. Just before the lightning column struck, she slipped away very quickly. After the explosion dissipated, she came behind Lei Tian and pierced his chest with one claw. I am so unlucky, Lei Tian murmured unwillingly and fell heavily to the ground, staring blankly at the sky. There seemed to be a figure looking at him there, and he looked a little familiar. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to think. The zombie virus began to wreak havoc in his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. If Lei Tian knew that the cause of his death was just because he glared at an unrelated little girl, he would probably want to dig out his own eyes. Roar! Soon, Lei Tian and his 30 men began to turn into zombies one after another, roaring. Lin Yao had already arrived when the lightning pillar struck down. He saw the whole process of Su Qingyan killing Lei Tian. Seeing a master ranked in the top 10 turned into a zombie so easily, he sighed softly. Ugh, no one will compensate me for my big stone. Lin. Su Qingyan also noticed Lin Yao in the air and shouted happily. Lin Yao landed slowly on the ground and hooked his finger. 3 guardians flew out from the wall. All 3 were seriously injured but not dead yet. When the zombies transformed by Lei Tian and others saw the living people, they immediately bit them without any care. In the end, the 3 guardians were killed by their own people while they were still unconscious. After all the people in the king's base gathered together, Lin Yao activated his field skill, and 10 level 4 crystals and 24 level 3 crystals slowly flew in front of him. Those zombies finally died because they lost the crystals. Lin Yao fed all the level 4 crystals to Su Qingyan. With so much huge energy, Su Qingyan took a big step towards becoming a level 6 Corpse King, and the red in her pupils became more and more obvious. Lin Yao distributed the remaining level 3 crystals to other female zombies. It seems that we can't stay here anymore. Lin Yao looked at the collapsed villa and made a plan in his mind. Although this place is very close to the Diazation base, because Lei Tian's lightning pillar is too obvious today, everyone will notice that the Corpse King is hiding here, so they have to move. Moreover, there are not many zombies nearby. Su Qingyan and the others have to run a long distance every time they want to lure the zombies. So, it is imperative to transfer Su Qingyan. When Lin Yao was thinking about the new base, Su Qingyan walked up to him pitifully and said, Lin, the computer is broken. The power of the lightning column just now was too great. Wang Jialing in the villa only had time to take away the other female zombies, but forgot to take away the study materials. The villa collapsed, and the computer was naturally crushed. It's okay. You've almost learned everything in it anyway. I'll give you a new computer so you can learn new knowledge. Lin Yao touched her little head and comforted her. Only then did Su Qingyan laugh. Lin Yao spread out the map and studied it for a while, and finally chose a place, the former Rain Elephant base. Although it is far away from the Diazation base, at its current speed, it is only the difference between 5 seconds and 10 seconds. The most important thing is that there are more commercial and residential areas there, as well as many zombies, so it would be easier to attract zombies. Then 5 new battlefield locations were selected, and Lin Yao took Su Qingyan and the others to the new stronghold. When Lin Yao and his team were moving, the entire Hushan district except for the Diazation base was in shock. Just now, dark clouds gathered over there, and then there was terrifying lightning and thunder. Is this a natural disaster or a supernatural power? Superpowers. Haven't you heard about it? The boss of Hushan New District next to our Hushan District, Thunder King, seems to have a superpower of divine thunder from the sky. Oh my god, was this really done by a human? Is this the power of a level 4 boss? Looking at that direction, it seems to be near the Diazation base. Is it fighting with Boss Lin? It's hard to say, but why would they fight? The 2 districts don't interfere with each other. You don't know this, right? I heard that Sun, the guardian of the Tianwang base, went to the Diazation base to cause trouble a few days ago, but was killed by Boss Lin. Thunder Tianwang brought people here early this morning to ask for an explanation. Sun Hufa, is that Sun Jun who was ranked 271st? Even he was killed by Boss Lin. How powerful must Boss Lin be? Who knows? Boss Lin probably hasn't been to the official site for testing. But if he can kill Sun Jun, he must be ranked in the top 200 at least. But Thunder King is ranked 9th. With him, can Boss Lin defeat him? I don't know about that. Let's wait for the official investigation. How about we go over and join the fun? If you want to die, don't drag me along. We can't withstand the aftermath of a fight like this. The news quickly reached the official organization of the superpowers, and Deacon 2 spat out the water he had just drunk. What? We just left and they started fighting? Deacon Shadow frowned and said, it's unlikely. With the strength Lin Yao has shown, Lei Tian won't have the chance to release his supernatural powers in front of him. Besides, Lin Yao is not so petty. Lei Tian is willing to give in to the crystal, so he won't just leave the crystal behind. Deacon 2 stood up from his chair and walked around. How about we go check it out? They had just returned and hadn't even sat down when they received the news. They were a little unsure for a moment. Shadow, Deacon nodded. Okay, let's go and take a look. Chapter 121, Overlord Base. Deacon Ing and Deacon 2 came to the gate of the Diazation base and asked to see Lin Yao. My uncle went out for something. If you want to look for him, please come back tomorrow. Fang Yi said and closed the door. The two men were frustrated and felt helpless that a security guard dared to be so rude to them. However, thinking of Lin Yao's strength, the two could only suppress their depression in their hearts and began to explore the vicinity of the Diazation base. It didn't make sense that they couldn't find the battle location with such a big commotion. Soon, in Juntian Mansion community, two deacons gasped at the scene before them. The lightning column released by Lei Tian knocked down a small half of the residential area. The backbone forces from Tianwang base were all turned into zombies, and their crystals were dug out. Even the strongest Lei Tian was not spared. Was it the Corpse King who did this, or Lin Yao? Deacon 2 was a little upset. The two of them had finally managed to save Lei Tian from Lin Yao, but who knew that he died just after he left the house? Who could they go to for justice? Shadow Deacon sighed and said, all the crystals have been dug out. It can only be Lin Yao who did it. Apart from him, who else in this area has the ability to kill so many Corpse Kings and dig out the crystals? Deacon 2 was so angry that he waved his hand and a large part of the building collapsed. But what can he do? He doesn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Yao. Let's go back and issue a statement saying that Lei Tian died at the hands of the Corpse King. Other areas should be cautious when entering the Lake Mountain area. Deacon Ing looked up at the sky and said to Deacon 2, they didn't even dare to mention Lin Yao's name. Once they said that King Lei died at the hands of Lin Yao, the entire Zhonghan city would be in turmoil, and the bosses of other districts would definitely unite and target Lin Yao openly or secretly. The official goal is for all areas to coexist peacefully and develop together, rather than fighting to the death, which is inconsistent with their plan. Deacon 2 was helpless. It was already not easy to train a Lei Tian, and all the senior backbones of the Tianwang base had died here. The Tianwang base was doomed, and they had to find someone to train from another base. At noon, as soon as the official news was released, all the supernatural people in the entire Central Seoul City were shocked. What? Is the level 4 Corpse King in Hushan District so powerful? Even Lei Tian and several guardians were wiped out. It's over. Is there anyone left in Hushan District now? Lei Tian was in the late stage of level 4 supernatural power. He was killed by zombies. Doesn't that mean that there are at least 2 terrifying level 4 zombie kings in Hushan District now? There must be more than that. The guardians of the Tianwang base are also level 4 psychics. This time, there are more than 2 level 4 Corpse Kings. Notify everyone. Everyone, remember not to enter Hushan District. It's too scary there. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. If things continue like this, will there be room for us humans to survive? Some people are shocked and some are worried, but naturally some people are happy. While the entire Tianwang base was immersed in an atmosphere of grief and panic, the Belong base in Hushan New District was instead filled with joy. Boss, once Lei Tian dies, no force in the entire Hushan New District can rival our Overlord base. The new king must be you, boss. In the meeting room of the Qiangba base, a tall and thin middle-aged man said to the burly man in the lead with a shameless face. Liu Batian tried hard to suppress a smile on his face. Manager Luo, don't get excited. The official announcement hasn't been made yet, and everything is still unknown. In terms of overall strength, their Overlord base is actually not weaker than the Heavenly King base, but because of the strength of their leader, Lu Batian, their ranking is lower than Lei Tian. Now Zhonghan City ranks 15th. Oh, now that Lei Tian is dead, the ranking automatically moves up to 14th. As a result, in Hushan New District, the Overlord base can only be ranked below the Heavenly King base. The man called Manager Luo is named Luo Chang. Although his overall strength is not ranked high among the senior executives, he has been Liu Beixian's lackey since before the end of the world. With his exquisite licking skills, he is deeply favored by Lu Batian. Boss, don't worry. I have sent people to the door to prepare in advance. I believe the authorities will send someone over soon, Luo Chang said with a smile. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a subordinate hurriedly said, Boss, Deacon 2 from the official organization is here. Lu Batian stood up with a look of surprise and patted Luo Chang on the shoulder. Manager Luo, you are amazing. Then he hurriedly led people out of the meeting room. Follow me to welcome Deacon 2. At the gate of Overlord Base, Deacon 2 looked at the people in the base who looked like bandits and shook his head slightly in the black robe. Although their strength was not weak, their discipline was far worse than that of Heavenly King Base. Soon, Lu Batian and a group of key members hurried to the gate of the base. Seeing Deacon 2's attire, he hurriedly bowed and said with a smile, Master Deacon, your presence brings glory to our base. My humble home is honored, Luo Chang reminded in a low voice. Yes, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Ha ha ha, please come in, Deacon. Lu Batian greeted Deacon 2 with a smile. Deacon 2 was speechless, but still nodded. Please lead the way. It was that conference room again. Lu Batian was overjoyed to greet Deacon 2 and sit down at the main seat, while he himself sat in the first seat on the side. Well, the Deacon is coming, but do you have any arrangements? Lu Batian asked cautiously. Deacon 2 slowly took out a folder from his black robe and said, Please ask Boss Lu to stay alone to discuss this matter. Lu Batian waved his hands to the others and said, Everyone, get out. I want to chat with the steward. As everyone left, Lu Batian looked at Deacon 2 expectantly and said, Sir Deacon, please speak. Deacon 2 put the folder on the table, and a voice came from the black robe. Boss Lu, I'm sure you've heard that Thunder King of the Tianwang base in Hushan New District has died in Hushan District. I heard about it. Lu Batian nodded happily. Deacon 2 continued, So, Hushan New District cannot be without a leader for a day. I came here this time to ask, are you willing to become the new king of Hushan New District and lead? I do. Eat dough. Before Deacon 2 finished speaking, Lu Batian nodded impatiently. He has been craving for this day for a long time. He dreams of becoming the district boss who is second to none. This is a normal person. Lin Yao is totally abnormal. Deacon 2 complained his heart, then opened the folder and said, Since Boss Lu is willing, please sign this contract. After becoming the leader of Hushan New District, in addition to the additional crystal subsidies, the Overlord base can also consider collecting a certain amount of crystals from the small bases below. But remember, everything depends on improving Boss Lu's own strength. Chapter 122. Always look forward. Taking the contract and pen handed over by Deacon 2, Lu Batian signed his name without hesitation. Oh, there are also handprints. Deacon 2 took out another piece of ink. Lu Batian asked in confusion, Why is the ink pad green? But he still obediently dipped his thumb in the ink and pressed his fingerprint on the contract. At the same time, in the pocket of his black robe, a sneer flashed across Deacon 2's lips because a magic array quietly appeared under Liu Beixian's feet, which Lu Batian was completely unaware of. The magic array pattern flashed by, and a hint of green flashed in the corner of Liu Beixian's eyes, and then completely disappeared into the depths of his eyes, and he himself was still unaware of it. Lu Batian handed the item back. Hey, Master Deacon, please keep it. As for the official side, when I get back, the official statement will be issued. Deacon 2 put away his things, stood up, and said, Okay. Deacon, how about staying for lunch? Our base will still have to rely on your care in the future. Lu Batian was ecstatic. Deacon 2 took out a cell phone and placed it in front of him and said, No need to eat. Keep this phone. If there is anything special, you can contact me. This is an ordinary mobile phone, which has been modified by the official organization and can directly contact Deacon 2. Lu Batian nodded and took the phone, then personally escorted Deacon 2 out of the base. Back in the conference room, Liu Batian summoned all the backbone members of the base to a meeting. I have good news to announce to everyone. The deacon just asked me to be the boss of Hushan New District. As soon as this was said, all the backbone members became excited. With official recognition, in addition to receiving various official material subsidies and crystal subsidies, they could also legitimately go to the small bases below to collect crystals. The Overlord base will be built soon. Originally, the overall strength of their Overlord base was not weaker than that of the Heavenly King base, but Liu Baishan's strength ranking was slightly behind Lei Tian. Lei Tian ranked 9th, while he was ranked 15th before. Of course, he is now 14th. Now all the backbone members of Tianwang base have died. Even Lei Tian has become a zombie king. In the entire Hushan New District, no base can compete with their Overlord base. Liu Batian pretended to be mature and stretched out his hand to suppress the excitement of his men, then said, "Now, I have something to announce. Manager Luo, from now on, the task of collecting crystals from small bases will be handed over to you. We have more than 30 small bases in Hushan New District, and each base must hand over 200 crystals every day. If anyone refuses to obey, you will lead your men to suppress them. Manager Wang, our combat division still has to fulfill its daily mission of killing zombies. This is the bulk of our income. Manager Li, let the girls in the PR department provide free reception today. I'll pay for the crystals. We have to make sure the brothers have a good time. Manager Fu, ask the cafeteria to prepare some extra food and good wine and meat." After issuing a series of orders and all the key members left, Liu Batian began to dance with joy. As expected, at noon, the official announced that the Overlord base would serve as the leader base of Hushan New District in the future. It was hoped that the Overlord base could lead Hushan New District to greater glory. When the Hushan New District was hit by various earthquakes, Lin Yao knew nothing about it. After settling Su Qingyan and the others, he returned to the base and issued a signal to set up a new battlefield to kill zombies. And then he slipped out again. There was no way out. No one would compensate him for the big rock, so he had to find it himself. On the way to the suburbs, Lin Yao suddenly became alert and landed in front of a hospital. Hushan First People's Hospital. This is a grade A hospital with a constant stream of patients coming to see the doctor every day, which leads to a huge number of zombies inside. Lin Yao was not concerned about the zombies, but the inpatient department. There were still living people on the 7th floor of the inpatient department. "She's a beauty. She must be rescued," Lin Yao muttered, and his figure disappeared in a flash. 7th floor, obstetrics. In the operating room, a female doctor was helping a man treat his wound with the help of backup power. The female doctor carefully helped the man remove the wood fragments that were stuck in his flesh, and then took out medical needles and thread to suture the wound. While suturing, green energy was slowly flowing out from between her fingers. The man on the operating table was looking at the woman who was healing her wounds seriously with an obsessive look on his face. As the last injection was completed, the green energy also healed the wound, and it began to scab over after a while. "Okay, now that you're cured, you can get out." The female doctor put down the surgical tools and said coldly to the man. However, the man had a playful smile on his face. "Come on, Xiaojuan. Why are you so cold to me? Don't you want food?" The female doctor named Si Xian turned around and said, "Don't call me so affectionately. We are not that familiar. Call me Dr. Tang. We had an agreement before. You give me food, and I help you heal your injuries. Do you want to go back on your word?" The man jumped off the operating table, stretched his arms, and said with a smile, "Well, Sichuan, you don't know, there are too many zombies on the other floors. It is very difficult for me to get some food. Now I feel that the price of just helping me heal my injuries is not enough." Tang Sichuan took a step back, secretly took out the scalpel and hid it in her hand, and said coldly, "Zhou Wei, what do you want to do? Have you forgotten your wife and children?" Zhou Wei chuckled. "Wife? Children? Dr. Tang, have you forgotten that they all turned into zombies? I took care of them myself. If it weren't for this damn apocalypse, my son's full moon banquet would have been over. What a shame. But it was Dr. Tang who taught me that one should always look forward. Well, I think Dr. Tang is a perfect match for me as my new wife." After saying that, Zhou Wei approached Tang Sichuan with a wicked smile on his face and began to unbutton his clothes. On the day the zombie virus broke out, the two of them happened to escape the first wave of zombie attacks and survived the first few days by relying on glucose in the pharmacy. Later, they both awakened their special powers at the same time. Zhou Wei's was a combat power, while Tang Sichuan's was a healing power. With superpowers, the two began to cooperate with each other. After a period of hard fighting, they finally cleared all the zombies on the 7th floor and obtained food. At first, when Zhou saw his wife and newborn child turn into zombies, he was very depressed for a few days. It was Tang Xiaojuan who comforted him and told him to look forward. Well, after receiving psychological treatment from Dr. Tang, Zhou decided to move on and set his sights on her. If it wasn't too dangerous to go out and kill zombies every day, and if Tang Xiaojuan's special abilities weren't necessary for his treatment, Zhou would have used force long ago. After realizing Zhou's intention, Tang Xiaojuan hid in the operating room all day and made 3 rules with Zhou. Zhou provided her with food every day, and she treated Zhou's injuries. Zhou didn't know if he was lucky, but each time he was injured, it was just an ordinary injury, and he was never scratched or bitten by zombies. Zhou had been holding it in until today, and finally he couldn't hold it in anymore. Chapter 123, Save the Beautiful Doctor. Zhou smiled evilly, revealing his bare upper body. Dr. Tang, we have been together for such a long time. You know me very well. Now the food is in my hands. If you don't want to die, just be my woman. Tang Xiaojuan took a step back nervously, took out a scalpel and put it against her neck, and shouted coldly, "If you dare to move again, I will die in front of you." Unexpectedly, Zhou was not moved at all, with a ferocious smile on his face. Huh, why don't you die for me to see? Dr. Tang has such a good figure. I wouldn't mind even if it's a corpse. Devil, you are simply a devil. Tang Xiaojuan was desperate and couldn't help praying in her heart. If someone could save her, even if that person was an extremely ugly monster, she would be willing to be his woman instead of having her corpse insulted by this devil. Looking at Zhou, who had taken off his shirt and was slowly approaching him, Tang Xiaojuan gritted his teeth. His hands holding the scalpel stopped shaking, and he stabbed his neck fiercely. Yoho, you're quite perverted. Even more perverted than me. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the operating room. At the same time, the scalpel stopped less than 1 centimeter away from the snow-white neck. It was not Tang Xiaojuan who stopped, but her arms seemed to be suddenly restrained by an irresistible force and could not move at all. Not only was she unable to move, but Zhou, who was about to unbuckle his belt, was also unable to move. The man and the woman looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Creak! The door of the operating room was opened. Facing the door, Tang Xiaojuan saw a sunny and handsome young man walked in with a gentle smile on his face. After seeing her, he snapped his fingers. Tang Xiaojuan felt that the scalpel in her hand seemed to have suddenly disappeared, and her body could move again. Sitting on the floor, Tang Xiaojuan looked at her empty hands in shock, then raised her head and looked at Lin Yao. You saved me. Lin Yao nodded. Are you okay? Oh my God, someone really came to save me. And he's a very handsome man. Tang Xiaojuan felt like she was about to cry. Although she seemed calm just now, she was actually scared to death. Now this handsome man saved her like a god from heaven. Tang Xiaojuan wanted to rush over and hug Lin Yao and have a good cry. Lin Yao was also looking at her. Tang Xiaojuan, female, 26 years old. Healing level 1. Radiate life energy to treat common wounds and diseases. Not bad, not bad. This female doctor's supernatural power is also healing, so she must be taken back. Seeing that Tang Xiaojuan didn't answer him, Lin Yao, who didn't have the ability to read minds, thought that she was hurt somewhere, so he walked quickly to her and stretched out his big hand. Are you okay? Where are you hurt? Tang Xiaojuan stared blankly at the big hand that was stretched out to her. Her face turned red under the mask, and she held the big, generous hand. It's okay. It's okay. The voice became smaller and smaller. Lin Yao didn't pay any attention to it. He pulled her up and said, My name is Lin Yao. My name is Tang Xiaojuan. After the two exchanged names, Tang Xiaojuan noticed Zhou, who was motionless, and asked, What's wrong with him? Oh, I've frozen him. This person just wanted to do something bad to you. What do you plan to deal with him? Lin Yao asked. Zhou's eyes were the only part of his body that could move. He hurriedly winked at Tang Xiaojuan for mercy. At the same time, he was extremely scared. How could this man, who suddenly appeared from nowhere, be so powerful? Tang Xiaojuan glanced at Zhou with a tangled look on her face, and then said to Lin Yao, I don't want to see him again. It's up to you to do with him. Lin Yao nodded and snapped his fingers, and Zhou's figure disappeared immediately. Where? Where did you take him? Tang Xiaojuan glared. Although she already knew that the survivors outside should also have superpowers. But we all have superpowers, Why is there such a big gap? Lin Yao chuckled. Don't you want to see him? I took him away. Zhou Wei felt a trance before his eyes, and then he appeared on another floor. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt his body regain its mobility. Luckily, he didn't kill me. What kind of ability is this? After saying that, he looked around. This should still be the inpatient department. Judging from the sign above the head, it should be the 5th floor. Suddenly, Zhou Wei felt cold sweat on his back. He remembered that there seemed to be a lot of zombies on the 5th floor. No, it's very, very much. Turning his head, Zhou Wei was stunned. I saw densely packed zombies staring at me blankly and drooling. I guess these zombies were also confused. They had been wandering here for so long, and suddenly a living person appeared out of nowhere. Is it a gift from God? Roar! The zombie group roared wildly, and countless zombies rushed towards Zhou Wei quickly. Zhou Wei was frightened by such a large number of zombies that his legs went limp. He looked at the zombies in despair and knocked him to the ground, with countless bloody mouths biting him. On the 7th floor, Tang Xiaojuan was stunned. What was that sound just now? Lin Yao looked at her with a smile on his face. No sound? You must have heard it wrong. Oh. Tang Xiaojuan nodded, and then she saw Lin Yao staring at her, her ears slightly red as she asked, How did you get in? Don't worry about how I got in. Do you want to go out? Lin Yao asked back. Tang Xiaojuan nodded heavily. Yes. I haven't seen the sun for a long time. Then do you want to join my base? Lin Yao's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask. Because Tang Xiaojuan had taken off the mask on her face and the surgical cap on her head, revealing her snow-white face and perfect features. Perhaps because she had been huddled here for a long time, her skin color was a little pale and she looked much more haggard. But it still cannot conceal her beauty. Her eyes are bright and clear. Her facial features are three-dimensional. Her long hair is tied behind her head, and she has no makeup on. She is definitely a goddess without makeup. According to Lin Yao's evaluation, this is at least in A+ level. Tang Xiaojuan tilted her head and asked in confusion, Your base? Then Lin Yao gave her a brief introduction to the current situation outside, which left her stunned. Okay, I'll join your base. I don't have high requirements. I just want a hot meal. I'm tired of the taste of preservatives. Tang Xiaojuan agreed without much thought. Don't worry, we'll have big meals every day, so you won't go hungry. Lin Yao laughed and then extended his hand to her. Tang Xiaojuan was surprised and asked, What for? But she still put her little hand in Lin Yao's hand. Lin Yao gently squeezed it, and Tang Xiaojuan's face turned red. Take you out. When the two flew out to the street, Tang Xiaojuan was still a little dazed. This man can fly. Feeling the warmth of the sun on her body, Tang Xiaojuan closed her eyes and basked in the sun for a while, then asked, Shall we go to the base now? Lin Yao smiled and shook his head. No, find a stone first. Chapter 124. Understand the applause. This time, Lin Yao was not in a hurry to make Tang Xiaojuan his woman. The female doctor's abilities were quite special. At least there had never been a healer in his base, although his own field could already control life and death. However, professional work like treating injuries is definitely more suitable for people with healing skills. Lin Yao was tolerant enough towards her, and there was no rush for a woman to do such things. Besides, as long as she joins his team, she will become his woman sooner or later. Lin Yao is very confident in his charm. With a puzzled look on his face, Tang Xiaojuan continued to fly to the suburbs to look for big rocks. At this time, two guests arrived at the gate of the diazation base. Fang Yi noticed a stranger approaching and ran out in a hurry. There were two men coming. The middle-aged man in the lead had an interesting look. He had an ordinary appearance, but he had a slick back hair that reached his shoulders, making him look very coquettish. What's even more sexy is that he was wearing a white suit even in the middle of summer. If it weren't for the hot sweat on his head, Fang Yi would have thought that the person who came was not afraid of the heat. The other young man was more ordinary and looked like the former's assistant. Who are you? What are you doing here? Fang Yi asked vigilantly. He felt a different temperament from the man with the slick back hair, but with his experience, he couldn't understand it for a while. The showy man walked up to Fang Yi and said with a smile, My name is Nie Xiao. I am here to help your base find its way and clarify the future development direction. Fang Yi scratched his head. Were you invited by my uncle? Nie Xiao shook his head. No, I don't know your uncle, but from my perspective, your base is facing a huge crisis. Although it looks prosperous, it hides many fatal hidden dangers. If it is not resolved in time, I'm afraid. Alas. After saying that, he sighed, as if your base is about to be destroyed. Fang Yi, who had never seen the dangers of society, believed it immediately and asked nervously, "What hidden dangers does our base have?" Nie Xiao raised his index finger and shook it, looking mysterious. "Young man, go find the leader of your base. I will explain it to him. Then I will hold a training session at your base, and you will naturally understand it." Fang Yi nodded, not quite understanding, and ran back to the base. The man next to him whispered to Nie Xiao, "Master, the kids in this base don't even know you. Why should we choose this base?" Nie Xiao looked at the wide gate of the base and said slowly, "Xiaojuan, we have just escaped from the predicament, and our foothold is not stable. Most of our previous customers should have died. Now we must develop new customers. This is our first stop. From now on, we will rule the world and create greater glory in this apocalypse." Xiaojuan nodded excitedly and looked at Nie Xiao with admiration. Inside the base, Fang Yi ran to Lin Yao's villa and found Fang Yin. "Aunt, there is a master outside. He said that there is a problem with our base and came to help." "Master?" Fang Yin frowned. How come she had never heard of this title before? Wu Shuyan asked in confusion. "He said there's something wrong with our base? Did he say what the problem was?" Fang Yi shook his head. "No, the master asked me to call the leader of the base out." Fang Yin and Wu Shuyan looked at each other and thought that this was a perfect timing. Lin Yao went out, and the others were killing zombies outside. The two pregnant women were the only ones left in charge of the entire base. Fang Yin stood up and said, "I'll go out and take a look." Fang Yi hurriedly ran to the front to lead the way, not worrying at all that the people coming would do anything bad to them. They were pregnant women, but they were level 6 psychics. At the gate of the base, Nie Xiao saw the young man coming out with a mature and beautiful woman. His eyes lit up slightly, and a confident smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hello, my name is Nie Xiao. Are you the CEO of this base?" Fang Yin shook her head. "I'm not a CEO, and this is not a company." "What do you mean when you say our base has hidden dangers?" Nie Xiao smiled and said, "I'm sorry for being so abrupt. May I ask if we can go in and sit down and talk?" Fang Yin hesitated for a while and finally invited them into the base. Inside the villa, Nie Xiao looked at the magnificent decoration and nodded with satisfaction. Before the end of the world, he had a living environment that was not inferior to this place. Unfortunately, once the zombie virus broke out, everything before became a bubble illusion. Wu Shuyan and Chu Wen also came over to salute. "Hello, master. Please take a seat." Nie Xiao nodded stylishly, sat down on the sofa confidently, took a sip of tea, and then slowly said, "Excuse me, are there so few people in your base?" Wu Shuyan smiled and said, "Of course not. It's just that everyone else is busy with something. So I'm sorry to bother you, master. Right now, we two women are the ones in charge. In that case, I'll just tell you two directly." Nie Xiao smiled confidently. "Women are easier to deal with." Fang Yin sat next to Wu Shuyan. "Okay, master, please speak." Nie Xiao stood up and was about to speak, but he felt something was missing, so he asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, is there a blackboard or whiteboard here that I can use to write? It would be best if there was also a microphone." Yes, please wait a moment." Fang Yin was stunned for a moment, then asked Fang Yi to go to the KTV room on the underground floor of the villa to get out a microphone, and then took them to a room, which was Chu Wenwen's classroom. Lin Yao had thoughtfully prepared a whiteboard and student desks and chairs for Chu Wenwen, and Shin Tong taught the little girl here every day. As he picked up the microphone, a familiar feeling instantly came to his heart, and a confident look appeared on Nie Xiao's face. "My first step to rule the world starts from here." Master, do you want me to help you prepare the sound system?" Fang Yi asked, raising his hand. Nie Xiao rolled his eyes at him without responding. The atmosphere had just come to his mind when it was disrupted by this ignorant young man. Then he closed his eyes, found the familiar feeling again, and began his speech to the 5 people below: Wu Shuyan, Fang Yin, Fang Yi, Chu Wenwen, and Xiaojuan. "Hello, everyone. My name is Nie Xiao. Some people once said I was a lunatic, some a liar, but more people chose to believe me, and their lives began to change dramatically. For example, I once used 4 words to cure a person's depression. It was a sunny afternoon, and my student Xiao Li came to me and said, 'Master, my wife always complains that I make too little money and don't take care of the family. She treats me coldly all day long. I feel depressed. What should I do?' After listening to it, I solved the problem with just 4 words. That is, change your wife. Understand the applause." Chapter 125, Master of Success. After Nie Xiao finished speaking, he began to shake his hips and twist his buttocks and started to clap magically. Xiaojuan, who was sitting below, also began to clap in the same posture. Fang Yi was infected and thought it was the master's funny opening remark, so he laughed out loud and applauded. Wu Shuyan and Fang Yin looked at each other and both had a bad feeling. This guy, could he be a liar? Master, please tell me what hidden dangers our base has, Wu Shuyan asked. Nie Xiao smiled confidently, took out a pen, and wrote 2 big words on the whiteboard. Success. Then he placed his pen in front of the whiteboard and asked, "What can you see?" Chu Wenwen raised her hand. "It's a pen." Xiao Huang raised his hand. "It's the word success." Nie Xiao took the pen away and pointed at the whiteboard. But what I saw was the entire whiteboard. So this is the pattern. Understand the applause. Chu Wenwen couldn't help but start clapping along with Xiao Huang. Then Nie Xiao said, "It is precisely because I saw the big picture that I made a net profit of 600 million last year." Understand the applause. Fang Ye's eyes widened, and he began to applaud involuntarily. I know a lot of entrepreneur friends, and they all have one thing in common, which is generosity. While we were eating at the restaurant, the waiter came over to serve the food. I snapped. "It's a 200,000 yuan tip." The waiter gave us a thumbs up. "Boss, you are so generous." I held up my friend's card and said, "This is great. Understand the applause." There was a steady applause from below. "It is precisely because of my generosity that I made a net profit of 2.6 billion last year." Understand the applause. At that time, a student asked me, "Master, you are so successful. Why do you still come out to give lectures?" I told my child, "Because I want to help others. People can only gain energy when they help others." Understand the applause. Later, someone asked me, "Master, what is energy?" I say, everything is energy. Food is energy, water is energy, money is energy, and pattern is energy. As long as we have energy, what can we do? It will succeed. Understand the applause. Seeing Fang Yi going crazy, Fang Yin interrupted Nie Zhao's passionate speech and asked, "Master, you still haven't told me what hidden dangers our base has." Nie Xiao was somewhat reluctant to be interrupted, but he still took out a pen and wrote on the whiteboard. "Okay, next, I will analyze the hidden dangers of your base from a professional perspective. First, the team leader lacks leadership. When I came in, I saw that there were always some idle people in the base, laughing and playing around, and some were just sitting there in a daze with nothing to do. What does this mean? It shows that the leaders of the base lack the necessary leadership and charisma. The team cannot be motivated, and the people are not united. Second, the team lacked vision. I heard on the way here that your base has good strength, but it has not competed for the title of the new king of Hushan district. This shows that the leadership of the base has no long-term planning for the future of the base. They only want to live in peace in a corner and are not prepared for future crises. Third, management is unclear. From what I can see, your base doesn't even have a clear leadership hierarchy. This kind of loose organization with unclear division of labor is not suitable for the future development of the base. Fourth, there are no decision-making meetings. I heard that now your base is basically a boss named Lin Yao who makes all the decisions. How can this be possible? The base is a collective. Although there is a boss, decision-making meetings are necessary. The era of one-man rule is long gone. Fifth, Nie Xiao proudly listed more than a dozen shortcomings of the Diazation base. Wu Shuyan and Fang Yin's faces turned pale as they listened. They could see that this liar must have asked someone about the situation at their base before coming, so he had some understanding of it. But not much. For example, he said that the base's security measures were not in place, which was ridiculous. The main gate was guarded by a level 6 psychic named Fang Yi, and the other back doors were also secretly watched by level 4 psychics. At least in the entire Zhonghan city, there was no such terrifying configuration. For example, regarding lack of leadership, in this base, no one does not believe in Lin Yao. In fact, in the eyes of many people, Lin Yao is a god. Those who are idle and dazed or playing around in the base are there because they have just finished a day's work of standing guard. There were too many points to complain about, and Fang Yin and Wu Shuyan were too lazy to complain. Seeing Fang Yi and Chu Wenwen listening intently, Wu Shuyan sneered and said, "Then according to what the master said, how should we correct these bases?" Mentioning the main point, Nie Xiao smiled confidently and winked at Xiaojuan, who quickly took out 3 books from his backpack. "These are the 3 books on my business success, namely, The Way of the King, The Merit of the King, and Energy of the Universe. Nie Xiao placed the 3 books on the table and said, "These 3 books are the result of my painstaking efforts before the end of the world. Many of my entrepreneur friends would read these 3 books repeatedly late at night. The book describes in detail the methods of business management and the way entrepreneurs can change their thinking. Although it is the end of the world, the management methods are universal. I believe that as long as your base buys these 3 books, let boss Lin Yao study them carefully. In the future, all the hidden dangers of your base will naturally disappear, and it will even be improved to a higher level." Wu Shuyan supported her chin without touching his book and continued to ask, "Then may I ask, how much are these 3 books?" After asking for the price, Nie Xiao immediately put on an air of a master and said, "It is the end of the world now, so money has naturally become useless waste paper. Since your energy is so compatible with mine, I will give you a 50 discount. Each book costs 10,000 crystals." 10,000. Wu Shuyan's eyes widened. "You liar, you dare to ask for such a high price." Nie Xiao smiled confidently. "They were supposed to be given to you for free, but they can bring energy to your base. And energy requires energy to exchange, and crystals are also energy. This is already a very cheap price. You have to know that before the end of the world, the starting price for listening to my courses and buy my books was 18 million. Wu Shuyan and Fong Yin took a deep breath at the same time. Is this how scammers make money? They run a clothing store, work hard, and worry all day long, but their net income is only a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 a year. How many years will it take to earn 18 million? It's too expensive. We can't afford it. Master, please go back." Wu Shuyan refused directly and started to drive people away. Chapter 126. What a liar. Nie Xiao was unmoved and continued his speech with a microphone. "Ms. Wu, don't be impatient. The ancients once said, 'Those who achieve great things don't get hung up on small details.' I've become friends with so many entrepreneurs, but I've never seen a stingy person achieve great things. I have never seen a generous person fall into poverty. Understand the applause." Seeing Chu Wenwen and Fong, you couldn't help but applaud. Wu Shuyan sneered disdainfully. "I want to see how you can fool people." Seeing Wu Shuyan's disbelief, Nie Xiao continued. "For example, last year I met the owner of a beauty salon. She told me that when she was traveling in Xia, she saw a mink coat and saw that it was priced at 180,000 yuan. She went to see it 3 times, but just couldn't bear to buy it. I told you to buy it quickly. If you don't buy it, your beauty salon will go bankrupt. Do you believe it? In the end, she didn't buy it, so the beauty salon closed down within 2 months. Some people ask why it closed down. Just imagine a woman who ran all the way to Xia just for that dress. Do you think she likes it? Then you must like it very much. But if you like it, why don't you buy it? It's because I value money more than my life, so I'm reluctant to spend it." So she was destroyed. The energy of money could not be exchanged for the energy of clothes. Her life was meaningless. I don't have the energy to do anything. If she is really an excellent woman, I don't care whether it is 180,000 or 1.8 million. If I like her, I will buy her, even if I hang her up or lose her. But once I found that feeling, my career exploded. It wasn't easy for me to earn 1.8 billion yuan. Understand the applause. Fong felt like he was going crazy. Oh my God. What the master said was too reasonable. Why didn't we meet the master earlier in the diazation base? He turned to Fong Yin and said, "Aunt, let's buy it. It's only 30,000 crystals. When we get back and my uncle finds out, he will definitely be very happy." Fong Yin slapped her on the head. "You idiot. You are so old and you still can't see that this is a liar? If you have the ability, then buy it. I will definitely not stop you." "Huh? But I think what he said makes sense." Fong Yi covered his head, not understanding why his aunt didn't believe him. Nie Xiao extended his hand and said, "Madam, what I teach you is the way to success. You may not believe it, but please don't talk nonsense. I am really not a liar." Wu Xian stood up and sneered. "Then please go to other places to teach and answer questions, master. We are all ordinary people and stupid people who can't understand. If we blame the master, it will be bad if it affects the master's absorption of energy. Xiaoya, show us out." "Wait a minute. I'm really not a liar. How can you believe me?" Nie Xiao was anxious. Why didn't his special ability work? After the apocalypse broke out, Nie Xiao awakened the ability of an orator. As long as he used his ability when giving a speech, he could easily influence the thinking of others. Xiaojuan in front of him was a good example. Why did I fail at the first stop here? How strong are the mental powers of these two women? How could they not be affected by me at all? See, a visitor out. This time, Wu Shuyan called out, and Fong Yi stood up hurriedly. Master, please go out. You guys, you are hopeless. Xiaojuan, let's go. Nixi was furious. He put away his book and walked out without looking back. After watching Fong Yi send Nye Xiao and the other two out, Wu Shuyan and Fong Yin looked at each other, shook their heads, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that even in the end times, there would still be such scammers. The world is so big, there are all kinds of things. Yeah, only a silly college student like Xiaoya would believe that. Wu Xian touched Chu Wenwen's little head and asked, Wenwen, you must not believe that uncle just now, he is a liar. Chu Wenwen scratched her head and said, I don't understand what he is saying. Then why are you clapping so enthusiastically? Wu Shuyan asked puzzledly. I just think that the way that uncle clapped his hands was so funny, and I couldn't help but want to learn from him, Chu Wenwen said with a smile. Ha! Our Wenwen is so smart, much better than my silly nephew. Fong Yin couldn't help laughing. Outside the base, Fong Yi waved goodbye to Nye Xiao respectfully. Master, take care. Nye Xiao twisted his steps proudly and left with Xiaojuan. Fong Yi took back his hand and couldn't help but sighed. What a pity! What a pity! Suddenly, Lin Yao's voice sounded behind him, and Fong Yi turned around hurriedly. Uncle is back. Then I saw that Lin Yao brought back a very beautiful woman in a white coat. I thought to myself, he is worthy of being my uncle. He brought back another beautiful woman. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, why doesn't anyone like me? I'm actually quite handsome, strong, and smart. Lin Yao nodded, looked at Nye Xiao, who had already walked away, and asked, What did you just say was a pity? Who were those two people? Fong Yi hurriedly explained. It's like this, uncle. These two people are masters. Unfortunately, my aunt and Aunt Wu said he was a liar and drove him away. Lin Yao rolled his eyes helplessly. He really wanted to meet Fong Ye's parents. There was no other reason. He just wanted to ask, how did you raise such a stupid son? Tang Xiaojuan at the side could not help but say, Nye Xiao. He was very popular on the internet for a while, but later I heard that his company went bankrupt. He is just a liar who cuts leaks. Huh? He's really a liar. Fong Yi couldn't help scratching his head. Did he really see it wrong? Tang Xiaojuan nodded. Absolutely true. Fong Yi let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I didn't buy his book. With my brilliant intelligence, I almost got fooled by him. Lin Yao patted Fong Ye's shoulder, not knowing what to say for a moment, and finally let out a long sigh. Uncle, what did you do today? Fong Yi asked Lin Yao without any intention of being a fool. Oh, bring back a doctor with healing skills, call her Sister Tang. Lin Yao pointed at Tang Xiaojuan. Wow, healing skills. Our base doesn't have such a power yet. Hello, Sister Tang. Fong Yi greeted her hurriedly. Tang Xiaojuan nodded politely and asked Lin Yao, Are you his uncle? How old are you? 25, Lin Yao said with a smile. Tang Xiaojuan asked nervously, So you have a wife? Fong Yi chimed in, Of course there is. My aunt is one. Not only that, my uncle has more than a dozen wives. Don't be afraid, Sister Tang. This is the end of the world. As long as you live a good life with my uncle will not treat you unfairly. Tang Xiaojuan suddenly felt extremely sad. The hero who came to save her actually had a family, and even more than a dozen. She couldn't accept it for a while. Lin Yao didn't notice her expression and said to Fong Yi, Don't talk nonsense. Miss Tang is not my woman. When your sister Yu Qian comes back later, remember to ask her to carve the words on the stone. Then he waved his hand, and a big stone appeared. Chapter 127, A Familiar Name. Fong Yi was extremely happy when he saw Lin Yao made a marble that was even bigger than the previous one. Ha ha ha, uncle is awesome. The sign of our diazation base is even more impressive now. Lin Yao took Tang Xiaojuan to the suburbs for most of the day and finally found suitable large stones, which were all stored by Lin Yao in the storage space. In order to prevent it from being smashed again by some ignorant person, Lin Yao specially collected several pieces. Before returning, he ran back to the hospital and took away all the usable equipment and medicines. Afterwards, Lin Yao asked Fong Yi to continue guarding the door and took Tang Xiaojuan back to the villa. The two pregnant women at home are still waiting for prenatal checkups with the obstetrician. In the afternoon, when Yu Qian and her friends came back after killing the zombies, they felt numb when they saw the marble at the door. Yu Qian reluctantly carved the 3 words, Bao Tin, on the marble again with a crystal knife and fled back to the villa. Inside the villa, although Tang Xiaojuan felt a little bitter, she quickly integrated into the atmosphere. After all, she was not yet Lin Yao's woman, and Wu Xuan and Fang Yin were very polite to her, serving her tea and water and asking about her health, fearing that the doctor they had finally found would run away. After the examination, Tang Xiaojuan sat in front of the computer and said with a smile, Sister Xuan's fetus has already given birth to a fetal heartbeat and fetal buds, and all indicators are normal. The baby is very healthy. Sister Fang Yin can't see it yet because it's still a short time, but don't worry, this is all normal. After hearing this, the two pregnant women and Lin Yao all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was a professional obstetrician. With her help, the two of them wouldn't have to worry all the time. Can you tell whether it's a boy or a girl? Wu Xuan asked in a low voice. Tang Xiaojuan shook her head. Not yet. We have to wait until the fetus grows a little bigger before we can see it. Lin Yao stepped forward and hugged their shoulders. It doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. As long as the child is healthy, I don't favor boys over girls. Wu Xian and Fang Yin both touched their bellies lovingly and leaned their heads on his shoulders. Today, Yu Qian and her friends killed zombies and helped Lin Yao gain 300,000 skill points and 1,200 tribute points. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 2,532. Defense, 2,530. Agility, 2,520. Spiritual power, 2,530. Charm value, 50. Skill points, 300,000. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 6, Virus Resistance level 6, Monster Upgrade level 6, Zombie Transformation level 6, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 6, All Things Retreat level 6, Mental Detection level 6, Immobilization level 6, Flying level 6, Toxin Immunity, Domination level 6. Items, Divine Magic Arrow, Storage Space, 62.5 million cubic meters. Lin Yao took a look at his personal panel. Now his attributes are simply explosively powerful. According to his calculations, Ordinary Strength System Level 1 doubles the physical fitness. Level 2 is 5 times. Level 3 is 10 times. Level 4 is 20 times. Level 5 is 50 times. And Level 6 is 100 times. I haven't seen a Level 7 one yet, but with his physical fitness improved by more than 500 times, he should be stronger than a Level 7 Strength one. But who would complain about being too strong? Lin Yao clenched his fists and began to think about which Imperial Concubine's card he should turn over tonight. On the street, Nie Xiao kicked the abandoned car next to him in anger, but his physical fitness was not strengthened, and the pain from the kick made him jump on the spot. Fuck. These blind women, if they don't buy my books, at least give me some food to eat. They are so fucking stingy. Nie Xiao Kerst. Xiaojuan at the side asked. Master, what should we do next? Nie Xiao rubbed his toes and sighed. Have you ever asked around if there are any larger bases nearby? Yes, there are, but why don't we find some small bases? Xiaojuan asked puzzledly. I figure out that the people in these small bases are too narrow-minded. They don't understand my ideas at all. They can only wait for death by guarding some crystals. I must find a big base. The bosses there have the vision and can understand my ideas. Nie Xiao summed up the experience of this failure. Xiaojuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Master, the one just mentioned is the only large base in the entire Hushan district. However, there's an overlord base in the nearby Hushan New District. Moreover, the official announcement was made today that this overlord base will be the leader base of Hushan New District in the future. Nie Xiao stroked his chin. Baowan, such a familiar name. Did they sell shampoo before? What's their boss name? Xiaojuan shook his head. No, it used to be the name of a decoration company. The current boss, that is, the former boss, is called Liu Batian. Liu Batian? This name looks familiar. No, it sounds familiar. Nie Xiao began to recall carefully. After a while, Nie Xiao clapped his hands happily. I remember now, Boss Liu Batian has attended my class before. Nie Xiao was extremely happy. With this relationship, his chances of success were great. Then, let's go to the Overlord base. But the journey is a bit far. It will probably be late at night if we walk there, Xiaojuan said bitterly. Then what are you waiting for? Find a usable car. Nie Xiao became more and more impatient the more he thought about it, and hurriedly urged Xiaojuan to find a car. Hard work pays off. Half an hour later, Xiaojuan finally found a van. Nie Xiao got in reluctantly and drove slowly towards the Overlord base. They drove until sunset before they arrived at the gate of Overlord base and were stopped. Nie Xiao got out of the car and said to the guards with a proud look on his face, Tell your boss Liu Batian that Nie Xiao is here to visit. The guard asked him to wait in confusion and hurried in to report. Inside the Overlord base, Lu Batian was trying hard to hold back his laughter as he listened to his men's reports. During the day, they collected more than 6,000 crystals from the small bases below, plus they obtained more than 2,000 crystals by killing zombies themselves. That day, the total amount of crystals harvested reached a terrifying 8,000. No wonder everyone wants to become the leader of a region. The number of crystals has increased several times, and no one can refuse. Except Lin Yao. After a while, the guard came running in to report. Boss, there's a guy named Nie Xiao outside who wants to see you. Nie Xiao. Lu Batian thought for a moment, then stood up in surprise. Quick, all the backbones, follow me to welcome Master Nie. After saying that, he ran out without stopping. Manager Luo? Who is this Master Nie? Why is the boss so excited? Manager Wang asked in a low voice in Luo Chang's ear. Luo Chang sighed. He's a master of success. When my boss opened a decoration company, he took me to listen to Master Nie's class. My boss was very convinced by him. Later, it happened that the market was good, and our decoration company made a lot of money. My boss thought that this was all due to listening to Master Nie's lectures. Chapter 128, this is the pattern. Manager Wang asked in confusion. Then isn't this a liar? Luo Chang said helplessly. Don't let the boss hear this. Just remember to applaud later. At the gate of Overlord Base, Nie Xiao saw Lu Batian running towards him with a look of surprise on his face, and he quickly put on the attitude of a master. Oh, it's really Master Nie. Long time no see. Please come in. Lu Batian hurriedly bowed to Nie Xiao. That's right. Boss Lu is really the one with a vision. Nie Xiao nodded secretly, turned around, and smiled at him. Boss Lu, oh no, I should call him Big Brother Lu now. How are you these days? Lu Batian smiled and patted his chest. Thanks to Master Nie, I have indeed made a lot of money since I listened to your class. My life is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's the end of the world now, and money has become waste paper. But I set up a base again. I didn't expect that after Master Nie came. Our crystal harvest today has increased several times. This shows that Master Nie is my lucky star. Master Nie, please come in and give us a few more lessons. Nie Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said, Hey, this is all because Mr. Lu has learned energy and pattern. Giving a lecture is not a problem. We meet again in the end times, which means it is fate. I will give you another class for free. Lu Batian clapped his hands and said, That's great. Come on, call all the key members to the conference room. Let's listen to the class first. Half an hour later, in the meeting room of Overlord Base, Nie Xiao's I understand and enthusiastic applause could be heard from time to time. The class lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening, when Nie Xiao ended up feeling dry-mouthed. He was hungry after a busy day. However, he was still very satisfied with the effect of this speech. The backbone of the entire Overlord base became his die-hard fans. At least that's what it looks like on the surface. Master Nie, I have asked people to prepare wine and food. Shall we eat first? Luo Chang came to Nie Xiao and asked in a low voice. Nie Xiao nodded modestly. Then it's worth the expense. Look, this is the pattern. That awesome base doesn't even want to spit, so the pattern can't be open at all. At the dinner table, apart from Nie Xiao, only Lu Batian and a few managers were present. Everyone else was ordered to go back and digest their energy. Lu Batian kept holding Nie Xiao's hand and said that he was his benefactor. After a while, everyone got drunk. Nie Xiao looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very excited on the inside. After the end of the world, he finally had a proper meal. Alas, Boss Lu is still a man of vision. Unlike the small base I visited today, those women actually said that I was a liar and had no vision at all. Nie Xiao was also drunk and began to complain about his experience during the day. Lu Batian's face turned red from drinking. He chewed his tongue and asked, Oh, are there people who are so ignorant? Master Nie, tell me, what are the names of those women? I want to see which base has such blind people. Nie Xiao took a sip of wine and recalled. One of them seemed to be called Fang Yin, and the other was called Wu Shuyan. When he heard Wu Shuyan's name, Luo Chang's hand, which was picking up food, paused and his eyes suddenly widened. No one noticed his abnormality. Lu Batian shook his head and asked, Wu Shuyan? I seem to have heard of her somewhere before. Which base is she from? The awesome base in Hushan district, Nie Xiao replied. Lu Batian tilted his head and thought for a while. I still haven't heard of it, but the Hushan district is full of small bases, and they are all women who are in charge. They are all long-haired and short-sighted. Master, don't worry about them. Come on, let's go for another one. Dry. Several people were drunk and dizzy, But Luo Chong was the only one who became more and more sober. Xiaojuan, so you are in Hushan district. Long time no see, how are you now? Luo Chong lowered his head and drank silently. After the banquet, Luo Chong staggered back to his residence. His son was already asleep in the room. His wife Li Fong saw that he had drunk too much and said with disgust, "You drank so much again. Don't come into the house tonight." Luo Chong sat down on the sofa and whispered, "It was Boss Lu who asked me to go with him. The base had a good harvest today, and another master came. Boss Lu was happy and forced us to drink." Hearing that it was Boss Lu who requested it, Li Fong was no longer angry. "Since it is Boss Lu who requested it, then forget it, but you will sleep on the floor tonight and don't even think about getting on the bed." Luo Chong said sadly, "Can you help me get some hangover medicine? My head hurts a bit." Li Fong remained unmoved and concentrated on cutting her nails. After a while, she said, "Can't you do it yourself? Don't you have arms and legs?" Okay, Luo Chong had no choice but to stand up, find a medicine to cure the disease, and swallow it. Then he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Li Fong is very beautiful. Even though she has given birth to a child, her looks are still there. The thing that Luo Chong was most grateful for back then was that he met Li Fong through Liu Beixian's introduction. Not long after they met, they confirmed their relationship, and not long after that, Li Fong became pregnant. As a last resort, Luo Chong divorced his then-wife, Wu Xiuyan. Because he and Wu Xiuyan had no children, he asked Liu Batian to help him find a reliable doctor for a physical examination. The final result was that Wu Xiuyan was infertile. Luo Chong, who wanted to have a child very much, decisively abandoned his original wife and got together with Li Fong. Luo Chong should have had a very happy life, as he could marry such a beautiful woman and have her pregnant with his own child. But the fact was not so. After the child was born, Li Fong's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees and became extremely cold. The naive Luo Chong thought it was postpartum syndrome and obeyed Li Fong in everything. However, several years have passed, and Li Fong's attitude towards him remains the same. In fact, the number of times they have slept together since they got together can be counted on one hand. So every time when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Luo Chong would think of Wu Xiuyan's kindness. Unfortunately, there's a song that goes, "Let the past go with the wind, let the wind go with the wind, let the wind go with the wind, let my heart follow you." Oh, after trimming her nails, Li Fong saw Luo Chong half asleep and asked softly, "Did Boss Lu drink too much? Please persuade him to drink less next time." After hearing this, Luo Chong immediately opened his eyes and said coldly, "What do you mean? Am I your husband, or is he your husband?" Li Fong stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about? Boss Lu, he has always taken good care of our family. Over the years, he has raised your salary and bought things for our son. Even when the end of the world came, he let our family join the base and made you a backbone of the base. What's wrong with me caring about our benefactor?" "Oomph. This is better." Luo Chong snorted coldly and closed his eyes to rest. "That's how it is. Why are you angry with me when you're drunk? You can sleep on the sofa tonight." Li Fong stood up and cursed, then turned around and went back to her room, closing the door heavily. Luo Chong opened his eyes again, looked at the ceiling with a sad face, and then made a decision in his heart. Chapter 129, Your Strength is Coming. The next morning, Luo Chong found Liu Batian and said, "Boss, I want to take a leave this morning and go out for a while." "Okay, remember to come back before noon." Liu Batian shook his head, which was still a little painful, and agreed without asking him what he was going to do. Luo Chong agreed and left the base alone. Liu Batian confirmed upstairs that Luo Chong had gone far away. A sneer appeared on his face, and then he put on his clothes and left the room. Boom, boom, boom. The door was opened, and Li Fong saw Liu Batian coming, and asked with a puzzled look, "Why are you here?" Liu Batian squeezed into the room with an evil smile on his face. Li Fong hurriedly stopped him. "Stop it. Be careful that Luo Chong sees it." "It's okay. He went out in the morning and won't be back for a while. Let me get intimate with him. I miss you so much," Liu Batian said as he moved his mouth closer. Li Fong had no choice but to lean forward and let him kiss her hard. "Huh? Uncle Liu is here." Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, and the two people hurriedly separated. The bedroom door was opened, and a little boy of 3 or 4 years old was standing at the door looking at them. Li Fong's face flashed with a hint of unnaturalness, but Liu Batian was not panicked at all. He walked over and hugged him with a smile. "Xiaoyu, do you miss Uncle Liu?" "I want to." "Did Uncle Liu bring any toys today?" Xiaoyu looked at him expectantly. Lu Batian took out a car toy from his arms and said, Xiaoyu, kiss your uncle and I'll give you this toy. Xiaoyu kissed him on the face. Lu Batian gave him the toy with a big laugh, then patted his head. Xiaoyu, go outside and play with your toys. I have something to discuss with your mother. Come back later. Okay. The child didn't know much and ran out of the door with his toys. There were only two of them in the room. Li Fong came over with a smile and said, Why don't you be more generous to your son? Bring some snacks next time. Okay, next time, definitely next time, Lu Batian said with an anxious look on his face. On the street, Luo Chong drove towards Hushan District with an expectant look on his face. Yesterday, he privately asked Xiaojuan about the location of the diazation base. Today, he was going to meet Wu Xiuyan. Xiuyan, here I come. I must take you back. Luo Chong is now a level 4 mutant. He rushed all the way. His desire to see his ex-wife made him not care about the official zombie king warning at all. He killed some blind zombies rushing out along the way. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at the diazation base. Seeing Fong Yi guarding the door, Luo Chong walked up to him politely and said, Little brother, is Ms. Wu Xiuyan here? Fong Yi looked at him in confusion. Yes, who are you? A smile appeared on Luo Chong's face. Could you please inform me? Just say it. Your strength is coming. What a mess. Wait a minute. I'll go in and ask. Fong Yi frowned, turned around, and walked into the base. Looking at Fong Ye's back, Luo Chong's face was full of anticipation. He straightened his clothes, combed his hair, and then stared in a daze at the big rock of the diazation base. Why did Xiuyan give the base such a vulgar name? Alas, I forgot to inquire about the situation of this base yesterday. I don't know whether Xiuyan is the boss or Fong Yin is the boss. But it's not a big problem. No matter what, I will take Xiuyan away today. Inside the villa, Lin Yao and Wu Xiuyan finished their breakfast and chatted quietly while supervising Chu Wanwan to do her homework. Aunt Wu, there's someone outside looking for you. He said something like, Your Chong is here. Fong Yi said directly as soon as he found them. Lin Yao was stunned. What the hell? A wall is coming? What wall? Then he turned on the mental detection and saw a middle-aged man staring at his big rock in a daze. Wu Xiuyan was also startled. Who? Fong Yi scratched his head and briefly described Luo Chong's appearance. Wu Xiuyan then frowned and said, Luo Chong? He's still alive? What's he doing here? Your ex-husband? Lin Yao asked. Wu Xiuyan sighed and said, It's him. Hey, that cuckold guy. Come on, let's go out and meet him. When Lin Yao heard that it was the boss lady's ex-husband, he instantly became excited. Is this not a good idea? Wu Xiuyan hesitated. Lin Yao waved his hand and said, What's wrong with this? Let me tell you, if your ex suddenly shows up, there are only two reasons. Either he wants to come and see if you're miserable, or he wants to win you back. If he wants to laugh at you, then I'll make him laugh. If he wants to win you back, then we will be the ones to laugh at him. I have to meet him no matter what. Okay, let's go out and meet him. Wu Xiuyan sighed and followed Lin Yao out of the base. When Luo Chong heard the footsteps, he quickly came out of his daze, looked towards the door, and was stunned for a moment. He saw a cold and tall beauty looking at him with a beautiful frown. Luo Chong felt as if he had found the feeling of being in love again. He stared at Wu Xiuyan infatuatedly, then moved and walked towards Wu Xiuyan. Good guy, didn't you see me? Lin Yao complained. Standing in front of Wu Xiuyan, Luo Chong suddenly felt nervous again and asked anxiously, Xiuyan, are you okay? I'm Fine. Why are you here? Wu Xiuyan asked calmly. Luo Chong said affectionately, Xiuyan, since we divorced, I have been thinking about you all the time. What happened back then was indeed my fault, and I regret it deeply. When I got the news yesterday, I couldn't help but want to come to you immediately, but I didn't understand until today. The only person I love deeply is you. Xiuyan, do you think we can go back? Sure. Wu Xiuyan pointed to the base gate behind her and said, I can go back now. You drove here, so you can go back now. Maybe you can even make it in time for lunch. Luo Chong was startled, then laughed and said, Xiuyan, you are still as sharp-tongued as before. As he was about to reach out to grab Wu Xiuyan, a strong hand grabbed his arm instead. Brother, can you really not see me? Lin Yao tried to hold back his laughter for a long time, but finally couldn't help but speak out. Luo Chong then noticed the young man next to Wu Xiuyan and asked with a frown, Who are you? Wu Xiuyan took the initiative to lean into Lin Yao's arms. My man. What? Luo Chong couldn't help but take a few steps back with an expression of disbelief. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Then he began to look at Lin Yao carefully. It must be said that Lin Yao's appearance was impeccable. He was 185 centimeters tall and had a fair and clean face. However, he did not have the sissy feeling of a puppy. Instead, he revealed a sense of confidence and sunny vigor. He is quite handsome, but being handsome is useless these days. Luo Chong muttered to himself, and then his confidence returned. Chapter 130, You Are Cheating on Lu Batian. Luo Chong straightened his sleeves. As a manager of a large decoration company for many years, he had the aura of a superior. Even in the end times, he was now the second in command of the leader's base in Hushan New District, and his status in the base was second only to Lu Batian. What's your name, young man? Luo Chong asked confidently. Lin Yao, the Twin Tree Forest, the Yao of Yao, Shun, and Yu. Luo Chong recalled silently, and then confirmed that this was a small scum who was not even on the top 10,000 list. He looked more confident. Lin Yao, let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Chong, and I am the second in command of the Overlord base. I guess you have often heard Xiaojuan mention me before. Lin Yao shook his head. To be honest, the boss lady never mentioned you in front of me. If Xiaojuan hadn't pestered the boss lady to gossip about you, I would have never heard of you. Boss lady? Xiaojuan. Luo Chong was puzzled. What kind of a dress was this? Who was Xiaojuan? Lin Yao touched his nose and smiled. Oh, Xiaojuan and I used to be shop assistants at Yu Yin men's clothing store. We were used to calling her the boss lady. Hearing that Lin Yao was Wu Shuiyan's former employee, Luo Chong looked down on him even more. He reached out and patted Lin Yao on the shoulder and said in an elder's tone, so that's how it is. Shuiyan was very good to you guys in the past. Didn't you know that the clothing store was opened by Shuiyan and I together? I know, but you're wrong about one thing. The boss lady was not very nice to me before. She always deducted my salary. She was very stingy. Lin Yao leaned over to complain. Wu Shuiyan couldn't help but pinch the flesh on his waist. Why are you still talking about the past? Okay, don't mention it. I was wrong. Lin Yao begged for mercy hurriedly. Luo Chong looked at the two flirting with each other. His face felt a little unnatural, but he still forced a smile. Shuiyan, it's been such a long time since we last met. Why don't you invite me in and have a seat? Wu Shuiyan wanted to refuse, but Lin Yao quickly reached out his hand. Oh, look at my brain. Please come in. Then he took Luo Chong back to the base villa. As soon as he entered the villa, Luo Chong was stunned. The whole villa was filled with a group of women, some reading on the sofa, some chatting, and some playing mahjong. It was very lively. In Luo Chong's opinion, every woman here is as beautiful as Wu Shuiyan, and some are even more beautiful than her. They are? Luo Chong asked. Lin Yao waved his hand and asked Luo Chong to sit down, then said with a smile, These are all my wives. They are so embarrassed to see the guests coming. Big brother, please forgive me. What? Luo Chong's eyes almost popped out. What magic did this pretty boy have that allowed him to attract so many beautiful women? These women are much more beautiful than his current wife Li Fang. Even in the entire Overlord base, there are no women as beautiful as them. Luo Chong guessed something at once. Shuiyan, were you forced by this guy? As long as you say yes, I will take you away now and no one can stop you. Luo Chong pointed at Lin Yao and turned to Wu Shuiyan and said. Wu Shuiyan laughed jokingly. Yes, he did force me. Unfortunately, now I am pregnant with his child. I can't leave. Luo Chong stood up immediately. Okay, it turned out to be forced. I will now. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Pregnant with his child? Wu Shuiyan sat on the sofa and touched her belly. Yeah, it's almost a month. Do you think it's fast? Luo Chong looked like he was struck by lightning. He stared with his eyes wide open and did not move. He even forgot to take the tea that Lin Yao handed to him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Chong shouted in disbelief. Didn't you check for infertility? How could you be pregnant? Wu Shuiyan propped up her chin and sneered. I have to ask you this. What kind of quack doctor did you find? Come on, big brother. Sit down and talk. Don't get excited. Lin Yao held back his laughter and placed the tea in front of Luo Chong. Luo Chong sat down in despair, muttering, It's impossible. It was the doctor that Boss Lu introduced to me. Boss Lu, Lin Yao keenly noticed the problem. Luo Chong slowly came back to his senses. He is the current boss of Overlord Base and the former boss of my company, Lu Batian. Lu Batian. Lin Yao muttered the name, and then said to Luo Chong, Big brother, how about you tell me everything about your divorce with the boss's wife? What do you mean? Boss Lu has been very kind to me. He would not deceive me about this matter. Luo Chong was very convinced of Lu Batian. Lin Yao smiled and said, We'll talk about whether I deceived you later. First, tell me what happened back then. Wu Shuyan also advised, speak up, or you will become a hater in vain. Luo Chong then recalled and said, that year, our company expanded its staff due to good profits. Lu Batian personally recruited a young financial girl named Li Fong. My job responsibilities have little to do with finance. At that time, because Shuyan's stomach had no reaction, I planned to go to the hospital to check the situation. I was discovered by Lu Batian by chance. He enthusiastically introduced me to a doctor who was an expert in gynecology. So I took Shuyan to check. On the day the results came out, the company happened to organize a team building. I saw in the report that Shuyan was infertile, and I felt very upset, so I drank a lot of wine. It just so happened that Lu Batian said he also knew the result and secretly introduced Li Fong to me. I felt bad at the time, and with the alcohol on my side, I told Li Fong. A few days later, Li Fong found out she was pregnant and forced me to divorce Shuyan. And I wanted a child so badly that I divorced Shuyan and married Li Fong. After saying this, Luo Chong still had a very painful look on his face, and he looked at Wu Shuyan with eyes full of guilt. Lin Yao suddenly realized, so that's it. Big brother, you are not being cuckolded. You are cuckolding Lu Batian. He said this while giving a thumbs up. What do you mean? Luo Chong frowned. The other women in the room also pricked up their ears secretly, looking interested. Lin Yao enthusiastically stroked Xiaozi, took a sip of water, and said, What if I were Lu Batian, I would find a mistress named Li Fong. I recruited Li Fong to my own company and had an underground office romance. But one day, Li Fong suddenly said she was pregnant. However, I couldn't be responsible. After all, I'm the boss of a big company. If the news of my subordinate's pregnancy spread, it would affect the company's image. By coincidence, I discovered that my right-hand man had no children, and he was wondering if there was something wrong with his wife. I don't know if there's a problem, but I have a way to make his wife have a problem. Chapter 131. Those in charge are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly. What exactly do you want to say? Luo Chong began to have a bad feeling in his mind. Don't be anxious. Just listen to me, Lin Yao continued. So, I found an opportunity and told my capable subordinate that I knew a doctor who could help the couple check up. The truth is, I am friends with that doctor, and I want whatever result my subordinate's report says. It's nothing more than a meal and some drinks. Finally, my subordinates received the report and were disheartened. I knew the opportunity had come, so I just found an excuse to organize a company team building. I took the opportunity to introduce my mistress to my subordinates and took advantage of the opportunity of drinking during the team building to make the two of them a fait accompli. This way, the secret office romance can continue. Secondly, my child won't be aborted, and my subordinates can help me raise the child wholeheartedly. Even though I'm cuckolded, it's still better than having a scandal in the company that affects the business. Big brother, do you think what I said makes sense? Luo Chong stood up with his eyes wide open and said firmly, Impossible. Lu Batian is definitely not such a person. Lin Yao pointed at Wu Shuyan's belly and said, Then how do you explain that the boss's wife was found to be infertile, but was pregnant with my child? Luo Chong was speechless. Lin Yao continued to add fuel to the fire. Big brother, think carefully. Has Lu Batian given you a promotion and a raise since you married Li Fong? Luo Chong nodded blankly. As soon as the child was born, was it Lu Batian who went to visit the mother and child immediately? Luo Chong nodded blankly. Is it that Li Fong has been particularly cold to you since the birth of the child? Luo Chong nodded blankly. Does Lu Batian often go to your house to see your son under the pretext of taking care of his subordinates? Luo Chong nodded blankly. Don't you think that your son and Lu Batian look a bit alike? Luo Chong did not nod this time, but fell into deep thought. Speaking of which, there are indeed some similarities between Xiaoyu and Lu Batian's eyebrows, but he never noticed any clues between Li Fong and Lu Batian. In addition, his son became more and more cute, so he slowly forgot about it. But thinking back on it now, it's terrifying. It turns out that Lu Batian had manipulated his entire life, and he had become the scapegoat. Looking at Luo Chong, who was stunned by Yama, Wu Shuyan sighed. Are Li Fong and your son still alive? He's still alive and now lives with me in the Overlord base. Luo Chong was so confused that he could only answer mechanically. Then go back and ask Li Fong. You have been deceived for several years, and you have the right to ask for the truth. Wu Shuyan helped to give advice. Lin Yao reached out to stop her, turned to Luo Chong and said, I think if you ask directly, Li Fong will definitely not tell the truth. Look, big brother, we have the hospital's testing equipment and professional gynecologists here. When you go back, take some of your son's hair and come to me to see the whole testing process with your own eyes. The results will be clear at a glance. What do you think? Luo Chong had lost his mind and stood up stupidly. Okay. When he reached the door, he barely came back to his senses and said to Wu Xian with a bitter face, Xuan, what happened back then? What happened in the past is in the past. I'm very happy now. Let's not mention it again. Wu Xian directly stopped his apology. Just be happy. Just be happy. Looking at Luo Chong's distraught back, Wu Xian sighed deeply. This guy's obviously a very smart person. How come he didn't notice anything for so long? He is the one who is in the dark. He is also a poor man. Lin Yao spread his hands. He's still pitiful, but I'm not pitiful. Wu Xian said speechlessly. Lin Yao smiled and whispered in her ear, I know you are pitiful. When the baby is born, I will take good care of you. Luo Chong left the Daization base, looked back at the base gate, and drove away silently. He had forgotten the purpose of his visit. While driving, he recalled Lin Yao's words over and over again in his mind. His emotions told him that Lin Yao's words were not credible, but his reason also told him that this was the truth. When Luo Chong's thoughts were in a mess, a level 2 zombie suddenly rushed out. Luo Chong was instantly ignited with anger and drove the car hard towards the zombie. After getting rid of the zombies, Luo Chong got out of the car and lit a cigarette. He was certain in his heart that he was being controlled by Lu Batian. After finishing the cigarette, Luo Chong's eyes were full of madness. Looking at the zombie corpse in front of him, he took out a machete, as if possessed by a ghost, cut off the zombie's arm with one stroke, wrapped it carefully in a bag, and hid it in the car, then drove to the Overlord base. When he returned to the Overlord base, Luo Chong looked back to normal. After returning home, Li Fong was sleeping with the door closed. She saw her son Xiaoyu playing with a new toy car. She pulled him into the bedroom and whispered, Xiaoyu, where did this car come from? Uncle Lu gave it to me this morning, Xiaoyu answered crisply. Luo Chong closed his eyes, then slowly opened them with a gentle smile on his face. So Uncle Lu gave you the toy and went back. Xiaoyu shook his head. No. Uncle Lu said he wanted to discuss something with my mother. They discussed it for a long time. I went out to find someone else to play with. Okay, Xiaoyu's a good boy, go play. Luo Chong took a deep look at his son, whom he had raised for several years. The more he looked, the more he thought he looked like Lu Batian. After Xiaoyu left, Luo Chong's eyes turned cold instantly. He took a deep breath and gently opened Li Fong's bedroom door. The sleeping Li Fong had changed into a set of pajamas. There was nothing unusual on the surface, but there was a strange smell in the air, which showed how fierce the previous battle was. Adulterer and whore. I hope you will die miserably. Luo Chong cursed fiercely in his heart, but he remained calm as he closed the door. After leaving home, Luo Chong found Lu Batian. At this time, Lu Batian was talking to Nie Xiao in a refreshed mood. Master Nie, don't worry. I don't have many crystals now. You can stay in my base for a few more days. I will have more crystals in a few days. Buy all these books and read them carefully. Lu Batian held Nie Xiao's hand and refused to let go. Nie Xiao looked impatient. But there are still many bases waiting for me. I can't stay here with you forever. Lu Batian pleaded. Master, please stay for a few more days. I will add 1,000 crystals to the price of each book. Do you think this is appropriate? Oh, okay. Then I'll stay for a few more days and give you more energy. Nie Xiao smiled in his heart, but his face still showed an expression of admiration. I was actually deceived by such an idiot for several years. Luo Chong couldn't help but curse Lu Batian and himself in his heart. Chapter 132. Turtle School Qigong and Water Dragon Bullet Technique. After the two of them finished chatting, Luo Chong stepped forward and said respectfully, Boss, I'm back. Lu Batian nodded. I'm back. Everything is fine, right? Luo Chong smiled and said, It's okay. After Nie Xiao left, Lu Batian whispered, It's good that you're all right. After collecting the crystals in the afternoon, come back and give them to me directly. At the meeting tonight, tell me that you didn't receive them. I have to keep some crystals to buy the master's book. No problem, boss. Luo Chong nodded and agreed, then hesitated for a while and said, Boss, I saw you brought a toy for Xiaoyu. You were so kind to my son. I don't know how to thank you. Lu Batian didn't look awkward at all. He waved his hand and said with a smile, You have been with me for so many years. Is it necessary to say all this given our relationship? Your son is my son. What's there to thank me for when I bring toys to my own son? Damn it, that's your son. Luo Chong smiled and said, that won't work. At least as Xiaoyu's father, I have to set a good example of repaying kindness. So, I'll ask Li Fong to prepare some good food tonight. Can you come to my house tonight and have a drink? Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Batian laughed. In the afternoon, because Yang Qing and Su Xiaoxiao's abilities had both been upgraded to level 3, Lin Yao opened up the 6th battlefield in advance and let them be responsible for killing zombies. During this period, some personnel from other small bases were absorbed by Lu Deshang, so the task of digging crystals in this battlefield was handed over to the Lu Dachong team. It just so happened that the 3 teams of Lu Dachong, Maple Leaf, and Rain Elephant in the base were each responsible for digging crystals in 2 battlefields, so no one would suffer any loss. Because Su Xiaoxiao has water-related abilities, Lin Yao specially opened up this battlefield next to the lake to make it convenient for her to draw water from anywhere to attack. Yang Qing's ability is more cool, and Lin Yao is personally helping her get familiar with it. Spread your legs first, bend your front leg slightly, and straighten your back leg. Yes, keep your knees down, otherwise your lower body will be unstable and you'll be easily injured when releasing your supernatural powers. Put your hands on your waist, don't put them together. Leave some space to accommodate the light waves. Yes, this is the position. When a light wave is formed, push forward with both hands together. Always shout when you push. Turtle, school, chi, gong. Why don't you shout? Yang Qing made a bitter face. This is too embarrassing. I can launch the light wave just by standing still. Lin Yao's face straightened. What do you know? This is how you should use your superpowers to look cool. But I think this is very, very childish, Yang Qing said with displeasure on his face. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Lin Yao had the aura of a domineering CEO. Just let it go. Believe me, many boys in our base are eager to have superpowers like you. If Yang Qing hadn't strongly refused, Lin Yao would have even planned to dye her hair yellow. With yellow hair and light waves, no one could defeat me. What a domineering scene. Otherwise, Lin Yao himself has too many skills and not enough skill points, so he must draw a skill like this from the system at least. Unfortunately, Yang Qing doesn't understand men's romance. Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Lin Yao turned his head and said, don't laugh anymore. When you create the water column later, remember to make a seal like this, like this, like this, like this. Shout again. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Su Xiaoxiao's smile froze, and she turned her head away proudly. I don't want it. Hey, you two are so disobedient. Be careful or I'll turn over your signs, Lin Yao threatened. Why are you all so troublesome? The 2 women were about to say something, but were suddenly startled. Because in the distance, the sound of footsteps had reached their ears. The zombies are coming. Remember to shout them out. Lin Yao patted their heads and stepped aside. The 2 women nervously looked at the zombies that were rushing towards them. Before, they were hiding in the dark and watching Lin Yao's other women killing zombies with their great powers. Now, when it was their turn to face it, they were still trembling with fear. Following Lin Yao's instructions, seeing that the zombies had already rushed into the encirclement, Su Xiaoxiao plucked up the courage to take the lead. She raised her hands, and the water in the lake began to churn. 2 thick columns of water rushed straight into the group of zombies. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The enormous force knocked the zombies to the ground, and many of them had their heads knocked off by the terrifying force. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao displaying her great power, Yang Qing was not to be outdone. He followed Lin Yao's teachings and shouted Kamehapa, shooting out light waves one after another, directly blasting the zombies' bodies to pieces. Very good, very good. The boy is teachable. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction from behind. Although the 2 girls were resistant verbally, their bodies were still very honest. Since you've been so well behaved, I'll turn over your cards tonight. There were more than 2,000 zombies coming, including a large number of level 2 zombies. The 2 level 3 psychics naturally couldn't deal with them, and they soon became exhausted. So Lin Yao let them rest first, took a step forward, and appeared in the center of the zombies. Corpse King's territory. Lin Yao's pupils flashed, and he transformed into a zombie king. The wild aura of the zombie king suppressed all the zombies present and made them unable to move. Then with a snap of fingers, all the zombies' heads exploded automatically and crystals scattered all over the ground. Wow, so powerful. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the zombie king Lin Yao in the center of the field with admiration. They had heard from Wu Shuyin and others that Lin Yao had a magic trick that could turn him into a zombie. Yang Qing also widened her eyes. After they entered the diazation base, they basically never saw Lin Yao take action. The time when Lin Yao killed Sun Jun, they were paralyzed in bed and unable to move. They could only hear about it from others. Lu Deshang on the side was also amazed. Brother Lin's methods were endless, and he had a new trick every time. The newcomers who had just joined the Braised Large Intestine team also witnessed the strength of their base boss at this time. Is this the strength of our base boss? Too terrifying. Oh my god, my pants are all wet. Boss Lin is so awesome. Killing thousands of zombies in one move. Our boss Lin is definitely the strongest in Central Seoul. TSK. Central Seoul? I can guarantee that boss Lin is the best in the country. Be bold, the strongest in the world. Lin Yao turned back into human form and exhaled lightly. When it comes to killing zombies, his Corpse King domain is more useful than his human domination domain because the domination domain consumes too much energy, especially mental power. With his current mental power, he can only sustain the domination domain for 10 minutes. There's no such concern in the Corpse King's territory, and it can be released continuously within the 10 hours of transformation. Of course, the power of the domination domain is much greater than that of the Corpse King domain, at least in terms of reversing life and death. No other skills can compare to it. Chapter 133, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. As the Lu Dachong team began to enter the battlefield to collect crystals, Lin Yao was also taking stock of today's gains. The zombies in the other 5 battlefields have also been killed, making a total of 6 battlefields. 12,000 level 1 zombies and 6,000 level 2 zombies have been killed. The skill points have increased by 360,000 in one wave, and the total skill points have reached 660,000, which is not far from 1 million. He gained a total of 1,600 attribute points, which he evenly divided into the 4 basic attributes, and the remaining attribute points were all added to charm. He might become more handsome again. How can others live with this? Lin Yao took out a mirror, looked at his changes, and muttered. Yang Qing and Su Xiaoxiao on the side also stared at him with green eyes, wishing they could eat him up on the spot. In the evening, after Lin Yao finished his meal, he couldn't wait to turn over the card, and Li Fong from the Overlord base also brought 4 dishes and a soup. Oh, sister-in-law, you are too polite. We are all family. Why do we need to prepare so many dishes? Lu Batian secretly winked at Li Fong and said with a smile. Li Fong blushed slightly, and she pulled up her hair beside her ears and said, Brother Lu, you have always taken care of our family. You are our benefactor. If it weren't for the current shortage of supplies, I would be embarrassed to take out this simple meal. Lu Batian laughed. Oh, it's the end of the world now. I wonder how many people can't eat these 4 dishes and 1 soup. Look at this fungus. It's black, but it's really tender. Delicious. As he spoke, he picked up the dishes and ate them with gusto. Luo Chong seemed to have not heard the meaning of driving in his words. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he took out a bottle of wine. Brother, let's make some of this tonight. Oh, mousy? This thing is rare. Where did you get it? Lu Baishan's eyes lit up. Ha ha, I got this by chance when I went out today. Come on, brothers, let's get drunk tonight. Luo Chong said as he opened the bottle cap and poured him some. Then he took out a cup, poured a glass, and placed it in front of Li Fong. Big brother is honoring me today. You should help me drink a little. Li Fong looked at him in surprise. In the past, Luo Chong never allowed her to drink, but she didn't think much about it and nodded obediently. After eating for a while, Li Fong picked up the wine glass and said, Come on, Brother Lu, my sister-in-law and my family have received your care. Let's have a drink. You're too polite, sister-in-law. We are a family, and it's my duty to take care of you. Lu Batian was obviously drunk and was starting to get distracted. Li Fong secretly glanced at Luo Chong, but Luo Chong was eating with his head down and didn't notice anything. The 2 men clinked their wine glasses, their fingers touched slightly, and then separated like lightning. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Fong and Lu Batian were so excited that they even played a game of rock, paper, scissors. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, Luo Chong handed Xiaoyu a can of drink. Xiaoyu quickly opened it and took a sip with satisfaction on his little face. Hey brother, Xiaoyu is still young, don't give him drinks. Lu Batian hurriedly stopped him. Luo Chong slammed the wine glass on the table, changed his previous smile, and said coldly, What? Do I need to report to you Would I give my son a drink? Or, is he your son? Lu Batian was suddenly stunned. It was the first time that Luo Chong spoke to him in this tone. Li Fong also hurriedly shouted, Luo Chong, you are drunk and talking nonsense. Brother Lu likes Xiaoyu and treats him as his own son. Why are you jealous? Really? If you treat Xiaoyu as your own son, then you can ride on Xiaoyu's biological mother. Luo Chong stared at her with burning eyes. What are you talking about? How can you say that to me? Li Fong was panicked, but her face still had an expression that said, You're wronging me. I'm so angry. Lu Batian also tried to smooth things over. Hey, brother and sister, what are you doing? Look, you scared Xiaoyu. As he said this, he hurriedly pulled Xiaoyu into his arms to comfort him. Luo Chong's anger, which had been suppressed for a day, finally erupted at this moment. He smashed the table with one palm and pointed at Lu Batian and asked, Lu Batian, stop pretending to be a caring uncle. I want to ask you, is Xiaoyu your son? Lu Batian, of course, refused to acknowledge him. Brother, what do you mean? Xiaoyu was born after Li Fong carried him for 10 months. What does it have to do with me? Luo Chong sneered. Yes, it's 10 months of pregnancy. Xiaoyu is 4 years old this year. Add the 10 months of pregnancy, Lu Batian. I have helped you raise your son for 5 years. Luo Chong roared out the last sentence. Lu Batian protected Xiaoyu behind him and said, Brother, you drank too much today. I won't bother with you for saying these nonsense. It's okay if you wrongly accuse me, but you wrongly accuse my sister-in-law. You must have an explanation for this matter. Li Fong also said with red eyes, Humph, I worked so hard to give you a son, and you just wrong me like this. My life is so miserable. Whoa. Luo Chong sneered as he watched the two of them singing the same tune and couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's amazing. You two adulterers are still quibbling after all this. Fine, I'll give you an explanation. Lu Batian, you were the one who arranged the doctor who examined my ex-wife. I want to ask you, did you ask him to tamper with the results of my ex-wife's examination? Lu Batian was shocked and wondered how Luo Chong knew about this. Just as he was about to explain, Luo Chong interrupted him. I know you won't admit it, so I won't pursue this matter. Let me ask you again, before you introduce Li Fong to me. Had you already made her pregnant? Let me ask you one last question. After I left this morning, did you two deliberately send Xiaoyu out to mess around in this house? Luo Chong asked 3 questions in a row, and Li Fong was completely panicked. How did you know? As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Li Fong immediately realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and hurriedly looked at Lu Batian for help. After the initial panic, Lu Batian finally understood that Luo Chong had known the truth for a long time, but had been holding it in until now. I just don't install it anymore. Yes, I tampered with your ex-wife's report. The one who is infertile is not her, but you. Li Fong is indeed my secret lover. I introduced her to you so that you could be my scapegoat and help me raise my son. We did send Xiaoyu away this morning to mess around on your big bed. Not just today, but also the day you two got married, the day your child was born, and many days in the past few years. We have been doing it. So, what are you going to do? Luo Chong's whole body was cold. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He looked up and laughed out loud. He had gone completely crazy. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Lu Batian, let me ask you, how did I offend you? Why do you treat me like this? Lu Batian sneered. No reason. Li Fong was pregnant at the time, and I was not only worried about the negative impact on the company, but also worried that my wife would make trouble in the company. You just happened to be there. If you want to blame someone, just blame your bad luck. Chapter 134, Crazy Luo Chong. Bad luck, bad luck, Luo Chong laughed at himself. Lu Batian, whatever you say is true. Your company is just starting out, and I'm here to help you stabilize the situation and expand your business. Later, the company's performance was not good, so I helped you negotiate business everywhere, and I got drunk every day and had stomach bleeding. You established your base in the last days, and I helped you manage it to its current size. In the end, you just dismissed me with a simple bad luck. Okay, I'm unlucky. Just consider it as bad luck. Since I have bad luck, you should be buried with me. Lu Batian had a bad feeling. What did you do? At the same time, Li Fong also noticed something was wrong. Xiaoyu, who was standing behind them, did not cry or scream. Instead, he began to feel dizzy, as if he was drunk, and a ferocious expression began to appear on his face. She hurriedly hugged him in her arms. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Lu Batian was also shocked. Xiaoyu was his son who came in his old age, and he valued him very much. He quickly turned around, and held Xiaoyu in his arms to check on him. Li Fong was completely panicked, pointing at Luo Chong and yelling, "You beast! Xiaoyu is your son. What did you do to him?" Luo Chong sneered coldly. "What? He's my son again? Ask Lu Batian if he agrees." Li Fong choked, but continued to scold. "Even if Xiaoyu is not your biological son, he has called you dad for so many years. Is your bloodline that important?" "Awesome, awesome. I can't even take your punch." Luo Chong laughed and even clapped his hands. "This is going to turn into a zombie." Lu Batian checked for a while, and his heart sank instantly. Sure enough, Xiaoyu's pupils had begun to turn white. His mouth opened wide, and he began to make the unique roar of zombies. Lu Batian threw Xiaoyu out. Li Fong screamed and ran over to pick up her son. "What are you doing? Let go quickly. Xiaoyu has turned into a zombie." Lu Batian shouted hurriedly. "No matter how important your son is, he is not as important as your own life." Li Fong was not happy at all. She hugged Xiaoyu tightly and cried, "You men are all bastards. You even cheated on your own sons." Ah! Before she could finish her words, Xiaoyu had already bit her neck. Blood was all over the ground. Lu Batian sighed heavily and was ready to kill the mother and son directly to prevent the entire base from suffering. "What's wrong? How could you even harm your own son and lover?" Luo Chong sneered, with no intention of running away. "Oomph. Once we've dealt with the two of them, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Lu Batian snorted coldly. The most urgent task now was to deal with the mother and son zombies first. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he found that he was feeling weak and had no strength at all. After a moment of trance, Lu Batian sat down on the ground, pointed at Luo Chong and asked, You poisoned the wine." Luo Chong was also feeling the effects of the drug, and he slowly sat down against the wall with a smile on his face. "Yes, the drink I gave Xiaoyu was a drink containing zombie poison. The liquor we three drank was poisonous." Lu Batian was completely panicked. Seeing that Li Fong was beginning to turn into a zombie, he kicked Xiaoyu away and pleaded with Luo Chong. Luo Chong, I am sorry for you. Please give me the antidote. I am a ruthless person. I will not die a good death. Give me the antidote quickly, please. I can't die yet. I have finally become the new king." "Luo Chong, I was wrong. Once the poison is removed, I will help you become the boss of the base. Okay? You want a woman? I will let all the women in the base sleep with you, okay?" Lu Batian cried and begged for mercy. He was really scared. Luo Chong smiled and shook his head slowly. "There is no antidote. Even if there is, I can't give it to you, Lu Batian. See you in our region." Luo Chong yelled the last sentence. Then he threw his head back and started laughing. Lu Batian wanted to beg for mercy, but he saw Xiaoyu walking towards him with his teeth bared. He was so exhausted that he shouted, "Xiaoyu, I'm Uncle Lu, no. I'm your father. Don't come over here. Don't come over here, help." However, no one heard it. Several residents of the base nearby had been sent away by Luo Chong with excuses in advance. Lu Batian could only watch in despair as his own son opened his mouth wide and bit his neck hard. At the same time, Li Fong also completely turned into a zombie and pounced towards the shouting Lu Batian. Luo Chong sneered at Lu Batian's death at the hands of his son and lover. He felt his depression disappear a lot and laughed out loud towards the sky. Influenced by the laughter, Li Fong and Xiaoyu turned their gaze towards him and leaped over with all their might. "Ha ha! Let's continue settling our scores on the road to the underworld." Luo Chong had already prepared himself to die together with them, allowing the two of them to bite his neck. Feeling his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, his body slowly lost consciousness, Luo Chong fell to the ground and finally murmured, "Xuan, I'm sorry." Unfortunately, no one can hear it anymore. The entire Overlord base doesn't know yet that their base boss and second in command have both turned into zombies, and they are level 4 zombie kings. When Luo Chong made this plan, he had no intention of letting these people in the Overlord base go. Ever since the Overlord base became the leader's base, under the influence of Lu Batian, there have been countless acts of bullying, arson, murder, looting, and torture in the base. Even if there were a small number of innocent people, Luo Chong could not care less. He let himself and the entire Overlord base be buried with Lu Batian. His actions were truly crazy. Roar! After a while, the zombie kings transformed by Luo Chong and Lu Batian began to roar to the sky. The doors and windows in the house could not stop the level 4 zombie king at all. The two zombie kings leaped into the base like wolves into a flock of sheep. The entire Overlord base fell into chaos in an instant. Oh my god, this is, this is a level 4 Corpse King. Why did the Corpse King come to our base? Go find a boss. No, that seems to be our boss. It's over. It's over. The boss is turned into a zombie king. Run. In a room, Nie Xiao was undergoing speech training. A person is not born in order. Nie Xiao's current eloquence is inseparable from private training. Xiaojuan was concentrating in front of the audience, and every time Nie Xiao understood the applause, he cooperated very well. Hearing the noise outside, Nie Xiao paused, hesitated for a moment, and said to Xiaojuan, Xiaojuan, go out and see what they are arguing about. Chapter 135 Boss Lin, please show mercy. Xiaojuan nodded and was about to open the door, but saw the door was kicked open. A group of zombies saw them and instantly grinned. Oh my god! Xiaojuan was so scared that he collapsed on the ground and forgot to run away. Nie Xiao was also stunned, holding the microphone for a moment, at a loss. Roar! The zombies wouldn't play martial arts to them and split into 2 parts and bit them. Master! Master, save me. I don't want to die yet. Xiaojuan crawled towards Nie Xiao for help. However, Nie Xiao himself could not protect himself. Seeing the zombies rushing over, he shouted, understand the applause. Suddenly, the zombies rushing over were affected by his special powers and began to stop and applaud. I am indeed a natural orator. Nie Xiao felt extremely proud upon seeing this. Understand the applause. Understand the applause. Understand the applause. Every time Nie Xiao shouted, the zombies would stop and applaud, but it would only last for a dozen seconds before the zombies rushed towards him again, so he could only shout over and over again. Xiaojuan had been overwhelmed by the zombie swarm and could not be saved. Nie Xiao gritted his teeth and prepared to sneak away. Roar! Suddenly, a louder roar was heard, and a level 4 zombie king leaped up and came in front of all the zombies. Nie Xiao was frightened, and when he saw clearly that the Corpse King was Lu Batian, he was so terrified that he almost wet his pants. Understand the applause. Seeing Lu Batian rushing towards him, Nie Xiao shouted hurriedly. However, his ability was not enough to control the level 4 Corpse King, and he couldn't even have a simple influence on it. Lu Batian's figure flashed, and he rushed in front of Nie Xiao, opened his bloody mouth, and bit him hard. Understand? Pump. Before he could finish his words, Lu Batian bit through his trachea. Nie Xiao could only cover his throat unwillingly. He fell heavily to the ground, and his whole body began to twitch. Roar! Countless living people were bitten and turned into zombies, and the entire Overlord base was transformed into a living hell. Official organization, Deacon 2, who got the news in the middle of the night, jump high. What? The entire Overlord base was bitten by zombies. Is the base completely destroyed? The subordinates answered terrified. Yes. And we saw from afar that even the boss of the base, Lu Batian, was transformed into a zombie king. None of the backbone masters of the entire Bawang base were spared. Deacon 2 couldn't help but cover his head, suffering from a terrible headache. After a while, Deacon 2 shouted, go check. Where did these zombies come from? Did the zombie king from Hushan district cross the border? After his men left, the shadow steward beside him suddenly whispered, could it be Lin Yao who did it? Deacon 2 paused and said slowly, it should be impossible. I haven't heard that Lu Batian and Lin Yao have any intersection, but I have already started to wonder in my heart whether it is really related to Lin Yao. Alas, you finally understand my helplessness. 2 leaders in the area I was responsible for were killed in succession. That feeling is really not good. Deacon Shadow sighed and patted Deacon 2 on the shoulder. The next morning, Lin Yao heard the news reported by Fang Yi. What? That's impossible. Lin Yao was certain that the zombie invasion of the Overlord base had nothing to do with him, and he had never let Su Qingyan leave at will. Fang Yi scratched his head. No one knows about this matter. Even the authorities have sent people to investigate. Never mind him. This matter has nothing to do with us. Just go about your business. Lin Yao waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. But after breakfast, Fang Yi came over again and said that the official Deacon 2 and Deaconing wanted to see him. They are here again? It doesn't really have anything to do with me, does it? Lin Yao scratched his head and asked Fang Yi to bring them in. In the reception room, Lin Yao crossed her legs and enjoyed Wei Liqing's head massage. This woman was jealous because she didn't take her to kill zombies yesterday. Lin Yao, I can jump up and throw the zombies out to kill them, Wei Liqing said coquettishly. That scene is so beautiful. I dare not look at it. Lin Yao couldn't help but want to laugh. Wei Liqing wanted to say more, But Lin Yao stopped her. Okay, I'll take you there this afternoon. Go back to your room and rest first. There are guests coming. Wei Liqing nodded obediently and went back to her room with a happy face. Deacon 2 and Deaconing looked miserable when they saw Lin Yao. Boss Lin, please have mercy on them and spare them. Lin Yao was stunned. What are you talking about? 2 and Ing looked at each other, and Deacon 2 asked tentatively. Last night, the Overlord base was attacked by zombies, and the entire base became a zombie base. Do you know about this? Lin Yao nodded. I know. Does this matter have anything to do with me? Deacon 2 sighed. Yesterday, Luo Chong, the second in command of the Overlord base, came to your place. Some survivors of the base discovered that Luo Chong took Lu Batian to his home last night, and then there was a quarrel. Shadow Deacon continued. According to the survivors, the first 2 zombie kings that appeared in the Overlord base were Lu Batian and Luo Chong. These 2 level 4 psychics turned into zombie kings, and there was no opponent in the entire base that could match them. So, we suspect that this matter has something to do with you. Lin Yao was stunned for a moment, then sighed. If you put it that way, it may have something to do with me, but not much. What do you mean? Deacon 2 asked hurriedly. Lin Yao spread his hands and told Luo Chong what he had talked about when he entered the dialization base yesterday. Finally, he sighed heavily and said, Oh, I didn't expect Big Brother to be so impatient. I just asked him to take some hair. He just took his life directly. I guess he must have discovered something after returning, such as evidence of Lu Batian and Li Fang's affair. Then he got so angry that he lost his mind and ended up destroying everything. I say you two should analyze this matter yourselves. I just want Big Brother to stop raising other people's sons for no apparent reason. Who knew Big Brother would be so fierce and destroy the base directly? Deacon 2 and Deaconing looked at each other again and were convinced in their hearts that the situation was indeed as Lin Yao said. The survivors also said that the quarrel between Lu Batian and Luo Chong seemed to be related to an affair or their son. They have been hiding on Earth for many years, so they naturally know how insane it is for a man to be cuckolded. So to be honest, this matter really has nothing to do with Lin Yao. Bullshit. Deacon 2 said with a bitter face. We already know the matter. This matter really has little to do with Boss Lin. It's just, can you please try not to contact people from other district leader bases in the future? Shadow Deacon also nodded. Yes. In front of us are the Golden Lion and the Roaring Tiger, and behind us are the Heavenly King and the Overlord. These 4 consecutive boss bases have been destroyed, and they are all related to you. Boss Lin, it's not easy for us to train a new king. Please be kind and understand us. Chapter 136, a level 5 psychic appears. Lin Yao squinted at them and said, Don't talk nonsense. Among these 4, I only admit that I killed Kuang Shao. The others have nothing to do with me. Deaconing nodded hurriedly. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. When we go back, we must warn other districts not to come to Hushan District unless necessary. They were really scared. That's your business. As long as no one comes to bother me, I'm too lazy to cause trouble to others. Lin Yao waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. After they left, Lin Yao stood up and disappeared. I have to bring new learning equipment and learning materials to the zombie wives. Learning is a lifelong thing, and we must never stop. In addition to the study materials, Lin Yao also made a detour to the Overlord base and got all the Corpse King crystals there. They were just there anyway, so why not waste them? After swallowing the crystal, except for Su Qingyan, Wang Jialing, who were close to level 6, and Hu Xiaoling, who reached level 5 Zombie King, the other female zombie wives were at least level 4. At 10 a.m., China Seoul officially released 3 announcements. 1. Last night, the Overlord base was attacked by zombies. The Overlord of Hushan New District, Lu Batian, unfortunately died and turned into a zombie king. Please ask other bases in the area to stay away from this place. 2. After official consultation, the Hushan New District will no longer establish a leader base, and the reason is the same as that of the Hushan District. 3. According to official investigation, the Zombie King in Hushan District has a tendency to advance. We warn the survivors in other areas not to enter Hushan District for any reason. Remember, the official even marked the last point in big red letters because they were worried that someone would enter Hushan District without knowing the consequences. Once they offended Lin Yao, the core members would be wiped out at best, and the entire base would be destroyed at worst. In any case, no one would have a good ending. As soon as the announcement came out, the entire Central Seoul City was in an uproar. Another leader's base has been attacked by zombies. How are we going to live in the future? I have noticed something unusual. Think about it. During this period of time, the zombies have only attacked the leader bases, such as the Golden Lion, Howling, Heavenly King, and Overlord. On the contrary, it is rare to hear of other small bases being completely destroyed by zombies. Even if there are any, it is purely because the strength of the bases is too weak. You mean, this was a premeditated incident? Yes, I suspect. After the Corpse King was promoted to level 4 or 5, he already possessed intelligence that was no less than that of humans. He knew which base posed the greatest threat to him, so he attacked the leader's base first. It's really scary when you think about it. All the backbones, listen up. Once you go down, supervise the little guys below. They're not allowed to get close to the Lake Mountain area, let alone the Overlord base. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the base. Boss, there's so many zombie kings in the Overlord base. If we can get them all, you can reach level 5 in no time. You're fired. Come on, throw him out. From now on, if anyone dares to approach our base, he will be killed without mercy. Boss, I just said that, boss, don't fire me. Humph, you want to instigate me to die? No way. Why doesn't the Hushan New District set up a leader base? If so, won't we be like those bases in Hushan District, where no one is in charge? In my opinion, the authorities are afraid. In the past few days, our Hushan New District has been just like Hushan District before. The old king and the new king have been killed one after another. It's like they're possessed by evil spirits. What? The authorities are starting to believe this too. I have to believe it. The entire Central Seoul City was plunged into a haze because of the official announcement. Everyone had finally gotten everything back on track, but the leaders' bases were destroyed one after another, and everyone was in a panic for a while. Especially those leader bases in other areas, whether they're confident or not, all adhere to the principle of developing slowly and not recklessly. Of course, this haze only lasted for 2 hours, and at 12 noon, there was a turn for the better. In the official building, Deacon Yi led a middle-aged man into the building, attracting all kinds of attention along the way. Isn't that the leader of Gwangan District and the boss of King Base, Wang Fan? Yes, it's him, the 5th strongest person in Xiaojuan City. Look at the direction they are heading. Is Deacon Yi taking him to the challenge room? It should be. What do you mean? Is Boss King planning to refresh his own challenge record? Sprint for the rankings? Isprinchi hunking. Any idea? You're new here, so you don't understand. The authorities have collected blood from every registered psychic, and through advanced instruments, they can constantly detect changes in the strength of each psychic. However, the authorities have specifically stated that if the top 100 psychics want to improve their rankings, they must come back to the authorities and enter the challenge room to break records. I have learned it. May I ask this master, what is your ranking? I don't deserve to be the boss. I'm just an average 500 plus. I'm new here, how many are you? Oh, I'm over 400. Oh. In front of the challenge room, Deacon Yi opened the door. Go in, just do your best. Wang Fan bowed to him and stepped into the challenge room with confidence. An hour later, intelligence personnel from all parties surrounding the large electronic screen at the entrance of the official building were instantly shocked. It's rising. It's rising. Oh my God. Boss Wang Fan jumped from 5th to 1st in Central Seoul City. Oh my God. Did you see the message behind Boss Wang Fan? Level 5. Level 5 psychic. I was wondering why Boss Wang Fan was so confident that he suddenly came here to refresh his ranking. It turns out that he had quietly reached level 5. This is a major incident. This matter must be reported back to the base immediately. The news that Wang Fan had reached level 5 and became number 1 in Zhonghan City instantly spread throughout the city, and the haze shrouded by the news of the Corpse King was instantly swept away. Finally, a strong man who can suppress the Corpse King has appeared in our Zhonghan City. Yes, every time I heard the official announcement of a level 4 Corpse King, I always felt a heavy burden in my heart. Now, I feel relieved. I don't know what Boss Wang Fan will do next. Will he continue to expand the power of the base, or will he show his power to other bases? Who knows? We don't need to rush these things. There are many people who are in a hurry. Who is it? Of course, it's the former number 1 in Zhonghan City, the boss of Linhai District, the leader of Filong Base, Li Filong. Inside the King Base, Wang Fan returned with a confident smile on his face, and what greeted him was the entire base's decorations and carnival. With a leisurely pace, Wang Fan came to the meeting room, and the first thing he did was to call a meeting of the key members. Chapter 137. The number one in Seoul is a coward. After all the backbones arrived, Wang Fan suppressed their excitement and spoke slowly. Everyone, I'm very grateful for your support. I, Wang, cannot achieve what I have today without your support. Our king base has become a number one in Central Seoul. The official Yi Deacon is very happy and has given our base a lot of policy support. I will talk about this later. What I want to talk about now is the future strategic development direction of our king base. First, after I reach level 5, the people who will be the first to be dissatisfied will definitely be the people from Phylong base. In the past, we were bullied by them because we are adjacent to the Linhai district. But from today on, we don't have to be afraid of them anymore. I declare that the crystal collection team, led by Zhang Tangzhu, will start collecting the crystals from the bases that span the 2 districts from today. If they run into people from Phylong base, don't be polite and beat them up. Second, the proportion of crystals that each small base must hand and must be increased. I felt it after I reached level 5. If I want to reach level 6, the amount of crystals required will be very, very huge. In order to maintain our base's top position, I hereby announce that the crystals that each small base must hand in will be increased from 200 to 300 per day. Third, Wang Fan was talking eloquently at the main seat, and all the key members below were looking at him with admiration, except for 2 young men who didn't seem to care much. One of the young men with blonde hair whispered to the young man with colorful hair, "Hey, Wang Feng, your father is now the number 1 in Central Seoul City, so he doesn't plan to kill those level 4 corpse kings." Wang Feng leaned back in his chair and said disdainfully, "TSK, I asked him yesterday when he reached level 5. Zhang Lin, guess what he said?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Lin asked expectantly. Wang Feng secretly glanced at Wang Fan and found that he was concentrating on talking and didn't notice him. So he leaned over and whispered. He said that the level 4 corpse king is very scary, and he is not sure he can kill it without getting hurt. "Tell me, is he a coward?" Zhang Lin covered his mouth and laughed secretly. "Is it appropriate for you to say that about your father?" "TSK, I've already reached level 5, but I'm still a coward. If he hadn't stopped me from going out all day, I would have gotten the level 4 corpse king crystal long ago." Wang Feng was dismissive of Wang Fan's caution. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes and said, "Wang Feng, I also reached level 4 last night. How about we sneak over to the Overlord base to take a look?" Wang Feng's eyes lit up. "Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. What are you two whispering about?" Wang Fan frowned and stared at his son. Wang Feng tilted his head. "Nothing." Wang Fan was furious, but since this was his own son, he couldn't scold him in front of everyone. He glared at him and continued to announce his strategic arrangements. After the meeting, Wang Feng ran to Wang Fan and said, "Old man, Zhang Lin and I are going out for a while." Wang Fan frowned. "What are you going to do? It's dangerous outside now." Okay. Aren't you tired of talking about this all day long? I'm not a child anymore. Zhang Lin also reached level 4 last night. We 2 level 4 psychics are just strolling around Guang'an district. What can happen?" Wang Feng looked impatient. "Okay, then you guys go for a walk, but be careful not to cause trouble," Wang Fan said helplessly, but before he could finish his words, Wang Feng had already run away. Zhang Tangzhu came over and whispered, "Don't worry, boss. My kid did reach level 4 last night. Even if something goes wrong, it will be no problem to escape with Master Wang." Wang Fan sighed heavily. If Xiao Lin hadn't been with him, I wouldn't have dared to let him go out. Outside the king base, a flashy yellow Ferrari roared into the street. "Oh, I'm finally out." Wang Feng raised his hands and shouted happily. Zhang Lin also looked excited. "Haha, Wang Feng, where are we going first?" Wang Feng thought for a while and said, "We're driving this car. The old man will definitely send someone to follow us. You drive around Guang'an district first. We will find a chance to abandon the car." I like this car very much." Zhang Lin was a little reluctant. "TSK, there's so many cars on the street. You could drive whichever one you want. If not, we can go to other bases. Even though I am a coward, my reputation still works," said Wang Feng with disdain. "That makes sense." Zhang Lin was shocked and stepped on the accelerator even deeper. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the 2 of them secretly arrived outside the gate of the Overlord base. Where are the zombies? Where's the zombie king?" Zhang Lin asked puzzledly as he looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground. Wang Feng had a bad feeling in his heart and said hurriedly, Let's go in and take a look." After saying that, he rushed into the gate of the Overlord base first, and Zhang Lin hurriedly followed. Wang Feng looked at Liu Beishan's body and couldn't help cursing. Damn it, someone got there first. Zhang Lin was also a little surprised. Besides your father, who else in Zhonghan City has the ability to kill so many level 4 corpse kings? Just now, the two of them have seen the corpses of many level 4 zombie kings. Wang Feng spat. Who knows? In my opinion, the authorities are just trying to scare the old man. How can a level 4 corpse king be that powerful? He must have been killed by other level 4 psychics, and his crystals dug out. Then our trip was in vain, Zhang Lin sighed. Damn it, I finally came out here, but got nothing. I'm so pissed off. Wang Feng was so angry that he kicked Liu Baishan's body hard and walked out. After walking out of the base gate and getting into the car, Zhang Lin asked, "Shall we go back now?" Wang Feng became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He shook his head and said, "What the hell? Isn't there a level 4 corpse king in Hushan district? Let's go to Hushan district and try our luck." Okay, Zhang Lin agreed after thinking about it. After all, it wouldn't be dark after driving around Hushan district for an hour or so before returning, so they still had time. The car began to drive slowly towards the Hushan area. Linhai District Feilong Base. Li Feilong was walking around the house anxiously. The news that Wang Fan surpassed him to become the #1 in Zhonghan City shocked him the most. Although he is not far from becoming a level 5 psychic, it will still take a few days. Moreover, Wang Fan will not wait for him during these days. Even if he reaches level 5, he will still lag behind Wang Fan. As if it were raining, a man came to report. "Your Majesty, when we were collecting crystals today, some of our bases were taken away by the king base first. We suffered heavy losses." "What?" Li Feilong paused, then said angrily. "Damn it, damn Wang Fan. You can't wait to suppress me on the first day of your promotion, right? Do you really think my flying dragon base is made of mud? Pass the order down. The crystal collection team will continue to collect crystals according to the original plan. If they come into conflict with the people from King Base, don't be polite. I want to see if Wang Fan dares to go to war with me." Chapter 138: The Naughty Kid Scares People. In Hushan District, the Diazation base was engaged in the daily work of killing zombies, and Lin Yao continued to stand guard at the 6th battlefield. In addition to Yang Qing and Su Xiaoxiao from yesterday, Lin Yao called Wei Liqing and Qian Yuran. These 4 new women, who currently have only level 3 superpowers, are in charge of the 6th battlefield. With the addition of a controlling psychic like Qian Yuran, it was indeed much easier for the other 3 women to kill zombies. Lin Yao nodded as he watched from behind. With 4 women performing a great show, the more than 2,000 zombies in front of them were no longer a threat. Besides, there was Lu Deshang, a level 6 psychic, nearby to help watch over him. So Lin Yao felt relieved and just left everything to chance and ran home in a flash. Yeah, we can finally be responsible for a battlefield alone. After killing the zombies, Su Xiaoxiao, who was exhausted and out of breath, jumped up happily. The other 3 women also showed joy on their faces. Lin Yao's other women were capable of taking charge of a battlefield alone, but the newcomers could only hide and watch. Now that the 4 of them can kill so many zombies, it is already a milestone progress. Not far from the battlefield, Wang Feng and Zhang Lin hid aside and were secretly amazed. They witnessed the second half of the battle here and watched the 4 beautiful sisters on the field cooperate with each other and kill so many zombies. Can zombies be killed like this? Zhang Lin scratched his head. This is the first time I've seen this. These zombies are so obedient. They all came in here at once. Wang Feng was also somewhat surprised. In fact, any large base facing such a scene has the ability to kill these zombies, but this is not really difficult. The difficulty lies in attracting a certain number of zombies. It's not like other bases haven't thought of this approach, but either they have to use living people to attract zombies, or they run the risk of being eaten by the zombie horde. Or it's because the noise that attracted the zombies was too great. Maybe they wanted to attract 1,000 zombies, but when they ran all the way down, they found that the number had increased to 10,000 or even more. As a last resort, the various bases had to give up this idea and adopt the most primitive guerrilla tactics. The reason why there are 2,000 to 3,000 zombies in every battlefield of the Diazation base, no more, no less, is because Su Qingyan and other Zombie King wives of Lin Yao are responsible for guiding and managing them. This is exactly what other bases cannot do or think of. Back to the scene. Wang Feng looked with some envy as a tall, middle-aged man led a team of people into the battlefield and started digging crystals. They're so envious of me. No, I have to cause some trouble for them. Wang Feng rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. At the edge of the battlefield, four exhausted women were sitting together chatting, waiting for the braised large intestines team to dig up the crystals. Xiao is the youngest among us, but I didn't expect she has the best figure. Hey, Sister Yuran, stop making fun of me. I've secretly looked at it, and Sister Lu Yan's is the best. Really? Isn't it because of Lu Yan's supernatural powers? No, she's already big, but I think I'll grow bigger. Ha ha. The little girl has revealed her foxtail. No, no. When the girls were making fun of Su Xiao, Qin Yuran suddenly seemed to see something out of the corner of her eye. When she turned her head and took a closer look, her eyes widened instantly. Level 3. Level 3 Corpse King, Qin Yuran said with some trembling. The other three women asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Then they followed Qin Yuran's gaze and were stunned for a moment. Not far away, a zombie with green pupils was staring at them. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the zombie king was smiling at them. They all remembered Lin Yao's words clearly. After the zombies reach level 3, under the same conditions, the zombie king is much stronger than the psychics. So once they encounter a level 3 zombie king, they must not think about fighting, just run away. Ah! Several women screamed and started to run away. Wei Liqing shouted as she ran. "Inghan, help get through to Lin Yao. A corpse king has appeared here." In a building far away, Wang Feng and Zhang Lin were laughing secretly as they watched several women running for their lives on the field. "Ha ha ha, it's worthy of you, Wang Feng. You are getting more and more adept at controlling zombies," Zhang Lin complimented. Wang Feng was extremely proud. "That's right, but we are also lucky. We actually happened to find a level 3 corpse king. It's just right. Let's scare them for fun." Zhang Lin laughed and said, "These women run pretty fast. What if they catch up with us? What can we do? If they are caught, just consider it as their bad luck," Wang Feng said nonchalantly, not caring about other people's lives at all. Su Xiao ran the slowest because the huge thunder on her chest affected her mobility. Seeing the corpse king getting closer and closer, she didn't pay attention and was tripped by something and fell heavily to the ground. Xiao. When the other women saw Su Xiao fall, they all turned back without any order. "Whoa, save me." Su Xiao was extremely scared. By the time Qin Yuran and the others pulled Su Xiao up, the corpse king had already run within 3 meters. The women were instantly filled with despair. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar of a wild beast was heard, and a tall and mighty figure fell from the air. "Oh my god, what is this? An orc?" Wang Feng was shocked. On the field, Lu Desheng saw that the team was digging crystals, so he hid aside to smoke. He did not notice the corpse king rushing over the first time. By the time he saw the corpse king, Lin Yao's women were already in danger. Without even thinking, he activated his supernatural power, transformed into an orc, jumped over, and punched the corpse king hard on the head. Boom! It was so easy for a level 6 orc to deal with a level 3 zombie king. This punch directly smashed the zombie king into a meat paste. "Are you okay?" Lu Desheng turned around and asked quickly. "No, it's okay." The women were a little frightened, but they were relieved when they saw Lu Desheng taking action. Lu Desheng also breathed a sigh of relief. These were all Lin Yao's women. If anything happened to any of them, he would not be able to face Lin Yao again. Suddenly, Lu Desheng turned his head and stared at a building in the distance. After turning into an orc, his hearing was greatly enhanced. He roared and rushed towards the building. At the same time, Lin Yao and Tang Xiaojuan appeared in a flash. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Lin Yao asked hurriedly. Wang Inghan had just informed him through the voice transmission center. Without thinking, he pulled Tang Xiaojuan, who was closest to him, and moved over instantly. At the same time, mental detection also saw Lu Desheng and Wang Feng and Zhang Lin hiding in the building. "Wow, Lin Yao, I'm so scared. My leg is broken." Su Xiao cried and threw herself into Lin Yao's arms. Several other frightened women also threw themselves into his arms for comfort. Chapter 139. Cheating Again. Lin Yao comforted her for a long time, and at the same time signaled Tang Xiaojuan with his eyes to help Su Xiao treat her leg injury. In fact, it was just a minor skin break at best. With Tang Xiaojuan's current level 2 ability, it could be healed in less than half a minute. After a while, Lu Desheng came back with a look of disappointment on his face and half knelt in front of Lin Yao. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't take care of several of my brothers and sisters, and they were frightened, and I didn't even find the murderer. Just now, an orc rushed into the building, went around the stairs several times, but didn't see anyone. so he came back disappointed. Lin Yao hurriedly pulled him up. Brother Lu, what are you doing? This is not your fault. I was a little careless. Lu Deshang was filled with shame, and he kept telling himself in his heart that he must never be careless at such times in the future. Otherwise, he might as well commit suicide. Brother Lu, please help protect them for a while. The murderer hasn't left yet. Lin Yao looked at the building in the distance. A sneer flashed across his face, and his figure disappeared immediately. Still in that building, Lin Yao slowly paced and asked to the empty corner, What? You two think that I can't see you if you become invisible? In the corner, Wang Feng and Zhang Lin, who were hugging each other and shivering, were stunned. Just now, when they saw a tall orc rushing towards them, they activated their invisibility ability, and the two of them hid in the corner and were not discovered. How come the man who suddenly appeared this time noticed them at a glance? Why don't you show up? Don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yao sneered, and two crossbow arrows emitting light blue light suddenly appeared, pointing directly at the foreheads of the two of them. No, let's show ourselves. Zhang Lin quickly used his stealth skill. Wang Feng, male, 16 years old. Zombie control level 4. Can control zombies from level 1 to 3. Note, time limit, 60 minutes. Zhang Lin, male, 16 years old. Invisibility level 4. In addition to yourself, you can also bring another target into invisibility. Note, time limit, 60 minutes. Looking at the two childish faces, Lin Yao felt a little overwhelmed. These were two naughty kids. Which base are you two from? Who allowed you to come out and scare people? Lin Yao asked. Wang Feng plucked up his courage and asked, What evidence do you have that we did it? Lin Yao moved his mind, and the two crossbow arrows flew forward 1 centimeter. Then he sneered and said, No need for evidence. If you dare to harm others, I will naturally dare to kill you. Zhang Lin begged for mercy. No. It was us who did it. We are from King Base. Hearing that the other party was from the King Base, Lin Yao fell into deep thought. He had also heard that today, the leader of the King Base, Wang Fan, became the #1 in Xiaojuan City. Seeing that Lin Yao seemed to be afraid of their base, Wang Feng's confidence returned. He raised his head and said, I guess you have heard that our King Base is now the strongest base in Central Seoul, and I am Wang Fan's son, Wang Feng. Lin Yao's eyes moved. He withdrew the crossbow, immediately put on a smile, walked forward and held Wang Feng's hand. Oh, it turns out to be Master Wang. I was blind and almost did something wrong. Are you okay? Seeing Lin Yao's behavior, Wang Feng's face became even more proud, with an expression of a great man who forgave the little man's mistakes. Humph. Considering that you know me, I forgive you. Now, in the whole Xiaojuan City, anyone who sees young Master Wang has to treat him with courtesy. So today we can be said to have known each other for a long time. Lin Yao had a flattering smile on his face. If Wu Xiyin and the others were there, they would definitely cover their faces and hold back their laughter because they all knew that every time Lin Yao behaved like this, it was the prelude to tricking someone. As expected, Wang Feng was very pleased with Lin Yao's compliment, and the pride on his face seemed to soar to the sky. Zhang Lin on the side also refused to admit defeat and said, My father is the second in command of King Base. My name is Zhang Lin. Lin Yao also had a flattering smile. Oh, it turns out to be Master Zhang. I have heard of you for a long time. Zhang Lin also had a smug smile on his face. What's your name? Oh, I'm the leader of small base in Hushan district. My name is Wang Su. Lin Yao replied with a smile. Wang Feng nodded. Wang Su, I didn't expect that you can become the leader of a base at such a young age. That's great. Lin Yao hurriedly shook his hands. No. How can my little place compare to the King Base? No, it's not even as good as the toes of the King Base. After these words were spoken, the two naughty kids enjoyed it even more and were extremely proud. With Lin Yao's supporting skills, how could the two young people adapt? After a while, they chatted with Lin Yao enthusiastically, explaining everything about King Base, and even told him about the conflicts in Filong Base. Two idiots. Lin Yao cursed in his heart, but kept smiling on his face. As they were chatting, he suddenly frowned. Wang Feng asked, What happened, Brother Wang? Lin Yao had a look of deep hatred on his face. Speaking of which, I admire King Base very much. If it weren't for the hatred with Filong Base, I would join King Base no matter what. Zhang Lin asked in confusion, Do you have a grudge against Filong Base? What grudge? Lin Yao hesitated to speak and finally sighed. Alas, this matter has nothing to do with Master Wang and Master Zhang, so let's not talk about it. How can this be possible? Brother Wang, we hit it off right away. Your business is my business. Just tell me and I'll help you. Wang Feng patted his chest with a confident look on his face. Lin Yao's face was full of yearning, sadness, and confusion. When Wang Feng became impatient, he slowly said, I feel a little ashamed to say this, but I had a girlfriend before. Not long after the apocalypse broke out, my girlfriend and I joined the Phylong base, hoping to gain a foothold in the Phylong base and live a stable life. But who would have thought that my girlfriend despised my mediocrity and actually fell in love with boss Li Phylong. And Li Phylong, he didn't even care about what I, his subordinate, thought and just rolled together with my girlfriend. Think about it. As a man, how could I tolerate being cuckolded? So in a fit of rage, I left Phylong base under an assumed name, wandered around to Hushan district, and built a small base to support myself. But every time when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, I hate it. We made a vow to each other before the end of the world and were ready to get married. I didn't expect that everything would change when the end of the world came. It's not like I haven't thought about joining the king base before, but I can't bring my hatred to the king base. And I also want to prove that I am capable of being a good base boss, and I'm no weaker than Li Phylong. Chapter 140, Tricking the Naughty Kid. Wang Feng and Zhang Lin were deeply moved by what Lin Yao said. Wang Feng even patted Lin Yao's shoulder heavily and said, Brother Wang, you have such a story. Zhang Lin also nodded. Yes, I didn't expect that Brother Wang's experience was so difficult. Speaking of which, Li Phylong is really a piece of shit. If Uncle Wang hadn't been promoted to the top of Zhonghan City, I don't know how many such cases of bullying subordinates would have happened. Lin Yao sighed silently, sat on the ground, lit a cigarette, and looked lonely, which made the two young men feel uncomfortable. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said, Brother Wang, our acquaintance is predestined. I will help you with your problem. Lin Yao hurriedly stopped him. No, this is my own business. How can I implicate Master Wang? Brother Wang, we both have a last name Wang. Maybe 500 years ago, no, maybe a few generations ago, we were a family. We are brothers. I will take care of your affairs. It's just a level 4 Li Phylong. Don't worry. Your brother will help you get revenge. Wang Feng patted his chest. Zhang Lin also patted his chest and said, Me too. Wang Feng, and I will definitely help you. Lin Yao looked at them with moist eyes, his lips trembling as he said, Thank you for your kindness, but he is one of the top 3 masters. Wang Feng said unconcernedly, It's just a small problem. I'm really no match for him if we fight alone, but I have a way. Brother Wang, just wait for good news tomorrow. After saying that, he winked at Zhang Lin, and the two of them left angrily. Lin Yao finished the cigarette in his hand, sneered and cursed. What a fool! I haven't seen such a stupid fool in a long time. After stamping out the cigarette, Lin Yao left in a flash. At the edge of the battlefield, Lu Deshang had been on full alert. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yao coming back. Then he asked in confusion, Brother Lin, why did you take so long? Lin Yao smiled and said, Nothing, just had a chat with the 2 murderers. 2 murderers? Where are they? Lu Deshang immediately switched to a ferocious look. Lin Yao patted him on the shoulder and said, It's okay, let's go back and talk while we walk. Coincidentally, all the personnel who were digging crystals on the battlefield had finished their work and began to return to the base. After listening to Lin Yao's story, Qian Yuan couldn't help but ask, Lin Yao, if you do this, will it harm the Phylong base? Lin Yao curled his lips. This Phylong base is not a good thing, especially Li Phylong. I asked Fang Yi to help me find out the news about the bosses of these districts. This Li Phylong, who relied on his position as the best in Central Seoul, did a lot of bullying, especially taking possession of his subordinates' wives. It just so happens that Wang Fan has now been promoted to the first place. Since the King base and the Phylong base are adjacent to each other in the Guang'an district and the Linhai district, there will definitely be conflicts. I just added fuel to the conflict between the 2 families. Doing this is also considered to be doing justice for the heavens. Qian Yuan nodded. If Phylong base was really as Lin Yao said, then he deserved to fight with King base and both suffered losses. Lu Deshang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. As expected of Brother Lin, you've done a great job. I guess those 2 bratty kids are a loss. But are you sure these 2 guys are capable of doing something? Lin Yao smiled and said, Brother Lu said that they're naughty kids. Sometimes we can't underestimate the destructive power of naughty kids. Besides, the abilities of these 2 are quite special. Su Xiao pouted. Then these two guys deliberately scared us. So we let them go so easily? Lin Yao smiled confidently. How is that possible? Someone will punish them for us. On the way back to King Base, Wang Feng and Zhang Lin were still filled with indignation. Damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. This Li Feilong is really a piece of shit. I've heard from my dad before that he often takes advantage of his subordinates' girlfriends. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Lin slapped the steering wheel and couldn't help but curse. Wang Feng was also angry and said, Humph. Originally, this matter has nothing to do with us, but since we agreed to help Brother Wang, we should keep our word. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. Then, what should we do? Wang Feng, I'll listen to you. Zhang Lin asked. Wang Feng's eyes rolled, and he sneered and whispered to Zhang Lin about his plan. After dark, inside the King base, Wang Fan, who had just returned to the base, received a report from his subordinates. Boss, we were able to collect most of the crystals smoothly today, but when we were collecting the small bases that span 2 areas, we had a conflict with the people from the Feilong base. Because our crystal collection team got there first, the collection team at the Feilong base came up empty-handed, so they sent people to block our collection team. Temple Master Zhang rushed over immediately after receiving the news and fought with Su Shengli from Feilong base. Both sides suffered casualties. Wang Fan immediately stood up and asked, How is Hall Master Zhang doing? The subordinate replied, Master Zhang only suffered some minor injuries and has returned to the base to recuperate. However, among the other members of the confiscation team, 13 were seriously injured and the remaining 52 were slightly injured to varying degrees. Bang! Wang Fan slammed the table. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Okay, Li Feilong, I gave in to you before, and now you think you're the best. Lead the way. Follow me to visit the collection team. In the medical room of the base, Wang Fan saw Master Zhang being bandaged and hurried over to comfort him. Brother, you have suffered. Zhang Tangzhu smiled and said, Don't worry, boss. Although our brothers are injured, the people in Feilong base are not going to have an easy time either, especially Su Xingli, who actually had the crazy idea of fighting with me. I broke one of his legs. Wang Fan nodded in relief, and then pretended to comfort the other members of the collection team, which won them a wave of goodwill. When Wang Fan was about to leave, Zhang Tangzhu hurriedly pulled him aside and asked, Boss, are Xiaojuan and Xiaofeng back? Wang Fan was stunned. I don't know. I had something to do in the afternoon, so I sent someone to follow them secretly, and they came to you as soon as they came back. At this moment, the men who had been following Wang Feng and the others also came back and immediately knelt down when they saw Wang Fan. Boss, we lost them. What? Wang Fan was shocked. Lost? How could you lose? The subordinate said with a bitter face. We were secretly following the 2 young masters, and they were indeed wandering around our area. But when they entered a base, our subordinates waited until the evening but did not see the 2 young masters come out. Later, when we went to ask, the people in the base did not see the young masters at all. The subordinates then realized that the young master had sneaked away, and they immediately sent people to look for him everywhere. But I can't find it. Wang Fan and Zhang Tangzhu's faces turned pale at the same time. It's over. These 2 guys must have used Zhang Lin's invisibility ability to slip away right under their noses. Chapter 141, One Sky Base. Wang Fan pointed his finger at his men, shaking with fear. Why don't you go find them quickly? Mobilize everyone in the base to go find them. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If anything happens to Fenger, I want all of you to be buried with him. Wang Fan shouted the last sentence. The subordinate walked out of the medical room with a bitter face. After a while, the entire King base was shaken, and all the people who could move went out of the base to look for the 2 naughty kids. Zhang Tangzhu forced himself to calm down and asked Wang Fan, Boss, where do you think these 2 guys might go? Wang Fan forced himself to calm down and thought for a while. He instantly thought of a possibility, but this possibility made him break out in a cold sweat. Maybe he went to Overlord Base or Lake Mountain area. Zhang was stunned. What? These 2 guys are going there to save their lives. Wang Fan had a painful look on his face. After I reached level 5, Xiao Feng pestered me to deal with a level 4 Corpse King. I didn't agree. This kid didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. He thought that after his ability reached level 4, he could deal with the level 4 Corpse King. I guess. Before he could finish his words, Master Zhang almost burst into a curse. It's fine if your son is ignorant of the world and likes to commit suicide, but why are you taking my son with you? Let's go. Let's go to the Overlord base now. Wang Fan hurriedly took Master Zhang out of the base. When the entire King base was in chaos because of Wang Feng himself took advantage of the cover of night and quietly arrived near the Feilong base. Wang Feng, are you sure it's okay to do this? There was some worry on Zhang Lin's face. Although he had made a solemn vow during the day, he was still trembling when he really had to deal with a base. Wang Feng looked confident. What are you afraid of? No one can detect your invisibility ability. Even if we poop or pee in this Feilong base, no one can see us. But didn't Brother Wang Su discover us during the day? Zhang Lin said with a bitter face. That's because Brother Wang Su is gifted. Didn't he say that his nose is extremely sensitive? Otherwise, he would not have been able to find us. Wang Feng said nonchalantly. Besides, even if they find out, what does it matter? I'm a #1 son in Zhonghan City, and our base is the strongest in Zhonghan City. Who dares to touch us? Zhang Lin nodded and said, Okay, shall we start now? Start. Inside the Feilong base, after comforting his injured men, Li Feilong hurried to the reception room, where a woman was waiting. The woman had fair skin and long silver hair that made her whole body glow with white light. She was wearing a fitted white outfit that showed off her curvy figure. After Li Feilong entered the room and saw the woman, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly and said with a smile, Sorry to have kept Miss Wen waiting for a long time. There was some friction between my men and the people from King Base this afternoon, which delayed us a little. I'm sorry. A trace of disgust flashed across Wen Yijing's beautiful face. She had already noticed Li Feilong's expression just now, but thinking of her boss instructions, she silently suppressed the unhappiness on her face and said calmly, Dragon King, you are very busy. In fact, you can just find someone to contact me. Li Feilong walked over to sit opposite her, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, How can that be possible? Miss Wen is the second in command of the Yipianshan base. Our two families are now planning to form an alliance to deal with the King base, so naturally I should personally come forward. The Dragon King is thoughtful. Before I came here today, my eldest sister told me that the entire Yipianshan base will do its best to help the Dragon King and regain the throne of the #1 in Zhonghan City, Wen Yijing said slowly. When mentioning the boss of the Yipianshan base, Li Feilong felt a little disdainful. Yipianshan base is the leader base of Nanfeng District. According to the current regional division of Central Seoul, Gwangan District, where King Base is located, is right between Linhai District and Nanfeng District, where Feilong Base is located. Now the King Base has become the leader of Central Seoul City. In addition to suppressing the Feilong Base, it also showed no mercy to the Yipianshan base on the other side. The One Sky base is a base composed entirely of women. The slogan of this base is, Women can hold up the sky. The person who initiated this slogan was the leader of the Yipianshan base, Ning Fengluan. The name sounds elegant and pleasant, but in fact she is a middle-aged woman who has gained weight. She wears thick makeup on her face all day long and always wears pungent perfume. The reason why Li Feilong was disdainful was because Ning Fengluan looked down on men from the bottom of her heart. Or in other words, she was a complete feminist. After gaining superpowers at the end of the world, Ning Fengluan began to suppress all the men in Nanfeng District. She would even kill people without mercy if they were even a little unhappy. If the authorities had not intervened in time, I'm afraid that no man would survive in the entire Nanfeng District. Influenced by Ning Fengluan, all the female psychics in the entire Yipianshan base are more or less repulsive to or even disgusted with men. Sending Wen Yijing here this time and saying they would try their best to help him was pure nonsense. Li Feilong guessed that Ning Fengluan simply couldn't handle the pressure brought by the King base and wanted to trick him into sharing more of the pressure. Both the Feilong base and the King base were defeated. She would just sit back and reap the benefits. However, although Li Feilong understood in his heart, he also knew that cooperation with Ning Fengluan was imperative. It wasn't a big deal that Wang Fan was ranked first in Zhonghan City, but he was the first level 5 psychic, and the official support for the first level 5 psychic was particularly strong. According to Li Feilong's calculations, it wouldn't be long before the strength of the entire King base would completely surpass that of the Feilong base. By that time, even if I had reached level 5, the overall strength of the base would have been inferior to that of the King base, so joining forces to suppress it now was the only option. Looking at the icy beauty in front of him, Li Feilong felt a desire to conquer her. Wen Yijing was famous for her beauty in Nanfeng District. Back to reality, Li Feilong spread out a map on the table, took took out a pen and started writing and drawing. Ms. Wen, please look. This is the contact point between Guang'an District and the areas we are responsible for. And these places happen to have several small and medium-sized bases that span the region. In my opinion, Li Feilong then began to discuss with Wen Yijing how to deal with the crystal collection team of the King base. In fact, when it comes down to it, it is nothing more than the two sides selectively giving up some small bases and then jointly defending some medium-sized bases. Not long into the conversation, there was a sudden commotion outside, and Wen Yijing frowned slightly. Since the Ice Beauty was unhappy, Li Feilong naturally had to show off his happiness. What are you doing? What a noise you're making. Chapter 142 The Naughty Kid is in trouble. Although Li Feilong was shouting angrily, his face still looked calm. Soon, a subordinate came running in to report. Dragon King, a corpse king. A corpse king appeared in the base. What? Li Feilong immediately stood up and asked in disbelief. Even Wen Yijing on the opposite side was a little surprised. No matter what, this Feilong base is one of the most powerful bases in Central Seoul. The surrounding zombies of all sizes have been killed long ago. How come a zombie king suddenly appeared in the base? What level is the corpse king? Level 3 corpse king. Hearing that it was a level 3 zombie king, Li Feilong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that it was the zombie king from the Destroyer Overlord base that came to him. With the current strength of the Feilong base, dealing with a level 3 zombie king would be no problem. It's just a level 3 corpse king. Why make such a fuss? Just let the dragon team handle it. Li Feilong felt a little embarrassed for what he did just now and sat back with a gloomy face. But the subordinate did not leave, but stammered, Dragon King, the corpse king appeared in your house. When we found it, many people had died. Now the Jiaolong team has rushed over there. What? Li Feilong just sat down and stood up immediately. His home is the villa in the center of the base. In the villa, Li Feilong keeps several beautiful women. Li Feilong once called himself a modern-day chow thief. Apart from beautiful young ladies, he preferred other people's beautiful wives. Most of the rooms in that villa were occupied by his former subordinates or other small bases. Now, not only did the corpse king suddenly appear in the central area of the base, but he even bit his beauty to death. How could he tolerate this? Then why are you still staying here? Save them quickly. Li Feilong no longer cared about pretending. He slapped his men away and ran out. Only Wen Yijing was left with a dazed look on her face. After a while, she followed. Outside the central villa, the captain of the dragon team had already killed the level 3 corpse king, and Li Feilong arrived just in time. Looking at the mess and the dead bodies in the house, Li Feilong felt like his lungs were about to explode. Can anyone tell me how a level 3 corpse king could get in here and be discovered? Hearing his roar, no one dared to answer. We're the Longmen team. How do you guard the gate? Li Feilong shouted at the crowd. The captain of the Longmen team came out with a bitter face and said, Dragon King, we don't know what happened. The gates of the base are all normal. It is impossible for a level 3 corpse king to walk in quietly under our noses. You don't know what's going on? Then what's the point of keeping you? Li Feilong's brows twitched with anger. He waved his hand, and the marble on the floor automatically broke into small pieces. The captain of the Longmen team didn't even have time to beg for mercy as the marble fragments pierced through his body like bullets. Seeing that those women were also showing signs of turning into zombies, Li Feilong clenched his fists and shot them all in the head with a look of reluctance. The entire base was silent, and everyone knew that the Dragon King was really angry. For some people, it was the first time they saw Li Feilong so angry. He had never been so violent, even when he was bullied by the King base before. Zhang Lin and Wang Feng, who were hiding in the dark, smiled at each other with proud looks on their faces. According to their plan, Zhang Lin would first stealthily take Wang Feng into the base and hide there, and then Zhang Lin would go out and stealthily bring in the level 3 zombie king controlled by Wang Feng. They also knew that a level 3 corpse king could not deal with Li Feilong. Fortunately, Li Feilong was not at home, leaving only these women. Through Zhang Lin's eavesdropping, they confirmed that most of the women in this room were originally other people's wives. It's just that some of them were snatched away by Li Feilong, and some of them were pursuing powerful men and voluntarily abandoned their husbands and devoted themselves to them. The two felt that these women had no self-respect, and one of them must be Wang Su's hateful ex-girlfriend. After thinking about it, they sent the corpse king here without considering the possibility of killing innocent people. At this point, the two felt that they had helped brother Wang Su vent his anger and prepared to leave. Let's go. Let's keep the noise down. Wang Feng gestured to Zhang Lin. But just as he took a step, the careless Wang Feng accidentally bumped into the flower pot next to the villa. Crash! The flower pot fell to the ground with a loud noise. Everyone in the Feilong base looked over, but saw nothing. Who is it? Li Feilong became more cautious. There was no one there, but the flower pot suddenly broke. There must be a reason. After saying that, he waved his hand, and several earth walls instantly emerged from the ground. In less than half a second, a cage appeared. Oh no! Zhang Lin couldn't help but exclaim. This shout was equivalent to exposing them. Why are you shouting? Wang Feng was also a little annoyed. Zhang Lin was so timid that he was scared out by just a mud wall. Li Feilong's face was grim, and the earth wall began to gather towards the middle. The space for Wang Feng and the others to move around was compressed, so they had to reveal their figures and shout, "Wait, there are people inside." Only then did Li Feilong stop shrinking, and the earth wall collapsed. Upon seeing this, the others hurriedly restrained Wang Feng and the other man. At the same time, they were a little surprised that these were actually two little kids. "Let me go, do you know who I am?" Wang Feng cursed angrily as his arms were tied behind his back. After they were tied up and thrown in front of Li Feilong, he slowly asked, "Tell me, who sent you?" Zhang Lin was frightened by Li Feilong's aura, but Wang Feng still shouted, "You must be Li Feilong, let me go immediately. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm Wang Fan. If you dare to tie me up, I'll have you all killed tomorrow." It turned out that the child was Wang Fan's son, and everyone was shocked for a moment. Wang Fan is so cruel. We were just having normal friction, but I didn't expect him to send people to raid our base. This is really crossing the line. Yes, even if there was a conflict in the Crystal Collection team this afternoon, everyone only injured people but did not kill anyone. Humph, you actually killed the Dragon King's woman. We will fight to the death with King Base. Li Feilong was so angry that he was shaking all over. He also believed that the two kids in front of him were sent by Wang Fan to kill him. They were just kids who hadn't even fully grown yet. How could they think that a level 3 Corpse King could hurt him, Li Feilong? It's so disrespectful. Wang Fan's son, right? Very good. You killed my woman and destroyed my base. You don't really think that I, Li Feilong, dare not go to war with you. Li Feilong said coldly, "Since you dare to send your son to my door, I will start with him." Chapter 143, I am more excited because you are a man. Wang Feng was still cursing. Can't you fucking hear me? My dad is Wang Fan. If you don't let me go, I'll let my dad kill you. Hurry up. My arms are numb for being tied up. To tell you the truth, I was the one who let the Corpse King in. What do you do to me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Li Feilong stared at him with a sneer on his face, then turned to the captain of the Xiaolong team and said, "Xiaolong, do you like these two young men?" The dragon was stunned for a moment, then said with a look of surprise, "I like it. I like it very much." "That's good if you like them. I'll leave them to you." Li Feilong gritted his teeth and said, "Remember, leave them a breath." "Okay, thank you, Dragon King." The dragon smiled wickedly and looked at Wang Feng and the others as if he saw a stunning beauty. Zhang Lin had a bad feeling in his heart and shouted hurriedly, "What are you going to do?" "What for? Let's discuss this issue later." The dragon rubbed his hands and walked slowly towards them. Watching Li Feilong's leaving figure, Wang Feng was a little panicked and said fiercely, "Li Feilong, you took Brother Wang Su's girlfriend. Do you still have any shame? If you don't let me go, my dad will definitely kill you." Li Feilong paused and muttered, "Who is Wang Su?" Then he shook his head and continued walking. He had occupied so many people's girlfriends or wives that he couldn't remember who was who. "Don't call me, little darling. Save some strength." The tall dragon carried Wang Feng and Zhang Lin on his back and walked toward his home. "You bastard, can't you see that I'm a man? Let me go. My father is Wang Fan. If you don't want to die, take your hands away from me." Wang Feng was getting more and more panicked, but he was still unforgiving. Xiaolong laughed lewdly and said, "Ha ha ha, it's because you're a man that I'm more excited. If you offend our Feilong base, it won't matter even if your father is Li Gang." Li Feilong saw Wen Yijing standing beside him and forced a smile and said, "Excuse me, Miss Wen, there was a small incident at the base. It's nothing serious." Wen Yijing said calmly, "It's okay. Now that things have happened in the Dragon King's family, I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave now." Hey, Miss Wen, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't finished discussing our alliance yet." Li Feilong hurriedly stopped her. "Dragon King, you should deal with the base matters first." I will confirm some details with my elder sister when I go back, and then I will bother you again. Wen Yijing said, and left without giving Li Feilong a chance to stay. Damn bitch! Li Feilong cursed in his heart as he looked at Wen Yijing's back. This woman was very perceptive. After seeing what happened tonight, she realized that the alliance was no longer necessary. After all this trouble, their Feilong base and King base are already in a situation of life and death. There is no need for the Yipianshan base to get involved, and they can just sit back and watch the fight. Looking at Wen Yijing, who was glowing white under the moonlight, Li Feilong wanted to capture her directly. But it was just a thought. Not to mention that Wen Yijing was the 17th ranked expert, and it would take some effort to take her down. Once they offended that crazy woman Ning Fonglan, their Feilong base would be attacked by the King base and the Yipianshan base. After a night, the personnel of King base returned exhausted. Not only did they fail to find Wang Feng and the other man, but because of the dim light, someone accidentally broke into a zombie den. No news. Wang Fan asked with a haggard face. He and Master Zhang went to the Overlord base overnight, but saw nothing except zombie corpses on the ground, which meant that the two guys were not there. This time, nothing can be done about it. This is not the end of the world, and there are countless cameras watching. If you want to find someone now, there is no other way except relying on manpower. The subordinate lowered his head and replied, Boss, we have searched the entire Guang'an district and even sent people to other areas to check, but there is still no trace of the two young masters. Wang Fan closed his eyes, his heart twitching. He only had this one son, and he had always doted on him, even spoiled him before and after the end of the world. This had caused Wang Feng to develop an arrogant and domineering character. Now that he couldn't even find his shadow, he was worried that he had gone out and got into trouble and wouldn't be able to come back. Boss! Master! Master! Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. Wang Fan opened his eyes and was shocked. Did you find Feng? Where is he? The subordinate replied breathlessly. The young master was found in Hong'an Square, and young Master Zhang was also there. The depressed Zhang Tangzhu beside him was also shocked. Why don't you bring them back? A look of fear appeared on the men's faces, and they hesitated to speak. Wang Fan had a bad feeling in his heart and shouted angrily, Speak up! What's wrong with them? The two young masters were seriously injured, I'm afraid. Before he could finish his words, Wang Fan and Hall Master Zhang disappeared in a flash. As they moved, all the people in the entire King base also took action and ran towards Hong'an Square. It was dawn, and Wang Fan came to the square quickly like a gust of wind. At this time, the search team of King base had formed a circle in the square. Get out of the way! Wang Fan shouted angrily and ran over quickly, but when he saw his son's appearance clearly, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes. Wang Feng's face was covered with bruises and swellings, and several pieces of his scalp were torn off. His originally clean and tidy short hair now looked like the legendary bald head. Wang Feng's eyes were lifeless, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. This is not the point. The point is Wang Feng's limbs. No one knows who cruelly chopped them off. The broken ends were only simply bandaged, and blood was already overflowing from the bandages. Moreover, Wang Feng's clothes were also stripped off. There were countless red swellings and whip marks on his body. His lower body had turned into a pile of meat paste. He looked extremely miserable. Feng! Wang Fan screamed miserably, ran over and hugged his son. His eyes instantly turned red. After hearing Wang Fan's voice, Wang Feng finally came back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at Wang Fan with difficulty. Finally, there was some expression on his face. Dad, why did you come just now? As he said this, he started crying. Wang Fan felt his heart break and hugged his son tightly. Don't be afraid. Dad is here. Tell Dad who hurt you. Then he shouted at everyone, Are you all just standing there? Hurry up and get the medical team over here. Wang Feng sobbed and said, It was Li Feilong. It was all Li Feilong who did it. Chapter 144 Check on Wang Su. Wang Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then a surge of rage rose up in his body. At this time, Hall Master Zhang finally arrived. When he saw Wang Feng, he also saw the same miserable situation as Zhang Lin. But unlike Wang Feng, Zhang Lin's intake of air was less than his exhalation at this time, and he was probably dying. Son! Master Zhang picked up his son, tears streaming down his face. Li Feilong, I, Wang Fan, will fight you to the death. Wang Fan hugged Wang Feng. The anger in his eyes was about to burst through the sky. Suddenly, Wang Feng's throat seemed to be blocked by something. His eyes widened, and he looked like he was having difficulty breathing. Feng Ye. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Wang Fan hugged his son nervously. Where's the medical team? Come quickly. Unfortunately, he never waited for the medical team. Wang Feng's body began to twitch violently. Wang Fan was at a loss and sweating anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Fenger, don't scare me. Feng Ye. Feng Ye. Wang Feng's twitching body slowly calmed down in Wang Fan's arms, and after a while, his head drooped weakly to one side. The same thing happened to Zhang Lin at the same time. The two young men died completely when the morning sun rose. When a medical team arrived in a hurry, Wang Fan and Zhang Tangzhu were crying while holding their sons' bodies. At 8 o'clock in the morning, when the sun was already shining on the earth, Wang Fan stood up slowly with a cold face, holding Wang Feng's body. Call everyone in the base. Today, kill Li Feilong. The tone was so cold that it made people shudder. A subordinate at the side asked, Boss, don't we need to tell the authorities about this in advance? Wang Fan's eyes flashed, and an iron nail came out from nowhere and pierced the man's head. The subordinate didn't react at all. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. My son was chopped into a stick and died. Who cares what the authorities think? I want revenge now. What are you all standing there for? Within half an hour, all those who can fight and those who can't fight, gather here. Wang Fan roared again. At the Yipianshan base, a fat woman was leaning comfortably on a recliner, with two young girls giving her a massage. After listening to Wan Yijing's report, the woman on the recliner slowly opened her eyes. Although Ning Fanglan was not good-looking, she was ruthless and had a sharp mind. No one dared to underestimate her. Xiao Jing did a good job. Ning Sanglan's it. This son of Wang Fan is such a fool. He actually rashly barged into the Feilong base. I've heard of that Jiaolong. He's just an extremely disgusting and stinky man. I think those two guys will have a miserable end. Now the minor friction between Wang Fan and Li Feilong has turned into a life-and-death feud. I estimate that the result will be known this morning. As long as there is no official intervention, no matter what the result is, it will be beneficial to us. When Yijing nodded and asked, Then, what do we need to do? Ning Fanglan pondered for a moment, then said, Let's not interfere in this matter. Let them fight to the death. Even if these two bases are devastated by this, we have to first see what the authorities say. We will do whatever the authorities allow us to do. However, there is someone who needs you to check on him, Xiao Jing. Who? When Yijing asked puzzledly. Ning Fanglan propped up her plump body and said Wang Su. Wan Su. When Yijing was even more confused. She had just repeated Wang Feng's words and mentioned Wang Su. How did Ning Fanglan notice this person? Ning Fanglan said with a leisurely look. No matter how stupid Wang Fan's son is, he knows that Li Feilong is the former #1 in Seoul, and he is not someone he can deal with. But he still went. Wang Fan would not let his son die, so I guess. It was this Wang Su who managed to deceive Wang Fan's son and eventually provoked a fight between the two bases. It's unsettling to see such a vicious person hiding in the dark. It's best to check him out, just in case. Once you find out, don't make it public. Just send the information to me. When Yijing nodded and left. Keep pressing until you feel comfortable. I'll give you a chance to serve me tonight. Ning Fanglan closed her eyes and lay back comfortably, saying to the two girls. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yao was strolling on the mountain behind the base. The entire back mountain is used by the Diazation base to grow vegetables and fruits. It just so happens that the land here is fertile and suitable for planting. It's juicy and sweet and tastes good. Lin Yao took a bite of the cucumber and couldn't help but praise it. Chen Shui, who was standing by, blushed slightly. This guy drove away without even saying anything. The weather is hot. You should take a rest. There's no need to stay in the vegetable garden all day. Lin Yao took out a recliner from the storage space, pressed Chen Shui to lie down, and took out a small handheld fan and handed it to her. Chen Shui took the fan and blew it. Her cheeks, which were red from the heat, calmed down a little. Then she said, My special ability is not suitable for fighting on the front line. It can only be used here. My power is almost at level 4 now. I estimate that once it reaches level 4, it should take less than 3 days to produce a batch of fruits. This way, our base will have a constant supply of fresh fruits. Thank you, Lin Yao. I am very satisfied with my current life, as if I have found the meaning of my existence. Lin Yao sat down on the dirt pile next to the vegetable garden. Looking at Chen Shui's serious face, he couldn't help but smile and said, We are already an old couple. What are you thanking me for? Who said we were an old married couple? We have only been together for a few days. Chen Shui's face which had just recovered, turned red again. Ha ha ha! Why is your face as red as a monkey's butt? Come, let me smell it. Don't. There's someone here. Where's the person? Speak up, Gao Gao. Gao Gao Hapa. A figure ran towards them like lightning, shouting as he ran, Uncle! Uncle! Lin Yao paused and couldn't help rolling his eyes. There really was someone there. Fang Yi ran to Lin Yao and couldn't help but said excitedly, Uncle! Big news, King Base and Filong Base are fighting. Lin Yao stood up and patted the dirt off his butt, motioned Chen Shui to continue resting, then took Fang Yi and slowly walked down the mountain. What was the result? Fang Yi paused. Uncle, you are not surprised at all? Nonsense. What's so surprising about this? Lin Yao couldn't help but retort. It can be said that it was because of him that the two bases became enemies. Fang Yi scratched his head, then gave a thumbs up. As expected of my uncle, everything is within your plan. Lin Yao laughed and scolded. Stop talking nonsense and tell me the process and the result. Chapter 145, Why is the Sky Changing Every Day? Early in the morning, Lin Yao sent Fang Yi out to sneak over to Filong Base to gather information. Although this kid was naive, he had no problem describing the scene he saw with his own eyes. That's right, uncle. When I went there this morning, Wang Fan and Li Filong were already confronting each other. Wang Fan is holding a dead body. It should be his son, but his son looks. Then he described Wang Feng's image as a human stick, and even Lin Yao was stunned. He guessed that Wang Feng would end up in a miserable state, but he didn't expect it to be so miserable. Fang Yi continued. The two men met and confronted each other, and first they exchanged a wave of trash talk. Li Filong said that his son came to Filong Base to cause damage and let the corpse king bite his woman to death. Wang Fan said that this was just a child, and the child was still young and ignorant, and Li Filong was going too far. Then the two sides started arguing, and soon they started fighting. That scene had scared me. Ahem, the two bases are fighting fiercely. Basically, once they come into contact, they will kill each other. In just a few minutes, many people have died on the field. And Wang Fan directly faced off against Li Filong and that Jiaolong teaming up. From what they said, Wang Fan's son was made like that by Jiaolong. Uncle, let me tell you something. Wang Fan's ability is actually to control iron. Does it give you a sense of deja vu of Magneto? Li Filong can control land and stone, and Jiaolong's ability is to breathe fire. Li Filong and Jiaolong teamed up and were evenly matched with Wang Fan at the beginning, but later they couldn't do it anymore. After all, Wang Fan is a level 5 mutant. The final result is that Wang Fan crippled one of Li Filong's legs. The leg was broken. I don't think Sister Tang can cure it. Jiaolong was even more miserable. Wang Fan dealt the hardest blow to him. He had 2 arms and 1 leg broken. His penis was also cut off on the spot by Wang Fan and skewered. It gave me chills just seeing that. Later, the official people came and calmed down their fight. I made a simple estimate. The backbone of Filong Base is basically dead. Most of the ordinary combatants below are also killed or injured. The remaining manpower is less than 40-inch. The King Base is in even worse shape. Wang Fan himself was injured, his stomach was shot through, and most of the backbones were killed or injured. The remaining manpower is less than 30-inch. Lin Yao nodded after listening. If the authorities had not intervened in time, the two bases would have fought until one side was completely wiped out. From his point of view, the authorities were not completely useless. Well, next time they come, I will try not to be mean to them. At least at the current stage, the authorities are still doing what they should do, and the fox's tail is hidden well. After this battle, the 2 main bases of Xiaojuan City were each severely damaged. Li Filong became disabled, and Wang Fan was also seriously injured. The situation in Xiaojuan City changed again. Why does the sky change every day? Lin Yao complained in a low voice. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yao patted Fang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Well done, go back and have a rest." However, Fang Yi did not leave and continued, "Uncle, I haven't finished yet." "What else?" Lin Yao asked puzzledly. "It's like this. When I came back, I passed by the official building and stayed outside for a while. I heard a piece of news that I think will be useful to our base." Fang Yi looked around and said in a low voice. Lin Yao smiled and said, "Go ahead, there's no one around here." Fang Yi did not smile frivolously, but said seriously, "Uncle, I heard that a father and daughter seem to have come to Xiaojuan City from other remote areas. And then this father actually sold his daughter openly." Lin Yao asked in confusion, "What's so strange about this?" What does it have to do with our base? It's like this. I found out that the girl's special ability is a portal. Fang Yi said in a low voice. Portal? Lin Yao was also shocked. This ability is really suitable for their base. In fact, not only the Diazation base, but any base cannot resist this ability. This is a portal. That's not Mundo possessed. You can go wherever you want. Now, they have killed hundreds of thousands of zombies in Hushan district, and there are not many left. If they want to maintain this momentum, they have to focus on the nearby Hushan New district. However, their Diazation base is still some distance away from the Hushan New district. Except for Lin Yao, who can fly, if others want to go there to kill the zombies, they can only drive there. The round trip would waste too much time on the road. Now that such a person with supernatural powers has appeared, it is like a timely help. Where are they now? Lin Yao asked hurriedly. At the entrance of the official building, I heard that the man was planning to ask the government for help to hold an auction. Fang Yi said, Uncle, how can there be such a father who would auction his own daughter publicly? It's too much. It's been the end of the world for so many days. Haven't you seen enough? There will be more and more things like this. Lin Yao also sighed and comforted. What is the most valuable thing in the end times now? Crystals, of course. Coincidentally, Lin Yao was the one who had the least shortage of crystals. Although his women went out to kill zombies every day, and most of the crystals they got back were divided and absorbed equally, the two businessmen Wu Shuyan and Fang Yin were still keenly aware that they could not be daylight tribes like this. Therefore, an extra 20 of the crystals harvested every day were set aside for Lin Yao to keep, so that Lin Yao could spend them lavishly, under the pretext of leaving some pocket money for a man. Lin Yao knew that these crystals were money, and he did have to reserve some for emergencies. Now in his storage space, crystals from levels 1 to 3 have piled up into a small mountain, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. You go back first. I'll go to the official side. This time, I'm going to buy the person back no matter what, Lin Yao said softly, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Outside the official building, Lin Yao's figure flashed in the crowd without attracting any attention. Wow, they directly occupied the government building, Lin Yao complained in a low voice. This was his first time coming to this official place. A lot of people gathered at the entrance of the official building. Some came to observe the huge electronic screen that was 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, where the strength ranking of the supernatural people in Xiaojuan City was displayed. The name on the screen jumped slowly, and Lin Yao lost interest after a quick glance. Of course, he was not interested, but others were very interested because Li Feilong, who was in second place yesterday, has now disappeared from the rankings. Have you heard? This morning, Li Feilong and Wang Fan had a fierce fight, and Li Feilong was crippled. No wonder Li Feilong's name disappeared from the list. It seems that his strength has been greatly reduced after he became disabled. Humph. There is not a single good person in Feilong base. Wang Fan deserves to be the new number 1 in Central Seoul. TSK. You're talking as if Wang Fan is some good guy. For a moment, there was chaos at the entrance of the building. Chapter 146 nicknames are more interesting when they are given by others. Of course, the chaos was just a continuous verbal quarrel, and no one dared to cause trouble at the door of the official building. Inside the building, the white-robed bishop was scolding two deacons, Deacon Yi, who was in charge of the Guang'an district, and Deacon Guang, who was in charge of the Linhai district. Are you all hard on brains? You knew there was a conflict between the two leader bases, but you didn't mediate in time, causing the current situation and wasting so much effort of the organization. Li Feilong is completely disabled, and Wang Fan is also seriously injured. With the current medical conditions, unless there is a healing power user above level 5, his injuries cannot be cured in a short time. But where can we find such a high-level healing psychic now? These two bases have been completely destroyed. Just give up, remove them from their leadership, and elect a new king. When the topic of choosing a new king came up, all the deacons seemed to recall something bad. The white-robed bishop also paused. She also remembered that Hushan district and Hushan New district, and both the old king and the new king were destroyed by Lin Yao. Have you found out clearly? Does this matter have anything to do with Lin Yao? Asked the white-robed bishop. Several deacons looked at each other, and Deacon Guang said with a stiff face, "It should be fine." I later asked Li Feilong, and Wang Fan's son came to cause trouble on his own. He said he wanted to avenge his brother Wang Su. Wang Su? Asked the white-robed bishop, and recalled at the same time, but couldn't remember who this was. Deacon Shadow hesitated and asked, "Wang Su? From Hushan district?" Deacon Guang shook his head and said, "I don't know." That bastardly Fai Long was so angry at the time that he tortured him without even asking any questions. I don't know much about him. That shouldn't be Wang Su from Hushan District, because that Wang Su was killed by Lin Yao a long time ago. Deacon Ing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this matter had nothing to do with Lin Yao, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, the meeting room suddenly became quiet again. Shadow Deacon was a little nervous. What's wrong? A snow-white hand was revealed from the wide sleeves of the white-robed bishop, and his fingers tapped the table lightly. It seems that this may really be related to Lin Yao. Shadow Deacon was confused. What does this have to do with Lin Yao? It's not clear yet. After all, there is too little information now. But if the Wang Su that Wang Fan-sun is talking about is the Wang Su from Hushan District, then this matter must be related to Lin Yao. The white-robed bishop said firmly. The deacons were also confused. Why was Lin Yao so troublesome? It's not easy for us to train a boss. You kill or cripple us one after another. It's very difficult for us. Okay? Suddenly, the white-robed bishop turned his head and looked out the window. The other deacons also looked over when they saw this, but found nothing. My lord bishop, what's wrong? The bishop in white robes stood up and slowly walked to the window, looking at the crowd outside the building. Then he focused his attention on a young man wandering around. Lin Yao is here. What? The deacons were startled again and gathered around the window. It's him. Shadow Deacon recognized the young man who looked harmless but made him extremely frightened. At the same time, Lin Yao seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned his head to look at the window. It was a wall of single-sided glass. You couldn't see inside from the outside, and he didn't know what material was added to the inside of the wall. His metal detection couldn't penetrate it. Alien technology is awesome. However, Lin Yao still had some sense. He knew that there must be someone watching him behind that window. He really came? Deacon Shadow was a little panicked, but when he thought of the bishop standing next to him, he straightened his back for a moment. They are here for the father and daughter. Look, the bosses from other areas are here too. The white-robed bishop pointed to a place outside the crowd. As expected, several small groups gathered outside the crowd, and several deacons recognized that these were the district leaders of the areas they were responsible for. Not only the bishop noticed it, but some people in the crowd also noticed it. Wow, look, isn't that Lanhua Ning Fong Lan, the female boss of the Yippee Anshan base in the Nanfeng district? Fisk, that's a nice nickname, but she's just a fat middle-aged woman. Sure, don't want to die. If she hears you, you will die miserably. That is the leader of Jingshan District, the boss of Skyfire Base, King Yin, Qin Yin. I heard that the Flame King is unstoppable with his fire power. This person should be the boss of the Steel Fortress Base in Huangjiang District, the Steel Overlord Zhu Hongtian. Well, looking at his sturdy body, he looks like steel. This is the leader of the Tianzhou District Iron Blood Camp, Tai Yunfan, nicknamed the Blood King. Why does the name sound so tough and gives people a somewhat cold feeling? What about this guy? The leader of the War Soul Base in the Software New District, War, King Hanjiang. This guy looks very domineering. There's actually a beauty next door. You don't understand this, right? This is the leader of the Sky Base in Yubei District, the Angel Duan Feiyun. She is the beautiful Duan who is known as the two most beautiful women in Seoul together with Ning Fonglan. Ning Fonglan is at least far inferior in appearance. How can they be known as the two most beautiful women? Then we don't know. The last man with his hair standing up is the leader of the Kaidong District Thunder Base, Thunder Emperor Yang Peng. Lin Yao also followed the crowd's gaze and looked at those people, and he got goosebumps when he heard it. As expected of the Chinese, their love of face is ingrained in their bones. Lin Yao complained in his heart. Regardless of how strong they are, at least they give themselves nicknames that sound very impressive. On the contrary, looking at myself, I am not well known. I only have the nickname of Humanoid Zombie Harvester in the base, and most people respectfully call me Boss Lin. Should I give myself a cool nickname? The Exploding Sky Base. The Exploding King. The King of Bombs. Someone has already raised the king, but I killed him. Oh, I just came up with this base name on a whim, so there's no good nickname left. Do you want to change the name of the base? Lin Yao muttered to himself, and finally gave up the idea of giving himself a nickname. Nicknames are more interesting when they are given by others. From now on, I'll call myself the Harvester. Right? What a mess. Lin Yao shook his head, shook off these thoughts, and then stared at Duan Feiyun. There was no other reason. She was really beautiful. According to Lin Yao's estimation, she was at least A+ level. At the same time, it also opens up the ability to see through things. Duan Feiyun, female, 27 years old. Angel Wings Level 4. A pair of angel wings can be released from the back, allowing you to fly in the sky, and the wings can create hurricanes. What an angel! Chapter 147, The Bishop Invites. Lin Yao looked at the beauty without any concealment, and noticed that the atmosphere between the bases of these leaders was not harmonious. Although everyone was at a certain distance from each other, there was always a sense of tension every time they looked at each other. After looking for a while, Lin Yao withdrew his gaze because his mental detection discovered that someone had come out. Look, the butler has come out. Which deacon is this? I can't see clearly. The 11 official deacons of Central Seoul City have all covered themselves in black robes. I can't see their faces. I can only identify them by the badges on their chests. I saw it, it's Shadow Butler. The sudden appearance of Shadow Deacon attracted the attention of a large number of people, including those leaders who seemed arrogant on the surface. After all, they were all supported by the government. After exiting the gate, Shadow Deacon walked toward the crowd. The psychics who were watching the fun had excitement and curiosity on their faces, and they couldn't help but make way for him. How cool, Lin Yao complained in a low voice. Everyone else speculated about Deacon Shadow's goal and began to discuss it in low voices. Hey, look, who is this Shadow Deacon looking for? Who can say for sure? Shadow Deacon is in charge of Hushan District, and now even the leader's base is gone in Hushan District. I look in this direction. It seems to be where the Blood King Taiyuan fan is. It's possible, but isn't Deacon Kong in charge of the Tianzhou district where the Blood King is located? You'll know after you see it. Look, the Blood King is ready to welcome you. Sure enough, when Taiyuan fan saw Shadow Deacon walking towards him, he hurriedly stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked in the direction of Shadow Deacon with his man. Hello, Lord Shadow Deacon. I wonder, Taiyuan fan was just about to bow and say something, but suddenly he saw that Shadow Deacon didn't even pay attention to him and stopped in front of the young man. He was a little confused for a moment. Not only he couldn't understand it, but everyone present, including the leaders who were watching, couldn't understand it either. They all stared at the young man, trying to recognize who he was. But soon, everyone was disappointed. Who is this person? Why is he blocking the way of Shadow Deacon? Is he so fearless of death? What are you looking at? Didn't you see that Shadow Deacon took the initiative to stop in front of him? Who is this young man? We have been standing outside the official gate all day and have never seen him before. I have no impression of it at all. I don't know where it came from. But this face and figure are very nice. I am moved by them. While everyone was discussing quietly, Shadow Deacon raised his hands, bowed to Lin Yao, and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, long time no see. Who are you? Lin Yao asked, rolling his eyes, not bothering to pay attention to the commotion he had caused. For some reason, he just didn't like seeing these people hiding themselves so well. Although he knew that this person was the Shadow Deacon, he still felt comfortable only after asking him every time. Deacon Shadow paused, took off his hood, revealing the face of an ordinary middle-aged man, and said with a smile, Hey, it's me, Mr. Lin. Oh, Mr. Ng, why are you looking for me? Lin Yao asked indifferently. However, the others were already numbed by the shock. What I see, the officials were so polite to this young man. Is this what you're focusing on? Isn't this the first time that the butler has revealed his true face? Ahem, what you said is true. The other leaders have never seen the deacon's true face. Who is this young man named Lin? While the crowd was shocked, several leaders began to have different thoughts in their minds after the initial shock. Go, send someone to investigate immediately. I want to know all the details about this person tonight. Since the relationship with the government is so good, I have to try to make friends with them. The Shadow Deacon is so polite to him. Could he be an unregistered master? No, I have to find a chance to test his background. This young man is barely worthy of my attention. If possible, Fortunately, Lin Yao does not have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, he would have been annoyed by listening to the voices of so many people. Deacon Shadow continued to smile and said, It's like this. Our bishop knows that Mr. Lin is coming and wants to invite you in to have a chat. Bishop? Lin Yao asked doubtfully. He's my boss. Shadow Deacon's tone was somewhat respectful. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes almost popped out. They knew that in addition to the deacon, there was also a bishop above them, but no one had ever seen him, and he had always been an extremely mysterious existence. Even the bosses of each district and the top 10 strongest men in Zhonghan City had no chance to meet the bishop, but this young man was invited in by the bishop to have a chat as soon as he arrived here. For a moment, the gossip minds of everyone present reached their peak, and no one even talked about the battle between Wang Fan and Li Feilong in the morning. Okay, let's go in and talk. Lin Yao had no hesitation at all. Shadow Deacon led the way directly in front. Some people with sharp eyes had already noticed that Shadow Deacon was not only respectful, but also a bit flattering towards this young man. Lin Yao complained as he walked. You all call yourselves officials, so why are your job titles so non-local? Why not give them titles like director, secretary, bureau chief, etc.? That would be more in line with the culture of our country. The bishop sounds like a cult leader. Shadow Deacon wiped the non-existent sweat off his head and said with a smile, because our official system did not originate from China, it was first established in Europe, so the various job titles also have the style of that place and have been passed down. Oh, Lin Yao nodded and then said, I still think localization is better. Lin Yao followed Shadow Deacon into the building carelessly, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Inside the building, Lin Yao turned on mental detection and looked around. The entire building still retains its pre-apocalyptic appearance, filled with solemnity and dignity. But it is unknown what materials these aliens have installed between the concrete and glass of the floors, and his spiritual detection cannot penetrate it at present. Lin Yao still looked nonchalant on the surface, but he was secretly on guard. People appear in the building from time to time. After Lin Yao's observation, he found that they were all Chinese people from Earth. Come to think of it, aliens would also need cattle and horses to help with chores. However, most of the people in the building are level 4 psychics and are not on the list. From Lin Yao's observation, the strength of these people is no weaker than those on the list. It seems that being on the list has made these people become narrow-minded, Lin Yao secretly complained. Chapter 148, I don't use men's back door. Deacon Shadow took Lin Yao through the hall and came to the second floor. In a huge conference room, a man in a white robe was waiting. Creak! The door opened, and Deacon Shadow bowed to the white-robed bishop and said, Your Excellency the Bishop, Lin Yao, is here. At the same time, Lin Yao also turned his gaze to him. Like these timid deacons, the bishop in front of him also wrapped himself completely in a white robe. It was unknown what the robe was made of, and his face could not be seen clearly. The white-robed bishop stood up and gestured for him to sit down. After the shadow deacon left, Lin Yao showed no fear on the surface. He sat down on the chair with his legs crossed and said with a smile, Bishop, are you going to talk to me like this? You don't even show your face. You don't have any sincerity at all. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Mr. Lin. The white-robed bishop took off his hood as he spoke, revealing the image of a middle-aged man with a square face. His expression showed neither joy nor anger, but a dignified look. Xiao, genderless, 374 years old. Owl transformation level 6. The body could be transformed into an owl-like bird, able to soar in the air with amazing speed and powerful attack power. Owl hunting level 6. Possesses extraordinary tracking and hunting abilities and can quickly capture targets. Brainwashing level 6. Can brainwash people through words, affecting the judgment ability of creatures. Note: only limited to creatures with abilities below level 7. Lin Yao's body tensed up instantly. This was the first time he encountered another level 6 psychic with 3 superpowers. He was not too scared of the first two, but this level 6 brainwashing technique was quite terrifying. His skill points just reached 1 million yesterday. Without a second thought, Lin Yao upgraded his domain master to level 7 on the spot. This skill is Lin Yao's most powerful skill at present. Although it consumes mental and physical strength, its safety is still guaranteed. Fortunately, I didn't rush to use up my skill points yesterday, otherwise I would have been in a passive position today. Only when his domain skill was upgraded to level 7 did Lin Yao secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At least he could protect himself. What's wrong? Mr. Lin seems a little nervous? Xiao asked sharply. Lin Yao smiled and said, Yes, the bishop's face looks a bit majestic. It reminds me of my former high school class teacher. He always scolded me when I didn't do well in school. Ha ha, Mr. Lin really knows how to joke. Xiao laughed, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Through mental detection, Lin Yao also saw the true face of Xiao. Like Ying and Deacon, two whom he had seen before, they both had green skin and could not be distinguished from each other by their facial features. However, isn't the name Xiao the name of the deacon of the new software zone? Could it be that this fellow is both a deacon and a bishop? Or is this guy a fake, and the real bishop is hiding in the dark and observing him? Lin Yao chose to believe the latter. Aliens are so sinister too. Lin Yao complained in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face and asked, "What is the bishop's name?" Zhao's face froze. This was the first time that a superpower dared to ask their names so directly. However, thinking of the image of Lin Yao described by Shadow Deacon, who was always arrogant and domineering, and who didn't like to eat beef, he slowly said, "My name is Talin." Talin? She doesn't sound like a Chinese, Lin Yao muttered softly. No doubt it's a fake name. Xiao smiled and said, "The name is just a code name. Mr. Lin, don't worry about it. I called Mr. Lin here this time because that guy Ing offended Mr. Lin a little bit. As his superior, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of the organization." Well, apologies and the like are nothing but empty talk. What specific benefits can they bring? Lin Yao asked directly. The smile on Zhao's face froze. This Lin Yao was indeed as good as his reputation. He only knew how to ask for benefits when he opened his mouth. But he quickly adjusted his expression and said, "Since Mr. Lin mentioned it, I will help Mr. Lin get a back door here." Back door? I don't go through a man's back door. Lin Yao quickly refused. Xiao was startled again. This person changed the subject too quickly. "Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. I think Mr. Lin came here in person this time for the father and daughter, or for the girl." Xiao Chong asked with a forced smile. Lin Yao nodded yes. "What do you mean? There is nothing to hide about this matter. Apart from those who like to stake out outside the official gate on a daily basis, most of the people who came today are here for the girl with the ability to teleport." Xiao picked up a folder from the side, spread it out in front of Lin Yao, and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is the girl's information. Now that the father and daughter have come to our official door and asked for cooperation, our official also protected the father and daughter as soon as possible. I can make the decision and take Mr. Lin to meet the father and daughter first. Maybe with Mr. Lin's charm, there's no need to hold an auction and he can just bring this girl back to the base. Is Mr. Lin satisfied with this back door?" Lin Yao picked up the information and leaned back in his chair to read it carefully. Yu Qianqian, female, 18 years old. Date of birth, 2006-5-11. Height, 171 cm. Weight, 51 kilograms. Supernatural power assessment. Portal level 2. Effect of supernatural power. With yourself as the starting point, you can open a portal at any location within a 5,000-meter radius. After the portal is opened, you can teleport in both directions. The total opening time is 3 hours per day. In addition to this basic information, there is also a photo of Yu Qianyu's upper body. She looks fair and clean, with three-dimensional facial features. She is a very beautiful girl. As long as this girl is not an alien, she is indeed worth taking in, Lin Yao thought to himself. With only a level 2 ability, he can open a 5-kilometer-long portal. With the capabilities of his base, he can quickly feed people to level 5 or above. At that time, he won't have to worry about wasting time on the road when going to the Hushan New District to kill zombies. However, these aliens were not tempted by such powerful superpowers, which was a good deal for him. Then he closed the information and smiled. "No problem. I am very satisfied with Mr. Talin's apology. Can I go and see this girl now?" Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I have another thing to do." Lin Yao stretched out his hand to indicate that you should continue. Xiao took out a folder from the side and opened it, then said with a smile, "The second thing is that we officially hope to reach a cooperation with Mr. Lin." Lin Yao frowned slightly. "Cooperation? You want me to be the boss of Hushan District again? I've said it before, I have no interest in this boss." "No, not the boss of Hushan District." Xiao shook his head slightly and then continued. "We hope that what Mr. Lin does is to be the boss of Central Seoul City." Chapter 149. Aliens also have cross-dressing bosses. What do you mean? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. Xiao spread out the contract in the folder, took out a pen, and pointed at it, saying, "Mr. Lin, please see, it clearly states our support for Mr. Lin. For example, the first rule we set before is that each level 6 mutant can receive 1,000 crystals per month. We will specifically help Mr. Lin increase that to 10,000. Second, after Mr. Lin becomes the boss of Zhonghan City, he has the right to confiscate crystals from all subordinate bases. According to our statistics, there are more than 400 bases of various sizes left in Central Seoul. If Mr. Lin is willing to take it, it should be a considerable amount of money." Article 3. Information convenience. Nowadays, the network systems of all countries have been paralyzed, but our official organization has retained the most complete communication facilities. If Mr. Lin agrees, he will have the opportunity to obtain intelligence from various countries. The fourth article is the opportunity to join the official organization. Once Mr. Lin grows into a level 7 psychic, he can choose to continue the status quo as a cooperative relationship, or he can join our official organization. Mr. Lin may not know that in this apocalypse, our official organization possesses abilities and technologies that are unimaginable to ordinary people. If Mr. Lin is willing to join, he can immediately become a bishop, govern a large city, and enjoy an unparalleled wealthy life. Fifth, there were more than a dozen items, and Lin Yao felt overwhelmed after listening to them. The other conditions in this contract are nothing to him, but joining the official team is indeed very tempting. As long as we join in, we will have the opportunity to have close contact with aliens, and we will be able to obtain more intelligence. We won't be in the dark and have to be cautious like we are now. And there is the confiscating crystals. There are more than 400 bases. If we calculate it based on collecting 200 crystals from each base, we can collect 80,000 in one day. It is several times more than their daily income at Diazation base. The only condition the official gave him was that Lin Yao could help them escape from the Earth in the future. If Lin Yao didn't know that these aliens had bad intentions, he would have signed the contract excitedly. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Are you satisfied with the conditions given by our official? Xiao also saw the movement on Lin Yao's face and asked confidently. That's right. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. Although your conditions are very tempting, I refuse. Zhao's face froze again, and he asked in disbelief, why? If this contract were thrown out, I'm afraid all the survivors in Xiaojuan City would scramble for it. However, Lin Yao actually refused it directly. Because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Yao said with a smile. Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. We, the official, have great goodwill towards Mr. Lin. This can be seen from the fact that we have been helping you keep the secret since we knew you were a level 6 mutant. As long as Mr. Lin doesn't want to, we will never make things difficult for Mr. Lin, Xiao said hurriedly. Lin Yao raised his hand to stop him, then said with a smile, I know the good intentions of the authorities towards me, so when he broke into my house for the first time, I didn't kill him. From this point of view, we're on good terms with each other. I'm a person who is used to being idle and a bit lawless. If I join the official organization, I am afraid it will tarnish the official image, so I'd better forget it. I don't want to bully other survivors. After all, most of the people in Xiaojuan City are Chinese. Even though it's the end of the world now, I don't want to bully my compatriots. But if the authorities allow me to go to the island country of Red Jang to be a boss, I would still be very happy. There is also the most important point that Lin Yao did not mention. He could actually sign the contract forgedly and at most pretend to obey it, but secretly disobey it. However, his mental detection vaguely discovered that there were some strange things in this contract, which made him have a bad feeling in his heart. He was worried that once he signed, something would happen that was beyond his control. Although I am strong, I will never seek death. Lin Yao was secretly alert in his heart. Xiao wanted to persuade him again, but suddenly paused, then sighed and said, If that's the case, then I won't force you, Mr. Lin. It is our official regret that we were unable to cooperate with Mr. Lin. We hope that this will not affect our future relationship. Of course, Lin Yao said with a playful smile. Just now, the headset in this guy's ear canal vibrated very slightly. Lin Yao couldn't hear what was said, but someone must have told him to let it go. Sure enough, this guy was a fake bishop, and the real bishop was in hiding. Xiao closed the folder and clapped his hands, and the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Lin Yao turned his head and was stunned for a moment. A woman in work uniform walked in. She had a delicate face and a slim figure. She had a quiet and elegant temperament and walked in with a smile on her face. Lin Yao's mental detection also noticed that not only he was stunned, but the owl next to him was also stunned for a while. You are the bishop. Lin Yao screamed in his heart. Although this woman was indeed beautiful, and in his opinion, she should be an S-level or even S+ level beautiful woman, Lin Yao was able to see through her at the first sight. The result is that no information about this woman can be seen. This can only mean one thing, that is, this woman's ability level exceeds level 6. Moreover, Lin Yao also used mental detection to see the woman's true face through her skin. She was also a green-skinned person, but this green-skinned person looked much more handsome than the owl in front of him. Combined with Zhao's stunned expression, Lin Yao instantly determined that this was their bishop. Aliens also have cross-dressing eyes. Lin Yao pondered in his heart, but he still showed a surprised expression on his face and asked, "Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Lin, and I'm a staff member here," the woman said proactively. Xiao also hurriedly put his expression back on track and said to her, "Lin, take this Mr. Lin to meet the father and daughter." "Okay." Lin's voice was very pleasant, and there was always a peaceful smile on her face, like a delicate white lotus. Lin bowed slightly in a very professional manner. "Mr. Lin, this way, please." Oh, okay." Lin Yao hastily came back to his senses, stood up and bowed to Xiao, saying, "Then, Your Excellency, the bishop, I will withdraw first." "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." Xiao stood up and bowed in the same manner. Seeing Lin Yao leaving with Lin in a hurry, Xiao sat down on the chair in shock. "What is this, Bishop? Didn't the plan just now mention this?" Chapter 150. Aliens have really dirty hearts. After leaving the meeting room, Lin Yao followed the woman, looking at her back with undisguised eyes. It must be said that the alien bishop has a very charming appearance with curves, plus her face and temperament. If Lin Yao didn't know her true appearance, he would have taken her in no matter what. "Beauty, what's your position here?" Lin Yao looked frivolous. Lin chuckled and said, "Mr. Lin, just call me Lin. I am the bishop's secretary, responsible for handling some miscellaneous matters." "Secretary?" Lin Yao touched his chin. "Will it be the kind of secretary who does things when there are things to do, and does other things that—" Lin still kept smiling. "Mr. Lin, you are joking. We are a serious organization, and such things will not happen." Oh, Lin Yao nodded and asked again, "How old are you this year?" 25, the same age as me. What a coincidence. By the way, do you have a partner? I don't have a partner. What a coincidence. I don't have a partner either. Lin, you said you were so beautiful. Is there anyone pursuing you in this official organization? No one is chasing you? Do these people have bad eyesight? Why don't they chase after such a beautiful woman? What's wrong with a serious organization? They don't allow people to date. Hey Lin, where are you from? Lin Yao kept asking questions along the way, looking like a dirty pervert, but Lin still maintained that indifferent smile and answered every one of his questions. "You little brat. You're really good at pretending." Lin Yao complained in his heart. Lin led him to a room and bowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Lin, the father and daughter are here. I have something else to do, so I won't stay with you any longer." After saying that, regardless of Lin Yao's reaction, she walked away proudly in her high heels. "Hey, we're leaving now. Do you want to have dinner or watch a movie together tonight?" Lin Yao called out, and when he saw no response from the other party, he touched his nose with a disappointed look on his face. A cold light flashed in Lin Yao's eyes, and he forced a slight smile. "It seems that this time, I was tricked by the authorities." The official bishop was very scheming. He knew that the girl with the portal ability would definitely attract most of the people in the base to recruit her, so they took the lead in protecting the parents. There has never been such a precedent before. Although this organization claims to be official, it has never taken in any survivors. Therefore, Lin Yao speculated that the authorities protected the father and daughter and then released the news in order to wait for him to come. And I was so stupid that I actually came here. First of all, I wanted to show respect to myself in front of everyone. This would at least arouse the vigilance of other bases and make them dare not provoke me at will and bring disaster to the destruction of their bases. Secondly, they would use that problematic contract to try to recruit him again. Lin Yao estimated that once he signed it, he would become a running dog of the government. Finally, if the contract plan failed, the bishop would use the beauty trap. It was no secret that he liked to collect beautiful women, and the authorities must have known about it long ago. Plus, with the appearance of the bishop, it would be easy to succeed. Moreover, this bishop was very good at using the beauty trap. He knew that he had always been a little wary of the officials, so when they met for the first time, he did not rush to get close to her. Instead, he maintained an attitude of keeping people at a distance, which made people want to conquer him. Lin Yao estimated that he would have many opportunities to accidentally meet this beautiful bishop in the future. A chain of strategies that kill 3 birds with 1 stone. This alien must be familiar with China's military tactics. The aliens are so nasty. Lin Yao was very thankful. If his system wasn't powerful enough and his skills were not diverse enough, he would have been in trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yao turned around and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A rough male voice came from inside, with a slight accent. "Open the door. I'm here to buy your daughter," Lin Yao said directly. So early, a male voice complained, and then the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man. Yukuin, male, 46 years old. Mighty ape level 3. The body can transform into a 2-meter-tall, powerful ape, which lasts for 30 minutes. Master Yukuin also looked at Lin Yao, and then asked, "Who are you? Didn't the official say that the auction will start in the afternoon?" Lin Yao smiled and said, "The officials brought me here. They said that the portal ability would be of the greatest use to me. Coincidentally, I am also the richest person, so there is no need for an auction. Let's just talk directly." Without the blocking of the door, Lin Yao's mental detection also saw the girl sitting on the chair in the room. Just like in the photo, Yu Qianqian was fair and clean, with beautiful facial features and a slender figure. The only flaw is that the Lei is not developed enough. He is at the level of a small hill, which cannot be compared with the mountains like the women at home. When she heard that someone came to buy her, Yu Qianqian's already pale face turned even paler as she looked at Lin Yao timidly. Why does it look like he hasn't eaten for a long time? Lin Yao muttered to himself. In addition to being pale, Yu Qianqian's body was also shaking uncontrollably due to hunger, and she looked very weak. In contrast, Yu Kuan in front of him had a red face. The oil stains at the corners of his mouth were not wiped clean, and there were vegetable leaves stuck on his teeth when he spoke, which made him look a bit disgusting. "Were you brought here by the authorities? Okay, come in and talk." Yu Kuan looked at Lin Yao in doubt, but still made way for Lin Yao to come in. Anyway, officially speaking, Yu Kuan is not worried about his own safety at all. After Lin Yao entered, he fixed his eyes on Yu Qianqian. Yu Qianqian, female, 18 years old. Grade 2 portal. Starting from the player's own position, a portal can be opened at any location within a radius of 5,000 meters. After the portal is opened, two-way teleportation is possible. The total opening time is 3 hours per day. I hope it's not aliens. Lin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then put on a gentle smile and asked, "You are Yu Qianqian, the girl with the portal ability?" Before the little girl finished speaking, Yu Kuan hurriedly stood in front of her and said, "I am Qianqian's father. The authorities have evaluated her ability. How can it be fake? She is still a child. Tell me what's going on." "Okay, I like this girl. Name your price." Lin Yao sat on the chair, staring at him with burning eyes. This father not only wanted to sell his daughter, but he even refused to give her food to eat. Is such a man worthy of being a father? Yu Kuan turned his head and glared at Yu Qianqian fiercely. Then he sat down opposite Lin Yao with a smile, took out a dirty cup from the snakeskin bag at his feet, poured a cup of tea for Lin Yao, and placed it in front of him and asked, "What is this gentleman's name? Which base is he the boss of?" Lin Yao frowned slightly. "Lin Yao, don't worry about which base I'm from. Just name the price." Chapter 151. Business Turns into Marriage. Yu Kuan saw Lin Yao's impatience and felt slightly proud. As long as the other party was impatient, that would be a good time to negotiate the price. "Well, Mr. Lin, you see, it wasn't easy for me to raise my daughter. If it weren't for this damn apocalypse, I would never send Qianqian away. I see that Mr. Lin is so young, and my daughter is not bad looking either. How about I betroth my daughter to you?" Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is there any difference between betrothal and selling?" Yu Qianqian, who was standing by, was about to open her mouth to refuse, but after seeing Yu Kuan's eyes, she swallowed the words back, her eyes slightly red. Seeing that Lin Yao had no objection, Yu Kuan chuckled. "Mr. Lin has no objection, so it's settled. The child's mother died early, so I will decide Qianqian's marriage. Well, we are from Xiaojuan province. How about we follow our customs?" Lin Yao nodded, but felt a little disdainful in his heart. Before the end of the world, the bride price in Xiaojuan province was famously high throughout the country. The other party is planning to ask for an exorbitant amount. Yu Kuan's eyes lit up, and he slowly stretched out a finger and said, "If Mr. Lin agrees, then I will take this amount of crystals as a gift." 10,000 crystals? Sure. Lin Yao agreed without even thinking about it. Although 10,000 crystals are a lot, Lin Yao can afford it, and the value of this girl is worth this number. Yu Kuan shook his head. "You misunderstood. I meant 100,000 crystals." "Are you kidding me?" Lin Yao was stunned, then looked at him with cold eyes. "Whose one finger represents 10? Is this how you open your mouth, like a lion?" Yu Kuan trembled all over when he was glared at by Lin Yao. He almost gave in. However, he felt more confident when he thought that this was an official place and no one would dare to use force here. He was indeed planning to ask for 10,000 crystals just now, But when he saw Lin Yao agreed so readily, he instantly became excited and raised the asking price 10 times. Even if Lin Yao did not agree, after some bargaining, he should get more than 10,000 crystals in the end. How can I play tricks on you? If you don't agree, we can discuss it again. Yu Kuan mustered up the courage to refute. Lin Yao was a little speechless. He did seem a little impatient just now. I, as salesperson, actually forgot to talk about the deal and shouldn't express my intention too quickly. It seems that power can easily make people forget their original intentions. Don't even think about 100,000. I can't afford it, and neither can any base out there, including the official one. 10,000. If you still don't agree, then forget it, Lin Yao said coldly. I'm desperate, so I'll find a woman and ask the system to give me a portal ability so that I won't be threatened. Yu Kuan hurriedly shook his head. 10,000 is too little. Besides, Xiaojuan has a younger brother. If I take the crystal back, I will give it to her brother. I will take a step back and give it to him. 80,000. Lin Yao sneered and said, in that case, goodbye. This girl is so pitiful. Not only does she have a vampire father, but she also has to sell herself to help her brother. No wonder she always looks so dispirited. But Lin Yao didn't want to be a goody-goody, so he stood up and was about to leave. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. 80,000 won't work. How about 75,000? Yu Kuan was anxious. 10,000. I won't give you a penny more. You should understand that these are crystals, not banknotes. If I throw them at you one by one, they will kill you. I guarantee that if you can really sell so many crystals, I will lose if you can return to Xiaojuan. Lin Yao said bluntly. Yu Kuan was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately understood that what Lin Yao said made sense. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Unless he absorbs all the crystals on the spot, he will not be able to leave Xiaojuan City with so many crystals. Then, how about 15,000? Yu Kuan wanted to ask for a little more. Goodbye. Lin Yao completely lost his patience, opened the door, and went out. There was a loud slam of a door, and Yu Kuan stood there in a daze. He felt a little angry for a moment as the fat sheep that was about to be caught just slipped away. Seeing Yu Qianqian silently lowering her head and crying, he walked over and slapped the girl in the face. Why are you crying? You're a waste. You can't even sell it for 15,000. What's the point of having you? When she was about to slap her again, she saw that the girl had been knocked unconscious by her. Damn it, you're so useless. Yu Kuan cursed, but he was also afraid that something might happen to Yu Qianqian and she wouldn't be able to be sold for a good price. So he took a basin of water and poured it on her face. When Yu Qianqian woke up, she saw Yu Kuan sitting alone, sulking and lowering his head in grievance. After Lin Yao left the room, he walked straight out and saw Shadow Deacon, who was waiting for him. How is it, Mr. Lin? Have you reached an agreement? Shadow Deacon said with a smile. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. What the hell? He's just a bastard. The talks have already broken down. Deacon Shadow paused, then shook his head and smiled. That's really a pity. Since she doesn't have the blessing to join Mr. Lin's base, we officials will make the decision and hold an auction this afternoon. Don't you care about this kind of human trafficking? Lin Yao asked him with a sidelong glance. We can't do anything about it. Besides, Yu Kuan is collecting the gift in the name of marrying his daughter. We can't do anything about it, Ing replied. Forget it, whatever happens. Lin Yao threw his hands, then suddenly thought of something, leaned over, and asked in a low voice, Hey, when does Lin get off work? Deacon Shadow paused, then said with a smile, Why? Mr. Lin is. Hey, a beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. We are all men. Those who understand will understand. Lin Yao had an expression that said, Understand. I understand. But Lin is directly dispatched by the bishop, and her working hours are flexible. I can't tell when she will get off work, said Deacon Shadow with a smile. Is that so? Forget it. I'll come back later. Lin Yao looked disappointed, then waved his hand and left. After leaving the base gate, Lin Yao saw that everyone made way for him, and some of them were secretly pointing fingers. A person who is treated so politely by the authorities, even if he is not a powerful person, at least has some status. Lin Yao walked through the crowd carefree, but when he was about to leave the crowd, he was blocked by another group of people who were the bosses from various areas. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Yang Peng from the Thunder Base. I wonder if Mr. Lin would be so kind as to come to our Thunder Base for a visit. Mr. Lin is a handsome man. What's so good about your Thunder Base? Why don't you come to our Sky Base? I can make delicious tea. Good tea. Really good tea. Mr. Lin, what's the point of going to those women's bases? Why don't you come to my Iron Fortress base and have a seat? Zhu Hingtian, Who are you scolding? Did I curse? Chapter 152. Lin Yao is already under my control. Lin Yao was speechless as he watched the group of people become increasingly hostile. Of course, not all the bosses came up to make friends the first time. For example, Blood King Tai Yunfan, Flame King Qin Yin, and War King Han Jiang just watched from the sidelines. They have sent people to inquire about Lin Yao, but it has been a short time and they still know nothing about him. It might be a waste of effort to try to make friends with him at this time. Stop arguing. By the way, can you make tea? Lin Yao spoke up to stop their quarrel and stared at Duan Feiyun with a lecherous look on his face. Everyone was silent, and they began to look down on Lin Yao in their hearts. Among so many bases, the strength of the Cancong base was actually at the bottom. However, Lin Yao showed direct interest in Duan Feiyun, which was nothing more than his desire for her body. Such stuff is not worth their attention. Duan Feiyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled charmingly and said, "Of course, otherwise, I will ask someone to take Mr. Lin back to the Cangxiong base for a visit. When I come back, I will definitely make a pot of tea for Mr. Lin." "Aren't you going to take me back?" Lin Yao asked doubtfully. "Haha, please forgive me, Mr. Lin. I came here for the girl with the portal ability. The auction hasn't started yet, so the meaning is very clear. I have important things to do, so you please stay aside for now." I have to say that Lin Yao's move was very effective. From the time he just left the base, he was the focus of everyone's attention. To now, no one cares about him anymore. At least most people don't care about him anymore. Lin Yao looked regretful. "Is that so? Forget it. I'd better go home. Next time I have time, I'll go to the Sky base for tea. Please forgive me, Mr. Lin. I will definitely treat you well next time." Duan Feiyun bowed slightly and returned to her original seat. Seeing that no one wanted to get involved with him anymore, Lin Yao planned to leave, but was blocked by a fat woman again. Ning Fanglan, female, 42 years old. Elastic limbs level 4. The limbs have enough elasticity to charge and jump to attack. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. This ability was quite interesting. Although Ning Fanglan was not good looking, she had a confident smile on her face and asked Lin Yao, "May I ask what is your full name, Brother Lin?" Just now everyone only knew that Lin Yao's surname was Lin, and no one knew his full name. "Who are you?" Lin Yao asked back without any politeness. Ning Fanglan was stunned. Where did this bumpkin come from? She didn't even recognize him? Others also gathered together and began to whisper, looking like they were watching a show. Ning Fanglan was well known for her extreme feminism. Now she took the initiative to strike up a conversation with a man and was rebuffed. They guessed that Ning Fanglan would not be able to tolerate this. However, Ning Fanglan still smiled and said, "I am sorry for being so presumptuous. My name is Ning Fanglan, and I am currently the leader of the Yipianshan base." Lin Yao rubbed his arms and complained, "Auntie, you should stop pretending to be young at your age. If you have anything to say, just tell me. It's understandable for Duan Feiyun, a girl in her 20s, to act young. But why are you acting young when you're in your 40s? The others were also shocked. Although Ning Fanglan was not the strongest, she was a well-known lunatic in Zhonghan City. Bosses from other areas had ridiculed her before, and then Ning Fanglan went crazy and started fighting with others. If it weren't for the official mediation, the top 10 ranking would have changed long ago. Sure enough, Ning Fanglan's face froze, and she said coldly, "Young man, are you looking for death?" "TSK. I'm so scared." Lin Yao pretended to be very scared, then walked around her and left. These days, anyone dares to threaten me. At the gate of the official base, Ning Fanglan didn't dare to take any action. The crowd was in an uproar and began to speculate about Lin Yao's identity. Does this guy really have the strength to be among the top 10 in Seoul? Or is he just a fool? Investigate it for me. I want his entire base to be buried with him. Ning Fanglan cursed angrily as she looked at Lin Yao's back. No matter how crazy she was, she knew that it was not appropriate to take action in front of the official gate today. Otherwise, she would not be able to bear the blame from the officials. Besides, she was in a hurry to receive the girl with the portal ability, so she could not chase after her and kill her. Inside the official building, Deacon Shadow watched Lin Yao leave before coming to the meeting room. Lin Gao sat in the first seat, still wearing his uniform, and the other deacons were also there. "Your Excellency, the bishop, Lin Yao, and Yukuan broke up the talks and have left now," Shadow Deacon said with a bow. Lin nodded, motioned for Shadow Deacon to sit down, and then slowly said, "Lin Yao has always been smooth sailing with our official side. It is reasonable for him to suffer some setbacks occasionally, otherwise it will arouse his suspicion. Deacon Xiao changed back into a black robe and couldn't help asking, "My Lord Bishop, why do you have to go down in person? We can handle Lin Yao." Lin shook her head. "You can't deal with him because he is a level 7 mutant." "What?" All the deacons were shocked. "How is it possible?" Shadow Deacon widened his eyes. Lin stared at Shadow Deacon and said, "It's not your fault. Lin Yao's strength is far beyond yours, so it's understandable that you made a mistake. Of course, it's also possible that Lin Yao reached level 7 after he first met you. But no matter what the situation is, being able to be promoted to level 7 in such a short time is enough to show that this person's value is immeasurable. From what we know so far, this Lin Yao has the ability to immobilize people, the ability to shoot crossbows, and as he said, he can forge weapons. In addition to these three, I believe Lin Yao also possesses other superpowers. Therefore, the awakening of this person's superpowers should be a rare, autonomous awakening, not the work of our organization. Such a rare talent must be controlled in our hands. It is a wise choice to use Yu Qianqian's information to lure him here. And I personally went out to seduce him just to please him. I believe that as long as the operation is done properly, this Lin Yao will sink to the bottom of this body sooner or later." Deacon 2 asked in confusion, why was the bishop so cold to him this time? Will it create a bad first impression? Lin rolled her eyes at him and said, "What do you know? Chinese men like women who are hard to get. If I show too much enthusiasm, it will only arouse his vigilance. On the contrary, I didn't say anything to him, so he became interested in me." Deacon Shadow nodded seriously. "Your Excellency, the bishop is right. When Lin Yao left just now, he was still asking you when you would get off work. I think he has fallen into it. Lin Yao is already under my control," Lin said confidently. Chapter 153, The Sky-Blasting Base, is extremely abominable. All the deacons showed their respect to the bishop. He was worthy of being their bishop. This kind of thought was really different. The Shadow Deacon asked, "Then, what should we do with Yu Kuan and his daughter?" Deacon Lin looked at the crowd outside and whispered, "Their purpose is to help me lure Lin Yao here. Now their purpose has been achieved. They want to auction it off. Just set up a platform for them at the door, and we won't care about the rest." While Lin Yao was rushing towards Hushan District, Wen Yijing also arrived at the Xiaojuan base, or rather, the former Xiaojuan base. Ever since Wang Su was killed by Lin Yao, the Xiaojuan base has inexplicably survived. It has now been renamed Tianming Base, and the boss is called Tianming. At this time, inside the Tianming base, a group of people were shivering as they looked at a woman in white clothes and white hair in front of them, who looked like a fairy from a TV show, except that this fairy exuded a cold aura. Just now, when Yijing came and said she was looking for Wang Su, seeing such a beautiful woman coming to his door, Tianming immediately wanted to catch her and offer her to Lin Yao in exchange for the crystal. Unfortunately, when Yijing just waved her hand, and many people were frozen into ice sculptures. "You mean, Wang Su died a long time ago?" when Yijing asked coldly. Tianming covered the frostbite on his arm. If when Yijing hadn't needed to question him, he wouldn't have survived. He answered tremblingly, "Yes. Yes, a few days ago, Wang Su was killed because he offended the boss of the dialization base." When Yijing frowned slightly, Ning Fanglan asked her to investigate Wang Su. After much investigation, she finally locked the target here. However, Wang Su had died a long time ago. This meant that it was not Wang Su who instigated Wang Feng, and therefore he was not Ning Fanglan's target. The clue ended here again, when Yijing felt a little bored and turned around to leave. Are you going to dialization base?" Tianming mustered up the courage to ask when he saw that the fairy did not kill him. If this woman wants to go to the dialization base, he will follow her no matter what. Then he can say that he introduced her. With the beauty of this woman, she will definitely be favored by Boss Lin. Then he will have the crystal, right? When Yijing turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" This guy mentioned the dialization base twice. Could he be the new king of Hushan District? Tianming choked. Nothing. Our Hushan district boss invited all the beautiful ladies to go on a blind date with him, I thought. When Yijing snorted coldly, the temperature dropped several degrees again. Tianming shivered and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "What do you mean by inviting beautiful women to blind dates? Isn't it just forcing you to give your women to him?" When Yijing said with cold eyes, she had seen countless such things after the end of the world. Some men have acquired superpowers and feel powerful, so they collect beautiful women everywhere. If they meet those who are married, they use threats and inducements to coerce them. And if that doesn't work, they just rob them by force. It's so despicable. In order to survive, Tian Meng nodded hurriedly. You are right. Boss Lin of the Diazation base asks us to collect beauties for him every day. If we don't, we will be deducted crystals or killed. Our previous boss Wang Su was killed because the beauties he sent didn't suit Boss Lin's taste and offended him. And then, Fairy, let me tell you, that base has taken in countless beauties. After entering, these beauties were tortured inhumanely. Last time, I even saw a little girl of 6 or 7 years old being taken in by him. Asshole, when Yijing cursed angrily. How could such a person still live in this world? Tell me, where is he? Tian Meng took out a map and pointed to the location and said, he is right here. Please, Fairy, do us justice and restore peace to our Hushan area. When I looked up, when Yijing had disappeared. Oh, I'm scared to death. Tian Meng sat down on the ground, still in shock. Just when he was about to feel complacent, he started to panic again. Just now he was frightened by the other party's cold snort and thought that he was going to kill him. So he threw dirty water on Lin Yao without thinking. Now thinking about it, isn't this the same routine as Wang Su? He witnessed Wang Su's end with his own eyes. It's over. Tian Meng felt his calves going weak. He struggled to get up and started packing his luggage to escape. On the other side, when Yijing drove with a stern face all the way towards the Diazation base. In less than half an hour, she arrived at the gate of the base. Fang Yi noticed someone coming, walked out, and watched a woman with a cold face get out of the car and walk straight towards him. Is Lin Yao here? When Yijing asked directly. My uncle is not here. Who are you? Fang Yi heard the coldness in the other party's tone and asked back bluntly. When Yijing nodded slightly. It's good that we didn't go wrong. Let me ask you, did Lin Yao force all the small bases in Hushan district to send women to him? Fang Yi frowned slightly. Don't talk nonsense. My uncle is going on blind dates with them, and they must be voluntary. How can he be forced? After hearing this, when Yijing became more convinced of Tian Meng's words and said in a cold tone, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he raised his hand and several ice cones shot straight towards Fang Yi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice cones were very fast, but they all missed. When Yijing's pupils shrank slightly, this young man actually dodged her attack. Fang Yi hit aside and cursed. Who the hell are you? You're fighting just because you don't agree with me. Oomph. He's your uncle. You must be no good either, Dai. When Yijing cursed and shot an ice cone at Fang Yi again. But no matter how she attacked, she couldn't touch Fang Ye's hair, and she became more and more alert. If even a gatekeeper is so powerful, how powerful must their boss Lin Yao be? But when she thought of so many girls still living in dire straits, when Yijing became determined to rescue them today, no matter what, Fang Yi dodged left and right. Although he couldn't hurt him, he was very angry. It was too uncomfortable to not be able to fight back. At the same time, someone saw Fang Yi fighting with a woman at the gate of the base and hurried to the villa to report. Several women were preparing to go out to kill zombies in the afternoon, and they were a little surprised when they heard the report. Even the authorities don't dare to cause trouble for their base. So where did this idiot come from? Even Xiao Yi can't beat her. Wu Shuyan was a little surprised. Fang Yi was already a level 6 psychic, so how strong would the person coming be? Fang Yin said awkwardly, it shouldn't be that he can't beat her. I saw Xiao Yi often bullying Xiao Feng, so I warned him not to hit girls. If a girl wants to hit him, he can only hide and not fight back. Chapter 154, Chu Wenwen's aunt. The women looked at each other. If that was the case, then it made sense. Let's go. Let's go out and take a look, Wu Shuyan said. I want to go too. Chu Wenwen raised her hand to watch the fun. When the women, big and small, arrived at the gate of the base, when Yijing was panting and shooting ice cones at the other party. Is this guy a loach? He is so good hiding. When the women saw Yijing's appearance, they were all a little surprised. She is really an ice beauty. Auntie. Suddenly, a crisp child's voice sounded. Wu Shuyan was stunned. She looked down at Chu Wenwen, who was holding her hand, and asked, Who are you calling? When Yijing paused, no longer looking like an icy person, she turned her head with wide eyes and looked over. When she saw Chu Wenwen, her eyes instantly turned red. She asked in disbelief, Wenwen? Aunt. Chu Wenwen let go of Wu Shuyan's hand, tears in her eyes, and ran towards her. Forehead. The women looked at each other again. The woman who came to their door turned out to be Chu Wenwen's aunt. This world is really small. Wenwen, is it really you? When Yijing hugged Chu Wenwen's small body and asked with trembling lips. Chu Wenwen cried and said, Woo, Auntie, I miss you so much, Wu. It was the first time the little girl saw her blood relatives since her parents died. She couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears while hugging Wen Yijing. Wen, don't be afraid. It's my aunt, it's my aunt. Wen Yijing was also infected by the emotions and shed tears. On the first day of the apocalypse, she was eager to contact her sister and brother-in-law, but no one answered the phone. Even after gaining superpowers, Wen Yijing went to Chu Wenwen's house once. However, this time he came back empty-handed. He did not see Chu Wenwen and her family of 3, and he didn't even see any zombies or corpses. After searching for more than half a month, Wen Yijing had to accept the fact that her sister and her family might have been murdered. Unexpectedly, she met Chu Wenwen here. Wen, tell your aunt, where are your parents? Wen Yijing asked nervously. Chu Wenwen burst into tears and said, Mom and Dad are both dead. Wen Yijing's face turned pale, and she hugged Chu Wenwen even tighter. Fang Yi ran to Fang Yin and complained, so we are a family. Fortunately, I didn't slap her. Fang Yin rolled her eyes, not knowing what to say. It's such a touching atmosphere. Why do you like to ruin it so much? Wu Shuyin was so moved that her eyes were a little moist. Ever since Lin Yao brought Chu Wenwen back, she had always treated Chu Wenwen as her daughter. Now that the little girl had met her relatives, she was moved and a little worried at the same time. Wen Yijing had been comforting Chu Wenwen, and then she suddenly remembered that Tian Meng had said that Lin Yao would not even let go of little girls who were only 6 or 7 years old. Could this be referring to Wenwen? In an instant, Wen Yijing's anger surged up again, and she asked coldly, Wen, has Lin Yao ever bullied you? Chu Wenwen was so busy crying that she didn't hear what she said. Wu Shuyin came over first and said with a gentle smile, You are Wenwen's aunt, right? Don't worry, Wenwen eats well and sleeps well here. She is very happy every day and has never been bullied. Influenced by Lin Yao, the entire base treats Chu Wenwen like a little princess. Except for Lin Yao's women, people from other teams also smile when they see Chu Wenwen. People who go out often bring toys for the little girl. Basically, she is the apple of everyone's eye. Wen Yijing looked at her coldly and asked, Who are you? At the same time, he was also looking at these women in front of him, feeling somewhat puzzled. Didn't Tian Meng say that they were often tortured after coming in? It didn't look like that. They all have rosy faces and fair skin, and look very healthy. What is going on? Wu Shuyin smiled gently and said, I am Lin Yao's woman. He has something to do today. How about coming in and sitting down for a while? Wen Yijing frowned slightly, pointed at the woman behind Wu Shuyin, and asked, What about them? They are also Lin Yao's women. Wu Shuyin replied, Hurrah! As expected, he is still a pervert who collects beautiful women. In Wen Yijing's opinion, these beauties were collected by Lin Yao. Although they were not tortured, they were definitely forced. Thinking of this, her hatred for Lin Yao deepened. Wen Yijing stood up coldly, hugged Chu Wenwen, and was about to turn around and leave. There's no need to go in. I will definitely come to disturb you next time. Now she was not sure that she could defeat the young man guarding the gate with Chu Wenwen in her arms, so she decided to take her nephew away first and wait until the next time she gathered the people from the base to attack again. Who are you? What's going on? Suddenly, Lin Yao appeared behind Wen Yijing and asked. Just now, after he left the official, he walked slowly towards the base, collecting some supplies along the way. A few kilometers away from the base, his mental detection discovered the situation at the door, and he quickly moved back to the base door with a few instants. Wen Yijing, female, 27 years old, ice level 4, can create ice cubes out of thin air to attack. Where did this come from? Wen Yijing turned around in surprise and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared. She had not sensed his presence at all just now. This man was very powerful. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lin Yao stared at Chu Wenwen in her arms and asked, Why is Wenwen in your arms? Are you Lin Yao? Wen Yijing asked coldly, but her body was ready to take action at any time. No matter what, today, even if it costs my life, I must take Wenwen away from here. Lin Yao nodded. I am Lin Yao. Who are you? I am Wenwen's aunt, and I am taking her away today. Wen Yijing said coldly. Lin Yao frowned and, seeing Chu Wenwen lying so obediently in the other's arms, Lin Yao still chose to believe it. At the same time, Lin Yao heard Zhou Chuchu's voice. She had just heard Wen Yijing's thoughts, so she used Wang Yinghan's voice transmission center to say to Lin Yao, Lin Yao, Wenwen's aunt has a misunderstanding about you. She has been deceived. Tian Meng lied to her and said that you forced all the bases in Hushan district to send you women, including little girls as young as 6 or 7 years old. She was so angry that she came to your door and beat you up. It was purely coincidental that she recognized Wenwen. She planned to take Wenwen back first, and then gather the people from Yippee Anshan base to attack. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. Who is Tianming? How dare he slander me? Seeing Wan Yijing holding Chu Wenwen and preparing to get into the car, Lin Yao blocked them in front and said, "Wait, there's a misunderstanding between us." "There is no misunderstanding between you and me. I want to take Wenwen away now. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." Wan Yijing raised her hand, and several ice cones appeared, floating in the air. Lin Yao smiled and said, "Don't be impatient. If you want to take Wenwen away, why don't you ask her opinion?" Chapter 155, Chu Wenwen's Choice. Wan Yijing said coldly, "Humph. I am Wenwen's only relative. It is only natural for me to take her away." "I know you are Wenwen's only relative," Lin Yao nodded and said, "but you should at least respect the child's wishes. As long as Wenwen says she is willing to go with you, I will never stop her. I can even escort you back." Although he was reluctant, she was a real relative after all. If Chu Wenwen was willing to leave with Wan Yijing, he had no choice but to let her go. Wan Yijing thought about it and felt that Lin Yao just refused to give up. In that case, let him give up completely. Putting Chu Wenwen in her arms on the ground, Wan Yijing gently stroked her little head and asked, "Wenwen, can you go back with your aunt?" Chu Wenwen wiped her tears and finally saw the situation clearly. Her aunt was looking at her gently, and Lin Yao and Wu Shuyan beside her were also looking at her gently. "Go back. Where to?" Chu Wenwen asked. Wan Yijing smiled slightly. "My aunt is in a base now, Wenwen. Can you come back there with me? There are many young ladies and aunts there who can play with Wenwen." Chu Wenwen was stunned, with a longing look on her face. Wan Yijing just smiled, but unexpectedly Chu Wenwen shook her head. Wenwen doesn't want to leave her brother and aunt. "What?" Wan Yijing's face turned pale instantly. Lin Yao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and Wu Shuyan also cried with joy, thinking that her love for this child was not in vain. Chu Wenwen hugged Wan Yijing's arm and said, "Aunt, you should stay here too. It's great here. Everyone likes Wenwen and treats her very well. Although my brother often secretly erases Wenwen's homework, she is very happy every day. There are also many fun things and delicious food here." "Brother? Auntie? Homework?" Wan Yijing felt a little dizzy. What was going on? Lin Yao touched his nose and smiled. "How do you know I was the one who erased your homework?" "Oomph. I knew it was you right away." Chu Wenwen made a face at him. Wan Yijing shook her head, stood up, stared at Lin Yao, and asked, "What did you do to Wenwen?" She felt that Chu Wenwen's behavior must have been due to Lin Yao having drugged her. Lin Yao smiled and took out a brand new doll and handed it to Chu Wenwen. The little girl took it with a look of surprise and then slowly said, "What to do?" "Give her milk every morning and eat all the breakfast she likes. In the morning, a teacher takes her to class and she learns book knowledge. After lunch, she takes a half-hour nap. After waking up, my woman takes her to the children's facility area of the base for half an hour to exercise, and then she starts doing her homework. After finishing my homework, I just play around in the base. Today I went to the back mountain to steal some cucumbers, and tomorrow I went to find a familiar little sister to play with toys. After dinner in the evening, someone took her to take a bath, blew her hair, told her stories, and went to sleep with her. Except that I don't let her leave the base. This is basically the daily routine." Chu Wenwen held the baby and pouted. "I didn't steal cucumbers today." Lin Yao touched her little head, turned his head, and stared at Wan Yijing and said, "This is all I can do every day. I'm just a brother. In this end times, I can do my best to give my sister this." Wan Yijing was speechless. No matter how picky she was, she couldn't find any fault. She didn't even expect that Lin Yao would actually hire a teacher to help Chu Wenwen with her homework. If it weren't for the zombies rampant outside, she would even doubt whether this was the end of the world. Seeing Wan Yijing standing there in a daze, Lin Yao winked at Qian and the others, saying that it was time to go kill the zombies. Otherwise, if Su Qingyan and the others led the zombies over and they were not in position, it would be awkward. After all the women left, Wan Yijing came back to her senses, sighed deeply, squatted down, and looked at Chu Wenwen. "Wenwen, do you really not want to go back with your aunt? The base where your aunt is very powerful and can protect your safety there." Chu Wenwen still shook her head. "I don't want to go. Annie, you should stay too. Woman also has superpowers, and Wenwen is very powerful. She still doesn't know what her special abilities are. She just has a vague feeling about it. But people at home praise her all the time, so she thinks she is very powerful too." Wen Yijing smiled and said, "Really? Then what level of superpower is Wenwen now?" However, he was certain in his heart that Lin Yao spoiled the little girl like a princess and never thought of letting Chu Wenwen go out to kill zombies. So her ability was probably still at level 1. But she is her aunt after all. So no matter what level Chu Wenwen's ability is, she has to act very surprised to avoid letting the little girl get shocked. Chu Wenwen tilted her head and looked at Lin Yao, who nodded to her, indicating that she could speak, and then said to Wen Yijing, "Level 6. Wow, Wenwen is so amazing, it's already 6. How much did you say?" Wen Yijing was stunned. What did she just hear? Level 6? Chu Wenwen is a level 6 mutant. How is this possible? They were working hard killing zombies all day long at the Yippee Anshan base, and the strongest one, Ning Fonglan, only had late level 4 superpowers. Wen Yijing couldn't believe it no matter what. The little girl in front of her had already left her far behind. Wenwen, children can't lie, Wen Yijing said with an awkward smile. Chu Wenwen pouted. Wenwen didn't lie. It's really level 6. Wen Yijing was completely dumbfounded. She turned to look at Lin Yao mechanically, only to see him smiling and saying, "It is indeed level 6. You heard it right. How is it possible?" Wen Yijing felt that she could no longer understand this world. Lin Yao smiled confidently. "In my diazation base, everything is possible. Not only Wenwen, there are no less than 10 level 6 psychics in our base. Fortunately, you are Wenwen's aunt, otherwise, it would have been beaten into pieces of crushed ice." Wen Yijing's face flushed red. No wonder she couldn't hit the young man who was guarding the goal. It turned out that he just didn't want to fight with her. And, judging from the looks of Lin Yao's group of women, they must have come here voluntarily. Wen Yijing has confirmed that she has been deceived by Tian Ming. But after all, she was an adult, so Wen Yijing quickly put away her expression, gently tucked her hair around her ears, and stretched out her hand to Lin Yao, saying, "I'm sorry for the offense just now. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wen Yijing." Lin Yao extended his hand and said with a smile, "Miss Wen, you are too polite. Would you like to consider Wenwen's suggestion just now?" Wen Yijing actually wanted to agree on the spot. Firstly, she could take care of Chu Wenwen here, and secondly, there were a group of level 6 bosses here, and she could quickly improve her supernatural powers. But after thinking about it, he refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. I already have my own base and hold an important position. I'm sorry I can't agree." Aunt Chu Wenwen hurriedly pulled her hand and acted coquettishly, hoping that she would stay. Lin Yao sighed and said, "That's a pity. I hope Miss Wen will show mercy to us after she returns to the base." Chapter 156. Annie will definitely come back. "What do you mean?" Wen Yijing asked puzzledly. "What does it mean to show mercy to them? Given the strength of their base, to compose a threat to them?" Lin Yao spread his hands and smiled. "I went to the official place today, and when I came back, I was stopped by a woman named Ning Fonglan. I said something to her, and she planned to destroy my base. So when Miss Wen goes back, I'm afraid she will attack our base." "What?" Wen Yijing stood up in shock. She knew Ning Fonglan too well. This woman developed her current extreme personality because she was cheated by a man when she was young. In her eyes, all men deserved to die. If a man offended her, the outcome was self-evident. After spending so much time together, even when Yijing herself was more or less influenced by her, otherwise she wouldn't have been tricked by Tian Ming so easily into coming to the diazation base. But the question now is, should we attack the diazation base? Isn't this just seeking death? A level 4 psychic leads a team to destroy the base of a group of level 6 psychics. That's not the way to hit a stone with an egg. No, I have to go back and persuade my elder sister. Wen Yijing was so anxious that she was running around in circles and hurried to the car. She had to go back and persuade her, otherwise the base would be destroyed. "Aunt, don't go," Chu Wenwen shouted. Wen Yijing paused and hesitated. She finally saw Wenwen and wanted to stay a little longer. But thinking of the countless casualties tonight, she gritted her teeth and got in the car. "Wenwen, I have something important to do. I will come back to see you later." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing Chu Wenwen's lost expression, Lin Yao squatted down and asked, "Wenwen, do you want your aunt to come back?" Chu Wenwen nodded. "Yes. I hope my aunt can come back and stay with me forever." "But my aunt has already left," Lin Yao coaxed. "Yes, my aunt is gone." Chu Wenwen's face became more and more lost. Lin Yao smiled and said, "If my aunt's car suddenly broke down or encountered zombies, would she run back?" Chu Wenwen's eyes lit up. Yes, if my aunt encounters zombies, she will definitely run back in fear. So Wenwen, don't be sad. Your aunt will be back soon. Lin Yao touched Chu Wenwen's head with a smile and pulled her to sit on the steps at the gate of the base. Aunt will definitely come back. Chu Wenwen believed in Lin Yao very much, and a look of anticipation appeared on her face again. Lin Yao asked Wu Shuyan and Fang Yin to go back and rest, and ordered Fang Yi to go to the official gate to take a look to see who would be the girl with the portal ability in the end. He just stayed with Chu Wenwen and talked at the gate of the base. After packing his luggage, Tianming quietly slipped out of the base. He didn't dare to sit in the base and wait for the result like Wang Su did, and finally got Lin Yao's revenge. But not long after leaving the base, Tianming was in tears because he encountered a tide of zombies. Thousands of zombies were led by a female zombie. Tianming looked around, but found that there was no place to hide. After Wang Jialing saw Tianming, a living man, she had no intention of doing anything to him. However, this living man did not know how to run away and just stood there stupidly. Just because she did not take action did not mean that the other zombies could hold back. They rushed forward all at once when they saw a living man, as if he were delicious food. Poor Tianming, before he could wait for Lin Yao's revenge, he was indirectly killed by Lin Yao's Corpse King wife. Wang Jialing didn't think much about it. After leading the zombies to the designated location, he quietly left and reunited with Su Qingyan and the others. On the other side, when Yijing stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the Yippee Anshan base, feeling extremely anxious. After all, she had no feelings for Ning Fanglan, but she had put most of her efforts into the Yippee Anshan base. It didn't matter if Ning Fanglan died on her own, but she should not bring that group of ignorant women to die with her. When Yijing was running wild along the way, fortunately, her car was reinforced, otherwise it would have been crashed on the road. Suddenly, when Yijing saw a group of women wearing sunglasses passing by on the street ahead, they were neatly lined up in a straight line crossing the road, and she hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Creak! The friction between the tires and the ground made a loud noise, and finally, it stopped dangerously 1 meter away from the woman in the white dress who was leading the group. As if frightened, the women did not move at all. When Yijing quickly poked her head out and shouted, "Excuse me, are you all right? I'm in a hurry. Please make way." However, the group of women remained unmoved and just looked at her quietly. When Yijing felt that this group of women was a little weird, so she shouted loudly, "Please make way. Continue not moving." When Yijing was anxious, this was a waste of time. However, she didn't have time to argue with them, so she said helplessly, "Okay, you guys go first." But the group of women remained motionless. When Yijing was completely anxious, how come these women couldn't understand what she was saying? In desperation, she couldn't help but honk the horn a few times. It would have been fine if she hadn't pressed it. Once she did, the loud noise shook the leading woman so much that she opened her mouth and said to her, "Roar!" A violent aura unique to zombies burst out from Su Qingyan, and when Yijing's car was blown away uncontrollably by the aura, she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It was not until now that she finally recognized that they were a group of corpse kings. The car rolled in the air. When Yijing hurriedly kicked open the door and pressed her arm down, and an ice track slide appeared. When Yijing jumped onto the slide and slid down to the ground. While sliding, she was still paying attention to the movements of the Corpse King. Because of Su Qingyan's violent momentum, her sunglasses were blown away, revealing her orange pupils that exuded a cold aura. Level 5 Corpse King. When Yijing felt her calves go weak, and only then did she recall that the authorities had been warning other districts not to enter the Hushan area at will because there was a high-level Corpse King here. Moreover, there was not just one zombie king. Under the influence of Su Qingyan, other female zombies also revealed their eyes. Looking at several Corpse Kings with orange pupils and a group of purple pupils, when Yijing didn't think twice. As soon as she landed, she released several ice walls and then ran wildly. At the same time, she was extremely nervous. She was not sure whether the ice wall could stop the zombie kings. If she was caught up by these zombie kings, she would definitely die. Now she had only one thought. Escape. I just found one. I absolutely cannot die here. Several thoughts flashed through Yijing's mind, and she finally fled in the direction of the Diazation base. Only the even more terrifying Diazation base can deal with such a group of terrifying zombie kings. Looking at Yijing's fleeing figure, Su Qingyan waved her hand to stop others from chasing her. This person didn't attack us. Let her go, zombie language. Chapter 157, Are People in Big Cities Stupid and Naive? When Yijing ran all the way without even having time to look back. So she didn't know that the Corpse King was not chasing her at all. After pushing the speed to the limit, it wasn't long before the diazation base was finally visible from afar. While feeling relieved, I also saw Xiaojuan and Lin Yao at the gate of the base. Look, isn't my aunt back? Lin Yao smiled and pointed into the distance. Xiaojuan hurriedly stood up and looked over. After confirming that it was Wen Yijing who had returned, she jumped up with joy and immediately ran towards her. Aunt, you're really back. When Wen Yijing saw the little girl running towards her, she quickly picked her up and continued running, and finally stopped when she reached a big rock. When she looked back and didn't see the Corpse King chasing after her, Wen Yijing finally relaxed and panted. Lin Yao smiled, stood up, patted his butt, walked over and asked, Miss Wen, have you thought it through? Are you willing to join our base? Lin Yao, there are Corpse Kings. So many Corpse Kings. When he complained while panting. I know, there's always been a zombie king in Hushan district. Didn't the officials say so a long time ago? Lin Yao said that you're making a fuss out of nothing. Wen Yijing looked at him strangely. That was a Corpse King, a level 5 Corpse King at that. However, she felt relieved when she thought that this guy was a level 6 psychic. Xiaojuan kept jumping up and down while pulling Wen Yijing along. Ha ha. Annie's really back. I'm so happy. Annie, please don't leave. Looking at the little girl acting coquettishly and cutely, Wen Yijing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if she wanted to leave now, she couldn't. Who knew if she could encounter the Corpse King this time? In fact, as long as Xiaojuan didn't want her to leave, she would never be able to leave Hushan district. He had long been firmly under the control of his niece. Wen Yijing pondered for a moment and said to Lin Yao, I can join your base, but I have a request. Let the Tian base go. Lin Yao asked with a smile. Wen Yijing nodded. Although Ning Fanglan's actions are a bit extreme, she has indeed helped a lot of women. You also know that in the end times when the law disappears, many women can only become men's playthings. She has saved many women from the clutches of others. And many of the girls in the base haven't done anything bad. They just follow Ning Fanglan's orders. So, if they really offended you in the heat of the moment, please hope that you can let them go. Lin Yao spread his hands. I don't care. For your sake, as long as she doesn't commit suicide, I can spare their lives. Okay, then, thank you very much. Wen Yijing bowed slightly to Lin Yao very seriously. Lin Yao then gave her several choices. After joining the diazation base, she could also choose a team. Finally, under Xiaojuan's persistence, Wen Yijing joined Lin Yao's team. However, because she is not Lin Yao's woman yet, she can only live with Tang Xiaojuan in the villa next door. Lin Yao was not in a hurry to make Wen Yijing his woman. After all, with the little girl around, it wouldn't take long. At the official gate, after everyone's long calls, Yu Kuan finally brought Yu Qianqian out. Because the authorities had left them alone, Yu Kuan had no choice but to go up on the stage alone and act as the auctioneer himself. Hello, fellow countrymen, brothers and sisters. My name is Yu Kuan, and this is my daughter Yu Qianqian. Today, I am here to help my daughter find a husband. My daughter is 18 years old this year. She's a sweet girl with a tall figure. She used to be a popular girl in our village. When Yu Kuan was still showing off his rare eloquence, the people below had already interrupted him impatiently. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's just selling your daughter. We have waited so long to listen to your nagging. So just name a price. That's right. He is both a leader and a traitor. What kind of person is this? But this little girl is really pretty, just a little flat. These people include the leaders of various major bases, and they value Yu Qianqian much more than Lin Yao. Lin Yao's opinion on the portal power is that it can be used to speed up travel and save time, and it has no other use. But they don't think so. They all regard Yu Qianqian as an important strategic weapon. Let me ask you, when you have such a person with superpowers, who would dare to offend your base easily? As long as a portal is suddenly opened in the opponent's base, it will be a direct route to the divine soldiers from the rear. So the view held by these forces towards Yu Qianqian is to try their best to get her into their own base. But if you enter someone else's base, kill them as soon as possible. Feeling the fiery gazes from the crowd, Yu Qianqian lowered her head with red eyes, silently waiting for her fate. Yu Kuan's face flushed with shock, but he still forced a smile and continued. In that case, let's get straight to the point. Clearing his throat, Yu Kuan stretched out his hand and said, the auction officially begins now. Starting price, 20,000 level 1 crystals, no upper limit. Each bid increase must not be less than 5,000. Now we can begin. However, as soon as Yu Kuan said this, everyone fell silent and looked at him as if he were a fool. Seeing that no one bid, Yu Kuan shouted again, "Start now." The air continued to be quiet. After a while, some people started to laugh and curse. Where did this idiot come from? He asked for 20,000 crystals as a starting point. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Does he think that's 20,000 yuan? 20,000, and the price keeps going up by 5,000 each time. You might as well just rob it. Don't talk nonsense. You can't get so much even if you rob it, unless you have the ability to rob all those big bases. Could this guy be from Xiaojuan province? Hey, you're right. I asked someone secretly, and they really came from Xiaojuan province. No wonder. Hearing all kinds of ridicule from below, Yu Kuan's face turned pale. Ever since he rejected Lin Yao, he had placed his hope on this auction. Otherwise, what was the point of traveling such a long distance here? It was just because all the psychics in big cities were stupid and ignorant. But he didn't expect that he was the only one who was really stupid. Blood King Tai Yun Fan said coldly, "If you hold on to such unrealistic fantasies, then I advise you to go back to where you came from." As soon as these words were spoken, people from other small forces echoed them. Yu Kuan glared at Yu Qianqian in frustration. Anyone of the people here was stronger than him, so he could only vent his anger and grievances towards Yu Qianqian. But thinking about the purpose of this visit and the fact that he had a son at home waiting for crystal, he could only brazenly bow and say, "Then the starting price is 10,000 crystals, and each bid increase must not be less than 500. Chapter 158, the auction ends. Yu Kuan felt that he had made a lot of concessions. The starting price was reduced from 20,000 to 10,000, and the bid was reduced by 10 times. This way, he should be able to sell it. However, the people below still looked at him as if he were a fool, and no one paid any attention to him. Yu Kuan's forehead was covered with sweat. None of these people were willing to be a scapegoat. Starting price, 9,000 crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 200. Starting price, 8,000 crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 200. Starting price, 6,000 crystals. The starting price is 5,000. Yu Kuan gritted his teeth and said, "If you are still not satisfied with this price, I will take my daughter back." At the same time, he wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he reject the wealthy Lin Yao at that time? Now, he ended up being treated as a fool. Finally, this time someone started bidding. 5,100. I'll offer 5,500. 5,600. 5,700. The bidding finally began. Yu Kuan looked at the people below with anticipation. The price kept rising and slowly began to approach 7,000. After reaching the watershed of 7,000, people from other small forces knew that they were no longer qualified or capable of bidding, and now the stage was for the bases of several leaders. Sure enough, the several leader bases that came were at loggerheads with each other, and while the prices were steadily increasing, they were not too outrageous. 7,500. This is the highest price I can offer. If you brothers can offer a higher price than this, then I will have to go home. Duan Feiyun smiled sweetly. After these words were spoken, the other leaders' bases also quieted down and began to think. 7,500 is basically their psychological price. If it is higher, it will not be worth it. Although Yu Qianqian's supernatural power is very effective, it is not worth their efforts to buy it. Duan Feiyun looked around and saw that the leaders had no intention of bidding again. Just as a smug smile appeared on her face, it was broken by a voice. 8,000. Everyone was attracted by the voice and turned to look. It was Ning Fanglan. When everyone was bidding just now, Ning Fanglan just stood there watching without saying a word. When everyone thought that this woman had given up, she actually made the final decision and offered a high price that no one could refuse. Duan Feiyun's smile fell, and she sneered at Ning Fanglan. Aunt Ning is really rich and powerful. Isn't she afraid of spending such a large amount of crystals? And how many sisters will be sacrificed? It's none of your business. Ning Sanglan responded coldly. The reason why she didn't make an offer just now was because her subordinates had heard about Lin Yao. He comes from the Diazation base in Hushan district. His previous record was killing Kuang Xiao, making him the uncrowned king of Hushan district. With such strength, it would be too easy for their Yippee Anshan base to crush them. So Ning Fanglan made the final decision, called out a price of 8,000, and hurried back to gather people to kill Lin Yao. Yu Kuan wanted to wait a little longer to see if anyone offered a bid higher than 8,000, but after waiting for a long time, he ended up waiting in vain. Crystals are not like money. Once you get them, you can save them. In the end times where zombies are rampant, most people absorb crystals as soon as they get them and use them to improve their strength. Otherwise, if they don't have the strength, it will be useless no matter how many crystals they save. This also means that each base can only produce a small number of mobile crystals. For many bases, 8,000 is already an unattainable number. What are you waiting for? Bid your price. Ning Sanglanroaret. She hated men to begin with, and she wanted to cut the man who sold her daughter into pieces. Yu Kuan shuddered, and then he started to bid. 8,000 for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 8,000 the second time. 8,000 the third time. Make a deal. In the end, Yu Kuan reluctantly announced the deal, looking like his wife had died. Now he only felt regret in his heart, blaming himself for being so greedy and wanting to blackmail Lin Yao. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Ning Fonglan waved her hand, and several women pushed a small cart with 8,000 crystals piled on it. Then they left with Yu Qianqian. Everyone's eyes sparkled green as they looked at the white glowing level 1 crystals on the car. It was the first time they had seen such a large number of crystals piled together. It was truly spectacular. Many people looked at the crystals greedily, but no one dared to touch them. If you try to snatch things at the official gate, the outcome will not be good. Yu Kuan took the cart with a bitter face and secretly cursed Ning Fonglan in his heart. You just gave it to me in front of me. How can I take it away? After much thought, I decided to push the cart into the official building. Now I could only ask for help from the authorities. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, several other leader bases left with various thoughts in mind. On the way back to the base, Ning Fonglan propped up her chin and looked at Yu Qianqian, then slowly asked, "Is that guy really your father?" Yu Qianqian choked, then shook her head. "No, he is my second uncle. My father died early, and I was raised in foster care at my second uncle's house." "No wonder. But after all, you are his niece. He actually put you up for auction. This man deserves to die." A cold light flashed in Ning Fonglan's eyes. When she left just now, she secretly left some people at the scene. Ning Fonglan's crystal is not so easy to get. Ning Fonglan propped her chin up and asked, "Can you still use your special ability now?" Yu Qianqian nodded. "It can still be used. There is no limit to the number of times per day, only the time limit." "Okay, let me experience it," Ning Fonglan said, and then asked someone to stop the car, open the map, and asked Yu Qianqian to open a portal in the direction of the Yipianshan base. Yu Qianqian said pitifully, "I'm a little hungry." "Why are you hungry? Eat later." Ning Fonglan couldn't wait to experience the effect of the portal and didn't feel sorry for Yu Qianqian at all. Yu Qianqian's eyes reddened again. She had thought that being recruited by a female boss would make her life a little better, but she didn't expect that she would still be so pitiful. However, when she saw Ning Fonglan's cold eyes, she gritted her teeth and opened the portal. With her current ability level, she cannot reach the gate of Yipianshan base directly, but after driving it several times in a row, is still very effective. The journey that originally took 2 hours by car can now be reached in a few minutes. Seeing Yu Qianqian looking tired and hungry, and almost unable to stand, Ning Fonglan waved her hand and said, "Give her a piece of bread. What a waste." Then he entered the base without stopping. Yu Qianqian took the piece of bread that was less than the size of a palm, wiped her eyes silently, carefully tore off a few pieces and put them in her mouth, and put the rest into the pocket of her worn jeans. Chapter 159. Ning Fonglan is here. After Ning Fonglan entered the base, she immediately called a meeting of all the key members. Looking at the various women in the conference room, Ning Fonglan frowned slightly. "Is Xiaojing not back yet?" Someone stood up and said, "No, Sister Wen hasn't come back all day today." "Forget it. Let's not wait for her. I have something to announce now." Ning Fonglan waved her hand. Wen Yijing was sent by her to investigate Wang Su, so it was normal that she had not returned yet. Ning Fonglan then gathered the troops and led the team, including 10 level 4 psychics and 50 level 3 psychics. The goal is to destroy the Diazation base. After all the people were gathered, Ning Fonglan found Yu Qianqian. Originally, she still felt a little sympathy for this girl, but when she thought that this girl was oppressed by her second uncle and did not fight back, she became angry and did not look kindly to her. "Open a portal here. Hurry up." Ning Fonglan opened the map again and pointed to the Hushan area. Yu Qianqian did not dare to delay and immediately opened the portal on the spot. After a few jumps, she arrived at the Lake Mountain area. At this time in the Diazation base, Qin Yuran prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome Wen Yijing to join. Wen Yijing was stunned when she saw the various sumptuous meals that looked like a Manchuhan banquet. This is too luxurious. Lin Yao smiled and invited her to sit down. This is nothing. Our meals are of this standard every day, but today we made a few more dishes to welcome you. Didn't you notice that Wen is a little fatter than before? I'm not fat. Ju Wen Pao Det. The little girl's cute appearance made all the women laugh. Wen Yijing's originally cold and indifferent personality was also infected, and she couldn't help but smile. It seems that Wen is really happy living here. Wen Yijing looked at Chu Wen, who was eating heartily, and felt fortunate in her heart. Although her sister and brother-in-law were dead, as long as Chu Wen could live happily, it was also good. Thinking of this, Wen Yijing couldn't help but look at Lin Yao. Lin Yao's profile was undoubtedly very handsome, and his temperament was also very sunny, which made people feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but start thinking in her heart, what kind of man is this, and what kind of magic he has? Although everyone outside is having a hard time, his place is peaceful. At the dinner table, Lin Yao and Chu Wen often quarreled and fought over food, and with the lively people like Yu Xian and Lu Yin joining in, the atmosphere was filled with laughter. Wu Shuyin saw Wen Yijing staring at Lin Yao blankly and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Yao ate and played with Chu Wen and checked today's gains. Today, the 6 battlefields earned him 340,000 skill points and 1,600 attribute points. The 4-dimensional basic attributes were about to reach the 4,000 mark. Suddenly, Lin Yao paused while picking up the food, then calmly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and said slowly, Ning Fanglan is here. Wen Yijing was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said in disbelief, so fast. Because she spent 8,000 crystals today to buy a girl with the ability to teleport, so traveling is no problem, Lin Yao said with a smile. Before dinner, Fang Yi came back and told him about the situation, and his mouth was almost splitting with laughter. Lin Yao could already foresee that Yu Kuan would have a miserable expression as if his wife had died. Human greed led to his downfall, and in the end, he couldn't even get 10,000 crystals. Moreover, Lin Yao could also predict that there must be many people waiting for him at the official gate. As long as Yu Kuan walked out of the official gate, he would be robbed. Portal. Wen Yijing was stunned. She had gone out early this morning and had not received any message at all. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Yao stood up, motioned for others to continue eating, and walked out. Wen Yijing hurriedly followed. Outside the gate of the base, 2 young men, Fang Yi and Lu Tian, were sitting on the base, each holding a bowl of rice, watching the sunset and chatting. That's great. There are girls who like you. Why doesn't anyone like me? Lu Tian took a bite of rice sullenly. Fang Yi was stunned. You mean me? Who likes me? Lu Tian rolled his eyes. You are really a blockhead, my brother Yi. Fang Yi scratched his head. It's so strange. You all said that someone likes me. But why didn't you tell me? Because we all hope that you, a fool, will find out by yourself. Lin Yao couldn't help but laughed and scolded. The 2 young men hurriedly stood up holding their bowls. Lin Yao patted their shoulders and said with a smile, Okay, you guys continue eating. After saying that, he flipped his wrist and a recliner appeared out of thin air. Wen Yijing stared at Lin Yao in a daze, as if he was performing a magic trick, and then looked around. Didn't you say they were here? Where are they? Bang! Lin Yao lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said with a smile, Don't worry. It will be here in half a minute at most. Sure enough, more than 10 seconds later, a faint blue halo suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Diazation base. Ning Fanglan's sturdy figure stepped out first, and when she saw Lin Yao and Wen Yijing standing at the door together, she was stunned for a moment. Do they know each other? After a while, everyone in the Yipianshan base walked out of the portal. Finally, Yu Qianqian, who was extremely pale and trembling all over, came out and closed the portal with difficulty. Lin Yao frowned when he saw this. Ning Fanglan, this woman, brought someone home and didn't give him any food? Wen Yijing took the lead and walked up to Ning Fanglan and shouted, Big sister! Ning Fanglan kept looking at Wen Yijing and Lin Yao, then frowned and asked, Xiaojing, what's going on? Wen Yijing said hurriedly, Sister, there is a misunderstanding here. I came out today to follow your instructions to find out about Wang Su, and somehow I found this place. After coming here, I discovered by chance that my niece was also in this base. After Lin Yao came back from the official mission, he told me that he had some minor conflicts with you. I wanted to go back and dissuade them, but unfortunately, I accidentally ran into the Corpse King on the way back. I had no choice but to retreat. Sister, please give me some face since my niece is here too, and go back quickly. Before coming out, Lin Yao told her that he would give her a chance to explain to Ning Fanglan. If Ning Fanglan was willing to back down, he would not take action. But if Ning Fanglan was stubborn and still wanted to take action against him, he would not be polite. Ning Fanglan nodded, then sneered at Lin Yao. Boss Lin is really good at this. Are you hoping to use a niece to hold the second in command of our base hostage, so as to persuade me to quit? Lin Yao continued to smoke and ignored her. When Yijing hurriedly explained, Sister, it's not like that. My nephew was rescued by Lin Yao at the beginning of the apocalypse. I was not held hostage. Umph. Ning Fanglan snorted coldly. Even if he is not held hostage, so what? I can make the decision and let your nephew live, but this guy offended me during the day, and no one else in this base will survive. Chapter 160 Silly Woman. You can't trust a stinky man. Fang Yi and Lu Tian were whispering while holding their bowls. This old woman said she wanted to kill us all. Yeah, my uncle said during the day that she wanted to kill us all just because we said a few words to her. How cruel. What should we do then? What should I do? You're not afraid. Why should I be afraid? These people are not enough for me to fight. What I mean is, there's so many young ladies here. I'm worried that Uncle Lin will kill them all with one move, and my days of being single will be far away again. Hey, it doesn't matter. I'm here with you. On the other side, when Yijing was so anxious that sweat was pouring down her forehead, she quickly pulled Ning Fanglan and said, Sister, don't fight. It's not easy for our base to develop to where it is today. Don't be impulsive. Impulsive? Ning Fanglan sneered. Xiaojing, is this the first day you met me? If it weren't for me being ruthless and impulsive enough, would our Yippee Anshan base have been able to develop to this day? If you ask me, you're not in love with this stinky man Lin Yao, are you? When Yijing's face turned pale, Sister, I didn't. This is the first day I met him. Oomph. Why do you protect him so much? Why? There are no men in the base, and you get horny when you see a handsome guy. Ning Fanglan looked at Wen Yijing with disgust. Wen Yijing's eyes were slightly red from being scolded. Big sister, how can you look at me like that? We have known each other for such a long time. Don't you know who I am? It's because I know you well that I trust you so much. I helped you reach level 4 and made you the second in command of the base. But how did you treat me? How dare you talk to me like this for a man you've only known for one day? Ning Fanglan was unmoved. But you can't beat him. Wen Yijing was almost in despair. Ning Fanglan looked at Lin Yao with pride, not feeling any smile from him at all, and asked with a sneer, Why? How powerful is he that makes you so afraid of him? You slept with him? Wen Yijing choked, then hurriedly shook her head. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Yao is a level 6 superpower. If you insist on fighting, your entire army will be wiped out. Ning Fanglan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaojing, I can see that you are really in love with this stinky man. You can even say such nonsense. Then he looked at Lin Yao and said, Boss Lin, our Xiaojing has never been in a relationship before. I can understand that she believed your nonsense, but you have the nerve to say something as nonsensical as a level 6 superpower? She was very sure that Wen Yijing was a love-brained person who believed everything the man said, even any nonsense. Lin Yao smiled and said, let me correct you. Miss Wen and I haven't slept together yet. Secondly, Miss Wen has joined my base. Finally, I'm level 7. Fang Yi and Lu Tian behind looked at each other in surprise. Their Uncle Lin, had become stronger again. Okay. Xiaojing, for such a man, you even abandoned our Yippee Anshan base, right? Ning Fanglan laughed in anger. She didn't believe what Lin Yao said about level 7 at all. She was more and more certain that Wen Yijing was deceived by Lin Yao. Silly woman, you can't trust a stinky man. Wen Yijing was almost crying. Sister, he didn't lie. How can you believe him? Ning Fanglan sneered. I will trust you after I break his arms and legs and castrate his penis. Now, get out of my way. No, sister, if you want to do something, you have to step over my body first. Wen Yijing quickly opened her arms to stop her. Well then, since you won't be a life-and-death couple with him, I will help you do so. Chrysanthemum, Sakura, do it. Ning Fanglan waved her hand, and the female psychics behind her showed some hesitation on their faces, but due to her deterrent power, they still began to use their powers reluctantly. Lotus, I am sorry. Then the two women used their special powers to attack Wen Yijing, but Wen Yijing was disheartened and closed her eyes without moving. Lin Yao sighed, threw away the cigarette butt, and then his figure flashed and pulled when Yijing back. His 2 attacks missed. Okay, you've done your best. If she still wants to continue, don't blame me, Lin Yao said softly as he pressed when Yijing down on the recliner. Lin Yao, please let them go. When Yijing opened her eyes and saw the situation clearly, and hurriedly begged Lin Yao for mercy. Lin Yao smiled slightly. Okay, except Ning Fonglan. Everyone else can live, but I have a condition. I can agree to any conditions. When Yijing replied quickly. When Yijing realized that Ning Fonglan would never let Lin Yao go, so Lin Yao would naturally not let her go either. Now she could only pray that Lin Yao would let the other sisters go. She always accuses you of having slept with me. We can't let her accuse us for nothing, Lin Yao said with a gentle smile. When Yijing's face turned pale, Lin Yao's intention was simply to make her his woman. She was still a little hesitant when she thought that she would have to give up her virginity after keeping it for so many years. But when she thought about so many good sisters who could survive, when Yijing made up her mind and agreed. Okay, as long as you let them go, I promise you. Lu Tan, who was watching from behind, gave a thumbs up. As expected of Uncle Lin, it's so easy to have another wife. When will I have a chance to show off like this? Feng Yi smiled and said, then it will be your turn to guard the door next time. Lin Yao smiled slightly, then turned around and faced Ning Fonglan. Look at you, the chances of survival were raining down on you, but you dodged them all. For this, I have to praise you for being awesome. Ning Fonglan smiled coldly. You want to kill me? Everyone, take action. The speed that Lin Yao showed just now was indeed fast, but with just that, he would not be able to compete with so many of them. Following her order, everyone except herself and Yu Qianqian began to activate their special abilities, launching a variety of colorful attacks, both long-range and close-range, towards Lin Yao. I've hardly used this move, so I'll practice it today. Lin Yao was not afraid at all. He muttered something and then waved his hand at the dense attacks. All things retreat. Boom! All the attacks and people in front of Lin Yao were blown away by an invisible force. Those superpowers were bounced back into the sky and exploded like fireworks. Except for Ning Fonglan and Yu Qianqian, all the people from the Yipianshan base were blown away. When the retreat of all things reached level 6, Lin Yao could already easily control the direction, range, and strength of the rebound. Those female psychics were all bounced away and fainted by him, but none of them died. With one move, the screen was cleared. Ning Fonglan's plump body could not help but tremble. Really? Is he really a level 6 mutant? Chapter 161 Palm Technique Falling from Sky. Lin Yao laughed and said, Do you have a bad memory? Didn't I just say that I'm level 7? Level 7. Ning Fonglan's legs were so weak with fear that she finally understood now why when Yijing had tried to stop her over and over again. It was all for her own good. Turning her head and looking at her sisters, lying scattered on the ground more than 100 meters away, Ning Fonglan felt extremely regretful. Don't look at me. I said I wouldn't kill them, but you try to kill me again and again, Lin Yao said in a grim tone. Well, I'll give you a chance. You can attack me with all your strength and then take my attack. If you can survive, I'll let you go. Ning Fonglan's fat face was covered in sweat. Even the heavy makeup on her face was wiped off. She said in disbelief, Are you serious? Of course, I keep my word, Lin Yao replied. Then the two of them stood 20 meters apart away from the base entrance. Lin Yao made a gesture, indicating that you should start first. Ning Fonglan no longer cared about her image at this moment. She just lay down on the ground, curled up her legs, and began to gather strength. This was her only chance to survive. She definitely could not withstand Lin Yao's attack, so her full-strength attack was her only chance. As long as she could injure Lin Yao, she would be sure to escape. Fuck! Toad Kung Fu. Lu Tian was shocked, and Feng Yi also looked as if he had never seen such a thing before. The two of them stared at her curiously. Lin Yao calmly put his hands behind his back, waiting for her to gather strength. As Ning Fonglan took a deep breath, invisible power began to gather in her body. Her body seemed to suddenly become much heavier, and the ground began to cave in. Lin Yao looked at her like this and suddenly thought of a movie clip and couldn't help but smile. Right now, seeing that Lin Yao was distracted, Ning Fonglan also gathered her strength and kicked her legs hard, launching herself towards Lin Yao like a cannonball. Lin Yao shook his head. This speed was too slow. With an instant movement, she appeared 10 meters above the ground. Ning Fonglan lost her target, braked suddenly, and gathered strength again. After seeing Lin Yao, she rushed out again. This time, Lin Yao did not dodge and let Ning Fonglan rush towards him. Bang! Ning Fonglan's fist hit Lin Yao's abdomen heavily. Lin Yao caught her fist with one hand, but the huge force hit his body and he flew into the sky at a high speed. Looking at Lin Yao flying towards the sky like a meteor, Ning Fonglan landed on the ground panting. The move she just made had already used all her strength. Even any other base leader would not dare to take this move head-on. She was sure that Lin Yao must have been injured. After catching her breath, Ning Fonglan lay on the ground again and began to gather strength to escape. Oh my God, my uncle was beaten away. Fong Yi sat there without moving, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Lu Tian also held the bowl in a daze, watching Lin Yao's figure getting smaller and smaller, almost rushing into the clouds, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Why do I feel that this scene is a little familiar? What scene? Fong Yi asked. Lu Tian stared at the sky blankly and said, Do you still remember the palm technique that fell from the sky? Seeing Lin Yao's figure disappear, Ning Fonglan didn't think twice and started running away. Wen Yijing was also looking at the sky nervously, worried that Lin Yao would be beaten to death, but she thought that a level 7 psychic should not be so fragile. Yu Qianqian was completely stunned. It was the first time she saw a fight between people with abilities far superior to hers. The terrifying scene scared the little girl. Lin Yao, who was above the clouds, stopped only when he saw that the force had disappeared. The strength is good, but unfortunately, it's still too weak. Lin Yao shook his hands. Ning Fonglan's full-strength punch only made his palm slightly numb. Mental detection detected that Ning Fonglan was escaping. A sneer flashed across Lin Yao's lips. It was too late to escape now. Then he deliberately did not use his flying skills, allowing his body to begin to fall freely, head down, and began to fly towards Ning Fonglan. Seeing Lin Yao's figure reappear, Lu Tian excitedly put down the bowl. Quick, let's go and take a look. Fong Yi also disappeared in a flash, and Lu Tian also flew up with the wind. Wen Yijing only felt a gust of wind blowing past her. Then she came to her senses and chased in that direction. Finally, at the entrance of the Diazation base, only Yu Qianqian was left standing there stupidly. Getting closer and closer to the ground, Lin Yao stretched out his right palm towards the ground. After locking onto Ning Fonglan, he activated the skill of all things retreat again. But this time he shouted, "To Thaget to palm." Ning Fonglan was running away at full speed like a toad, when she suddenly felt a huge force pressing down on her. She instantly fell to the ground, unable to move. The force was getting stronger and stronger. Ning Fonglan couldn't even lift her fingers. She felt extremely desperate. Mercy! Boom! Her body could no longer withstand the tremendous force and exploded into a pool of flesh and blood. This move was so violent that all the buildings within the area were crushed into pieces. The dust was flying everywhere, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Fong Yi and Lu Tian arrived one after another, both waiting for the dust to clear. After activating the skill, Lin Yao stabilized his body and slowly fell to the ground. It was several minutes later that when Yijing arrived and the dust on the field finally settled. When Yijing took a deep breath. The scene before her was really too shocking. A huge palm pit 50 meters long, 30 meters wide, and about 5 meters deep appeared in front of her. Ning Fonglan, who was in the center, had no trace of her body. When Yijing couldn't help feeling sad. Lin Yao clearly gave her a chance, but she didn't cherish it. The two young men, Lu Tian and Fong Yi, looked at the palm pits in front of them and jumped up excitedly. Oh my God, this is such a cool move. Ha ha ha, Uncle is awesome. This is the first time I've seen this move in real life. I have to say, it's more domineering than in the movies. To Thaget a palm, to Thaget a palm, to Thaget a palm. Lin Yao was a little proud of himself when he landed on the ground. At least the visual effect of this move was much more handsome than in the movie. So he decided to leave the slap mark. Arriving in front of Fong Yi and the other two, Lin Yao whispered to Wen Yijing, I gave her a chance. She is to blame for this fate. Wen Yijing nodded silently. Okay, go home. You will be in charge of the people she brought with her. You can absorb them all into the base, said Lin Yao. We can let them form their own teams, and then they can follow us to kill zombies and dig crystals. But let me make it clear first, those who are influenced by Ning Fonglan and have prejudices against men should not be recruited. Then Lin Yao took her away, leaving the two young people dancing in front of the slap pit. Chapter 162, Poor Yu Qianqian. On the way back, Lin Yao borrowed Wang Yinghan's voice transmission ability and asked Tang Xiaojuan to bring people out to rescue. After returning to the gate of the base, seeing that everyone was busy, when Yijing hurried over to comfort her little sisters, and Lin Yao came to Yu Qianqian. Looking at the trembling little girl staring at him, Lin Yao asked gently, "Are you hungry?" Yu Qianqian nodded, then quickly shook her head. She didn't dare say she was hungry, for fear of being scolded. "You're hungry, so come on. I'll take you to eat." Lin Yao shook his head and laughed. This girl must be a little scared because she is often scolded. After saying that, he forcefully dragged her back to the base. The other women all went out to rescue people, leaving only Qin Yuran and Chen Shui and the others to clean up. "Yuran, please get some more food. The child hasn't eaten for a day." Lin Yao pulled Yu Qianqian to sit down at the dining table. Qin Yuran saw Lin Yao bringing back a pale and thin girl, nodded, and hurried back into the kitchen. Yu Qianqian looked at the leftovers on the table and said timidly, No, I can eat these." She came from the countryside, and it was the first time she saw such a luxurious house, and the first time she saw so many beautiful sisters. She felt nervous, scared, and inferior. Lin Yao waved his hand and said, "These are all leftovers. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuran brought out a bowl of porridge. "You haven't eaten for so long. You should drink some porridge first. Otherwise, your stomach will feel uncomfortable." Then he went back to the kitchen and started cooking. Looking at the lean meat porridge in front of her, Yu Qianqian pursed her lips and dared not move. Lin Yao took out a spoon and handed it to her. "Eat. Don't be afraid. No one will scold you for no reason here. Eat whatever you want." Yu Qianqian's eyes instantly turned red, and she asked timidly, "Really?" "Of course. As long as you are willing to join my team, you'll be able to eat well every meal, and no one will sell you out." Lin Yao said softly, "Do." Yu Qianqian agreed, tremblingly. "Since you've agreed, you are my, Lin Yao's family, so hurry up and eat," Lin Yao said with a smile. Yu Qianqian then took the spoon, carefully took it, gently scooped up the porridge, and fed it into her mouth, chewing slowly, and then tears began to flow. Lin Yao was stunned. "What's wrong? Is it too hot? Let me cool you down." "No." Yu Qianqian wiped her tears and shook her head. "It's really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious porridge." Lin Yao laughed. "This is just the beginning. There are more delicious things to come. You can eat first." Only then did Yu Qianqian feel at ease and started to eat with big mouthfuls. The elder brother who failed to buy her food this morning seemed to be a very nice person. In a short while, the bowl of porridge was eaten up. Yu Qianqian looked at the bowl pitifully and didn't dare to say anything. "Do you still want to eat? Wait a moment longer. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat other dishes later," Lin Yao said with a smile. A few minutes later, Qin Yuran brought out 3 plates of freshly cooked dishes and rice. "Time is tight, so I made 3 dishes with the leftover ingredients from the evening. You eat first, and I'll make a few more." No, this is enough." Yu Qianqian hurriedly stopped him. Lin Yao also advised, "It's okay. You're tired after a day. Take a rest." Qin Yuran then took off her apron and sat next to Lin Yao. Watching Yu Qianqian wolfing down the food, muttering to herself, "Eat slowly. It's not enough. There's more. And would you like some water?" The little girl wiped her tears while eating and kept saying thank you. "Oh, this child has been really hungry for a long time." Qin Yuran couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yao nodded, then briefly explained Yu Qianqian's background, and finally sighed. Her heartless father was determined to sell her out, so he didn't even want to give her food to eat. When Ning Fanglan brought her here to kill him just now, she didn't give him anything to eat either. "It just happened to be a good deal for me. I didn't spend a single crystal, and in the end she became mine." Yu Qianqian raised her head and said, "He is not my father, but my second uncle. My parents died early, and I was raised in foster care at my second uncle's house." Lin Yao smiled and said, "But how did he treat you, if I'm guessing correctly? You haven't had many full meals since you were a child. Did he often beat you and scold you? Did he make you do this and that?" Yu Qianqian's face turned pale, then she nodded silently. "It's really too much. Even if she's not my biological daughter, she is still my niece." "How can you do this?" Qin Yuran couldn't help but scold. After dinner, Lin Yao asked Chen Shui to take her to wash and change clothes, and then moved into the villa next door. She waited for everyone to come back. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when Yijing came back with a tired face. Fortunately, the sisters only suffered minor injuries. "Thank you, Lin Yao." Lin Yao waved his hand. No need to thank me. You earned this with your own efforts. When Yijing blushed and said, I just asked them. Some of them are willing to join our base, and Sister Shuyan has arranged a few villas for them to live in. But people like Chrysanthemum and Sakura are Ning Fanglan's direct descendants, and their personalities are also influenced by her, so they refuse to join. But I've already made an agreement with them. I will send them back to the Yipianshan base tomorrow and recruit another group of people to come over then. My only worry now is that from now on, the strength of Yipianshan base will be greatly reduced. We'll be bullied by other bases. Lin Yao smiled and said, that's their own choice. As the second in command of the base, you have done enough. If you're really worried about them, you can persuade them to move to Hushan district. The Hushan area is large. With their capabilities, it is not a problem to build another base. By then, in this Lake Mountain area, they will be the strongest besides us, so we won't have to worry about being bullied. When Yijing's eyes lit up, it was indeed as Lin Yao said. Zhuhua, Yinghua, and the others were all ranked in the top 200 and top 100. They really had no rivals in Hushan district. But then she thought of what happened to her in the afternoon and couldn't help asking, but there is a corpse king in Hushan district. I'm afraid the corpse king is not a problem. Haven't you noticed that as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke the corpse king, they won't even bother to chase you? Lin Yao said with a smile. Lin Yao was very confident that Xiao Yinyin and the others had been trained to be very well behaved by him. Oh, that's right. That's why you haven't dealt with the corpse king. When Yijing recalled and found that it was indeed the case, Lin Yao smiled slightly and did not explain. Then he took Wen Yijing to the villa next door to pick a room, preparing to have a good sparring with the Ice Beauty tonight. It was late at night. From the back door of the official building, a figure quietly slipped out carrying a large package. Chapter 163. Lin Yao is the official's biological son? Seeing the dark night with no one around, Yukuin couldn't help but curse in a low voice. How dare you call yourself an official? I stayed here for a few hours, and they deducted 1,000 crystals from me. Damn! Of course, no matter how much they scold him, it is still impossible to ask him to go back to the authorities to ask for it back. Even though he had absorbed 3,000 crystals and his strength had steadily improved to the late stage of level 3, he would not dare to act wildly in front of the official. After packing the remaining 4,000 crystals into several large bags, Yukuin quietly went out. Yukuin was very cautious. He overheard from the official staff that because he did not sell Yu Qianqian to Lin Yao, the official staff failed to gain any favor from Lin Yao, so the official staff basically ignored him. He knew very well that as long as he was out of the sight of the official building, if he was robbed, he would have to blame himself for his bad luck. Fortunately, there was no moonlight today, and the vision was severely obstructed. Yukuin carefully walked along various blind spots in the corners of the walls and headed out of Zhonghan City. Hey, I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, leave some money to buy your life. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and Yukuin stopped in his tracks. I could vaguely see a few figures standing in front of me waiting for me, with malicious looks on their faces. Without even thinking, Yukuin turned around and ran towards the official building. But after running a few steps, he had to stop because there were several figures waiting for him behind him. Inside the official building, Deacon Shun was running around like an ant on hot bricks. Fuck, this idiot Ning Fanglan, what should we do now? After Ning Fanglan left in the afternoon, Deacon Shun was about to chase her and persuade her not to cause trouble for Lin Yao. However, not long after they walked out of the official building, Ning Fanglan and others left through Yu Qianqian's teleportation portal. When they arrived at the Yipianshan base, Ning Fanglan had already left with her people. He originally wanted to chase to Hushan district to mediate the fight, but he got the news that Ning Fanglan was dead. There is no doubt that he was looking for trouble with Lin Yao and was killed by Lin Yao. Because he was not clear about the current situation, Deacon Shun did not dare to go directly to Lin Yao. He could only return to the official building and worry about it, preparing to discuss countermeasures with the bishop. The Nanfeng district is not like other districts. Due to the suppression of Ning Fanglan from the Yipianshan base, there is no other base strong enough in the entire Nanfeng district. Deacon Shadow slowly walked out of the conference room, and Deacon Dust hurried over to ask, "How is it? Is the bishop still busy?" The bishop already knows what happened. She said that Nanfeng district should be put aside for the time being. You can take her with you to Lin Yao to inquire about the situation tomorrow, said Deacon Shadow. Okay. Deacon Chun sighed. The air was somewhat silent. Suddenly, Deacon Chun looked up and looked out the window. What's going on? Someone dares to fight near us. The shadow deacon sneered and said, "Don't worry about it. It was that greedy human who was robbed." At dawn the next day, before Lin Yao could wait for the official trouble, other districts received the news that the leader of the Yipianshan base had been killed. Many forces present at the time saw the conflict between Ning Fanglan and Lin Yao, and Ning Fanglan was impatient to go back after buying Yu Qianqian. Even a fool could tell that she was preparing to gather people and cause trouble. Unexpectedly, I finally got the news that Ning Fanglan was dead. For a moment, all the major and minor forces were in an uproar. A force that has only killed Quang Shao is capable of killing Ning Fanglan. Who knows? What if Ning Fanglan ran to Hushan district and happened to meet the Corpse King? It's not the Corpse King. Someone saw a huge handprint in Hushan district, and some flesh and blood were seen in the middle of the handprint. After some special ability users compared it, they found that it was Ning Fanglan. And of the people who went there yesterday, only Ning Fanglan died, while the others survived. Amazing. He was able to kill Ning Fanglan alone. Is this Lin Yao a new leader? How come I have never heard of him? Perhaps this is why the officials were so polite to him yesterday. The two previous bosses of Hushan district, Golden Lion and Howling, were too useless. Now that there's a new king with such powerful strength, it's no wonder that the officials look at him differently. But why didn't the authorities announce it before? Instead, they issued a notice saying that Hushan district would no longer appoint a new king. Who knows? Could it be that this Lin Yao is the official's biological son? While the smaller forces were viewing the news with a bystander attitude, the larger forces in several areas were keenly aware of the opportunity to grow stronger. Without Ning Fanglan, Yipianshan base is just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Come on, send someone to contact Yipianshan base and try to recruit all the female experts there. But there have been many frictions between our base and Yipianshan base. I am worried. Don't be afraid. The male leaders of other small and medium-sized forces in Nanfeng district have been oppressed by Ning Fanglan for so long, and they will definitely be the first to cause trouble for them. We just need to help them at the critical moment, and these short-sighted guys will definitely join in. What if other leaders do the same? Take this contract with you. It contains some of our conditions. Yes, for a time, all the leader bases took action at the same time. Some were for the purpose of recruiting, and some were for the purpose of collecting beauties. On the contrary, the news about Yu Kuan did not cause much waves at all. Have you heard? Yu Kuan, who auctioned his daughter at the official gate yesterday, died 1 kilometer away from the official building. TSK. Such a bastard deserves to be put to death. But unfortunately, when my people chased after him, Yu Kuan's crystals had already been snatched away, and even the bag containing the crystals had been torn to pieces. Really? That's a pity. At the Diazation base, when Yijing finished her breakfast with the help of Lin Yao. Last night, those who were unwilling to join the Yipianshan base were kept by Wen Yijing for one night. Today, she planned to escort them back first and then discuss the relocation matters. After Lin Yao had finished his breakfast and was about to go to Su Qinyan to check the results of his study, Fang Yi came over to report that someone from the official had come, and it was a particularly beautiful woman. Is she here too? She is creating an opportunity. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows. His mental detection saw the bishop alien disguised as a secretary. After thinking about it, Lin Yao took the initiative to go out to greet them. Only Deacon Shun and Lin came today. Lin changed into a work uniform, and her curvy figure made Lu Desheng, who was guarding the door, couldn't help but take a few more glances. "Oh, Miss Lin, you're here, welcome." Lin Yao looked extremely enthusiastic. He quickly walked up to Lin and held her hand tightly, leaving Deacon Shun next to him aside, looking like a complete lecher. Chapter 164, I have a grudge against Wen Yijing. Lin's hands were grabbed, and she struggled to get rid of Lin Yao's big hands, took a step back and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am here to accompany Deacon Shin today. The deacon wants to talk to you about something important," he said, pointing to the black-robed figure next to him. Lin Yao took his hand back, with a reluctant look on his face. He then glanced at Deacon Shun and said expressionlessly, "Who are you? Have we met before?" The steward seemed to have known Lin Yao's character for a long time. He took off the black robe on his head, revealing the face of a young man. He smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the official steward. This is the first time we meet. Oh, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lin Yao asked lazily, all the time looking at Lin out of the corner of his eye. Now his ability of seeing through fire has not yet reached level 7, so he still cannot see through this woman's supernatural powers, but he can still see clearly the Chun in front of him. "Chun, Genderless, 197 years old. Poisonous dust, level 5. Can produce extremely toxic dust that will kill anyone who touches it. Brainwashing, level 5. Can brainwash people through words, affecting the judgment ability of creatures. Note: only limited to creatures with abilities below level 6. Deacon Shun bowed with a bitter face and said, "It is like this, Mr. Lin. Yesterday, Ning Fonglan, the leader of the Yippee Anshan base in the Nanfeng district that I was in charge of, was killed by Mr. Lin because he offended Mr. Lin. I came here this time to understand the process and reasons. Secondly, the leader of the Yippee Anshan base is dead now. I plan to support another person to be the leader. Mr. Lin, please let the others in the Nanfeng district go." Lin Yao nodded. "The reason for the process is basically obvious. Ning Fonglan wanted to kill me without any reason just because I said a few words to her. I gave her a chance, but she refused to give in, and then I killed her. As for who you want to support as the leader, that's your business. As long as no one provokes me, I won't bother to bother them." Deacon Shun breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, then I'm relieved. I plan to support one Yijing, the second in command of Yippee Anshan base, as the leader. There shouldn't be any hatred between her and Mr. Lin, right? When Yijing? There's a grudge. A big grudge." Lin Yao smiled coldly. Deacon Shun was stunned and asked hurriedly, "May I ask what caused the hatred?" Deacon Shun thought about it last night and felt that only one Yijing, the second in command of Yippee Anshan, was capable enough, so Deacon Shun set his sights on her. The people who attacked from a Yippee Anshan base last night all lived in the Diazation base, so no one spread the news that when Yijing and Lin Yao had already gotten together. "I get angry just talking about this," Lin Yao said fiercely. "Yesterday I was sparring with one Yijing, and she was defeated in less than 20 rounds. I had to find someone else to spar with. You see, she's a level 4 psychic, but her physical fitness is too poor." The two of them couldn't help but be stunned. Lin frowned and asked, "How did she, a level 4 psychic, manage to spar with Mr. Lin? How could she last so many rounds? It would be amazing for a level 4 psychic to last one round against a level 7 psychic." Lin Yao put on a sunny smile. "You don't know this, right? There are many ways to spar. Miss Lin, do you want to try it too?" Lin said confidently. "Okay, then I will compete with Mr. Lin." She also wanted to try out how strong Lin Yao's current combat power was. Lin Yao looked around and made a gesture of invitation. "Then Miss Lin, please come in. Our competition is not suitable for being in public." Lin asked in confusion. "Why is that? Shouldn't sparring be done in an open area?" Lin Yao said with a wicked smile. "The sparring I'm talking about is the kind that requires taking off clothes. Does Miss Lin want to be seen by others? If Miss Lin doesn't mind, then I don't mind either." You. Only then did she understand what Lin Yao meant by sparring. She could no longer maintain the calm expression she had been maintaining because of this sentence. Deacon Shin finally came to his senses and quickly reached out to stop him, saying, "Ahem, Mr. Lin, there's no need for a fight. Miss Lin is no match for Mr. Lin. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Miss Lin already has such a relationship with Mr. Lin, I will find someone else. Mr. Lin, we're leaving now." After saying that, Lin left with a vicious look in his eyes. "Hey, are you leaving now? Miss Lin, do you want to stay for dinner? We can try another way to discuss this." Lin Yao shouted from behind, but Lin ignored him. It was not until the two figures disappeared that Lin Yao returned to normal. In his estimation, the real purpose of the officials coming here this time was not that at all. The intention to recruit Wen Yijing should be true, and the authorities are worried that she would turn around and kill Wen Yijing, thus making their plan fail. Another most important purpose is to create an opportunity for himself and Lin to meet. This is the best way their officials can think of to control himself. Using a goddess to keep a dog licking her is indeed very effective for most Chinese men. "My acting skills are really good. I'm just like a bootlicker," Lin Yao muttered to himself and left the base gate to find Su Qingyan. After leaving the Diazation base, Deacon Shun followed Lin in fear. It was the first time he saw the bishop lose his temper, and even the air temperature nearby dropped several degrees. "Bishop, please calm down. This Lin Yao is asking for his own death. He actually dared to tease you. Once you control him, you will make sure he dies miserably," Deacon Shin carefully advised. Lin paused, then sneered, "I'm not really angry, I'm just surprised. Lin Yao's base is more powerful than I imagined. Didn't you notice that the young man guarding the door is a level 6 mutant? And according to the organization's high-tech radar monitoring, There are no less than 10 level 6 mutants in the entire Diazation base. What? Deacon Chun was shocked. They thought that Lin Yao was the only strong one, but they didn't expect that there were so many hidden talents in this small base, and such a terrifying power was hidden. With such strength, it is enough to sweep across Central Seoul. No, sweeping across the world is no problem. Lin sneered and said, "My purpose of coming here this time was just to deliberately create some opportunities for us to meet so that Lin Yao would continue to be obsessed with me. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward." Deacon Chun felt his legs shaking. What kind of people were they? Fortunately, the bishop had been reminding them to be on good terms with Lin Yao. Otherwise, their official branch in Seoul might not be able to withstand such a powerful force. Then, what should we do next? Such a strong force is beyond our control, Deacon Shin asked nervously. Chapter 165. Iron Blood Base comes to recruit. Lin said confidently, "Don't be afraid. When I return, I will inform the Cardinal of this matter. Once the time is right, the Cardinal will come to control the situation." Hearing that the Cardinal was in charge, Deacon Shin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. With such a powerful figure coming, that Lin Yao couldn't even make a wave. "We need to adjust our policy later," Lin suddenly said. "Abandon the support of the leader bases in each major area and let them fend for themselves. The combined promotion speed of these people is not as fast as Lin Yao's base alone. Keeping supporting them will only be a waste of resources." The truth about the strength of the secret Diazation base, and secretly operate it to let those leader bases find trouble with Lin Yao. With Lin Yao's methods, if these leader bases provoke him, they will only become his crystals. We will take this opportunity to focus our full attention on the Diazation base. Once the plan goes smoothly, our Seoul branch will be the first in the organization to complete the mission. Deacon Chun hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." On the other side, when Yijing brought the remaining people from the Yipianshan base back to the base, she saw that the entrance of the base was in a mess. "Bosses, you're finally back." When the girl guarding the gate saw Yijing and others, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Zhang Ju, nicknamed Chrysanthemum, was the first to ask, "What's going on?" The girl guarding the gate cried, "After the news of our orchid boss's death spread this morning, the leaders of the small bases joined forces to attack us. Our base's defense was weak, and they killed many of our sisters. In the end, people from the Iron Blood base came to help. Otherwise, everyone in our base would have been killed." When Yijing couldn't bear to listen and slowly lowered her head. She could also predict that these sisters in the base had always been showing off their power over other bases in Nanfeng District because Ning Fanglan was still alive. Now that Ning Fanglan is dead, these bases jumped out to add insult to injury. "Oomph. I said I would come back last night, but you insisted on stopping me." Zhang Ju glared at Yijing coldly. When Yijing was speechless. These sisters had already been injured by Lin Yao. She was worried that they would encounter a group of zombies on the way back, so she tried her best to persuade them to stay for one night. Unexpectedly, the originally well-intentioned gesture would bring such a result. The girl guarding the gate was also stunned. Zhang Ju was the third in command of the base. When did the third in command dare to scold the second in command? We're the people from the Iron Blood base. They were hostile to us before, but now they suddenly come to help us. I'm afraid they have other purposes. Zhang Ju asked. The girl at the gate nodded and said, "Yes, after they helped me, they said they wanted to recruit us. We asked them to wait inside first. This matter must be agreed by the person in charge." Zhang Ju nodded and then led his men into the base. In the conference room, a dozen men were sitting there lazily, staring at the women passing by outside, with lewd expressions on their faces. "Hey, Brother Phone, that girl who just passed by had a pretty face." Someone smiled at the young man in the lead. The man named Phone Gu commented, "She has a nice face, but she's a little short. If you like her, I'll leave her to you later." "Hey, thank you, Brother Phone." After a while, Zhang Ju brought people to the conference room. Seeing the people from the Iron Blood base commenting on them, she looked a little displeased. "Who was I thinking? Turns out to be Minister Feng Tianlin. You just got back today. I apologize for not welcoming you in person." Zhang Ju bowed to Feng Tianlin. Feng Tianlin looked at Yijing next to him in confusion. Ning Fanglan was dead, so shouldn't the second in command, Yijing, be in charge? Why did Zhang Ju stand up? Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Feng Tianlin bowed and smiled. "Sister Juhua, long time no see. I heard that Sister Lanhua was murdered, and I was very sad. so I came here to express my condolences without stopping. Zhang Ju sneered and said, "Thank you very much for your concern, Minister Feng. However, we still have a lot of things to do at the Yipianshan base. Minister Feng, please go back." Feng Tianlin was unmoved, still keeping a smile on his face, and said, "Alas, why did Sister Juhua have to chase us away? Now that the Yipianshan base has lost Sister Lanhua, it has already lost its backbone. I am very worried about the future of the Yipianshan base." "Don't worry, my sky will always be my sky," Zhang Ju replied coldly. Feng Tianlin coquettishly opened a folding fan, fanned himself gently, and said, "Sister Juhua is very powerful, ranking 97th in Seoul, so she naturally doesn't have to worry about her future, but the other sisters don't have Sister Juhua's strength. I came here this time to help them. Sister Juhua, don't be so quick to refuse. How about listen to my conditions first?" Zhang Ju gritted her teeth. Feng Tianlin in front of her was stronger than her, and she didn't have the ability to drive him away directly. This kind of oppression was something they had only inflicted on others before, but now it was others' turn to do the same to them. "Huangning stays, everyone else go out." Zhang Ju sighed. "What is coming will come sooner or later, just accept it silently." Wen Yijing left first with a complicated expression, and the others slowly retreated, leaving only Huang Ying, nicknamed Sakura. Feng Tianlin asked in confusion, "Why doesn't Sister Lianhua stay?" Zhang Ju said coldly, "She has already found another job and is no longer a member of our Yipianshan base." This was beyond their expectations. The reason they came to recruit Yipianshan base this time was more because they saw in Wen Yijing's ability. The 17th ranked expert in Zhonghan City was much more valuable than the 97th in front of them. "Excuse me, which base are we going to?" Feng Tianlin asked unwillingly. Zhang Ju rolled her eyes and said, "It's the base that killed our Lanhua boss. Do you still want to talk? If not, please leave. Chat. Chat." Feng Tianlin put on a smile, but his heart began to get active. If he couldn't recruit Wen Yijing, then the price the boss had given before could be cut a bit. Wen Yijing wandered around the Yipianshan base feeling lost, then returned to her residence to pack her things. Suddenly, the door opened and a girl with a ponytail ran in. "Sister Wen, I heard that you joined the base that killed the orchid boss." Wen Yijing smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes, Xiaoyu, are you willing to leave with me?" Wei Yuxuan asked in disbelief. "Why?" "This is what happened." Wen Yijing then recounted what happened, and Wei Yuxuan sighed as she listened. She is Wen Yijing's loyal follower. She had heard from other sisters who had returned that it was difficult for them to accept the fact that Wen Yijing had betrayed her. But after listening to their story, she realized that if Wen Yijing had not joined the other base, none of those sisters would have been able to return. Chapter 166, Zhang Ju's Judgment. Wei Yuxuan said, "Sister Wen, this is not your fault. Sister Ju and the others are being unreasonable." Wen Yijing packed her things and smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter. In their eyes, I'm already a traitor. Lin Yao wanted me to persuade them to move to Hushan District. Now that the people from the Iron Blood Base are here, I'm afraid it's impossible. The people in the Iron Blood Base are a bunch of perverts. I don't want to enter their base. Sister Wen, I want to go with you," Wei Yuxuan said angrily. "Okay, Xiaoyu, go and see if there are any other sisters willing to go with me." Wen Yijing finally showed a smile on her face. Wei Yuxuan ran out in a hurry. In the conference room, Feng Tianlin, Zhang Ju, and Huang Ying had several rounds of verbal battles before they finally confirmed the conditions for recruitment. "In that case, I'll give you 3 days. I'll come to pick the person up after 3 days." Feng Yunlin stood up and bowed, then gave his men a wink and left. After they left, Huang Ying asked with a worried look on her face, "Sister Ju, these conditions are too harsh. It would be better to join Lin Yao's base. I heard that you only need to dig crystals when you go there, and you don't need to kill zombies to get 20 of the crystal income. Isn't this much better than the conditions of the Iron Blood Base?" Zhang Ju sneered. "What do you know? The reason these men want to recruit us is because our base is full of women." That Lin Yao said that it doesn't matter whether we join or not, but in his heart he definitely hopes that we will join. Why else would he want us to move to Hushan District? He thought he was the tyrant in Hushan District, and if we live there, he could do whatever he wanted. In that case, let's use the Iron Blood Base as an excuse to force Lin Yao to increase the stakes for us. I want these 3 days just to give Lin Yao time to consider and make an offer. Let them compete. We will join the base that offers the highest price." Huang Ying couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "As expected of you. Why didn't I think it could be like this? Zhang Ju smiled confidently. In this end times, women are resources. We have the largest resource in Central Seoul. We must make good use of it. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and said, Sister Ju, Sister Wen is leaving and taking a few people with her. Zhang Ju stood up hurriedly. This bitch, it's okay to leave by herself, but she dared to take others with her? Go. Stop her. At the gate of Yipianshan base, when Yijing, Wei Yuxuan, and others looked helplessly at the dozens of people blocking her at the gate. These people were full of misunderstandings about her. Wei Yuxuan tried to explain for a long time, but no one listened. They all cursed her as a traitor and said she couldn't leave. After a while, Zhang Ju rushed over first, stood in front of everyone, pointed at Wen Yijing and said, Xiaojing, you have already joined someone else's base. I won't stop you, but you can't take anyone away anymore. Before Wen Yijing could say anything, Wei Yuxuan stepped forward with her hands on her hips and said, Sister Ju, we left voluntarily. You've already agreed to join the Iron Blood base, so why should we stay? I can't make us dependent on the Iron Blood base. Zhang Ju said coldly, No, Boss Lanhua is dead, and I'm the new boss of this base. If I say no one can leave, no one can leave. TSK, did Sister Lanhua leave any last words before she died? You said you were the boss, so you're the boss. Wei Yuxuan retorted with a sneer. Zhang Ju stared at her with cold eyes. Sister Lanhua is dead. When Yijing has left the base, and, as the third in command of the base, I should naturally shoulder the responsibility of running the base. If any of you disagree, you can stand up and I will step down. When these words were spoken, everyone else was shocked. Although Zhang Ju's strength was far inferior to Ning Fanglan, and when Yijing, she still had some prestige in the base. Under the current circumstances, who would dare to refute her? Sister Ju is so arrogant. She was elected as the boss of the base, and the first thing she did after becoming the boss was to sell the base. Wei Yuxuan sneered. Zhang Ju was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She stared at her fiercely. Little bitch, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Oomph. Who's afraid of you? Wei Yuxuan raised her head and refused to give in. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, when Yijing sighed, pulled Wei Yuxuan behind her and said softly, Sister Ju, I don't want us sisters to fight each other when I leave. Please let us go. Oomph. Ever since you joined Lin Yao's base, you are no longer worthy of being my sister. I said, you can go, but everyone else must stay. Zhang Ju still refused. In the contract with the Iron Blood base, Wei Yuxuan and the others were registered to join the Iron Blood base, and Zhang Ju refused to let them go no matter what. If she is not satisfied with Lin Yao's offer, she will have to join the Iron Blood base in the end. When Yijing smiled calmly. In that case, I won't leave either. Zhang Ju and others were stunned. Then when Yijing continued, Sister Ju, I think you have guessed it. I have become Lin Yao's woman. If I can't go back tonight, do you think, will he beat me up? Since you said I'm not worthy of being your sister, there's no need for me to plead for you. I can't stop him from doing anything he wants to do. Zhang Ju was stunned, and then cold sweat broke out on her back. Yesterday, the backbone forces of their base couldn't even withstand Lin Yao's attack. If this terrifying guy really attacked them, no matter how many of them there were, they would not be enough to kill him. Seeing that Zhang Ju didn't say anything, when Yijing turned around and pulled Wei Yuxuan and said, Since Sister Ju won't let us go, let's go back. When Lin Yao comes to pick me up in the evening, we'll go together. Hey, no. Zhang Ju said hurriedly. In that case, you should just go. Hey, Xiaojing, I was just so angry that I said some nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Even if we're not in the same base, we'll still be good sisters for life. Who knows, maybe I'll come talk to you someday. Zhang Ju's face-changing technique is so unique that even Wei Yuxuan doesn't know where to start complaining about her. When Yijing was neither happy nor angry, and still looked calm, Okay, then Sister Ju, take care of yourself, let's go. Goodbye, sisters. With a wave of her hand, when Yijing left with Wei Yuxuan and 10 other girls. Watching when Yijing and the others drive away, Zhang Ju's fists were about to break, and then he turned around and said, Come here, go to Hushan District and spread the news that the Iron Blood base is ready to recruit our Yipianshan base, but the conditions have not been completely negotiated yet. When spreading the news, be careful to control the scope and don't let the people at the Iron Blood base know. Chapter 167, I'm in love. The breeze blew on his face, and when Yijing sat in the passenger seat, distracted, Zhang Ju was hell-bent on selling off all of the Yipianshan base, and she had no idea what to do. If she had not joined the Diazation base, with her prestige, the Yippee base would not have been bullied. But apart from the people she brought with her, everyone else in the Yippee base was full of hatred towards her, thinking that she was defecting to the enemy for personal gain. Sister One, is the boss of the Diazation base really as powerful as the legend says, stronger than Sister Lan? Xiaojuan asked in a low voice. When Yijing came back to her senses and replied softly, "Not only him, everyone there is very powerful. There are dozens of people who are stronger than me." Really? Xiaojuan's tone was filled with disbelief. When Yijing nodded, after becoming Lin Yao's woman yesterday, she realized more deeply how powerful Lin Yao's team was. Those beautiful girls who looked so disrespectful and playing with Chu Wenwen at the dinner table. Each of them had the ability to kill all the superpowers in Zhonghan City in seconds. Afterwards, when Yijing explained some things to Wei Yuxuan, such as that the Diazation base was formed by an alliance of multiple teams. Because she had already joined Lin Yao's team, girls like Wei Yuxuan and the girls who were willing to join the base yesterday, a total of about 20 people, automatically formed a new team. After a brief discussion, Wei Yuxuan was appointed as the leader of this new team. Lin Yao also promised her yesterday that a new battlefield would be opened up, and this new team would be responsible for digging crystals in the new battlefield. As for the person to be responsible for killing zombies in the new battlefield, after some thought, Lin Yao transferred Su Xiaoxiao from the 6th battlefield to be in charge together with Wen Yijing. These two women, one has water-related abilities and the other has ice-related abilities, so they could be paired well together. Moreover, after these days of improvement, Su Xiaoxiao's supernatural powers have been upgraded to level 4, so facing level 1 and level 2 zombies is no problem at all. The original 6th battlefield continued to be in charge of Wei Liqing, Yang Qing, and Qian Yuran. These three women also reached level 4 and cooperated very well. Back at the Diazation base, Lu Tian poked his head out and after recognizing Wen Yijing, he hurried out to greet her. "Sister Wen, you're back." Uncle Lin had already arranged 2 villas for the people you brought back before he left. Fang Yi told him yesterday that he could take turns guarding the goal with him. Wen Yijing nodded calmly, then turned away Yuxuan and the others and said, "This is the Diazation base. This is Lu Tian from the Braised Large Intestines team." "Hello." Lu Tian was the first to put on a sunny smile and greeted the group of women. The women brought by Wen Yijing were all good-looking. Among them was a particularly young girl who was tall, had fair skin, and looked full of youthful vitality. Although she looks about the same age as He Yefeng, this girl has a different style. He Yefeng always dresses like a lowly with 2 ponytails, but the girl in front of him has a high ponytail and looks a bit like a sporty goddess. Lu Tian feels like he's about to fall in love. The other women responded to her one after another, but Wei Yuxuan frowned. Why was this boy always staring at her? Okay, let's go in first. Xiaojuan has to work hard here. Wen Yijing didn't notice the sparks between the 2 young people and directed everyone to bring the large and small bags into the villa. Lu Tian watched them enter the base and stood there in a daze. What are you daydreaming about?" Suddenly, Fang Ye's voice sounded from behind him. Lu Tian quickly came to his senses and saw that it was his good brother, who came back. He hugged Fang Ye's shoulders and said, "Yizi, I'm in love." Fang Ye posed. He was sent out by Lin Yao to gather information in the morning, and he heard such explosive news just after returning. "What? You are in love? Who are you with?" Fang Yi asked with a gossipy look on his face. Lu Tian said excitedly, "Sister Wen just brought her back from the Yippee base. That face and figure are amazing. Lu Tian, must chase her and get her." "Really? What's her name?" Fang Yi was also excited. Lu Tian's face suddenly turned bitter. "I forgot to ask." Fang Yi waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We are all in our base anyway. They can't run away. When my uncle comes back, I will ask him to take you to ask him and try to get you out of being single today." Lu Tian looked at Fang Yi in astonishment. "How come you're so stupid when facing He Yefeng, but so thoughtful when facing me?" No. When it comes to love, it has to be based on mutual consent. We can't trouble Uncle Lin for such a small matter. I'd better do it myself." Lu Tian hurriedly shook his head to refuse. "Okay, then let's not tell anyone about this matter. As your brother, I'll help you with some advice." Fang Yi patted his chest, indicating that he would stand by his good brother. Lu Tian waved his hands hurriedly. No, you can't even figure out your own emotional problems. Don't mess this up for me." "My own emotional problems? I don't have any emotional problems." Fang Yi was confused. "Silly." Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard above their heads, but when they looked up, there was nothing there. Fang Yi scratched his head. "Huh? Why do I hear my uncle's voice? Lin Yao used mental detection to see the conversation between the two boys from a distance. He originally didn't want to say anything and just went back to the base quietly, but he couldn't help but complain when he passed by. Of course, he also used mental detection to discover Lu Tian's goddess, Wei Yuxuan. It must be said that this girl is indeed very beautiful, but since Lu Tian has taken a fancy to her, he will not try poach her. After returning to the villa, the other women were having their own fun, but Lin Yao was surprised to find that Yu Qianqian and Chu Wenwen were lying on the desks in the classroom doing their homework together. Seeing Lin Yao coming back, Yu Qianqian stood up hurriedly, looking a little helpless. Chu Wenwen, who always liked to stick to him, suddenly seemed a little afraid of him. Her little face was full of confusion, and she sat in her seat without moving. Shin Tong, wearing a teacher's uniform, came to him with a smile and whispered, "When I was teaching Wenwen this morning, I noticed this girl was staring at me, so I called her in to listen together." According to this girl Qianqian, she was forced to drop out of school after only finishing junior high school and do farm work at home. She actually wanted to study very much. So I allowed her to come here in the morning and take classes with Wenwen. One teaches high school knowledge, and the other teaches elementary school knowledge. Lin Yao nodded, then pointed at Chu Wenwen and asked, "Where is this girl?" Shin Tong smiled slightly. "Then you have to ask her yourself." Chapter 168, Should I Call You Brother or Uncle? Lin Yao smiled slightly, sat between the two of them, and asked Yu Qianqian, "How is it? Is it difficult to learn?" It's okay," Yu Qianqian replied in a low voice. "Okay, since you want to learn, then study hard with teacher Shun. Although it is the end of the world now, it is always beneficial to learn more knowledge." Lin Yao nodded with a smile. Only then did Yu Qianqian feel relieved. She was worried that Lin Yao would punish her if he saw that she had nothing to do, so she was very nervous. But since Lin Yao said so, it meant that he had no intention of blaming her. Seeing Yu Qianqian lying on the table and starting to write and draw again, Lin Yao turned around and picked up Chu Wenwen, scratched her nose and asked, "What's wrong, little girl? Why aren't you happy that your brother is back?" "It's not that I'm unhappy, it's just... Chu Wenwen said with a bitter face. "Should I call you brother or uncle?" Lin Yao was stunned, then shook his head and laughed. It seems that this girl already knows about his aunt and him. "Then what does Wenwen want to call you?" Lin Yao asked with a smile. Chu Wenwen tilted her head and thought for a while, then answered, "Wenwen still likes to call me brother." "Okay, since Wenwen likes it, you could just call me brother from now on." Lin Yao laughed. "What will Wen Yijing think of you doing this? Your niece calls your man brother." Wu Shuyan walked in and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Lin Yao waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the relationship between generations in our family is already messed up. Look at it more positively. Doesn't this girl call you auntie and call you Xian's sister?" Wu Shuyan choked and shook her head in silence. Lin Yao took this opportunity to start the lottery while holding Chu Wenwen. After Wen Yijing became his woman yesterday, the system gave her a chance to draw the lottery. Thanks to Chu Wenwen's good luck, Lin Yao got the two weapon props as he wished. One is a life scalpel, which is suitable for Tang Xiaojuan's healing ability. The other one is the ice crystal crown, which is small and crystal clear. According to the system description, when an ice-type mutant wears the crown, it can effectively increase the power of his supernatural powers and strengthen his control ability, which is just right for Wen Yijing. Looking at Yu Qianqian, who was doing her homework seriously at the desk, Lin Yao was thinking that after he got another woman, he would get a prop for this girl. Lin Yao had considered taking Yu Qianqian as his woman, but after thinking it over carefully, he decided to postpone the matter for the time being. After all, the little girl was still somewhat in awe of him. Of course, the most important thing is that Yu Qianqian is still a flat piece at the moment. Lin Yao wants to wait until she is a little more mature before picking her. He turns around and looks at Yu Xian, who is eating melon seeds outside. Yu Xian is only 1 year older than Yu Qianqian, but her development level is far beyond Yu Qianqian. Lin Yao plans to ask Qian Yuran to give Yu Qianqian more development supplements, as it is not good for the child to be too thin. After putting Chu Wenwen back to her place, Lin Yao found Tang Xiaojuan, who was in a daze in the villa next door. "Why won't he accept me?" Tang Xiaojuan muttered, supporting her chin, her heart full of melancholy. It had been several days since she joined Diazation, and she gradually realized what kind of magic this man possessed. In addition to being handsome and powerful, everyone in the base has great faith in Lin Yao. Although Lin Yao himself has not experienced it, everyone in the base admires Lin Yao very much. Unlike other bases, he did not set up a hierarchical system to demonstrate his power and status. The entire diazation base is just a collection of alliances. The teams did not interfere with each other's management, but cooperated closely to keep the entire base running in an orderly manner. All this was not arranged by Lin Yao, but was discussed among the leaders of the Lu Dachong, Maple Leaf, and Yuxiang teams. However, the existence of Lin Yao as the backbone is the most important factor that enables these leaders to cooperate so closely. With him around, everyone in the base will be full of hope for the future and are willing to contribute their strength to make the base better, which is why the diazation base has its current terrifying strength. Before, after learning that the crystals from all battlefields were divided into 20 hours 80 minutes, Tang Xiaojuan was a little worried that the other three teams would become dissatisfied with this distribution method over time. After all, judging from the current situation, Lin Yao's team has the fewest people but has obtained the most crystals. However, the leaders of the three teams were very clear-headed. The reason their base could kill so many zombies every day was all due to Lin Yao's secret arrangement. Otherwise, no other base would have the ability to attract a fixed number of zombies to kill in each battlefield. Without Brother Lin, my son and I would have died in them all by now, Lu Deshang said with a smile, his tone full of gratitude. Uncle Lin has allowed me to see more possibilities for the future. That's why I don't want to be a narrow-minded person like those mediocre people in Zhonghan City. He Yefeng, whose supernatural powers have been upgraded to level 5, was full of admiration when talking about Lin Yao. If he can make our boss Yundai happy, we will obey him. Fu Changyong was rather dull, and his words were spoken in a very serious tone. On the other hand, although the women in Lin Yao's team have different temperaments and personalities, and the ways in which they were accepted by Lin Yao are also very different, there is not one who does not believe in Lin Yao wholeheartedly. This man took good care of them and gave them a rich life in the end times. This man did not treat them as vases. Instead, he gave them enough trust and expectations, helping them to become stronger step by step. This man was sometimes weird, eccentric, and lustful, but he was never afraid of challenges. Even when he knew that he had to face a group of aliens with strong strength and technology, he was not nervous or discouraged at all. Instead, he always used his warm and sunny appearance to soothe everyone's heart. After thinking so much, Tang Xiaojuan slowly realized that since she fell in love with Lin Yao at first sight, he had left a deep mark on her heart. She originally guessed that Lin Yao would launch an offensive against her, and she was prepared to be a little reserved before agreeing. Unexpectedly, several days passed, and Lin Yao did not take any action toward her. If he had not accepted when Yijing yesterday, Tang Xiaojuan would have even begun to doubt that Lin Yao did not intend to accept another woman. When she took a shower at night, she couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. She had a pretty face and a plump figure. So why didn't Lin Yao like her? What went wrong? Or give it a hint yourself? Tang Xiaojuan nodded, then shook her head, her face slightly red. What are you doing here? Nodding and shaking her head. Why don't you go over and play with them? Suddenly, Lin Yao's voice came from behind. Chapter 169, what you said makes sense, but I don't agree. Tang Xiaojuan was startled and quickly came to her senses and turned around. When she saw that it was Lin Yao, her face turned even redder. Nothing. Lin Yao walked over and touched her forehead in confusion. You don't have a fever. Why is your face so red? Feeling the touch of Lin Yao's large palm on her forehead, Tang Xiaojuan nervously took a step back and changed the subject. I don't have a fever. Do you have something to talk to me about? Oh, I'll give you something. Lin Yao turned his wrist, and a small scalpel appeared in the palm of his hand. Tang Xiaojuan looked at the scalpel in confusion and asked, Why are you giving me this? Didn't we bring one from the hospital before? Lin Yao smiled and handed her the scalpel. You will know once you feel it. Taking the scalpel, Tang Xiaojuan looked at it carefully. From the outside, it was just an ordinary scalpel, nothing special. After slowly activating her supernatural powers, Tang Xiaojuan's eyes widened instantly. You feel it, right? In addition to the functions of a regular scalpel, this scalpel can also cooperate with your healing abilities to speed up the healing process, Lin Yao said with a smile. Pursing her lips, Tang Xiaojuan carefully put away the scalpel. She felt her heartbeat quicken a lot. She raised her head and asked nervously, Thank you, but why did you give me a gift? Lin Yao waved his hand. No need to thank me. As long as you join my team, I will find a way to get each of you a prop or weapon. This is one of the benefits. Just welfare. Tang Xiaojuan lowered her head in disappointment, her eyes slightly red. What's wrong with you? Don't you like the gift? Lin Yao was puzzled. Tang Xiaojuan gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, looked up at Lin Yao and asked, Lin Yao, do you like me? Huh? You changed the subject too quickly. Lin Yao was surprised, and then he realized that Tang Xiaojuan, like Zhou Chuchu before, had long been conquered by his charm. Answer me, Tang Xiaojuan cried out. Lin Yao smiled slightly, then said seriously, I like it. Tang Xiaojuan asked, Then why don't you? Let me be your woman? I'm a thin-skinned and timid person, and I don't dare to take the initiative. Lin Yao scratched his head and answered shamelessly. I don't believe you. Tang Xiaojuan certainly didn't believe it. Lin Yao laughed. Okay, now that you've said it, I'm asking you sincerely, do you want to be my woman? Ido. Tang Xiaojuan burst into laughter. At this point, she didn't want to be reserved anymore. When Yijing was very attentive in settling her old sisters and arranged everything in an orderly manner, including eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. Sister Wen, we've been here for several hours, but we haven't seen the boss Lin Yao here. I heard that he's a very young and handsome guy. Is that true? Wei Yuxuan asked with a gossipy look on her face. When Yijing looked at her with amusement. Why? Do you want to become a family with your sister? I'm just curious. Wei Yuxuan hugged her arm and acted coquettishly. There's nothing to be curious about. I look very ordinary. Suddenly, a male voice was heard at the door, and the two women turned their heads to look over. Why are you here? Are you done with your work? When Yijing's face turned red unconsciously when she saw Lin Yao appear. Lin Yao walked in with a smile, looked at Wei Yuxuan, then nodded, and continued to look at Wen Yijing. Your body is not fully recovered yet. You should rest more today. I'm fine. Recovered. Wen Yijing's face turned even redder. Wei Yuxuan stared at Lin Yao blankly, then came to her senses and asked, Are you the boss of the diazation base, Lin Yao? It's me. Welcome to join us. Lin Yao smiled and nodded, activating the skill of seeing through things. Wei Yuxuan. Female, 19 years old. Wind Blade Level 4. Can use the strong wind to create wind blades for attack. Powerful. Hey, you and Lu Tian are really a perfect match. Even your abilities are so similar. However, in comparison, Lu Tian's ability is a little more powerful. In addition to wind blades, tornadoes, strong winds, and other common means of attack, Lu Tian can do it. Moreover, after Lu Tian's superpower was upgraded to level 6, he awakened the ability to fly with the wind. He was the second person with superpowers who could fly in the diazation base, which made many people cry with envy. Wow, Sister Wen, is your husband so handsome? Wei Yuxuan excitedly pulled Wen Yijing. This is not ordinary at all. There are few stars on TV who are more handsome than Lin Yao. Wen Yijing nodded implicitly, then pointed at Wei Yuxuan and said, This is Wei Yuxuan. She will be in charge of all matters concerning the new team. Well, welcome Miss Wei. By the way, does your team have a new name? Lin Yao asked gently. Wei Yuxuan thought about it, and then said, Let's call it the Valkyrie team. It just so happens that most of the people in our team are combat-type psychics, and they're all Valkyries. Good. What a nice name. So domineering. Lin Yao smiled and gave a thumbs up. Wei Yuxuan smiled mischievously and said, Boss Lin, are there any benefits to having so many female warriors join us? What benefit do you want? Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. Wei Yuxuan said excitedly, For example, I heard that except for Boss Lin's team, other teams in this base only need to be responsible for digging crystals and get 20 of the amount. Boss Lin, why don't you give our Valkyrie team a higher proportion for Sister Wen's sake? Also, several other teams have the ability to stimulate plant growth, but our Valkyrie team doesn't. In the future, our team will have to buy food from them. Can Boss Lin make the decision and let them give us some for free? And more. Before she could finish her words, when Yijing's heart sank. Before she could say anything else, Lin Yao waved his hand to stop her. I think these suggestions made by Miss Wei make sense, but I don't accept it. Why? Wei Yuxuan was stunned. Lin Yao smiled warmly and said, I think Miss Wei made a mistake. You can join my base because when Yijing paid a price, so you have the opportunity to stay. If it weren't for her, none of the people who came to your Yippee Anshan base yesterday would have survived. Your sister Wen saw the potential of our diazation base, and she wanted to recruit you because of your sisterly love. But the purpose of recruiting you is to work together, develop together, and become stronger together, rather than letting you abuse your power. If you can't accept a 20 share, here's the door. As for your desire for fresh vegetables, I can make the decision and provide them to you for free for a period of time, But if you want to get them for free for a long time, then I can only say, you wish. Chapter 170. Women's Fist is Not Good. Wei Yuxuan's face turned red after being confronted. She stared at Lin Yao blankly for a moment, not knowing what to say. She had thought that, given the relationship between their team and Wen Yijing, as Wen Yijing's man, he should be more tolerant towards them. She didn't expect that this guy had a warm smile on his face, but his words were so cold and ruthless. If Lin Yao knew what she was thinking, he would probably be even more speechless. I didn't kick you out for Wen Yijing's sake, and you still want to play the same trick on me? You're dreaming. Okay, I'll give Miss Wei some time to think about it. If Miss Wei can't accept it, she can take her people and leave on her own. If Miss Wei still wants to stay, then let's go to my villa for a meeting at 1 p.m. Lin Yao said and left. Hey, he is so ungentlemanly. Seeing Lin Yao walking away, Wei Yuxuan started to speak ill of Lin Yao. Enough, Wen Yijing shouted coldly. A little afraid once Wen Yijing got angry. Wen Yijing sighed, then said seriously, Xiaoyu, things are different now. We can't go on like before. In the past, influenced by Sister Lan, the sisters in the entire Yipianshan base looked down on men to some extent and treated the men in the Nanfeng district as tools and slaves. You also know what happened to Sister Kellen. Just because Lin Yao said a few words that she didn't like, she came over in anger and wanted to kill someone, but was eventually killed in return. Such an ending isn't enough to alert you. The other teams in this base are more or less related to Lin Yao, and they have no complaints. Is it appropriate for you, a newcomer, to make requests? Xiaoyu, you're now the leader of a team. Your words and actions will affect the sisters below you. If you still have this condescending attitude and think that men should give in to you and take care of you, then I advise you to take the sisters back to the Yipianshan base. Otherwise, if you get into trouble someday, I won't be able to protect you. Wen Yijing's words were very serious, and Wei Yuxuan's little face turned pale. It was indeed as she said. In the past, under the influence of Ning Fanglan, the sisters from the Yipianshan base were very powerful in the Nanfeng district. The leaders of other small bases, shocked by Ning Fanglan's strength, were very respectful to them and responded to all their requests. Over time, this habit is developed and we take it for granted. It was not until today, when Lin Yao and Wen Yijing woke her up one after another, that she realized how wrong she was. Others did not beg her to join. Instead, Sister Wen paid a price to give her sisters the opportunity to improve their strength and security. She was so ungrateful that she took advantage of them and regretted it so much. Sister Wen, I was wrong. Wei Yuxuan's eyes were red, and she pulled Wen Yijing and began to apologize. Wen Yijing stroked her long hair and said softly, Xiaoyu, you are a smart child. It's good that you can recognize your mistakes. Go back and apologize to Lin Yao, and this matter will be over. There is also a female leader in this base. Her name is He Yefeng. She is 1 year younger than you, but she is very decisive and considerate. You should learn from her in the future. Younger than me? Wei Yuxuan was stunned. She was still thinking that she could rely on her young age and act like a spoiled child, and the matter would be over. Now it seems that I have to sincerely apologize to Lin Yao. On the other side, after Lin Yao returned to the villa, he hugged Chu Wenwen and started drawing the lottery again. Tang Xiaojuan gave him a chance to draw the lottery this time. Lin Yao wanted to get a prop for the girl Yu Qianqian as well. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning a teleportation ring. Congratulations to the host for winning this supernatural power gain skill. Huh. Another skill was drawn, but luckily it didn't need to be upgraded. Otherwise Lin Yao would have no place to cry. There was no other way. It was too costly to upgrade the skill points. Teleportation ring. It can help those with teleportation abilities maintain their abilities and extend their duration. Power enhancement. Use this skill to temporarily enhance others' power by 1 level or enhance any upgradable skill of the host by 1 level. This effect can only be released to 1 person at a time, once a day, and lasts for 10 minutes. Lin Yao stroked his chin. This skill was quite good. Although it had many limitations, the effect was indeed too powerful. Judging from his current skill point income, it takes about 3 days to upgrade a skill from level 6 to level 7. Now, except for the domination domain, which has been upgraded to level 7, the remaining 9 skills want to upgrade to level 7, which theoretically will take nearly a month. But with this skill, there is no need to panic when you need to fight against others. Well, that's Lin. Lin Yao couldn't figure out the strength of this alien. If he wasn't sure of winning, he wouldn't dare to confront them directly. At least with this skill, his safety was greatly improved. Qianqian, come here. Lin Yao shouted to Yu Qianqian, who was doing her homework seriously. Yu Qianqian hurriedly put down her pen and ran over, standing awkwardly in front of him. Don't be so nervous. Sit down. I'll give you something. Lin Yao smiled and pointed to the stool in front of him, then took out the teleportation ring. The design of the teleportation ring is very simple. It is two rings put together and can be worn on the index finger and middle finger. The overall color is copper, and it looks quite like the teleportation ring of the Supreme Sorcerer. Yu Qianqian waved her hands hastily. No, this is too expensive, Although she really wanted it, Yu Qianqian felt that she was eating, drinking, and living in someone else's house here, so she was embarrassed to accept the gift. Lin Yao stuffed it in his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, Take it. If you join my team, you will have what others have, so don't be afraid. Yu Qianqian held the teleportation ring in both hands, her eyes moist with emotion. Brother Lin, from now on, I will work hard and become a useful person. Lin Yao smiled and touched her hair. You have always been a useful person. I have never doubted this. Yu Qianqian nodded heavily, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yao no longer contained any awe, but only deep gratitude and respect. Just in time, when Yijing came back, Chu Wenwen dropped her homework and threw herself into her aunt's arms. Lin Yao motioned Yu Qianqian to continue doing her homework, and then he came up to them and said to Wen Yijing, You have registered with the authorities before, so take out the weapons they gave you and let us have a look. Wen Yijing didn't understand what was going on, but she still obediently took out a pair of transparent ice silk gloves from her pocket. Chapter 171, Call Uncle Lin. Lin Yao took the gloves, and they felt cool and smooth. I don't know what material these gloves are made of, but they can protect my hands when I release my supernatural powers. Wen Yijing took the initiative to explain when she saw Lin Yao was observing carefully. Lin Yao nodded. He had just used mental detection to observe and found nothing unusual about the gloves. They were just made of special material and were more cold resistant. The things given by the government aren't that good. Muttering, Lin Yao flipped his wrist, took out an ice crystal crown, and handed it over. Here. This is a gift from me to you. Wear it when you fight in the future. It can enhance the effect of your supernatural power. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chu Wenwen fell in love with the beautiful crown at first sight. When Yijing took the crown in astonishment, Where did you get this? It's too expensive. Can it really increase the effect of supernatural powers? The authorities have issued weapons to many people before, most of which are for assisting in combat or protecting the body, and it is rare to encounter weapons that amplify supernatural effects. I didn't expect Lin Yao's first move would be so generous. Lin Yao smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about where I got it from. Just try the effect first. When Yijing nodded, put on the crown shamefully, her eyes lit up, and then she raised her hand, and an ice cube floated in her hand. How amazing! I feel like I've only used up half of my previous supernatural powers to create an ice cube. When Yijing could not hide the surprise in her eyes at all. After saying that, he quickly took off the crown on his head. Lin Yao, this is too valuable. I haven't made any contribution yet. I can't accept it. Lin Yao shook his head and didn't take it. Who said you didn't contribute anything? Everyone on my team has one. You're not only a team member, but also my wife. What can't you take? Keep it. If you really feel embarrassed, I just cut off the power to the ice storage downstairs. You can go in and make some ice every day, and we can save some fuel. When Yijing was moved and put away the crown, nodding seriously. Hey, Auntie, put it on me. Chu Wenwen pulled her and acted coquettishly. When Yijing squatted down and put the crown on the little girl's head, which made Chu Wenwen dance with joy. Brother, do I look good? Chu Wenwen ran to Lin Yao to show off, and Lin Yao smiled and nodded. When Yijing was stunned, and took Chu Wenwen's hand and said with a tangled face, Wenwen, how about you call me uncle from now on? Unexpectedly, the little girl curled her lips and said, I don't want to. I want to call you brother. After saying that, he broke free from her and ran to show off in front of Wu Shuiyin and the others. This child, when Yijing covered her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Lin Yao put his arm around her shoulders and said, Let her do whatever she wants. If the child likes to call me brother, let her do that. Don't worry about these details. After lunch, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the leaders of several teams were notified to come to his villa for a meeting. When notifying Lu Desheng, he also specifically asked them to bring Lu Tian along. Wei Yuxuan came to the villa first, walked up to Lin Yao, and bowed earnestly. Brother Lin, it was my fault before. I was used to being domineering in the Yippee Anshin base, which led to my failure to change my mindset. I thought about it seriously. Joining the Diazation base is a new journey. From now on, I will control the sisters in the team, including myself, and will never hold other teams back. Brother Lin, I promise you that our Valkyrie team will definitely impress you. The slogans were shouted loudly. Lin Yao walked around her and glanced at Zhou Chuchu next to her. Zhou Chuchu nodded, meaning a sincere apology. Then she put on a smile and said, "In that case, I sincerely welcome you to join us. I know that there must be some difficulties when you first join the base. I will find someone to help you deal with these problems. But there is one thing I must correct you about." Wei Yuxuan was stunned. What did I say wrong? Lin Yao stood up and said with a smile, "You should call me Uncle Lin, not Brother Lin." Huh? But Sister Wen said, "Aren't you only 25 years old?" Wei Yuxuan was stunned. What was going on? What's wrong with being 25 years old? Can't I be an uncle at 25? Lin Yao asked back. Wei Yuxuan was completely confused. She couldn't keep up with Lin Yao's train of thought and didn't understand what he meant at all. She could only nod blankly. The reason why Lin Yao did this was mainly for Lu Tian. After all, this kid was a good brother of his eldest nephew Fang Yi, and he also assisted Yin Dai in killing zombies on the battlefield every day. Lu Tian also fell in love with Wei Yuxuan, so he first brought their seniority to the same level. Soon, several other leaders arrived. When Lu Tian saw Wei Yuxuan was there, he was so excited that he wanted to rush up to say hello. Of course, Lu Desheng could not be hidden from this scene, and he finally understood why Lin Yao specifically asked him to bring Lu Tian to the meeting. This will create more opportunities for Lu Tian to meet. Lu Desheng also secretly looked at the little girl. He had to say that her appearance was impeccable, but he didn't know if his son had the ability to win her over. In the Diazation base, there are also men and women who fall in love with each other and get together. Back to the topic, Lin Yao walked to the front of the stage and cleared his throat. I called everyone here today to announce a few things. First of all, we welcome the Valkyrie team to join us. The entire team is made up of more than 20 young and beautiful girls, and the leader is Miss Wei Yuxuan. Wei Yuxuan stood up and nodded implicitly. I know there are many bachelors in our base. If you want to find a partner, you can ask Wei Yuxuan to introduce you to someone. My purpose is still the same as before. Love is supported in the base, but must be pursued in an upright manner. No shady means are allowed. Otherwise, I don't need to say more about the consequences. After these words were spoken, Lu Tian became even more excited because Lin Yao had just winked at him. The second point is about killing zombies. Now the number of zombies in Hushan District has been almost wiped out. We will move the battlefield to Hushan New District by tomorrow at the latest. And starting today, I will open up the 7th battlefield. Su Xiao and Wen Yijing will be responsible for killing the zombies, and the Valkyrie team will be responsible for digging for crystals. Third, several items were announced in succession, and the team leaders below said there was no problem. After discussing for a while, Lin Yao announced the adjournment of the meeting. As soon as he walked out of the villa, Lu Tian found Wei Yuxuan impatiently. "Hello, my name is Lu Tian, and I'm from the Braised Large Intestine team." Lu Tian introduced himself nervously. Wei Yuxuan nodded. "Sister Wen has already introduced you at the entrance of base. What can I do for you?" Lu Tian rubbed his palms shyly. I just want to ask you something." Chapter 172, The Door to Happiness. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Desheng and He Yefeng, who had not walked far, could not help but slow down their pace and prick up their ears. Even Fu Changyong, who had always been honest, could not help but eavesdrop. "Just ask," Wei Yuxuan replied. Lu Tian felt his heart was about to jump out, scratched the back of his head, and mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you know? What kind of door is this made of wood?" "Wei Yuxuan bestimmt, wooden door." "What about the iron door?" Ihongate." "Then do you know what the door to happiness is?" Wei Yuxuan was completely stunned by the question and shook her head blankly. "I don't know." Lu Tian said with deep affection. "It's us." Hiss. Every single person present was so frightened that their skin was covered with goosebumps. Lu Desheng covered his face and hated that he didn't want this son. He Yefeng was surprised, then covered his mouth, afraid to laugh out loud. Fu Changyong tilted his head tremblingly, then fled away, still mumbling, "I can't stand it, I really can't stand it." Lin Yao, in the villa, was also paying attention with mental detection. Now, like Lu Desheng, he covered his face with his hands and his stomach was cramping. Wei Yuxuan felt a chill on the back of her neck and couldn't help but take a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Tian took a step forward and continued to ask. Why did you mess with my things? No. What did I do to you? Wei Yuxuan glanced back to make sure that she didn't touch anything. Lu Tian continued with a look of deep affection. My heart. He Yeffing could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Lu Deshang rubbed the goosebumps on his body and hurried away. You. Wei Yuxuan was numb. Where did this guy learn such cheesy love words? Who can stand this? Lu Tian wanted to continue speaking, but he saw Wei Yuxuan running away. Hey, don't go. I still have some questions to ask you, he said as he chased after him. In the villa, Lin Yao lay on the sofa and tried hard to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't. Others couldn't help but look over out of curiosity. Then Lin Yao repeated Lu Tian's cheesy love words, which made the women laugh again. Outside the villa, He Yeffing was the only one left, holding his stomach and laughing wildly, as if he had eaten Xianmai and couldn't stop at all. What are you doing here? What's so funny? Suddenly, Fang Yi came over and looked at He Yeffing, unable to help but wonder. He Yeffing suppressed his laughter and stood up. He rolled his eyes and asked like Lu Tian, do you know what the door to happiness is? Fang Yi didn't even think about it. He put his hands together and said seriously, Amen. I've read on the internet before that Amen represents sincerity and truthfulness. Only when people are realistic can they find their own happiness. He Yeffing looked at him stiffly, unable to laugh anymore. Then he lowered his head and left silently. Hey, don't go. You haven't told me what you were laughing at yet. Fang Yi couldn't help but shout, but unfortunately, the other party ignored him. Lin Yao saw this scene again. Not long after he calmed down, he couldn't help laughing out loud again. Lin Yao covered his stomach and patted the sofa. Ha ha, this is so funny. These two youngsters are really one better than the other. Xiaojuan looks normal, but his way of flirting with girls is actually using cheesy love words. Xiao Yi, let's not talk about it anymore, just do your best. Ha! Oh my god, I can laugh at this scene for the whole year. At this time, Fang Yi also came in, looking at Lin Yao's expression and asked again in confusion. Uncle, what are you laughing at too? Lin Yao forced himself to hold it back, then said seriously, nothing. He didn't want to expose the affair between this pair of top-notch people at this moment. It was fine as it was now, as it would provide some fodder for laughter. Fang Yi scratched his head, remembering that Lin Yao asked him to find out about the situation in Hushan New District. So he said, Uncle, I went to Hushan New District and made a rough estimate. There are at least close to 1 million zombies there, which is enough for us to kill for a long time. Lin Yao nodded. Well, according to my calculations, there are only tens of thousands of zombies left in Hushan District. We can leave these to those small bases to slowly kill them. We should prioritize solving the problems in the places with the largest number of zombies, so as to avoid being overtaken by other areas. Fang Yi continued. Uncle, when I came back just now, I saw some people from other areas. Oh, what's wrong? Lin Yao asked indifferently. Nothing much, just some women, for some unknown reason, scattered in various small bases, and kept saying something about how the Pinqian base and Tieshua base couldn't agree on terms or something like that. Fang Yi scratched his head. He didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, so he had many doubts. Lin Yao pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing as long as it has nothing to do with our base. You can go back and rest. Okay, I'm leaving, Uncle. Fang Yi waved and left. When Yijing, who was standing by, came over with a frown on her face. Lin Yao, I just heard about the Yipianshan base. Are they coming to Hushan District? Lin Yao smiled and said, Nothing. Xiao Yi said that someone from the Yipianshan base came to Hushan District and spread the news that they had not reached an agreement with the Tieshua base. Didn't they reach an agreement? But I saw the people from the Iron Blood base were quite confident when they left. And even if they didn't reach an agreement, why would they come here to publicize it, when Yijing was even more confused? Who cares about them? I kindly invited them to live in Hushan District. If they're not willing, that's it. As for whether or not to join the Iron Blood base, that is their own choice. How can you be in Chao's camp, but your heart is with Han? This is not right. I have to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he pulled Wen Yijing upstairs. Stop messing around. We still have to kill zombies this afternoon. It doesn't matter. In the afternoon, Lin Yao was supervising the newly opened battlefield. It must be said that Wen Yijing was worthy of being ranked in the top 20 masters. With the help of Su Xiaoxiao's water ability and the bonus of the Ice Crystal Crown, the speed of making ice cones was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, all the 2,000 zombies in front of him were killed. You can kill zombies this way. This is the first time I've seen it. Wen Yijing wiped the sweat from his head and said in surprise. Now, she finally understood why the people in the diazation base were so strong. With so many crystals coming in every day, how could they not be strong? What really surprised her and made her feel confused was that although Lin Yao did not send anyone to lure out the zombies, nearly 3,000 zombies appeared here on time. This was something that no other base could do. When Yijing thought about it and realized that including the 7th battlefield where she was, the diazation base could kill more than 20,000 zombies every day. So terrifying. Chapter 173, The Sentimental Xiaojuan. This afternoon, Lin Yao earned another 350,000 skill points and 1,600 attribute points. Then there were 2 uneventful days. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 4,932. Defense, 4,930. Agility, 4,920. Spiritual power, 4,930. Charm value, 105. Skill points, 1.51 million. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 6, Virus Resistance level 6, Monster Upgrade level 6, Zombie Transformation level 6, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 6, All Things Retreat level 6, Mental Detection level 6, Immobilization level 6, Flying level 6, Toxin Immunity, Domination level 7, Ability Gain. Items, Divine Magic Arrow, Storage Space, 62.5 million cubic meters. Clenching his fists, Lin Yao was very satisfied with his current strength. This was also one of the reasons why he had been dealing with the official group of aliens. The longer time goes, the stronger he will become. Now he is much stronger than when he first met Shadow Deacon. By then, no matter what conspiracies and tricks they have, they will be nothing in the face of absolute strength. After thinking about it, Lin Yao prioritized upgrading monsters to level 7, which is the main source of skill points. The higher the skill is upgraded, the faster the skill points will come. According to current calculations, I can earn 700,000 skill points a day. Lin Yao made a simple calculation and nodded with satisfaction. It used to take 3 days to collect 1 million, but now it only takes 1.5 days. While Lin Yao was living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in the base, Zhang Zhu at the Yippee Ancient base was becoming increasingly anxious. What's going on? Hasn't the news been disseminated sufficiently? Why hasn't Lin Yao reacted at all? Zhang Zhu paced back and forth in the conference room, unable to help but look anxious. Although the Iron Blood base was the only choice, she would rather join Lin Yao's side. After all, the strength of the diazation base was obvious to all. If she joined, her strength would definitely improve much faster. And at worst, even if she sold all the women in the base, she could still get a lot of crystals. But for 3 consecutive days, Lin Yao did not come as expected. Instead, Feng Tianlin from the Iron Blood base came many times and kept urging them to pack up quickly. Huang Ying also said with a bitter face, "It is impossible that it has not been spread. We have sent people to spread the news to various small bases in Hushan district for 3 consecutive days. We just went to the gate of diazation base to shout. It is impossible that Lin Yao did not receive the news." Then what's going on? Zhang Zhu scratched her hair in annoyance. It was obvious that in the past, whenever Ning Fenglan came up with a little trick, many people would act according to her wishes. How come my little trick didn't even make a splash? Huang Ying said cautiously, "There is only one possibility, that is Lin Yao never intended to recruit us from the beginning to the end, and we have been wishful thinking." Impossible. Zhang Zhu said it firmly, but she gradually began to doubt herself in her heart. Could it be that she really calculated wrong? At this moment, a subordinate suddenly knocked on the door and came in to report, "Sister Zhu, Sister One, and Xiaoyu are back, and they brought some people with them." The young man in the lead said his name was Lin Yao. "Really?" Zhang Zhu stood up with a look of surprise, and then hurried out, still muttering, "I was right." At the entrance of Yippee Ancient base, Lin Yao turned to Yu Qianqian and asked, "How is it, Qianqian? Are you tired of opening several portals in a row?" Yu Qianqian smiled and shook her head. "Brother Lin, I'm not tired. My ability has now been upgraded to level 3. The distance of the portal can be opened up to 10 kilometers. And with the teleportation ring you gave me, it's not hard at all. I'm glad you're not tired. Tell me if you're hungry. I have snacks with me." Lin Yao touched her head. With this girl around, it is especially convenient to take people out. The journey from the diazation base to the Yippee Ancient base, which originally took 2 hours to drive, now only takes 5 minutes. In the morning, when Yijing said that they were leaving the Yippee Anshan base today and she wanted to see them off. Coincidentally, the other women were clamoring about killing zombies every day and wanted to go out for some fresh air. So Lin Yao made the decision and brought his family here with the help of Yu Qianqian's portal ability. Brother, why don't you ask me if I'm hungry? Chu Wenwen stood between Wen Yijing and Wu Shuiyin and asked with a pout. Lin Yao rolled his eyes. Finish the potato chips in your hand before you talk. Ah. Amidst the laughter and joy, Zhang Ju walked out with dignity. Mr. Lin, Xiaojing, you are here. Please come in and sit down. Zhang Ju put on a smile and invited them in. You can't show any urgency, otherwise Lin Yao will lower the price. Lin Yao smiled and said, Sister Ju, I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly. We're just here to hang out. Don't be so polite. Zhang Ju was even more certain that Lin Yao was deliberately delaying to make her anxious so that he could negotiate with her later. Humph, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Lin Yao, you're still too naive. Zhang Ju complained in her heart, but she still had a warm smile on her face. Mr. Lin, what you said is true. Xiao Jing went out of our base. Our Yippee Anshan base is Xiao Jing's mother's home. How can I go back to my mother's home without entering the door? I am speechless. In that case, let's go in and take a look. Lin Yao nodded with a smile, and then said to Chu Wenwen, let's go see where your aunt used to live. Okay. The little girl raised her hands. A group of people crowded into the Yippee Anshan base, and those who had never seen Lin Yao before were pointing and talking. Is this the man Sister Wen is looking for? He is really handsome. TSK. What's the use of the murderer who killed Sister Lan, who only has a body? Disgusting. Wow, there's so many beauties in this group. Are they all Lin Yao's wives? Looking at their complexions, it seems like they're living a good life. Better than our base. Come on, it must be the effect of makeup. Who knows what she looks like without makeup? All kinds of words were detected by Lin Yao's mental detection, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. They were just a group of poor people who were about to be sold without realizing it. What was there to pursue? The prototype of the Yippee Anshan base is a garden-style community with a very good environment. Lin Yao let the women in the family walk around freely. Anyway, they were all within the range of his mental detection, so there's no need to worry about any problems. Hey, Sister Ju, aren't you all going to move to the Iron Blood base today? Why haven't you packed anything yet? Lin Yao pointed at a few buildings not far away and asked knowingly. Just now at the gate of Yippee Anshan base, Zhou Chuchu had already overheard Zhang Ju's thoughts and secretly told him. Lin Yao couldn't help but want to laugh. This was too self-indulgent. Chapter 174, The Clown is Me. Zhang Ju's smile froze, and then she took a deep breath, looked around to see if there was anyone else around, and said to Lin Yao, Mr. Lin, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. I'll just state my conditions directly. First, we at Yippee Anshan base can all join you, but we want 30 of the crystals that Diazation base collects every day. Secondly, I know there are many men in the Diazation base. I hope Mr. Lin can promise me not to let these men harass us. We don't welcome men. Third, as the current leader of the Yippee Anshan base, I need Mr. Lin to help me reach level 5 as soon as possible. Fourth, Mr. Lin needs to provide us with our daily necessities for free. Fifth, before Zhang Ju finished speaking, Lin Yao interrupted her. Wait, Sister Ju, did you get something wrong? What did I say that you can join my base? Mr. Lin, it's already this time. Do you still want to continue pretending? You should know that the Iron Blood base is coming soon. If you keep bargaining with me like this, you will really have no chance. Zhang Ju was a little anxious. Lin Yao spread his hands. I'm not pretending with you. I didn't intend to recruit you in the first place. You are not being self-indulgent, are you? Zhang Ju's face turned pale, and she couldn't help asking, why don't you come here today? When Yijing said she wanted to see you off. My other wives were bored staying at the base all day, so they came out for a walk. Didn't I say that at the door just now? Lin Yao said with a smile. So, you wanted us to move to Hushan district before? Zhang Ju asked unwillingly. Oh, Yijing told me that Ning Lanfang died, and she was worried that you would be bullied. So, I suggested that you move to Hushan district. With your strength, no one can bully you in Hushan district except our Diazation base. But who knew that you were incorporated into the Tieshua base? I can only wish you all the best, Lin Yao explained kindly. Now Zhang Ju was completely panicked. It turned out that all of this was just her wishful thinking. No wonder Lin Yao didn't react at all after the news was spread in Hushan district for 3 consecutive days. No wonder Lin Yao took the children out today. It turns out they really went out to have fun. She boasted that she had received 3 points of Ning Fonglan's true teachings and could easily control a man. But she forgot that although Ning Fonglan was meticulous, it was more based on her strong personal strength. Even if those people saw through her, they had to be controlled by her because of her strength. But what does Zhang Ju have? In terms of strength, whether it is the Iron Blood base or the Jiao Zhatian base, which one is not stronger than her? She has always been influenced by Ning Fonglan and looks down on men from the bottom of her heart. She thinks that men are animals who think with their lower body and are brainless fools. Looking back now, this is really... I sat up in shock from my dying illness and found that I was the clown. Zhang Ju regretted it and wanted to slap herself in the face. It turned out that when Yijing had been working so hard for them behind the scenes, but not only did they not appreciate it, they also kept mocking her for defecting to the enemy. Moreover, because Zhang Ju was overconfident, the conditions she negotiated with the Iron Blood base were very concessions. Looking back now, joining the Iron Blood base was basically a gift for free. Long hair but little knowledge, that's me. Zhang Ju cursed herself in her heart. Then Zhang Ju's eyes turned, and he had another idea in his mind. Mr. Lin, actually, we at Yipianshan base admire you very much. You see, the conditions just mentioned are still valid. We at Yipianshan will apply to join diazation. Zhang Ju said with a flattering smile. Lin Yao showed a mocking smile on his face. Sister Ju, this is a bit unfair. You have already negotiated with the Iron Blood base, so you should be honest. Besides, I heard many girls calling me a pretty boy and a disgusting young man behind my back while walking along the road just now. I am a person with a small heart. I don't mind them scolding me. But if you want to join my base, forget it. What are you thinking? I'd be crazy to bring hundreds of women who like boxing to the base. It would only cause trouble for me. If Xiaojuan hadn't apologized sincerely last time and behaved well in the past few days, he would have kicked out the Valkyrie team as well. What about me? Mr. Lin, what do you think of me? I have never scolded you. I am willing to join the diazation base and I can also warm the bed. Zhang Ju was completely panicked. She had planned to abandon the base and even sell herself. Anyway, this guy is so handsome, I won't lose out. Lin Yao looked at her speechlessly. Zhang Ju is in her 30s, has gained weight, and her face is covered with freckles. How could she want to take advantage of him? Sister Ju, please stop making trouble. You're the boss of the base. There are at least hundreds of sisters in this base who are counting on you to show off and fly with them. Lin Yao shook his head and refused. Zhang Ju wanted to say something else, but Lin Yao raised his hand to stop her and said, Sister Ju, I came here just to hang out. If you keep saying you want to join my base, I'd better leave. Besides, the people from the Iron Blood base are here. Go deal with them first. At this moment, someone rushed over to report, Sister Ju, people from the Iron Blood base are here, driving a lot of buses. Zhang Ju's face turned bitter. At this point, she had to force herself to calm down. Now that Lin Yao's retreat was blocked, she could only find a way to get more benefits from the Iron Blood base. As for secretly moving to Hushan district, it has become a complete luxury. She wanted to pull Lin Yao along, hoping to use Lin Yao's reputation to suppress the people in the Iron Blood base. But she saw that Lin Yao had already walked away, slipped to the side of the fish pond, and took out a fishing rod from somewhere. Well, let's feel the joy of a fisherman today. Lin Yao took out a folding stool and sat down, then put on a sun hat and talked to himself. Let's go. Zhang Ju sighed and walked towards the gate. From a distance, Zhang Ju seemed to hear the curse of idiot coming from behind, and she didn't know whether Lin Yao was cursing the fish or her. At the gate, Feng Tianlin took the lead and walked to the gate of the base. Looking at the group of women who were about to enter their den, a sneer flashed across his face. Sister Juhua, how are you guys packing? I brought a lot of people to help. If you need anything, just tell me. Feng Tianlin said with a smile when he saw Zhang Ju coming out. Zhang Ju pursed her lips and then said softly, Minister Feng, the sisters haven't packed up yet. We have to wait for a while, and after thinking about the conditions we discussed before, I think there are some inappropriate places. Feng Tianlin's expression changed. What? You dare to change your mind? Chapter 175 ex-boyfriend? No. Zhang Ju was a little flustered, then gritted her teeth and whispered to Feng Tianlin. Minister Feng, can we talk for a moment? Feng Tianlin glanced at her sideways, but still nodded. The two walked to a secluded place, and Zhang Ju smiled flatteringly. It's like this, Minister Feng. We included me in our previous conditions. Hey, then I thought about it. Sister Lan has left. There is no point in me staying, and I suddenly contacted my family in the village recently. How about this? I won't join the Iron Blood base, and these sisters will still follow the original conditions. What do you think? No, that won't do. Sister Juhua, you're the leader of this group of women soldiers, and our boss is very impressed by your strength. We can't do without you. Feng Tianlin refused directly. Zhang Ju gritted her teeth, pondered for a moment, and said, How about this? Our previous condition is that after the Sisters of Yipianshan join the Iron Blood base, they will still maintain their original organization, and the number of crystals they hand in every day will be 20-inch. Now it has been changed to, all the crystals will be handed over to you. The organization will be disbanded. You can arrange it however you want. You don't even need them as combat power. You can just give them to the men in your base to play with. I just want you to let me go. This was to protect himself, so all the sisters in the Yipianshan base were given away for free. Without her leadership, this group of women entered the Iron Blood base and were dispersed. There was only one outcome for them. They were divided up and used as playthings by the men in the Iron Blood base. There was no other outcome. Zhang Ju's move was truly ruthless. Feng Tianlin touched his chin and thought for a while before saying, I need to discuss this matter with the boss. Wait for me for a moment. After saying that, he walked toward the bus. After a while, Feng Tianlin came back again. Okay, our boss said that Sister Juhua is worthy of being a big shot. 800 or 900 sisters can sell it as soon as they say so. Just for this reason, our boss decided to sponsor you another sum of travel expenses. Here, these are 100 crystals. After saying that, he threw a package in his hand at Zhang Ju's feet. Zhang Ju picked up the package bitterly, and when she was about to leave, Feng Tianlin called her back. Sister Juhua, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We still need your help to get those sisters to pack up quickly. You can only leave after they get in the car. Okay. Zhang Ju agreed and then walked toward the base. She had to agree. The Blood King Tai Yun fan from the Iron Blood base was here, and she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. After putting on a stern expression, Zhang Ju called together all the Backbone members and asked them to go down and urge the sisters at the base to pack up and head to the Iron Blood base today. Sister Ju, do we really want to join the Iron Blood base? Some people were still reluctant to leave this place. Zhang Ju forced herself to smile and said, Don't worry, I just tried to persuade them again. After we sisters join the Iron Blood base, our lives will only be better than now. After hearing this, the Backbone members walked towards the base. When everyone in the base was busy packing up, Lin Yao walked out with a group of women. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now? Zhang Ju asked with a shy smile. Lin Yao looked at her and smiled playfully. Yes, you have all started moving, so we don't want to bother you anymore. Goodbye. One Yijing, who was standing by, came up reluctantly. Sister Ju, you guys take care. Then he followed Lin Yao's pace. Looking at the backs of Lin Yao and the others, Zhang Ju felt uncomfortable. If she had not been so stubborn at the beginning and was willing to listen to Wen Yijing, now maybe they could rely on the relationship between Wen Yijing and Lin Yao to live a smooth life in Hushan district at their Yiptian base. Unfortunately, there is no if. Lin Yao led them out of the base gate, and Feng Tianlin, who was squatting on the side smoking, suddenly saw a group of beautiful women walking out. He thought it was the people from the Yipianshan base who had packed up, but he was so surprised that he even dropped the cigarette in his hand. Yu Qian, Feng Tianlin shouted in disbelief. Lin Yao and the others paused. Yu Qian frowned and turned to look, then shouted in surprise. Feng Tianlin, who is this? Lin Yao asked. Uxin ran up and whispered, My sister's ex-boyfriend. Forehead. Lin Yao didn't know what to say. This was too much of a coincidence. Feng Tianlin ran up quickly, a little excited for a moment. Yu Qian, you are still alive? That's great. After the initial surprise, Yu Qian crossed her arms calmly and said, Yes, I'm still alive. Sorry to disappoint you. What are you talking about? Do you know? I've been looking for you for a long time. Feng Tianlin said with deep affection. TSK, I remember sending you a message when I was trapped in the mall, and you said you couldn't get out and told me to fend for myself. Yu Qian sneered. Feng Tianlin choked, then smiled and said, There were indeed too many zombies that day, and I was trapped at home and couldn't get out. But you don't know that after I gained superpowers, I wanted them all to find you without stopping. Really? Yu Qian didn't believe it at all. Then what did you see in the mall? Feng Tianlin said with a bitter face, Zombies, there's so many zombies, I can't get in at all. Yu Qian raised her eyebrows slightly. Really? What did you go there? Feng Tianlin pondered for a while and said, It seems to be the beginning of this month. At that time, I upgraded my supernatural power to level 4, and then I was able to find you. Yu Qian nodded. Thank you for your hard work, but at the end of last month we killed all the zombies in the mall and escaped. Who are you trying to fool? Feng Tianlin's face froze, and he quickly changed his words. No, I remembered it wrongly. I went to see you at the end of last month. Yes, it must be right. Really? But I escaped in the middle of last month. Yu Qian sneered. You, Feng Tianlin, was speechless. He never expected that Yu Qian would set a trap for him. Yu Qian waved her hand. Okay, don't make any excuses. Anyway, it's over between us since that day. Now that I see you're still alive, it means you are lucky. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. Wait. Feng Tianlin hurriedly stopped Yu Qian and then asked, Yu Qian, I admit that I always thought you had died in the mall, so I didn't go, but you have always been in my heart. Now that we meet again at the end of the world, it means that we are destined to be together. Give me another chance, and I will definitely perform well. You may not know this, but I am now the second in command of the Iron Blood Base. You know the Iron Blood Base, right? It is the top force in Central Seoul. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will ensure that you will have delicious food and drinks. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help laughing, and Yu Exin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 176, No One Can Leave. Feng Tianlin looked over with surprise. Yu Exin, you are alive too. The reason why he kept pestering Qian was that he wanted to take the two sisters in together. Yu Exin greeted him with a smile. Brother Tianlin, long time no see. Feng Tianlin wanted to run over to talk to Yu Exin, but Yu Exin stopped him with her hand. What are you doing? Nothing, I'm just thinking about our family reunion, and I'm a little too happy. Feng Tianlin took a step back with an embarrassed smile on his face. Who is your family? Yu Qian rolled her eyes, then walked to Lin Yao and hugged Lin Yao's arm. Sorry, I have a man now. Go back to where you came from. Yu Exin on the other side also took the opportunity to hug Lin Yao's other arm. Haha, this is also my man. We are a family. Feng Tianlin was stunned, then stared at Lin Yao with an ugly expression. I have to say that Lin Yao's appearance is much better than his. He is taller, more handsome, has a better figure, and has more temperament than him. The most important thing is he had been craving for the sisters' rice bowl for a long time, but he never got to eat any of them. He didn't expect that the man in front of him actually fulfilled his dream. How could he bear this? I'm so jealous. Brother, where are you from? Feng Tianlin asked with a bad look. Lin Yao smiled calmly and said, It's from the awesome sky base. The Jiaozhatian base. Feng Tianlin muttered, and then laughed disdainfully. Oh, it's the base that killed Ning Fanglan, right? I heard that the boss of your base, Lin Yao, is quite powerful, and even the officials are very polite to him. It's okay, Lin Yao said modestly. Yes, it's okay. Feng Tianlin sneered, but that's all. It's just Ning Fanglan. Who knows what method he used to kill her? It's not worth making a big fuss about it. Lin Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's just killing Ning Fanglan. There's nothing to be proud of. I am a level 7 psychic, and I killed a level 4 psychic with one slap. There's really nothing to be proud of. Seeing how sensible Lin Yao was, Feng Tianlin concluded that he was a soft persimmon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Tianlin, the second in command of the Iron Blood Base. People call me Minister Feng. I am now in Xiaojuan City. I am also a master of some importance, currently ranked 21st. He spoke modestly, but he didn't hide the arrogance on his face at all. Wow, so awesome. Lin Yao complimented with a look of admiration. Tisk. Feng Tianlin looked down on him even more and asked casually, After all that talk, what's your name? What's your position in the Diazation base? What's your ranking in Xiaojuan City? Lin Yao said modestly, I'm not as good as you. I am just a top leader in the Diazation base. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am Lin Yao. What? Feng Tianlin couldn't help but take a step back, looking at Lin Yao in horror. Although he talked a lot, he was still a little timid when he really met Lin Yao. Before Ning Fanglan's death, his boss Tai Yun Fan said that since Lin Yao was favored by the authorities and was able to kill Ning Fanglan, he must have the strength to rank among the top 10 in Central Seoul. But thinking that his boss was nearby, Feng Tianlin finally plucked up the courage to say, Oh, so you're Lin Yao? Then why are you here? Nothing, I just came here to hang out. You go do your thing. I'm leaving first, Lin Yao said with a smile, then waved his hand and prepared to leave. Wait, she can't leave. Feng Tianlin hurriedly stood in front of Lin Yao, pointing at Wei Yuxuan, and said. Wei Yuxuan put her hands on her hips and said coldly, What? Didn't Sister Ju tell you? Sister One and I have already joined the Diazation base. Why are you stopping us? Feng Tianlin smiled and said, Sister Wen, I naturally dare not stop you, but Wei Yuxuan, the agreement between me and Zhang Ju clearly stated that you must also join the Iron Blood base, so you can't leave. What? Wei Yuxuan said in disbelief. When Yijing frowned and walked forward, Minister Feng, Xiaoyu has followed me to join the Diazation base for several days. If you have any objections, you should go to Zhangju instead of stopping us. I don't care. Today, no one from the Yipianshan base can leave except you. Feng Tianlin waved his hand, and dozens of people from the Tieshua base stopped them. Lin Yao smiled and patted her shoulder, motioning for him to come. Feng Tianlin, right? Are you planning to go to war with us by doing this? Have you asked your boss? Feng Tianlin choked and couldn't help but look back, then said fiercely, This is what my boss meant. Wei Yuxuan must stay today. The rest of you can go. Lin Yao looked up at a bus and said loudly, Blood King? Do you really mean that? Snap. Just as Lin Yao finished speaking, the door of the bus opened and a thin, middle-aged man got out. It was the Blood King, Tai Yunfan. After Tai Yunfan came down, he kept looking at Lin Yao, then smiled sinisterly and said, Of course not. Boss. Feng Tianlin was anxious. Why did the boss ruin his show as soon as he arrived? Tai Yunfan raised his hand to signal him not to be anxious and sneered at Lin Yao. What Minister Feng said just now was definitely not what I meant. I mean, none of you can leave. So many beauties are hard to come by in my huge Iron Blood base. Since you dare to bring them out, don't blame me for accepting them. Ha ha ha! After saying this, he laughed wildly and licked his lips. Lin Yao's expression straightened, and he activated his skill of seeing through fire. Tai Yunfan, male, 36 years old. Blood extraction level 5. Can extract the opponent's blood, causing the person to become weak and lose life. Note: only effective for creatures below level 6. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he is just another old silver coin who is quietly upgraded to level 5. He thinks he can easily control me. Feng Tianlin was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Tai Yunfan flatteringly. I misunderstood what you meant, boss, but boss, can you leave the pair of sisters to me? I wanted to have sex with them before the end of the world, but unfortunately, I didn't succeed with any of them. Today, please use your power to fulfill a small wish of mine. Tai Yunfan waved his hand. No problem. They are left to you. Feng Tianlin also laughed and looked at Yu Qian and her sister with lustful eyes. However, Feng Tianlin found something wrong, because the Yu Qian sisters were not angry, nor were they afraid. Instead, they looked at them as if they were fools. Not only the two of them, the other women also looked at them as if they were fools. Lin Yao sneered. I'm very surprised. Where do you get so much confidence, just relying on your strength that has just been upgraded to level 5? Tai Yunfan was startled and couldn't help asking, How do you know I've reached level 5? It had only been 2 days since he reached level 5, and not many people in the base knew about it. Chapter 177, I Love Nuclear Peace. Lin Yao slowly raised his hand. Don't worry about how I know this. Just know. None of you can leave. Then he turned to the women behind him and said, Wait for me for a moment. After he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the 50-plus people from the Iron Blood base were all surprised to find that they could not move their bodies or even speak. Tai Yunfan hurriedly activated his supernatural powers, but was horrified to find that he seemed to have turned back into an ordinary person, and the feeling of supernatural powers that made him able to move was gone. Stop struggling. You can't even commit suicide in front of me. Lin Yao turned around and sneered, then dodged. Swish. Lin Yao and everyone in the Iron Blood base disappeared at the same time. Is this Uncle Lin's strength? Wei Yuxuan was stunned. It was the first time she saw Lin Yao take action, and she was numb from his first move. If Ning Fanglan was stronger, she could still see the gap, but when facing Lin Yao, she felt that they were not in the same dimension. Just like in the comics, in the blink of an eye, the people were controlled, and in the blink of another eye, everyone disappeared. This is the first time I've seen it too. It turns out he has this ability. Wen Yijing also shook her head and smiled bitterly. Last time she witnessed Lin Yao's flying ability into Thagata Palm, and now he can even freeze people and disappear in an instant with so many people, which is far beyond her understanding. Okay, we're used to it. Even I don't know exactly what Lin Yao's abilities are. Just get used to it. Wu Shuyan chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Zhang Ju, who was hiding behind the gate of the base, almost popped her eyes out. She hid when she saw Feng Tianlin and Lin Yao having a conflict, fearing that Feng Tianlin would come and cause trouble for her. Unexpectedly, The development of things far exceeded her expectations, and Tai Yun-fan suddenly popped out. And then it was taken away by Lin Yao. Then a feeling of ecstasy surged in his heart. Since Lin Yao had killed all the backbone members of the Iron Blood base, the people from the Pintian base no longer needed to join the Iron Blood base. She could be the boss again. Tai Yun-fan only felt like a slideshow was playing in front of his eyes. The scenes kept switching, making him dizzy. Okay, I finally found it. Suddenly, the scene in front of him stopped changing, and his body regained the ability to move. Tai Yun-fan sat down on the ground. Then, an indescribable fear surged into his heart. What happened just now happened so fast that even his thoughts stopped. Now when he thought about it again, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. I am a level 5 psychic, but I was subdued in an instant. How strong must Lin Yao in front of me be? The other people from the Iron Blood base also sat on the ground in horror, all looking at Lin Yao, the only one standing in the field. It was obvious that their boss had already reached level 5. If not the strongest in Hansheng, he was at least one of the best masters. How come even their boss was controlled? Lin Yao snapped his fingers, lifted the spell that immobilized them, and restored their ability to move. But no one dared to take action. I'll give you a chance. If you can kill him, I can let you go. Lin Yao smiled and pointed to a place. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of his finger. Not far away, there was a zombie roaring at them, but there was an iron gate between them, so the zombie couldn't rush over. Fortunately, it's just a level 2 zombie. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Among the people who came, the lowest was a level 3 mid-stage psychic. Dealing with a level 2 zombie was too easy. Tai Yun-fan didn't pay attention to the zombies. Instead, he stared at Lin Yao with burning eyes. What on earth do you want to do? This Lin Yao will definitely not let them go so easily. You covet my wives, so you must be prepared to pay the price. However, I'm a nuclear peace lover and do not want to fight with you. A peaceful solution is best. Look how considerate I am. I have prepared a level 2 zombie. Lin Yao crossed his arms and smiled. I just said, you can fight in groups or fight in a round-robin manner. As long as you can kill this zombie, I will let you go. Tai Yun-fan asked uncertainly. Are you serious? If we kill this zombie, you won't attack again? Seriously, Lin Yao nodded with a playful look on his face. Okay, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I will make you pay the price. Tai Yun-fan said stubbornly, and then said to Feng Tianlin, Minister Feng, this is a level 2 zombie. Deal with it quickly. Yes. Feng Tianlin quickly agreed and looked at Lin Yao in surprise and doubt. Then he walked towards the iron gate with confidence. His superpower was that his skin could be partially turned into metal. With his current level of superpowers at level 4, he could turn his fist into metal and smash the zombie's head with one punch. Crash! Feng Tianlin took off the lock on the iron gate, and the zombies were freed from their restraints and rushed straight towards him. Humph! A mere level 2 zombie dares to yell at me? Look at me, what? Bang! Feng Tianlin confidently punched the zombie hard on the head, but the expected scene of a hammer hitting a watermelon did not appear. His punch only caused the zombie's head to tilt slightly. How is this possible? Feng Tianlin looked at his fist in disbelief. The iron fist that used to be very useful, now no matter how hard he tried, it was still just a flesh fist. His supernatural power has failed. Tai Yun-fan was assembling his team to leave, and upon hearing the noise, he couldn't help but curse. Minister Feng, what are you still stalling for? Feng Tianlin turned his head quickly and said tremblingly, Boss, my ability, When he turned his head, the zombie refused to play martial arts to him. It opened its bloody mouth and bit his neck hard. Minister Feng, Tai Yun-fan was also confused. What was wrong with Feng Tianlin? He couldn't even handle a level 2 zombie, and he got himself into trouble. This is a problem. Once Feng Tianlin turns into a level 4 zombie king, they won't be sure they can kill him without getting hurt. Feng Tianlin had a look of despair on his face. He tried to push the zombies off his body, but he couldn't do it no matter what he did. Blood was all over the floor. He felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, and his body couldn't help but tremble violently. Hurry, let's attack together. Once he turns into a zombie king, none of us will be able to escape. Tai Yun-fan shouted and waved his hand. Seeing this, dozens of other men also shouted and rushed towards him. But after running only a few steps, they stopped. One of them shouted in fear, Boss, my power is ineffective. Yeah, my powers are also ineffective. It's over. I become an ordinary person. Where's my power? Chapter 178 My Heart Aches. Tai Yinfan finally understood why Feng Tianlin was so easily killed by a level 2 zombie, and why Lin Yao gave him such a simple test. How the hell is this easy? Just ban all their special abilities and let them fight the zombies in close combat. If they didn't have superpowers, it wouldn't be difficult for so many people to kill a level 2 zombie together. However, these people had long been accustomed to having superpowers, and suddenly they lost them and panicked. Lin Yao. Tai Yinfan was extremely ruthless and wanted to fight Lin Yao to the death, but he found in despair that Lin Yao had disappeared from the scene. Seeing that the level 2 zombie had already climbed up from Feng Tianlin's body, Feng Tianlin's eyes began to change, and someone shouted, "Run!" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fled in all directions. It doesn't matter if you are slower than the zombies, as long as you are faster than your teammates. Don't run away. Let's go together while there's still time. Tai Yinfan shouted, but no one paid attention to him. He had no choice but to run away as well. This is a yard surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. Without their special powers, everyone tried their best to climb up. Damn it, that bastard little Leo is about to crawl out. No, I have to pull him down. You bastard. Why are you pulling me? Xiaojuan, for all the kindness I've shown you, please be a ladder for me, and I'll pull you up. Fuck you, why don't you act as a ladder for me? There are broken glass on the wall. Ha ha, you deserve it. I told you not to use my power. Lin Yao, who was hiding in the dark, shook his head and couldn't help but wonder how these pieces of trash could become a leader's base. They're a group of rabble. Tai Yinfan is a person who likes to command his subordinates and enjoy the sense of superiority once he has a little power. Under his influence, the backbones of these iron blood bases have the same character. It's obvious that with a little cooperation, we can kill the level 2 zombies. If they cooperated more, they could have climbed over the 3-meter-high wall. However, before the zombies made a move, they were the first to be defeated. Some of them even couldn't stand the fact that others ran faster than themselves, so they tried to trip them up in various ways, both overtly and covertly. Several minutes had passed, and no one had escaped yet. The zombies wouldn't wait for them. They opened their bloody mouths and bit the nearest people. In a short while, 7 or 8 people were bitten to death. There is absolutely no chance. Lin Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Because Feng Tianlin had already stood up, his pupils emitting a faint purple light, looking creepy. Roar! Feng Tianlin roared, and the violent aura of the Corpse King burst out, and everyone present fell silent. Level 4 Corpse King. Tai Yinfan was also numb. The worst situation finally happened. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Tianlin, who had transformed into a level 4 Corpse King, wiped out everyone present. Before Tai Yinfan was bitten to death by him, he was still shouting with all his might. I am the Blood King admired by everyone. Feng Tianlin, you can't kill me. Lin Yao couldn't help but complain after hearing this. It's already this time, and people still care about their status. After biting everyone to death, Feng Tianlin shouted to the sky and prepared to jump out of the wall. Bang! However, just as he jumped up, he was kicked back hard by a thigh, leaving a human mark on the ground. This is the best level 4 crystal. I can't let you go, Lin Yao muttered, then floated in the air, quietly waiting for them to transform. He also opened the Zombie King's territory. Every time a zombie stood up, he would kill it and dig out its crystal. In the end, Tai Yinfan was the only one left. He was the only level 5 Zombie King besides his zombie wife, and Lin Yao was looking forward to it. If you give this level 5 crystal to Xiao Yin, she should be able to reach level 6. Lin Yao couldn't help but guess. Not long after, Tai Yinfan stood up, roaring and emitting the violent aura of a Corpse King. The aura of the level 5 Corpse King was extraordinary. The wall was shattered in an instant, and the surrounding buildings collapsed, even causing a gust of wind. Lin Yao's Corpse King domain couldn't do anything to the current level 5 Corpse King. After thinking about it, he decided to use his own domination domain. Roar! Bang! Tai Yinfan had just roared for less than half a second when his head exploded. Even though he was a level 5 Corpse King, he was still a character that could be dealt with just a glance in front of Lin Yao. This is the level 5 crystal. Lin Yao looked at the fist-sized orange crystal in his hand. This was the first time he saw an orange crystal. The previous level 1 to 4 crystals were all as big as a Bluetooth headset box, and now the level 5 ones are suddenly 2 or 3 times larger. I don't know if Su Qingyin's little mouth can swallow them. She has no trouble adjusting the size of my thermos, so there shouldn't be any problem. Lin Yao thought about it and felt relieved. After wiping out the backbone members of the Iron Blood base, Lin Yao flashed and returned to the entrance of the Yipianshan base. The girls were sitting at the entrance of the Yipianshan base and chatting. Zhang Ju was considerate enough to help each of them move a chair. Whoosh! Lin Yao suddenly appeared, and the girl stood up. You're back. Done. Here, a benefit for you. Lin Yao nodded, then smiled slightly and threw out a bunch of level 4 crystals to them, just one for each person. Me too. Wei Yuxuan took the crystal in surprise. What? You don't want it? Lin Yao asked with a smile. Wei Yuxuan hurriedly put the crystal in her arms. Yes. Who said no? Thank you, Uncle Lin. Yu Qian shook the crystal in her hand and asked, Did you kill him? Yeah. Can't bear to part with it. Lin Yao teased. Tis. Yu Qian sneered. That bastard actually set his sights on my sister. If you don't take action, I will kill him. Zhang Ju looked at Lin Yao's generosity with envy. There were so many level 4 crystals. If she absorbed them all, it would be no problem for her to upgrade to level 5 or even level 6. Of course, it was just a thought. She didn't have the courage to snatch it from Lin Yao. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go and have a look around somewhere else. Lin Yao asked the girls to go back and absorb the crystals, and then he prepared to take them away. Zhang Ju hurried over and said with a shy smile, Mr. Lin, may I ask, how are the people in the Iron Blood base doing? Lin Yao laughed and said, I took them to kill zombies, but who knew they were so weak? More than 50 people couldn't even deal with a level 2 zombie, and they were wiped out. Oh, that scene made my heart ache. Zhang Ju's face froze. She didn't believe Lin Yao's nonsense at all, but it should be true that the Iron Blood base was wiped out. Since the Iron Blood base has been destroyed, I have an unwelcome request. I hope Mr. Lin will agree to it. Chapter 179, Are you qualified to be their boss? Seeing Lin Yao staring at her jokingly, Zhang Ju gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Lin, you also know that without Sister Lan and Xiao Jing in our Yipianshan base, the only high-end combat force is me and Huang Ying. Our level is not the best in this southern area. Because of Sister Lan, other bases in the South Wind District hated us to the core, so I had no choice but to join the Iron Blood base. Now the Iron Blood base has been destroyed by UA by zombies. The future of our Yipianshan base is still in dire straits. Didn't Mr. Lin mention before that we could move to Hushan District? I just want to ask, does this still count? Lin Yao smiled and said, It's your freedom to move wherever you want. I'm not the boss of Hushan District. You can move wherever you want. Zhang Ju shook her head. What I mean is that I want to move the base to the vicinity of your Diazation base. I hope that for Xiaojing and Xiaoyu's sake, you can take care of our Yipianshan base for a while. How long are you going to exploit their face? Lin Yao asked with a sneer. It's already this fucking time, and you idiot are still trying to get others to pay for you for free? How big is the face? Mr. Lin, you misunderstood what I meant. Zhang Ju was frightened and waved her hands hurriedly. What I meant is that by then, our Yipianshan base can hand over 500 crystals to your Diazation base every day. Lin Yao nodded, then asked doubtfully, In this case, it's not impossible, but don't you need to discuss it with other people in the base? Zhang Ju patted his chest and said, I am now the boss of Yipianshan base. I can make the decision. Are you really the boss of Yipianshan base? Lin Yao sneered again. Or are you qualified to be their boss? Zhang Ju's face turned pale. She didn't understand why Lin Yao suddenly made things difficult for her about this matter. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in these matters, but since you mentioned it, I'll get involved for once. Lin Yao glanced at her coldly, then turned to Wen Yijing and Wang Yinghan and said, You too, call out everyone in this base. Although the two women were confused, they nodded and did as they were told. With the help of Wang Yinghan's voice transmission ability, everyone in the Yipianshan base heard Wen Yijing's voice. Is this Sister Wen's voice? How strange. I actually heard Sister Wen's voice. Me too, but didn't Sister Wen leave? I heard it too, and it seems everyone heard it too. Let's go. Sister Wen told us to go to the entrance of the base. 10 minutes later, quite a few people gathered at the Yipianshan base. Lin Yao couldn't help but roll his eyes. These women were really stupid. When almost everyone had arrived, Lin Yao took out a rechargeable speaker, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and connected it to the speaker. How about this? Our previous condition was that after the Sisters of Yipianshan joined the Iron Blood base, they would maintain their original organization and hand in 20 of the crystals every day. Suddenly, Zhang Ju's voice was heard from the speakers. All the girls looked confused. But Zhang Ju's face suddenly turned pale. She wanted to rush up and unplug the phone, but when she saw Lin Yao's cold eyes, she didn't dare to do it. She never thought that what she had discussed privately with Feng Tianlin was actually recorded by Lin Yao. Then the sound came from the speaker again. Now it has been changed to, all the crystals will be handed over to you. The organization will be disbanded. You can arrange it however you want. You don't even need them as combat power. You can just give them to the men in your base to play with. I just want you to let me go. At this time, another male voice was heard. I need to discuss this matter with the boss. Please wait for me for a moment. Then the speakers played all the conversations between Zhang Ju and Feng Tianlin. At this time, all the women in the Yipianshan base were so quiet that they were speechless. Wen Yijing had a frosty look on her face as she stared at Zhang Ju. Wei Yuxuan was also furious and wished she could cut her into pieces. It was a long time before the people in the Yipianshan base began to whisper to each other. This is what Sister Ju said. Isn't this Sister Ju's voice? But what does she mean by that? Who is she talking to? Can't you guys tell? This is the voice of Feng Tianlin from the Iron Blood base. So, Sister Ju is planning to sell us all out. Haha. Not only that, they're planning to give us away to the Iron Blood base for free. We're not even as good as prostitutes. This is too much. Could it be that Sister Ju was coerced? Coercion? Do you have a pig brain? Didn't you hear that Feng Tianlin also gave her 100 crystals? Haha. She's really our good elder sister. She sold out so many of our sisters for 100 crystals. At first they just whispered, but soon it became extremely lively. Hundreds of women stared at Zhang Ju with resentment. They were so resentful that they wanted to tear Zhang Ju to pieces on the spot. Now, do you still think you are qualified to be their boss? Lin Yao sneered at her, waved to the women in the diazation base, and prepared to leave. Mr. Lin, Boss Lin, Zhang Ju wanted to explain, but Lin Yao stopped her. You don't have to explain it to me. Just try explaining it to them. Lin Yao pointed at the group of women who were ready to fight and left leisurely with his people. There were deafening shouting and fighting sounds coming from behind, but Lin Yao didn't even bother to turn his head. Zhang Ju is a headstrong, vicious, and incompetent woman, and she deserves whatever fate she gets. Seeing the tangle on Wen Yijing's face, Lin Yao said, Okay, don't be so sad. You have done your best for them. It's a pity that there is Ning Fanglan in front and Zhang Ju in the back. With such a boss, the Yipianshan base is doomed to be destroyed. You are my woman now, and even more so Wenwen's aunt. It's time to calm down. What happens to these people in the future has nothing to do with you. Lin Yao's tone was a little harsh, and when Yijing then realized that her attachment to the Yipianshan base during this period of time had caused dissatisfaction among her men. Just as she was about to say something, Chu Wenwen grabbed Wen Yijing's hand and made a face at Lin Yao. Don't be mean to my aunt. Hey, girl, you forgot about your brother now that you have an aunt, right? Lin Yao smiled bitterly and made a scene with the little girl. With Chu Wenwen mediating, the relationship between Wen Yijing and Lin Yao did not reach a freezing point. Alas, the Yipianshan base is all gone. Wen Yijing let out a long breath and strode forward with Lin Yao. Where are we going to play next? Chapter 180 Meeting of the Leaders. While Lin Yao was strolling with a group of women, a group of special guests arrived at the Iron Fortress base conference room. Iron Overlord Zhu Hongtian sat in the main seat, bowed and smiled to the others without changing his expression. It's rare that the bosses value me and chose my place as the meeting place. I'm really flattered. But why hasn't Brother Blood King arrived yet? Logically, he is the closest to me, so he should be the first to arrive. Or, Brother Blood King is unwilling to participate in our meeting. The first middle-aged man on the left, with orange-red hair and playing with a small ball of flame in his hand, couldn't help but sneer and said, Old Jew, you don't have to be so picky in front of us. If you weren't right in the middle of us, we wouldn't have chosen to gather here. The first middle-aged man on the right, with his hair standing up, crossed his arms and smiled. Brother Yin Wang, what you said is right. We are old rivals and know each other well. If the situation was not special this time, we would not be interested in coming to you. You don't need to be flattered. On the second seat on the left sat a beautiful young woman who covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Okay, don't embarrass Brother Zhu, but Brother Xiaojuan has said in advance that he has to go to take over the Yipianshan base today, and will come back after he's done with his work there. He must still be hanging out with women right now. In the second seat on the right sat a young man who looked very ordinary. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers without saying a word. He was the boss of the Battle Soul base in the Software New District, the Battle King Hanjiang. The middle-aged man playing with flames was the leader of the Tianhua base in Jingshan district, King Yan, Qin Yan. The man with his hair standing up is the leader of the Thunder base in Kaidong district, Thunder Emperor Yangpeng. The answer to that young and beautiful woman naturally came to light. Currently, the only remaining female leader in Zhonghan City was the leader of the Sky base in Yubei district, the angel Duan Fiyun, who had been flirted with by Lin Yao before. Zhu Hongtian's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, but he kept smiling as he said, "In that case, let's wait for Brother Blood King. This matter is of great importance, and he cannot be left out." At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and a voice came in at the same time. "No need to wait for the Blood King. He's already dead." "What?" Everyone was shocked. They stood up and looked at the person who came in disbelief, and then their expressions became more changeable. Because they know everyone who comes. The leader of the King base in Guang'an district, Wang Fan. The current Wang Fan no longer has the vigor and vitality he had before. He is only in his 40s, but most of his hair has turned white. He has deep dark circles under his eyes, and there are red bloodshot in his eyeballs. There's a heavy aura around him. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhu Hongtian bowed to Wang Fan and said, "Brother Wang, you are finally here. Please take a seat." The other leaders looked at each other. They didn't expect that Zhu Hongtian had gotten together with Wang Fan at some point. However, facing this man who had been the number one in Zhonghan City for a day, they still greeted him respectfully on the surface. "Boss Wang, long time no see. How are you these days?" Wang Fan nodded indifferently, then sat down at the other end of the long table, clearly separated from the others. Qin Yan put away the flames and asked seriously, "Boss Wang, you just said that the Blood King is dead? What's going on?" Wang Fan said slowly, "When I came here, I passed by the Tian base. It was a mess there. After Ning Fonglan died, the temporary boss of the base, Zhang Ju, was beaten to death by his own people for some unknown reason. Even his body was cut into pieces. I caught one of them and asked him about it. It turned out that Zhang Ju was planning to sell them all as prostitutes to the Iron Blood base. The backbone of the Iron Blood base has all gone to the One Sky base today. But the Blood King accidentally provoked someone and was eventually killed. The others all had their eyes wide open. How could a leader who was on par with them be killed so quietly? Yang Peng asked with a heavy face. "Who is this person?" Wang Fan looked at him with cold eyes and replied in a stern tone. "The boss of Diazation base, Lin Yao." When Wang Fan mentioned Lin Yao's name, he was gritting his teeth. "Is it him?" Everyone was shocked again. They had seen Shadow Deacon being so polite to Lin Yao at the official gate before, and they had sent people to inquire about it. But the results they got were basically the same. That is, a master with good strength killed Kuang Shao. Later, the news that Ning Fonglan was killed by Lin Yao spread like wildfire. Only then did they pay a little more attention to Lin Yao, believing that Lin Yao was a master with the strength to rank among the top 10 in Zhonghan City. But that was all. Their attitude towards Lin Yao was just cautious observation, without any special actions. Unexpectedly, another leader was killed by Lin Yao. Is this Lin Yao a leader harvester? Specifically pick the leaders of each district to kill? War King Han Jiang asked sharply. Was the Iron Blood base ambushed? Or? Wang Fan gave him an admiring look and said, "No." The two forces faced each other head-on, and more than 50 backbones of the Blood King base were wiped out by Lin Yao alone. What? At this point, everyone couldn't help but swear. If the Iron Blood base was ambushed by the Diazation base, they could still understand it. But for one person to wipe out all the backbones of the Iron Blood base, such strength was beyond their expectations. Duan Feiyin couldn't help but recall that day when Lin Yao looked so nonchalant and didn't look like a master at all. So what level of psychic is this Lin Yao? Zhu Hongtian frowned and couldn't help asking. Wang Fan closed his eyes and then slowly said, "According to my calculations, it should be the late stage of level 5. So strong." Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Wang Fan explained slowly. "The official side has been keeping mum about Lin Yao's strength. I can only estimate it based on his past battle records. Ning Fonglan is in the late 4th level. With so many backbones from the Blood King and Iron Blood base, it is impossible to kill him without the strength of the late 5th level. Is it possible that it is level 6 or even higher?" Han Yang Vispirit. Everyone was silent, and then said in unison, "Impossible." Zhu Hongtian waved his hand and said, "I believe that when you signed the contract with the official before, the deacons also mentioned that whoever of us can be the first to reach level 6 can become the boss of the entire Zhonghan City. With such a status, You can harvest tens of thousands of crystals every day. No one can refuse such a temptation. As for Lin Yao, although the authorities treat him well, he is not yet the boss of Zhonghan City. So, Lin Yao can't be a level 6 mutant. Chapter 181 Review of Lin Yao's Battle Records. After Zhu Hongtian said this, he nodded with certainty, as if to strengthen his confidence. The others looked at each other and thought that this was indeed a good reason, so they couldn't help but believe it a little. Otherwise, the thought of an unofficial level 6 psychic towering over their heads would be suffocating. Duan Feiyun tucked her hair around her ears and asked Wang Fan. Boss Wang seems to have a grudge against this Lin Yao. Just now they all discovered that every time Wang Fan mentioned Lin Yao, he gritted his teeth and seemed to want to kill him on the spot. Wang Fan sneered. Not only is there a grudge, there's also a huge blood feud. This man harmed my son. I will settle accounts with him sooner or later. Qin Yin asked doubtfully. Wasn't your son harmed by Li Failong? What does it have to do with Lin Yao? Wang Fan closed his eyes, recalling the tragic scene before Wang Feng's death, and felt extremely painful. Then he slowly spoke. Li Failong was the direct murderer. After the authorities forced us to quell the situation, I found an opportunity to feed him to the zombies. But this Lin Yao is the culprit who betrayed my son. After I killed Li Failong and absorbed his crystal, I've been secretly tracking down the real murderer who killed my son. When my son was at Failong base, he mentioned Wang Su. Following Wang Su's clue, I tracked down all the way and found Hushan District. But I found out that Wang Su from Hushan District had already died at the hands of Lin Yao. Later, I made inquiries from various sources and finally found out that my son Wang Feng had been to Hushan District the day before the accident. Since Wang Su is dead, there is only one possibility. Someone used Wang Su's name to trick my kind and innocent son into fighting Li Failong and ended up with Li Failong and I dying together. I have checked all the people who have grievances with Wang Su, and in the end, there's only one person left, and that is Lin Yao. After hearing this, several people gasped. They only knew that the fight between Wang Fan and Li Failong was because Li Failong killed Wang Fan's son. I didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden here. This Lin Yao, besides being very powerful, also has a dark heart. Han Zhang asked in confusion, did Boss Wang and Lin Yao have any conflicts before? Wang Fan shook his head painfully. No, our king base and his Daization base have never interfered with each other and have never had any conflicts. Then why did he want to harm your son for no apparent reason? Excuse me, but no matter how cruel Lin Yao is, he wouldn't be so cruel. Han Zhang spoke frankly and discovered the blind spot. Wang Fan sneered. That's because this Lin Yao specializes in killing the leaders of the major regions. What do you mean? Han Yang fruvnit. Wang Fan took out a document from his bag and threw it over, saying in a cold tone, when I was investigating the cause of my son's death, I also found an interesting phenomenon. Since Lin Yao suddenly appeared in the world, he seemed to be unable to bear seeing the leaders of the major regions, and he killed them one by one. The first one is Golden Lion from Hushan District. According to my investigation, Golden Lion is a subordinate of Lin Yao. After Rain Elephant and Fire Leopard went to find Lin Yao, they turned against Golden Lion. In the end, Golden Lion had to release the zombies he raised and die with them. The crystals of these zombie kings of Golden Lion were dug up by someone. The second one is the second leader of Hushan District, Huang Xiao. You all know this. He went to Lin Yao to collect the crystal, but failed. He was killed by Lin Yao, and the crystal was dug away. The third one is Lei Tian Wang from Hushan New District. Because of his subordinate Sun Jun, who is Wang Su's brother-in-law, he had a conflict with Lin Yao. In the end, Lei Tian died in Hushan District, and his crystal was also dug away. The fourth one is the second leader of Hushan New District, Overlord Lu Batian. Originally, this person had no grudge against Lin Yao, but Lin Yao instigated Luo Chong, the second in command of Overlord Base, which led to Luo Chong and Lu Batian turning against each other. As a result, as you all know, Overlord Base became Corpse King Base. But I went to see that the Corpse King and the Overlord Base had his crystals dug out. The fifth and sixth ones are my King Base and Failong Base. This time, because Li Failong and I were fighting normally and didn't turn into zombies, I was lucky and didn't have my crystals dug out. The seventh one is Ning Fenglan. This person died at the hands of Lin Yao. In my opinion, that bitch must have been so angry that Lin Yao didn't even have a mood to feed her to the zombies. She was slapped to death with one palm. The eighth one, the Blood King. It just happened today. The same crystal was dug up. Everyone, if one or two people were killed and their crystals were dug up, maybe they could say it was because they had a grudge against Lin Yao. But there are already 8 of them. Do you still think you can survive Lin Yao's clutches? I have to guess that this Lin Yao is here specifically to snipe and kill the leaders of our various districts. Everyone gasped. If it weren't for Wang Fan's intelligence, they still wouldn't have thought that Lin Yao was such a big threat. Now they realized that Lin Yao had killed more than half of the leaders without them noticing. Now that even the Blood King is dead, who among them are left? Where the hell did this killer come from? They couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhu Hongtian frowned and said, so many leaders were killed by Lin Yao alone. Don't the officials have any explanation? I don't believe they can't find out about this. Wang Fan sneered. Official? Don't you understand the ambiguous attitude between the official and Lin Yao before? Besides, what is the purpose of your meeting today? Have you all forgotten? Everyone then came to their senses and realized that they all gathered together this time because the authorities suddenly ignored them. It was very sudden and intrusive. The deacon who could be contacted at any time in the past was suddenly unreachable. When I went to the official building to look for him, he also made the excuse that he was on a business trip and was not available. Moreover, the official support for them suddenly disappeared, without any trace, as if their biological mother suddenly became a stranger. After several leaders discussed it with each other, they found that everyone was like this. In order to find out the reason, they held this meeting. Yang Peng couldn't help but ask, could it be that the reason why the authorities ignored us is also related to Lin Yao? Qin Yin joked, what else? This Lin Yao was secretly cultivated by the government. When we grow up, we will be killed one by one. Now that Lin Yao has grown up, there is no need for him to support us anymore. We could just wait for Lin Yao to come to us. I'm just a little confused. Why would the authorities do this? With their power, why would they need to rely on Lin Yao to destroy us? Han Jiang took a deep breath and said, I guess this Lin Yao might be the son of some big shot. Zhonghan City is where he trained. We are just supported by the government to serve as a whetstone for Lin Yao. Chapter 182, Attacking the Lin Yao Alliance. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. This was the only possibility. Zhu Hongtian slammed the table and said, what are we? Have we become pigs raised by the government? If we are useful, we will be fed. If we are useless, will Lin Yao kill us? Han Jiang closed his eyes and said in pain, the most unacceptable thing is that I can't even muster the desire to resist the authorities. Qin Yin also nodded and said, I feel the same way. The others also nodded. I don't know if it was because they were afraid of the powerful force of the authorities or what, but as soon as the thought of resisting the authorities arose in their minds, it was automatically wiped out. Then, what should we do? Duan Fiyun asked with some concern, and began to think in her heart whether she should take the initiative to sacrifice herself to Lin Yao, which should be able to save her life. But this is the last resort. Wang Fan said at the right time, everyone, I am just like you. I have no intention of resisting the authorities, but I have never stopped wanting to kill Lin Yao. If our fate is to be killed by Lin Yao in the end, why not? We take the initiative and gain a chance of survival. Han Jiang frowned and said, this is a solution, but if we really kill Lin Yao, what will happen to the authorities? How will Lin Yao's family deal with it? Where is this ray of hope? Wang Fan stood up and sneered. Everyone, you must understand your situation. It is impossible to expect to live in peace with Lin Yao. The only way is to unite and kill him. I know you're afraid of the authorities and the forces behind Lin Yao. Here, I can make a promise to you all. Once you kill Lin Yao, if the authorities blame you, you can hand me over. Zhu Hongtian said anxiously, Brother Wang, this is... Wang Fan reached out to stop him and continued. I know you don't believe me, but this is all I can do. My son was killed, the entire base fell apart, and I no longer care about right or wrong. The only thought that keeps me alive is to kill Lin Yao and avenge my son. Once Lin Yao dies, I will take the initiative to apologize to the authorities. If they want to kill me or chop me up, it's up to them. Everyone looked at Wang Fan with a heavy heart. They could all feel that Wang Fan was very serious in what he said. Ever since Wang Feng's death, he had completely lost the desire to live, and his mind was filled with hatred. Zhu Hongtian stood up and saluted, saying, since Brother Wang has said so much, I won't pretend anymore. Count me in to fight Lin Yao this time. Qin Yin and Yang Peng stood up at the same time, We have no way out. Let's take a chance this time. Count me in. Han Jiang thought for a moment and slowly stood up. I've thought about it, and this is the only way. Count me in. Then everyone turned their attention to Duan Feiyun. Duan Feiyun's face was stiff, but she still stood up and said with a smile, several brothers have expressed their opinions, so I will naturally not fall behind. I will join in too. Han Jiang sneered. I hope you don't have the idea of sacrificing yourself to Lin Yao to save yourself. Although you are quite pretty, I heard that Lin Yao only wants virgins now. If you plan to stab us in the back, you will only end up losing face. No, Brother Han. You're joking. Duan Feiyun replied with a wry smile, her face looking a little unnatural. Wang Fan clasped his fists and said, since everyone has this intention, I would like to thank you all in advance. Zhu Hongtian waved his hand. Brother Wang, you are too serious. We are also trying to protect ourselves and help our son get revenge. It is also a convenient thing to do. However, with our strength, can we really hurt Lin Yao? Wang Fan smiled and said, don't hide it anymore. Lin Yao is only in the late stage of level 5. You're in the early stage of level 5, and I am in the middle stage of level 5. Do you still need to be afraid of him? Forehead. Several leaders looked at each other in bewilderment. They had all quietly reached level 5 and were thinking of making a big splash, but they didn't expect that they all had such thoughts and were exposed by Wang Fan in person. However, Wang Fan actually improved again. It seems that Li Feilong's crystal has greatly improved him. Then they sat down again and began to discuss various plans to deal with the diazation base. In the afternoon, Lin Yao led his men back to the diazation base before killing the zombies. After hurriedly eating lunch, they all rushed to the battlefield to kill the zombies. Today, the zombies were killed in the Hushan New District. Lin Yao had been standing guard in the sky until all the zombies were killed in various battlefields and all the crystals were dug up. After returning home with the help of Yu Qianqian's teleportation ability, Lin Yao counted his gains. Today, I gained more than 2,000 attribute points and more than 700,000 skill points, which is just enough to upgrade one skill to level 7 again. After thinking about it, Lin Yao upgraded the zombie transformation to level 7. Zombie transformation level 7. The host can transform into a level 6 zombie king with no time limit and can release zombie viruses at will. New additional skill, Zombie King Domain. Within a domain range of 1,000 meters, can control the life and death of all level 1 to 6 zombies. With this upgrade, Lin Yao finally went further and further down the inhuman path and even created a zombie virus. In the past, he had to rely on other zombies to turn people into zombies, but now he can do it himself. Fuck, I have horns on my head. Lin Yao took out a mirror. Not only did his pupils turn red, he could also see the 2 horns on his forehead. He couldn't help but complain. This was beyond his expectations. 2 flesh-colored sharp horns grew out of the skin above the eyes, much like the tips of cow horns. They were quite prickly to the touch and very hard. Damn, I'm not a minotaur. Lin Yao was very dissatisfied with this image and tried very hard to break it. However, after trying to break the horn for a long time, he finally gave up. He felt that if he broke the horn off, he might be seriously injured. I hope Xiao Yinyan doesn't grow up like this. Lin Yao found Su Qingyan in desperation. In an uninhabited area, Lin Yao distributed the level 3 crystals to the zombie wives and asked them to stay away for the time being. Xiao Yinyan, if you eat this, you can reach level 6. Lin Yao nervously handed the level 5 crystal to Su Qingyan. After this period of feeding, Su Qingyan's pupils were getting very close to red, but there was still one step short. According to Lin Yao's calculations, the huge energy contained in this level 5 crystal would definitely allow Xiao Yinyan to reach level 6. Su Qingyan took the crystal, opened her little mouth, but couldn't swallow it. But zombies are zombies after all. Su Qingyan's little mouth suddenly opened wide, swallowed the entire crystal, and then it got stuck in her throat. Woo! 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 Su Qingyan tried frantically to pull the crystal off, but failed after trying for a long time. Lin Yao was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Then he rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Yinyan, squat down. Chapter 183, Su Qingyan advances to level 6. I finally swallowed it. Lin Yao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. You know what? It does hurt a lot, but it's all worth it for Xiao Yinyan. I'll wait until Xiao Yinyan successfully advances and then ask her to help comfort me. After swallowing the level 5 crystal, a violent energy instantly swept through her body. Su Qingyan couldn't help but shake violently, and crackling sounds came from her body from time to time. Lin Yao looked at her nervously, afraid that she would burst. Ah, roar, it hurts! Su Qingyan roared in pain, with a ferocious look on her face. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yin, just bear with it. Zombie language. Lin Yao hurriedly comforted her, and his mental detection was also paying attention to Su Qingyan's physical condition. The energy was too violent, and Su Qingyan's bones were shattered again and healed again and again by the energy. However, her body strength was also increasing, and there was no tendency for her to explode by the energy impact. After suffering like this for more than 10 minutes, the energy in her body slowly subsided from a vast river to a small stream, and finally stopped flowing completely. And Su Qingyan's body has been completely transformed. The skin was still as fair as before, but the density of the flesh had increased countless times. Lin Yao estimated that only the pagoda crystal knife in Yu Qian's hand could cut it. Moreover, the bones in Su Qingyan's body also turned into a crystal clear red, like rubies. The internal organs are also wrapped in a layer of red crystal film, which also has considerable defensive power. Roar! Suddenly, Su Qingyan opened her eyes and roared, and the incomparable fierce momentum in her body burst out instantly. Lin Yao, who was closest to her, hurriedly opened the Corpse King domain so that he was not blown away by this momentum. According to his spiritual detection and observation, the momentum was comparable to that of a tornado. The buildings within a radius of several kilometers near the entire Hushan New District were blown to pieces, and a large number of high-rise buildings collapsed. No, the entire Hushan New District will be destroyed if this goes on. Lin Yao frowned for a moment, then wrapped Su Qingyan with his Corpse King domain and limited the range of his aura to within 100 meters. Su Qingyan's Corpse King aura kept hitting Lin Yao's territory barrier, and finally could only be discharged into the sky. Although the land was saved, the clouds in the sky were stirred up to form a vacuum area, like a pile of foam with a big hole dug in the middle. All the supernatural beings in the entire Zhonghan city saw this scene. Oh my god, what's going on? Is it related to the Force 8 Gale just now? I don't know. Could this be caused by some big boss's supernatural power? It's obvious. You didn't see some gray stuff under the hole. It looks like construction debris to me. Really? I even saw the billboard. Look at this direction. It's Hushan New District, right? When did such a powerful boss appear there? I don't know. Could it be the Corpse King? Is it really that serious? Is the Corpse King that powerful? It was indeed as they saw, with Su Qingyan and Lin Yao as the center. Everything visible to the naked eye within a radius of 100 meters was shattered by this breath and flew high into the sky. By the time Su Qingyan's momentum began to slowly subside, a huge pit more than 10 meters deep had formed here. Oh my god, is a level 6 Corpse King so powerful? Lin Yao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his head. Su Qingyan's promotion was really beyond his expectations. Looking at Su Qingyan again, after venting her anger, she closed her eyes again. The clothes on his body also became ragged. Well, the figure has become better, and the horns are not growing on the forehead. Not bad. Lin Yao nodded with a smile. Unlike his horns which grew on his forehead, Su Qingyan's horns grew above her 2 ears. Moreover, unlike his fleshy horns, Su Qingyan's horns were longer, red in color, and shaped a bit like deer antlers. Lin Yao stroked his chin and looked at it carefully. This is a dragon maid. Well, this style is so similar. Lin Yao took out a maid outfit from the storage space and helped Su Qingyan put it on while she was still closing her eyes to digest. Not bad, not bad. It looks more like it this time. Lin Yao nodded with satisfaction, and just at that moment, Su Qingyan opened her eyes. Lin, thank you, I love you. Zombie language. After Su Qingyan opened her eyes, her look became more human, and she rushed into Lin Yao's arms. After being promoted to a level 6 Corpse King, Su Qingyan not only became stronger in physique and superpowers, but also awakened a domain skill, the Blood Red domain. In this area, Su Qingyan's body can be hidden in the blood mist and attack with sharp claws from any position, making it impossible to defend against. If a zombie is in this area, it will be affected by the area, and its attack power and physical fitness will be enhanced for a certain period of time. If a living person is in this area, he will be attacked by the blood mist and slowly lose consciousness. Lin Yao touched Su Qingyan's head with a smile, then grabbed her horn. This thing was hard and felt just right. Lin, what is this? Zombie language. Su Qingyan touched the horns on her head and then touched Lin Yao's horns. Lin Yao laughed. Accelerator. Zombie language. Su Qingyan was stunned. What is an accelerator? Zombie language. You will know soon. Zombie language. Lin Yao smiled evilly. Inside the diazation base, Feng Yi, He Yefeng, and Lu Tian were squatting at the door watching the wonders in the sky. This was done by Uncle Lin, right? Lu Tian said in surprise. It must be him. Apart from my uncle, who else could have the ability to make such a big noise? Feng Yi said proudly. He Yefeng raised his little head and looked up at the sky, then frowned. The sky is full of all kinds of sand and gravel, and it's about to fall down. Uncle Lin, haven't you thought about how to deal with it? Lu Tian's eyes rolled, and he stood up quickly. This is the opportunity Uncle Lin gave me to show off. Xiao Feng, help me call Wei Yuxuan out. Feng Yi asked puzzledly. Why call her? Is she capable of dealing with these gravels? He Yefeng understood his intention instantly, and said with a smile. Okay, wait for me for a while. Less than a minute later, He Yefeng came out with Wei Yuxuan, who looked confused. But at the gate of the base, he saw Lu Tian standing alone on the big rock, standing straight with an upright figure, looking like a peerless master. What is he going to do? Wei Yuxuan asked. Seeing Wei Yuxuan coming out, Lu Tian kept a calm expression on his face, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He activated his supernatural powers, and his body began to fly slowly into the air. There, the sand and gravel were about to fall. Chapter 184 Duan Feiyun's Visit. In Feng Ye's eyes, Lu Tian now has the aura of a master who can handle the meteorites all over the sky alone. He was so excited that he wished he could fly up himself. Storm's fury. Lu Tian shouted and pushed his hands forward. Fierce gusts of wind blew away all the fallen sand and gravel. The originally gray sky was blown away in an instant, and the sky over the entire Hushan area became clear. How amazing! Wei Yuxuan exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. They were all wind-type psychics, and Lu Tian's methods were many times stronger than hers. Was this the strength of a level 6 psychic? She was envious for a moment. Lu Tian withdrew his hands gracefully, controlled himself, and landed slowly on the ground. Seeing the surprise on Wei Yuxuan's face, he felt extremely proud. Fuck, Xiaojuan, you were so awesome. Feng Yi said excitedly. Lu Tian nodded reservedly, then came to Wei Yuxuan and said affectionately, Did you know? You are the tornado in my heart, sweeping away all my rationality, leaving only my longing for you. Wei Yuxuan rubbed the goosebumps on her body in shock. I just thought you were good, and you did this. Can you please talk properly? Lu Tian wanted to explain, but Wei Yuxuan pointed to the distance and said, You blew away all the sand and gravel. What about the people in other areas? Lu Tian's face froze. He really forgot to consider this problem. What should people in other areas do now? Of course he was cursing. The sand and gravel fell from the sky like hail, injuring many people and destroying a lot of supplies and equipment. Fuck, these big guys just want to show off and don't care about our lives, right? I was almost hit to death by a rock. Be content, my leg is broken, it hurts so much. Your calf was broken, but mine is my third leg. I am useless. If I find out which big shot did this, I will definitely greet his entire family. Stop it, you big guy who can make such a big fuss. Do you really dare to greet him? Inside the official building, Lin waved her hand, and all the sand and rocks covering the building disappeared. Deacon Shadow came over and whispered, My Lord Bishop, this is also Lin Yao's doing. Lin shook her head. This time, it was the work of the Corpse King. A level 6 Corpse King was born. What? A level 6 Corpse King? Shadow Deacon widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin whispered, This Corpse King should be the one in Hushan District. I didn't expect it to be promoted to level 6 in such a short time. I don't believe it if there is no intervention. Deacon Shadow frowned and said, Then, is it related to Lin Yao? It must be related to him. With his strength, he has never killed this Corpse King. That can only mean one thing. Lin said softly, This Corpse King was raised by Lin Yao. Then, how should we deal with this Corpse King? After all, we have not yet controlled her, asked Shadow Deacon. Lin turned around and sneered. Let's leave it alone for now. It's just a level 6 Corpse King. It's of no use to us. Let Lin Yao help us take care of it for a while. Deacon Shadow nodded, and then said, By the way, Mr. Bishop, the leaders of the remaining districts gathered today. According to my intelligence, they plan to unite to deal with Lin Yao. Huh? Lin shook her head and laughed. They really don't know their own limits. Since they want to die, let them go. After Lin Yaoxin found a base and settled his zombie wives, he returned to the base contentedly. It was time for dinner. After dinner, when Lin Yao was still considering whose card he should turn over, his mental detection suddenly revealed a figure who quietly came to the back mountain of the base. Interesting. Lin Yao stood up and said, "You all go and have a rest after dinner. There are guests coming. I will go and take care of them." Then the figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. On the back mountain, Duan Feiyun folded her wings and landed gently. Taking advantage of the moonlight, she could see the situation on the back mountain clearly. With so many vegetables and fruits, this life is really enviable. Duan Feiyun complained softly. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. "Since you are envious, why don't you stay, Miss Duan?" Duan Feiyun was startled and could not help but scream, and opened her wings reflexively. Miss Duan's wings are so beautiful. Lin Yao couldn't help but praise. The wings seemed to be growing directly on the back, similar in shape to a swan's wings, but much longer, with each side being more than 2 meters long. Duan Feiyun then saw clearly that the person coming was Lin Yao. She patted her chest with lingering fear and said, "I'm so scared. Mr. Lin, does he walk without making any sound?" At the same time, she started thinking in her mind. She was discovered by Lin Yao as soon as she landed. Could it be that the diazation base had warning equipment, such as infrared radar? Lin Yao laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Miss Duan suddenly visited my base and blamed me." Duan Feiyun folded her wings, bowed to Lin Yao, and said, "I am sorry for being so rude. I came here this time because I really have something important to discuss with Mr. Lin." Lin Yao looked around, pulled out 2 recliners from thin air, and motioned for the other party to sit down. "What's the important matter?" Duan Feiyun looked at Lin Yao as if she had seen a ghost. This guy's supernatural powers were still a mystery, but now he took out 2 recliners like a magic trick. For a moment, she was extremely grateful for her choice. "Mr. Lin, this matter concerns your life," Duan Feiyun said in a heavy tone, sitting in the chair. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at her seriously, and said slowly, "What are Miss Duan's conditions?" "Mr. Lin is such a straightforward person." Duan Feiyun smiled slightly, and then said pitifully, "My condition is very simple. I just hope that Mr. Lin will not kill me in the future." Lin Yao seemed to have guessed something, and smiled playfully. "No problem. As long as Miss Duan doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble for me, I will naturally not hurt Miss Duan. Mr. Lin has spoken. It's hard to catch up with him." With this assurance, Duan Feiyun finally smiled. "With Mr. Lin's assurance, I finally feel a little relieved." Lin Yao laughed. "If Miss Duan is willing to be my woman, you can feel at ease. No one in this world can hurt you." Duan Feiyun was somewhat tempted, but thinking that she was living a carefree life now, she could pamper any man in the base she wanted, and she couldn't let Lin Yao get the benefits so easily now, so she shook her head and refused. "Mr. Lin, you are joking. Feiyun is just an ordinary woman. How can she be worthy of Mr. Lin?" It means rejection, but the words are not final. Lin Yao did not pursue this further and asked, "Then Miss Duan, can you tell me what has to do with my life?" Chapter 185, Do you really think I have a good temper? Duan Feiyun took a deep breath and whispered to Lin Yao, "Mr. Lin, the remaining leader bases in Xiaojuan City are planning to unite to deal with you." Lin Yao was surprised and asked why. "I didn't offend them. It's because you, Mr. Lin, have killed several leaders, causing the remaining families of us to feel a sense of crisis." Duan Feiyun looked at him deeply with a resentful tone. "Heck, keep pretending. Just because of this." Lin Yao was speechless. Duan Feiyun nodded heavily. "That's why." The air was a little quiet for a moment. Lin Yao stroked his chin in thought, then asked, "There should be more than one. To make you unite to deal with me, there must be a leader stirring up trouble. Otherwise, with the nature of your bases disliking each other, it would not be so easy to form an alliance." Duan Feiyun looked at Lin Yao in surprise. This man in front of her was not only powerful, but also very smart. He figured out the key in an instant. "Yes, originally our leaders gathered together for other matters, but the appearance of one person forced us to form an alliance to deal with Mr. Lin," Duan Feiyun said with a smile. "It's Wang Fan." Suddenly, Lin Yao spoke directly. Duan Feiyun was stunned again and looked at Lin Yao in surprise and suspicion. "This guy can read minds?" Lin Yao smiled, lit a cigarette, and slowly explained. "Don't be surprised. Before Wang Fan came to Hushan district to investigate the cause of his son's death, I guessed that this person would come to deal with me sooner or later, and I'm still waiting for him. I didn't expect that Wang Fan had some brains. He knew he couldn't fight me head on, so he turned around and asked you to join forces to deal with me. But unfortunately, it's a bit naive to think that you can threaten me like this. Feeling the strong confidence in Lin Yao's tone, Duan Feiyun asked, Mr. Lin, is there a misunderstanding here? Did you really kill Wang Fan's son? It's me, Lin Yao said with a smile, without hiding anything. Pursing her lips, Duan Feiyun sighed. It is understandable that Wang Fan hates Mr. Lin so much. Lin Yao tapped his fingers lightly on the recliner, and then asked, so the bosses from other districts are planning to unite and seek revenge on me just because I killed Wang Fan's son? Duan Feiyun said bitterly. Mr. Lin, you should stop joking now. It's because you killed most of the leaders, causing panic among the people. In addition, Wang Fan took the lead, so we had to form an alliance to save our lives. The reason why I killed them was because they provoked me. Otherwise, why would I kill them for no reason? Lin Yao rolled his eyes. Duan Feiyun asked uncertainly. Then Mr. Lin doesn't intend to kill us? Lin Yao spread his hands and said speechlessly. Do I look like that kind of cruel person? It's not like you, it's you. Duan Feiyun complained in her heart, but she still smiled and said, if that's the case, then Feiyun feels a lot more at ease, but I'm afraid they won't believe it so easily. Believe it or not, they misunderstood me. Do I have a leisure to explain to them? If they really dare to join forces to deal with me, no one will be able to escape, Lin Yao said coldly. Forget about Wang Fan, but how dare the rest of you wrongly accuse me? Do you really think I have a good temper? Duan Feiyun hesitated and said, but once they unite, their strength will be very strong. Mr. Lin, are you sure you can deal with them? Lin Yao looked at her and couldn't help but ask, you don't think that a group of level 5 psychics can deal with me, do you? Duan Feiyun was surprised again. Mr. Lin figured it out? How easy? Lin Yao laughed. Wang Fan, a level 5 psychic, doesn't dare to deal with me alone. How can we be sure of defeating me with the help of a group of level 4 psychics like you? The only explanation is that you have also reached level 5. Of course, he used his skills to see that Duan Feiyun in front of him had reached level 5, so the other leaders had almost reached this level. Mr. Lin is really a master planner. It seems that it is a wise choice for Feiyun to come here tonight. Duan Feiyun sighed with lingering fear. With just a few words, others saw through the background of their alliance and possessed the strength to not be afraid of them at all. If she still foolishly followed them to kill them, she would probably die without knowing how she died. But fortunately, she came here early tonight to inform Lin Yao. As long as Lin Yao keeps his word and does not attack her afterwards, she will not be in any danger. As for explaining the misunderstanding to other leaders, Duan Feiyun is not so kind. When Lin Yao kills the other leaders, she and Lin Yao will share the resources of the entire Xiaojuan city equally. Then she will use her expertise in fishing to make Lin Yao fall in love with her. By that time, I will be the queen of Central Seoul City. Ms. Duan, tell me, how do they plan to deal with me? They won't just come to my door like that, will they? Lin Yao asked, supporting his chin. Duan Feiyun shook her head. Of course, it's not that simple. They have come up with several vicious plans. For example, starting from the second half of tonight, someone will take a detour to the Qingshui Lake behind the diazation base to poison it. Anyone with a discerning eye can guess that the drinking water source of the diazation base comes from this Qingshui Lake. In addition to poisoning the water, some people also come around this mountain and poison the fruits and vegetables here. In addition to poisoning, they also intend to control public opinion and incite people from other small bases to come and consume the manpower of the diazation base. They are even prepared to sacrifice some of their people to bring about a wave of zombies to attack the Jiaozhatian base. Finally, they also plan to find a group of women with sexually transmitted diseases to send to Mr. Lin. Lin Yao's scalp tingled after hearing this series of strategies. It must be said that these guys are really evil-minded. The other poisonous plots were not a threat to him, but this poisoning was a bit psychologically disturbing. It is impossible for his mental detection to be turned on 24 hours a day. If someone poisons the lake or the back mountain while he is sleeping, he may not know it. Although he is not afraid of any toxins, so many people in the base cannot withstand it. However, with Chu women around, it is not realistic to harm them by poisoning them. But Lin Yao didn't intend to gamble with the lives of the people in the base. He didn't want his women to have any accidents. Now that he knew their plan, it would be easy. Thank you, Miss Duan, for your reminder. This information is really useful to me. Lin Yao stood up and extended his hand to Duan Feiyun. Duan Feiyun hurriedly stood up and shook hands, saying, "Being able to help Mr. Lin means that Feiyun's information is effective. Please don't disclose the news of our meeting before the matter is settled, Mr. Lin." Lin Yao blinked and smiled. "Don't worry, Miss Duan. This is a little secret between us." Chapter 186, Fighting Poison with Poison. Watching Duan Feiyun spread her wings and fly high into the sky, Lin Yao sat back on the recliner, pondered for a moment, and then asked behind him, "How is Chu Chu? Can you believe what she said?" Zhou Chu Chu appeared from behind a tree and came to Lin Yao and said with a smile, "It's true, but you didn't take her by force?" When Lin Yao came, he brought Zhou Chu Chu with him and asked her to hide behind a tree and use mind reading to eavesdrop. A level 6 psychic wanted to hide, but Duan Feiyun, a level 5 psychic, could not detect it at all, not to mention that Lin Yao's domain was helping to cover it up. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Lin Yao smiled and pulled her over and sat her on his lap. Then he explained, "I was interested at first, but this woman was very thoughtful, so I gradually lost interest." Zhou Chu Chu covered her hands and smiled softly. "You've noticed it too. Originally, there was a misunderstanding between you and those base leaders that could be resolved with a few words, but Miss Duan had no intention of going back to explain. She hoped that you would fight them to death, and then there would be only you and her as the two leaders left in Xiaojuan City." Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is she so confident? Does she think that I won't swallow up her base by then?" Zhou Chu Chu covered her mouth and laughed. "She has already planned a series of plans in her mind, and she has plenty of ways to make you fall in love with her. Once you kill the other leaders, she will treat you like a lapdog and do whatever she wants to you. From now on, I will be the only queen of Xiaojuan City." Recalling Duan Feiyun's thoughts, he patted Lin Yao's chest and said, "But it's a good thing you confiscated her, otherwise you would have suffered." "What do you mean?" Lin Yao asked. "That Duan Feiyun has a lot of male favorites in the base, and she favors several of them every night. I can't bear to look at her inner thoughts." Zhou Chu Chu's face showed some disgust. "Is that so? It's quite a fancy play." Lin Yao was a little surprised. Duan Feiyun looked like a pure and beautiful girl, but he didn't expect that she would still have such a hobby after becoming the eldest daughter. It was really beyond his expectation. Fortunately, he did not force Duan Feiyun to accept her, otherwise he would be in trouble. Zhou Chu Chu was about to stand up and said, Let's go back first. We have to find a way to deal with those vicious plots." Lin Yao smiled evilly. "Those tricks are easy to deal with. I've already had a way. But you see, there's no one on the mountain now, and the moonlight is just right. How about we?" An hour later, Lin Yao brought Zhou Chu Chu back to the villa called Yindai in Qinshui, took them out for a walk, and then went to bed peacefully. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the two teams sneaked to Qinshui Lake and the mountain behind it respectively. After selection from several bases, they finally selected 2 level 4 psychics with the ability to poison, and then sent a few more people to escort them throughout the journey. Next to Qinshui Lake, 5 people got out of the car and walked to the lake vigilantly. The leader was dressed in black. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Strange, why are there so many half-human high weeds growing by the lake?" Someone nearby said, "Maybe it's been a long time since anyone took care of it, but how can weeds grow this high?" Another strong man hummed, "Don't worry about the weeds, just put poison in the water." The last person, a short and thin man who possessed the poison ability, shook his head and said, "This place is too far from the water source. We need to go a little further. It's windy now, so the poison can't get in." "Trouble," the leader complained, and several people protected him as he walked into the weeds. After walking a few steps, the person at the back suddenly fell down. The leader was startled and turned around and cursed. "Dongzi, what are you doing?" But the man named Dongzi did not respond and lay on the ground motionless. The situation was a bit strange, and the leader waved his hand hurriedly. "Xiaojuan, go over and take a look." Xiaojuan nodded and approached Dongzi while cursing. "What's wrong with you? Were you bitten by a snake?" But before he got close to Dongzi, Xiaojuan suddenly felt dizzy, his body shook, and he fell to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, 2 people suddenly fell down. The leader finally noticed something was wrong and shouted hurriedly, "Be alert! Be careful of ambush!" The remaining few people hurriedly became alert, but the breeze gently blew through the weeds, bringing a slight scent of earth, but they found nothing. The poisonous mutant twitched his nose and suddenly screamed, "These grasses are poisonous!" "What?" The leader had no time to escape, and another companion beside him fell down silently. This time in the moonlight, he saw that his companion had turned purple all over and was foaming at the mouth. "Run!" the poisonous mutant shouted and ran towards the car without stopping. However, after running a few steps, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Now the leader is the only one left alive, but he has already been frightened out of his wits. He is the strongest among these people. He clearly came here to poison others, but he didn't expect that all his people would be poisoned to death. Who is it? You have the ability to poison, but not the ability to stand up. The leader shouted, but got no response at all. Feeling his head becoming increasingly cloudy, he struggled out of the bushes and sat down on the concrete floor. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard a desperate voice. Roar! Turning around with difficulty, I saw a level 1 zombie slowly walking towards me. With his strength, he could easily deal with a level 1 zombie, but his body had been poisoned and he was so weak that he couldn't even raise his hands. Why? Why is it poisonous here? Why are there zombies here? The man wanted to ask 100,000 questions, but the zombies would not give him a chance. When they saw a living person moving, they opened their bloody mouths and rushed over. The entire Clearwater Lake was echoing with the man's screams. On the other side, there were also 5 people slowly climbing up the mountain. The person leading the team was called Master Qian. Together with the other 3 people, they were all power users. Facing such a small hill was a piece of cake for them. But they had to stop after walking a few steps and wait for the poisonous mutant who was exhausted and out of breath. There is no way. The poisonous mutants are full of poison. They won't carry or pull each other. What a damn waste. If we hadn't brought him, we would have been here a long time ago. One of them couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Master Qian shouted coldly. All right, this operation depends entirely on him. If you have the guts, you can rush up and poison him yourself. The subordinate laughed flatteringly. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and he pointed at a tree and said, Master, look, is that the fruit grown at the diazation base? Master Qian looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. What a big and round apple. Hey, we haven't eaten fresh fruit for a long time. How about we pack a few bags and take them back? The subordinates came up with an idea. Chapter 187, Don't Eat Other People's Fruits. Master Qian nodded. Okay, but don't pretend too much. Otherwise, if you are discovered, it will affect our plan. If the boss blames me, I can't bear it. The subordinate smiled and said, Don't worry, boss. We can't find any of them if we pick them from one tree. I'll pick a few now, and we brothers could try them first. After saying that, he quickly climbed up the tree and picked a few fruits. It's big, sweet, and tastes great. Master Qian took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. Several other people also tasted it and said that the apple tasted so damn delicious. The poisonous mutant finally crawled to their side with great effort, panting and said, What are you eating? Let me have a taste. The subordinate shook the apple in his hand and said, Here, this is it. If you want to eat it, go pick it from the tree yourself. The poisonous mutant was furious, but after climbing for so long, his mouth was dry. He looked at the tree and found that it was not very high. He muttered, Be careful, the apples are poisonous. After saying that, he climbed up the tree. After finally climbing up, he saw the big apples right in front of him. He swallowed his saliva, picked one, and put it in his mouth. While eating, he praised, so juicy, really quenches my thirst. After eating 2 in a row, he felt full. Hearing no movement under the tree, he thought the group had abandoned him again, so he quickly slid down from the tree. You've abandoned me again. Why get back? I'll tell the boss about you guys. Huh? Not leaving? What are you all lying there for? The poisonous mutant was extremely confused as these people were lying on the ground in all directions and not moving at all. When I got closer and took a look, I was instantly scared to death. Because these people, including Home Master Qian, all had blue faces and foam at the mouth. And he, who was familiar with using poison, realized in an instant that these people were poisoned. But I didn't see anyone coming. The apple is poisonous. The poison user immediately realized it and hurriedly covered his stomach and began to dry heave, trying to spit out the apple he had eaten. While vomiting, he was still thinking, who on earth was the one who poisoned him? It actually slipped past his nose. It was colorless and odorless, leaving him completely unprepared. But it was not so easy to vomit out what had already been eaten. He soon felt his stomach beginning to ache. Unable to bear the pain, he sat down on the ground. It's over. He couldn't understand why the people from the diazation base would poison the fruit they ate or why they had already anticipated that someone would come to cause trouble. So they deliberately poisoned the fruit tree and waited for them to come and die. Soon, the poisonous mutant began to twitch all over his body, and soon he was completely motionless. Roar! Just like at the Clearwater Lake, another level 1 zombie slowly walked down the mountain. The next morning, Lin Yao and Yun Dai killed all the zombies in the two places, harvested 10 level 4 crystals, and then removed the poison that had been laid. Yun Dai looked at the zombie corpses all over the ground with a look of pity on her face. Lin Yao, I killed so many people again. Lin Yao stroked her hair and said with a smile, it's not your fault. You just poisoned them to make them faint. The real killer is the zombies I left here. Besides, if you weren't there, they would poison our water supply and fruits and vegetables. How many of the more than 600 people in our base would die? You are protecting our base, so don't worry. With Lin Yao's comfort, Yun Dai finally smiled. While everything was calm at the Daization base, several leaders at the Iron Fortress base were getting restless. They waited all night, but the poisoning team still hadn't returned. Zhu Hongtian paced back and forth in the conference room and couldn't help cursing. What's going on? It's been a whole night. Why hasn't he come back yet? Could it be that he encountered zombies and was wiped out? Yang Peng advised, don't worry, the two teams are walking separately. Even if they encounter zombies, we can't be so unlucky that both teams encounter zombies. Qin Yin also comforted him. Don't worry, Brother Zhu. I sent someone out 2 hours ago to pick him up. I think we'll have news soon. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed in. Your Majesty, our two teams have been ordered to support the poisoning team, but Qin Yin frowned. But what? The subordinate wiped the sweat off his head and said, but when we got there, we found that the two teams of the poisoning team had all turned into zombie corpses. What? Qin Yin stood up with a bang, and the other leaders also showed surprised expressions. The subordinate continued, after our inspection, we found that each of these two teams was eaten by a level 1 zombie, and then their crystals were dug out. Several leaders took a deep breath. Han Jiang frowned and sneered. It seems that the Jiaozhatian base has been prepared for our plan. Then he stared at Duan Feiyun opposite him with a burning gaze. Boss Duan, where did you go last night? Duan Feiyun sneered. Why? King Zhan is suspicious of me? Do I have to report to you when I go back to the base to sleep? You don't need to report it. Han Jiang stared at her intently. It's just that everyone is in the alliance to deal with Lin Yao. From yesterday to today, only you, Boss Duan, have left here. I can't help but doubt it. The other leaders also stared at Duan Feiyun, their eyes full of suspicion. Duan Feiyun's face was not at all flustered, and she said coldly, you are free to doubt, but if there is no evidence, please don't talk nonsense. If you wrongly accuse me, there is no need for this alliance to exist. I know the bosses have doubts, but I, Duan Feiyun, can swear to God that I did go back to the base yesterday. If I lied, I would be killed by the people from your bases. These words were very serious, and the leaders finally put their doubts to rest. Only Han Jiang still looked at her with suspicion. Duan Feiyun was not afraid at all. She did return to the base yesterday, but on the way back here, she only visited Lin Yao. Wang Fan patted the table and said, okay, Lin Yao hasn't had any problems yet. Let's not start a fight first. Only a few of us know our plan, and those subordinates only received orders temporarily, so there may not be a traitor. If we want to know if there's a traitor among us, we have to wait and see. Let's proceed to the next step. I have already sent people out to spread public opinion. I think it won't be long before those small bases will find the Daization base. Let's see how Lin Yao responds. Chapter 188, Those Rumors Are True. At the Jiaozhetian base, Fang Yi ran back to the base in a hurry and found Lin Yao. Uncle, there are a lot of people rushing towards our base right now, claiming they want to attack our base. Lin Yao was eating breakfast and muttered, oh, punishment? What excuse do you use? Fang Yi said with a bitter face, I don't know who spread the news that our base raises zombies. The level 4 zombie king that appeared in Hushan district before was raised by our base. They said that you did this on purpose, in order to use the zombies to bite to death those psychics who had finally leveled up, and then obtain their crystals to become stronger. Also, except for our Hushan district, other areas were hit by sand and gravel. They said we were the ones who did it, and now everyone is very angry. Also, someone listed the deaths of everyone from the Golden Lion to the most recent Blood King, Tai Yunfan. They were all done by you, Uncle, in order to rule Zhonghan City. Now, there are many people from various areas rushing here, cursing you. Lin Yao smiled and asked, what are you scolding me for? Fang Yi hesitated and said, I called you a ruthless person who treated the survivors in the city like a pig farm. I called you a cruel executioner who killed people. Ha ha, I raised them like pigs, and now they admit that they are pigs. Lin Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fang Yi grabbed his hair anxiously. Uncle, you are still laughing at this time. I see those people are all furious. This matter may not be easy to handle. Regardless of before or after the end of the world, the power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. Lin Yao's behavior of raising zombies and slaughtering leaders of various districts can easily cause the survivors of Zhonghan City to regard Lin Yao as a public enemy. Many of these survivors have relatives and friends who have either turned into zombies or died at the hands of zombies. They all hate zombies to the core. If they knew that someone was raising zombies and specifically targeting the strong survivors, everyone would be in danger. Combined with clear evidence that Lin Yao massacred the leaders of various districts, and with someone secretly fanning the flames, tens of thousands of survivors have come to cause trouble for Lin Yao. Although Lin Yao was not afraid of such a terrifying force with his strength, it was impossible for him to really kill these tens of thousands of survivors. If he kills them all, he will become the public enemy of all mankind, and then there will be endless troubles. Lin Yao patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, this is just a small matter. Just help me run another trip. Where are we going? Fang Yi asked. Lin Yao walked to Chu Wenwen, snatched the little girl's paper and pen, wrote and drew on it, and then handed it to Fang Yi. Go to the official building, find a shadow steward, and show him this note. Although Fang Yi was confused, he nodded, took the note, and disappeared. Zhu Wen pout that, tearing up other people's homework books. Brother is so mean. Lin Yao laughed and touched her head. He finished the rest of his breakfast, came to the gate of the base, moved out a recliner, and asked Yu Qianqian to help him massage his shoulders while he basked in the sun. In less than 10 minutes, a huge convoy drove over to the gate of Diazation Base. Even the tail of the convoy could not be seen. There were at least nearly 1,000 people in this wave. After these people gathered together, they came to the entrance of the Diazation Base in a mighty manner. This must be the Diazation Base. Don't you see the big rock at the door? It's right here. Very good. As long as I didn't find any mistakes. Do you want to start scolding me directly or go through the process before scolding me? Why are you in such a hurry? There are still many people behind us. Let's go together when there are more of us. Hey, look, there's a young man basking in the sun at the door, and there's a girl giving him a massage. Humph, that's Lin Yao. So he is Lin Yao, a handsome and sunny boy. Is he really the psychopath who raises zombies? Don't judge a person by his appearance. Don't you recognize the girl next to you? She is the girl who was auctioned off some time ago, Yu Qianqian, who has the ability to teleport. It's her, but I heard that she was bought by Ning Fanglan. Have you forgotten? Ning Fanglan was killed by Lin Yao. This guy must have been tempted by her beauty. He killed Ning Fanglan's boss and robbed the girl from her base. This kind of person is really abominable. Lin Yao closed his eyes slightly. He heard everything those people said. Some envied him. Some came to watch the fun, but most of them were scolding him. I'm now calm and composed. This is the demeanor of a master. Lin Yao couldn't help but think in his heart. 10 minutes later, the entrance to the Diazation Base was surrounded by a crowd of people. A rough estimate showed that at least nearly 10,000 people had come here. Yu Qianqian was a little worried when she saw such a big scene. Lin Yao opened his eyes and patted her hands gently. Okay, help me get the speakers out. Then go back and have a rest. I'll take care of this. Okay, Brother Lin. Yu Qianqian nodded heavily and ran back to the base with a flushed face. Lin Yao touched her hand just now. After a while, Yu Qianqian brought over the speakers and microphone. Lin Yao then stood up from the recliner and said with the microphone in his hand, Hello, can you hear me? The crowd below fell silent. This scene, why did it look so much like the leader's speech at school? Lin Yao continued. I know you came here this time because you heard some rumors. For example, some people say I raise zombies, and some people say I am inhumane and specialize in killing those leaders. The sand and gravel that fell from the sky yesterday injured many people, and some people said it was me who did it. Some people also say that I am lustful and steal other people's wives and girlfriends. Here, let me clarify. Those rumors, it's all true. The crowd below was shocked again. They had never expected that Lin Yao would admit it just like that without any intention of hiding it. This time, Lin Yao was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and everyone started to scold him. Lin Yao, you said you raised zombies. Is it just to turn us survivors into your crystals? Lin Yao, you are so cruel and crazy that you will never die a good death. My wife and children all died at the hands of zombies. You have to pay for your life. Don't get excited, brother. There's so many of us here. He can't run away. Ask him first. Lin Yao, what do you think of life? Shameless and cruel. Lin Yao, are you Chinese? Bah, the traitors back then weren't so abominable. Fuck, this is too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore. Brothers, is there anyone who can come with me to kill him? Count me in. This kind of person is not worthy of being a human being. I will tear him apart alive today. Chapter 189, I am such a beast. Wu Shuiyan and the other girls who were hiding behind the door couldn't help but look worried. What's wrong with Lin Yao? Can you admit such a thing? Red Fox couldn't help but said anxiously. Yeah, now everyone in Xiaojuan City hates him. Lu Yan rolled his eyes. It's not just Central Seoul. If this gets out, people from all over the world will come looking for us. Tang Xichuan's face was full of nervousness. What are you afraid of? I'll chop down as many as you can, Yu Qin said without caring. Hee, you are worthy of being my man. He dares to make the whole world his enemy. That's so domineering. Yu Xin couldn't help laughing. Shen Tong frowned and asked in confusion. I feel that Lin Yao said this on purpose. His purpose is to exaggerate the rumors and make those survivors doubt themselves. As the saying goes, it is better to open up than to block. This will be more effective than him explaining it over and over again. Not entirely. Wu Shuiyan couldn't help but cover her face. She had seen Lin Yao and a group of zombie beauties walking around in front of the mall entrance. They actually all knew that Lin Yao did keep a bunch of zombies outside, and they were beautiful zombies. All I could say is, the taste is really strong. Chen Shui asked with some concern. Will this backfire? What if those survivors really attack us? Su Xiao raised her little fist. What are you afraid of? Our husband is the most powerful. These people are no match for him. Outside the door, Lin Yao watched as more and more people gathered and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Some people were ready to take action. Then he picked up the microphone and said with a smile, Don't be impatient. I haven't finished yet. You know, I have zombies, more than one. Ha. Let me tell you the truth. I have 20 zombies in total, and they are all beautiful zombie queens with fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs. Didn't the official say before that there's a female zombie king in Hushan district, the one wearing a white dress? She is my zombie wife. And the gravel from yesterday was created by my zombie wife who became a level 6 zombie king. Isn't that amazing? Oh, except for my zombie wife, all other zombie wives are at level 5, and the lowest is level 4. I'm awesome, right? As for what you said, I specialize in killing the leaders of various bases. I admit this. Like Jean Sure at the beginning and Tai Yin Fan recently, these people either directly or indirectly died in my hands. Oh, I miss Wang Fan. I don't know where he went. If I find him, I will kill him too. I also stole other people's wives and girlfriends. I admit that. Not only that, I also use coercion and bribery. Of my current 18 human wives, more than half were obtained by me through various means. I am such a beast. After saying that, Lin Yao still had an expression that said, I'm so ashamed. His mouth felt a little dry, so he picked up the tea and took a sip, then continued, I'm so ashamed. After Lin Yao's speech, the group of people started whispering to each other. Is this guy a lunatic? How can he brag so much? Yeah, treating a zombie as a wife? I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. He's not afraid of being bitten by a zombie. I also have 20 zombie wives. I never thought I could brag like this. That must be nonsense. We have seen corpse kings before. They're all ugly. They're disgusting just by looking at them. So, the story about him slaughtering the leaders of various districts is also false. Igusime just bragning. It's well known that Lin Yao killed Kuang Xiao and Ning Fanglan, but I still feel that it's not right that he killed so many bosses in a row. He also said that he wanted to find Wang Fan and kill him. I really laughed. Even if Boss Wang Fan was injured before, he was still a legitimate level 5 psychic. He said it as if he could kill him easily. Also, he said he stole other people's wives and girlfriends, and he has 18 human wives. He's really weird. That's true. I heard from some small bases in Hushan district that Lin Yao had posted some blind date notices with them before and showed off his wife. There are indeed quite a few of them. Then he's still a scumbag. But the threats and inducements are fake. Lin Yao said before that he would not allow any base to force buying or selling, otherwise he would not be polite. There was a base that did this before, and the boss was killed by him. So, in the final analysis, this Lin Yao is just a fool who talks nonsense. Of course, at this time, someone suddenly asked, "May I ask, Boss Lin, what is your level of supernatural power?" Lin Yao smiled slightly. Level 7. Tisk. After these words were spoken, the people below became even more unconvinced. They thought he was just a brat who had never seen the world and didn't know his place. They are still at level 7, as the leaders of various bases. Don't they know how difficult it is to upgrade their superpowers? Level 7 requires at least millions of crystals to reach. The zombies in the entire Xiaojuan city only number a few million. This guy is obviously bragging. By this time, most people had already come to believe that those rumors were false. Some people were still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to incite public opinion, but before Lin Yao could say anything, those people fought back themselves. "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. You tricked us into coming here to accuse us, and now it seems that we have all been deceived." "That's right. I even suspect that you were an undercover sent by Lin Yao. He wants to be famous so badly that he arranged for you to trick us here." Don't tell me, it's very possible." Those people arranged by Wang Fan had a hard time speaking out their opinions. They never expected that things would turn out like this. The expected scene of tens of thousands of people attacking Lin Yao, superpowers flying everywhere, and destroying the Xiaojuan base did not appear. Instead, Lin Yao fooled around and put themselves in danger. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flew to Lin Yao's side and slowly condensed into a human figure. "Is that Shadow Butler?" "It's really Shadow Deacon. Someone from the authorities is here." Deacon Shadow took off the black robe on his head, smiled bitterly, and bowed to Lin Yao, saying, "Mr. Lin, I'm here." Although he was very reluctant, he had to come. The note Lin Yao passed him read, "Come and save me quickly. If you don't come, they will scold me and make me unhappy. I will ignore you in the future. P.S. Remember to bring Miss Lin with you when you come. I'll treat you to dinner." When Shadow Deacon saw the note, he cursed at it, asking what they thought of their organization as just subordinates to be ordered around at will. "You write in such a childish way. Are you treating me like an elementary school student?" But after seeing the note, Lin still ordered Shadow Deacon to come quickly. Then he came. Chapter 190, It's Easy to Control Lin Yao. Lin Yao opened his arms and hugged Shadow Deacon warmly. "Haha, Shadow Deacon came here personally to confirm it for me. I'm so honored." Shadow Deacon finally understood what it meant when humans smiled with their lips, but not their eyes, because that was what he was like now. "Mr. Lin, you're joking. I just happened to pass by here and saw so many people gathered here, so I couldn't help but want to come and see what was going on." Then he turned around and said to the huge crowd, "Everyone, go away. You still believe such outrageous rumors. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Have you forgotten that the authorities have been warning that there are zombie kings in this lake and mountain area? With so many of you gathered here, aren't you afraid that you'll be wiped out by the Corpse King?" After Shadow Deacon spoke, the crowd began to disperse. Even the officials are here. It looks like it's really a rumor. Yes, I don't trust anyone now. I only trust the official. Come to think of it, if Lin Yao could really do something so cruel, the authorities would definitely know about it before us and would have come to deal with Lin Yao long ago. Why would they wait until we come and call him a task? Yes, we are definitely being used as a gun. That's good. At least Lin Yao has achieved his goal of becoming famous. Seeing the crowd leaving one after another, Lin Yao put his hands behind his back and glanced at Shadow Deacon. "Didn't I ask you to bring Miss Lin here? Why did you come alone? Damn it, you just used me, and now you're turning your back on me." Shadow Deacon cursed in his heart, but he still kept a smile on his face. Miss Lin is here, but there were too many people just now, so it was not convenient for her to come out. Then he waved towards a corner, and Lin's figure appeared, walking towards this side slowly and reservedly. Lin Yao ran over to greet her with a look of surprise. "Oh, Miss Lin is really here. I'm so happy. Welcome." He had seen Lin's figure through his mental detection before, but now he had to pretend to be surprised. Seeing Lin Yao's dog-licking look, Lin felt slightly proud in her heart, but she still had a professional smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We meet again." Yes. We are really destined to meet. Please come in. I will treat Miss Lin to lunch at noon. Please do me the honor of being here." Lin Yao's acting skills were very good, but at the same time he used the supernatural power enhancement effect to temporarily upgrade his skill of seeing through things to level 7. Pollen, female, 594 years old. Energy Rebound Level 7. Can rebound all energy attacks to the opponent. Note: limited to energy attacks of creatures below Level 7. Telekinesis Level 7. Consume mental energy to release telekinesis and be able to control things. So you were Talon, a Level 7 boss, but why don't you have brainwashing? Isn't that a natural skill of you aliens? But this also explains why Talon has met him several times but has never advised him on anything, which has made him always cautious, fearing that he might be brainwashed. Also, how come this one suddenly has a gender? Several deacons he had met before were genderless, but this Talon was actually a female creature, which made Lin Yao speechless. But since she is a female, Lin Yao can accept this beauty trap. At worst, she can show up for the Earth at a critical moment. Talon shook her head modestly, then said with some worry on her face, "Mr. Lin, there is no need to eat. We have officially found out that the initiator of this public opinion is someone from the original King base, that is, Wang Fan. He has joined forces with the leaders of several other districts to deal with Mr. Lin. Please be careful, Mr. Lin." Lin Yao was surprised and asked, "Miss Lin, are you concerned about me?" Talon blushed, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Lin is our official friend. I am just caring about my friend on behalf of the bishop. Please don't think too much about it, Mr. Lin." "Wow, you look pretty good in pretending." Lin Yao leaned forward and said, I understand everything. Miss Lin is dedicated to her duties. I admire her for that. But I'm very surprised that these leaders inexplicably united to deal with me. You can just turn a blind eye to something that can be settled with just a word from your officials. The shadow deacon walked by and sighed. "Mr. Lin, you also know that the relationship between us officials and these leaders is just a cooperative relationship. The bishop had already sent people to negotiate with these leaders earlier, but the results were not satisfactory. As officials, we are also responsible for other people with special abilities. And we know that Mr. Lin is very powerful and will not be afraid of these conspiracies. If Mr. Lin gets into trouble in the future, he can always ask us for official assistance." Lin Yao nodded, then glanced at him. "Oh, Deacon Shadow, you haven't left yet." Deacon Shadow's face froze, and then he said helplessly, "Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave now. Although I was very angry, I didn't dare to get angry at all. Goodbye." Lin Yao waved his hand indifferently. Seeing that Shadow Deacon had gone far away, Talon bowed deeply to Lin Yao and said, "Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." "Hey, you're leaving now? We just met. Don't you want to come in and have a meal? You could just have a glass of water if you don't want to eat." Lin Yao hurriedly tried to keep him, but Talon insisted on leaving, caught up with the Shadow Deacon, and disappeared. Lin Yao sneered, turned back to the base, and found Fong Yi, who had returned. "How is it? Did you take the photos?" Fong Yi shook the phone in his hand. "Don't worry, Uncle. I've taken pictures of them all, and they will be developed soon." "But what's the point of taking pictures?" Lin Yao smiled slightly. "Just in case. I still don't quite understand." Fong Yi was a little confused. "It's okay if you don't understand now. You will understand when the time comes." Lin Yao patted his shoulder. He told Fong Yi in advance that after the official deacon arrived, he would hide in the crowd and take a photo of him hugging the Shadow Deacon. If anyone wanted to incite public opinion and threaten him in the future, they could just throw the photo out. The relationship between me and the government is so good. How could I possibly do something bad? On the way back to the official building, Shadow Deacon couldn't help but ask, "My Lord Bishop, why are you acting a little different to Lin Yao this time than before?" Talon smiled confidently. "What do you know? When dealing with men, playing hard to get will only backfire. You have to give him a little sweetness occasionally. Didn't you notice that I was just pretending to be worried and shy, but Lin Yao looked very surprised? I can guarantee that Lin Yao has fallen deeper and deeper into my heart. He will be distracted when he returns to the base. You've lived on Earth for so many years. Why can't you learn human emotions?" It's easy to control Lin Yao. Chapter 191, Finding the Traitor. Deacon Shadow smiled flatteringly and said, "Your Excellency, the bishop is right." At the Iron Fortress base, Zhu Hongtian angrily smashed the table and cursed. Sure enough, this Lin Yao must be the biological son of a big boss in the officialdom. Otherwise, he would go to help support the platform so quickly. Our plan to incite public opinion and kill someone with a borrowed knife has completely failed. Han Zhang took a sip of tea and sneered. I didn't expect that Lin Yao does have some tricks. When faced with public pressure, most people's first reaction is to find a way to prove their innocence. Lin Yao did the opposite. He admitted that the rumor was true and even exaggerated the facts. This leads to people who don't know the truth doubting themselves. I have to say, this method is more effective than any other method of proving one's innocence. Then we called an official people to help support us and used the official power to completely shut up those people we secretly sent to stir up trouble. Great, great, Wang Fan laughed coldly. But what happened today does prove one thing. What's the matter? Qingyan asked. Wang Fan stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked to the window, and whispered, "It proves that the authorities have completely given up on us. If the authorities had followed their previous style of action, they would have summoned us by now and ordered us not to attack Lin Yao. But we poisoned people and incited public opinion, and the authorities have not sent anyone to come until now, which shows that the authorities have turned a blind eye to our actions. And judging from the way the authorities helped Lin Yao out today, they were just adding icing on the cake. The one who really solved the problem was Lin Yao himself. The authorities have already determined that Lin Yao can handle us with his own abilities. Perhaps in the eyes of the authorities, we are just fighting desperately, and defeat is inevitable." Yang Peng couldn't help but asked in panic, "Then what should we do? What can we do? It's a fight to the bitter end." Han Jiang laughed bitterly. "Do you think if we surrender to Lin Yao now, he will let us go?" Wang Fan turned around and agreed. "Yes, although we didn't really hurt Lin Yao after several consecutive attacks. Do you think he doesn't bear any grudge against us? If you're thinking of surrendering, then you really have no chance at all." Zhu Hongtian asked impatiently, "What should we do next? If the plan fails, do we have no choice but to fight head-on?" "We still have a plan." Han Jiang sneered with his head tilted. "Triggering a tide of zombies?" Yang Peng asked. Han Jiang nodded. "Yes, this is the only way to damage the Jiao Zhatian base, and it is also what we discussed before. But before we unleash the zombie tide, we must first eliminate the traitor." "Traitor? Have you found it?" Zhu Hongtian asked hurriedly. The other leaders also looked at him in surprise. "Yes, I said it before, our plan was resolved so easily by Lin Yao. Excluding the possibility that Lin Yao has the ability to predict the future, there is only one possibility. That is, there's a traitor among us, don't you think so, Miss Duan?" Han Jiang stared straight at Duan Feiyun, who was silent on the side. Duan Feiyun sneered without changing her expression and said, "Zhan Wang, this is the second time you suspect me. If you still can't produce evidence, I will not let you off." Bang, bang, bang. Han Jiang clapped his hands and said with a smile, "As expected of the angel boss of the Sky Base, I have to say that although Miss Duan always looks like she is ignorant of the world, her chi cultivation skills have surpassed us. It's already this late, and you're still so calm. You want evidence, right? Fine." Duan Feiyun had a bad feeling in her heart, but she saw Han Jiang clapped his hands and shouted, "Come in." The door to the conference room was opened, and a tall, muscular young man walked in with a smile on his face. "Wu Liang, why are you here?" Duan Feiyun was extremely surprised. This man is her male favorite, and has been with her since the establishment of the Sky Base. Because Wu Yang's figure and appearance are very much in line with Duan Feiyun's taste, so, as the old saying goes, unique favor. But Wu Yang, who was supposed to stay at the Sky Base, suddenly appeared here, and Duan Feiyun broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Yang scratched his head shyly and said, "Boss, it was the War King who asked me to come." Duan Feiyun stared at Han Jiang coldly and asked, "Zhan Wang, what do you mean? Are you going to plant an undercover agent next to me?" This move was really beyond her expectations. Her Sky Base had always kept to itself and had nothing to do with the War King. She didn't expect that Han Jiang had started planning so early. This man's scheming was really terrifying. Han Jiang waved his hand and said, "Miss Duan, you are too polite. I don't have that ability yet. It just so happens that one of my men is Wu Yang's brother. Originally, this relationship is nothing, but unfortunately, Miss Duan is now too suspicious. I asked Wu Yang's brother to pass on a message and offer him a price he couldn't refuse. We are just doing business. There is no such thing as planting an undercover agent." Duan Feiyun clenched her fists, wishing she could cut Han Jiang into pieces right there and then. Han Jiang didn't take it seriously and turned to Wu Yang and said, "Tell me, what time did Miss Duan return to the base last night?" I remember it clearly. It was 11:20 at night," Wu Yang said with a simple smile. Duan Feiyun's face turned pale, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "You're talking nonsense. How could I go back so late?" Wu Yang spread his hands and said, "Boss, I'm not talking nonsense. Have you forgotten that when you came back, you came directly to me, Xiao Li, De Gang, and the others to serve you together? The three of us were together at the time, so I won't get the time wrong. If you don't believe me, I'll call them over as well. As he was about to walk out, Duan Feiyun became furious. Suddenly, the wings behind her appeared, and she swung them violently. An invisible sharp blade formed by a gust of wind flew straight towards Wu Yang's back. The other leaders watched quietly, and no one tried to stop them. Phew! The wind blade scratched across Wu Yang's back, raising a large pool of blood. Wu Yang didn't even have time to scream before he fell straight to the ground. Die with eyes open. Han Jiang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Miss Duan is really cruel and ruthless. This man is one of your husbands after all, and you actually killed him over a disagreement. But you've already confessed yourself. You left at 9 o'clock last night. At your speed, it only takes half an hour to fly back to the sky base. But it took you more than 2 hours to get here. I just wonder what you did on the way. If you insist that you didn't go to Lin Yao to tell on him, I can't produce any more substantive evidence. But I didn't expect Miss Duan to be so impatient. Everyone, there is no need to doubt now. She is the traitor, Duan Feiyun. Chapter 192, Duan Feiyun's Miserable End. Duan Feiyun was completely panicked. It wasn't me. I didn't go to find Lin Yao. Seeing that everyone looked unconvinced, Duan Feiyun immediately changed to a pitiful look. I was just mad at Wu Yang. As someone who belongs to me, he actually betrayed me and colluded with outsiders to frame me. I'm really not a traitor. Unfortunately, her current explanation seemed useless to anyone. Wang Fan turned around indifferently. It doesn't matter. For some things, you just need to doubt them. Lin Yao harmed my son. Anyone who obstructs my revenge will not be spared. After saying that, he raised his hands, and 2 thin steel pipes suddenly appeared from nowhere. With a whoosh, they pierced Duan Feiyun's 2 big wings. The force of the steel pipe was so strong that it crashed Duan Feiyun's body into the wall behind her. Ah! Duan Feiyun screamed in pain. Her 2 wings were equivalent to part of her body, and when they were pierced by the steel pipe, the pain could be imagined. I was wrong. I don't want to die. Please forgive me. Duan Feiyun cried and begged for mercy, but no one present sympathized with her. Actually, Lin Yao never intended to kill you. You have been guessing wrong. Those leaders were killed by Lin Yao because they offended him for various reasons. You have all been deceived by Wang Fan. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke Lin Yao, he will not kill us. Please believe me. I am not lying. Wang Fan's eyebrows jumped, and he sneered, Humph. At this time, you still want to stir up trouble? After saying that, he raised his hand again, and a piece of iron came out from nowhere and was stuffed into Duan Feiyun's mouth. With her mouth blocked, Duan Feiyun kept whimpering in anxiety. Qin Yin and Yang Peng looked at Wang Fan with some fear. They were all level 5 psychics. The only difference was between the early and middle stages. How come Wang Fan was so strong? He subdued Duan Feiyun with just 1 move. Han Jiang propped up his chin and sneered. I seem to remember that Miss Duan swore before, if she is a traitor, what will she do? Zhu Hongtian's eyes lit up. Brother Zhan Wang has a good memory. Miss Duan said it herself. If she is a traitor, then we will reward the brothers in our base. Han Jiang glanced at Duan Feiyun coldly and said, What are you waiting for? She is yours now. Ha! Someone come and tie up Miss Duan, Zhu Hongtian shouted to the outside of the door. Hey, add me in. Qin Yin and Yang Peng also had evil smiles on their faces. Duan Feiyun's eyes were filled with fear and despair. She tried her best to break free from the restraints. However, although she possessed level 5 superpowers, her physical fitness was not enough compared to several power-type superpower users. He could only shake his head vigorously as he was tied up and carried out of the meeting room. After a while, the entire Iron Fortress base erupted with huge cheers and Duan Feiyun screams. In the conference room, only Wang Fan and Han Jiang remained motionless. Wang Fan slowly walked to the opposite side of Han Jiang and sat down and said, I didn't expect that among the leaders of various families in Zhonghan City, Brother Zhan Wang is the one who can't be underestimated. I'm just a little surprised. With your cunningness, Brother Zhan Wang, would you actually believe my nonsense about Lin Yao, specifically slaughtering the leaders of each district? Han Jiang smiled indifferently and said, Of course I don't believe it, but I just want to use Brother Wang Fan's revenge to verify something. Wang Fan still and Yang Willi. This young man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, had never believed him from the beginning, but had been adding fuel to the fire until the current situation. Judging from the current situation, even if Zhu Hengqian and the others believed that Lin Yao had no intention of killing them, they were already on board and had no choice but to go all the way to deal with Lin Yao. Brother Wang Fan, you don't have to look at me like that. At least I did my best to help you deal with Lin Yao, Han Jiang said calmly after taking a sip of tea. I hope so, Wang Fan said coldly. Until now, he still couldn't see through Han Jiang's true purpose. 2 hours later, Zhu Hengqian, Qin Yin, and Yang Peng returned to the conference room satisfied. Han Jiang said, "Okay, come over here, brothers, and discuss this. We need to change our strategy to trigger a zombie attack on the Jiaozhia Tian base." At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yao called several leaders to a meeting. Today he did not arrange for the women in the family to go out to kill zombies in the afternoon, but instead let them recuperate. On the podium, Lin Yao spread out a map of Central Seoul. Based on our current geographical location, if the enemy wants to unleash a zombie tide to attack us, they will lure the zombies from here, and here in Hushan New District, as well as here in Nanfeng District to Hushan District. We don't know at the moment how and in what way they will attract zombies. What we can do is to guard these 4 must-go places to enter Hushan District. Don't be afraid, everyone. With the current combat power of our base, even if they have the ability to lure all the millions of zombies in Central Seoul here, there is no need to worry. He also has the ability to cast fireballs. Or it might be more appropriate to describe it as a swarm of world-destroying meteorites. Although his fireball technique is only level 6 now, each fireball is as big as a small mountain. He can launch 5,000 fireballs every day. With such a terrifying coverage area, even if there are millions of zombies rushing over, Lin Yao is confident that he can wipe them all out with one move. System skills are so awesome. As the saying goes, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Now his firepower is simply too abundant, so Lin Yao is not panicked at all. He had thought about flying directly to the Iron Fortress base in the afternoon and killing those leaders in one fell swoop. But after much thought, he gave up. Firstly, there were so many people in the base, and only his women were killing zombies on the battlefield every day, so the others had no chance to show their abilities. Secondly, he was also worried that the other party had already arranged people, and even if those leaders were killed in one fell swoop, the tide of zombies would still come. So Lin Yao finally decided to face the attack head-on and let those blind guys see the overall strength of the Diozation base. Chapter 193, Preparations for the Zombie Tide. He yeffing hesitated and asked, "Uncle Lin, how should the personnel in these 4 places be allocated?" Lin Yao took a pen and drew on the map while saying, "The first location, the road here, is the widest, so the number of zombies coming should be the largest. Yu Xian, Lu Yan, and Shintong are responsible for the stewed large intestine team. The second position will be taken by Red Fox, Li Xiaoxing, and Yundai, working with the Rain Elephant team. The third position will be handled by Qian Yuran, Wei Liqing, and Yang Qing, working with the Maple Leaf team. The fourth position is relatively narrow and will be managed by Wen Yijing, Su Xiaoxiao, and the Valkyrie team. Wang Yinghan will be in charge of the area between these 4 locations, while Yu Qian and Yu Qianqian will be responsible for protection and support at any time. With Wang Yinghan Sound Transmission Center in the center, it can just cover these 4 locations. Once any location encounters danger, Yu Qianqian can immediately open the portal, and Yu Qian can go over with the Pagoda Crystal Knife for support. In the entire Diozation base, apart from Lin Yao himself, Yu Qian, who has reached the mid-level 6 level of strength, has the strongest close combat ability. Then Lin Yao continued, "Since I didn't arrange for the zombie tide to come here this time, we will split the zombie crystals 50 to 50. As soon as these words were spoken, several leaders of other teams cheered. Wei Yuxuan even couldn't help but wonder, if they killed 100,000 zombies at the 4th location, wouldn't she be able to harvest 50,000 crystals? It makes me so excited just thinking about it. Except for the frontline combat personnel, the rest of the people should stay at the base. Each team should keep at least 1 combat-type mutant above level 4. Our base cannot be stolen. Everyone, rest assured, I will be watching the battle from the air. If you need support, remember to call for help immediately." After hearing these words, everyone felt relieved. For such a long time, the Diozation base had been killing zombies on a small scale. Although they were very confident in their own strength, it was the first time they encountered such a large-scale zombie tide, and they were still a little nervous. Yundai couldn't help but sigh. Although we have the power to resist the zombie tide, if they attract zombies, many small bases will definitely be affected along the way. Tang Xiaojuan nodded and agreed. Yes, these people are really abominable. They don't care about other people's lives at all. Lin Yao glanced at Lu Deshang, who stood up and said with a smile, Brother Lin had anticipated this a long time ago. I have already sent Xiaoyan and Xiaotian, along with a part of the Maple Leaf team, to temporarily relocate the small bases along the way to the Lake Mountain area. If the people in those small bases listened to our advice, the losses from this zombie tide would be minimized. Yundai then breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, since we are not sure when the zombie tide will come, let's take action now. Lin Yao clapped his hands and asked everyone to go down and prepare. After the meeting, the entire Diazation base sprang into action. There were 500 to 600 people in the base, and the lowest level of superpowers was level 3. Upon hearing that a tide of zombies was about to arrive, although some were worried, most were ready to try. At the entrance of the villa, Lin Yao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the people in the base who were in good order, and nodded with satisfaction. This can be considered a major military exercise, and there may be some injuries, but only those who have experienced danger can be regarded as people with great strength in the Diazation base. Otherwise, dealing with the zombie tide would be too easy for Lin Yao. He would just pull a few Zombie King's wives to stand there, and once the Zombie King's aura was released, no matter how many zombies there were, they would be obedient. When Lin Yao was thinking about whether there were any loopholes in his arrangement, Xiaojuan came out from behind him in pajamas, rubbing her eyes. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Yao turned around and smiled. Nothing, my brother's taking the uncles and aunt from the base out to kill zombies. Why are you still awake? In the past, not long after dinner, Xiaojuan was dragged by Wu Shuyin to take a shower and go to bed. Maybe today the noise at the base was too loud and the little girl was disturbed. Xiaojuan's eyes lit up. Kill zombies. I want to go too. Lin Yao frowned. When they were killing zombies in the past, Xiaojuan never mentioned wanting to go. Why did she suddenly not want to stay in the base today? Could it be that the base is still in danger? Where is the flaw? Lin Yao thought quickly. The bedroom door opened, and Wu Shuyin followed out, pulling Chu Wenwen and saying, Wenwen, it's getting dark. We can't see outside. Let's go back to bed. Chu Wenwen shook her head stubbornly. Well, Wenwen wants to go. Wenwen wants to watch my aunt kill zombies. And the sisters and aunts at home. Wenwen hasn't been out for a long time. Brother, is it okay? Seeing Chu Wenwen acting like a spoiled brat, Lin Yao ruthlessly refused. No, you can't go out today. However, judging from the little girl's intention, the 4 zombie-killing locations should be safe. The only danger is still here at the base. Lin Yao even began to consider not going anywhere and just staying in the base. However, most of the people in the base went to the front line, so it was impossible that there were no casualties at all. Lin Yao had to go and supervise the battle. Seeing Chu Wenwen pouting, Wu Shuyin rolled her eyes at Lin Yao, squatted down in front of the little girl, and said gently, Wenwen, everyone in the base has gone out to kill zombies. Auntie is pregnant with a baby and needs protection. Once my brother leaves, Wenwen will be the most powerful person in the base. Are you willing to stay and protect your aunt? Chu Wenwen then nodded heavily. I do. Wenwen is the best. Let's go back and rest. Wu Shuyin smiled gently and then said to Lin Yao, Don't worry, go out. I and Sister Fong are at home. Although we are pregnant, we are not without the ability to protect ourselves. Lin Yao nodded. Okay. Since Chu Wenwen is willing to stay in the base again, it means that the threat of the base has been eliminated, or at least it is no longer a threat to the little girl. Seeing the 2 girls, one big and one small, go back to the bedroom to sleep, Lin Yao thought about it and changed his position as the supervisor. One that can provide mental detection coverage just halfway between the front line and the base. In less than an hour, with the help of Yu Qianqian's portal ability, everyone in the Diazation base was in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the zombie tide. Lin Yao stood high in the sky, looking at the full moon in the sky and thinking quietly. Unlike the hustle and bustle before the end of the world, the current Zhonghan city is silent. Most bases even have problems with electricity, let alone the possibility of bright lights. On the ground, Fang Yi and Lu Tian had already rushed back, and with the help of Wang Inghan's voice transmission ability, they reported the situation to Lin Yao, who was high in the sky. 80 of the small bases hurriedly relocated their bases when they heard that a tide of zombies might be approaching. However, there were always some stubborn people who refused to listen. As for whether they could survive the tide of zombies, they could only leave it to fate. Here it comes. Suddenly, Lin Yao said softly. Chapter 194, Fighting the Zombie Tide. In Lin Yao's sight, countless people were rushing towards the Hushan area. Roar, roar! In the originally quiet night, the low roar of zombies was heard, breaking the tranquility. At first, there were only a few sporadic roars, but soon, the roars of the zombies gathered into a creepy wave, accompanied by chaotic footsteps. Zombies emerged from dark alleys, ruins, and the shadows of tall buildings. The rotten and dry face, the empty eye sockets, and the pupils of various colors emitting faint light are chasing several vehicles in front. There were more than a dozen cars in every direction, each dragging cans behind it. The cans rubbed against the ground and made loud noises. The other party used this method to attract zombies of all sizes along the road to run wildly. The zombies seemed to have seen the desire for blood and flesh. The cars, street lights, and even buildings along the way could not hinder the advance of the zombie tide. They either climbed, pushed down, or rushed around. The people at the Diazation base witnessed this scene from afar, and their heartbeats quickened and their breathing became rapid. Although most of them had seen groups of zombies, this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying number of zombies. Everyone clenched their weapons tightly. The original cheerful state completely disappeared, and everyone looked alert and nervous. 30,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, a total of about 120,000. Not a bad deal. Lin Yao had the clearest vision at high altitude and quickly estimated the number of zombies that each battlefield would face. I have to say that this is indeed a terrifying number. Any base would have no chance of survival if it was suddenly attacked by hundreds of thousands of zombies. But unfortunately, they are a powerful base and have been well prepared. Although there are many of them, Lin Yao is confident that their Diazation base can handle them. On each route, the vehicles responsible for attracting zombies were quickly caught up by the zombie tide. The vehicles were smashed and overturned, and the fate of the people inside was self-evident. By the time all the vehicles were destroyed, the front end of the zombie tide was less than 100 meters away from the ambush points and had entered the attack range. Kill. The temporary persons in charge of each battlefield were the bosses of the four teams. When they saw the zombies approaching, they all shouted in unison, and all the people in the Diazation base rushed out. Kill him. Brothers, charge. Let's see who can kill the most. Ha ha ha, let's compete. How can I lose to you? Sisters, don't let those men look down on us. Let them see how powerful our Valkyrie team is. Pay attention to the formation. Don't disperse. Be careful of the traps. Don't fall into the traps you dug yourself. Hey, Lowly, if I get bitten by those dogs later, remember to kill me quickly. I don't want to hurt anyone in our base. Don't worry. You don't have to tell me. I won't be polite. The tide of zombies also saw the living people rushing over, and they opened their bloody mouths and charged forward. Boom! As soon as the two sides came into contact, colorful supernatural lights exploded like fireworks on the spot, illuminating the night sky. Lin Yao's mental detection was paying attention to 4 battlefields at the same time, and he felt somewhat relieved. Although many people in the Diazation base were in danger as soon as they encountered the zombie tide, because they had not killed zombies for a long time, their hard power was there after all. They quickly turned the situation around and killed all the zombies. In the first battlefield, UXIN took the lead and launched ultrasonic waves, which blew up the zombie heads in large numbers along with the buildings nearby. Liu Yan's hands became bigger than mountains, and the skin on his hands was as hard as stone. He punched down again and again, and countless zombies were beaten into meat paste. As a teacher, Shun Tong's fighting style is more elegant. He stands on a high place and shoots out dense lightning from the lightning stick in his hand, with equally high efficiency. The rest of the braised large intestine team members, after the training during their growth period at Luda, formed small teams of 2 or 3 and cooperated with each other very well. In the second battlefield, the Yuxiang team basically gathered around Yundai and performed passive defense. Honghu was responsible for controlling the level 3 zombie king. Li Xiaoxing dealt with the approaching zombie group, and the poisonous fog released by Yundai had already drifted far away. In terms of killing efficiency, no one can compare to Yundai on any battlefield. The thing that poison mutants fear least is group battles. In the third battlefield, He Yefeng took the lead in creating a huge barrier, squeezing the zombies' range of activities into a ball, and the others threw all their weapons and superpowers into it. Roar! Suddenly, the level 3 zombie king squeezed out of the barrier, jumped high, and rushed towards He Yefeng, who was closest to him. Xiaojuan, Wei Liqing screamed and jumped towards her with all her strength. He Yefeng bit her lips tightly. She also saw the zombie king rushing over, but she did not stop the movements of her hands, because once she moved the barrier, the group of zombies that had been controlled would inevitably rush over. If that happens, the current good situation will be ruined. Boss, Wu Li and other veterans of the Maple Leaf team were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweats. They ignored the zombies in front of them and ran towards her. Whoosh! However, before they could get close, an afterimage had already arrived at her side, and with a slap, the Corpse King was slapped away. Why are you here? He Yefeng asked in surprise, because the tall and thin figure standing in front of her was Feng Yi. Feng Yi turned around and said proudly, "My uncle just sent me a message saying that you might need help here, so I came over. You're too weak. You have level 5 superpowers, but you were almost caught by a level 3 zombie king." The smile that had just risen on He Yefeng's face fell again. In the fourth battlefield, because the Valkyrie team had the smallest number of people, the other 3 teams seconded some of their people over there. Wen Yijing and Su Xiaoxiao are becoming more and more proficient in their ability to combine their powers, with one using water and the other using ice to restrict the zombies' movements. The real main attackers are Wei Yuxuan and Lu Tian. While releasing the Wind Blade, Wei Yuxuan complained to Lu Tian beside her. "Why did you come here? Doesn't your dad need your help?" My dad's side has the strongest overall strength. I don't need to worry." Lu Tian smiled, but his face was full of seriousness, and he didn't dare to be distracted at all. Although they are both wind blades, Lu Tian's wind blades far exceed Wei Yuxuan's in terms of number and power. If this guy didn't talk nonsense, he would be a very charming boy, Wei Yuxuan thought to herself. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes turned and he whispered, "Do you know what you would become if I turned into a zombie?" Wei Yuxuan frowned, having a bad feeling in her heart. Just as she was about to ignore him, she asked reflexively, "What will it become?" "It turns into a brain," Lu Tian said seriously, and then he couldn't help laughing and said, "Because zombies love brains the most." Wei Yuxuan shuddered and missed several wind blades in succession. Chapter 195, Feint to the east and attack in the west. Lin Yao was in the sky, his mouth twitching, and he was speechless. He has been staying here to supervise the battle and has a clear view of the situation on each battlefield. If there is redundant combat power in any battlefield, he will deploy the excess combat power to minimize the losses as much as possible. Of course, it wasn't all smooth sailing for the diazation base. A total of about 400 people were sent to fight the zombie tide. Except for the initial overwhelming force at the beginning, the zombie tide was killed one-sidedly. Half an hour later, they also suffered losses. Lin Yao felt reluctant, but he still held on and didn't rush down. How can there be no casualties in war? On each battlefield, there are cases of people being bitten and scratched by zombies accidentally. The zombie virus entered their bodies. These people either chose to commit suicide on the spot or sternly demanded that their companions kill them quickly. The coexistence of passion and heroism made Lin Yao sigh. Fortunately, the casualties are still within a controllable range. The total casualties on the 4 battlefields are less than 30, which is already extremely low. You have to know that there are 400 of them versus 120,000. There's a huge gap in numbers, so it is impossible that there would be no casualties at all. If it were any other base, it would be overwhelmed by the tide of zombies as soon as it came into contact with them. In addition to Lin Yao, there were also some brave survivors in Hushan district who hid in the dark and watched the battle. It's worthy of being called the ultimate base. It's been half an hour and the defense is still so strong. Yes, you have seen that. Most of them are very strong. Why do I feel that they're stronger than those leaders in Zhonghan City? You're not wrong. Judging from a movement of that person, he must be at least a level 5 psychic. That being said, the strength of the diazation base is probably stronger than all the leader bases in the entire Central Seoul City combined. Although I don't want to admit it, what you said is the truth. It's just that this fact is beyond our imagination. But why can't I see the boss of diazation base? Where did Lin Yao go? Who knows? I heard that Lin Yao is extremely lustful. I guess he is lying in the arms of a beautiful woman right now. Of course, there were also survivors who had temporarily migrated from other areas and hid in the dark to watch in order to verify whether there was really a tide of zombies. Fortunately, a young man informed us. Otherwise, we would have been drowned by the tide of zombies. Yeah, but it's a pity for old Joe. I heard that he refused to believe that there would be a zombie tide coming back and refused to move. Now I'm afraid. Oh, you don't have to be grateful. Why did the Diazation base know about the zombie tide in advance? If I'm not mistaken, they must have caused this zombie tide themselves. Now that you mention it, it's very possible. The Diazation base is very powerful. How many crystals would it take to attract so many zombies? Naturally, Lin Yao noticed what the people below said, but he was too lazy to explain to them. Instead, he paid close attention to the battlefield and checked his own gains. Half an hour later, half of the zombies had been killed, and he had gained 1 million skill points and 2,200 attribute points. He evenly distributed the attribute points to the four-dimensional attributes, and now his basic attributes have exceeded 6,000. After obtaining 1 million skill points, Lin Yao thought about it and upgraded his mental detection to level 7. Once the skill is upgraded, a huge amount of scene information will be mapped into his mind. After reaching level 7, the range of mental detection reaches a radius of 10 kilometers, which can completely cover the location of the battlefield and the base. The entire Hushan district was covered by the spiritual detection range, and Lin Yao felt slightly relieved. In this way, no matter what other tricks the other party had, as long as they entered the Hushan district, he would be able to detect them. The safety of the base should be guaranteed. The front line is still killing zombies, and the situation has now completely stabilized. The people in the Diazation base are basically suppressing the zombies now. As long as there are no major mistakes, there will be no problems with the defense line. But the whispers from the audience below suddenly made Lin Yao break out in a cold sweat. Alas, no need to watch. This zombie tide has been completely blocked by the Diazation base. It's a good thing that they're blocking us. Otherwise, do you think that if they weren't blocking us, we would be able to watch the battle so leisurely? That's true. I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time. I don't know what's going on there. Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? Where are you from? Just go north from Hosen District and you will reach North Seoul. North Seoul, that's not far away. With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to go back. What are you thinking about? A few days ago, a fellow villager of mine, who is also a level 3 psychic, went back and came back the same day. He said that there were too many zombies in North Seoul and it was impossible to get through. Lin Yao was shocked by this sentence. He finally remembered what he had missed. North Seoul is a city in the northern part of Central Seoul, bordering the Lake District. This is just a small city with a total population of several hundred thousand. The urban area is about 40 kilometers away from Hushan District, and the area along the way is basically plains. Ever since he knew there would be a tide of zombies, Lin Yao had been thinking about which direction the tide of zombies would come from. As it turned out, his estimate was correct, but he had missed one point. That is, who said that the zombie tide must come from inside Zhonghan City. Therefore, the real threat is not the front line, but the back of the base. The hundreds of thousands of zombies in front of us are just a feint. If someone took a detour to North Seoul and lured the zombies here, the Diazation base would definitely not be able to react in time. Boom! Lin Yao accelerated, creating a huge sonic boom, and flew towards the Diazation base at a very fast speed. Huh? Why is there thunder suddenly? Someone looked up and asked in confusion. As he got closer and closer to the base, his mental detection range also moved to the north of the base. At the same time, he also observed that the dense swarm of zombies were approaching the Clearwater Lake and a hill where fruits and vegetables were planted. Damn it, I almost got cheated. Lin Yao couldn't help but curse. Who on earth came up with this idea? It was too damn insidious. If he hadn't upgraded his mental detection to level 7, and if the audience hadn't accidentally reminded him, he probably wouldn't have discovered the zombies until they rushed to the base. But by then, there will be big trouble. Fortunately, the discovery was made in time. When Lin Yao flew over the base and arrived at the back mountain, the zombie group was less than 2 kilometers away from the base. This is a real big deal. Lin Yao couldn't help but marvel at it. Within the range of his mental detection, there were countless zombies. There were no less than 200,000 zombies from what he could observe alone, and the tail of the zombie tide had already exceeded his mental range, which meant that the number of zombies this time was far more than 200,000. However, these numbers are not enough to threaten me. Lin Yao raised his hand and was about to launch a fireball, but suddenly stopped. Chapter 196, 1 verses 200,000. The reason why he suddenly stopped was because his mental detection discovered 3 people. The one hiding in the dark on the left was Wang Fan, who hated him to the core, and the one hiding and peeking in the distance on the right was an official. one in black and one in white. They were Shadow, Butler, and Talon. The official understanding of him at present is that he has the ability to immobilize people and use crossbows. At most, they know that he also has the Tathagata palm, but they know nothing about his other supernatural powers. The fireball technique is Lin Yao's ultimate trump card. If the authorities see it, they will definitely be on guard in the future. In that case, then restrain yourself a little. After making up his mind, Lin Yao didn't even need to fly. He strode towards the group of zombies and started firing crossbow arrows into the sky. It has been a long time since his crossbow arrows evolved into divine magic arrows. Countless crossbow arrows emitted a faint blue light, accurately hitting the zombies' heads without damaging the crystals. Now that his mental power was over 6,000, combined with mental detection, he didn't need to aim at all and could just release the crossbow arrows at will. Lin Yao's body was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the zombie team. The zombies also discovered this living man and rushed towards him desperately, but none of them could get close to him. If a zombie bypasses him, he will use a large-scale immobilization spell to kill it, giving him the momentum of a single man blocking 1,000. In the distance, Talon and Shadow Deacon watched in amazement. This is the first time I see Lin Yao take action. He is worthy of being a level 7 psychic. His efficiency is truly terrifying. There was some fear in the tone of Shadow Deacon. Lin Yao was now like a ruthless crusher. Wherever he walked, a large number of zombies fell down. No zombie could get within 5 meters of him. Under the white robe, Talon also frowned and nodded in agreement. Yes, the strength he has shown now is probably not weaker than mine. What? Shadow Deacon widened his eyes and looked at Talon in disbelief. It seems that we have gained something else from watching the battle this time. Talon sighed. They had known about the plans of Wang Fan and others for a long time, so they deliberately waited here to see if Lin Yao could cope with it. If not, they would lend a hand when the diazation base was destroyed. By then, Lin Yao would owe them a favor, and it would be easier to control Lin Yao later. Unexpectedly, before the zombies rushed to the base, and even before they reached the back mountain, Lin Yao had already rushed over and dealt with more than 200,000 zombies alone. With such strength, Talon, as the bishop of a city, had to admire him. Talon was glad that he came here this time and saw Lin Yao's true strength. This way, if Lin Yao disobeyed in the future, he would be able to control him. On the other side, Wang Fan stared at Lin Yao intently, with hatred and fear in his eyes. He originally thought that Lin Yao's strength was only slightly stronger than his, but now it seems that he is much stronger than him. There is a huge difference between them. At least he doesn't have the ability to face so many zombies alone. I don't believe that you can always keep your strength aside. When you are tired, that's when I will personally take your life. Wang Fan thought fiercely. Lin Yao was killing zombies while observing the movements of the 3 people. Seeing that they had no reaction, he began to pay attention to the zombies in front of him. There were simply too many zombies. Even if he relied on the immobilization technique and crossbows, some of them still slipped past him and rushed to the back mountain. Fortunately, the huge noise he caused here made the people who stayed behind in the diazation base reacted and set up sniper points on the mountain to prevent the zombies from going up the mountain. Hiss! At the top of the mountain, 2 lasers suddenly shot out, melting hundreds of zombies at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yao was stunned, and then he couldn't help but yelled towards the mountain, "Why are you running here?" Wu Shuyan's eyes emitted lasers as she responded. When one has been having trouble sleeping and keeps clamoring to go out of the base to play, this means the base is in danger. I must come to help you. Watch your stomach, Lin Yao shouted and started thinking of a solution. All the zombies must be attracted to this plain at the foot of the mountain. Besides living people and sounds, what can attract the zombies' attention at night is light. While Lin Yao was killing zombies on a large scale, he kicked all the zombie corpses together. In less than half a minute, a small hill of zombie corpses had been formed. Go! Lin Yao took out a lighter and threw it on the pile of corpses. When the flames touched the clothes, a huge fire broke out instantly. Soon, the entire mountain of corpses was burning. As expected, the fire lit up the sky, and the zombies that had already gone around were attracted by the fire and began to turn back to besiege Lin Yao. The threat at the foot of the mountain was eliminated. Wu Shuyan nervously watched her man being besieged, but she had confidence in Lin Yao. She just didn't understand why Lin Yao only chose to use a crossbow to kill zombies when he obviously had so many awesome skills. Although she didn't understand, she knew that Lin Yao must have his purpose for doing this. The most urgent task now was to find a way to help Lin Yao and attract all the zombies to the plane for him to kill. The current sniper force on the mountain is insufficient. If the zombies rush up, the entire base in the rear will be in complete danger. Hurry, someone come and get the speakers. Wu Shuiyan shouted. A short and thin man agreed and hurried towards the base. Inside the base, all the remaining personnel were extremely nervous. Fong Yin hugged Chu Wenwen and stood at the door of the villa, looking at the sky over the back mountain where the flames had already illuminated the sky. Brother will be fine. Wenwen is waiting here for brother to come back. Chu Wenwen seemed to feel that the base was in danger. She did not mention leaving the base again. Her little face was full of determination. Fong Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Wenwen's words meant that the base would not be in danger. The rest depended on Lin Yao. Soon, the short and thin man brought the speakers, quickly dug a hole, crawled underground, and came to Lin Yao's feet. Boom! Lin Yao made way, looked at the hole in front of him, and said with a smile, "Old son, thank you for your hard work." Old son handed the speaker to Lin Yao with a look of surprise. "Boss Lin, do you know me?" Lin Yao took the speaker and said, "Of course I know him, but now you should go back quickly and help me guard the foot of the mountain." "Don't worry." Lao Sun agreed and went back into the tunnel. Just now, he just stuck his head out and saw endless zombies. He didn't dare to crawl out at all. At the same time, I was also surprised and proud. He was worthy of being the boss of his own base. He could remain calm when facing so many zombies alone. After getting the speaker, Lin Yao pressed the switch and turned the volume to maximum. Chapter 1, 97 Killing Zombies While Listening to Children's Songs. Beyond the mountain and the sea, there is a group of Smurfs. They are lively and smart. They are playful and sensitive. Forehead. Lin Yao stumbled. He had just imagined that the war songs were playing on the speakers, and he was showing his divine power. The scene must be as beautiful as a painting. Why is it nursery rhyme? It must have been done by that girl Wen. Lin Yao complained. There was no time to change the song because the sound effect was too good and the zombies kept rushing over. Kill. On the other side, Talon and Shadow Deacon looked at each other in dismay. This seems to be a nursery rhyme. Shadow Deacon asked doubtfully. It's a nursery rhyme. I didn't expect that. Lin Yao is still a childish person. However, I now have another handle to control Lin Yao. Talon sighed. On the plane, Lin Yao killed tens of thousands of zombies in less than 10 minutes, piling them into one mountain of corpses after another. Each mountain of corpses was set on fire by Lin Yao. The fire illuminated the plane. Lin Yao carried a speaker and listened to children's songs as he went in and out of the zombie horde. I have to say that although the scene was a bit funny, the effect was still outstanding. All the zombies were completely attracted by Lin Yao and gradually moved away from the foot of the mountain. On the front line, the battles in 4 battlefields are also nearing their end. The 120,000 invading zombies have now added up to less than 10,000. In the first battlefield, Xin was gasping and coughing, Lu Yin was exhausted, and Shun Tong felt that she could not even lift her arms. The 3 of them killed the most zombies, but Lu Desheng, who was assisting on the side, still had some strength left. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, applause came from afar. Be alert, Lu Desheng shouted and took the lead to stand in front of Xin and the other 2. Soon, the rest of the braised large intestine team came and stood in front of them. These 3 people were Boss Lin's women, and they must not be allowed to make any mistakes. At the end of the zombie corpses, a middle-aged man with red hair clapped his hands and slowly walked out with hundreds of people. As expected of this awesome base, you managed to kill all these zombies. I really underestimated you. Qin Yin praised. Lu Desheng asked coldly, "Who are you?" Qin Yin smiled slightly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qin Yin, and I'm also known as King Yin." King of Hell? What a joke. There are people who call themselves the King of Hell. Are they afraid that they will die slowly? Lu Desheng showed disdain on his face, but his body was on alert. This person is Qin Yin, one of the leaders of the alliance that is trying to deal with their diazation base, and was formerly ranked 6th in Zhonghan City. He really knows how to pick the time. He actually comes out when they have just killed the zombies and their physical strength, superpowers, and morale are at their weakest. How vicious. On the 3rd battlefield, He Yefeng was bickering with Fong Yi while panting heavily. Oomph. If you hadn't followed Uncle Lin from the beginning, you might not be as strong as me now. He Yefeng pouted to express his dissatisfaction. TSK. Even if you came earlier than me, I would. Fong Yi was retorting enthusiastically, but suddenly he paused and looked forward. He Yeffing smiled proudly and said, "Nothing to say." Fang Yi stood up, blocked He Yeffing behind him, and said in a heavy tone, "You take a rest first. Someone is coming." He Yeffing was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a middle-aged man with standing hair walking out from the darkness with a sneer on his face, followed by hundreds of people. Thunder Emperor Yang Peng. Fang Yi spoke slowly. He had helped Lin Yao to gather information about several leaders before, so he naturally recognized them. Yang Peng was startled, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect that little brother actually knew me." Fang Yi looked around. On their side, the Maple Leaf team, including He Yeffing, were all exhausted. Qin Yuran and others were not much better off. Now he was the only one left with combat power in the third battlefield. "I know him, but he's just a fifth-ranked loser in Xiaojuan City." "What? Are you rushing out at this time to take advantage of him?" Fang Yi took a few steps forward. Within this range, he was sure that he could protect everyone. Yang Peng's eyes shone. Then he shook his head and laughed. "Young people nowadays really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." He Yeffing stared at Fang Ye's back with his eyes full of surprise. This guy is usually nonchalant and a straight man, but at the critical moment, he is always so reliable. In the fourth battlefield, after the zombies were killed, Lu Tian was still chasing Wei Yuxuan and saying his cheesy love words. The two of them were running away and chasing each other, and the scene was funny and hilarious. When Yijing hurriedly shouted, "Stop making trouble! Someone is coming!" At the same time, he looked forward cautiously. When he saw who was coming, his eyes widened instantly. Iron Overlord Zhu Hengtian. Zhu Hengtian looked at Wen Yijing, then smiled and said, "So it's White Lotus Wen Yijing. I heard that Miss Wen joined the Diazation base when the Yippee Anshan base was destroyed. I wonder if she's willing to join my Iron Fortress base this time." Seeing that there were outsiders, Lu Tian stopped chasing, walked out with a swagger, and said to Wen Yijing, "Sister Wen, you guys take a rest. Leave these small fry to me." Wen Yijing nodded. She, Su Xiao, and everyone in the Valkyrie team were exhausted and had no choice but to trust Lu Tian. Wei Yuxuan looked at Lu Tian's tall back, and her heart suddenly felt a little rippled. She couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, he is the fourth-ranked expert in Xiaojuan City." "Are you concerned about me?" Lu Tian looked back with surprise, and then said confidently, "Don't worry, leave it to me." People came out to deal with the new enemies in all three battlefields, except for Red Fox and others in the second battlefield, who couldn't help but feel anxious when they saw Han Jiang appear. This is the third-ranked expert in Xiaojuan City, and according to Lin Yao, Han Jiang has already reached level 5. If they were in their prime, there would be nothing to be afraid of, but now, the three of them were already exhausted, and the Yuxiang team, led by Fu Changyong, was also just holding on and not collapsing. "Inghan, quickly call Lin Yao over." Red Fox shouted hurriedly. Wang Inghan, who was at the center of the communication, also responded helplessly. "Lin Yao just left and is beyond my voice transmission range." Just now, cries for help were heard from all the battlefields. Coincidentally, Lin Yao disappeared at this time, and Wang Inghan was also extremely anxious. Yu Qian, who was standing by, clenched the crystal knife in her hand and whispered to Yu Qianqian, "Open a portal to the second battlefield." When the call for help came from the first battlefield just now, she was ready to go directly there because her sister Yu Xian was still there, but after analysis, she finally decided to go to the second battlefield first, where rescue was most needed. As for the other three battlefields, we can only trust Lu Desheng, Fang Yi, and Lu Tian. Yu Qianqian nodded and quickly opened the portal. Yu Qian walked in with a knife in hand, murderously intent. Chapter 198, What are you going to do? Han Jiang, with his hands behind his back, saw a portal suddenly appear. A beautiful woman with burgundy hair and a ponytail stepped out of the portal, and he couldn't help but frown. This woman is so murderous. At the same time, people watching the battle everywhere were all surprised. Oh my god, the Skyfire base's combat power has basically arrived. They are planning to fight to the death with the Diazation base. How despicable. The Diazation base has just killed so many zombies, and it is now in the worst condition. Don't be dissatisfied. Do you expect these leaders to play a gentleman's agreement with you? This is premeditated. They will use the zombie tide to consume the power of the Diaozha Tian base first, and then they will come out to reap the harvest. What a good strategy. Hey, these are people from the Battle Spirit base. Not only that, there are also the Iron Fortress and the Thunder base over there. These four major bases are besieging the Diazation base together. Did the Diazation base offend the public? The four major bases joined forces to deal with it. Who knows? But didn't you notice that the authorities didn't come out to mediate such a large-scale duel? I always feel that there's a conspiracy here. In the first battlefield, Lu Desheng was extremely grateful. Before the fight, Lin Yao secretly told him to conserve some strength when killing zombies in case someone took advantage of him. Qin Yin stared at Lu Desheng coldly, waved his hand, and shouted coldly, "Go!" Except for those three beauties, no one from the Diazation base will be left alive. Roar! Lu Desheng transformed into an orc, roared, and rushed towards the people in the Tianhua base alone. Bang! Lu Desheng jumped high up, then slammed down heavily. His powerful aura knocked many people over and scared Qin Yin. Level 6 psychic? Yeah, what? Are you scared? Lu Desheng sneered, and then continued to charge forward violently. Qin Yin hurriedly used fire to fight with Lu Desheng, but he was cursing Wang Fan in his heart. Fuck Wang Fan. He actually lied about the military intelligence, saying that except for Lin Yao, no one else in the Diazation base is to be feared. What the hell is this not to be feared? Any random person is level 6. What's the point of fighting? Bang! Snap! Lu Desheng rushed forward recklessly, and Qin Yan's wall of fire could not stop him at all. Instead, he was hit hard in the chest by the opponent, and his ribs were broken. Qin Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, hit the surrounding walls, and fainted. When the others saw their boss being knocked down by a punch, they were scared and fled. Want to escape? Humph! No one can escape. Lu Desheng charged out again. On the third battlefield, Fang Yi sneered and cursed. What's wrong with young people? Now, I'll let you know the price of looking down on young people. The figure flashed, and Yang Peng only felt a flash before his eyes. Bang! Yang Peng felt a pain on his face and was stunned. Such a hard face, my hand hurts from slapping it. Fang Yi returned to his original position, shook his hands, and complained. Yang Peng was completely confused. Was I just beaten? When did it happen? Why can't I react at all? This kid dares to hit me? How can he be so unethical? Then he burst into rage and yelled at his men. What are you all standing there for? Go ahead. Humph. You've come just in time. Fang Yi sneered, and his figure flashed again. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone's eyes flashed, and everyone was slapped by Fang Yi. Even those level 4 and level 3 psychics were knocked unconscious. Wu Li burst into tears. That's how I feel. Finally, someone understands me. Yang Peng looked at Fang Yi with some horror. This time, he finally realized that this young man might be more powerful than he had imagined. Bang, bang, bang. Big pancake face, it's your turn. Fang Yi slapped everyone unconscious and walked towards Yang Peng with a smirk on his face. In the fourth battlefield, Lu Tian rose slowly into the air in a very showy manner, pushed his hands forward, and countless wind blades suddenly appeared. Pay attention to defense, Zhu Hongtian shouted, and at the same time his body turned into metallic color to block the wind blade. Ding, 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 ding. The wind blade hit his metal skin, making a loud noise, and Zhu Hongtian was a little frightened. Because the metal defense that he was most proud of was unable to completely withstand these wind blades. His body was cut by more than a dozen cuts, and blood was oozing out. After the wind blade ended, Zhu Hongtian finally had time to look at his men, and his calves instantly went limp with fear. The more than 500 people he brought from the base all fell to the ground groaning in pain. Some had their arms cut off, some had their thighs cut off. The whole scene was like purgatory. Is this his true strength? Or is this still not his true strength? Wei Yuxuan widened her eyes and looked at Lu Tian in the air, showing his mighty power. When they were killing zombies together just now, Lu Tian's wind blade wasn't so terrifying. On the second battlefield, Yu Qian walked slowly towards Han Jiang with an expressionless face, holding the Buddha crystal knife. Her light footsteps sounded like a huge bell, heavily striking the hearts of everyone in the Battle Soul base. Han Jiang frowned. Then a playful smile flashed across his lips, and he waved his hand and said, "Let's go together and take her down." Swish, swish, swish. Yu Qian pulled out the crystal knife and slashed as she walked leisurely in the garden. When a long-range attack came, she did not dodge, but simply chopped it apart with the crystal knife. Han Jiang watched indifferently as Yu Qian slaughtered his men. He had no intention of taking action. Instead, he just watched coldly. "Yu Qian, don't kill them. They are living crystals," the red fox shouted at Yu Qian. Yu Qian paused in swinging the knife and muttered, "Trouble." But he listened to the advice and did not kill him. He only injured the man and made him unable to move. Boss, this woman is so strong we can't beat her. One of his men quickly came to Han Jiang and asked for help. Can't beat him? Then what's the point of keeping you? Han Jiang smiled coldly and slapped the subordinate away with one palm, not knowing whether he would live or die. He was also a power-type mutant. After seeing Yu Qian take action, he knew clearly that she was a level 6 power-type mutant. The number of people from his base was not enough for her to kill. It was not until Yu Qian chopped down the last man that she looked at Han Jiang with some doubt. This guy is so weird. He was indifferent when he saw his men being chopped like this. Instead, he knocked out the person who came forward to ask for help. It was as if he deliberately brought people here and gave them to her to kill. Seeing that he was now alone, Han Jiang smiled calmly, threw away the official gifted weapon in his hand, and stretched out his hands, saying, as expected of a Diazation base. With such strength, let alone my Battle Soul base, even if all the bases in the entire Central Soul City join forces, I'm afraid they are no match. I lose. Yu Qian looked at him in confusion, then found some chains, tied Han Jiang up, and asked, what on earth are you going to do? Chapter 199, It's Really My Fault. Han Jiang was pressed to the ground, with a faint smile on his face. Nothing. I only have one request. What request? Yu Qian asked with a frown. I hope that before you kill me. Han Jiang looked at Yu Qian seriously and said, let me see Lin Yao. I have something to tell him. Although Yu Qian was puzzled, she nodded. Okay. The 4 major battlefields successively wiped out the invading enemies. This time, all the leader bases in the entire Zhonghan city were destroyed, without a single one left. Those who watched the game witnessed the birth of a miracle. Too fierce. First, they wiped out hundreds of thousands of zombies, and then they destroyed the 4 major bases. Are we really living under the same sky? There is no doubt that from now on, the Diazation base will be the true king of Central Soul City. No wonder Lin Yao hasn't shown up yet. His subordinates are so powerful. Why would he need to show up? From this perspective, how strong must Lin Yao be? Anyway, I can't imagine it anymore. Level 6 or 7. In the future, I'm afraid that Zhonghan City will no longer have a situation where many heroes compete for hegemony. No base will be able to compete with the current Diazation. Contend? Forget it. With the strength they showed tonight, it's no problem for them to sweep across the entire Central Soul City. And didn't you see? Everyone in the 4 major bases was poisoned by them, turned into zombies, and dug up the crystals. Yes, these 4 major bases have lost at least 1,500 level 4 psychics and 600 level 3 psychics tonight. That means 1,500 level 4 crystals and 600 level 3 crystals. You forgot that they also killed hundreds of thousands of zombies. I dare not imagine how powerful they will be after they absorb all the crystals. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it. After a night, the sky turned pale, and after the members of each team recovered their strength, they began to work on digging crystals. After the series of battles tonight, even if other psychics had the intention to rob, they no longer had the courage to do so. Lin Yao's women gathered together through the portal, and they all expressed their doubts. Where did Lin Yao go? At this time, Lin Yao had also reached the end of his fight. He was much more efficient in killing zombies alone than the entire Diazation base. After mental detection and calculation, the total number of zombies that attacked from behind reached a staggering 300,000. Combined with the frontline battlefield, his women killed nearly 70,000 zombies. In this night alone, Lin Yao's skill points exceeded 10 million, and he made a fortune. Moreover, attribute points were given crazily. A total of 14,000 attribute points were given. Host Lin Yao. Strength, 9,527. Defense, 9,642. Agility, 9,533. Spiritual power, 10,010. Charm value, 120. Skill points, 10.05 million. Skills, Night Vision, Fireball level 6, Virus Resistance level 6, Monster Upgrade level 7, Zombie Transformation level 6, Zombie Speaks, Seeing Through Fire level 6, All Things Retreat level 6, Mental Detection level 7, Immobilization level 6, Flight level 6, Toxin Immunity, Domination level 7 Ability Gain. Items, Divine Magic Arrow, Storage Space, 62.5 million cubic meters. Because releasing the crossbow arrows consumed too much mental energy, Lin Yao first added a lot of mental energy to himself and then added it to other three-dimensional attributes. Now each attribute is close to 10,000, and the strength of his physical strength has reached an incredible level. Call out. After the last crossbow arrow was shot out, Lin Yao sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. It's not actually tiring, but you have to pretend, otherwise it would be bad if the officials found out your true identity. Let's go. I have to contact the cardinal as soon as possible, Talon said in a heavy tone. The shadow deacon was startled, then asked in confusion, why? Talon looked at Lin Yao from a distance and whispered, the strength that Lin Yao showed tonight is beyond my control. I need the cardinal to help me control Lin Yao as soon as possible. What about the beauty trap before? Deacon Shadow was a little incredulous. What kind of strength does Lin Yao have? Even the bishop in front of him was not sure he could control Lin Yao. The beauty trap continued to be implemented, but the cardinal must be here to take charge. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, we will be in trouble. Talon's tone was a little irritable. Yes, Shadow Deacon didn't know what to say. This level of competition was beyond his ability. They finally left. What they were talking about as a cardinal. It seems like he must be a big shot at a higher level. We have to deal with him as soon as possible. Lin Yao noticed that they left, let out a long sigh, and then stared at another place. Seeing that Lin Yao was exhausted, Wang Fan couldn't wait to kill him. Lin Yao, give me back my son's life. Wang Fan had prepared several large bags of iron nails in advance and controlled the nails, shooting them straight towards Lin Yao. Looking at the iron nails that were raining down on him, Lin Yao smiled coldly, slowly got up from the ground, patted the dust off his butt, and then waved his hand gently. All things retreat. Buzz. An invisible and violent force bounced all the nails in the air back, and Wang Fan's body was also bounced far away. Wang Fan was extremely frightened. How come Lin Yao still had energy left at this time? His body rolled uncontrollably in the air, and finally he fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Wang Fan fell hard this time. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood several times before he struggled to stand up. Suddenly, Lin Yao's voice sounded behind him. Look at you. You've been lying there watching all night. Haven't you seen the difference in strength between us? Wang Fan was startled and hurriedly tried to mobilize the nearby metal to fight back. But he found that he had turned back into an ordinary person, and the sense of control over metal that he had previously mastered had completely disappeared. The additional effect of seeing through things like seeing through fire is silence. As long as he is in front of Lin Yao, he will never be able to use his supernatural powers. Realizing that he had no ability to resist, Wang Fan calmed down and looked directly at Lin Yao. It has to be said that Lin Yao looks like a very young and handsome boy, and he seems to be only a few years older than his son Wang Feng. But it was this man with a sunny smile who harmed his only son. Hee, it's you, Lin Yao. You are worthy of it. I underestimated your strength. However, before I die, I want to ask you something. Wang Fan asked harshly while sitting on the ground. The fall just now broke his legs, and he couldn't even stand up. Lin Yao raised his eyebrows slightly, lit a cigarette, and said, Do you want to ask if I was the one who killed your son? Now I'll give you the answer. That's right. It was definitely my fault. Chapter 200. He is still a child. Wang Fan was stunned. Then his body began to tremble violently, muttering, It's you, in his mouth, with a dejected look on his face, and then he burst into laughter. Ha ha, I got it right. It's you. Fenger, Dad has found the real murderer who hurt you. But Dad is incompetent. Dad can't beat him. Dad can't beat him. Seeing Wang Fan crying and laughing, Lin Yao was not moved at all. Wang Fan cried for a long time, then suddenly raised his head with a ferocious and crazy look on his face and asked, Lin Yao, let me ask you, how did I, Wang Fan, offend you? Why did you harm my innocent son? Lin Yao sneered disdainfully, took a puff of cigarette, and said, Innocent? Who told you that Wang Feng is innocent? You know your son's ability well. He can control zombies below level 4. If I'm not mistaken, he often secretly controls zombies to scare people. So what? It's just to scare people. Is it necessary to lose your life? Wang Fan asked back harshly. Scare people? Do you dare to swear in front of your dead son that he has never abused his supernatural powers to hurt others? Lin Yao asked back in the same harsh voice. Wang Fan was stunned. He really couldn't refute this point. In fact, after Wang Feng gained superpowers, he often secretly controlled zombies for fun, and he did accidentally bite and kill some people. But because Wang Feng was his son, no one dared to cause trouble. But Even if he did something wrong, does he deserve such a punishment? Wang Fan couldn't help crying again. If he hurts your people, you can bring him to confront me, and I will even apologize to you. But what did you do? You instigated him to deal with Li Feilong and got chopped into a stick by that bastard Li Feilong. He's still just a child. Lin Yao, how can you be so cruel? Lin Yao shook his head after hearing this. No wonder Wang Feng was so arrogant and domineering. It turned out that it was all because of Wang Fan's behavior. You really have the nerve to call him a child? Did you know that before the end of the world, people over the age of 16 who broke the law could already be sentenced? Besides, this is not the end of the world. You rely on your high status and strong power to indulge your son's lawlessness. Even if he doesn't meet me, I will kill him if I meet someone else. I admit that I am cruel, but Wang Feng's current fate is all because of you, a father who can't teach people. Wang Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and said coldly, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, my son was killed by you. Right or wrong is no longer important. I can't beat you, but I can drag you to be buried with me." After he finished speaking, a small remote control suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pressed the red button heavily with his thumb. Certainly, Wang Fan was shocked because his finger was forced to stop less than 1 centimeter away from the button. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't press it any further. Not only his fingers, but his entire body was unable to move. Lin Yao threw away the cigarette, and stomped it out, then snatched the remote control from Wang Fan and crushed it. "Do you think I don't know that you have a bomb strapped to your body? And you want to die with me? What the hell are you dreaming about?" Wang Fan was completely desperate. Even his last resort was easily seen through by Lin Yao, and he couldn't even curse anyone. "Since you care so much about your son, I won't torture you. I will send you to see your son now." After Lin Yao said this, he transformed into a zombie on the spot and gently stroked Wang Fan's neck with his long fingertips. Wang Fan stared blankly at the Corpse King in front of him. He even stopped being able to think. His body fell heavily to the ground and began to tremble violently. After a while, Wang Fan's trembling stopped and his pupils began to emit orange light. But before he could stand up and roar, Lin Yao snapped his fingers and Wang Fan's head exploded automatically, and orange crystals slowly fell in front of Lin Yao. After putting away the crystal, Lin Yao turned back into human form, activated the domain of domination, and moved back and forth on the plane. After a night of burning, most of the zombie corpses had turned into charcoal and crystals were scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, there was a domain. Lin Yao only needed to think about it, and the crystals within the domain would automatically fly back to him and then be stored in the storage space. After working for more than half an hour, Lin Yao finally collected all the crystals. The crystals were piled up in the storage space, forming a crystal mountain. After working all night, I finally got it done. After a long stretch, Lin Yao suddenly came to his senses. "It's not done yet. I don't know what's going on at the front line." After saying that, he teleported to Wu Xuan on the top of the mountain and urged her, "Why are you here staying up late as a pregnant woman? Go back and get some rest." Wu Xuan smiled sweetly. "Okay, I'll go back and rest now. You go to the front line, quickly." Lin Yao nodded and moved a few more times, disappearing completely. In the distance, the morning sun had already appeared. Lin Yao then saw that the battles on the 4 battlefields had ended long ago, and they were now digging for crystals. While Wang Yinghan was at the place where Yu Qian was, she was on guard with a knife in her hand. Yu Xian, Lu Yin, and the others, including Wang Yinghan and Yu Qianqian, all fell asleep leaning against each other because they were too tired. Swish! As soon as Lin Yao appeared, Yu Qian hurriedly drew her knife. After seeing who was coming, she breathed a sigh of relief and put the knife back. She walked over and complained, "Where have you been?" "Sorry, sorry." Lin Yao apologized with a smile, took out a blanket from the storage space, and covered them with it while explaining. They went all out this time and made a big move. In addition to the zombies on the front line, 300,000 zombies were brought in from North Seoul, preparing to attack the base from behind. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, our base would be completely gone. 300,000? Yu Qian was a little surprised. This number was too astonishing. At the same time, her resentment towards Lin Yao also disappeared. While they were killing zombies and people on the front line, her man was facing greater threats alone. Lin Yao nodded without being too proud. If he hadn't hidden his strength in front of the officials, he would have been able to throw a few fireballs and rush back long ago. So tonight, these women have had a really hard time. By the way, we have also captured the 4 leaders and are holding them not far away. Xiaoyi and Xiaojuan are watching them. Yu Qian said suddenly. Yes, I know, but Wang Fan, the mastermind behind this matter, has been killed by me. There is no need for these four to stay. I will let them turn into crystals later, Lin Yao said calmly. Although these four leaders were fooled by Wang Fan, since they have started fighting, there is no possibility of reconciliation. Yu Qian nodded, then suddenly thought of something, frowned and said, Among them, there's a guy named Han Jiang, who is a bit strange. It seems like he deliberately sent his men here to die. He surrendered without even fighting me. He also said that he wanted to talk to you before he died.